In the early spring of February, during the season of awakening insects, one would expect a time when all creatures stir from their slumber and the flora and fauna flourish. Yet, the earth lay in a state of desolation, devoid of vitality on a desolate street. A sewer cover shifted slightly before being lifted and moved aside by a hand. Luo Yan cautiously poked his head out from the manhole, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. All he could see were ruins and debris, remnants of a once thriving city that had been filled with bustling traffic and ceaseless activity. Now, silence reigned, and traces of prosperity had vanished, leaving behind only dust, scattered papers, bloodstains, and skeletal remains. The air was thick with grime and decay, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy pall. This marked the third year since the calamity of the great beast had befallen the world. Within mere months of the appearance of these colossal, unidentified beings from the sky, civilization crumbled and order disintegrated. The survivors were condemned to a hellish existence. A gust of wind stirred. The breeze tousled Luo Yan's inky black hair as he swiftly emerged from the manhole and partially closed the cover behind him. Beneath the cover, a rope was tethered, knotted in a manner to prevent slipping, swaying in the wind. Luo Yan's attire was tattered, his body smeared with grime, and a sturdy satchel hung from his waist. His exposed skin was wrapped in layers of waterproof cloth, revealing only his pair of crimson eyes. He could see that moment. Thunder rumbled in the sky, heralding the onset of rain. Luo Yan had a fondness for rainy days, as the downpour would dilute his scent. Yet he also harbored a disdain for such weather, for it caused a toxic substance known as crimson venom to accumulate, heightening the risk of infection and exacerbating ailments. This venom was a byproduct of the creatures referred to as great beasts. When their blood mingled with the air, this toxin spread, manifesting as irregular red spots on the skin and staining the eyes of the afflicted crimson. When the entirety of one's pupil became engulfed in that deep red, it signified that death was imminent, much like Luo Yan's own condition, where the crimson hue was nearly consuming his irises. The rain cascaded onto the earth, releasing a pungent odor of mud. Luo Yan had already lowered the diving mask he wore to shield his eyes. He donned a waterproof helmet, rendering himself impervious to toxins. With practiced ease, Luo Yan navigated through the streets, passing a dilapidated hot pot restaurant and a collapsed cinema. Suddenly, a surge of heat washed over his eyes, prompting him to halt abruptly. I could see that moment. A look of bewilderment clouded his gaze as if he had lost focus. Before him, the street scene dimmed, and he discerned several wisps of gray light moving toward the intersection ahead, soon to materialize at the crossroads. This extraordinary vision had emerged after the calamity of the great beasts, prior to the disaster. Luo Yan had procured an ancient tome titled Zhu Yuan Zhu from the internet, which the seller claimed to have unearthed from a perilous tomb. It was said to contain forgotten cultivation techniques, a form of visualization practice. Luo Yan had once been infatuated with such esoteric knowledge and had earnestly practiced the methods outlined within, though to little avail. However, following the disaster, he sensed a distinct change. This so-called visualization technique began to manifest effects. Each session brought a gentle warmth coursing through his body, eventually culminating in waves of heat surging toward his head. Before long, he discovered that he could sometimes perceive extraordinary phenomena, the gray luminescence emitted by humans, parasitic entities, and the great beasts themselves. This ability continually afforded him a precognitive awareness of danger. Luo Yan instinctively quieted his footsteps, silently retreating into the rear compartment of a nearby vehicle, leaving only a small gap for observation. Moments later, a creature resembling a large dog passed by. Its form was akin to a tick, with a wolf-like head, a pointed snout, and pronounced nasal features. 4 or 5 of these creatures traversed the nearby street, intermittently stopping to scrutinize their surroundings with keen vigilance. These were wolf ticks, one of the parasites associated with the great beasts. Over the past 2 years, Luo Yan had encountered them numerous times and understood well that they possessed acute hearing, drawn to the scent of blood. They were bloodsuckers, ferocious and ruthless, rarely seen alone. His heart raced at the sight of the wolf ticks, but he had grown accustomed to their presence. Deep within the city, in the vicinity of the former downtown area, lay a great beast-an actual living entity. It had the head of a sheep and the body of a man, with tiger-like fangs and human-like claws, emitting a sound reminiscent of an infant's cry. Whenever night fell and the wailing of a baby echoed through the air, it indicated the presence of this great beast, which had cunningly lured prey with such cries on more than one occasion. After the wolf ticks had passed, Luo Yan cautiously exited the vehicle's rear compartment. Not long after, he emerged from a ventilation shaft, finding himself in a supermarket. Despite the extensive collapse of the structure, the food section miraculously remained intact, becoming his secret pantry. Yet, with only the exhaust ducts serving as an entryway, Luo Yan could not carry out large quantities of food at once, nor did he wish to, for such actions would raise suspicions and draw unwanted attention, endangering his life. In this lawless world, survival depended solely on oneself at that moment. Luo Yan's satchel was already filled with 7 or 8 individually packaged loaves of bread and sausages. Although these items were past their expiration date, thanks to preservatives, they remained edible. In this dire reality, no one concerned themselves with potential illness. Having food was sufficient. As he made his way back, the rain ceased, and Luo Yan felt his steps grow lighter. The bread and sausages would sustain him for an entire week. That a sense of satisfaction and happiness washed over him at the thought. Alas, happiness is fleeting. Upon reaching the intersection where he had spotted the wolf ticks, a sudden heat surged in his eyes once more. He then noticed a gray, humanoid shadow emerging from the wreckage of a collapsed bus nearby. Without hesitation, Luo Yan turned on his heel and fled. "Damn it, this kid's pretty sharp," a voice cursed from within the bus, and a burly man soon emerged. His imposing physique was marred with hideous scars. He immediately whistled, summoning 2 other men from a nearby internet CF, armed with knives and clubs. The 3 men blocked Luo Yan's escape route. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and drew an automatic pistol from behind his waist. He disengaged the safety and chambered around, crouching into a standard shooting stance as he began to back away slowly. Wait, let's not be hasty." The burly man raised his hands, forcing a smile. "I've heard of you, Brother Luo. You are well informed about where to find food and medicine. Rest assured, we know the rules and won't pry into your secrets," he continued, his companions subtly inching closer behind him. One of them, with a horse-like face, stealthily drew a handgun, intending to use the burly man as cover to ambush Luo Yan. But at that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. The burly man sensed the impending danger and shouted for them to drop down. Bang! The gunfire echoed. Even with both hands firmly gripping the gun's handle, Luo Yan's arms uncontrollably swung high into the air, as if his hands were attempting to detach from him. However, that single shot left a bullet hole in the forehead of the man with the horse face, while his skull erupted in a gruesome explosion. Blood, brain matter, and patches of scalp splattered across the face of a nearby comrade, causing him to lose control of his bowels in shock. Luo Yan seized the moment and fled towards the sewer entrance from which he had come to that moment. The burly man finally rose to his feet, hurriedly retrieving the fallen weapon of the horse-faced man, and urged his remaining companions, "Hurry, we need to follow him. Do you want food or not?" The man, as if awakening from a dream, wiped the blood from his face and joined the burly man in pursuit. The burly man fired his weapon, but his aim was woefully inadequate, failing to hit Luo Yan, who had already reached the entrance of the sewer. Without hesitation, he dove inside and grasped the rope tied to the manhole cover. Using his body weight, he yanked downward, sealing the cover shut. The burly man, cursing as he dashed to the side, discarded his handgun and attempted to pry open the manhole cover. Suddenly, a strange sound reached his ears. Rustle, rustle. His expression changed as he turned to see 4 or 5 wolf ticks soaring towards him. These creatures, with 8 legs, moved with astonishing speed. The burly man's face paled as he shouted, "Luo, quickly lift the manhole cover and let us down. We were wrong. We should not have targeted you. Please show mercy and grant us a path to survival." Beneath the cover, Luo Yan remained calm and unyielding, as if deaf to the burly man's pleas. Resolutely clutching the rope that he flipped over, positioning his legs firmly against the edges of the cover, exerting all his strength to keep it closed, denying any chance of it being opened. Moments later, cries of despair, curses, and gunfire erupted from above. But these sounds quickly faded away, leaving only the gurgling of the water being drained. Luo Yan understood that the wolf ticks were feasting upon the blood of the two men. That single shot, even if it did not kill the horse-faced man, served its purpose. Luo Yan had fired primarily to attract the wolf ticks. These creatures possess an uncanny ability to detect even the slightest disturbance in their vicinity. Once they catch the scent of blood, they become frenzied and irrational, instinctively attacking their prey. As long as he could lure the wolf ticks, the two men were doomed. After a brief interval, rainwater began to mix with a hint of crimson as it flowed from the drainage hole of the manhole cover. Only when silence enveloped the area did Luo Yan release the rope and ascend the ladder to the surface. He retrieved a flashlight from his waist pouch, switched it on, and proceeded forward. Navigating through a passage, he emerged at another exit above ground. He needed to visit a pharmacy. He sought painkillers, for when the crimson poison manifested, it would be excruciating. That on his way to his destination, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. It felt as though a colossal beast was on the move. Luo Yan quickly concealed himself within a shoe store. After a moment, he saw not a beast, but a convoy. This convoy consisted of 3 heavy-duty trucks that could only be described as monsters. Their cargo holds nearly the size of a building, the contents unknown. Each tire was almost as tall as Luo Yan, requiring a nearly 2-meter ladder to access the driver's cabin. The tremors were primarily caused by these behemoths. In addition to the 3 monster trucks, there were several armored vehicles adorned with antennas and radar, alongside numerous off-road vehicles equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns. This was a military force. Luo Yan felt a surge of excitement. The presence of a military unit signified organization. With organization came the possibility of an antidote for the crimson poison. Luo Yan was determined not to perish. Moreover, he was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He possibly had 6 months left, or even less. The convoy rumbled past him, led by an armored vehicle clad in massive metal plating, heading deeper into the city. Luo Yan hurriedly followed, relieved that the city, once known as Flower City, was now filled with obstacles, impeding the convoy's progress. Otherwise, he feared he might not be able to keep up. From the direction the convoy was headed, Luo Yan boldly surmised they were making their way to the city center, specifically towards the vicinity of the Galaxy Sports Center. But what lay there? The monstrous beast lurked in that area. What could these people possibly want there? Could it be to exterminate the beast? This notion filled Luo Yan with disbelief. After the beastly catastrophe, the survivors of Flower City had taken refuge underground. The creature with the head of a sheep and the body of a man had made its nest in the Galaxy Sports Center, but as long as one kept their distance from that area, they would be safe. Of course, the threats within the city extended beyond that singular beast. There were various parasites that the beast had disseminated throughout the city. Even so, the survivors remained reluctant to abandon the city. For outside the city, conditions were even more dire. In the current lack of long-distance transportation, encountering a parasitic beast outside the city, or worse, stumbling upon the beast itself, would render survival chances nearly non-existent. Luo Yan shook his head, striving to concentrate. Utilizing his magical vision, he tracked the gray orbs of life, trailing the convoy from a distance. At that moment, he noticed a dense cluster of gray orbs emerging from a side street to the left ahead, that a swarm of parasitic beasts. Instantly, a question arose in Luo Yan's mind. Should he follow or retreat? To follow meant potential death, yet it also offered a chance that the antidote.to retreat would ensure a temporary safety, but at the cost of opportunity. In an instant, Luo Yan arrived at his decision. Before the tiger, no chasm shall deter. With unwavering resolve, he quickened his pace rather than halting. As he closed the distance to the convoy, gunfire erupted without warning. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful gunfire startled Luo Yan, causing him to drop to the ground. Then he witnessed an overwhelming surge of parasites emerging from the streets, from gaps in buildings, and from beneath vehicles. They converged into a black wave, crashing towards the convoy. The anti-aircraft machine guns mounted on the convoy roared to life. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. The black tide of parasites was momentarily hindered, with many being shot into the air, their bodies shattered. At that moment, some parasites resembling mites, but possessing human faces leapt onto the monster trucks. These were human-faced mites, a type of parasitic beast. These creatures were incredibly tenacious. Once they latched onto a prey, they would settle down, using their sharp, barbed appendages to anchor themselves to their host body. They would then release a potent biological acid that could dissolve a living human within approximately 10 seconds. Now, a multitude of human-faced mites clung to the cargo holds of the heavy trucks. These mite-sized creatures rapidly released their biological acid, eroding the truck bodies. However, the convoy appeared to have countermeasures in place. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted from around the cargo holds of the heavy trucks. As the smoke dissipated, the parasites clinging to the cargo froze and fell away. Luo Yan inhaled sharply, relieved he had not acted recklessly otherwise. He would have been turned into an ice block. Suddenly, Luo Yan noticed that a heavy truck at the rear of the convoy had developed an irregular breach in its cargo hold. The surrounding swarm of parasites had nearly been annihilated. An opportunity had presented itself. Luo Yan patiently restrained his impulsiveness, waiting until 2 off-road vehicles had cleared away the remaining parasites near the truck. Only then did he charge forth, navigating through the mass of insect corpses. He approached the slowly moving truck. With a powerful leap, he grasped the collision barrier nearly 2 meters off the ground. He climbed up, poised to enter through the breach when suddenly, a shadowy figure leapt onto the ground. It was a man-faced mite. Luo Yan observed the creature's soft, sponge-like abdomen, flailing wildly with its 7 or 8 spindly appendages. A glint of cold light flashed in his crimson eyes. He resolutely hurled his dagger, which transformed into a swift black line, piercing the mite's supple belly, eliciting a shrill cry as it plummeted to the ground. Luo Yan, unwilling to relax, hastily scrambled upwards and squeezed through the gap into the carriage. The moment he entered, a blur of indistinct lights flickered before his eyes, causing his heart to pound wildly, awakening a peculiar sensation within him, which caused him to stumble. Fortunately, the carriage was devoid of occupants. Otherwise, the commotion alone would have been sufficient to attract attention. He quickly lifted his gaze to survey the interior. The space within the carriage was astonishingly vast. Ahead lay a colossal object, draped in a waterproof cover and secured with ropes to prevent it from being dislodged. Luo Yan swiftly concealed himself. Just as he relished his success, a piercing alarm suddenly blared within the carriage. For a moment, Luo Yan feared he had been discovered. His surprise. The intercom crackled to life, announcing, "Attention, attention, a spatial shockwave has been detected, approaching critical levels. The Yinfu space will commence in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1 Yinfu space has been activated. The colossal beast is about to be deployed. Enter first-level combat readiness. All Mech transport pods, unfold. Mechs, prepare for activation." Chapter 2. Yinfu Mecha? They have actually created mechas? When Luo Yan heard the broadcast, he thought he had misheard. After all, such things had only been seen in movies before. At that moment, the truck cabin he was in began to hum, and the ceiling split apart. Through the open cabin, Luo Yan caught a glimpse of the sky. Above, at an unfathomable height, a black silhouette meandered, resembling a branch. It suddenly expanded, tearing open a rift. Gazing into the rift revealed an indescribable, abstract world. In a dimension surpassing reality, countless shadows flitted about, and soon a flat, constantly shifting shadow approached the rift. It seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, gradually seeping out from the branch-like rift. This phenomenon was not unfamiliar to Luo Yan. On the day the beastly calamity erupted, similar branch-like rifts filled the sky, more numerous and dense. They enveloped the heavens, intertwining to form a vast, despair-inducing canopy. The colossal beast descended from those shadows, from that unknown space. Due to the shape of that alien space resembling a gigantic tree overshadowing everything, it was officially designated as Yinfu space. As the Long Agama Sutra states, in Yinfu, there is a great tree king, named Yinfu, surrounding 7 yojanas, towering 100 yojanas. Quite fitting indeed. At this moment, the cabin had fully opened. Luo Yan quickly scrambled into the waterproof cloth. He then heard the cabin's broadcast continue to sound. The spatial boundary had been breached. The colossal beast was about to expand into 3 dimensions. Detection of blue energy spectrum initiated, now matching with the database. Match complete. The deployed beast has been confirmed as Li. Level, low tier 2. Type, insectoid. Characteristics, great strength, adept at charging. As the broadcast echoed, the rope securing the waterproof cloth began to snap open one by one. As the front base of the cabin rose, this giant curtain-like waterproof cloth fell away. Luo Yan hastily crawled out. Otherwise, he would be crushed beneath it, risking suffocation. Just as he emerged from the waterproof cloth, he suddenly found himself overshadowed by a massive figure. Luo Yan turned sharply. The rising base of the cabin served as a fixed support, elevating a giant. Its surface was marred with scratches, a silvery coating humming to life, emanating a ghostly blue glow from its engine. Broad shoulders and robust arms, all crafted from an alloy Luo Yan could not identify. Mechas. They truly exist. At that moment, Luo Yan's gaze shot upwards. The world spun around him. And as he crashed back onto the cabin floor, he realized he had been jolted back. From a distance, he witnessed several buildings in the nearby district erupting into a cloud of dust, slowly but surely leaning and collapsing. The cabin's broadcast persisted. The colossal beast has landed, repeating. The colossal beast has landed. Li is commencing its actions. Based on its trajectory, it will enter the Galaxy Stadium in 2 minutes. Outside, chaos ensued. Luo Yan understood he could no longer remain there. He needed to leave. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Civilians!" Civilians detected in cargo compartment number 3. Luo Yan immediately lunged towards the cabin's exit. "Halt! Do not move. Otherwise, we will open fire." A voice called from behind. Luo Yan had no choice but to stop. These individuals were not mere scavengers. They were trained soldiers. Luo Yan believed they would not hesitate to pull the trigger. He quickly raised his hands. "Drop down. Place your hands where I can see them." Luo Yan complied. Soon, his arms were bound behind him, and he was hoisted up. It was then he noticed 2 fully armed soldiers clad in dark combat armor beside him. "What is going on?" A voice expressed discontent. "How could a civilian be allowed aboard the transport? Quickly take him away. I need to activate the mecha." Luo Yan glanced over to see a man dressed in a suit resembling diving gear, but adorned with numerous circular sensors, casting a grim look his way. His brown eyes scanned Luo Yan, filled with disdain, even disgust. "Yes, Yang Rong, the pilot, we will remove him immediately," a soldier responded. Roughly pushing Luo Yan down from the cabin, Luo Yan fell from the 2-meter-high cabin, suffering a painful landing. At that moment, the cabin echoed with the roar of machinery. Then, darkness enveloped him as an enormous foot appeared above his head. He could see intricate frameworks and complex machinery beneath this foot. Luo Yan rolled aside in haste, but the foot shifted slightly and came crashing down, shaking the heavy truck. Subsequently, the giant within the cabin rose. Due to the backlight, Luo Yan could not see the full figure of the mecha, but the roar of the engine and the weighty metallic presence brought an unprecedented sense of oppression upon him. The broadcast continued. Commander Di Zheng and pilot Kai Hua have proceeded to the stadium. Yang Rong, please remain on standby. At this moment, Luo Yan was lifted by 2 soldiers and brought to an off-road vehicle. The soldiers did not harass him. Rather, the convoy was not in the mood to quibble with a civilian. However, several glaring gun barrels were nearby, and Luo Yan did not dare to flee. Suddenly, from afar, from the direction of the stadium, a deep, howling sound reverberated. Luo Yan looked up and beheld the Galaxy Stadium collapsing like a toppled block tower. The earth trembled violently. Faintly, roars of beasts echoed. Then, the convoy's broadcast blared. "Attention! The beastly Li is approaching the convoy." Upon hearing this, Yang Rong's piloted silver mecha took a few steps forward, drawing a heavy, technologically advanced, similarly silver-plated rifle from its back. Luo Yan overheard a soldier beside him murmuring, "It's just a low tier 2 beast. Yang Rong can handle it alone." Simultaneously, Luo Yan saw billowing clouds of dust. Amidst the thick smoke, a beast resembling a wild boar, with a single eye and tuft, thick skin, charged towards them. Suddenly, Luo Yan felt a slight burning sensation in his eyes. In his line of sight, apart from the gray light representing Li, there was another gray mass behind the beast. Luo Yan instantly realized that Li was not approaching the convoy. Instead, it was being pursued by something. Another beast. Luo Yan shouted, "There's another beast." No one paid him any heed. Or rather, everyone's attention was captivated by the creature known as Li, neglecting Luo Yan's warning. In that moment, from the smoke trailing behind Li, a similarly massive but slender figure lunged forth. It bore a head akin to that of a goat, with two curved black horns adorned with mysterious patterns. Its body resembled that of a human, yet its skin was a dark blue-black, thick and wrinkled. It spread its arms wide, its human-like hands sporting sharp claws glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. It swiftly embraced Li, after sprinting for a while. The frenzied beast, along with the goat-headed humanoid, seemed to lose strength, its front legs collapsing as it tumbled to the ground. The creature on its back deftly somersaulted to the ground, swiftly returning to pounce. Its jaw widened violently, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp canine teeth. In an instant, it sank its teeth into the neck of the unfortunate Lin Li, voraciously tearing and gnawing. The scene was gruesome, a bloody spectacle that left Luo Yan momentarily dazed. It was only when the convoy's loudspeaker crackled to life that he regained his senses. Orange spectrum. It's the orange spectrum. Immediately match it with the database. Match complete. Warning, this is Tao Tai. Level, Intermediate 3. Type, Larva. Characteristics, energy absorption, gluttony, rapid movement, invisibility. Weakness located between its legs. It seemed to be attracted by the broadcast. Not far off, the colossal beast known as Tao Tai halted, turning to face the convoy. The four tiny eyes on its goat-like head squinted into narrow slits before it charged forward with astonishing speed. The convoy's sole silver mech strode forward, its technologically advanced rifle aimed at the beast. Fire. Bang, 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 bang. The thunderous gunfire resonated like a clap of thunder. Shell casings, each the size of a barrel, clattered to the ground as they fell. Although hollow, their impact was still formidable. One shell even rolled beside Luo Yan's off-road vehicle, accompanying the expulsion of the shell casings. A series of orange-red fire trails erupted from the silver rifle, marking the air with their passage as they hurtled toward the beast. Suddenly, Tao Tai stopped. Its maw opened wide and inhaled forcefully. The fire trails racing toward it twisted abruptly, all sucked into the beast's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the rifle's magazine was emptied and the firing ceased. Tao Tai closed its mouth, seemingly savoring the bullets. It was the very embodiment of gluttony. Bang! A magazine, the size of an off-road vehicle, crashed to the ground as the mech quickly replaced it. Yet, by the time the new magazine was ready, there was no trace of Tao Tai in sight. It had vanished. Luo Yan's eyes blazed with intensity. The world around him dimmed. Just to the left of the humanoid machine, he caught sight of a slender, grayish silhouette stirring. "It's to your left." Luo Yan pointed toward the mech's left side. Alas, the pilot was oblivious to his gesture. Boom. Suddenly, the silver mech was struck violently, stumbling backward. With each step, the ground fractured and splintered. A massive shadow loomed over Luo Yan and his vehicle. He could no longer hesitate. With a shout, he dropped to the ground. Behind him, the off-road vehicle was crushed as if it were a mere toy under the mech's foot. The mech continued to slide back, and when it finally came to a halt, Tao Tai had already materialized silently to its right. The mouth on that goat-like head gaped wide, and the fire trails it had previously ingested erupted forth, sweeping across the ground, scything through the mech's left knee joint and several off-road vehicles. Boom. The mech's knee exploded, orange flames erupting from within, showering debris in all directions. The silver giant fell to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Tai leaped onto the mech, spinning deftly before delivering a powerful kick. Bang! With a muffled thud, the external armor of the mech's engine caved in, electric sparks flying from its upper body as the giant collapsed to the ground. The earth trembled violently, toppling unknown numbers of buildings. The broadcast echoed again. The pilot had lost consciousness. The empathic system had been disconnected. The ejection hatch malfunctioned, rendering escape impossible. Commander Dijong was en route back. Amid the cacophony of sounds, Luo Yan perceived a persistent ringing in his ears. Shaking his head, he stood up. only to feel a chill creep down his spine. Slowly, he turned around. Before him, Tao Tai was crouched on the ground, gradually rising upright. Throughout this process, the four small eyes on its goat-like head remained fixated on Luo Yan. A wave of intense fear and despair surged within him. Am I to perish here? At that moment, he thought he heard a powerful heartbeat. Thump. His vision suddenly blurred, replaced by a haze of light. Within that haze, Luo Yan faintly discerned a burning landscape, countless beasts, and figures wielding weapons, unleashing thunder and lightning as they battled those creatures. Then, he heard voices, an unfamiliar language. Yet he grasped certain words. Arise, fight. He envisioned a bloodied figure, struggling to rise, roaring as it charged at a beast. It was tragic, desolate, and unyielding. A surge of fervor coursed through his veins. In an instant, he could not tell whether it was he or another. His vision cleared, and he saw that the towering Tao Tai was raising its foot as if to crush an ant. I am not an ant. I shall not perish here. Never. Luo Yan shouted, extending his hand toward the descending foot, as if to block Tao Tai's assault, evoking a sense of overreaching in all who beheld this scene. Just as Tao Tai was about to squash Luo Yan, suddenly, bang. Tao Tai was knocked aside. A massive silver figure intruded into the scene. The Mech. The previously fallen silver giant now radiated blue light from its eyes, launching forward to collide with the beast. The convoy's broadcast blared to life again. The empathic system is online. This signal, it's not from pilot Yongro. What is this external signal? How did it connect to the system? For Luo Yan at that moment, the sounds of the broadcast, the roars of Tao Tai, and the gasps of the crowd faded into the background. He gazed at Tao Tai from below. Yet in his mind, he possessed another perspective, one that was level. Tao Tai flipped and disappeared, lunging at the Mech. Luo Yan's eyes burned with intensity. In his magical vision, he saw the gray light representing the colossal beast. He shouted, spun, and reached out. The Mech beside Luo Yan mirrored his movements. The Mech extended its arm and gripped tightly. In the next moment, Tao Tai's form materialized in the air. Its neck ensnared by the Mech's grasp. Luo Yan raised his right hand, feeling as if he held a rifle. He felt he had fused with the Mech. He was the Mech. The nearby warriors witnessed the silver Mech pressing its rifle against Tao Tai's legs, targeting its weakness. Fire. Bang, 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 bang. Enormous shell casings cascaded to the ground. This time, the orange-red fire trails shot from the barrel, striking Tao Tai and impacting its body. The humanoid beast, gripped by the Mech, leaped erratically. Its hindquarters swelled with bulging sacs. Moments later, a fire trail erupted from the beast's rear, followed by a barrage of additional fire trails. One after another, the fire trails cleaved Tao Tai's form in two. The lower half, still attached to its legs, slumped to the ground, while the upper half dangled a deep gray spine from the severed end. The Mech then raised its rifle, pressing it against Tao Tai's chest to shoot. Unfortunately, after only a few shots, the magazine was spent. Luo Yan's left hand slammed down toward the ground. The Mech mirrored the action, smashing the half-formed Tao Tai down with tremendous force. Grasping the rifle with both hands, the soldier wielded the searing barrel to mercilessly strike the face of the monstrous beast, Tao Tai. Again and again, he brought the butt of the weapon down with brutal force. The faces of the warriors turned pale as they witnessed the frenzied Mech employing such savage motions, gradually deforming Tao Ye's head. Blood splattered incessantly, and its fangs fell away in succession. Ultimately, one of the four small eyes on Tao Ye's visage was crushed, hanging limply from its now sunken and distorted face. At that moment, the convoy's broadcast crackled back to life. It had vanished. The energy spectrum of Tao Tai had dissipated. It was dead. Under normal circumstances, the soldiers would have erupted in cheers. Yet, now they found themselves retreating step by step. The silver giant showed no sign of restraint. Only when it had shattered Tao Ye's head into fragments did the Mech finally come to a halt. At that juncture, the blue light in its eyes dimmed and faded into oblivion. Simultaneously, Luo Yan felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. The deformed rifle remained embedded at an angle in Tao Ye's head, akin to an indomitable battle standard. This scene was witnessed by a newly arrived, agile Mech. adorned in a striking red and blue armor. Note: the term Luo, also written as naked, refers to one of the 5 ancient creatures, collectively known as the wingless. Scaly animals. Chapter 3. The innate resonator Luo Yan appeared lost in thought, still not having recovered from his previous state. After an indeterminate amount of time, he vaguely heard someone asking him a question. "Hey, child, what is your name? I am asking you." Luo Yan looked up in confusion and saw several individuals standing beside him. Among them were a few warriors clad in dark armor and a man dressed in a suit resembling a diving suit, adorned with sensors. This middle-aged man, with a stern demeanor and a resolute presence, spoke. "This child has yet to regain consciousness from the resonance. Take him to the medical vehicle for a checkup." "Understood, Captain D," the soldiers responded, approaching Luo Yan, 2 of them lifting him gently before departing. Their movements were notably more tender than before. The man referred to as Captain D glanced back at the silver mech nearby and swiftly entered an armored vehicle. The soldiers inside stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Captain D." He gestured and commanded, "Replay the footage of the earlier White Dragon battle for me." Soon, he observed on the screen a scene where Luo Yan executed various movements on the ground, with the mech designated White Dragon mirroring his actions. "Captain D Zhong, he should be like you, an innate resonator," a soldier murmured nearby. Captain D Zhong nodded, untrained yet able to connect to the resonance system. "Indeed, an innate resonator. It seems he is more suited for White Dragon than Yang Rong. Once he recovers, I will inquire about his intentions. If he agrees, we will take him back to the underground city." "No," a voice suddenly interjected. Captain D turned to see a figure emerging from the armored vehicle, Yang Rong, the pilot with black hair and brown eyes. Having just exited the mech and arrived at the command vehicle, he overheard Captain D's words and immediately spoke up, unable to hold back his objections. Captain D regarded him with calm indifference. Yang Rong exclaimed, "Captain, we cannot allow an unknown child into the underground city. Moreover, he has crimson poison, his eyes are red. He is near death. In short, he holds no value." Captain D replied coolly, "Are you finished? If so, please exit. This is not a place for you." Yang Rong's eyes brimmed with resentment as he attempted to speak again, but Captain D's calm challenge silenced him. "Do you need me to repeat myself?" Yang Rong cowed, lowered his head, and exited the armored vehicle. As he made his way to his resting vehicle, he felt the weight of judgment from others. Yet, what troubled him most was Captain D's comment that he is more suited. "No, absolutely not. I disagree." Yang Rong's eyes flashed with malice. In the medical vehicle, after a series of examinations, Luo Yan finally regained consciousness but remained feeble. However, when he saw a nurse approaching with a syringe, he instinctively recoiled and jumped up. At that moment, a voice chimed in. "Sit down. You have crimson poison. Your constitution is weak. Having just experienced resonance with White Dragon, your spirit is depleted. This injection will bolster your vitality and alleviate the crimson poison. Rest assured, it won't cost you your life." Luo Yan then saw the man known as Captain D Zhong enter. He introduced himself. "I am D Zhong, commander of the Ground Exploration Corps. What is your name?" After a brief hesitation, Luo Yan hoarsely replied, "My name is Luo Yan." The nurse administered the injection, and under the doctor's directive, temporarily exited the vehicle, leaving Luo Yan alone with Captain D. Captain D pulled up a chair and sat down, explaining, "We come from an underground city built before the Great Beast catastrophe. It boasts complete living facilities, housing 50,000 inhabitants. You are an innate resonator, able to share sensations with mechs without the aid of instruments. You are a natural mech pilot. Thus, I wish to invite you to the underground city. However, you lack training and knowledge. Upon arrival, you must undergo 3 years of study. As a mech pilot, you will enjoy numerous benefits, one of which is treatment for your crimson poison. What say you? Are you willing?" Luo Yan's heart raced, just as he had suspected. These individuals could indeed cure the crimson poison. This alone was enough for him to accept. Furthermore, he desired to search for his family. Yet carrying crimson poison and lacking weapons had kept him trapped in this city, unable to progress. At long last, he saw a glimmer of hope. However, before he could respond, Captain D added, "But I must caution you. Though my recommendation will grant you entry into the underground city and admission to the Mech Training Academy. It will align you with me. Whether you wish it or not, others will perceive you as my ally. Due to certain reasons, I have many enemies in the underground city. If you agree, you will gain opportunities, but also acquire some adversaries. Hearing Captain D's words, Luo Yan no longer hesitated. I am willing. I wish to live. Moreover, I am not afraid of making enemies. He had faced and killed numerous enemies on the surface over the past 3 years. Furthermore, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Luo Yan understood this principle well. To seize the opportunity to survive, one must inevitably pay a price. Captain D's forthrightness instilled a sense of trust within him. With a cold expression, Captain D nodded. Very well, rest for now. We shall return tomorrow. That afternoon, the third mech finally returned. Alongside it came a truck, its cargo obscured beneath a waterproof tarp, seemingly retrieved from the lair of the beast at the Galaxy Stadium. This piqued Luo Yan's curiosity as he sat on a low stone by the vehicle. Night descended, and a striking woman in uniform approached Luo Yan, smiling as she placed several food cans beside him. Child, here are some provisions for you. Luo Yan cast her a glance, but remained silent. Over the years, he had learned a vital lesson: do not consume food offered by strangers. Furthermore, the more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she often was. Seeing Luo Yan's unyielding demeanor, the woman huffed and sat down closer to him, an alluring fragrance wafting toward him. What's the matter, child? Are you afraid I might harm you? Had I known, I wouldn't have come personally. By the way, tell me, how did you operate White Dragon? Luo Yan lifted his gaze, expressing curiosity. White Dragon. The mech piloted by Yang Rong, she clarified. Oh, after that, Luo Yan fell silent again. He had no idea how he managed to operate it, suspecting it was related to being an innate resonator as Captain D had mentioned. Observing Luo Yan's aloofness, the woman huffed once more and departed. Once she left, Luo Yan opened the can, and the aroma of meat instantly tantalized him. However, he restrained himself, casually scattering the meat onto the ground. At that moment, several wild dogs cautiously approached. Luo Yan feigned ignorance. The bold dogs rushed forward, eagerly devouring the meat strewn about. Luo Yan took out the bread he had brought and ate quietly. Suddenly, he heard the wild dogs howling in distress. Turning his head, he saw them collapsing, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. He squinted his eyes in disbelief. The impudent brat, utterly oblivious to the virtues of women, deserves his fate. If I can successfully accomplish this task and obtain the foundational visualization technique promised by Master Yang Rong, perhaps I shall enlighten myself and gain admission to the Mecha Academy, ultimately becoming a pilot. No longer shall I be beholden to others' whims. The image of a stunning woman flitted through her mind, and she felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Finally, she retreated into her solitary tent. As the night deepened, she drifted into a hazy slumber, only to be abruptly awakened by a tightness in her throat, nearly suffocating her. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes to see a shadow beside her. The shadow spoke. If you dare to scream, I will kill you instantly. A chill swept over her face, followed by a sharp sting as her skin was cut. She quickly nodded, refraining from defiance. The shadow then inquired, Why did you give me the poison meat can? In that instant, she recognized her assailant. Luo Yan. That seemingly insignificant child had the audacity to invade her tent. He was alive. He consumed the meat can. How could that be? These surface survivors, did they not ravenously devour whatever meager sustenance they could find? In a moment of panic, her eyes darted around. She dared not betray Yang Rong, so she whispered, What poison? You must be mistaken. Luo Yan seized one of the meat cans, opened it, and forced her mouth open, preparing to pour its contents down her throat. Taken aback by his ruthlessness, she quickly exclaimed, I'll tell you. It was Yang Rong. It was Pilot Yang who instructed me to do so. Yang Rong, the shadow of the grim pilot, flashed through Luo Yan's mind. Very well. Luo Yan released his grip. The woman, having narrowly escaped death, relaxed momentarily. However, a myriad of nefarious methods to eliminate Luo Yan surged through her thoughts. Just then, a deliciously fragrant artificial meat, accompanied by a deluge of juices, slipped into her mouth. Luo Yan poured the contents of the can into her mouth and pressed down forcefully. She struggled desperately, her eyes nearly popping out, but ultimately, she succumbed and fell into a foaming demise. Luo Yan retrieved a sharpened shard of metal and sliced open her artery, collecting the fresh blood in the emptied can before quietly departing. He left the convoy, leaving a trail of her blood in his wake. Before long, a pack of wolf ticks caught the scent and surged into the convoy, invading the woman's tent. This commotion roused the soldiers, leading to a brief skirmish in which the wolf ticks were all exterminated. Alas, the woman met an unfortunate end, torn to shreds by the very creatures. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yan inhaled the chilling night air and returned to his assigned tent. The following day, the convoy set forth, swiftly departing from Flower City, journeying northward. At dusk, they paused beneath a grand bridge to rest. 3 trucks laden with mechas opened their compartments, where maintenance personnel tended to routine upkeep. Each pilot cherished their mecha as a treasured possession, requiring their vigilant oversight during maintenance. Yang Rong was no exception, though his foul mood rendered him irritable towards the maintenance crew. Be careful. If you damage it, you'll have to bear the consequences. Are you an idiot? Who told you to use the lubricant like that? Luo Yan sat nearby, observing as the truck's floor rose, elevating the upper half of the mecha. Yang Rong stood beneath it, gesturing and occasionally casting dark glances at Luo Yan. Unbothered, Luo Yan closed his eyes, seeking the sensations of the previous day. Soon, he heard the powerful heartbeat once more, as if the mecha were a living entity rather than a mere metallic construct. In an instant, he established a connection with the mecha, achieving a profound resonance. Beneath his eyes, Yang Rong's figure appeared. Luo Yan quickly shook himself. Suddenly, the mecha white dragon on the heavy truck tilted, snapping several securing cables and crashing to the ground. Just as Yang Rong turned to leave, he failed to notice the unfolding disaster, only hearing the maintenance workers' cries of alarm. A massive shadow loomed over him. Bang! The mecha crashed heavily to the ground, blood oozing from beneath the silver armor. The camp fell silent before erupting into chaos. A pilot in a pitch-black mecha rushed to assist. Yet when White Dragon was raised, all that remained of Yang Rong was a pool of blood. Luo Yan took out the last piece of bread he had brought from the dog kennel and took a bite. Delicious. Chapter 4. Entrance Examination. The death of Yang Rong stirred considerable unrest within the camp. Throughout the ordeal, Luo Yan remained a silent observer, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Ultimately, the incident was classified as an accident. Subsequently, Luo Yan braced himself for potential suspicion from Dijong. As he settled down to sleep, he had set up various alarms within his tent, preparing for any eventuality that might require a rapid escape. However, the night passed uneventfully. The following day, the caravan resumed its journey, only to encounter a surge of colossal beasts and parasitic creatures. Yet, these threats were repelled by Commander Dijong and another mech pilot. Luo Yan witnessed the entire battle. Commander Dijong's mech, predominantly adorned in red and blue and referred to as Blue Edge, exhibited remarkable agility, occasionally executing astonishing bursts of speed. Nearby soldiers marveled, attributing this prowess to Dijong's legendary skill known as Divine Concealment, Windwalker. Luo Yan was unfamiliar with this term and chose not to inquire, reasoning that he would learn what he needed to know upon entering the underground city, without the need for haste. After the skirmish, some members of the caravan donned protective gear and busied themselves with dissecting the slain beasts, collecting blood, retrieving organs, and stripping scales or claws. They meticulously categorized and stored these specimens. Luo Yan recalled a similar scene a couple of days prior in Flower City, where they had also dissected the corpses of Tao Tai and Li Li. He speculated whether the retrieval of these monstrous organs and blood was for research purposes or served another function. In the ensuing days, the caravan frequently encountered giant beasts, corroborating the accounts of earlier survivors who had claimed that survival outside the city was increasingly difficult. The land had transformed into a paradise for these titanic creatures. After several days, Luo Yan observed a peculiar phenomenon. The beasts attacking the caravan seemed particularly fixated on a single truck, which harbored mysterious items extracted from the lair of the Tao Tai. Could it be that the Tao Tai remained in the city center, drawn by these enigmatic objects? This notion was verified one day when the caravan traversed a fractured roadway and was suddenly beset by a colossal beast. A gigantic bird known as Chu Ru descended from the sky, its white head, 3 legs, and human-like face creating a fearsome spectacle. It unleashed a tempest that overturned the truck, causing its waterproof tarpaulin to spill its contents. To Luo Yan's astonishment, he beheld a deep black crystal, 7 to 8 meters in length, resembling an artificial mountain. Within it, a pulsating energy seemed to coalesce into grotesque, monstrous visages. The Chu-Ru flapped its immense wings, attempting to seize the peculiar stone with its 3 scarlet claws, but it was intercepted by Blue Edge and another entirely black Mech. In the ensuing conflict, the strange stone was caught in the crossfire and shattered. Luo Yan observed keenly as shards scattered, and a white rainbow arced above him, imbued with a divine essence. Descending into the distant wilderness, he found it curious that such an ominous stone could harbor something so sacred. As the battle raged on, Luo Yan seized the opportunity to rush toward the location where the white rainbow had landed, eager to uncover the mystery. Upon distancing himself from the road, he stumbled upon a patch of grass rapidly thriving, wildflowers bursting into bloom as if infused with boundless vitality. This vibrant scene stood in stark contrast to the desiccated flora surrounding it. With eyes aglow, Luo Yan plunged into the verdant growth and soon discovered a white, diamond-shaped object. He picked it up, feeling its smoothness akin to fine jade, emanating a gentle coolness. As he toyed with it, contemplating its potential for further examination, it suddenly radiated a soft, ethereal light. An intricate pattern resembling the Tai Chi Bagua materialized, and the diamond-shaped jade instantly became ethereal, losing its physicality and coalescing into a luminous aura enveloping the enigmatic symbol. Then, with a swift motion, it embedded itself between Luo Yan's eyebrows. Stunned for a moment, he felt a jolt of apprehension. This object had flown from the dark stone, and he wondered what consequences its intrusion might entail. However, after a while, he sensed no abnormalities, which offered him some solace. Meanwhile, the battle on the road had concluded. The injured Chu-Ru fled, while Commander Dijong directed the soldiers in recovering the remnants of the mysterious stone and its fragments. From a soldier passing nearby, Luo Yan overheard the term yuan, seemingly referring to the peculiar stone. It appeared that the caravan had prior knowledge of its significance, and it was likely that they were drawn to the yuan. Watching Blue Edge approach the transport vehicle, Luo Yan contemplated whether to inquire about the white jade stone. Yet, concern arose that his absorption of the stone might render him a subject of experimentation in the underground city, prompting him to dismiss the thought. The caravan continued northward. A week after departing Flower City, they arrived at a vast lake region. Upon reaching the lakeshore, they marveled at the thunderous waters as a tunnel emerged from the lake, connecting to the shore. Luo Yan was awestruck. Who would have imagined that the entrance to the underground city lay submerged beneath the lake? The caravan ventured into the tunnel, delving deeper. Approximately half an hour later, Luo Yan gazed out the window to behold an expansive subterranean space, vast enough to accommodate a city. He witnessed trains traversing between buildings, halting beside towering structures. Enormous pipes connected the ground to the ceiling, possibly extending to the surface for unknown purposes. As the caravan descended the elevated roadway, Luo Yan gradually discerned that this city bore little distinction from those above prior to the giant beast catastrophe. The rooftops of high-rises bristled with artillery, and armored vehicles occasionally traversed the roads. This was Guangling City, one of the 18 northern cities, with the new underground city still under construction. However, due to the giant beast catastrophe, the timeline for completion would far exceed that of the cities built in advance. At some point, Commander Dijong stood beside Luo Yan and offered a brief introduction. He then remarked, "You are fortunate. Today happens to be the day for new admissions to the Mech Training Academy. I have already enrolled you. However, registration does not guarantee acceptance. The Academy's admission process is highly stringent, involving an entrance examination known as the Institute Test. Whether you can pass this test and gain entry depends on your own capabilities. If you are not admitted, you will be sent back to the surface." Luo Yan nodded in understanding. Dijong regarded him and added, shortly, "I will have Xiao Li escort you to the academy. If luck is on your side and you gain acceptance, I advise you not to immediately exchange your credits for the crimson poison antidote. Instead, you should periodically redeem some alleviating agents, which can help manage your condition, allowing you to participate in various training exercises without further deterioration. The credits you save can be utilized for acquiring training resources, enabling you to enhance your strength and obtain greater privileges and resources. Credits? Training resources? Luo Yan felt perplexed but made a mental note of Di Zheng's words. Di Zheng continued, moreover, the academy, or rather the underground city, differs significantly from the surface. Here, order prevails, so you must temper your wildness. In simple terms, you cannot kill indiscriminately as you would on the surface. With a hoarse voice, Luo Yan interjected, but what if they intend to kill me? Typically, such scenarios are unlikely to arise, Di Zheng replied firmly. However, if they do, you have the prerogative to strike first and explain later. I shall provide you with a certain degree of protection. However, should you misuse my sanctuary, you shall be the first to face my wrath. Casting a meaningful glance at Luo Yan, the cold-faced commander departed. Shortly thereafter, the convoy arrived at the surface. A guard named Di Zheng drove, escorting Luo Yan to the academy. In no time, they reached the grand entrance of the 100 Battles Mech Training Academy, where many new students were queuing to register. Yet, Luo Yan's vehicle proceeded directly inside. Upon entering the gates, he beheld a stone tablet, upon which 4 powerful characters were inscribed, sword pointing south. An aura of lethal intent emanated from the inscription. The vehicle eventually halted outside a conference hall. The soldier, Shaoli, remarked, "You go in first. I will take Commander D's recommendation letter to the Academic Affairs Office and return shortly." "All right," Luo Yan nodded, alighting from the vehicle and entering the hall alone. Inside, many individuals were already present, predominantly young adults aged 17 to 18, with a greater number of males than females. Luo Yan surveyed the room, instinctively seeking a corner to wait. "Make way, don't block the path." Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred behind him. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a large hand that aimed for his head. Reacting on reflex, Luo Yan grasped the hand, intending to twist it, but recalled Di Zheng's words and altered his grip to a push, sending a stout figure sprawling to the ground. The thud attracted attention, and numerous gazes shifted towards the scene, first landing on the fallen individual and then on Luo Yan, followed by murmurs of surprise. The new students in the hall were all dressed neatly, while Luo Yan remained clad in his tattered attire. At that moment, the fallen individual bellowed, rising to his feet. He towered over Luo Yan, with broad shoulders that appeared deceptively flabby, a fresh gash on his forehead oozing blood. His fury was palpable. "Who is this wildling? How did you sneak in? You dare to throw me? You're courting death." Remembering Di Zheng's caution, Luo Yan sought to avoid conflict and replied succinctly, "I am a new student. You attacked first, hence your fall." His terse response evoked a sense of disdain in the stout youth. Initially furious, the youth suddenly recoiled 3 steps upon catching sight of Luo Yan's crimson eyes. His voice turned shrill, "Crimson toxin. You are infected with crimson toxin. Don't come near me. Keep your distance." The hall erupted in chaos. The new students retreated as if Luo Yan were a ferocious beast. The stout individual shouted again, "Guangling City has implemented vaccines for 3 years, eradicating crimson toxin. You dare claim to be a new student. You are clearly an intruder. Where are the security personnel? Where are the guards? Why haven't they expelled this ruffian?" At that moment, a stern voice resonated, "Silence." All eyes turned to a middle-aged man resembling a teacher, accompanied by a warrior clad in black armor. The teacher regarded Luo Yan calmly and stated, "This is a new student recommended by Commander D. Who dares to expel him?" The stout youth immediately lowered his head. The teacher continued, "Moreover, crimson toxin is not contagious. What are you all afraid of? If you fear even crimson toxin, how can you expect to face the colossal beasts on the surface? What a joke." At this, the students felt embarrassed. The teacher then produced a magnetic card and handed it to Luo Yan, saying, "This is your registration card. If you pass the examination successfully, it will serve as your student ID." He scanned the room and added, "Prepare yourselves. The exam will commence in 10 minutes." The task is to eliminate a wolf tick, and the specific rules will be announced by the principal shortly. With that, the teacher departed. The hall buzzed with anxious voices. Who is this guy? How could he be recommended by Commander D? I'm envious. The written exam this year was exceedingly difficult, with nearly 80% of new students eliminated. Yet, he advances directly to the practical exam. Could he be the commander's illegitimate child? Shoo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Unfazed, Luo Yan observed the surroundings and approached the stout youth, who was attempting to wipe away the blood. Startled by Luo Yan's approach, the stout youth exclaimed, "What do you want?" Ignoring him, Luo Yan swiftly tore off a strip of his sleeve and used it to wipe the blood from the youth's face. The stout youth was momentarily taken aback. Once the blood was cleaned, Luo Yan walked away. After a while, the stout youth chuckled to a nearby companion. Though this guy is rough, he at least recognizes his mistake and helped me clean the blood. Soon, an older voice echoed in the hall. Greetings, new students. I am Principal Pan Renfeng. The academy examination will commence shortly, and I shall now announce the rules. New students may take the exam individually or form teams of no more than 3. Additionally, weapons will be available at the examination site for your selection. During the exam, there will be evaluators present to score you. An average score exceeding 80 will be considered passing. Those who pass will have their scores converted to credits, serving as your starting funds upon enrollment. With that, the students were instructed to follow the on-site teachers to the examination area. In a blink, they arrived at the venue. The students had 10 minutes to decide on their weapons and the manner in which they would take the exam. As Luo Yan gazed at a row of weapon racks, a voice called out, "Hello, would you like to team up with me?" Turning around, Luo Yan found himself face-to-face with a slender youth of 17 or 18. With black hair and wearing frameless glasses, exuding a clean and scholarly aura. He extended his hand with a smile, introducing himself, "I am Li Bo Hang." Luo Yan regarded him briefly, shook his head, and proceeded towards the weapon racks. He was accustomed to operating independently, and forming a temporary alliance would only hinder him. Moreover, it was merely a wolf tick. Selecting a long spear from the racks, he found it quite ordinary yet advantageous for its length and sharpness. Most students opted for firearms. But Luo Yan had only a passing familiarity with automatic pistols, which deterred him from following the crowd. Besides, he already had a plan. After completing the registration and receiving his number, the examination commenced. When a student's number was called, they would enter a sealed area devoid of windows, preventing those outside from witnessing the events within. Only evaluators or students who had completed their tests could view the proceedings on a large screen in another hall. One by one, students entered the arena, emerging to a mix of cheers and lamentations, some even carried out, bloodied and in need of urgent medical attention. Soon, it was Luo Yan's turn. In the hall behind the examination area, the stout youth who had previously fallen was resting. Upon seeing Luo Yan appear on the large screen, he could not help but gaze for a moment longer. Suddenly, he noticed Luo Yan retrieving a piece of tattered cloth from his pocket, stained with blood. The plump man abruptly recalled that it was the half-sleeve Luo Yan had used to wipe his blood. He felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend Luo Yan's actions. In the arena, Luo Yan tied the bloodied sleeve to the tip of his firearm and nodded at the proctor. Soon, a wolf tick was released into the fray. This monstrous parasite, the size of a wolf, charged towards Luo Yan as if possessed. As it drew near, it leaped with all its might, soaring 3 feet into the air and colliding with the gun's tip. The impact caused Luo Yan to slide back, yet he steadfastly held his ground with the long gun. However, the wolf tick impaled itself in the process, thrashing desperately, but its struggles gradually waned until it finally ceased to breathe. On the screen, Luo Yan set down his long gun and turned to leave. The venue fell into silence. The entire sequence lasted no longer than 10 seconds. Rather than claiming victory over the wolf tick, it seemed more accurate to say that the creature had willingly met its demise. So that was the case. The wolf tick, driven mad by blood, had lost its senses. Luo Yan had cleverly used the bloodied cloth as bait, luring the wolf tick into its own demise. Impressive. Astute. The plump man turned his head to see a tall, slender youth wearing frameless glasses beside him, who elucidated the secret behind Luo Yan's triumph. dispelling the doubts in the plump man's mind. However, the man's facial muscles twitched in realization. Wait a moment, that lad wiped my blood, not out of remorse, but rather to use my blood to bait the wolf tick? Chapter 5. The gaze of Chi. 2 hours later, the entrance exam concluded. The announcement rang out, revealing the results. A total of 68 freshmen scored above an average of 80. Following this, the list of passers and their scores was to be announced. Those whose names were called were to return to the assembly hall. For those not mentioned, they were encouraged to continue striving. The names began to be read, with no particular order of ranking. Li Jia, 81 points, passed. Xiao Yuan, 85 points, passed. Zheng Shan, 87 points, passed. Luo Yan perked up his ears, attentively listening to the broadcast. Beside him, those whose names were called erupted in joy. For instance, a tall student named Zheng Shan was so elated that his eyes turned red, raising his arms in celebration, drawing attention. Others remained more composed, like the tall, clean-cut Li Bohang, who wore glasses. There was also a notably exceptional, yet generally somber young man, surrounded by several admirers. Luo Beichen, 91 points, passed. When this name was announced, cheers erupted from those surrounding the gloomy young man. Congratulations, brother Luo. 91 points is truly remarkable. Indeed, I reckon he is the top scorer among this batch of freshmen. It turned out he was Luo Beichen, the son of Luo Tianyi. When Luo Yan glanced over, the somber youth met his gaze. Luo Beichen offered a slight smile, a gesture of goodwill. However, as Luo Yan turned away, a flash of something meaningful flickered in Luo Beichen's eyes. At that moment, the announcement continued. Li Bohang, 92 points, passed. Luo Beichen's smile immediately froze. His followers were taken aback as well. The blow was delivered far too swiftly. Yet, it was not over. Lin Wei, 95 points, passed. The students erupted in astonishment. Such a high score. Moreover, from the name, it was evidently a girl. Just as they began to wonder who Lin Wei was, the broadcast chimed in again. Luo Yan, 98 points, passed. At this point, Luo Beichen's face was devoid of expression. The venue fell into an eerie silence. 98 points. A near-perfect score of 100. Could the invigilators have made an error? Confusion, shock, and skepticism washed over the students, all observed keenly by an elder in the principal's office. In the academy's principal's office, Principal Pan Rifeng chuckled. Indeed, the wolf cub introduced by Di Zheng is quite extraordinary. His survival skills on the surface are far beyond those of our city dwellers. The image on the screen had frozen on Luo Yan. The elderly principal, in his 60s, short in stature with white hair tied into a small braid, turned to a teacher who had previously announced Luo Yan's identity. Principal, are you truly considering accepting this student? Di Zheng mentioned that on the way, a mechanic threatened him, and he set a trap to eliminate the threat. This could potentially be a ticking time bomb. Principal Pan laughed lightly. What of it? I was far more ruthless in my youth. Or are you suggesting that our esteemed teacher Wei Fenghua is afraid of trouble? The middle-aged teacher cleared his throat and replied, Principal, there's no need to provoke me. If you dare to accept him, let me be the one to teach this student. With the beasts invading, it's time for the emergence of formidable and fierce individuals if we are to reclaim our surface and restore our homeland. Principal Pan nodded slightly. That is my consideration as well. Moreover, Di Zheng has stated that this wolf cub possesses principles. The two who died had malicious intentions first. Otherwise, if it were mere indiscriminate slaughter, even a born resonator like Di Zheng would not have allowed him to survive until now, let alone bring him back to Guangling. Teach him well. Teacher Wei. Wei Fenghua adjusted his glasses, which bore fine cracks. I will do so. As the list of the 68 students was gradually announced, the passers moved toward the assembly hall, while those who did not pass departed in disappointment. Luo Yan navigated through the crowd, maintaining a position on the periphery, as was his habit, ready to disengage at any moment. In the assembly hall, Luo Yan spotted Wei Fenghua. With his hands clasped behind him, Wei surveyed the room. I am Wei Fenghua, the director of the instruction department. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. From this moment forth, you are candidate mechanics of Guangling City, enjoying 4th level privileges. Cheers erupted, with many students visibly moved to the point of tears. Luo Yan was unaware of what the fourth-level privileges entailed. But judging by the excitement around him, it must be something significant. Wei Fenghua continued. Next, we will assign dormitories based on your scores. You have all worked hard today. Please rest well in your dorms, as classes will commence tomorrow. He paused and added, your exam scores have been converted into credits, which can be exchanged for various supplies at the logistics department. In the future, outstanding academic achievements will also be rewarded in credits. That concludes my address. After finishing, Wei Fenghua glanced at Luo Yan before departing the assembly hall. Once Wei Fenghua left, a female teacher approached. Before heading to the dormitories, the academy needs to collect your physical data for fitness assessment purposes. It won't take much of your time. Please proceed to the designated area when your name is called. The teacher pointed towards a device resembling an airport security gate. Zheng Rui, Lu Bing, Chen Yongsong. One by one, students queued to pass through the check gate, where personnel logged their information on tablets. When it was Luo Yan's turn, he stepped through the gate, but the light above activated unexpectedly. It seems there was an error. Please walk through again. Luo Yan complied. The light remained illuminated. At this moment, the female teacher approached. What seems to be the issue? The staff member, looking uncertain, replied, this student appears to have practiced visualization techniques. The data indicates that his elemental power has reached an average of 97, a level achievable only through foundational training. Furthermore, his heavenly spirit is in an awakened state, indicating that he has opened his meridians and awakened his divine repository. His divine repository is the gaze of Qi. Instantly, dozens of gazes within the assembly hall converged upon Luo Yan. Among these were expressions of surprise, envy, and jealousy in abundance. Luo Yan remained oblivious to their discourse. However, the name gaze of Qi did resonate with his extraordinary vision. At that moment, someone remarked, completing foundational training is nothing extraordinary. The basic visualization technique is quite common. Anyone in our city who can afford it would have begun training before enrollment. Another voice chimed in. Moreover, the gaze of Qi is not a remarkable divine repository. It falls within the realm of extrasensory abilities. If I recall correctly, the gaze of Qi is one of the most commonplace and least notable types within the extrasensory category. The students began to murmur among themselves, and the earlier gazes of envy and jealousy began to dissipate. Hearing the term Wangqi Tong is quite commonplace. Yet Luo Yan claimed he was not disappointed. That was a mere facade, particularly when female instructors cast their glances his way. There lingered an air of regret within their eyes, which left Luo Yan feeling somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his sentiments. Finding solace in the thought that although Wangqi Tong was prevalent, Di Zheng had once remarked that he was a natural resonator. One cannot expect to reap all the benefits without encountering some losses. With this reflection, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him and let go of his grievances. After the physical examination concluded, the dormitory supervisor led the new students to their accommodations. Those who ranked in the top 3 of the departmental examination would be entitled to independent dormitories. However, this privilege was not permanent. Every quarter, the institution would conduct evaluations of the students, and should their scores decline, they would lose the right to their independent lodgings. Hence, the top-ranking students must remain vigilant. Conversely, those lagging behind need not despair. As long as they strive for improvement, they too could have the opportunity to reside in an independent dormitory. The supervisor remarked as they walked. This pronouncement fostered a spirit of competition among the students. Before long, Luo Yan entered his room. The independent dormitory was designed for solitary habitation, with the bedroom and living area integrated into one space, complete with a private bathroom. The environment was elegant, 1,000 times superior to the makeshift doghouse he had previously occupied beneath the sewers. Yet, a frown creased his brow as he noted the proximity of the bed to the window. The window lacked protective bars, being a floor-to-ceiling design, rendering it susceptible to potential threats. There were no escape measures. In the event of an emergency, the chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. Based on his 3 years of surface living experience, aside from its aesthetic appeal and spaciousness, this dormitory proved less secure than his former abode. Resolving to visit the logistics department shortly, He contemplated whether he could exchange credits for materials and tools to fortify his living space. Just then, a radiant expanse of white light suddenly unfolded before him, silently weaving a pattern reminiscent of Tai Chi Chapter 6, the data perspective. After a brief moment, the Tai Chi diagram that had appeared in Luo Yan's pupils began to dissipate, though it did not vanish entirely. The white, ethereal light sank deep into the crimson depths of his eyes, transforming into minute, ever-shifting silvery symbols that dispersed around his irises. After a second or two, the circle of symbols solidified, ceasing their constant flux. Subsequently, the white light receded, leaving no further anomalies. Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback, vaguely sensing that this was connected to the diamond-shaped white jade he had absorbed along the way, as it too had manifested the same pattern. Although he harbored doubts, he chose to set them aside for the time being and exited his dormitory. As he stepped out, he noticed many classmates exploring each other's rooms, with reactions ranging from gasps of astonishment to wry smiles. He walked along the corridor, intending to head towards the logistics department when he suddenly halted. Before him stood a stout figure, the very same chubby boy he had inadvertently injured prior to the entrance examination. The boy, Shin Yongsong, had lucked into a score of 83, qualifying him as one of the accepted candidates. Upon spotting Luo Yan, memories of the blood-sucking tick incident surged back, igniting a flare of anger within him. He managed to restrain his fury, shooting Luo Yan a fierce glare before retreating into his dormitory. The dormitory was shared among 4 occupants, furnished with 2 sets of bunk beds. Shin Yongsong flung his luggage onto the upper bunk and plopped himself onto the lower one, clearly intending to monopolize both levels. At that moment, his roommates, Lija and Xiaoyun, entered, one scoring 81 and the other 85. The trio, with closely matched scores, were assigned to the same room. After closing the door, they introduced themselves. Then, the slender Lija took the initiative, saying, "Shin Yongsong, would you be interested in meeting a significant figure?" Shin Yongsong, in a foul mood, retorted, "What significant figure?" "Luo Beichun, the son of the owner of Qiming Heavy Industries." Shin Yongsong's head snapped up. In Guangling City, everyone was aware of Qiming Heavy Industries, a construction conglomerate responsible for much of the city's infrastructure and public facilities. Moreover, Luo Tianyi, the owner of Qiming Heavy Industries, had invested heavily this year in his bid for the city lordship, facing off against his fiercest rival, Commander Di Zhang of the Ground Exploration Corps. The son of such a prominent figure being a contemporary student was astounding. Instantly, Shin Yongsong's demeanor brightened as he plastered on a smile. "So what are we waiting for?" A moment later, in a double-occupancy dormitory, Shin Yongsong met Luo Beichun, who promptly produced fine liquor to entertain him. After 3 glasses, Luo Beichun smiled and said, "Yongsong, there is something I would like to ask of you." Shin Yongsong, taken aback, replied, "Brother Luo, what is it?" "I want to teach that Luo Yan a lesson," Luo Beichun stated calmly. Shin Yongsong immediately surmised that this was likely tied to Luo Tianyi's campaign for City Lord, considering that Luo Yan had been introduced by Commander Di Zhang, who was Luo Tianyi's primary competitor. "Brother Luo, what do you intend to do?" Shin Yongsong recognized this as a rare opportunity. He understood his own limitations, though he had merely scraped by to gain admission. Standing out in the academy was no simple feat. If he could assist Luo Beichun in this endeavor, he would undoubtedly receive future favors, at the very least. He would not have to worry about his basic needs. Luo Beichun lifted his wine glass, his gaze chilling. "Eliminate him. Even if it means accidentally killing him. That would suffice." Shin Yongsong gasped in shock. He hadn't anticipated Luo Beichun's resolve to go so far. "What, are you afraid?" Luo Beichun's cool stare bore into the chubby boy. Shin Yongsong chuckled nervously. "Brother Luo, is this really appropriate? Rest assured, as long as you don't implicate me afterward, I will ensure your safety even if you end up in prison." "Surely, you don't believe I'm incapable of that?" Luo Beichun chuckled lightly, taking a sip of his exquisite wine. Nearby, Lija and Xiaoyan chimed in, "Yongsong, that Luo Yan used you during the entrance exam. You haven't forgotten that, have you? He used your blood to attract a tick for himself while he breezed through. Do you know how others perceive you? They say you were foolishly exploited by a wild man and still had the audacity to enroll." With the wound reopened, Shin Yongsong's as anger flared. He downed his drink and declared in a low voice, "Brother Luo, I'll handle it." Thus, the matter was settled. After the trio departed, Luo Baichen's roommate, a fair-faced youth, cautiously inquired, "Brother Luo, should we inform the old man about this?" Luo Baichen gently swirled his wine glass, replying, "The Luo Yan in question was recommended by Dizhang. He scored the highest in the entrance exam. Do you think Dizhang did this by chance? He seeks to demonstrate to everyone that he possesses exceptional judgment and can lead Guangling to greatness. Therefore, I must deal with that wild man named Luo Yan to bolster my father's campaign. Moreover, eliminating a wild man is no different from squashing an ant. Would you inform your parents if you crushed an ant?" Having spoken, he cast a glance at his roommate, who, eager to flatter, hesitated to mention notifying Luo Tianyi again. Upon returning to his dormitory, Luo Yan found himself burdened with an additional backpack. He had exchanged credits at the logistics department for a vial of red toxin antidote, along with steel wire, a handheld grinder, and various other items. The antidote cost him 2 credits, while the assortment of tools only came to the same. This antidote could suppress the red toxin, preventing its deterioration or onset, but its efficacy lasted only a month. Spending 1 credit each month to keep the red toxin at bay seemed like a worthwhile investment to Luo Yan. Once back in his dormitory, and after closing the door, Luo Yan set to work. Using the handheld grinder, he began to sharpen the steel wire's edges. The process was monotonous, yet during his 3 years on the surface, he had endured far more tedious tasks. As long as it meant survival, he was willing to undertake any endeavor. Time slipped away amidst the repetitive labor. Suddenly, whether due to fatigue or something else, Luo Yan noticed a sequence of numbers floating above the steel wire he was grinding, 86. As the wire's edges turned red and thinned, the number continued to rise, 90. 94. 100. Luo Yan quickly halted his work. His gaze wandered, and upon resting on the floor-to-ceiling window, he instantly discerned the dimensions, 5 meters in width and 2 meters in height. As he scrutinized the other furniture, a plethora of numbers erupted in his vision. In addition to length and width, he now perceived height, incline, and thickness. An overwhelming flood of data surged forth, causing his eyes to burn with discomfort. Quickly, Luo Yan shut his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them, scanning his surroundings but finding no numbers. Luo Yan attempted to activate his gazing eye. Soon, his eyes felt a slight heat, and all objects in his field of vision became transparent, leaving only outlines. Around these lines, which defined the contours of objects, various data began to manifest once more. A mix of astonishment and delight surged within him. He was certain that his gazing eye had undergone some form of transformation, though he was puzzled as to the source of this change. Suddenly, the Tai Chi diagram resurfaced in his mind. He hurriedly sought out a mirror. Upon glancing into it, he observed a ring of silvery dots encircling his irises, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Furthermore, as he gazed into the mirror, he noticed the gray aura of his life force, but distinctively. This humanoid essence now bore additional hues, one fiery red and another bright yellow. As Luo Yan landed upon the circle of crimson light, a series of numbers materialized nearby, 108. When he focused on the brilliant yellow radiance, another set of numbers appeared, 97. What do these 2 sets of numbers signify? Furthermore, what meanings lie within the fiery red and luminous yellow lights? Luo Yan closed his eyes, deactivating his gaze of qi. He was now certain that his ocular technique had undergone a transformation. In addition to retaining its previous functions, it had acquired the ability to perceive obstacles and a digitized vision. The latter was particularly remarkable, enabling him to obtain detailed and precise numerical readings. Moreover, the gray aura of life now shimmered with 2 additional colors of light, which must represent some significant symbolism. Perhaps he could consult his teacher about this after class tomorrow. However, the diamond-shaped white jade, the Taiji pattern, and the transformation of his ocular technique must be interconnected. It appeared that the alteration in his ocular abilities was related to the diamond-shaped white jade. But what exactly was it? Luo Yan shook his head, instinctively setting aside the perplexing questions. He secured the sharpened steel wire near the floor-to-ceiling window and proceeded to implement other safety measures. He remained occupied until nightfall. As the night deepened, Qin Yongsong, Li Zhe, and Xiao Yuan cautiously left their dormitory. They circled around, arriving near Luo Yan's room, gazing at the distant floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Yongsong produced a bottle of liquor. He gulped it down, ultimately pouring the remainder over himself, instantly enveloping himself in the scent of alcohol. I wonder if this plan will succeed, he mused uncertainly, glancing at his roommates. Li Zhe chuckled, assuring him, "There's no cause for concern. Once you incapacitate that fellow, we will appear in due time." Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. "We will simply claim that you were intoxicated, that your actions were unintentional." After listening to their reassurances, Qin Yongsong nodded, producing a dagger that had been sent by Luo Beichen. It was exceedingly sharp. He contemplated swiftly ending it all. Having given his instructions, Qin Yongsong, reeking of alcohol, approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, crashing through the window. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Qin Yongsong had breached the room. But as he entered, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, as if something had swept past him. Without a second thought, he lunged toward the bed positioned beside the window. He raised the dagger, poised to strike the bed. Yet at that moment, his vision plummeted rapidly. In the next instant, he found himself staring at the floor, at the space beneath the bed, and then he beheld a pair of eyes, crimson orbs. Luo Yan was not on the bed. He was beneath it. Qin Yongsong's scalp prickled with terror, and he wished to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. His sight froze, gradually dissipating into a void of lifelessness. In the student dormitory, lights flickered to life one by one, and footsteps echoed in the corridor. Outside, Li Zhe and Xiao Yuan hastily scrambled through the open floor-to-ceiling window, calling out, "Qin Yongsong, are you all right? We told you not to drink so much. But you wouldn't listen. Now look, you're drunk." As they treaded upon the shards of glass, illuminated by the dim glow of the street lights, they glimpsed Qin Yongsong's back turned towards them. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, his hefty form collapsed to the ground, a torrent of blood erupting forth in a crimson arc. Subsequently, Li Zhe and Xiao Yuan noticed that Qin Yongsong's head had rolled beside the bed, his vacant eyes fixated on the space beneath. Moreover, before their eyes lay a thin steel wire, droplets of blood still dripping from it. Moments later, two shrill screams pierced the air within Luo Yan's room. Chapter 7. Dead Arena. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. The dormitory supervisor's voice came from outside the door. "Luo, are you all right? What has happened?" Li Zhe and Xiao Yan simultaneously turned their gazes toward the bed. However, a figure emerged from beneath it. Luo Yan, Li and Xiao were immediately taken aback. Why was this person sleeping under the bed? Did he know what Qin Yongsong intended to do that night? Of course, Luo Yan did not possess such foresight. It was merely a precaution born of caution. Additionally, during his survival on the surface, he had always slept in confined spaces. Now, the prospect of sleeping on a large bed felt unfamiliar. Luo Yan glanced at Li and Xiao but said nothing as he turned to open the door. Upon opening it, the dormitory supervisor entered, followed by other students who had been awakened and were eager to witness the commotion. As the supervisor stepped inside, he was met with the horrific sight of Qin Yongsong's severed body. He quickly closed the door, yet several students still caught glimpses of the bloodstains on the floor. The supervisor surveyed the scene, his gaze fixating on the bloodied wire suspended in midair and the dagger in Qin Yongsong's hand, before finally asking, "What happened?" Li Zhe, regaining his composure, jumped up and pointed at Luo Yan. "Teacher, Luo Yan has committed murder." Xiao Yuan also came to his senses and joined in. "Yes, yes. Luo Yan killed Qin Yongsong. We witnessed it with our own eyes." Luo Yan scoffed. "With your own eyes? Then tell me, which hand did I use to kill Qin Yongsong?" Li and Xiao fell silent. Yet, they soon retorted, "The wire. You pulled a wire and severed Qin Yongsong's neck." The supervisor turned to Luo Yan. "Where is this wire?" Luo Yan asked calmly. Li Zhe gestured toward the window. "Isn't it obvious? It's right here." "Indeed. The wire is by the window, not by the door. Then why did Qin Yongsong not enter through the door, but instead break the window?" Luo Yan then pointed to the dagger in the corpse's hand. "He still carries the murder weapon. It's evident he harbored ill intentions and deserved his fate." Li and Xiao were once again rendered speechless. The supervisor regarded the two of them sternly. What do you think Shin Yongsong aimed to do? The two hesitated and stammered. During the academy's trial, he humiliated Luo Yan and felt resentful. After drinking too much that night, he thought to teach Luo Yan a lesson. Teacher, we tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. We never expected. The supervisor's voice turned cold. Is that so? If I discover that you are lying, the academy will not let you off lightly. Li Zhi's face turned pale, yet he insisted, we are telling the truth. The supervisor then said, you may leave for now. The academy will handle this matter. Mind your own business. Li and Xiao nodded in agreement, lowering their heads as they exited through the floor-to-ceiling window. The supervisor instructed Luo Yan to change dormitories, and he pulled down a sheet to cover the corpse. After settling into his new room, Luo Yan did not immediately fall asleep. A slight smile crept across his lips. He had finally understood what that fiery red glow represented. That night, when Shin Yongsong broke through the window, Luo Yan instinctively activated his gaze of fate, seeing Chun Yongsong beneath the bed. He noticed a fiery red halo encircling the grayish mass, emblazoned with the number 127. However, as Chin Yongsong's head was severed by the sharpened wire, that fiery halo quickly dimmed, and the number reverted to 0. Vitality, or perhaps life. That fiery halo symbolized the essence of life itself. Realizing the significance of that fiery glow brought Luo Yan joy. It indicated a deeper understanding of his newfound ocular abilities. He then pondered over Chun Yongsong's motives. Had he truly come to trouble him due to the events of the day? Luo Yan recalled Li Zhi and Xiao Yun's reactions and silently turned off the room's light. After returning to their own dormitory, both Li Zhi and Xiao Yuan wore grim expressions. That fellow Luo was terrifying. No, he was downright insane. Who would set such traps in a dormitory? Li Zhi shook his head. Old Xiao, I think we should stay out of Luo Ji's affairs. Xiao Yuan concurred. After reaching a consensus, they extinguished the light and fell asleep. Time passed, and Li Zhi felt a hand slapping his face. Groggily, he opened his eyes. Who is it? Suddenly, he jolted awake. A person sat at the head of his bed, their pocket glowing, seemingly holding a phone with the screen lit. Additionally, he felt a chilling sensation around his neck. Turning his eyes, he saw a wire coiling around his throat. He nearly lost control of his bladder. Then he heard the person at the head of the bed speak. Who instructed you to do this? Li Zhi immediately recognized the voice as Luo Yan's. With a hint of desperation, he replied, Luo, please don't do anything rash. Nobody instructed us. It was just Chin Yongsong being foolish. After saying this, he heard no further response from Luo Yan but felt the wire tighten around his neck. Instantly, he recalled Shin Yongsong's headless corpse. Luo, what do you intend to do? Please stop. Stop. The wire continued to constrict. Li Zhi felt its coldness, as if death itself were beckoning. Madman. This Luo was indeed a lunatic. He broke down. I'll tell you. It was Luo Beichen who made us do this. He sent Shin Yongsong to kill you. We had nothing to do with it. He is the son of Luo Tianyi, who is vying for the position of the next city lord. His greatest rival is the commander Di Zheng, who recommended you for admission. Upon grasping the truth, Luo Yan ceased speaking and silently tightened the wire around Li Zhi's neck. Li Zhi immediately struggled, but soon his eyes bulged as he perished on the spot. Luo Yan then approached Xiao Yuan's bed and replicated the process. After tidying the scene, Luo Yan finally departed. A moment later, back in his own room, he called Soldier Shaoli. When the call connected, Shaoli sounded surprised. What happened so late? Luo Yan briefly explained, Luo Beichen set a trap to kill me. The person he sent stumbled into my trap and died. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Xiao Li's response, hold on a moment. He then hung up. Before long, Luo Yan's phone rang again. Upon answering, he heard Di Zheng's voice on the line. Do you have proof? Luo Yan played a recording. He had recorded his interrogation of Li Zhi and Xiao Yuan earlier. After listening, Di Zheng spoke gravely. I will warn the Luo family. Rest easy. Warn them? Luo Yan was not entirely satisfied. Di Zheng sensed the unease in his tone. What are you thinking? Luo Yan replied calmly. You mentioned that if someone sought to kill me, I could strike first and report later. I have already dealt with those two. I want to know what should happen to Luo Beichen. A pause ensued before Di Zheng finally replied. Do you wish to kill him? I dislike being targeted by others. Luo Yan answered candidly. Di Zheng decisively stated, Fine, you handle the killing, and I will take care of the aftermath. However, you cannot simply march up to him. This is not the surface. The academy has its own rules. Luo Yan inquired, What rules? Di Zheng explained. Within the academy, personal grievances can be resolved through duels. The arena may be either a martial contest or a death match. In the martial arts arena, weapons are strictly prohibited, and participants must undergo a thorough inspection by the academy prior to engaging in combat, ensuring a fair contest. However, the outcomes of these matches are solely determined by victory or defeat, with no implications for life and death. Once the battle concludes, all grudges are laid to rest. In contrast, the death matches impose no restrictions, culminating only in death. Yet, even in victory, one must face repercussions, such as a loss of academic credits. Luo Yan, undeterred, declared his intent to engage in a death match. Do not underestimate Luo Beichen, warned Di Zheng. His father, Luo Tianyi, is the owner of Qiming Heavy Industries and a significant figure in Guangling City. Should you pursue a death match, he will undoubtedly mobilize substantial resources to support his son. Luo Yan responded calmly, It matters not. You will ensure my victory. Di Zheng chuckled softly to himself and informed Luo Yan via text message that he had sent him pertinent information regarding Luo Beichen. Shortly after, a series of messages arrived, prompting Luo Yan to narrow his eyes, formulating a plan in his mind. The following day, after breakfast, the new students convened at the hall, where they were escorted to a lecture hall. Director Wei Fenghua entered with a male instructor, introducing him as Teacher Xiao Shi, who would oversee their general knowledge class. He advised the students to prepare for the lesson. However, he also mentioned that some students had been unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances the previous night. A youthful figure beside Luo Beichen, adorned with a delicate visage, questioned, Was it truly an accident? He cast a glance at Luo Yan, insinuating that perhaps someone had intentionally committed murder, shielded by the influence of Commander Di Zheng. This notion ignited a hushed uproar among the students, who began to speculate whether the academy was exhibiting blatant favoritism, bordering on complicity. Luo Beichen smirked inwardly, recalling the report from Li Zhe and Xiao Yuan about the shocking news of Chen Jiangsong's demise. He recognized the opportunity to incite his peers against Di Zheng by leveraging Luo Yan as a scapegoat. Last night, numerous students had witnessed bloodstains in Luo Yan's room, some even seeing security carry a corpse out of his dormitory. Now, all eyes were on Luo Yan, filled with trepidation as they instinctively distanced themselves from him. Only two remained unmoved. A clean-cut youth named Li Bohong, who had sought to ally with Luo Yan, and a female student, engrossed in her reading, seemingly indifferent to the classroom dynamics. Wei Fenghua furrowed his brow, aware of the previous night's events and the involvement of Xiao Yuan and Li Zhe, who had both taken their own lives. Di Zheng had hastily informed the academy, presenting evidence that prompted a swift decision, though it had yet to be announced. Now, Luo Beichen's actions threatened to stir the pot further, much to Wei Fenghua's annoyance. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Luo Beichen, is this all you are capable of? Luo Yan remained composed, turning his back to the provocateur. You hide in the shadows, engaging in unsavory deeds. With such a limited vision, it is no wonder that Luo Tianyi favors your brother, Luo Nanxing. If I were in his position, I too would disregard a worthless individual. Initially basking in self-satisfaction, Luo Beichen's expression twisted at these words. The delicate-faced youth beside him gasped. Fully aware that Luo Nanxing was a sensitive topic for Luo Beichen, mentioning him could lead to severe repercussions. As anticipated, Luo Beichen could no longer contain his rage and erupted. What did you say? Luo Yan replied coolly, Do not feign ignorance. In Guangling City, who does not know that Luo Tianyi holds Luo Nanxing in the highest regard? As for you, Luo Beichen, you are merely a joke. Rarely verbose, Luo Yan chose to speak at length today solely to provoke Luo Beichen. You seek death. Luo Beichen's reason faltered as he lunged forward. The delicate youth desperately restrained him. Do not fall for it, Luo Go. He is trying to provoke you. Regaining a semblance of composure, Luo Beichen pointed at Luo Yan, asserting, You slander me. I will not let this go unchallenged. I demand a death match. Many students exchanged bewildered glances, while Wei Fenghua frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yan. Luo Yan lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well. Let us fight now. Luo Bachin chuckled. No need to rush. A month from now will suffice. By then, I will ensure you meet your demise clearly and unmistakably. He required time to prepare, and, although he had issued a challenge, he harbored intentions to undermine Luo Yan during that interval, should an accident befall him. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yan met his gaze and affirmed, "It is a promise." Thus, the matter was settled. Chapter 8. The Divine Repository System in the classroom. The students resumed their seats. From the conversation between Luo Bachin and Luo Yan, they had begun to surmise that Chun Yongsong's incident was likely connected to Luo Bachin. It appeared that Luo Bachin was using this situation to incite and manipulate them, which elicited a flicker of anger in their gazes towards him. However, Luo Bachin remained indifferent, more preoccupied with how to eliminate Luo Yan. At the podium, Wei Fenghua cast a meaningful glance at Luo Yan. After clearing his throat twice, he addressed Xiao Shi, saying, "Xiao teacher, I leave this to you." Xiao Shi, of unremarkable appearance yet exuding an air of scholarly elegance, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Once Wei Fenghua exited the classroom, the relatively young teacher cleared his throat again and greeted the students. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Shi. I am here to conduct a course on general knowledge. This course is primarily designed to deepen your understanding of colossal beast catastrophe, Yinfu space, and visualization technique, among others." Having spoken, he executed a series of commands on the computer at the podium. A screen descended from above the blackboard, and the classroom windows were closed one by one. As the light dimmed, images appeared on the projection screen, photographs depicting a frozen colossal beast's corpse. This is the first colossal beast relic discovered half a century ago, which we refer to as No. 0 foot. It was found in the polar regions, and its discovery caused a stir in the archaeological community. Using modern instruments, we analyzed its age and concluded that number 0 predates the dinosaurs. However, if that were all, it would merely be an archaeological feast. Xiao Shi switched to several more images. From the photographs, a massive void was visible, located where number 0 was discovered. At that time, a national archaeological team continued to excavate, hoping to unearth more colossal beast remains. To their astonishment, they unearthed a gateway to another world. Within that world, we discovered numerous artifacts, including the visualization technique. Due to time constraints, I will gradually introduce you to the knowledge of that world, as well as colossal beasts, catastrophe, and Yinfu space in future lessons. For now, I will focus on discussing the visualization technique. Xiao Shi pressed a key on the keyboard, and new photographs appeared on the projection screen. Images of stone tablets, steels, and ancient tomes. These are among the findings from that world, and they represent the prototypes of the visualization technique that you have either learned or will learn in the future. The visualization technique has the capacity to awaken human potential, alter our physical constitution, and harness an energy referred to as yuan power. We measure the strength of this energy using the unit Jun. Additionally, we can utilize this energy to unleash special abilities, which we will discuss later. Xiao Shi then turned off the projector and opened the windows. Smiling at the students, he continued, "Let us return to the visualization technique. Most of you should be aware that learning the visualization technique requires a gradual approach. Those encountering it for the first time must practice foundational techniques, namely the establishing yuan decision. This technique awakens the latent yuan power within our bodies, allowing it to circulate through our limbs and organs. Once perfected, the yuan power will break through the celestial spirit, enabling us to perceive the existence of the yuan power in the universe, thus entering the next stage of cultivation, the opening acuity phase." As Xiao Shi spoke, he cast a significant glance at Luo Yan. When the establishing yuan reaches perfection and the celestial spirit is opened, it will also awaken one's divine repository. The divine pertains to both spirit and soul, while repository signifies a treasure. The divine repository can be understood as the treasure within one's soul. Each individual possesses an inherent talent, but if left undiscovered and undeveloped, it may never awaken throughout their life. By opening the celestial spirit and essential acupoints, one also unlocks the hidden treasures deep within their soul. Pausing for effect, Xiao Shi turned and began writing several terms on the blackboard: super sensation, super body, simulation, nature, mystery. These concepts comprise the system we have established through the collection, analysis, and categorization of divine repository. At that moment, a student raised their hand. Teacher, I have a question. Why must mecha pilots cultivate the visualization technique? Shouldn't we focus more on operating the mecha? Xiao Shi nodded, acknowledging the inquiry. Excellent question. This is something I intended to address at the end. Since you have brought it up, I will clarify it now. The reason pilots must learn the visualization technique is due to the mecha's sympathetic system. This system enables a neural connection between the mecha and the pilot, allowing the mecha to act in accordance with the pilot's intentions. The mecha functions akin to your own body. As long as your brain issues a command, the sympathetic system facilitates synchronized movement. Moreover, the sympathetic system possesses an even more crucial function. It can replicate and amplify the pilot's own strength and skills. In other words, the greater your strength and the more diverse your skills, the more these attributes can be manifested through the mecha, reaching heights beyond your imagination. Xiao Shi smiled and added, you may simply regard the mecha as a weapon. In the hands of a more powerful individual, the weapon can unleash even greater might. Additionally, lower-tier and mid-tier colossal beasts can be defeated using firearms and missiles, but those of higher tiers can only be overcome and slain using yuan power. This is why pilots must cultivate the visualization technique. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan experienced a moment of clarity, finally understanding why the mecha controlled by Di Zheng had exhibited astonishing speed on their return journey, and why the soldiers had remarked that it was Di Zheng showcasing his divine repository abilities through the mecha via the sympathetic system. After addressing the students' questions, Xiao Shi continued elucidating the distinctions among the 5 types of divine repository. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Xiao Shi had just completed his explanation of the final type of divine repository. He smiled and said, that concludes today's lesson. This afternoon, you will commence your cultivation of the visualization technique. Shortly, Teacher Wei Fenghua will announce your assigned mentors. So, students, I look forward to our next class together. At that moment, a student called out, stand up, salute. Thank you, teacher. After a brief 10-minute break, Director Wei Fenghua re-entered the room, announcing the assignments of mentors. To Luo Yan's astonishment, his mentor was none other than Wei Fenghua himself, and he was the sole student assigned to him for one-on-one instruction. Seizing this opportunity, Wei Fenghua also revealed the handling of the Chun Yongsong incident from the previous night. The matter would ultimately be classified as an accident. The academy mandated that Luo Yan dismantle all traps in his dormitory to prevent a recurrence of tragedy, while also enhancing security measures in the dormitory area to ensure student safety. Finally, Luo Yan was penalized with a deduction of 20 credits. As class ended, just as Luo Yan exited the classroom, he was intercepted by Wei Fenghua. Come with me, Wei Fenghua instructed before walking away. Luo Yan had no choice but to follow, arriving at a serene pond's edge. Wei Fenghua directly inquired, did Di Zheng inform you of the existence of the death arena? Just now, did you intentionally provoke Luo Beichen into proposing a match in the death arena? Luo Yan did not conceal his response and nodded. He had contemplated this the previous night. If he were the one to suggest the match, it was likely that Luo Beichen would remain unperturbed. Thus, he exploited Luo Beichen's character flaw by publicly mentioning his taboo, causing his opponent to succumb to anger and take the initiative to challenge him. However, at that moment, Luo Yan had hoped for Luo Beichen to charge at him, providing an opportunity for him to accidentally eliminate him. Both opponents were quite troublesome. Wei Fenghua shook his head and then gazed at Luo Yan, asking, did Di Zheng mention that even if you win in the death arena, you would still lose credits? Yes, Luo Yan replied candidly. Wei Fenghua further inquired, even so, you still wish to proceed? Indeed, Luo Yan responded succinctly. Wei Fenghua smiled slightly. Very well, now I understand how to instruct you. Go and have your meal. But do not be late this afternoon. After a brief cough, he departed. Luo Yan was somewhat taken aback. He had expected Wei Fenghua to reprimand him or prevent him from participating. Instead, he was merely attempting to ascertain his intentions to decide on his teaching method. How intriguing, Luo Yan murmured softly. He then followed the directions on the signpost to locate the school cafeteria. There, he encountered numerous students, primarily second and third-year pupils. It seemed that the news of Luo Yan's impending match in the death arena had already spread. Upon his arrival, many gazes turned toward him, conveying a myriad of meanings. Ignoring the attention, Luo Yan made his way directly to the food counter. As he passed a table, someone called out, "He Hao, look at this first-year student. He appears quite arrogant." The young man referred to as He Hao, who was busy eating, looked up and retorted, "Whether he acknowledges others is of no concern to me." He was tall and robust, with sharp facial features and short hair, exuding an air of rugged masculinity, albeit with rice scattered across his face, creating a humorous sight. One of his classmates chuckled, "Isn't your family, the He family, always overshadowed by Commander D? I recall you often boasting about wanting to impress Commander D after graduation. What's changed your mind?" He Hao slammed his bowl onto the table, declaring, "I haven't changed my stance. However, I do have principles. I do not bully freshmen. If he truly manages to defeat the one surnamed Luo, then I might entertain the idea of sparring with him." A female classmate across from him remarked, "If he truly does defeat Luo Beichen, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Be cautious. In the midst of play, you might find yourself in over your head." He Hao huffed in response, choosing not to engage further as he resumed eating. In the afternoon, Luo Yan arrived at the designated training hall, where Wei Fenghua was already present. The instructor appeared to be in poor health, coughing several times before stating, "Since you have awakened, there is no need for you to continue learning the foundation establishment technique. You may directly engage in the practice of the beginner's visualization technique. There are numerous techniques within the beginner's visualization category, and the one I intend to teach you is called Gazing at Mountains and Seas." Chapter 9. Observing Mountains and Seas. Luo Yan turned to his mentor. Observing mountains and seas? Wei Fenghua cleared his throat twice. Every technique, while similar in essence, emphasizes different aspects. Some focus on rapid advancement, allowing for breakthroughs in a single day, while others prioritize the quantity of primordial energy, with greater reserves leading to enhanced endurance. However, observing mountains and seas emphasizes foundational skills. As the saying goes, a towering building rises from the ground. When practicing this method, you may initially progress more slowly than others. Yet, the strength of a solid foundation will make future practice significantly easier. Suddenly, Wei Fenghua was seized by a fit of severe coughing. He quickly took out an inhaler, took a puff, and continued, "Next, I will formally explain how to cultivate observing mountains and seas. Please refrain from interrupting. If you have any questions, I will allow time for inquiries later." Without waiting for Luo Yan's response, Wei Fenghua produced a remote control, pressed a button, and the large screen on the training hall wall illuminated. An expansive scroll appeared on the screen, seemingly an enlarged depiction of an ancient mural. The scroll depicted towering mountains, undulating in majesty, and an infinite sea, stretching beyond the horizon. The mountains stood prominently in the foreground, with the sea receding in the background, creating a breathtaking panorama. Wei Fenghua instructed, "Memorize this image. During your cultivation, visualize this scroll in your mind. At this stage, focus primarily on the mountains. Contemplate the unique peaks and the grandeur of their formations. Meditate on the stability and magnificence of these mountains, allowing your primordial energy to settle and integrate into your skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and all bodily organs. When you cultivate the essence of mountains rising in layers, you will reach the perfected stage of basic visualization. At that point, you may break through and enter the observing sea phase, which represents the intermediate level of visualization practice." Wei Fenghua then guided Luo Yan on how to synchronize his breathing with visualization, how to sense the primordial energy of the universe, and how to channel it into his body through breathing techniques. This instruction lasted nearly 2 hours. Throughout, Luo Yan diligently adhered to his mentor's guidance, suppressing any questions that arose in his mind. In summary, The observing mountains and seas technique would enable him to complete both basic and intermediate levels of cultivation. That is all I have to say. Feel free to ask your questions now. Wei Fenghua concluded, once again succumbing to a fit of coughing. Luo Yan did not immediately pose his questions. Instead, he quietly moved to one side of the training hall, retrieved a folding chair, opened it, and placed it beside Wei Fenghua. The mentor, glancing at the chair, accepted the offer and sat down. Only then did Luo Yan voice his inquiries. How many levels are there in visualization techniques? How many tiers does each level possess? Do different levels require the cultivation of different techniques? He asked a series of 7 or 8 questions in quick succession. Wei Fenghua smiled slightly and replied, according to our discoveries in that world, visualization techniques are divided into realms such as primordial building, enlightenment, and ocean gathering. However, we found this system too convoluted. So we simplified it into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. Beyond the advanced, there is also a realm called transcendence. But you are still far from engaging with these concepts. So I will not elaborate further. As for the tiers, each level comprises 5 tiers plus a perfection tier. However, even if one does not reach perfection, breakthroughs are possible, depending on the circumstances and adaptable to one's needs. Different levels indeed necessitate the cultivation of different techniques. However, the Academy can only provide advanced techniques, and certain prerequisites must be met. As for the others, you will need to explore other avenues or even venture into that world to have any hope of acquiring them. Wei Fenghua addressed each of Luo Yan's queries. After taking note, Luo Yan nodded, I have no further questions. Let us begin the cultivation. Under Wei Fenghua's watchful gaze, Luo Yan applied the methods just imparted to him. He consciously regulated his breathing while visualizing the grand panorama of mountains and seas in his mind. Initially, he struggled to balance his focus. Either his breathing rhythm faltered, or he could not maintain the mental image. Wei Fenghua patiently corrected him. Gradually, Luo Yan discovered the key. His breathing began to shift, and he sensed a warm energy in the surrounding air slowly permeating his body, coursing through him. Following his mentor's guidance, he deliberately directed this energy toward his skin, allowing it to seep into every inch of his being. As Luo Yan immersed himself in his practice, he remained unaware that his skin began to subtly glow, revealing faint patterns reminiscent of rock. Time passed without his notice. Eventually, he heard Wei Fenghua's voice, that will suffice. Thus, he concluded his first session of cultivation since enrolling. He realized his body was drenched in sweat, the perspiration carrying an acrid scent mixed with a hint of iron. Wei Fenghua stood and said, Go take a shower. Afterward, you will continue your cultivation. Inform me when you reach the second level of basic cultivation. Luo Yan raised his hand and inquired, How will I know when I have reached the second level of basic cultivation? Wei Fenghua coughed twice and replied nonchalantly, You will know when you arrive there. Remember, the first level of cultivation requires the primordial energy to fully permeate every inch of your skin. Begin with the limbs, then the torso, and ultimately encompass your entire body, including your eyelids. Luo Yan nodded in understanding. After leaving the training hall, he made his way back to the dormitory alone. Along the way, he saw many classmates returning, most wearing smiles that indicated fruitful lessons in the afternoon. Upon arriving at the dormitory area, he encountered Luo Beichen, who greeted Luo Yan with a cheerful nod, seemingly having forgotten the unpleasantness of the morning. Luo Yan ignored him, keeping close to the wall as he walked past. Luo Beichen withdrew his gaze, chuckling to himself before entering the dormitory. At that moment, his phone rang. Just then, the fair-faced youth entered. Luo Beichen glanced at him, and the latter slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Oh no, I think I've left something behind. He turned to leave, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Luo Beichen took a deep breath and answered the phone. It was a call from Luo Tianyi. Dad, he called out, but there was no response on the other end. After a few seconds, Luo Tianyi's voice finally came through full. Luo Beichen's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent. Luo Tianyi continued, Who asked you to meddle? Do I need your assistance? Your diligent studies are the greatest help you can offer. And here you are, on your first day of school, scheming to kill someone. Do you truly believe that by eliminating a mere surface dweller, you can topple Dijon? If it were that easy, he would have already fallen. After a lengthy reprimand, Luo Tianyi fell silent once more before adding, "You are not your elder brother. You lack his vision and capability. Thus, I have never set my expectations too high for you. Why can't you even meet this minimal requirement?" Luo Baichen's face flushed crimson, his breathing quickened, and his teeth clenched, yet he remained mute. Luo Tianyi continued, "Forget it. Since you are already determined to fight, I will refrain from further comments. I will do my best to provide resources for you. But remember, if you lose in the arena or even get killed, that is your choice. Afterward, I will not, nor can I, seek revenge for you. Or should I arrange for your withdrawal from the academy?" At this, Luo Baichen darkly replied, "I will not withdraw. I know you have always looked down on me. I will change your perception." He emphatically pointed at the ground beneath him. "Very well." Luo Tianyi responded succinctly before hanging up the phone. Luo Baichen put away his phone and adjusted his expression. When the knock on the door echoed, he had already broken into a smile. "Come in." The following day, lessons resumed as usual. This time, a female teacher took the lead. Appearing to be in her early 30s, she wore her long hair tied up in a high ponytail. A bandage adorned her face, and she was dressed in a tank top with a shirt casually tied around her waist. She donned a pair of work gloves, giving the impression that she had just stepped away from her workstation. "I am Zhao Dan, responsible for your mecha knowledge course." With swift movements, the teacher inscribed several terms on the blackboard: skeleton, joints, exoskeleton, engine, power source. After completing her writing, she turned around and casually tossed the chalk aside. The skeleton of a mecha is akin to the bones of an animal or the keel of a ship. It serves as the supporting structure for the mecha's form, constituting the internal framework that drives its movements. To a significant extent, it determines the mecha's mobility. In battle, a seasoned pilot must consciously safeguard the mecha's skeleton. They should prioritize protecting the skeleton over the exoskeleton, even if it means allowing the outer shell to sustain damage or be destroyed. Repairs or replacements of the exoskeleton are relatively straightforward, restoring the mecha to its former glory. However, if the skeleton is compromised, not only does the maintenance cost soar, but it is often exceedingly difficult to repair. Thus, you rascals, pay close attention. Dare to damage the skeleton, and I shall not hesitate to deal with you. Zhao Yidan's eyes widened, her demeanor fierce. During the initial release of a new book, votes are of utmost importance. Monthly votes and recommendation votes are both welcomed. I implore all the handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies to lend their support, for this child is eagerly awaiting nourishment. Chapter 10. The Forbidden Land and the Ecology of Beasts. By the time the Mecha Knowledge class concluded, it was already noon. Luo Yan made his way to the cafeteria, collected his meal, and found an unoccupied table to enjoy his lunch. He ate slowly, a habit cultivated during his years of surface life. In the 3 years of extreme scarcity, having a meal every few days had become utterly normal. The severity of hunger dictated that he could not afford to eat hastily. Over time, even with the delectable offerings of the Academy's cafeteria, he maintained his leisurely pace. "May I sit here?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Luo Yan looked up to see a classmate named Li Bohong, a tall and clean-cut young man, who, without waiting for an answer, took a seat opposite him. The young man extended his hand. "Can we be friends?" Luo Yan glanced at him, but continued eating. Li Bohong, undeterred, smiled and remarked, "I admire your courage, whether it be facing the wolf ticks or defeating the arena. But what I truly respect is your experience of 3 years on the surface. That must have been incredibly challenging. I doubt I could last a year in your shoes. You're impressive." Luo Yan paused his chopsticks momentarily before resuming his meal. Li Bohong continued to speak. "I understand you're not keen on making friends. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were someone who preferred solitude. You trust yourself more than others. However, if you aspire to be a pilot, a mecha engineer, you will need friends. Tasks often require mecha engineers to operate in teams, with 3 to 4 mechas executing missions simultaneously. To complete these tasks successfully, you must integrate into a collective and learn to trust." Luo Yan listened quietly, remaining impassive. He would not be swayed into friendship by a few of Li Bohong's words. Friendship felt too extravagant for him. A scar on his chest served as a reminder of the price of such bonds. Li Bohong chuckled and resumed eating. "Here's a tip. when exchanging for cultivation resources. Avoid Yunshui agent. Firstly, it is meant to complement mid to advanced techniques. Secondly, each one costs 5 credits. Lastly, its effectiveness is only about 20% better than Ningxian agent. The Ningxian agent can still be used for mid-level techniques, and you can switch to Yunshui agent when you reach advanced levels. Importantly, Ningxian agent only requires 1 credit, making it quite economical. After finishing his meal, Li Bohong quietly gathered his belongings and stood up. I must take my leave. I have a combat class to prepare for. As he turned to leave, he suddenly heard Luo Yan softly say, "Thank you." Li Bohong turned back with a smile. "You're welcome." Luo Yan's gratitude was not an attempt to ingratiate himself. It was simply a matter of principle to acknowledge good advice, regardless of whether he would heed it. Once Li Bohong departed, Luo Yan finished his last bite and was about to leave when someone approached him, glancing at him with a light laugh. "So you're the new student recommended by Dijong?" Luo Yan looked up coldly and replied, "In 2 months, the arena. If I survive." With that, he walked away. The individual hesitated for a moment before calling after him. "Wait, is it really necessary to be like this? I was just asking. I didn't intend to cause you trouble. No need to issue a challenge like that. I won't fight, not even if it kills me." Luo Yan's footsteps did not falter as he exited the cafeteria. The person shook his head in disbelief, muttering, "What a lunatic." In the blink of an eye, Luo Yan had been in the academy for 2 weeks. During this time, he experienced numerous firsts. His first guided meditation under a mentor, his first encounters with combat techniques and mystical arts, and his first participation in empathic training. These myriad experiences made the past 2 weeks more exhilarating than the entirety of his 18 years prior. He gained a deeper understanding of his anomalous ocular technique. For instance, he now comprehended the significance of the brilliant yellow aura surrounding him or others, along with the corresponding numerical values. This indicated the presence of elemental force and its quantifiable measure. Furthermore, Luo Yan could utilize his unique ocular technique to observe the distribution and density of elemental energy throughout the environment. As for his progress in meditation, he felt on the verge of a breakthrough. Over the past fortnight, he had allowed elemental energy to permeate his limbs and torso. Only his head remained to be harmonized. In the training hall, Luo Yan picked up a vial of light blue elixir. Ningxian agent. For these past few days, he had consistently utilized the Ningxian agent during his training. This elixir calmed the mind, enhancing his connection and sensitivity to elemental energy, thus improving his cultivation efficiency. Each vial cost only 1 credit, and he had already spent over 10 credits in these days alone. Coupled with the 3 credits used on his first day and the 20 credits deducted from the incident involving Chen Yongsong, he had started with 98 credits and now had only 48 left. Among his peers, few could afford to use Ningxian agent for every training session. Most could not indulge as Luo Yan did. Some even criticized him for his extravagant spending. Yet, Luo Yan disagreed. In 2 weeks, he would face the arena. With resources at his disposal far exceeding his own, it would be absurd to conserve credits now. Focusing his mind, Luo Yan exhaled slowly, uncapped the vial, and brought it to his lips. Taking a deep breath, he consumed the entire contents. Instantly, he was enveloped in a profound sense of tranquility. He keenly sensed the omnipresent elemental energy in the air around him. Using a specific breathing technique, he inhaled both the elemental energy and the air, circulating it within his body while expelling the air. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, gradually soaking his hair and tracing the contours of his face before pooling at his chin and dripping down. Luo Yan felt his skin becoming increasingly resilient under the nurturing of the elemental energy, and a latent force within him began to surge. This force soon encountered an invisible barrier, impeding its emergence. It boiled and erupted as Luo Yan took a deep breath, drawing in more elemental energy from the surroundings. The gathered force shattered the barrier. Suddenly, Luo Yan's entire being trembled. His muscles first tensed before gradually relaxing, bringing him an indescribable sensation of comfort. He opened his eyes and raised his hands, observing the intricate patterns of his skin transforming into a denser texture akin to rock, exuding an essence of resilience. He finally understood why Wei Fenghua had said that one would instinctively know when a breakthrough was imminent. And thus, on this day, Luo Yan transcended to the second level of the primary stage. On his way back to the dormitory, he overheard many classmates engaging in conversation. "What kind of divine repository did you awaken?" "I manifested a mimicry, the violent bear." "How about you?" "Me? Haha, I'm an ultra-body, iron garb. Quite practical." Unlike Luo Yan, many new students had only begun their foundational meditation after enrollment. Most had only recently awakened their divine repositories in the past couple of days. However, individuals like Luo Beichen likely had begun their training even before entering the academy. Uncertain of what divine treasures he would awaken, Luo Yan suddenly came to a halt. Luo Beichen, accompanied by several students, approached from the front. The fair-faced youth beside him scoffed, addressing Luo Yan loudly. "Isn't this Luo, classmate? It seems you've just returned from the training hall. Such diligence. So, to what level have you progressed in visualization techniques? Have you cultivated your combat skills and arcane arts yet? The arena competition is just 2 weeks away. Let us hope you don't end up scaring our Luo Gu into a state of panic." The group surrounding Luo Beichen erupted in laughter. Luo Yan regarded them with the disdain one reserves for jesters. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he activated his divine treasure, the insightful gaze. Upon scrutinizing, he discerned that Luo Beichen possessed a vitality score of 173 and a foundational energy of 124. In comparison, Luo Yan's vitality stood at 207, with his foundational energy significantly surpassing his initial levels at school, reaching 149. This indicated that Luo Beichen had likely attained the strength of a beginner at the second tier. However, given that Luo Yan was training in viewing mountains and seas, which emphasizes fundamental skills, he realized his vitality and foundational energy were both superior to his counterpart. Turning his gaze to the fair-faced youth, he observed that within the latter's grayish-white aura, the red light representing vitality appeared dim, while the yellow light signifying foundational energy was faint, almost imperceptible. Luo Yan felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if all his secrets were laid bare before him. Just as he was about to retaliate, he noticed Luo Beichen had already distanced himself. The youth hastily pursued him, jostling past Luo Yan with the intent to shove him aside. Luo Yan remained unmoved. With a resounding thud, it was the fair-faced youth who was sent tumbling to the ground. Luo Yan cast a sidelong glance and departed with an air of indifference. The following day, Friday, what was originally a knowledge class with Xiao Shi was unexpectedly led by Wei Fenghua. Clearing his throat, Wei Fenghua announced, "Next Monday, the Surface Exploration Corps will venture into the third Forbidden Zone, Misty Canyon, for a mission. This is a rare opportunity, and the Academy has arranged for you to accompany them. It will be your chance to engage with the Forbidden Zone and gain first-hand insight into the daily workings of Mech engineers. Therefore, we will forego the usual knowledge class today, as I will impart information related to Forbidden Zones." Luo Yan immediately perked up, eager not to miss a word. After writing the term Forbidden Zone on the board, Wei Fenghua elaborated. A Forbidden Zone is a unique area formed after the catastrophe of beasts. Each Forbidden Zone varies in scope, and the types of giant beasts and parasites within are diverse. However, a commonality exists among all Forbidden Zones. Each contains a beast ecology that is markedly different from the external environment. Li Bohang raised his hand to inquire, "Teacher, what constitutes a beast ecology?" Wei Fenghua motioned for him to lower his hand and continued. The term beast ecology refers to the unique ecosystem that emerges from the giant beasts residing within a forbidden zone. The nature of this ecology is determined by the dominant level giant beasts present. This is merely a guideline and not absolute, but a forbidden zone cannot exist without a dominant level beast. Luo Yan's breath hitched. He had already learned in the previous giant beast knowledge class that the inhabitants of the city classified giant beasts into low, middle, and high tiers. Above the high tier lies the dominant level, and beyond that, the nightmare level. Moreover, from the nuances of the teacher's words, it became apparent that there might be levels even beyond the nightmare classification. During his 3-year stay in the city, he had encountered a low-tier Li Lian, a mid-tier Tao Tai, While the Li Li was manageable, the Tao Tai was considerably fearsome, and this was merely a mid-tier beast. Luo Yan struggled to fathom the terror that dominance or even nightmare-level beasts would present. Though his peers lacked Luo Yan's extensive experiences, they were not oblivious to the information circulating about the formidable nature of dominant-level beasts. Upon hearing that a dominant-level beast resided within the Forbidden Zone, several classmates began to reconsider their participation. Wei Fenghua glanced at the students and reassured them. Rest assured, dominant-level beasts typically inhabit the deepest recesses of Forbidden Zones. And for this excursion, the Exploration Corps will only operate in relatively safe regions. You will not encounter, nor will you have the opportunity to engage with dominant-level beasts. However, it is essential to familiarize yourselves with pertinent information about the Misty Canyon, particularly details concerning the dominant-level beast. Wei Fenghua turned and swiftly inscribed information on the board. Code name: Huan, pronounced like Juan. Level: Dominant Level 3. Type: Caterpillar. Characteristics: Creates fog, stirs winds, induces illusions, sonic booms, and controls beasts. Weakness: Unknown. He then added, this dominant beast resembles a cat, with 3 tails. Due to its abilities to stir winds and create fog, the third Forbidden Zone is perpetually shrouded in mist, resulting in a unique ecosystem. Subsequently, Wei Fenghua elucidated the various giant beasts and parasite swarms currently identified within the Misty Canyon, as well as the types of flora and fauna to be wary of. Thus, the morning passed in an informative and engaging manner. Chapter 11. Fragments of the Primordial Stone. Afternoon. Training Hall. Teacher Wei, I have made a breakthrough. I am now at the second level of the primary stage. Luo Yan reported his progress truthfully. Wei Fenghua nodded slightly. You've achieved the second level in half a month, and you have the Guanshan High Technique. Your progress is indeed commendable. You have used quite a few calmness elixirs. Haven to you? Luo Yan nodded. It's commendable that you are willing to invest so much. Now, you may proceed to cultivate the second layer. The primary focus of the second level is to allow your vital energy to permeate every inch of your body and every strand of your muscles, making them as resilient as mountains. The key to this training is Wei Fenghua elaborated meticulously, while Luo Yan listened intently. Following this, it was time for self-cultivation, with Wei Fenghua providing guidance from the side. After the training concluded, Wei Fenghua remarked, do not rush your training over the next 2 days. Ensure you have ample rest. Once you enter the forbidden area, there will be many aspects requiring your mental acuity. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, diligence must be balanced with appropriate rest. Haste makes waste. Luo Yan took note of this. On Saturday and Sunday, there were no classes at the academy. Luo Yan, unwilling to squander time, remembered Wei Fenghua's instructions and refrained from training excessively. Thus, after 2 fulfilling days, Monday arrived. Early that morning, the new students gathered on the playground, awaiting their instructor's arrival. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground tremble. Several mechas entered the playground, among them 3 humanoid mechas, but one resembled a giant wolf. The wolf-shaped mecha was primarily dark black, adorned with fiery red patterns. Many students gasped in awe. Recognizing it as a demon mecha, Luo Yan recalled the contents of the mecha class taught by teacher Zhao Dan. That teacher had mentioned 3 types of mechas. The most common were humanoid mechas, referred to as xuanji. There were also anomalous mechas, known as demon mechas. The control of demon mechas was relatively challenging, as they were not humanoid. Even with a sensory synchronization system, they were difficult to maneuver. Besides these 2 types, there existed a 3rd type, though teacher Zhao had only briefly mentioned it as classified. At that moment, a heavy, iron-black humanoid mecha, embellished with bright yellow patterns and components, took 2 steps forward. This mecha had a particularly robust physique, especially its arms, which were notably thick and extended past the knees. It was evident that the external armor exceeded standard specifications, and it housed a specialized weapon system. Upon halting, the cabin door at the back of the head opened, and a pilot emerged, a mecha engineer. This individual surveyed the surroundings from an elevated position, pausing for 2 seconds on Luo Yan's face. Then, Wei Fenghua's voice echoed. These are the mechas of our academy, piloted by third-year students. They are responsible for safeguarding academy personnel, and this also serves as an important test for them. Wei Fenghua pointed at the pilot of the black heavy mecha, stating, "He Hao, third-year student, visualization technique level, intermediate third layer. He is the captain of this team. The mecha he operates is Xuanji, Black Thunder. Black Thunder stands 47 meters tall, weighs 1987 tons, operates on the Horizon Generation 3 system, with a main engine called Thunder Litan, 4 auxiliary engines." He then gestured toward the pilot emerging from the wolf-shaped mecha. It was a girl, who boldly sat on the mecha and blew a kiss to the newcomers. Sujio, third-year student, visualization technique level, intermediate second layer. Vice Captain. The mecha is a demon mecha. Greedy Wolf. Greedy Wolf weighs 1685 tons, operates on the same system, with a main engine named Wolf Pack and 9 auxiliary engines. After Wei Fenghua introduced the remaining 2 mecha engineers, he issued a command, and shortly after, a convoy departed from Baijian Academy. Inside the vehicle, the majority of the new students were brimming with excitement, reminiscent of past school outings for Luo Yan. Upon boarding, each received a suitcase. Wei Fenghua stated, "What you have now are the supplies allocated by the academy. Inside, you will find a set of field combat attire, a light armor suit, along with a firearm, ammunition, a military knife, and emergency medical supplies. These items may not suffice against colossal beasts, and they are of limited use against swarms of parasites. However, should you encounter 1 or 2 giant beasts or parasites, they may prove somewhat useful. So equip yourselves now." The girls in the vehicle gasped in surprise. "Here? Doesn't that give an advantage to those boys?" Wei Fenghua replied expressionlessly. "Once you enter the forbidden area and step onto the battlefield, there are far more brutal realities awaiting you. If you wish to survive, refrain from unnecessary chatter." In the back row, a girl opened her suitcase and, without hesitation, removed her outer clothing. With an indifferent expression, she donned the camouflage combat suit. "Lin Wei is so impressive, completely unfazed," some girls whispered. "Of course, she ranked second in the academy trials. She must be exceptional." Luo Yan glanced at Lin Wei, the girl who had scored just below him in the academy trials. Lin Wei was tall, with her dark hair tied into a high ponytail. A ruby earring adorned her left earlobe. Her gaze was indifferent, as if nothing held her interest. Perhaps sensing Luo Yan's scrutiny, Lin Wei turned to meet his gaze. Her eyes sparkled like a constellation, deep and inscrutable. Unable to discern any meaning from her gaze, Luo Yan turned away and opened his own suitcase. He shed his outer clothing, and as he did, a chorus of gasps echoed through the vehicle. Luo Yan's body bore numerous scars, each telling a tale of its own, and dark red patches marked by the crimson poison infection made his physique appear rather unsightly. He remained indifferent to the judgments of others, swiftly donning the combat attire, securing the armor, and checking his rifle. Once everyone had finished equipping themselves, Wei Fenghua spoke. "Upon entering the Mist Valley, you must pay special attention to a plant known as Phoenix Tail Palm. This is a component in the ecosystem of the Forbidden Area, designated as Zone 3, Giant Beast Ecology. The Phoenix Tail Palm belongs to the evergreen shrub family, named for its resemblance to a phoenix's tail. It is a favored food of the dominant giant beast Huan. Its scent attracts Huan, so when you encounter it, maintain your distance and refrain from picking it. Do you understand?" The students responded affirmatively. At this moment, Li Bohong raised his hand and inquired, "Teacher, what is the objective of this surface military team's mission to the Forbidden Area?" Wei Fenghua replied, "It is a standard mission to seek out Yoin and gather rare flora and fauna within the Forbidden Area for use as materials in various potions. If permitted, we will also eliminate some surrounding giant beasts to prevent the expansion of the Forbidden Area, Yoin." A deep, dark crystal flashed through Luo Yan's mind. At that time, Dijong had brought back a piece of Yoin from the Galaxy Sports Hall, attracting the giant beast Kuru along the way. It had been mentioned in the previous class on common knowledge by Xiao Shi. Yoin is a product of the infospace, having descended to the Earth alongside the giant beasts during the giant beast catastrophe. Yoin can impact the terrestrial ecology, causing ordinary flora and fauna to mutate. Furthermore, Giant beasts can evolve by absorbing the energy within Yoin, elevating their tier levels. This was also the reason why the Taoye from the Galaxy Sports Hall remained fixated on Yoin. Nowadays, each time the info space opens, Yoin occasionally falls to the ground. However, according to statistics, the number is no longer as great as during the time of the beastly cataclysm. A boy furrowed his brow and said, "Teacher, I don't understand. You mentioned that the beasts can evolve through Yoin, which is why they seek it. But why do we humans need to recover them? Wouldn't destroying them suffice?" Wei Fenghua coughed lightly and smiled. "It seems Xiaoshi has not mentioned it to you. Let me clarify. We recover Yoin because it may contain fragments of the primordial stone." Fragments of the primordial stone? A chorus of puzzled voices arose in the carriage. Wei Fenghua nodded gently. "Indeed. Although Yoin is cherished by the beasts, it occasionally yields strange stones akin to white jade. These stones can induce mutations in divine repositories. Even the seemingly ineffective divine repository may become remarkably powerful under the influence of these stones. Some inscriptions discovered in that world document such stones, referred to as primordial stone fragments." Luo Yan felt a jolt of realization. He quickly lowered his head. At last, he understood the cause of his gazing eye mutation, as well as the origin of that diamond-shaped white jade. What he had obtained that day was, in truth, a primordial stone fragment. At this moment, the convoy had departed from the underground city and emerged above ground. The fierce sunlight streamed through the windows, momentarily captivating the students, who eagerly leaned toward the glass. Even the aloof Lin Wei slightly turned her head to gaze outside. These students were unlike Luo Yan. They had not seen the sun for many years. Now, finally given the chance to bask in daylight, they were naturally exhilarated. By the lakeside, the Academy's convoy converged with the Surface Exploration Legion, setting forth in a grand procession toward the northwest. 3 days later, the convoy arrived at the third forbidden zone, the Mist Canyon. Entering the canyon at midday, the scene outside shifted abruptly from bright sunlight to an eerie twilight, as if one had crossed into another realm. Looking out the window, Luo Yan observed that although mist was nearly absent at the canyon's edge, the distance was shrouded in a thick gray fog, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Each time a bolt struck, it revealed bizarre silhouettes within the mist, evoking an inexplicable sense of mystery and danger. Upon entering the canyon, both the Surface Legion and the Academy convoy saw their protective mechs emerge from the transport pods, flanking the convoy. One would expect that the presence of these colossal, divine-like machines would instill a sense of safety. However, even the most unflappable students felt their nerves taut, falling into a silence that hung heavily in the air. Just as Luo Yan thought this silence would endure until they set up camp, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. "Attention, a beast has been detected ahead. Matching with the database. Matching complete. The beast ahead has been confirmed as C. Level, lower tier level 3. Type, caterpillar. Features, immense strength, piercing ability, shockwave. Note, C is pronounced as SI, the fourth tone, identical to the pronunciation of the character for 4. Chapter 12. The method of breaking barriers according to the southern classics of the seas. It is said that the creature known as the sea resided in the eastern burial site of Shun, by the southern waters of the Xiang River. Its appearance resembles that of a cow, dark and black, with a single horn. In the classic of mountains and seas, the sea is depicted as a majestic beast akin to a water buffalo, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue, sporting a singular horn. However, in reality, the sea is a formidable creature, a fierce beast. The nomenclature for known giant beasts largely draws from ancient texts such as the classic of mountains and seas, naming them based on descriptions that closely align with those found in these tomes. Luo Yan had encountered information about the sea during a giant beast knowledge lesson. This bovine-like giant could effortlessly demolish a building. They typically bear a thick, dark coat, and when they charge at full speed, they resemble a moving cloud of darkness. As the exploration regiment became aware of the giant beast's presence, the sounds of gunfire began to echo ahead of the convoy. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle's intercom crackled to life. To the northwest, at the 10 o'clock position, a second giant beast had appeared. It was another sea. Predicting its trajectory, it was set to collide with the Academy's convoy. Upon hearing this announcement, The students' faces turned pale. Luo Yan tightened his grip on his rifle, maintaining his composure. Wei Fenghua calmly reassured. He Hao and his team will protect us. Luo Yan glanced out the window, where the heavy mech known as Black Thunder was striding forward. Inside the cockpit, the rugged He Hao communicated over the squad channel. Standard procedure, Formation 211. Received. Understood. Replied the team members as two mechs positioned themselves directly in the path of the giant beast, raising their pitch-black, robust rifles. Luo Yan's mind immediately flashed with pertinent information. The specialized rifle for giant beasts, the Divine Might Type 3, with an overall length of 21 meters, a barrel length of 35 meters, and a caliber of 37 centimeters. It holds 30 rounds with an effective range of 15,000 meters and a muzzle velocity of 950 meters per second. At that moment, He Hao's Black Thunder and Su Jiu's Wolf of Greed spread out to the left and right, forming a slight crescent formation. The weapon systems on Black Thunder's arms and chest activated, while Wolf of Greed's rear armor unfolded, revealing an extending cannon. This was the 211 formation. Wei Fenghua casually remarked. Who knows what the 211 formation is? Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and explained. In the 211 formation, two mechs are responsible for primary firepower output, while the other two provide support. During the firepower output, the auxiliary mechs can act freely based on the situation. That's the essence of the 211 formation. Well done. 10 credits for you. Wei Fenghua nodded in approval. A light murmur of astonishment rippled through the vehicle. You can earn 10 credits just for answering a question? You should have mentioned it earlier, Teacher Wei. Meanwhile, the students began to feel the vibrations beneath them. Soon after, from a distant thicket, a billowing cloud of darkness emerged. It was a giant beast resembling a water buffalo, its long, thick fur undulating as it ran. The sea, a thick, pointed horn protruded from its forehead, adorned with spiraling patterns that emitted a dark azure glow, akin to a flickering flame of magic. Open fire, commanded Captain He Hao from the cockpit. In the next instant, all four mechs unleashed their firepower simultaneously. The two mechs designated for primary firepower, the Xuanji, erupted with a cacophony of bangs. Their Divine Might Type 3 rifles belching forth brilliant flames, sending bullets trailing fiery lines straight towards their target. Enormous shell casings clattered to the ground, splattering mud and debris. Observing the patterned shells, Luo Yan recognized them as specialized armor-piercing rounds designed for giant beasts, quite effective against their tough hides. Under the relentless barrage, the distant black cloud erupted with bursts of crimson. As Black Thunder and Wolf of Greed joined the offensive, Luo Yan felt as if an earthquake was unfolding in the valley. The ferocious artillery fire toppled trees in swathes, and the giant beast, the sea, staggered under the onslaught. At that moment, the mechanized beast Wolf of Greed unfurled its side armor, revealing guided missiles that emerged with the aid of mechanical arms. Igniting with a fiery blast, the two missiles soared through the air, striking the giant beast's forelimbs with a piercing shriek. The impact shattered its limbs, and propelled by inertia, the sea let out a mournful cry as it crashed to the ground, sliding forward. Seeing this, He Hao roared, controlling the heavy mech to charge towards the beast. In the instant of approach, Black Thunder raised its arm and clenched its fist, delivering a devastating blow. The steel fist sliced through the air, producing a deep, resonant howl, its edge shimmering with dark light. The blow struck the sea squarely on the head, resonating throughout the valley like a grand bell tolling. The shockwave rippled outward, bending nearby trees in submission. Luo Yan's vehicle rattled, the windows vibrating with a resonant hum. As one wave subsided, another arose. The fist of Mech Black Thunder remained pressed against the sea's skull. The dark light that had initially dimmed flared once more, culminating in an explosive burst. Bang! The sea trembled violently, leaping into the air before flipping over and crashing heavily to the ground. The earth erupted in a wave of dust and debris, spreading wildly. Inside the vehicle, students were thrown to the ground, cries of alarm filling the air. Rising from the floor, Luo Yan activated his gazing eye, the surrounding area illuminated by glimmers of silver. Peering out, he observed the sea's grayish-white aura rapidly dimming. its once impressive vitality dwindling to nothing. In truth, it was evident even without the gazing eye. The giant beast's head had been obliterated, its singular horn embedded in the earth, utterly lifeless. At that moment, Black Thunder turned and approached the horn, extracting it and raising it high above its head. Cheers erupted within the vehicle. To the new students, Black Thunder resembled a divine warrior, tall and invincible. The Exploration Regiment had vanquished the giant beast, leading the convoy to a temporary halt. Recovery teams busied themselves collecting the beast's organs, horns, and claws. Among these, the most crucial was the beast's core, the essence of its being. You all witnessed that. Wei Fenghua reminded the students during the break. During combat, prioritize long-range attacks, its standard procedure. Ammunition can be replenished, but mechs and their pilots are irreplaceable. Damage to either represents a significant loss. A student raised their hand, inquiring, "Teacher, did Black Thunder use a combat technique at the end?" Wei Fenghua nodded. Indeed. That was He Hao's combat skill, the focused thunder double strike. This technique delivers 2 successive impacts, with the second strike being more powerful and ferocious. Through the resonance system, augmented by the Mech, one can deliver a single punch capable of slaying a giant beast. In future battles, you should adopt this strategy. First, deplete the giant beast's stamina with firearms, and when the opportunity arises, employ combat techniques or mystical arts for the finishing blow. The students nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Wei Fenghua posed another question. What criteria are used to classify the ranks of giant beasts? Luo Yan swiftly replied, they are categorized based on their abilities and threats. Wei Fenghua acknowledged this, then asked, and what determines the grading of giant beasts? This time, Lin Wei seized the opportunity. It is based on their size and weight. Thus, one cannot blindly judge the strength of giant beasts merely by their rank. Wei Fenghua expressed his satisfaction, stating, indeed, both of you performed admirably, earning a reward of 10 points. Instantly, a chorus of discontent arose. The recovery operations continued into the evening, and the convoy decided to halt its advance. Students and soldiers set up camp nearby. After a modest dinner, Wei Fenghua summoned the students for a draw to determine their group assignments. Tomorrow, you will assist the Exploration Corps in gathering medicinal herbs as a team. Successful completion of this task will yield academic credit. Upon hearing of the academic reward, Luo Yan felt a surge of joy, yet his expression soured at the thought of group assignments. Accustomed to solitude, he recalled Li Bohong's words, to thrive in the Mecha Division, one must adapt to teamwork. Luo Yan resolved to embrace this opportunity for adaptation, beginning with the herb-gathering task. Moments later, the group assignments were revealed. Luo Yan's teammates were Wu Renfan and Zhang Shan. Wu Renfan was slender and frail, sporting thick glasses that rendered him nearly invisible in daily life. Luo Yan had little impression of him. In contrast, Zhang Shan was tall and robust, with prominent brows and large eyes. During the entrance examination, he had celebrated his success with red-rimmed eyes and jubilant cheers, leaving a faint impression on Luo Yan. Despite their lack of interaction, observing the two, Luo Yan decisively declared, for tomorrow's task, I shall take the lead. Disliking being directed, he proactively asserted his position. Should his teammates refuse, he would rather part ways. Very well, I have no objections, Wu Renfan replied with a smile. Zhang Shan nodded in agreement. You scored the highest in the entrance exam. I respect that. I have no objections to your leadership. Thus, the matter was settled. Luo Yan turned to seek Wei Fenghua. Upon encountering the teacher, he witnessed him swallowing a capsule with water. Wei Fenghua smiled and remarked, old ailments resurfacing. Do you require my assistance? Luo Yan took a seat beside him. Teacher, if I obtain a fragment of the primordial stone, will my gaze of prognostication undergo a transformation? Wei Fenghua glanced at him and replied, certainly. However, the fragment of the primordial stone is not easily acquired. It is a high-tier resource, awarded only to those of merit. Of course, you may have opportunities in the future. Sensing the conversation was ripe, Luo Yan inquired, if I do have the chance to acquire it, what form might my gaze of prognostication take? Wei Fenghua casually responded, the eye of barrier breaking. Its abilities include dispelling illusions, recognizing mirages, long-range sight, enhanced memory, and observing qi. Upon breaking through, it becomes the eye of true suchness, the eye of barrier breaking. The eye of true suchness? Luo Yan exclaimed, astonished. Can divine treasures truly undergo breakthroughs? Wei Fenghua smiled. Why not? The levels of visualization techniques can indeed be transcended. Divine treasures are no exception. However, the curriculum has yet to cover this, which is why you remain unaware. If you are interested in divine treasures, I will gift you a book to study upon your return. Luo Yan eagerly accepted. Hesitating to intrude further, he retreated to his tent. On his way, he felt a surge of elation, finally grasping the name of his transformed divine treasure and the prospect of its evolution, illuminating his path ahead. At that moment, he noticed Wu Renfan emerging from his own tent, prompting Luo Yan to narrow his eyes. Chapter 13. The unfortunate sign. Are you looking for me? Luo Yan intercepted Wu Renfan, who was startled but quickly regained his composure. Yes, Captain. I wanted to inquire if we have any specific plans for tomorrow. Personally, I believe that the collection task could serve as another assessment from the Academy, so I thought it would be prudent to discuss it with you. However, you were not present. I waited for a while, and upon seeing you hadn't returned, I intended to leave. It seems fortuitous that just as I was about to depart, you returned. Shall we deliberate then, Captain? Luo Yan, growing impatient with Wu Renfan's lengthy explanations, shook his head and replied, no need for discussion. Tomorrow, you shall follow my lead. Wu Renfan opened his mouth to protest, but was met with a piercing glare from Luo Yan. He could only manage a forced smile and acquiesce. Very well. I shall heed your instructions tomorrow. After Wu Renfan left, Luo Yan entered the tent and conducted a thorough inspection, finding nothing amiss before crawling into his sleeping bag. The next day, he announced, these are the herbs you are to collect: Yunluo grass, moonlight flower, and Shuiwan leaves. They are the raw materials for Ningxin agents and Yunshui agents. The primary distribution areas have been marked on your Group S computer. Now, the collection task begins. In the camp, Wei Fenghua issued the command, prompting the newcomers, including Luo Yan, to rush toward their designated task locations. Luo Yan activated the group computer and, following the prompts, ventured deeper into the jungle, closely followed by Wu Renfan and Zheng Shan. Initially, they could still hear voices around them, but as time passed, the sounds diminished, leaving only the rustling shadows of trees and the occasional sighting of small creatures flitting about in the underbrush. Occasionally, the distant roars of colossal beasts echoed through the air. Fortunately, they were situated on the edge of the restricted area, where surface patrols were active, minimizing the risk of encountering danger. As they walked, Luo Yan frequently paused to scrutinize the ground, attentive to any signs of disturbed leaves or crushed foliage. He occasionally excavated suspicious mounds of dirt, often uncovering traces of animal feces. Wu Renfan, observing Luo Yan's efforts to discern the scents of the droppings, displayed a look of distaste. Zheng Shan, however, remained unfazed. During the Colossal Beasts 101 course, the instructor had provided guidance on how to differentiate between the feces of colossal beasts and those of other creatures. The excrement of colossal beasts, tainted with red poison, emitted a pungent, sulfur-like odor, making identification straightforward. By recognizing the feces of colossal beasts, they could ascertain whether the area was inhabited by such creatures, thereby avoiding potential hazards. At that moment, Luo Yan was engaged in precisely this task, which Wu Renfan deemed unnecessary. He whispered to Zheng Shan, this area is relatively safe. We cleared out 2 colossal beasts yesterday. What danger could there be? Zheng Shan, grasping the rifle provided by the Academy, surveyed their surroundings and replied in a hushed tone. I think it's wise not to be overly complacent. Ahead, Luo Yan came to a halt and glanced back at them, causing Wu Renfan to promptly close his mouth. As the day passed and evening approached, the trio had collected a sufficient quantity of herbs and prepared to return. Suddenly, Luo Yan gestured for them to stop. Wu Renfan complained, Captain, we've been out all day. The other teams have already returned to camp. We are the last ones. Let us hurry back. My feet are killing me. Luo Yan turned around, pointing his rifle at him and uttering 2 words, be quiet. He then scanned their surroundings and added, look, fog is rolling in. Prompted by Luo Yan's observation, Wu Renfan and Zheng Shan noticed the thin mist silently enveloping the nearby flora, rendering it hazy. Even the distant scenery became indistinct. Wu Renfan scoffed, "It's just Mist Valley. Fog is expected. There's no need to panic." Zheng Shan, however, shook his head in disagreement. "No, this is not right. We are on the edge. It shouldn't be foggy here." "Silence. Move swiftly," Luo Yan warned, sensing an ominous premonition. Having lived on the surface for 3 years, he had honed his instincts to a near-animalistic acuity. The sudden appearance of thick fog in the peripheral area felt highly unusual. Abnormal occurrences often herald danger. Luo Yan could only hope they had not drawn the worst sign. Which sign, one might ask? It was undoubtedly the Huan, a dominant colossal beast characterized by descriptions such as stirring winds and producing fog. As the mist thickened, even the previously indifferent Wu Renfan became increasingly anxious. Their visibility had dwindled to a mere 3 to 5 meters, beyond which lay a shroud of obscurity. Moreover, Luo Yan began to feel disoriented, as if they were wandering in circles within the woods. Thus, he marked the trees as they pressed on. Minutes later, his fears were confirmed. "We're trapped in the fog," Wu Renfan exclaimed, agitated as if ants on a hot skillet. Luo Yan remained composed. "Contact the camp, find a place to rest, and await rescue." Zheng Shan immediately retrieved the walkie-talkie and called out, "Camp, camp, please respond." After 3 attempts, there was no answer. Luo Yan's heart sank, but just then, they heard someone calling from ahead, "Classmates, which group are you from? We're here to rescue you." Upon hearing this voice, Luo Yan let out a breath of relief, while Li Xiao and the others were elated. Moments later, they indeed saw lights cutting through the dense fog, accompanied by several indistinct silhouettes. "Classmates, where are you?" Upon hearing the voice, Wu Renfan was eager to respond. However, Luo Yan suddenly recalled that if this were a rescue team, they should know their identities. Why were they uncertain of which group they belonged to? In a flash, Luo Yan clamped a hand over Wu Renfan's mouth and shook his head. His crimson eyes glimmered with a hint of silver light as he activated his barrier-breaking vision. In an instant, the fog dissipated from his sight. The trees and plants lost their texture, and all that remained were outlines and a series of numbers. Ignoring the numbers, Luo Yan gazed toward the source of the light. In the distance, there indeed was a mass of gray luminescence, but it loomed large, resembling a cat crouching on the ground. Yet behind this cat were 3 tails that swayed ominously. Without a doubt, they had drawn the unluckiest sign. The mass of gray light was none other than the apex colossal beast of this valley, the very root of the colossal beast ecology within the Forbidden Zone. Luo Yan quickly recalled the characteristics of this beast. Besides stirring winds and producing fog, it was also described as capable of creating illusions. In other words, the lights and figures they had perceived moments ago were mere phantoms, a deceptive tactic employed by the colossal beast. Luo Yan scanned the vicinity and noticed a massive tree that had withered, its trunk hollow. Grasping the shoulders of Zheng Shan and Wu Renfan, he instructed, "Quiet. Follow me." A moment later, they squeezed into the tree's hollow. Wu Renfan questioned, "Where are we?" "Huan is here," Luo Yan replied succinctly. "The lights and sounds we just saw were illusions. We are insignificant to the colossal beasts, much like ants hidden among flowers. It has not detected us, hence it used illusions to lure us in. However, there is undoubtedly something about us that piques its interest. Otherwise, it would not have ventured from the depths of the Forbidden Zone." Having spoken, Luo Yanchao, Zheng Shan, and Wu Renfan cast their gazes toward one another. Unfurl your knapsacks. Chapter 14. The golden-winged louse. Wu Renfan furrowed his brow. "What are you opening the backpack for?" No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound echoed from outside. A beam of light pierced through the thick fog, and faintly, voices could be heard calling out, "Classmates, where are you?" Just as Wu Renfan opened his mouth to respond, Luo Yan had already pressed the barrel of his gun against his temple, slowly shaking his head. The 3 of them held their breaths, listening intently to the occasional rustling around the tree hollow, as if a genuine rescue team had circled them multiple times. After a while, the light and voices faded into the mist. Wu Renfan then said, "What if it really is a rescue team outside?" Luo Yan replied expressionlessly, "Once the fog clears, We can return and be saved. The implication was clear. He was unwilling to take any risks. Luo Yan aimed his gun at Wu Renfan. Open the backpack. He was no longer interested in idle chatter. Wu Renfan shrugged, removed his backpack, and opened it. Luo Yan turned to Zhang Shan. Empty everything out. Zhang Shan dared not defy the order. With a clatter, the contents of the backpack spilled out. Magazines, potions, and freshly gathered herbs. Nothing suspicious. Luo Yan glanced at Zhang Shan, who understood and similarly emptied his backpack. The items were akin to those of Wu Renfan. See, Captain, perhaps you are overreacting, Wu Renfan remarked. Surely, you don't suspect we lured that monstrous beast here, do you? We wouldn't harm ourselves. Luo Yan shot him a glance, suddenly recalling that Wu Renfan had entered his tent the previous night. However, he had inspected the tent afterward, including the backpack, and found nothing amiss. Wait a moment. Luo Yan suddenly realized he had overlooked certain areas. He promptly tossed his backpack to the ground, crouched down, and without a word, drew his military knife to tear open the backpack. Wu Renfan was startled, his eyes darting as he stealthily moved toward the exit. At that moment, Luo Yan noticed that when the knife sliced through the backpack, a hidden compartment was revealed. Something fell out. A plant, a green shrub resembling a phoenix tail. Both Wu Renfan and Zhang Shan gasped. Phoenix tail palm? Luo Yan turned to Wu Renfan, whose expression changed dramatically, and he attempted to flee the tree hollow. With a swift motion, Luo Yan's knife pierced Wu Renfan's thigh. He collapsed, on the verge of screaming, but Luo Yan covered his mouth. Zhang Shan looked on, bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. Luo Yan coldly stated, "You entered my tent last night to place the phoenix tail palm in my backpack?" No. Wu Renfan quickly protested. "Captain, listen to me. I had no idea the phoenix tail palm was in there. Ren Zhong gave me this backpack, instructing me to swap it with yours. But I truly didn't know he had placed the phoenix tail palm inside. He offered me some benefits, but I wouldn't risk my life for a mere trifle. Had I known the phoenix tail palm was in there, I would never have agreed." Ren Zhong was that fair-faced youth beside Luo Beichen. It was evident that Luo Beichen had orchestrated this scheme. This fellow was truly insidious, plotting to eliminate him before the death match even began. Luo Yan remained silent, but Zhang Shan, in a fit of rage, charged forward. "Wu Renfan, you are both foolish and wicked." Without further ado, Luo Yan instructed Zhang Shan, "Come with me." He withdrew his knife, and Wu Renfan's thigh immediately sprayed a jet of blood, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Luo Yan dashed out of the tree hollow, while Zhang Shan glanced back at Wu Renfan before following. The fog and illusions held no sway over Luo Yan's keen perception. He could lead Zhang Shan safely back to the camp. However, Wu Renfan was helpless, as blind as a bat in the mist, especially with his leg now injured. Seeing Luo Yan and Zhang Shan depart, he was gripped by panic, fearing the approach of that feline-like monster. He urgently called out from the tree hollow, "Captain, this truly has nothing to do with me. I am also a victim. Captain, as long as you don't abandon me, I will follow your lead from now on. Luo Beichen clearly intends to eliminate me as well. He is merciless. I am unprincipled. There is nothing left to say. If you want to deal with Luo Beichen, I will assist you." Yet, Luo Yan and Zhang Shan's footsteps not only remained steady, but grew increasingly distant. Don't leave me. Don't leave me." Wu Renfan, frantic and disoriented, pressed a hand at his thigh and stumbled out of the tree hollow into the fog. Within the mist, Zhang Shan could barely discern Luo Yan's figure, relying solely on the sound of his footsteps to guide him. Suddenly, however, Luo Yan's footsteps ceased. Just as Zhang Shan was about to inquire, he heard Luo Yan's voice ahead. "We are in trouble." As soon as the words left his mouth, an odd sound echoed through the quiet woods, reverberating within the thick fog. A series of hissing noises resounded, rising and falling in frequency. Zhang Shan whispered, "What is that?" "Golden-winged louse. The parasite of the Huan," Luo Yan calmly described. "It was active in this vicinity not long ago, and although it has departed, numerous parasites have fallen off." At that moment, in his line of sight, a swarm of gray, insect-like forms scattered among the trees. Luo Yan recollected the details he had learned about the golden-winged louse. They belonged to the order of winged lice, a unique parasite of the Huan. Their wings were as hard as iron and exceedingly sharp. They adeptly rubbed their hind legs rhythmically against their golden wings to convey messages. Although they were winged, they could only fly at low altitudes and at moderate speeds. In addition to feeding on blood, they spread various diseases, including scarlet poison. While reviewing the knowledge he had acquired, Luo Yan sought a breakthrough. Unfortunately, the golden-winged louse was ubiquitous, leaving no gaps for escape. Just then, a flurry of gray light erupted from the grass on Luo Yan's left side. Golden-winged louse. Luo Yan immediately rolled to the side, raised his rifle, and took aim. With a series of gunshots, the rifle spat flames, shredding the louse the size of a dog into pieces. However, the gunfire attracted the attention of other golden-winged louses. They began to hiss, transmitting signals to one another, and soon, they all turned toward Luo Yan and Zheng Shan's direction. Luo Yan scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a location, a pile of scattered rocks, the largest of which stood 7 to 8 meters tall, with a crevice in the middle. It appeared to be about 214 centimeters high, 107 centimeters wide, and over 5 meters deep, seemingly allowing room for a person to pass. "Follow me," Luo Yan urged as he moved toward the rocky outcrop, intending to use the limited space of the high rock to contain the number of golden-winged louses. Zheng Shan immediately followed suit. In the distance, Wu Renfan was still groping through the mist. The fog was so thick that he could not make out any figures. Frustrated, he shouted, "Luo Yan, Zheng Shan, where are you?" At that moment, he heard a buzzing sound above his head. Suddenly, something landed on him, causing a sharp pain on his scalp, followed by a gurgling noise, akin to the sound of sipping a drink through a straw. But this time, it was the golden-winged louse draining his blood and brain matter. In the midst of the mist, Zheng Shan heard the agonized and despairing cries of Wu Renfan emanating from behind him. Chapter 15. Encountering me is like encountering a demon in a blink. Luo Yan dashed into the crevice of the towering rock. He surged in for 2 or 3 meters before coming to a halt, swiftly retrieving a magazine and placing it beside him. Zheng Shan followed closely, crouching down and preparing for battle. Luo Yan quickly inspected his firearm, then raised it, aiming at the entrance of the fissure. The confined space made it difficult for the golden-winged insects to swarm in, and given the delay in returning to the camp, Wei Fenghua must have noticed their absence. Perhaps if they could hold on a little longer, reinforcements would arrive. At that moment, outside the rocky crevice, the sound of flapping wings grew louder as the golden-winged insects approached. However, due to the mist, many of them flew over the piles of rubble, searching for Luo Yan and Zheng Shan like headless flies. Utilizing his barrier-breaking eye, Luo Yan observed this scene and felt a slight sense of relief. Nevertheless, there were still numerous golden-winged insects lingering outside, at least 100. If they were in an open area, 100 golden-winged insects could devour Luo Yan and Zheng Shan to the bone. Fortunately, many were crawling on the rubble, with only a couple making their way toward the high rocks fissure. After considering the situation, Luo Yan set down his rifle and drew his military knife. He pressed a hand on Zheng Shan's shoulder, flipping over to take position at the entrance. As a swarm of creatures crawled in, they were unaware of the danger within. With a swift motion, Luo Yan struck, severing the head of a golden-winged insect. Witnessing this, Zheng Shan's breath quickened, and he felt a newfound respect for Luo Yan. Harnessing the ability of the barrier-breaking eye, Luo Yan had silently eliminated several insects before they could react. Unfortunately, the scent of blood, possibly from their kin, attracted the attention of the remaining insects. The 100 or so golden-winged insects that had been wandering among the rocks began to converge toward the fissure. Realizing their situation was precarious, Luo Yan returned to Zheng Shan and whispered, "They're coming." Lacking the eye technique, and with the night closing in, Zheng Shan could barely see his hand in front of him. He could hear the hissing sounds of the golden-winged insects relaying messages, growing increasingly dense at the entrance. Nervously, he tightened his grip on his rifle. The Academy-issued rifle was a lightweight machine gun, convenient for carrying and well-suited for confined spaces. The small grip and trigger guard were integrated, utilizing a rotating locking mechanism. The firing mode could be adjusted between single and continuous fire. The magazine capacity was a standard 30 rounds, and since they were on a collection mission, each of them only had 2 magazines. to conserve ammunition. Luo Yan should ideally use single fire, but at present, he was opting for continuous fire. Over the past 2 weeks, he had only undergone systematic shooting training, showing improvement compared to his time on the surface, yet he was still far from being a sharpshooter. Using single fire in this critical moment posed a severe risk of error. Time ticked by. Finally, one golden-winged insect poked its head out from the fissure, surrounding the entrance. The crevice was crawling with golden-winged insects, densely packed and buzzing incessantly. With the barrier-breaking eye guiding his aim, Luo Yan adjusted his angle and gently squeezed the trigger. Suddenly, Zheng Shan heard a loud bang above him, followed by a flash of light, as a shell casing tumbled onto his shoulder and then fell to the ground. Illuminated by the muzzle flash, he witnessed the head of a golden-winged insect explode at the entrance of the fissure. Yet, more insects hurriedly pushed their way in. Their dark exoskeletons gleamed with golden patterns, their heads resembling locusts but adorned with 4 small green eyes. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed above Zheng Shan as the parasites that entered the fissure erupted in a mist of blood. Then, he heard Luo Yan's roar, "Open fire. You take the lower position." Zheng Shan snapped back to reality and bellowed, "Fire." Remaining relatively composed, he remembered Luo Yan's instructions and lowered his aim, sweeping fire at the golden-winged insects crawling from the ground. The bullets tore through the parasites, causing wings to detach and limbs to scatter. Bang! 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 The gunfire reverberated within the high rock fissure, flashes of light flickering as golden-winged insects fell one after another. Soon, a pile of insect carcasses began to accumulate at the entrance of the crevice. Despite the loss of several of their kin, the remaining golden-winged insects continued to frantically push inside. Fortunately, the limited space of the fissure combined with the size of the insects meant that only 4 or 5 could enter at once, with the rest squeezed outside. Before long, Luo Yan had emptied one magazine and quickly replaced it with another, his last one. Remarkably, less than a minute had passed since the onset of battle. In the blink of an eye, the second magazine was also spent. Luo Yan shouted, "I'm out of bullets." Zheng Shan's rifle fell silent the very next second. "Me too." With resolute determination, Luo Yan unsheathed his military knife, leaping over Zheng Shan and charging toward the golden-winged insects trying to burrow in. 1 minute for the next, he declared, and in a swift motion, he severed the head of one insect. Looking up, he saw 2 more parasites lunging at him. Using the armor on his arm as a shield, he pushed one aside while thrusting his knife into the abdomen of another. With a forceful flick of his wrist, he sent the creature flying, its innards spilling out as its belly was sliced open. Unyielding, Luo Yan turned to the insect he had shoved against the rock and delivered another strike, decapitating it in an instant. In a mere moment, he had slain 2 insects. Luo Yan then closed his barrier-breaking eye. During the earlier gunfire, a few patches of grass on the ground had caught fire, providing some illumination. Bathed in the flickering flames, he spotted 3 golden-winged insects simultaneously charging toward him. Due to the confined space, they formed a linear formation, top, middle, and bottom. A cold glint flickered in Luo Yan's eyes as his knife flashed like lightning. With a technique known as thunderclap, he executed a swift strike, a skill personally taught to him by Di Zheng after Luo Baichen's challenge. It comprised 2 forms, the sword technique thunderclap and the fist technique bone crusher. In an instant, the 3 golden-winged insects split apart, their blood showering down upon him, drenching his head, shoulders, and body. Behind him, Zheng Shan beheld Luo Yan, drenched in blood and resembling a demon. Insects, blood, and the stench of decay surrounded him. Luo Yan found himself transported back to the surface, to those harrowing days of survival. His expression remained stoic, his gaze icy, and his movements decisive as he held the line. He began to sustain injuries and bleed, yet he did not retreat a single step. Whenever possible, he evaded attacks. When evasion proved impossible, he would block with non-vital areas, trading wounds for survival. Within a brief minute, Luo Yan had transformed into a bloody figure, his hair matted with congealed blood. Gradually, the ground around his feet became littered with insect carcasses, and his knife had become battered and nicked. After barely dispatching another insect, he hurled it aside, sending it flying like a glimmering shard, impaling a newly arrived parasite. At that moment, a shower of sand and gravel rained down upon Luo Yan. He looked up to find a rock precariously teetering above the fissure. Nearby, there were bullet holes and bloodstains, likely remnants from a previous onslaught that compromised the structural integrity of the rock. The ominous buzzing continued to resonate around him. A few more golden-winged insects flew in. Luo Yan swiftly formed a seal and pointed towards a nearby rock. Between his fingers, the primordial energy surged forth, transforming into a black rope. This was the first mystical art, black rope. Similar to combat techniques and visualization arts, mystical arts were also discovered, organized, and modified in that world until they could be wielded by humanity. There are nearly 100 varieties of mystical arts, each assigned a unique number. Furthermore, each mystical art requires the use of corresponding hand seals, also known as seal formations. Luo Yan dedicated a full 2 days merely to practice the seal formation for black rope. Now, it was time to demonstrate the fruits of his labor. The rope, conjured from primordial energy, swiftly ensnared the rock above. With a powerful tug, the already trembling rock plummeted down, crashing upon the insects and reducing them to a pulpy mess. At that moment, exactly 1 minute had elapsed. Chapter 16. Eye for an eye, it's my turn. Rest, came the voice of Shan, who stood behind Luo Yan, brandishing a military dagger, his legs trembling slightly, betraying his fear. Yet, he gritted his teeth and advanced. Luo Yan nodded, retreating to the rear. Shan let out a shout, swinging the dagger with a semblance of confidence, striking the head of a golden-winged bug. However, the force was insufficient to cleave it in two. The creature emitted a piercing screech, its front limbs thrashing violently, sparking against Shan's protective arm. With a cry, Shan gripped the dagger and slammed the creature against the rock, pushing down with all his strength until he finally severed one of its heads. Panting, he realized that what appeared effortless for Luo Yan was far from easy. The shells of these creatures were exceedingly tough and without adequate force. It was impossible to breach their bodies. Meanwhile, Luo Yan retrieved a first aid kit, extracting an anti-venom syringe and injecting it into his thigh, apprehensive that exposure to the bug's blood might intensify the scarlet venom toxicity. Observing Shan, Luo Yan's gaze deepened. Had Shan not stepped in, he would have resorted to using him as bait to escape. Shan had proven trustworthy, thereby saving Luo Yan's life, albeit temporarily. The question lingered, how long could this last? At that moment, after dispatching a golden-winged bug, Shan found his thigh ensnared by another creature, which bit down fiercely. With a cry of pain, Shan spun around, plunging his dagger into the creature's head. He had no time to remove the carcass, allowing it to dangle from his leg as he charged at yet another golden-winged bug. In less than 30 seconds, Shan was visibly fatigued. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, ready to take over at any moment. It was then that the advantages of observing mountains and seas became evident. Although Luo Yan had only cultivated to the second level, his physical stamina surpassed that of Shan, and his energy regeneration was notably swifter. After a brief half-minute rest, he felt prepared to re-engage. However, a sound inaudible to human ears resonated from outside, causing the golden-winged bugs to tumble to the ground, scurrying about like ants on a hot skillet. This phenomenon invigorated both Luo Yan and Shan. Clearly, reinforcements had arrived. Soon, intense beams of light pierced through the fissure, followed by rhythmic gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, a head among the golden-winged bugs exploded. After a series of gunshots, the remaining bugs were eradicated. Outside, Wei Fenghua's voice called out, Luo Yan, are you both in there? Shan's eyes reddened. Hearing Wei Fenghua's voice assured him of their survival. Yes, both Luo Yan and I are here. Shan attempted to rush out, but abruptly turned back, grasping Luo Yan's hand and placing it on his shoulder, intending to assist him out. Luo Yan hesitated for a second, but ultimately did not refuse, accompanying Shan through the crevice. Outside the pile of rubble, the fog had dissipated, a breeze wafting through, and the night sky shimmered with stars. Luo Yan felt a sense of rebirth. He soon spotted a mysterious aircraft not far off, the bright light emanating from its body. Wei Fenghua had arrived with a combat team. The team leader's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the ground littered with bug corpses. Did you do all this? Zheng Shan nodded vigorously, then turned to Luo Yan, adding, he did most of the killing. I only took down a few. Afterward, Zheng Shan noticed the respect in the gazes directed at Luo Yan from the team leader and members. Wei Fenghua scrutinized them before nodding. Return for now. We can discuss matters tomorrow. The team leader gestured for an off-road vehicle to approach. As they boarded, Luo Yan noticed a stretcher passing by, bearing the corpse of Wu Renfan, drained to a husk, a ghastly sight. Upon returning to the camp, Luo Yan and Zheng Shan underwent examination and treatment. Luo Yan's injuries were more severe, necessitating his observation on a medical vehicle. The night passed in silence. The following day, Wei Fenghua summoned Luo Yan to the tent, inquiring about the previous day's events. Luo Yan recounted everything. Upon learning that Wu Renfan had been manipulated by Ren Zhong to exchange a backpack containing phoenix tail palm for Luo Yan, Wei Fenghua scoffed. At such a young age, his malice is remarkable. He then shook his head and sighed. It's unfortunate Wu Renfan is dead. Without him, we lack evidence. Merely relying on the phoenix tail palm will likely prove insufficient to implicate Luo Beichen, especially since he could shift the blame onto Ren Zhong. What are your plans? Luo Yan paused for a moment before responding, an eye for an eye. Wei Fenghua regarded him silently, offering no further comment. Chapter 17. Do you have evidence? In a desolate area of the collection zone, Ren Zhong closely followed Luo Beichen. The two arrived at an uninhabited place. Luo Beichen smiled and remarked, you have done remarkably well. To procure such a challenging item as the phoenix tail vine is no small feat, truly worthy of being my brother. Upon our return, I shall inform the group, and by early next month, I shall arrange for your brother to join the organization. Ren Zhong quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Luo. He then added with a chuckle, that surname Luo is quite fortunate. Who would have thought Wu Renfan would swap his backpack, allowing him to survive? Fate seems to favor him. Luo Beichen replied nonchalantly, it's of no consequence. Although he has survived, he is still injured. In a death match, one must be affected. My chances of victory are even greater. Ran Zhong laughed, that surname Luo, even if he were to discover our actions, would be powerless against us. However, I wonder if the Academy will report this to the old master? Luo Beichen's expression darkened. Report? Does he possess any evidence? Let us not forget. Wu Renfan is already deceased. Moreover, my father would not wish for me to lose this contest. My demise is inconsequential. He cannot afford to lose face. Besides, since it has escalated to a death match, there is no turning back. Who would naively believe that this deadly struggle must wait until the day of the contest to commence? The moment that surname Luo agreed to the match, this fight to the death began. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Zhong gave a thumbs up. Brother Luo, you are truly wise. The two continued their journey, moving further away. After a while, a figure suddenly appeared at the spot where they had just conversed. As evening approached, Luo Beichen and Ren Zhong began their return. Ren Zhong carried a military pack, bulging with various herbs. It seemed there would be no collection tasks for the next day. As they walked, Luo Beichen remarked, these past few days, I have put you to work. I appreciate your efforts. Although Ren Zhong's shoulders ached under the weight of the pack, he quickly replied, it's nothing, really. This is a mere trifle. At that moment, a glass bottle soared overhead. Whoosh! A stone shot out from an unknown source, striking the bottle. It shattered, releasing a cloud of greenish powder that was carried by the wind towards them. Luo Beichen reacted swiftly, rolling to the side to increase the distance, only getting a slight sprinkle of the powder. Ren Zhong, preoccupied with flattery, was caught directly in the cloud, with the powder covering his head, face, and body, even entering his mouth. He spat out the herb remnants, looking around and shouting, who is so despicable? Show yourself. But there was no response. Luo Beichen, akin to a leopard, dashed towards the origin of the bottle, but aside from some scattered rocks, there was no sign of life. Frowning in confusion, he returned to Ren Zhong and inquired, are you all right? I'm fine, Ren Zhong said, brushing off the powder and taking a deep sniff. Strange, this scent seems oddly familiar. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Luo Beichen's expression changed dramatically. What is it? Brother Luo? Rinzhong asked, moving closer. Stay where you are? Luo Beichen shouted, raising his rifle. Rinzhong jumped back. Brother Luo, what are you doing? Luo Beichen swiftly brushed off the remaining powder on himself. This could be the powder derived from the phoenix tail vine. He looked at Rinzhong. Do not move. I will return to the camp for reinforcements. As he spoke, Luo Beichen sensed an oddity. The distant foliage appeared to blur, as if shrouded in mist. Upon hearing the mention of the phoenix tail vine, Rinzhong was alarmed. Could it be? Where did the phoenix tail vine come from? He then shouted, Luo Yan? He quickly added, Brother Luo, let us return together. The camp is not far. If we hurry, we should reach before dark. However, Luo Beichen thought otherwise. The distance to the camp was considerable, and they likely would not make it before nightfall. If Rinzhong accompanied him, he would be in constant danger, especially since he was now covered in the powder, making him a beacon in the darkness. Suddenly, Luo Beichen lowered his gun and shot Rinzhong in the leg. Bang! The dull sound echoed as blood spurted from Rinzhong's left thigh. He looked bewildered, unable to comprehend why Luo Beichen would shoot him. Then, he cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Rinzhong looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. Why? This morning you called me brother. Is this how you treat a brother? Luo Beichen replied coldly. It is precisely because I consider you a brother that I shot your leg. Otherwise, that bullet would have found its way to your head. Remember my words. Wait for me. With that, he turned and fled, not looking back at Rinzhong. Rinzhong roared, Luo Beichen, you wretched fiend. May you meet a terrible fate. I curse you to fall at the hands of Luo Yan. Gasping for breath, Rinzhong suddenly noticed mist creeping in at the corners of his vision. At some point, the surroundings had turned into a white haze. He felt a chill run down his spine and turned around, catching sight of the setting sun, casting an orange glow through the thick fog. Amidst this hazy crimson light, a massive silhouette crouched silently in the mist, resembling a feline creature. Suddenly, three tails flicked behind it. Just as Rinzhong let out a scream. A shadow surged forth from the fog. A tongue lined with countless barbs licked across his body, exposing half of his skeleton. At the camp, Luo Beichen burst in, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat. He had barely made it back before nightfall. Those passing by pointed and whispered, but Luo Beichen paid them no mind as he rushed into Luo Yan's tent. Inside, Luo Yan and Zheng Shan were engaged in conversation. Upon entering, Luo Beichen lunged at Luo Yan. Zheng Shan immediately blocked him. What are you doing? Luo Beichen's eyes were ablaze with fury as he pointed at Luo Yan, shouting, It was you. You threw the bottle. You scattered the powder. His outburst attracted the attention of Wei Fenghua and several students. Luo Beichen pushed Zheng Shan aside and grasped Wei Fenghua's hand, pleading, Teacher, apprehend him. He ambushed us, spreading the powder from the phoenix tail vine on Rinzhong and me. He intends to kill me. A faint smirk appeared on Luo Yan's lips. You claim that I wish to kill you. Do you have any evidence? Chapter 18. Observational Combat. Do you possess any evidence? Upon hearing Luo Yan's inquiry, Luo Beichen's complexion rapidly shifted between shades of green and red. Of course, he had no evidence. At that moment, Wei Fenghua coughed twice and instructed a student to notify the Exploration Corps, requesting them to dispatch personnel for the rescue of Rinzhong. He then turned to Luo Yan and asked, Have you set an ambush for your classmates Luo Beichen and Rinzhong? Luo Yan immediately shook his head. Luo Beichen, unwilling to concede, exclaimed, You are lying. Wei Fenghua directed his gaze towards him. Luo, do you have any proof that it was Luo Yan who did this? Luo Beichen replied, I have no proof, but who else would want to kill me? Wei Fenghua responded calmly, Without evidence, one cannot hurl accusations at others. Luo Beichen was infuriated, feeling as though he could spit blood, yet he found himself at a loss for words to retort. Disperse, Wei Fenghua waved his hand. We have other matters to attend to tomorrow, so everyone should retire early. Luo Beichen shot a resentful glance at Luo Yan before pushing through the crowd and leaving. Once the area had cleared, Luo Yan let out a quiet sigh of what a pity. That morning, he had trailed Luo Beichen and Rinzhong after leaving the camp. Having grasped their route, he ground the phoenix tail palm into powder and successfully scattered it upon the two of them. As soon as he accomplished his task, he withdrew, initially believing that the two would be doomed. To his surprise, Luo Yan returned alive, but as for Ren Zhong, he feared the worst. At least, his efforts were not entirely in vain. The next day, Luo Yan received the news. Ren Zhong had perished, and in a particularly gruesome manner. Upon hearing this, Zingshan snorted. He had it coming. Luo Yan said nothing, feeling neither sorrow nor joy. Death was something he had witnessed far too often during those 3 years of survival on the surface. After breakfast, the students assembled. Wei Fenghua, with his hands clasped behind his back, coughed twice before stating, "Today, there will be no collection tasks. Your primary objective is to observe the missions of the Exploration Corps. Pay close attention, for this will greatly benefit your future careers as mecha engineers." As he spoke, a multifunctional vehicle rolled up. On either side of the vehicle's compartment were screens. The new students divided into 2 groups so they could witness the entire mission process of the Exploration Corps. Soon, images began to appear on the screens, revealing a convoy traversing through a forest. A student raised a hand to inquire, "Teacher, what is the mission of the Exploration Corps today?" "We are recovering Yoin," Wei Fenghua answered leisurely. This was discovered during the previous exploration, and today they are to retrieve that block of Yoin in its entirety. However, this task is not straightforward. There are undoubtedly colossal beasts nearby, and today, there are 3 such beasts in the vicinity of the Yoin they wish to recover. 2 are lower-tier Li Lianzi, while the other is a mid-tier level 1 Xiangui. Who can tell me the characteristics of the Xiangui? No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Wei raised her hand. The Xiangui is mid-tier level 1. Type, insect. Characteristics, thick shell, burrowing ability, water manipulation, and toxic mist. Wei Fenghua nodded slightly. Correct, you have earned 10 credits. He continued, the other 2 colossal beasts are relatively manageable, but the Xiangui will pose some challenges. Mid-tier colossal beasts possess a certain level of intelligence and cannot be treated as ordinary wild animals. The Xiangui exemplifies this. Now, observe the specifics of the combat process for yourselves. With that, Wei Fenghua stepped aside, retrieving a tin box from his pocket. He opened it and took out 2 pills, swallowing them with water before joining the students in watching the large screen. Surrounding the camp, He Hao and other third-year students piloted their mechas, maintaining vigilance around the perimeter. Through the communication devices in their cockpits, they too could witness the mission of the Exploration Corps. At this moment, the convoy of the Exploration Corps was navigating through a forest, coming to a halt when there was no further path to follow. Subsequently, the compartments of the mecha transport vehicles opened, allowing the mecha engineers to enter the cockpits. Moments later, the giants sprang to life, emerging from the transport vehicles and standing tall, their silhouettes towering over the trees. In the dense forest, beneath the feet of these steel giants, everything appeared as a tangled thicket. A total of 7 Xianju mechas advanced towards their target, led by a deep red mecha known as Luo Yan. It was rumored that the pilot of this mecha was a trusted subordinate of Dijong. The squad quickly exited the forest and entered a plain. While they were not yet at the heart of the canyon, a thin mist began to drift, obscuring the stones and scattered trees in the area. However, in the distance, a large lake became visible, with a small island at its center. Upon that island stood a massive, pitch-black, enigmatic crystal, towering like a small mountain. Yuin. At that moment, the roar of a colossal beast echoed across the plain, causing the observing students in the camp to tense up. On screen, the Luo Yan signaled, prompting 2 Xianji to open fire towards the depths of the plain. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding gunshots, something was launched, tracing a parabolic arc before landing on the ground. Moments later enveloped in a faint yellow smoke. Wei Fenghua explained, that is a smoke bomb laced with yoin powder, designed to attract the attention of the colossal beasts. However, it is only effective against lower-tier beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen revealed 2 dark forms emerging from the distance of the plain. In the blink of an eye, 2 colossal beasts charged forward, one resembling a wild boar, the Li, and the other, a dark-furred Zi. Upon their appearance, Luo Yan maneuvered alongside them while the remaining 4 Xianji, paired in twos, aimed their specially designed Shunwei rifles at the forelegs of the Li Lianzi, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 The thunderous sounds reverberated from the screen, akin to the roar of thunder, as flames erupted, tearing through the air and striking the forelegs of the two colossal beasts, causing their flesh to rend and blood to spatter. The two beasts, incited by rage, retaliated. The Lili charged towards a mecha despite the gunfire, while the Zhu raised its foreleg and stomped down, creating shockwaves. Each beast confronted the four mechas in its own manner. At this point, the scene shifted to reveal the three mechas led by Luo Yan as they approached the vicinity of the lake. They did not wade through the water. The armor on Luo Yan's shoulder opened, revealing a small missile launch bay. With a whoosh, a series of small missiles were propelled forth, soaring across the lake towards the island, where the Oin stood like a small mountain. Note: insect refers to shelled creatures such as turtles and insects. Chapter 19. Emergency evacuation. As the small missiles were about to strike the island in the lake, a sudden whirlpool appeared, churning the water violently. Within the depths of the whirlpool, a colossal shadow emerged. In the next moment, several spiraling columns of water surged upwards, resembling divine dragons born from the lake itself. These water columns swayed gracefully, intercepting the missiles and igniting them into brilliant fireballs. Subsequently, the lake unleashed towering waves, surging over 10 meters high, crashing violently against the shore and creating a tumultuous torrent that flowed past the Mech's flame and others before retreating back into the lake. From within the lake, a massive black figure broke through the surface and appeared on screen. This creature bore a shell akin to that of a sea turtle, its back adorned with clumps of seagrass. Streams of water cascaded from its body like numerous waterfalls. It possessed a bird-like head and a serpent-like tail, letting out a roar towards the uninvited guests on the shore. Its cry resembled the sound of wood being chopped. This was the rotating turtle, a mid-tier level 1 behemoth. According to the classic of mountains and seas, it is said, in the mountains of Luo Yan, strange waters emerge, among which is the mysterious turtle. Resembling a turtle with a bird's head and a snake's tail, called the rotating turtle, its sound like wood splitting, and wearing it does not deafen. It can serve as a foundation. Beasts above mid-tier possess intelligence, yet this very trait allows for their manipulation. Wei Fenghua's voice resonated, capturing the student's attention. These intelligent creatures understood the significance of Yuan, recognizing that this unique stone could enable their evolution, even allowing them to surpass their original tier. Thus, when Yuan is in peril, they often appear to protect the stone. We can exploit this fact to lure the beasts out, drawing them away from their home ground to secure a more favorable battleground. As Wei Fenghua elaborated, on screen, the three mechs led by flames swiftly formed hand seals and pointed towards the rotating turtle in the water. 3 black ropes shot forth simultaneously, ensnaring the creature's massive body. The mechs exerted their strength, dragging the lake's behemoth toward the shore. Is this truly possible? Luo Yan exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out mystical techniques could be employed in such a manner. Moreover, after the enhancement of mystical secrets, the same black ropes were vastly more robust than those Luo Yan had previously wielded. In the blink of an eye, the rotating turtle was pulled onto the lakeshore. The 3 mechs released their hand seals, raised their rifles, and opened fire. However, the colossal creature immediately retracted its head, limbs, and tail into its shell. The bullets struck the thick shell with explosive force, sending sparks flying, yet the shell remained unscathed, with not even a single crack visible. Before long, the 3 mechs had exhausted their magazines. Seizing the opportunity, the rotating turtle extended its head and limbs, its claws moving with such speed that the ground appeared to remain unchanged, as if it were an illusion. The mystical turtle's body sank into the earth, showcasing its ability to burrow into the soil. Flames swiftly signaled, and the 3 mechs gathered closely, backs against one another, their gun barrels aimed downward. Bang, 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 bang. With newly replaced magazines, they opened fire again. Streams of fire illuminated the ground, causing the earth to erupt in a shower of debris. Suddenly, the rotating turtle emerged from the ground nearby, unleashing a plume of dark green smoke. This was toxic miasma. The 3 mechs cleverly dispersed, unleashing their full firepower. Rifles, missiles, and the rear armor of flame opened up, revealing a large-caliber cannon designed specifically for behemoths, mounted on its right shoulder. On screen, the rotating turtle's figure vanished amidst the concentrated fire of the three mechs, where flames soared and debris scattered chaotically. The camera shook incessantly, rendering a clear image impossible. Outside the student camp, Hao, inside a long-armed black mech, observed the battle on the screen, his eyes flickering and fists clenched, seemingly eager to showcase his prowess on the battlefield. At that moment, a sensor beeped. Initially, Hao paid it no mind, but soon the sensor beeped again. He turned to look, and his expression changed abruptly. The sensor had detected a blue spectral signal, an indication of lower-tier beasts. He immediately grabbed the intercom, stating, "Attention! A blue spectral signal has appeared in the 7 o'clock direction from the camp. It has been matched with the database. It is Li." Before his words had fully settled, his subordinate, Su Jiao, chimed in, "At 12 o'clock, it has appeared. Wait, there's also one at 2 o'clock." Reports of beasts continued to flood in. Hao, observing the radar, noted that 6 lower-tier beasts were approaching the camp. Alarm bells rang throughout the camp. "Everyone, be alert. 6 lower-tier beasts are heading toward the camp." Hao's voice echoed above. "We will attempt to intercept. Teacher Wei, please evacuate immediately." The sudden alarm threw the students into disarray. Zingshan exclaimed, "How can there be 6 beasts? Wasn't it said that this is a safe zone at the edge?" Luo Yan, at a loss for words, heard Wei Fenghua call out, "Divide and conquer. If we gather together, we will become an obvious target for the beasts. Everyone, follow the previous groupings and evacuate in off-road vehicles to gather at the canyon entrance. Move quickly." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan dashed out immediately, with Zingshan quickly following suit. The two raced toward the nearest off-road vehicle. However, others had the same idea. Luo Beichen had also noticed Luo Yan and shot him a glare. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated. Luo Yan mirrored his actions, and soon they collided. With a swift kick, Luo Beichen aimed for Luo Yan's head. Luo Yan raised his arm to block, simultaneously launching a powerful punch imbued with elemental force. Luo Beichen managed to deflect it, but still staggered back several steps. Zingshan seized the moment to jump into the driver's seat, starting the vehicle. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he aimed it toward Luo Beichen. Startled, Luo Beichen rolled away to avoid the oncoming vehicle. Not wanting to linger, Luo Yan leaped into the off-road vehicle. Zingshan adjusted the vehicle's direction and sped toward the camp's exit. Luo Beichen snorted and jumped onto another off-road vehicle passing by, disregarding whether the occupants were willing or not, and plopped down into the seat. Just as they exited the camp, a roar echoed. Luo Yan looked up to see Li charging straight through the trees, toppling them in its wake. At that moment, a shadow loomed above him. He glanced up to see a mech leaping over their vehicle. From below, he could see the mech's exterior marked with scrapes, blinking signal lights, and exhaust gases escaping from its vents. Boom! Black thunder landed heavily on the ground nearby, causing the earth to crater and sending Luo Yan's vehicle jolting upwards. Then, black thunder charged at the beast, wrapping its massive arms around Li's wild head and forcefully toppling it. Bang! The beast flipped onto its side as Luo Yan's vehicle sped past the thrashing limbs of Li. Chapter 20. The harrowing battlefield as Luo Yan and his companion traversed the rugged terrain in their off-road vehicle. Another vehicle followed closely behind, passing by Li. Unfortunately, this vehicle was not as fortunate as Luo Yan's. Suddenly, it was struck by a kick from Li, sending the entire vehicle hurtling away, accompanied by several piercing screams, crashing into the distant woods. Moments later, an explosion echoed through the air, signaling dire consequences. Luo Yan turned to look back, witnessing Li rise again, charging toward the black heavy mech operated by Hao. The feet and palms of the black thunder erupted with blue flames, allowing this seemingly cumbersome machine to swiftly distance itself from the colossal beast. Subsequently, black thunder formed seals, employing the arcane technique black rope to ensnare the beast's foreleg. With a powerful tug, the creature collapsed once more, and black thunder dragged it away, clearing the path for the vehicles behind. At that moment, a resounding crash reverberated through the air. Luo Yan turned towards the sound to see a third-year student piloting a mysterious mech. which had just toppled Li. Almost immediately, a beast resembling a water buffalo, known as C, unleashed a shockwave that sent the mech flying. Just as the machine struggled to regain its footing, the two monstrous creatures charged from either side, obliterating the mech into fragments, with parts scattering everywhere amidst the continuous explosions. Ultimately, the pilot was ejected from the mech's head, only to be caught mid-air by the wild boar-like Li, which swallowed him whole. The gruesome scene left Luo Yan momentarily speechless. He returned to the vehicle, where his companion, Shan, who had witnessed the horrific event through the rearview mirror, shook his head in disbelief. "It's utterly tragic," he murmured, then added, "but it's peculiar. Why have so many monsters suddenly appeared?" Luo Yan squinted slightly and uttered a single word, "Huan." Shan paused before responding. "Lao Luo, do you think it was that apex beast's doing?" Luo Yan furrowed his brows, but did not dispute the notion. It was indeed a possibility, especially considering the connection to Phoenix Tail Palm. Huan had been sighted within the safety zone. Perhaps it had taken note of the encampment. Moreover, the characteristics of Huan included a description of beast control. With so many beasts converging, it was difficult to believe it was merely coincidence. It felt more like they were being driven by some unseen force. Just then, a deafening roar erupted. Reacting instinctively, Luo Yan activated the barrier-breaking eye. Suddenly, the world transformed into a simplistic outline, with basic lines depicting the contours of reality. He quickly discerned a massive creature approaching from the left side within the forest. "There are giant beasts." Luo Yan pointed to the left. At that moment, trees were uprooted, soaring through the air like enormous spears. A shadow loomed above him as a colossal tree came crashing down. Shan swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the tree, which landed beside them. But many branches ensnared the vehicle. Shan floored the accelerator, causing the tires to smoke, yet they remained trapped. At that instant, a massive, dark-furred beast resembling a water buffalo, the sea, charged towards them. "Run!" Luo Yan decisively unbuckled his seatbelt and leaped from the vehicle. Just as he and Shan jumped out, a gigantic hoof descended from above. In a moment of life and death, Luo Yan unleashed all his strength, channeling his internal energy through his veins, propelling himself forward just in time to evade the crushing blow. He glanced back to see the off-road vehicle crushed beneath the beast's weight, uncertain of Shan's fate. With no time to dwell on it, Luo Yan turned and fled. Behind him, the black bull-like creature had already moved on, seemingly passing by on a whim. However, Luo Yan's peril was far from over. The cacophony of screeches intensified behind him as a swarm of parasitic insects, reminiscent of green-headed flies, pursued him. Each insect was roughly the size of a small dog, their bodies swollen with numerous cysts on their backs. Though they had wings, they could not fly, yet they scurried swiftly across the ground. These were the parasites of the sea, the rotting flies. Their cysts would burst upon even the slightest provocation, spraying a highly corrosive liquid. Furthermore, these creatures favored laying their eggs within living hosts, producing hundreds of larvae that would then parasitize the host, feeding on its flesh and blood. A throng of rotting flies relentlessly chased after Luo Yan. Unlike the golden-winged lice, they could not be dealt with through close-quarters combat. With no weapon at hand, Luo Yan felt the urgency as the swarm closed in. Activating the barrier-breaking eye, he scanned his surroundings for a safe haven, hoping to find a cave or similar refuge. He soon heard the sound of rushing water. After a brief search, he discovered a small river. Without hesitation, Luo Yan dashed towards the riverbank. The water surged violently, its current swift. He glanced back at the approaching swarm of flies, gritted his teeth, and leaped into the river. Instantly, he was swept away by the current. Struggling to keep himself afloat, he turned to look behind, where the rotting flies initially pursued him along the riverbank, but ultimately their speed could not match the water's flow, and soon they vanished from sight. As he fought to reach the riverbank, several attempts failed due to the ferocity of the current, and he occasionally collided with river stones. Each impact required him to channel his internal energy to harden his skin, preventing himself from being knocked unconscious. However, despair soon set in as the small river winding through the woods ultimately led into an underground cave. Luo Yan exerted himself to reach the shore before entering the cave. But human strength could not rival nature's might, and he was ultimately carried into the darkness by the water. He struggled in the depths, choking on several mouthfuls of river water until, after navigating a sharp bend, the river widened and the current slowed. Luo Yan quickly activated the barrier-breaking eye and spotted a shallow area. A short while later, he lay on the rocky shore, drenched and gasping for breath, oblivious to anything beyond his own survival. After a moment, he sat up, removed his soaked clothing to prevent illness, and wrung them out. Once he had dried off, he resumed using the barrier-breaking eye to search for an exit. Soon, he discovered a cave entrance. Through the barrier-breaking eye, he observed that this cave led to a more open space. If he did not take this route, his only alternative would be to swim upstream, retracing the river's course, which was beyond his current capabilities. With no other options, Luo Yan reluctantly entered the cave. He journeyed in silence, and after spending over half an hour, he finally spotted a glimmer of light. He did not rush out immediately, but first used the barrier-breaking eye to assess the exit. Although he detected no signs of biological presence, he was struck by the astonishing density of internal energy in the space beyond the cave. Chapter 21. Striking rich, having found no trace of the bioluminescent gray light, Luo Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stepped out of the cave and into an open area where a spring bubbled forth, surrounded by an abundance of flowers and grasses, all bathed in sunlight. Looking up, he noticed an irregular opening above, leading to the outside world. Yet it was entwined with thick vines resembling serpents. The green tendrils hung down in varying lengths, swaying gently in the breeze. As Luo Yan approached the spring, his steps faltered suddenly. He brushed aside the nearby foliage and discovered a plant emanating a faint, radiant yellow glow. It was the gathering essence flower. Before setting out, Wei Fenghua had briefed him on the Misty Valley, which included information about precious herbs. Among them, the gathering essence flower was the most valuable, serving as a key ingredient for the advanced potion condensing essence elixir. Each vial of condensing essence elixir required 20 credits for redemption, while a single gathering essence flower could be exchanged for 15 credits. Luo Yan quickly scanned the area and was astonished to find that the gathering essence flowers thrived abundantly here. This unassuming cave was, in fact, a hidden treasure. Suddenly, Luo Yan's body stiffened as he made his way towards the northwestern corner of the cave. Nestled among the flora was an irregular black crystal, pulsating with an enigmatic energy that coalesced into the menacing silhouettes of wild beasts. It was Yuan. The realization struck him like thunder. He was indeed fortunate. Though the Yuan before him stood only about a meter tall, far smaller than the one discovered at the Galaxy Stadium. The cave was brimming with gathering essence flowers. If he could manage to extract them, it would amount to an extraordinary fortune. However, Luo Yan quickly regained his composure, acutely aware that without formidable strength, wealth could invite peril. Observing his surroundings, he deduced that where there was Yuan, there would likely be formidable beasts. Yet, perhaps due to the diminutive size of this particular Yuan and its secluded location, combined with the narrow confines of the cave, it was evident that no colossal creature could enter. Thus, this Yuan remained safeguarded, much to Luo Yan's advantage. Luo Yan resolved to keep the cave's information and location a secret until he acquired sufficient strength. He then took a moment to stretch his body before settling among the flowers and grasses to meditate. Without his calming elixir at hand, he focused on dispersing his thoughts, seeking tranquility and stillness within. Perhaps due to the heightened density of elemental energy in this place, he soon felt the elemental force surrounding him. Through rhythmic breathing, he drew this energy into his being, consciously directing it to refine every inch of his muscles, as advised by Wei Fenghua. Moments later, Luo Yan noticed that the elemental energy he inhaled was far more potent than what he had experienced at the academy. The energy surged within him, creating a tidal flow that relentlessly washed over his muscles, enhancing their firmness and resilience. Unbeknownst to him, he became immersed in this realm of cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time, until the last muscle completed its refinement. Suddenly, Luo Yan felt a jolt throughout his body, akin to shattering an invisible prison, thrusting him into a new world. He opened his eyes wide, gazing at his hands. With a simple clenched fist, he He felt each muscle tighten like steel cables, harboring a strength he had never dared to imagine. Had he broken through? Was he now at the initial third level? Luo Yan could hardly believe it. He stood, casually throwing a punch. Whoosh! His fist sliced through the air, producing a deep, resonant whoosh, stirring the wildflowers nearby, sending petals flying. Luo Yan sensed that after refining his entire muscular structure, his strength had indeed risen significantly. Activating his barrier vision, he observed the fiery red glow representing his vitality and the bright yellow glow signifying his elemental energy, both now more vibrant. The numbers reflecting his stats were also clearer. His vitality stood at 395, and his elemental energy at 155. His vitality had nearly doubled since the initial second level. Now, Luo Yan understood that vitality represented not only life force, but also physical capability and strength. This increase signified an enhancement in his physical prowess, a crucial advantage in the perilous environment he inhabited. Contemplating this, Luo Yan lifted his gaze towards the opening at the top of the cave, eager to escape. However, upon looking up, he realized that night had already fallen. He was taken aback, recalling that he had entered the cave before midday. Had he truly been meditating for an entire afternoon? Just then, he caught a faint sound in his ears, a hissing, reminiscent of a serpent's flickering tongue. Luo Yan scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a creature emanating bioluminescent gray light at the entrance he had come through. The elongated figure resembled a python, and judging by its outline, it appeared to be quite sizable. The vibrant red glow surrounding it signified a substantial life force, with the number 318 flashing beside it, just a few points lower than his own, yet significantly higher than his previous second level. This indicated that the serpent posed a considerable threat. Before long, the serpent slithered into the cave, seemingly the master of this domain. Upon entering, it immediately fixed its gaze on Luo Yan, then turned to the Yoin, its eyes glimmering with eerie fire. Luo Yan understood instantly that this Yoin was not unclaimed property. The python bore a slight bulge on its forehead, suggesting an impending horn, a clear sign of mutation, likely due to its frequent proximity to the Yoin. Now standing near the Yoin, Luo Yan felt the serpent's tongue flicker as it suddenly struck the ground with its tail and lunged toward him with astonishing speed. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, calmly observing the serpent's movements. As it opened its maw, revealing sharp fangs aimed at his neck, Luo Yan swiftly stepped back. The serpent's bite missed, exposing its head to his line of sight. Luo Yan crouched low, his right hand forming a fist. A surge of elemental energy erupted from him, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! His fist connected squarely with the python's head, striking the protrusion. The serpent recoiled as if struck by lightning, tumbling into the flowers and thrashing wildly. After what felt like an eternity, it gradually ceased its convulsions. Luo Yan watched coldly as, through the lens of barrier vision, he saw the serpent's fiery red glow dim rapidly, with the accompanying number plummeting to 0. The once vibrant creature lay motionless among the grass, its head now unrecognizable, having been crushed under Luo Yan's might. What he had employed was none other than the fist technique. Bone Shatter. Chapter 22. The warrior. The technique Bone Shatter boasts an instantaneous, explosive power. By employing the method of shockwaves, it can bypass armor and muscle protection, directly shattering the bones within. Now, Luo Yan utilized this technique against the obviously mutated python, shattering its entire skeletal structure with a single strike, a testament to its formidable might. Moments later, Luo Yan cleared a space, ignited a fire, and proceeded to skin and butcher the python, cleansing the meat with spring water. He skewered the pieces on branches and roasted them over the flames. Shortly thereafter, a significant portion of the python found its way into Luo Yan's stomach. Having satisfied his hunger, he discarded the remnants of the snake and the fire pit, retreating to a patch of flora near the ethereal abyss. Thus, he spent the night. It was unclear whether it was due to his breakthrough the previous day or the nourishing qualities of the snake meat, but upon awakening the next day, Luo Yan felt his injuries had significantly improved. After a brief moment, he utilized the green vines that hung down to the ground to exit through the gap above the cave. Next, he needed to head towards the entrance of the canyon. Luo Yan surveyed his surroundings, finding himself amidst trees and bizarre rock formations, utterly unaware of his location. After some contemplation, he sought out a towering tree and climbed to its crown. This was a remarkable fir tree, and even with his basic level 3 physical abilities, it took him considerable time to reach the top. From this vantage point, most of the trees lay beneath his line of sight, allowing him to clearly observe his current position. To the northeast, a solitary peak jutted skyward like a blade. Luo Yan silently committed this to memory for future reference. When he would seek the gathering yuan flower in the ethereal abyss, after scanning the area, he spotted the entrance to the canyon. Just as Luo Yan was confirming his bearings, a sudden roar erupted from his left, accompanied by an explosion. He turned to see trees toppled and aflame, a colossal beast crashing down. Alongside a black mech kneeling in defeat, Black Thunder. It was a machine piloted by a third-year student. Luo Yan locked onto the direction and swiftly slid down the fir tree, racing towards the source of the commotion. Soon, he heard gunfire. Luo Yan halted, concealing himself behind a thicket. Activating his barrier sight, he peered into the fray. Not far from Black Thunder lay a haze of biological gray light, with several humanoid silhouettes amidst a swarm of parasites. A few individuals were leveraging the terrain of a small hill to organize a defensive line against the onslaught of parasites. Luo Yan circumnavigated to the rear of the battlefield, arriving atop the hill. He climbed a large tree to hide among the canopy. From this angle, he no longer needed the barrier sight to see that below the hill, 5 new students were coordinating their defense against a horde of rotting flies. Among them, he recognized 2 familiar faces, Li Bohong and Zheng Shan. At this moment, Li Bohong appeared to assume the role of commander, orchestrating the students as they took turns battling, swiftly dispatching nearly 100 of the rotting flies. As they paused to rest, Luo Yan approached the hill's edge. To avoid misunderstanding, he called out, "Zheng Shan." Upon hearing Luo Yan's voice, Zheng Shan looked up, joyfully exclaiming, "Old Luo, you're alive. That is wonderful." His expression was genuine, devoid of pretense. Truly delighted for Luo Yan's safety, Luo Yan felt a slight warmth in his heart, yet outwardly he merely nodded lightly before sliding down the slope. Li Bohong acknowledged him with a nod. "When did you arrive?" "Just now. I didn't want to interrupt while you were busy," Luo Yan replied succinctly. A nearby student scoffed. "You arrive and don't even help, just waiting to reap the benefits." Luo Yan did not engage in defense. He bore no firearms. So how could he assist? Engage in hand-to-hand combat? With the rotting flies? Not just 1 or 2, but a swarm? He had no desire to court death. Li Bohong interjected, "We're all classmates. Let us not do this. Moreover, Luo Yan has no gun." After speaking, admiration welled up in Li Bohong's eyes. Surviving in the forbidden zone without a firearm, and alone at that, he was indeed a true warrior. Unfortunately, not all shared Li Bohong's perceptiveness, although the new students remained silent. Their discontent was evident in their gazes. Luo Yan paid little mind to such trivialities and turned his attention back to Black Thunder. "What is going on?" Li Bohong explained. "We encountered Zheng Shan nearby yesterday. We were supposed to gather in the morning, but suddenly we came across a giant beast and thought we were doomed. Thankfully, Senior Hihao arrived just in time." However, Li Bohong's brow furrowed, and he exclaimed, "This is bad. Senior Hihao hasn't emerged yet. He must be injured." He dashed toward the mech, and Luo Yan silently followed. Black Thunder lay prostrate, with ample handholds for climbing. Soon, the two reached the mech's head. The cockpit was located at the head, with the hatch at the back of the neck. Li Bohong knocked on the hatch. "Senior He, are you okay? Can you hear me?" After several calls with no response, Luo Yan spoke gravely. "He may be unconscious." He began searching near the hatch. In Mech Knowledge class, Professor Zhao Yidan mentioned that there was a manual override device beside the cockpit to forcibly open the hatch, designed for rescuing incapacitated pilots. Moments later, Luo Yan found the device and pressed it firmly. With a hiss, the hatch vented gas, equalizing the internal and external pressure, before it swung open to reveal the cockpit of the mech before them. Having taken simulated driving class, they were familiar with the cockpit. Upon entering, they found Hihao unconscious, slumped in the seat, with neural wires still connected to his helmet and the back of his combat suit. This was the symbiotic system interface that connected the mech and the pilot. The two swiftly disconnected the neural wires from the interface before lifting He Hao out of the mech. Once on the ground, Li Bohong removed his helmet and activated the life detection system on his combat suit. Ultimately, the system indicated that He Hao had merely lost consciousness and was not in any mortal danger. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Suddenly, a roar echoed nearby. Near the fallen giant beast that Black Thunder had taken down, another raccoon beast charged forth. Its massive hooves thundered through the forest, causing the ground to tremble. The students were thrown into a panic. They could manage the parasites, but facing a giant beast was a daunting task. Run. We must flee. What about Senior He Hao? Should we hide him until we can find a teacher and summon a rescue team? By then, Senior He Hao would be long gone. What do you suggest we do? As the giant beast drew nearer, Li Bohong suddenly stood up. Quick, help me remove Senior He Hao's combat suit. I'll see if I can pilot Black Thunder. Zheng Shan gasped. Can you do that? Have you ever piloted a mech? I haven't, Li Bohong replied solemnly, but there's no better option now. Zheng Shan and a few classmates nodded in agreement, casting admiring glances at Li Bohong before they hastily worked together to remove He Hao's combat suit. Just then, everyone heard the sound of the hatch closing. Li Bohong froze for a moment, glancing at Black Thunder. Indeed, the hatch on the mech's head had already sealed shut. Who went inside? Li Bohong was taken aback. Zheng Shan glanced around and then exclaimed, Old Luo, where has Luo Yan gone? He subsequently looked at Black Thunder as if he had seen a ghost, realizing Old Luo wouldn't have entered the cockpit, would he? Is he attempting to pilot the mecha? Chapter 23. Vengeance for you what? Has classmate Luo Yan entered the cockpit? Li Bohong exclaimed, This is unacceptable. Without the combat suit and helmet, one cannot connect to the empathic system, nor can the mech be activated. Several students nearby began to voice their complaints, lamenting the futility of their simulation class. If one were to seek attention, this was certainly not the way to go about it. It was indeed a hindrance. The wildlings from the surface simply did not understand the gravity of the situation. At that moment, however, Luo Yan was oblivious to his classmates' grievances. Upon witnessing the colossal beast, he sprang into action without hesitation, rushing directly into the cockpit. His decision to not flee was not born of a desire for glory, but rather an instinctual response upon seeing the Li. He activated the barrier-breaking eye and immediately detected another gigantic creature, the sea. This water buffalo-like beast lurked behind a high mountain in the northwest, stealthily advancing with sinister intent. Luo Yan believed that engaging in battle with the mech would increase the odds of survival amid the onslaught of two gigantic beasts. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape the collision zone, the swarm of parasites that followed would be equally perilous. Luo Yan was aware of his innate resonance abilities. Back in Huadu, he hadn't even donned a combat suit, let alone entered the cockpit or connected with the White Dragon's empathic system. Therefore, he wasted no time and focused solely on the task at hand. He settled into the pilot's seat, placing his hands on the floating point sensors, then relaxed his body, recalling the state he had been in when connecting with White Dragon. He cleared his mind of all distractions, allowing himself to fully perceive the essence of the mech. Moments later, in a daze, he thought he heard laughter. A flurry of images flashed before his eyes, several of which left a profound impression on him. He saw himself dining with his wife and child in a tent, under what appeared to be a twilight sky illuminated by two suns. He also witnessed himself grappling with a wild boar that bore a striking resemblance to Li. Additionally, he noticed two graves before him, one small, adorned with a wreath. Finally, he observed himself leaping into an endless sea of beasts below. Amidst these images, Luo Yan experienced a whirlwind of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow. Yet, it was the final scene of plunging into the sea of beasts that stirred an inexplicable sense of tragic heroism within him. Let me avenge you. Luo Yan opened his eyes. The electronic voice within the cockpit announced that the empathic system was online, the neuron connection stable, and all restrictions lifted. The mech was activated. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated before him as the panoramic display came to life. In the cockpit, he could survey the surrounding landscape. The earth lay beneath his feet like a vibrant green carpet. The once majestic mountains transformed into gentle slopes that he could easily ascend. It felt as though he had become a giant. On the ground, Zhengshan gasped. "Look, it's moving. The mech is moving." Li Bohang, without needing any prompting, had also noticed. The engines of Black Thunder roared back to life, signaling lights blinking on all sides, while the interior reverberated with the sounds of energy surging and machinery whirring. With a thundering noise, Black Thunder, which had been kneeling, rose to its feet. However, sparks flew from its left arm, indicating severe damage. Yet, Luo Yan managed to restart Black Thunder. A feat so astonishing that it left everyone agape. Am I seeing things? That wildling activated the mech. How is that possible? This defies logic. The students who had previously grumbled about Luo Yan now stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing a miracle. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan observed through the holographic display that the left arm of the mech was damaged and inoperable. His fingers danced over the floating point sensors, assessing Black Thunder's ammunition reserves and weapon status. The results came swiftly. Black Thunder's mighty rifle had only one magazine left, with 23 rounds remaining. The missile launch bay in the chest housed 3 missiles. Additionally, Black Thunder was not equipped with melee weapons like swords or knives. Its arsenal consisted of oversized arms and fists, enhanced by a super torque system that granted superior explosive power and destructive capability. Furthermore, the elbows contained concealed jet systems that could amplify striking force when necessary. Consequently, the pilot was expected to be adept in various forms of martial arts, hence the absence of traditional melee weapons. Having completed his assessment, Luo Yan activated the barrier-breaking eye, observing the water buffalo-like sea retreating 2 steps, evidently gathering momentum for a charge. At the same time, the Li was barreling towards him. The system calculated that a collision was imminent in 2 seconds. In that critical moment, Black Thunder leaped under Luo Yan's control, executing a mid-air roll to evade the Li, which charged underneath. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the northwest. Li Bohang and the others turned to see the sea, resembling a massive black cloud, crashing through the mountainside, colliding with the Li. The 2 colossal beasts collided with a resounding thud, shaking the ground violently and knocking Li Bohang and his companions to the ground. Meanwhile, Black Thunder landed and swiftly glided forward before pivoting. The chest armor opened, and 3 missiles erupted in a fiery blaze, striking the heads of the Li and the flank of the sea. Amidst the fierce explosions, fireballs rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into waves of flames that engulfed the surroundings. Yet, Black Thunder did not cease its assault. The mech raised its rifle, unleashing a barrage of specialized bullets designed for colossal creatures. The projectiles trailed fiery arcs through the air, piercing through smoke and flames. One student shook his head in disapproval, wondering why Luo Yan couldn't wait for the beasts to emerge before firing. This reckless barrage only squandered ammunition. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan's crimson eyes gleamed with silver light. He maintained the barrier-breaking eye, allowing him to see through the smoke and fire, aided by the computer to lock onto the Li's head. To his eyes, the fiery aura surrounding the Li was dimming, and the numbers beside it dwindled. It was evident that when the missile struck its head, the Li's health had plummeted significantly. Now, each bullet inflicted between 200 to 300 points of damage, and the Li was left with less than 4,000 health points. Chapter 24. A blood battle to the end in an instant. The Shunwei rifle had discharged 10 rounds. The head of the was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Another bullet was fired, piercing through the shattered skull and obliterating its brain. At that moment, Luo Yan observed that the remaining health value plummeted from over 1,000 to 0, one foe vanquished. He glanced at his ammunition count, noting 12 rounds left. While Luo Yan engaged the massive water buffalo creature had regained its footing. Its left side bore 2 gaping wounds from missile strikes, blood gushing profusely. Yet this only seemed to incite its ferocity. As Luo Yan focused on the beast charged towards him with thunderous hooves. Through the panoramic cockpit window, Luo Yan witnessed the scene unfold, noting that the Apos still had over 5,000 health points. Despite the loss of blood from its wounds, Its vitality had not yet reached a critical state. Luo Yan, remembering Wei Fenghua's words, aimed to wear down the creature from a distance before striking decisively at the opportune moment. As the beast barreled toward him, Hailai deftly evaded, causing to miss its charge. However, turned and stomped the ground with its forelegs, generating a shockwave. The ground trembled violently, fissures appearing as Luo Yan was jostled within the cockpit. Had he not been strapped in, he would have surely been thrown out. The machine swayed as if inebriated. Seizing the moment, lunged forward. Its horn aimed viciously at the mech's abdomen. The exterior armor of Hailai was immediately penetrated. Due to the sympathy system, Luo Yan felt as though a sharp spike had pierced his gut, pain altering his complexion, while a droplet of blood trickled from his nose. To control the mech effectively, a mech pilot must connect with the machine through the sympathy system, which transforms them into a giant but also subjects them to shared damage. The injuries experienced by the pilot are primarily sensory and neural shocks. However, if the situation becomes severe, it could be fatal. Thus, mech pilots wear combat suits that not only connect to the sympathy system but also mitigate neural shocks and pain, featuring a life detection system that can activate a defibrillator in case of shock. Yet, Luo Yan was without a combat suit, making the extent of his suffering evident. Enduring the agony in his abdomen, he gritted his teeth, maneuvering Hailai to thrust the rifle into the gaping wound on the beast's left side. Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire erupted as bullets shattered the organs within, tearing through its body and creating a multitude of bloody orifices. The beast's health rapidly dwindled. At that moment, with eyes ablaze, the creature thrust upward with tremendous force, surprisingly lifting the heavy Hailai into the air before it crashed to the ground. Boom! The dark mech slammed heavily onto the earth, inevitably rolling. Inside the cockpit, thanks to the omnidirectional gyroscope, it remained balanced, yet the sympathy system left Luo Yan feeling dizzy. The violent impact caused sparks to fly from numerous circuits, illuminating the cabin. On the ground, Li Bohong and his companions went pale with fear as they realized they were in the path of Hailai as it rolled. Run! Stop it! The students screamed. Li Bohong snapped back to reality, rushing to embrace He Hao, but unexpectedly, Zheng Shan did not flee. Instead, he lifted He Hao's legs, and the two students worked in tandem to drag their classmate away from danger. But they were too late. In the cockpit, Luo Yan regained his composure and saw Li Bohong and the others behind him. He quickly commanded Hailai to discard the rifle, freeing his hands to grasp the ground, carving 5 deep trenches. Just in time, he halted the mech before it crushed Li Bohong and the others. Zheng Shan looked up to find the enormous heel of the mech hovering perilously above him, clearly seeing the intricate structures on the underside of the foot, along with the mud and debris clinging to it. Had Luo Yan not stopped in time, Zheng Shan believed he would have been flattened against the mech's armored foot. Afterward, the mech surged forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Only then did Zheng Shan exhale in relief, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained. In the cockpit, peering through the panoramic window, Luo Yan observed the charging fourth, bloodied and battered. With each step it took, more blood and flesh fell away. At this point, the creature's health had dwindled to just over 2,000. Yet, Luo Yan found himself without a firearm. He could only resort to close combat. Hailai dashed toward the beast, soon meeting it head-on. The pattern's aunt's horn glowed with a dark azure luminescence, resembling a burning flame from a distance. Clearly, the creature was giving its all. Luo Yan was no exception. He let out a fierce roar in the cockpit, activating all the and oppos, super torque and oppos, in and oppos, Hailai and oppos, S-arms. Before colliding with and oppos, comma and oppos, Hailai and oppos, leapt into the air. In mid-flight, he bent his arms and clenched his fists, activating the elbow thrusters. Boom! The concealed thrusters at the elbow flared to life, unleashing a robust blue flame that propelled Hailai's iron fist toward its target. Simultaneously, utilizing the sympathy system, Luo Yan executed the bone shatter technique, channeling his energy outward, amplified by the mech. A radiant glow ignited at the tip of Hailai's fist. In the next moment, Hailai's fist collided with its horn. Luo Yan felt a sharp pain in his right hand as the outer armor of Hailai was shattered and sent flying by the beast's horn. Yet simultaneously, S-horn was also crushed. The broken armor revealed the internal metal framework and damaged synthetic muscle fibers of the fist, which then struck heavily against head. The creature shuddered violently, a ripple emanating from the impact point, sweeping through its entire body. The long fur on was blown backward, as parasites hidden within burst forth. With a mournful cry, the beast was sent staggering back by Hylai's punch, sliding a distance before wobbling unsteadily for a few steps. Blood gushed forth from its eyes, mouth, and various wounds across its body. Suddenly, collapsed to the ground in an unnatural manner, as though all its bones had shattered. A dissection of its body would reveal that its skeleton was entirely obliterated, not a single bone remaining intact. In the cockpit, Luo Yan gasped for breath, watching as the creature's health finally reached zero. Witnessing the red light symbolizing its vitality extinguish, he finally relaxed, only to realize a warmth trickling from his nose. When he touched it, his palm was stained with blood. Chapter 25. The value of Luo Yan. He how groaned softly and gradually opened his eyes. At first, his vision was blurred, but after a moment, his sight began to sharpen. He then beheld a massive figure, exuding a metallic essence and a heavy presence. It felt somewhat familiar, and suddenly he recalled, was that not his own Mech, Black Thunder? After vanquishing the colossal beasts, Black Thunder had risen. Its exterior armor on the abdomen and fists continued to fall away, while bright sparks leapt from the damaged parts, narrating the ferocity of battle. The sun blazed down, casting a golden glow around Black Thunder, resembling a black war deity, standing resolutely between heaven and earth. At that moment, the cockpit of Black Thunder opened, and someone emerged from it. The individual leaned against the dark Mech's exterior, lifted their head, and closed their eyes, basking in the abundant sunlight. On the ground, the crowd gazed at the silhouette, tinted golden by the sun, in awe and shock. After several seconds, he how suddenly exclaimed, "Which scoundrel piloted my Black Thunder?" Li Bohong and several other students then realized that this third-year student had awakened. Li Bohong quickly clarified, it was Luo Yan. Senior He Hao, please do not blame him. If he had not slain those two giant beasts, we might all have been in peril. He killed two giant beasts? He Hao looked around and finally noticed the corpses of raccoon, strength, and rhinoceros. Then he touched his chest, puzzled, but my combat suit is still on me. How could he have activated the Mech? Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and said, I suspect that Luo Yan might be a natural resonator. A natural resonator? Zheng Shan and the other students appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of what that entailed. However, He Hao shuddered, muttering to himself, so that's it. Luo Yan is a natural resonator. I wondered why Di Zheng would go to such lengths to support a wild boy from the surface in the death ring. If he is a natural resonator, that makes perfect sense. At this point, Zheng Shan and the others began to bombard Li Bohong with questions. Li, what exactly is a natural resonator? Li Bohong smiled slightly, not keeping them in suspense any longer. To explain, we aspiring Mech pilots, even after graduating from the academy, may not necessarily be able to pilot a Mech. This is something teacher Zhao Yidan has already mentioned in our basic Mech knowledge class. Indeed, we cannot simply resonate with any Mech. Even the most basic Mech, which has the lowest resonance requirements, can still fail to resonate. Some individuals may go their entire lives without ever obtaining their own Mech. He Hao stood up and spoke solemnly, but natural resonators are different. These individuals seem to be born for this purpose. They can resonate with any type and any level of Mech, even without donning a combat suit or connecting neural wires. They can pilot Mechs. In all of Guangling City, there was only one natural resonator before. Now we have a second. Zheng Shan remarked, perplexed. So, a natural resonator simply has more choices and need not worry about not having a Mech to pilot? Yet, Li and Senior He, you both seem to hold natural resonators in high regard? He Hao retorted with a cold laugh, just that? You have no idea of the significance that natural resonators represent. Li Bohong, appearing knowledgeable on the subject, smiled and said, Teacher Zhao has also mentioned that visualization techniques are classified into levels, and so are Mechs. Based on their performance, they can be categorized as basic, intermediate, and advanced. Beyond advanced Mechs, there are guardian and general levels, and even higher classifications. Basic, intermediate, advanced. And even Guardian Mechs can be upgraded through modifications and enhancements to improve their performance ratings. However, Mechs of the general level and above cannot be artificially enhanced. From the moment they leave the factory, their levels are fixed. The higher the mech's level, the more challenging the resonance becomes, particularly with general-level mechs, which often possess unique capabilities. Therefore, the mech pilots who can operate them are invaluable assets. Zheng Shan then understood. So, natural resonators can resonate with all types of mechs. This means they can easily resonate with high-level mechs and effortlessly pilot general-level mechs. Is this their true value? He Hao chuckled. At last, you're not completely foolish. Indeed, general-level mechs possess the capability to independently annihilate an entire city. But not just any mech pilot can resonate with them. For natural resonators, however, this is hardly a challenge. Currently, Guangling has only one general-level mech. If we could cultivate a natural resonator into a qualified mech pilot, Guangling could request another general-level mech from above. With two general-level mechs, Guangling would obtain a ticket to the desperate battlefield. The implications of this are beyond your imagination. While they discussed this, Luo Yan had already descended from the mech. He Hao approached, casting a sharp glare at Luo Yan, passing by him in silence, before examining Black Thunder. Finally, he remarked, a novice should not casually pilot someone else's mech. Look at what you've done to Black Thunder. Luo Yan said nothing in response, but He Hao continued. However, for a novice, you did quite well. Remember to wear your combat suit next time. While natural resonators have certain advantages, a moment's carelessness can still lead to death. Luo Yan turned to look back. He Hao had already climbed onto the mech. Moments later, Black Thunder rebooted. He Hao's voice resonated through the external speakers. Let us go. I will escort you to the assembly point. He piloted Black Thunder to retrieve his rifle and headed towards the canyon entrance. By evening, Luo Yan and the others arrived at the assembly point. Upon reaching the temporary camp, He Hao went to make a report. That night, Luo Yan was summoned into a tent by Wei Fenghua. Inside the tent, Wei Fenghua picked up a cup of water and swallowed 2 capsules before saying, He Hao has already informed me that you piloted Black Thunder to slay the beasts and protect your classmates. Well done. Upon your return, the Academy will grant you a reward. However, as a natural resonator, you possess immense potential. In future battles, I hope you prioritize your own safety first and only assist your comrades if you have the means. Luo Yan looked at him and asked, I heard Zheng Shan say that natural resonators are valuable assets? Wei Fenghua nodded. Indeed. Luo Yan inquired, slightly perplexed, if that is the case. Why did the Academy and Commander D not prevent me from participating in the death ring? If I had died, wouldn't that have meant losing a valuable asset? Wei Fenghua smiled and replied, a sharp sword is forged through adversity, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. Do you understand? Luo Yan shook off his confusion and nodded vigorously. I understand. Chapter 26. 3 rewards on Sunday afternoon. Luo Yan and his companions finally returned to school. They had set out with 65 individuals, but only 60 returned, as 5 freshmen had perished. Upon arrival, Luo Yan promptly exchanged his credits for 7 vials of calming elixir and a dose of red venom antidote, expending 9 credits in the process, yet he felt no remorse. The week spent in the Forbidden Zone had dwindled to 1 week until the death arena. Luo Yan was determined to intensify his training. As for the other participant in the death arena, Luo Beichen, upon arriving in Guangling City, did not proceed to school but returned home. Upon entering, he was informed that his father, Luo Tianyi, awaited him in the study. Luo Beichen knocked on the door. Come in, came his father's cold voice. Upon entering, he noticed another individual seated on the floor, eyes closed in meditation. The presence exuded an air of distinction, clearly not an ordinary person. Luo Tianyi succinctly introduced. This is Mr. Gao Lin, a master of the 3rd layer of enlightenment. A true expert. For the coming week, you shall not attend the academy. Mr. Gao will guide you. Furthermore, I have prepared your weapons, armor, training resources, and the potions for the arena. Your sole focus must be on one task. Train diligently, and in a week, defeat your opponent. That is all. You may leave. Throughout this exchange, there was no opportunity for Luo Beichen to respond, nor did his father care whether he accepted the terms. This was his father, Luo Yan. On Monday morning, Xiaoshi commenced his lecture on common knowledge. The most teacher-like among them entered the classroom, squinting through his thick glasses at the students, and remarked, "Has classmate Luo fallen in battle?" Laughter erupted in the classroom. Zingshan scoffed, "He is better off dead." At that moment, a student stood and reported, "Teacher, Luo Baichen has taken a week's leave. I heard he is undergoing special training." He cast a glance at Luo Yan, clearly indicating that this special training was in preparation for the death arena a week hence. "Oh, I see." Xiaoshi replied, "Very well, let us proceed with our lesson. Today, I shall discuss the apocalypse prophecy." The term piqued Luo Yan's interest, pulling him from his reverie. He observed as Xiaoshi utilized a projector to display images on the blackboard, all depicting a stone tablet. "This is the apocalypse tablet," Xiaoshi explained. "It was discovered in that world, predicting that once humanity unearthed that realm, the apocalypse would ensue. In the following years, signs of the apocalypse began to manifest, prompting nations to secretly construct underground cities, thus giving rise to our northern 18 cities and southern 9 capitals." As Xiaoshi paused, a student raised a hand, asking, "Teacher, if there is a prophecy and underground cities were built in advance, why was this not disclosed to the public? Was it to avoid causing panic?" Luo Yan silently nodded, grappling with the same question. His discontent grew upon witnessing Guangling City. The construction of underground cities to avert disasters suggested that certain individuals had foreseen impending calamities. Yet, ordinary citizens had received no warnings prior to the beastly catastrophe. Had there been an announcement, even if it could not prevent disaster, it might have mitigated the loss of life. Xiaoshi sighed. Concern over inciting panic was one reason. Another was that the catastrophe foretold by the apocalypse tablet was not expected to occur for a century. Yet, who could have predicted that calamity would strike just half a century later? This perhaps exemplifies the adage that human calculations cannot rival the heavens' designs. As the discussion continued, Luo Yan closed his eyes, envisioning familiar silhouettes flashing before him. It dawned on him that had the prophecy not faltered, those figures would not have vanished. The lecture continued until class ended. Upon exiting the classroom, the academy's announcement summoned Luo Yan to the principal's office. He paused, pondering the reason for the summons. Could it be that the academy's rewards had finally arrived? Motivation surged within him. Entering the principal's office, he found Wei Fenghua and a diminutive elder. The elder was casually dressed, sporting flip-flops, with wispy white hair tied into a small braid. Wei Fenghua introduced, "This is the academy's principal, Pan Renfeng." Luo Yan nodded slightly. "Principal Pan." Pan Renfeng chuckled, "Luo Yan, your performance during the expedition to the Forbidden Zone was exemplary, particularly during critical moments. Your courage in piloting the Black Thunder to vanquish 2 beasts is commendable. After careful consideration, we have decided to reward you as encouragement." "Wei, please elaborate." Wei Fenghua stepped forward, smiling. "There are 3 rewards. First, 300 credits have been credited to your student card. Second, a heavy artifact, for which I will provide a list shortly. You may select as you wish. Third, an advanced visualization technique. Once you have perfected gazing at mountains and seas and made a breakthrough, you will be granted a higher-level visualization technique without any conditions." Luo Yan was momentarily overwhelmed by the magnitude of these rewards. The 300 credits were anticipated, but the heavy artifact was somewhat unexpected, while the advanced visualization technique was a delightful surprise, suggesting that he would face no obstacles in his cultivation until reaching the enlightenment level. Regaining his composure, Luo Yan nodded. Wei Fenghua handed him a tablet containing the catalog of heavy artifacts for him to peruse before reporting back. Upon returning to his dormitory, Luo Yan eagerly began to make his selections. Weapons, including those used in mechs, were categorized by level. The lowest tier was craftsman artifacts, such as the rifles and sabers used during their missions, along with the formidable divine might rifle employed in mechs, all classified as craftsman artifacts. The second tier encompassed heavy artifacts, which possessed significantly greater power than craftsman artifacts. The third tier was divine weapons, crafted from materials reportedly sourced from that world. However, divine weapons were not considered the pinnacle of weaponry. And due to Luo Yan's current status, he had yet to encounter them, nor did he know what they resembled. At this moment, Luo Yan focused on selecting a heavy artifact. Ultimately, he chose a standard longsword named Star Splitter. Not only was it endowed with the sharpness characteristic of heavy artifacts, but it also possessed the ability to split its blade, launching shards to injure foes. The presence of a magnetic absorption system allowed the fragmented blade pieces to be reassembled. Chapter 27: The Dragon's Dance and the Opening of the Spirit Wheel in the city of Guangling, on Jiangnan Avenue, within the training room of the Luo residence. Luo Beichen arrived early, donned in his Taoist robes. After waiting for approximately half a stick of incense, he heard footsteps approaching. Turning to look, he saw the venerable elder who had appeared in his father's study that morning. Luo Beichen bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master Gao." "Just call me Master," Gao Lin replied. His hands clasped behind him as he circled Luo Beichen like a hawk eyeing its prey. "What is your current level in visualization techniques?" Luo Beichen answered truthfully. "I am at the elementary 3rd tier." Gao Lin nodded thoughtfully. "You are practicing Wind and Thunder Rapid, a technique focused on swift progress. It seems your mentor has a keen eye in selecting this method for you." Luo Beichen respectfully added, "Yes. My mentor Huang Yong mentioned that if one does not engage in combat, it would be prudent to focus on foundational techniques such as observing mountains and seas. However, to partake in combat, a higher tier provides a significant advantage over that fellow surnamed Luo." Gao Lin responded nonchalantly, "That is reasonable. Even if your foundation is somewhat shaky due to rapid advancement, you can always practice other techniques later and reinforce your foundations." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Do you know what technique your opponent is practicing and to what level?" Luo Beichen replied swiftly, "That fellow surnamed Luo is practicing observing mountains and seas. Currently at the elementary 2nd tier. He amassed a considerable number of credits upon enrollment. After issuing a challenge to me, he exchanged for a large quantity of calming elixirs." Gao Lin chuckled. "With the imminent combat, he still focuses on observing mountains and seas. It appears his mentor holds great confidence in him, coupled with calming elixirs. Reaching the elementary 2nd tier is not surprising. Although only a week remains, you must prepare for the worst. He may very well break through to the elementary 3rd tier before the match." Luo Beichen narrowed his eyes. Since he was recommended by Dijong, it was highly probable that he received direct instruction in combat skills from him. Gao Lin sat cross-legged and explained, "Dijong's combat techniques derive from 2 foundational styles, Thunderous Strike, which is a sword technique, and Bone Shatter, a form of fist martial arts. Both styles give rise to various combat techniques such as Thunderous Disarray and Thunderous Flash, as well as Bone Shatter, 7 Killings and Bone Shatter, Heartbreaker." The elder seemed well acquainted with Dijong, prompting Luo Beichen to listen intently, not wanting to miss a word. "Considering the time and your classmates' level in visualization techniques," Gao Lin smiled, "Dijong is unlikely to impart his derived combat techniques. He will probably teach him only the 2 foundational styles. I will not teach you combat techniques, as there is insufficient time. However, I will impart to you a set of footwork, also known as body techniques." Luo Beichen was somewhat perplexed. "Footwork? What purpose does it serve?" Gao Lin smiled faintly. "While footwork may not directly defeat an adversary, it is an essential auxiliary means. Moreover, it can help evade attacks. Some advanced footwork techniques even possess other remarkable uses. For instance, Misty Steps can confuse an opponent's judgment, while Void Steps allow one to tread upon emptiness, leaving no trace behind." Luo Beichen was taken aback. Realizing he had underestimated the significance of footwork, Gao Lin stood, declaring, "The footwork I will teach you is called Dragon's Dance, enabling you to maneuver gracefully in the face of your opponent's onslaught, finding openings for counterattacks, ultimately delivering a decisive blow." He raised his hand and brought it down with force. In the afternoon, at the training hall, as Luo Yan entered, he spotted Wei Fenghua engaged in conversation with another individual. The person, with sharp and austere features, was none other than the commander of the Surface Exploration Corps, Dijong. "Luo Yan has arrived." Wei Fenghua coughed lightly and asked, "Have you chosen your weapon?" Luo Yan nodded slightly, returning the tablet to Wei Fenghua, which contained his selected options. "Starbreaker?" Wei Fenghua acknowledged, stowing away the tablet. "Very well, I shall procure it for you. This afternoon's lesson will be guided by Dijong." With that, the mentor departed. Dijing scrutinized Luo Yan from head to toe before firmly placing a hand on his shoulder, causing Luo Yan to straighten his back. The pressure from Dijing's hand conveyed a sense of encouragement. Dijing must have heard about the recent events in the forbidden area, yet he refrained from mentioning it. Instead inquiring, "What is your progress in visualization techniques?" Luo Yan did not conceal the truth. "I am at the elementary 3rd tier, having just recently broken through." A flicker of surprise crossed Dijing's eyes before he stated, "Today, I will not teach you combat techniques or mystical arts. Rather, I will impart a method to stimulate oneself, temporarily unleashing hidden potential. This technique is known as opening the spirit wheel." Luo Yan remained silent, fully attentive. According to Taoist texts, the 7 signatures of clouds, humans possess 7 spirits: corpse dog, hidden arrow, sparrow shade, thief, non-toxic, purification, and stinking lung. Each spirit corresponds to the 7 wheel Cs within the human body: Yuan, Yu, Ling, Li, Qi, Hui, and Chong. Opening the spirit wheel entails awakening and unlocking these 7 wheel Cs, thereby temporarily unleashing greater potential. Luo Yan nodded, finding the information easy to remember. Dijing continued, "With just a week until your combat, I can only teach you how to open one of the wheel Cs. In the future, I will instruct you on the others when time permits." After a brief pause, Dijing spoke solemnly, "I will teach you the most accessible method, the foundation of this technique, opening the Yuan wheel. Allow me to demonstrate." Dijing extended his hands, tapping his shoulders on either side before finally pressing his fingers against his brow to open the Yuan wheel. "We must use our Yuan power to stimulate both shoulder well acupoints, and then the Yintang acupoint to activate it. As a novice, external stimulation is necessary to assist, but once familiar, you can simply utilize Yuan power to activate the acupoints." Suddenly, a powerful wave of Yuan power erupted from Dijing's body, visibly radiant in bright yellow light, causing his hair to billow wildly. Simultaneously, he exuded an imposing pressure that nearly forced Luo Yan to the ground. As Dijing inhaled deeply, the overwhelming pressure and surging Yuan power rapidly dissipated. Once the Yuan wheel is opened, various bodily functions, including the strength of Yuan power and the potency of combat techniques and mystical arts, can be enhanced by nearly 2-fold. Dijing elaborated, "Thus, the more solid your foundation, the greater the potential for enhancement. However, opening the spirit wheel comes at a cost. Each wheel requires a different sacrifice. The cost of the Yuan wheel is that during its activation, your physical stamina and Yuan power will deplete rapidly. Therefore, if you choose to activate the Yuan wheel, a decisive outcome must be achieved swiftly." Chapter 28. The Day of Reckoning. Subsequently, Dijing elaborated in detail, guiding Luo Yan meticulously on the acupoints that required stimulation. Eventually, he allowed Luo Yan to practice independently. The afternoon slipped away unnoticed. As the class drew to a close, Dijing said, "Now, I would like to see you demonstrate it." Luo Yan nodded and, channeling the internal energy within him, pressed on the acupoints while directing the energy to surge forward. Upon pressing the Yintang acupoint at the center of his forehead, Luo Yan felt a tremor coursing through his body. A powerful wave of energy erupted from within, manifesting as a tumultuous surge that sent his hair billowing and ignited his crimson eyes with a fierce glow. He sensed an overwhelming force within him, seemingly inexhaustible. Dijing nodded approvingly, indicating a nearby wooden training dummy. "Show me a bone-shattering technique." Without hesitation, Luo Yan approached the wooden dummy, raised his arm, and with a fierce determination, struck out. Bang! His fist collided with the dummy, sending it flying 3 meters away before it crashed to the ground. Dijing approached, tapping the chest of the dummy, which instantly splintered, revealing crushed wood within. Luo Yan could not help but stare at his own fist, contemplating the devastation it could wreak upon a human body. Surely, any impact would reduce bones to mere fragments. Such was the might of the Kaiyuan wheel. "All right, gather your energy," Dijing instructed. Following his guidance, Luo Yan retracted his breath and immediately felt fatigued. Indeed, as Dijing had stated, the Kaiyuan wheel expedited the consumption of both stamina and energy. Dijing continued, "That is essentially it. You must practice diligently, and before the death arena of it, you must reach a level where you can unleash the energy without any assistance. Only then will it hold practical significance. Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Di Zheng patted his shoulder and said, "On the day of the death arena, I will be occupied with a mission and unable to observe the match. As a consolation, upon my return, I shall teach you the method of the Kaiyu wheel." Luo Yan nodded vigorously, understanding this as Di Zheng's encouragement. At that moment, Wei Fenghua returned. Holding a wooden box, Di Zheng greeted him and took his leave. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat and asked, "So, what did Di Zheng teach you? Any new combat skills?" Luo Yan shook his head. "No, he taught me the secret method of the Kaipo wheel." Wei Fenghua paused, then replied, "Well, that is quite generous of him. You must practice diligently. This secret method was earned through his life and death experiences and military achievements. Don't waste his efforts." Luo Yan then realized the immense value of this secret method. Wei Fenghua handed the wooden box to Luo Yan, who opened it to find a long sword resting inside. The sword was entirely black, adorned with irregular azure patterns resembling fragments pieced together. "Is this the broken star?" Luo Yan inquired, looking towards his mentor. Wei Fenghua nodded slightly. "Give it a try." Luo Yan lifted the long sword, feeling its balanced weight. He turned and struck the wooden dummy, severing one of its arms cleanly at the joint. "Remember to read the instructions in the wooden box," Wei Fenghua reminded him. "Additionally, your 300 credits have been allocated. I suggest you visit the logistics department to exchange for some first aid kits and stimulants. You will find them useful during the death arena." Luo Yan nodded, acknowledging the advice. A week passed swiftly, and soon the day arrived for Luo Yan to face Luo Beichun in the death arena. The event was scheduled for 10 a.m. at the Academy's Training Hall No. 3. The preparations for the arena and the maintenance of order within the hall fell to the Student Council. Early in the morning, He Hao, a reluctant member of the Student Council, accompanied his partner Su Jiao to the council office. The Student Council President, Bai Zishi, stood by the window, the sunlight casting a warm glow on the refined young man, enhancing his handsome features. He Hao scoffed, "Bai is showing off again." Su Jiao smiled and replied, "The president is already quite handsome. You need not feel disheartened. You are simply a different type of competitor. Your development is more casual, so it's nothing to worry about." He Hao glared. "Su Jiao, are you still my partner or not?" Su Jiao flashed a dimpled smile in response. "Does being a partner conflict with admiring President Bai?" He Hao huffed and turned his gaze to the ceiling. "You little woman." Su Jiao laughed. "Oh, you big man." At that moment, Bai Zishi cleared his throat. He and Su have arrived. Now that everyone is here, ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, the two protagonists of today's death arena are quite significant. The third prince of Qiming Heavy Industry and the born resonator recommended by Commander D. I've received word that many prominent figures from the city will be attending to observe the match. The room erupted in murmurs. "President, should we not involve ourselves in this matter? If they are just school personnel, that's one thing, but dealing with city dignitaries is another matter entirely." He Hao slammed his hand on the table, surveying the room. "Fools, what of these dignitaries? This is the 100 Battle Academy. Even if the mayor himself comes, he must remain silent and watch. Anyone who dares to criticize will be thrown out." Beside him, Su Jiao had already placed her hand on her forehead, appearing exasperated. Other student council members pointed accusatorily at He Hao. "Who are you calling fools? You uncouth brute. If you can't speak properly, then keep quiet and don't embarrass our academy." Bai Zishi smiled. "All right, we are all on the same side. Please be more civil in your speech. Everyone." He is blunt but truthful. He is correct. Whoever steps into the 100 Battle Academy must abide by our rules. Moreover, yesterday, the principal spoke with me. He assured me of his full support. So today, feel free to act without restraint. However, remember, if it can be resolved without violence, let it be so. After all, guests deserve some courtesy. Bai Zishi's tone was casual, yet his intent was unmistakable. Should anyone disregard the rules, even if they were important figures, they would face consequences if necessary. He Hao suddenly stood up and headed towards the exit without looking back. "Where are you going?" Su Jiao called after him. "To Training Hall No. 3. Bai Zishi smiled at the others. "You all go ahead. I will follow shortly." In Training Hall No. 3, students were already setting up the arena. Suddenly, a student rushed in, exclaiming, "Teacher Huang is here." A member of the student council responsible for hosting inquired. Is it teacher Huang Yong? How many Huang teachers do we have in the academy? The student retorted. The student council member frowned. The academy has regulations. The mentors of the students in the death arena are not permitted to observe. This is to prevent any interference that could jeopardize fairness during dangerous moments. Teacher Huang is Luo Yan's mentor. How could he knowingly violate this rule? Chapter 29. Factional struggles. The student council member furrowed his brow and exited the training hall, only to encounter several teachers approaching. Among them was a man with a pair of small mustaches, who happened to be Luo Yan's mentor, Huang Yong. Clearing his throat, the student council member forced a smile and greeted, "Good morning, teachers." The teachers responded with warm nods, and one inquired, "Has the arena opened? If so, we would like to enter and secure our seats." The student council member stepped aside. "The arena is open. Please go ahead, teachers." As the mentors gradually made their way inside, Huang Yong approached, but the student council member raised his arm to halt him. Huang Yong's expression darkened immediately. "What is the meaning of this?" The student council member politely replied, "Mr. Huang, as per the rules, mentors of the competitors are not allowed to observe the matches. It would be inconvenient for you to enter." Huang Yong scoffed. "What inconvenience? With so many mentors present, do you fear I will disrupt the rules? Besides, you are a student, and I am a teacher. How can a student dictate to a teacher?" He casually pushed the student council member aside and attempted to enter. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward him. Startled, Huang Yong had not anticipated that someone would dare to strike a teacher in the academy. Though taken aback, he swiftly raised his hand to deflect a fist that was aimed at his face. Turning to confront the assailant, he found himself face to face with a towering student. He howled. Furious, Huang Yong exclaimed, "How dare you, as a student, throw a punch at a teacher? What kind of decorum is this?" He howled spat rudely to the side. "For those who disregard the rules, it doesn't matter if they are mentors or even a king. I will not hold back." Huang Yong pointed an accusing finger at He Hao. "You insolent brat. Which class are you from? And who is your mentor? Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." "A lesson?" He Hao laughed heartily. "Sure, if you dare to classify your martial prowess in the intermediate realm. I shall gladly engage you to the end." Huang Yong's chest heaved with indignation, unable to find words. At his level, it would be no challenge to discipline an intermediate student. But to classify his own abilities as intermediate would be another matter entirely. Moreover, as a mentor, regardless of victory or defeat, his reputation would suffer. At that moment, a girl spoke up. "He Hao, I advise you to show some respect for Mr. Huang. He has recently received significant support and has rapidly advanced to the transcendence level. If you miss this opportunity, even with one arm, he could easily overpower you." This was Su Jiao, He Hao's partner. She approached with a smile, adding, "By the way, Mr. Huang, I hear the one backing you is the Luo family, isn't it? No wonder you would disregard the rules of the match and shamelessly attempt to enter. It's quite understandable to curry favor with your benefactor. If I had such a sponsor, I would do the same. Wouldn't you agree, He Hao?" Huang Yong's face shifted through shades of embarrassment, particularly as the other mentors began to glance in his direction. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, he huffed, "I can't be bothered to engage with you." With that, he turned and walked away. Su Jiao exchanged a conspiratorial wink with He Hao. Just as they were about to enter the hall when a voice called out, "I have heard that the students of the 100 Battles Academy possess remarkable courage, and today's display certainly lives up to the reputation. To drive away a teacher from their own academy is truly the audacity of a novice, unafraid of tigers." He Hao looked up to see a group approaching, led by a cultured middle-aged man. The individuals accompanying him appeared to be affluent and influential. He furrowed his brow, preparing to retort, but Su Jiao quickly restrained him, whispering that as Minister of Education Lu Cheng and those beside him are city entrepreneurs and officials. They are not to be trifled with. Best keep your thoughts to yourself. At that moment, someone beside Lu Cheng chimed in, "Minister Lu, it seems your educational policies need revision. At the very least, we must instill in our children the importance of respecting their teachers." Lu Cheng did not respond. But another voice interjected, "Respecting teachers is essential, but it must also be contingent upon the integrity of the individual. To emphasize respect for those lacking virtue would be foolish, would it not?" Everyone's attention shifted as another group approached, this time clad in military uniforms. The speaker from this group was notably young, with thick brows and a strong jaw, exuding an aura of command. Lu Cheng smiled. "Ah, it is Colonel Liang Jian, a trusted aide of Commander D." He Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, murmuring, "I didn't expect Colonel Liang to be here. He is the mech engineer of Blazing Flame, and my idol." Su Jiu looked at him in surprise. "You have someone you admire?" She then observed the surrounding individuals and whispered, "Lu Cheng has connections with the Luo family. It is said that Luo Tianyi assisted him in becoming Minister of Education. His presence here likely represents the Luo family. Both he and Luo Tianyi are conservatives. The Surface Exploration Corps is well known as radicals. Today may appear to be a duel between two freshmen, but in reality, it is a confrontation between conservatives and radicals." He Hao nodded lightly. Following the cataclysm of the beasts, the conservatives have consistently opposed surface exploration, believing that frequent expeditions would attract the attention of the beasts and bring disaster to the underground cities. These fools are only content to indulge in their comforts, unwilling to step out of their comfort zones. They fail to realize that without surface exploration and regular purging of nearby beasts, even if they adhere to their beliefs, the beasts will eventually come for them. Su Jiu's lips parted. Before the disaster erupted, they were already elevated above others. Life is but a fleeting century. They relish their current comforts and are naturally averse to risks. Expecting them to venture to the surface like Commander D is an unreasonable demand. He Hao cast a glance at her. "Su Jiu, you have lost your way." "You speak nonsense," Su Jiu retorted. At that moment, the colonel from the Surface Exploration Corps raised his hand with a beaming smile. "Minister Lu, esteemed guests, please." Lu Cheng chuckled. To think a mere sparring match would attract Colonel Liang, what a surprise. Liang Jian replied candidly, "Student Luo Yan is a promising talent favored by our commander. He cannot attend today due to other commitments, so I, just back from a mission and on leave, have brought a few comrades to lend our support to student Luo while also ensuring order at the academy. We aim for today's duel to be just and fair, preventing any interference or underhanded tactics." As he spoke, Liang Jian cast a deliberate glance at Lu Cheng's entourage. Lu Cheng, taken aback by Liang Jian's forthrightness, bristled. "Colonel Liang, are you implying that we would resort to underhanded means?" Liang Jian laughed heartily. "Minister Lu, I am but a simple man and speak plainly. Do not take offense. Now, let us find a good spot to sit and enjoy the match." With a gesture, the members of the Exploration Corps marched in unison into the hall. Chapter 30. Confidence in the dormitory. Luo Yan was immersed in his cultivation. He envisioned the undulating mountains and the towering peaks, imagining himself growing as steadfast as the mountains, unyielding. In this reverie, the primordial force surged with his breath into his body, cleansing the meridians according to his will, following the skin and flesh. The initial level of the gazing at mountains and seas technique focused on refining the body's meridians. The meridians, associated with muscles, tendons, ligaments, and other soft tissues, primarily serve to connect bones and facilitate communication. They protect the internal organs alongside the skeleton and enable the limbs to perform various functions through the joints. The stronger the meridians, the quicker the body's movements and the greater the explosive power. Through his studies, Luo Yan learned that the human body possesses a total of 485 meridians, 62 in the upper front, 126 in the middle front, 72 in the lower front, 127 in the back, and an additional 98 meridians. At this moment, after continuous cleansing by the primordial force, one meridian had finally completed its refinement. Luo Yan activated his internal vision and beheld the meridian radiating a soft glow, filled with resilience, resistant to injury, and capable of generating greater strength. He took a deep breath and gradually concluded his practice. Over the past week, despite utilizing the calming agent during each session, he had only managed to refine 42 meridians in the upper front. Clearly, the speed of cultivation had slowed down upon reaching the third level. At a pace of 6 to 7 meridians per day, completing the third level would require at least 70 days. No wonder Wei Fenghua remarked that the cultivation speed of gazing at mountains and seas was relatively slow. Now focusing on refining the meridians. The fourth level would entail refining 206 bones, which would likely take even longer. After rising, Luo Yan stretched his limbs and glanced at the clock. It was already 9:30. There was half an hour left before the match began. He leisurely drank a glass of warm water, then donned the protective gear he had exchanged from the logistics department. This set was more complex than the one he wore in the Forbidden Zone, offering greater coverage while allowing full mobility of his joints. Luo Yan then opened a box and took out a red toxin relief agent to inject into himself, calculating that the previous injection's effects were waning. He did not wish for the red toxin to flare up unexpectedly during the match. He also carefully stored a Qi restoration agent, which alleviates pain, a toxin relief agent that mitigates most toxins, and a golden boiling agent that stimulates the nerves to maintain a heightened state temporarily. Finally, he grasped his longsword, Starbreaker, and exited the dormitory, closing the door behind him. At training hall number 3, just as Luo Yan arrived, Luo Beichen approached from the opposite side. Clad in dark armor and wielding a long spear with a flat blade resembling an oar, the spear possessed characteristics of both thrusting and slicing. The two halted in front of the training hall's entrance, locking eyes. Luo Yan expected some harsh words from the other, but today, Luo Beichen appeared unexpectedly composed. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Luo Yan before entering the hall. Luo Yan noted this change, sensing that Luo Beichen had come prepared, exuding an air of confidence. Of course, Luo Yan held his own confidence, derived from his mastery of the initial level 3, the Kaiyuan will taught by Di Jingxin, his experience battling 2 colossal beasts in the Forbidden Zone, and the myriad challenges he faced during 3 years of survival on the surface. Turning, he entered the hall. Applause erupted inside as Luo Yan realized the training hall was filled with spectators, first-year newcomers, second- and third-year students, familiar and unfamiliar instructors, and clearly some individuals from outside the institution. Among them, Luo Yan spotted members of the Surface Exploration Corps, although he did not know any personally. Their uniforms reminiscent of Di Jing's instilled a sense of familiarity. At that moment, a sturdy young man with a square face from the Corps nodded at him. Then, someone on the arena called out, "Students Luo Yan and Luo Beichen, please come to the stage." Luo Yan ascended the platform, standing side by side with Luo Beichen. Their gazes locked. "I am Bai Zishi, the president of the student council and today's referee," the president announced with a smile. "Normally, we would conduct a check on both of you, but since this is a life and death match, we shall forego that procedure. I must emphasize that in this match, there are no rules, no limits. Do you understand?" Luo Yan glanced at his longsword and replied nonchalantly, "Once on the platform, we shall not regret life or death." Luo Beichen sneered, making a throat-cutting gesture. Bai Zishi regarded both of them before stating, "Very well. The match will officially commence in 5 minutes. You may step down and rest." As Luo Yan turned to sit down, Zhang Shan rushed over, whispering in his ear, "Luo Yan, be careful. I heard that the one named Luo has already reached initial level 3. Moreover, the Luo family is wealthy. That spear in Luo Beichen's hand is likely of heavy weapon caliber. Your sword may put you at a disadvantage." Luo Yan nodded lightly. "I am aware." Zhang Shan pressed his hand on his shoulder. "In any case, I support you and believe you will not lose." Luo Yan acknowledged him with a nod. In the audience, Minister of Education L. Chung scrutinized Luo Yan. Someone nearby remarked, "Minister L, what do you think that D is really interested in regarding this surface wildling? I heard he personally visited the City Lord's office to facilitate this life and death match." Elching shook his head, admitting he did not know. However, he understood that if Luo Beichen lost today, it would not only be a blow to the Luo family, but also a significant embarrassment for the entire conservative faction, diminishing their influence in future critical matters. Perhaps Di Zheng had brought this boy from the surface to undermine his own faction. "I cannot decipher Commander Di's intentions." El Chung observed the anxious members of the conservative faction, "but I am certain that the young master of the Luo family will not lose." After all, Luo Tianyi hired Gao Lin as a tutor for his son for a week. "Do you know who Gao Lin is?" Someone gasped. "Isn't he the former commander of the Exploration Corps? He retired 2 years ago, ostensibly leaving the Corps of his own accord. But some say he was forced out by Di Zheng." El Chung smiled. "I am uncertain whether he was driven out by Di Zheng. but I can assure you that he is the one who knows Zheng best in this world. Therefore, his students will undoubtedly prevail. Chapter 31. A moment between life and death. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. The elegant Bai Zishi, akin to a refined gentleman of this chaotic world, rose and smiled. Time's up. Please come to the stage. Luo Yan immediately stood, gripping Starbreaker. He appeared particularly tense, his knuckles turning pale as he clutched the sword sheath. Luo Beichen noticed this detail and narrowed his eyes. The two ascended the arena simultaneously. Bai Zishi glanced at them and nodded. Begin. On the stage. Neither made the first move. They kept their distance, observing each other. Luo Yan activated the barrier-breaking eye, a flickering silver-white light surrounding his crimson pupils. In an instant, he perceived Luo Beichen's condition: 268 vitality and 154 spiritual power. Clearly, Luo Beichen had advanced again, now matching his own level, both at beginner tier 3. Through this week's cultivation, Luo Yan had elevated his vitality to 426 and his spiritual power to 178. Compared to his initial breakthrough, he had made further progress. At this level, the advantages of observing mountains and seas became increasingly evident. In terms of vitality alone, he surpassed practitioners of other techniques, with spiritual power that was also notably deeper. These were his advantages. Luo Yan blinked, ceasing the use of his divine concealment. Activating the barrier-breaking eye would continuously consume spiritual power, and the longer it was used, the greater the depletion. Thus, after gathering his opponent's essential information, Luo Yan stopped its use. He then drew his long sword, casting the sheath aside. His gaze sharpened. Here it comes. On the opposite side of the arena, Luo Beichen focused intently, recalling Gao Lin's earlier words. According to the information you provided, that Luo Yan is a formidable character, with combat experience on the surface. Do not underestimate this experience. The presence or absence of bloodshed makes a significant difference. That wolf cub has seen blood. When he strikes, he will not hesitate. Choosing a spear as your weapon was wise. In the absence of firearms, it is best to select a long weapon to gain the upper hand. If I am not mistaken, at the onset of the match, he will launch a full-throttle attack while his stamina and spiritual power are at their peak. Furthermore, he may employ a strategy of trading injury for victory. You, who have never taken a life, may hesitate in critical moments. Your objective is to create distance. Deplete that boy's stamina and spiritual power as much as possible. Utilize the drifting dragon step I taught you to feint, drawing out his combat skills and arcane techniques. Then, it will be your domain. These words flashed through Luo Beichen's mind in an instant. He decisively retreated, spear in hand. Yet he did not merely retreat. The spear propelled upward, swift as lightning, targeting Luo Yan's face. Rather than retreating, Luo Yan accelerated, merely tilting his head as the flat, sharp spear blade passed beneath his eyelids. His eyes remained unblinking, allowing the blade to carve a shallow gash across his cheek. Seizing the opportunity, he darted forward, almost like a specter, arriving beside Luo Beichen in an instant. Luo Beichen swiftly retracted his spear, raising the shaft. At that moment, Starbreaker transformed into a streak of black lightning, crossing Luo Beichen's neck in a brief flash. Sword technique. Thunderclap. Clang. The long sword struck the spear's shaft, sending sparks flying. Luo Beichen felt a tingling pain in his palms, nearly losing grip on the spear. The force of Luo Yan's strike threw him off balance, and he stumbled 3 steps to the left before regaining his footing, his body drenched in cold sweat. Gao Lin's words echoed again in his mind. Remember, a true master learns to anticipate rather than merely react. Analyze your opponent's psychology to grasp their patterns. If today you see your opponent wielding a sword, he is most likely using Zheng's thunderclap. Given Luo's temperament, if he has the chance to employ combat skills, he will not waste effort targeting your joints, but will aim directly at your neck or face. When he approaches, do not think. Immediately raise your spear to block. Luo Beichen's heart raced. Had Gao Lin not offered his insights, that last sword strike might have sealed his fate. The arena fell silent, the audience captivated by the swift exchange of blows. From Luo Yan's initial assault to Luo Beichen being forced back several steps, The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. Yet the peril was evident even to the untrained eye. Had Luo Baichen's spear been raised a fraction of a second slower, he would have lost his head on the arena floor. Cheers erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. It was Major Liang Jin of the Surface Military. Flashing a bright smile as he exclaimed, "Now this is a fight for life and death. The difference lies in a single moment." How exhilarating! On the other side of the audience, the conservative faction, led by El Cheng, wore glum expressions, especially the Minister of Education. Just moments ago, El Cheng had confidently asserted that Gao Lin's student would surely prevail. Yet within less than a minute on stage, Luo Baichen had nearly lost his head. El Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though his reputation was in jeopardy. On the stage, Luo Yan paid no heed to the major's applause or the thoughts of others. His focus remained solely on Luo Baichen. Upon witnessing his combat technique being blocked, he felt no discouragement. With several swift strides, he launched into a fierce offensive with Starbreaker, attacking relentlessly. The arena resonated with the clanging of metal, drowning out all else as Luo Baichen found himself on the defensive. Luo Baichen's expression darkened. He steadied himself, committing fully to defense while recalling Gao Lin's guidance. That wolf cub's nature was ruthless. After Thunderclap bore no fruit, he would surely initiate a fierce assault. At this moment, do nothing but focus on defense. A prolonged siege must yield a flaw. When he falters, that is your moment to strike back. Clang, clang, clang. Starbreaker and Luo Baichen's spear collided countless times. Sparks flew across the arena as Luo Baichen noticed the increasing pallor of Luo Yan's knuckles gripping the long sword. Finally, after yet another clash, Luo Yan seemed to struggle to maintain control, his sword nearly slipping from his grasp. The opportunity had arrived. Luo Baichen surged with a wave of spiritual power, charging forward. His spear aimed at Luo Yan's right foot. Luo Yan hastily retreated, the spear tip embedding itself in the arena, piercing into the wooden planks below. Luo Baichen spun, using his shoulder to brace the spear, suddenly exerting force. The spear shot upward as if lifting a mountain, splintering the wood beneath it and crashing down towards Luo Yan. This was a combat technique, spear technique, mountain lifting. Luo Yan quickly wielded his sword to block. Luo Baichen dashed forward, thrusting his spear. Luo Yan narrowly evaded, and Luo Baichen transformed the thrust into a sweeping motion. The spear sliced through the air, aimed at his opponent. Luo Yan raised his long sword, poised to parry. A smirk crept onto Luo Baichen's lips as he twisted his hands on the spear's grip. To everyone's astonishment, the spear began to disassemble in a series of sharp clicks. Beneath the alloy shaft lay a true spear body, crafted from flexible metal strips. Thus, when Starbreaker intercepted the spear, it did not cease its motion. The front half of the spear, now rendered flexible by inertia, arced gracefully, its tip targeting Luo Yan's throat. This was yet another combat technique. Shooting skills, the serpent's tongue. Chapter 32. Instant kill. Just as the gun's tip was about to strike, Luo Yan swiftly seized the barrel with his free hand. However, at that moment, Luo Baichen let out a sinister laugh. Upon seeing his grin, Luo Yan immediately relinquished his grip on the gun and rolled to the side. At that instant, a streak of dark light shot forth from the flat tip of the spear, grazing Luo Yan's neck and leaving a deep gash. Hidden within the spear's tip was a steel needle. This was the true serpent's tongue. Cheers erupted from the audience, notably from Minister of Education, El Cheng, who appeared radiant. Just moments prior, Luo Baichen had been cleaved by Luo Yan's sword, nearly prompting him to seek refuge in a crevice. Now, with Luo Baichen regaining the upper hand, El Cheng was naturally elated. The conservative members beside him also cheered, attempting to impose psychological pressure on Luo Yan. On the arena, Luo Yan created distance. Suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness, the needle was poisoned. He swiftly retrieved an antidote, but had no time to ingest it before Luo Baichen charged forward, eager to pursue his advantage. In a moment of desperation, Luo Yan hurled the antidote at Luo Baichen's head. Luo Baichen instinctively turned his head, causing his movements to slow just enough for Luo Yan to slip past under the long spear. Simultaneously, he executed a strike with cracking star, landing a blow on the unprotected area of Luo Beichun's knee. Luo Beichun let out a muffled groan, staggering from the unexpected pain. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury, he was unprepared for such torment, and his expression twisted as he faltered in his pursuit of Luo Yan. Seizing the moment, Luo Yan inhaled deeply, drawing the antidote into his system. Next, he took a stimulant, golden boiling agent, also ingesting it. Under the influence of both remedies, the toxin from the steel needle was temporarily subdued. Meanwhile, Luo Beichun had also absorbed an antidote to alleviate the pain in his leg. Observing Luo Yan regaining his footing, he muttered his regrets, lamenting the lack of lethal poison. Had he managed to apply it, Luo Yan would have been finished. In this no-holds-barred arena, both sides were free to employ any means necessary. Luo Beichun, skilled in the use of poison, was not surprising to Luo Yan. Had it not been for the logistical department's unavailability of toxins, Luo Yan would have similarly poisoned his blade. Although the poison was currently suppressed, its duration remained uncertain. Therefore, Luo Yan resolved to end the battle swiftly. Conversely, Luo Beichun had laid his traps, knowing well the likelihood of Luo Yan falling for them. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yan charged forth. Luo Beichun, having devised a strategy, chose to play it safe, waiting for the poison to take effect before striking. Thus, as his opponent approached, Luo Beichun steadied his spear, preparing to defend. In an instant, Luo Yan was upon him, his body emanating a surge of elemental energy. The surface of his skin displaying faint rock-like patterns. Cracking star was raised. Luo Beichun immediately positioned his spear, aware that Luo Yan was about to unleash thunderclap. He had already resolved that after blocking this strike, he would employ his own divine concealment and mystic arts to buy time. Victory was assured. As Luo Yan lifted his sword, a resounding explosion of golden energy erupted, resembling flames. The boiling aura caused Luo Yan's hair to rise dramatically, illuminated by the elemental brilliance. His crimson eyes resembled burning embers, opening the Yuan wheel. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yan finally invoked the secret technique imparted by Dijing, gaining comprehensive enhancements. With a flash of sword light, he swept across. Luo Beichun's expression turned peculiar, a half-smile forming. He had anticipated thunderclap but had not foreseen Luo Yan's additional technique, opening the spirit wheel, a secret even Gao Lin had not mentioned. In that instant, Luo Beichun found himself at a loss, his experience and reflexes failing to provide a timely response. Suddenly, he witnessed the sword light fragmenting into hundreds of minuscule rays, densely interwoven and filling his vision. Gas erupted within the training hall, with Minister El Cheng leaping from his seat. From his vantage point, he saw Luo Yan's sword sweep across, only to shatter into myriad shards, each trailing luminous streaks like a cascade of shooting stars. Those shooting stars circled around Luo Beichun's spear, with only a few colliding with its shaft, while the majority swept past his head, reforming into a long sword behind him. Luo Beichun stood frozen, as if turned to stone, while Luo Yan turned and made his way to the edge of the arena. What had just transpired? Had I successfully blocked it? Why was Luo Yan leaving? Could it be that I had lost? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I still had divine concealment to employ. I still had mystic arts at my disposal. I will not lose. I cannot lose. Luo Beichun opened his mouth as if to speak, but suddenly, blood began to ooze from various parts of his face. The moment Luo Yan leaped down from the arena, Luo Beichun's head shattered like a watermelon, scattering its contents across the ground. The training hall erupted with screams, several girls fainting on the spot, while many others turned pale. El Cheng slumped back into his seat, utterly drained of strength. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind: lost. The young master of the Luo family had been defeated. Why? Just moments ago, Luo Beichun had been in the lead. How could it have turned so swiftly, with that Luo fellow emerging victorious? I must be dreaming. Yes, I am dreaming. At that moment, he heard laughter from the opposite stands. Colonel Liang Jian stood up, exclaiming, "Brilliant!" seizing the opportunity to strike without allowing the opponent a chance to recover. Such thoughtfulness, experience, and judgment are exemplary. This student will surely be welcomed into our exploration corps upon graduation. Luo Yan raised his head, gazing at Colonel Liang, who gave him a thumbs up. Just as a smile began to form on Luo Yan's face, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. The poison from the steel needle had taken effect. Colonel Yang immediately leaped down from the stands, scooping up Luo Yan and shouting, "Doctor! Where's the doctor?" The school medic appeared promptly, and Colonel Yang, along with several soldiers from the Exploration Corps, escorted Luo Yan to the infirmary. In the training hall, El Chung let out a long sigh and stood up, somberly stating, "Let us depart, everyone. There is nothing more to see." Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with a balding head and thick lips glanced at Luo Baichen's lifeless body on the arena and then at Luo Yan's departing figure, unable to suppress his admiration. Today's youth truly excel. What are you rambling about? If you're not leaving, step aside, a disgruntled man interjected. The balding man's eyes flashed with irritation, but as he turned, his face morphed into a forced smile, bowing repeatedly. "Apologies, Mr. Su. I didn't mean to block your way. Please, after you." Mr. Su scoffed. "I wonder how a mere local district chief like you dares to observe the arena. Now I see." The balding man pretended not to understand, continuously offering insincere smiles. "P.S. Another day has passed, dear friends. Could you perhaps extend a little encouragement to this newcomer, like casting a few votes? I am eagerly awaiting nourishment." Chapter 33. The Burden of Praise on the Jiangnan Avenue. Before the gates of the Luo residence, a sleek black car came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing Minister of Education, L.V. Chung, who stepped out. Raising his gaze, he beheld the grand sign above the entrance, the characters Luo Fu dancing with an extravagant flair, exuding an air of invincibility. L.V. Ching adjusted his collar, slowly exhaling before he ventured into the gradually opening gates. Upon entering the study, his eyes immediately fell upon Luo Tianyi, the master of Qiming Heavy Industries, who sat with his eyes closed, exuding a calm demeanor. Beside him stood a tall young man, Luo Nanxing, the eldest son of the Luo family. L.V. Chung removed his shoes and stepped inside, nodding at Luo Nanxing before bowing respectfully to Luo Tianyi. "Mr. Luo, I have returned." Luo Tianyi did not open his eyes. What was the outcome? L.V. Chung swallowed hard before replying, "Young Master Luo, it was a narrow defeat." The study fell into silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In this suffocating atmosphere, beads of sweat began to trickle down L.V. Cheng's forehead. After a brief pause, Luo Tianyi spoke, "I see." L.V. Chung hurriedly produced his phone, placing it on the table. "I recorded the entire duel. It is right here." The Luo father and son remained silent, and L.V. Chung dared not linger, retreating from the study. Once the door closed, Luo Tianyi finally opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Summon Mr. Gao." "Understood." Luo Nanxing left momentarily, returning with Gao Lin, who had been guiding Luo Baichen. "Nanxing, you may attend to your matters." Luo Tianyi instructed his eldest son, then began playing the recorded footage on a screen in the study. "Mr. Gao, please observe. This is the entirety of the duel." Gao Lin nodded, watching intently. Moments later, as the recording concluded, Luo Tianyi inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Gao Lin exhaled slowly. "Young Master Luo, the defeat was not unjust." "Oh." Luo Tianyi turned his gaze toward the screen. Gao Lin closed his eyes and continued, "That young man, Luo, set a trap from the very beginning. When he first employed Thunderclap, young Master Luo managed to block it. I believe he anticipated this outcome and still proceeded to lay the groundwork for his final strike. When he unleashed Thunderclap a second time, young Master Luo assumed he could block it once more. However, this Luo student suddenly erupted with power, utilizing the unique properties of his sword, delivering a decisive blow to young Master Luo. When Gao Lin opened his eyes again, his gaze was sharp. The sudden surge of Yuan force from that Luo student is not characteristic of the Guanshan High technique. It appears that after my departure from the Exploration Corps, Dijung obtained some form of secret technique from the Beast Strategy Bureau and imparted it to that Luo student, resulting in such impressive results. Truly, Dijung has invested considerable resources. Luo Tianyi regarded the screen and remarked, "While I am no expert in combat, if that Luo student possessed such abilities, why did he not use them from the outset?" "State of mind," Gao Lin replied with a smile. "At the beginning, young Master Luo was evidently mindful of my warnings, exhibiting a heightened sense of caution. Had he utilized his abilities at that moment, success would not have been assured. It seems that this Luo student is not one to act without certainty. Lacking absolute confidence, he would not strike hastily. Ultimately, young Master Luo fell short due to experience. As he spoke, Gao Lin turned his gaze toward the man seated at the desk. Regarding this matter of young Master Luo, should I pay a visit to the 100 Battles Academy? Luo Tianyi shook his head resolutely. Losing a son is of little consequence. I am still young. If necessary, I can always have more. Moreover, Beichen's potential is limited, and I had no great expectations for him. Additionally, as the lord of the city mentioned concerning this death match, I had already stated that Beichen's life or death is his own responsibility. The Luo family will not pursue the matter. This is the scenario Di Zheng desires. What difference does it make to me? He believes that by taking one of my sons, he can undermine me. How naive. Luo Tianyi scoffed. If I were to send Mr. Gao to the academy, the exploration corps would come knocking at my door the very next day. Such an opportunity cannot be squandered on Di Zheng. Gao Lin nodded. So this matter is settled? For now, yes, Luo Tianyi replied, his tone grave. With the upcoming city lord election, I cannot allow such trivialities to disrupt the larger agenda. Di Zheng has chosen this moment to strike, precisely to throw me off balance. I will not grant him that satisfaction. Of course, while I may not favor that child Beichen, he remains my son. I can endure for the sake of the election, but not indefinitely. After the election, I will settle accounts with Di Zheng. He paused, then chuckled softly. Furthermore, to retaliate against Di Zheng, there is no need for Mr. Gao to personally visit the academy. If Di Zheng seeks to elevate that Luo student, so be it. I, Luo Tianyi, shall elevate him as well, propelling him to become the brightest star in Guangling City. Simultaneously, I shall ensure he becomes the target of envy. By then, I need not lift a finger. Others will eagerly seek to tear him down. People, after all, cannot abide seeing others excel. The taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. The more renowned the person, the greater the jealousy. Gao Lin nodded slightly. First elevate, then eliminate. Use the knife of another to slay. A clever scheme, Mr. Luo. Luo Tianyi smiled but did not respond, instead retrieving a bottle of perfume to lightly spray at the cut end of a cigar. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, seemingly unperturbed by the loss of a son. At the 100 Battles Academy, in the infirmary, Luo Yan suddenly sat upright. For a fleeting moment, he believed he was still on the surface, that the academy, the forbidden observation, and the death match were merely a dream. You're awake, came the voice of Wei Fenghua. Upon seeing his mentor, Luo Yan realized that everything that had transpired was, indeed, real. Luo Yan nodded. I'm awake. Wei Fenghua placed a hand on his shoulder. Lie back down, you still need rest. However, you can rest assured. The poison in your body has been neutralized. For the next 2 days, refrain from training and allow your body to recuperate. By the way, you've been in Guangling City for a month now. Aside from the academy, you haven't explored other places, have you? Take a stroll around this weekend. It will serve both as relaxation and an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the city. Just as Luo Yan was about to express his unfamiliarity with the area, he heard Zingshan's voice. Luo Yan, come over to my house tomorrow. Wei Fenghua stepped aside, revealing Zingshan and Li Bohong entering the room. After greeting Wei Fenghua, Zingshan eagerly suggested, I'm heading home. If you don't mind, why not come over for a couple of days? Luo Yan glanced at Wei Fenghua, who nodded slightly, prompting him to respond with a simple, all right. Zingshan beamed with joy. Then it's settled. By the way, old Luo, that strike that eliminated the Luo student was simply magnificent. Chapter 34. Class Privileges. Wei Fenghua patted a suitcase resting on the table, saying, your Starbreaker Ran armor, along with other belongings, are all here. He added, you all chat. I shall take my leave. Zingshan immediately waved, goodbye, teacher. After Wei Fenghua departed, Li Bohong remarked, the body of Luo Beichen has been claimed by the Luo family. Strangely, they left a message for you. Luo Yan looked up, inquiring, what message? Zingshan snorted. They advised you to focus on your recovery and not to dwell on this matter, claiming that the Luo family would not seek revenge over this incident. He continued. In my opinion, they are merely putting on a fade. Li Bohong added, I believe it is because the mayoral election is approaching. Luo Tianyi does not want any unnecessary complications, hence the pretense of generosity. During this period leading up to the election, they certainly will not trouble you, Luo classmate. However, beyond that, it is hard to say. At least for now, you need not worry about the Luo family. Moreover, Li Bohong chuckled, today, Colonel Liang Jian from the Exploration Corps is coming to observe the arena. After the deadly bout, he mentioned that the Exploration Corps intends to recruit you after graduation. I believe this was also said with Luo Tianyi in mind. In other words, Commander D is determined to protect you. As long as Commander D remains in Guangling City, you need not be overly concerned. Luo Yan looked at Li Bohong in surprise, realizing that this classmate was not only astute, but also well-informed about the situation in Guangling City. Zheng Shan seemed to discern Luo Yan's confusion and chuckled, Old Luo, you might not be aware, but our Li classmate has quite a remarkable background. His uncle is none other than the current mayor, Lu Haoding, the foremost authority in Guangling City. Li classmate has kept this under wraps, and we only discovered it recently. Li Bohong shook his head, smiling. My uncle forbids me from using his identity to show off. It is not that I intended to keep it a secret. Moreover, I hope everyone recognizes me for who I am, rather than my lineage. Zheng Shan laughed heartily, and then glanced at the time. Enough talk. Old Luo has just awakened. Let him rest a bit longer. Shall we depart? Li Bohong nodded. I was just about to suggest that. Zheng Shan patted Luo Yan on the shoulder. Old Luo. It's settled then. We'll see you at the school gate tomorrow morning. Luo Yan nodded. After bidding farewell to the two, he lay back on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Friends Luo Yan softly savored the word. The next day, Luo Yan donned his school uniform and took his starbreaker to the school gate. It was Saturday, and most students opted to return home for a brief respite, planning to return either on Sunday night or Monday. Not far off, Hihao was carrying a backpack, also intending to head home. From a distance, he spotted Luo Yan holding a longsword. As he passed by, he scoffed, Fool, weapons are prohibited in the city. Bringing a sword out, are you planning to visit the city security bureau for tea? When Luo Yan turned to look, Hihao had already walked away. Yet, he muttered, Keep your student card on you. When trouble arises, showing it will suffice. Hihao continued to grumble under his breath. What a country bumpkin, utterly clueless. At that moment, laughter erupted nearby, followed by his partner, Su Jiao, teasingly saying, Didn't someone claim that after Luo classmate dispatched Luo Beichen, he would come looking for trouble? Yet here I see that someone not only refrains from causing trouble, but is also kindly offering advice to Luo classmate? Oh right, someone was saved in the forbidden zone. I suppose that counts as gratitude. Hihao glared at the girl through gritted teeth. Shut up. Men handle their business. Women should not interfere. Sujio stuck her tongue out at him, big man, and left behind a string of laughter that made Hihao's teeth itch. At the academy gate, students passing by Luo Yan cast admiring glances, while others hurried past, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. A few girls even paled, avoiding close proximity to him, as if he were a fearsome beast. There was little wonder. In the deadly bout yesterday, Luo Beichen had met a gruesome end, and Luo Yan had been branded as a ruthless person. A moment later, Zheng Shan finally arrived, carrying a bulging backpack that seemed ready to burst. Had it not been for his emergence from the academy, Luo Yan might have thought he was fleeing from something. Zheng Shan chuckled awkwardly. I exchanged some credits for food. There are many people at home, and it's rare for me to return, so I brought a bit more. Luo Yan understood that in the logistics department, 1 credit could procure 2 weeks' worth of rations. However, no one would waste credits so frivolously, especially since the school provided meals free of charge. Therefore, he was puzzled as to why there was a food exchange option in the logistics department. Now that he saw Zheng Shan, he seemed to grasp a bit more. Zheng Shan waved his hand. Let us go. We'll take the light rail. As they walked, he continued, Both my parents are workers. Our family managed to enter Guangling City thanks to their contributions to urban development. However, as workers, they received no special privileges and could only attain 6th-level treatment. Luo Yan recalled that after passing the entrance examination, Wei Fenghua had announced that all qualified freshmen would receive 4th-level privileges, though he had never understood what that entailed. Hearing Zheng Shan mention it now, he inquired, What is level treatment? It is a system that allocates labor credits based on your contributions to the city, Zhongshan explained. You can think of labor credits as equivalent to academic credits, or to put it more plainly, as currency. Different levels of treatment correspond to different allocations of credits. The 6th level is the lowest tier. Even with full attendance each month, the credits allocated would barely suffice for basic sustenance. In my family, only my parents receive credits. But we have many siblings. However, now that I'm here, even though I haven't graduated yet, I hold credits, and as prospective pilots, we enjoy 4th level treatment. This level provides 3,000 credits per month, but since we are still students, we only receive a stipend of 1,000 credits monthly. Yet, that is already equivalent to what my father earns in a month. If I become a full-fledged pilot, I will then enjoy 3rd level treatment. That means not only will I receive 8,000 credits monthly, but I will also be allocated housing and transportation. Observing Zhongshan's exuberance, Luo Yan finally comprehended the essence of level treatment. Soon, they boarded a light rail train heading toward the city. At that moment, an announcement crackled over the intercom. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent notification. Yesterday, our city launched a special operation against smuggling organizations dealing with giant beast parasites. During this initiative, several smuggling operations were dismantled, resulting in the confiscation of 175 frozen living parasites. However, one smuggling organization managed to escape. Currently, local security agencies are working tirelessly to apprehend them. Citizens are urged to report any suspicious individuals to the local city security bureau or call the police. Listening to the announcement, Luo Yan was astonished. Could it be that there were individuals daring enough to smuggle giant beast parasites? Chapter 35, The Smuggling of Behemoths Within the Confines of the Train. It appeared that others shared Luo Yan's bewilderment. A girl clad in a pink dress murmured, "How can there still be individuals smuggling behemoth parasites? It's utterly disgusting." Beside her, a male companion chuckled softly. There have been instances of smuggling various wild animals in the past. Smuggling parasites is rather akin to those activities. Some people possess unique tastes. Instead of keeping cats or dogs, they prefer to nurture behemoth parasites. Others are superstitious, believing that the bones and organs of these creatures possess medicinal properties capable of curing ailments. Those willing to pay a price will inevitably attract smugglers. Luo Yan listened, aghast. During his 3 years on the surface, he had witnessed countless individuals who had fallen victim to parasites, either directly or indirectly. He had never fathomed that someone would desire to domesticate behemoth parasites or utilize them for medicinal purposes. It was mentioned in his classes that behemoth parasites could not be artificially bred or tamed. They were inherently savage, rendering private ownership unlawful. As for their use in medicine, that notion was even more ludicrous. Both parasites and behemoths originated from the Yinfu space, not from Earth's natural environment. They carried a multitude of unknown viruses and bacteria. Using them for medicinal purposes would be tantamount to courting death. Absurd, indeed. Zhongshan spoke softly. The first time I heard of people smuggling behemoth parasites, as well as their bones and organs, I was equally astonished, questioning whether those individuals had lost their minds. It has been proven that, for the sake of profit, people can abandon all morals. In the black market, for instance, a single wolf tick can be exchanged for half a year's worth of food for an adult. The profits are immense, hence, some are willing to take the risk. Luo Yan furrowed his brow, envisioning the countless lives lost behind each parasite that found its way to the black market. These were not mere cats or dogs. They were ferocious beasts. At that moment, Zhongshan nudged Luo Yan's arm and pointed out the window. "Look, that is the rapid deployment hatch." Luo Yan turned to see enormous pipes leading into the sky above the city. He recalled having seen these pipes when he first entered Guangling City, but had not understood their purpose. Noticing Luo Yan's confusion, Zhongshan laughed. "You come from the surface, and the curriculum hasn't covered this yet. No wonder you're in the dark." The rapid deployment hatch is a passage, or rather a mechanism, that allows mechs to swiftly reach the surface. A portion of the energy used by our city relies on the light-collecting devices atop the mountains behind the Great Lake area. Occasionally, these devices may be damaged by behemoths or other causes and require replacement. At such times, Mech escorts are necessary, hence the existence of these deployment hatches. By the way, since the Surface Exploration Corps frequently undertakes missions, ground escort duties often fall to our academy. However, only third-year students are eligible to participate. We still have some time to go. Luo Yan nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of Guangling City through Zheng Shan's explanations. After a moment, he inquired, "Have you awakened your divine vault yet?" Zheng Shan chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I awakened it shortly after returning from the observation of the forbidden area. I had no choice. Unlike you, I did not practice visualization techniques before enrolling, so it took me a bit longer. However, my awakened divine vault is quite decent." Luo Yan casually asked, "What is it?" Zheng Shan rubbed the tip of his nose with a finger and lowered his voice. "Electrokinesis, a natural affinity. Currently, I can only infuse high-voltage currents into combat skills and arcane techniques. However, my mentor mentioned that if I can break through 2 or 3 more times, it will become immensely powerful. One could say that the potential of this divine vault is promising." After saying this, he remembered Luo Yan's divine vault was the rather unremarkable gazing eye, which possessed little potential. He quickly reassured him, "Old Luo, you need not be disheartened. When we visited the forbidden area last time, didn't Teacher Wei mention that if one had a fragment of the primordial stone, it could trigger a transformation in the divine vault? Even a divine vault of average potential can become outstanding after such a transformation. Once you graduate, you could directly join the Exploration Corps. Perhaps then, you might have a chance to obtain a primordial stone fragment, allowing your gazing eye to undergo a transformation." Luo Yan merely responded with a non-committal hum, refraining from revealing to Zheng Shan that his gazing eye had already transformed. Speaking of which, Wei Fenghua had promised to provide him with a book about divine vaults upon returning to the academy. However, he had become so engrossed in his training after returning from the forbidden area that he had completely forgotten about it. He resolved to seek out Wei Fenghua for the book on Sunday after returning to school, hoping to find relevant materials on the barrier-breaking eye. After more than an hour, the train came to a halt, nearing its final destination. The carriage was sparsely populated. As Luo Yan and Zheng Shan disembarked, they found themselves in a narrow, low-rise area bustling with life. Vendors sold various goods directly from tricycles, setting up stalls along the streets. To facilitate evening operations, they had illegally tapped into electrical lines, resulting in a tangle of wires overhead. People traversed the narrow paths on foot, bicycles, or electric scooters, creating a cacophony of shouts, curses, and laughter that evoked memories of bustling city markets from the past. Zheng Shan awkwardly remarked, "This place is a bit chaotic, but the rent is cheap, and the environment pales in comparison to the academy dorms." Just as he was about to caution Luo Yan that he might find it uncomfortable, Luo Yan had already inquired, "How do we get to your home?" Seeing that Luo Yan was unfazed, Zheng Shan perked up and stepped forward. "Come, I'll take you there. My mom makes the most delicious pancakes. I'll have her whip up a few for you to try." Luo Yan smiled and nodded in agreement, navigating through the alleyways. They soon arrived at Zheng Shan's doorstep, where a girl of around 17 or 18 was squatting by the entrance, looking glum. 2 boys, roughly 13 or 14, were attempting to cheer her up, but despite their best efforts, her face remained devoid of a smile. "About Xiao Shuang, Xiao Shi, what are you up to?" Zheng Shan exclaimed cheerfully, not forgetting to introduce Luo Yan. "Bao is my younger sister. She is the second in line. Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi are the third and fourth. They are twins." Upon hearing Zheng Shan's voice, the 3 at the door looked up in unison. The twin boys then rushed over to grab Zheng Shan, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're finally back. You need to tell mom quickly. Our second sister doesn't want to get married." Zheng Shan was bewildered. "Get married?" The twins nodded vigorously. "Of course. Today, our parents are going to arrange a marriage for our second sister. They say that if she gets married, they will receive a sum of labor credits. But this ISN team marriage, it's clearly selling off our second sister." Chapter 36. Lu, how did you end up here? Zheng Shan's expression shifted dramatically. He dashed into the house like a gust of wind. Luo Yan heard him shout, "Dad, Mom, what's going on? Why are you marrying off Bao?" Moments later, Luo Yan entered the room and saw a middle-aged couple. The man was hunched in a corner, smoking incessantly, while the woman sighed, "Ah, Sean, your father has been ill lately. He can't work, and with the expenses for medicine and treatment, we're truly at our wits' end." Coincidentally, Aunt Wang from next door introduced a young man. His background is quite decent. His uncle is the head of the local land protection bureau. According to Aunt Wang, he is well connected with the Minister of Education. Perhaps he could even arrange for Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi to attend school. Zheng Shan shook his head defiantly. "So you're willing to sacrifice Ah Bao's happiness?" "Mom, I'll find a way to manage the finances. I'm currently a reserve pilot, earning a monthly subsidy of 1,000 work points. That should suffice for Dad's medical expenses. As for the schooling of Xiao Shuang and Xiao Shi, I will handle that." Just then, a woman's voice called from outside. "Congratulations, Zheng Papa, Zheng Mama." Zheng's mother quickly pulled her son aside. "Aunt Wang is here." Luo Yan frowned. He was not fond of such gatherings. However, leaving immediately would be disrespectful to Zheng Shan, so he quietly retreated to a corner, observing with a detached demeanor. A flamboyantly dressed woman in her 40s entered, followed by several young men. The foremost among them, Chen Xinho, wore an exquisite outfit and a golden wristwatch, exuding an aura of ostentatious luxury that felt out of place among the Zheng family. The others carried large bags. Placing them on the table, the middle-aged woman pulled Zheng's mother aside. "Zheng Mama, look, this is a token of appreciation from Xiao Chun. Please accept it." Zheng Shan rushed forward, saying, "My sister will not marry. Take your gifts back. We do not want them." Zheng's mother quickly intervened, apologizing to the middle-aged woman. "Aunt Wang, I'm sorry. This is my eldest son, just back from the academy. He's having difficulty accepting this situation and has acted impulsively." Aunt Wang chuckled and remarked, "So this is the son you mentioned, the one who got into the battle academy and became a reserve pilot. Indeed, quite impressive. But young man, don't think that becoming a reserve pilot guarantees success. Have you inquired how many graduates from the academy actually become pilots? Xiao Chun is different. His uncle is a bureau chief and has already secured him a position in the Land Protection Bureau, where he enjoys 5th-tier benefits. He will surely ascend to the position of bureau chief in due time. If I were you, I would hasten to marry off your sister. Who knows? Perhaps Xiao Chun might consider helping you with a position there in the future." Shin Xinho shook his head. "Aunt Wang, please don't flatter me. I still have no idea when I'll sit in that bureau chief's chair. It's premature to discuss it." His words were humble, yet an air of arrogance seeped through, as if the position were within easy reach. He then scrutinized Zheng Shan. "Moreover, entering the Land Protection Bureau isn't merely about connections. Even if you are a relative, if you lack the necessary qualities, you won't qualify." Zheng Shan scoffed. "Who wants to be your relative? Stop embellishing your worth." Aunt Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Zheng Shan. "How can you speak like that? Xiao Chun is interested in your sister. That's a stroke of luck for your family. If my family had a daughter, this opportunity wouldn't have come to you." With that, Aunt Wang declared that the bride price had been delivered and that the girl should accompany them, promising that Xiao Chun would transfer the agreed work points the following day. She reached out to grasp Zheng Shan's sister's hand, but Zheng Shan seized her wrist. "I'll see who dares to take Ah Bao away today." Chen Xinho sneered. "A bunch of paupers. Do you really think you're significant? I was contemplating spending some money on a pretty flower, but now you're pretending to be high and mighty. Is the money insufficient? I could add another 1,000 work points, or even 2,000. Name your price." "It's just a woman. I can afford it." This provocation incensed Zheng Shan, who shouted and lunged at Chen Xinho, landing a punch that sent him sprawling out of the house. "Hey, they're fighting. What is going on?" Aunt Wang ran outside, yelling, "Call the Land Protection Bureau. They're fighting at the Zheng household." Dazed from the blow, Chen Xinho finally regained his bearings and felt his mouth. A tooth was missing. He pointed accusingly at Zheng Shan, his voice filled with menace. "Just you wait." At that moment, he heard the sound of sirens outside, which brought him immense joy. "Stop the vehicle. It's the Land Protection Bureau." Sure enough, a team of security personnel soon arrived. The leader, Xie Ding, had thick lips. Upon seeing him, Chen Xinho's face lit up with delight. "Uncle, it's me, Xinho." He hadn't expected to encounter his uncle, Chen Qinggan, the bureau chief, in this situation. Chen Qinggan had been patrolling his jurisdiction due to reports of a smuggling group operating in the area. He had come over after hearing that a student from the Battle Academy had been involved in a fight, only to find his nephew. Seeing Chun Shinho's swollen face and missing tooth, he erupted in fury. Who did this? I did. Zingshan stepped forward, boldly taking responsibility. Chun Kingan nodded, barking. Take him to the bureau. Several security personnel moved forward, and the Zeng family, bewildered, found themselves at a loss, as they were merely ordinary workers. Unaccustomed to such a scene, Luo Yan, carrying his Starbreaker, stepped out as well, frowning as he contemplated whether to call Shaoli from the Exploration Corps for assistance. However, when Chun Kingan spotted Luo Yan, his eyes brightened. He remembered Luo Yan's remarkable performance during the previous day's competition at the Battle Academy. Chun Kingan had attended due to his connection with the Minister of Education, and he had heard that the Luo family had treated Luo Yan well after the event. Moreover, Major Liang Jian from the Exploration Corps had specifically requested Luo Yan. Sensing something extraordinary about Luo Yan, Chun Kingan pushed past several security personnel and, to the astonishment of his nephew and Aunt Wang, approached Luo Yan. Luo Yan, what brings you here? Chapter 37. After the rain, the sky clears. Luo Yan found himself in a state of confusion. Ever since the Wang Qitong had transformed into the Pizhuang Fa Yin, he had acquired an extraordinary memory. Yet he could not recall having met the director of the local security bureau before. When asked about his visit, out of courtesy, he simply replied, "A visit." Visiting? Chun Kangan's eyes shifted to Zingshan, and he immediately understood. He waved his hand, signaling several security personnel to step back. Then, with a smile, he addressed Zingshan. Could you please explain why you resorted to violence? Zingshan snorted and recounted in detail how Chun Shinho had been arrogant and insulting. Behind them, Chun Shinho impatiently interjected. Uncle, why waste your breath on him? Hurry up and cuff the kid. Before he could finish, darkness suddenly enveloped him. A sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving Chun Shinho dazed. He initially thought it was Zingshan who had struck him, but upon regaining focus, he realized it was his uncle, Chun Kingan. Uncle, what are you doing? Silence. Chun Kingan interrupted, then turned to Zingshan with a smile. You did well, Zeng. He then faced his nephew, Chun Shinho. You are nothing but a hopeless case. I brought you into this bureau hoping to guide you, yet you misuse my name to bully others. If Zeng hadn't disciplined you today, I would have done so myself. With that, he delivered another slap, causing Chun Shinho's face to swell like that of a pig. Pointing at him, Chun Kingan declared, You, go back to the factory. You are no longer welcome in the security bureau. I won't tolerate you bringing shame upon me. Chun Shinho wished to retort, but was met with a fierce glare from Chun Kingan, rendering him speechless. Tail tucked between his legs, he left, casting a glance at Luo Yan, sensing that his uncle's sudden change in demeanor was somehow related to this student. Truth be told, had it not been for Chun Kingan, he would have remained oblivious to Zingshan's outsider. Luo Yan's low profile had led to his unnoticed presence, leaving Chun Shinho perplexed about who this individual was that could provoke such a reaction from his uncle. The Zeng family was equally astonished, particularly Zingshan's parents. Moments ago, the security bureau had been threatening to take their son away, and now, in the blink of an eye, the director had transformed into a reasonable figure, even prioritizing justice over family ties. At this moment, Chun Kingan turned to Zingshan's father with a smile. I apologize for the trouble my ill-mannered nephew has caused you. Zeng's father quickly replied, Director, you are too kind. Chun Kangan's eyes twinkled as he continued. I heard from Zeng that you are not in good health. Then perhaps you should refrain from working at the factory. We are in need of a security guard. If you don't mind, you could join us. Although it is merely a guard position, it comes with benefits. Medical expenses can be reimbursed, and you would earn 500 work points, which is certainly better than at the factory. Zeng's father was overjoyed. A job as a guard with light duties, reimbursed medical expenses, and additional work points? Such fortune was hard to come by. He was filled with gratitude. Chun Kingan glanced at Luo Yan once more, then smiled. We must attend to our duties. So I won't impose further. Farewell. Zingshan's parents hurriedly escorted Chun Kingan to the street. Once in the car, the aide inquired, Director, who is that student Luo? Chun Kingan replied with a smile, a person of importance. Everything I did today was to create a favorable impression for Luo Yan. Yet throughout the encounter, he had not directly acknowledged Luo Yan, showcasing his astuteness. He did not wish Luo Yan to perceive his actions as mere favors, even if Luo Yan saw through it. It mattered not. Some truths are better left unspoken, allowing for flexibility and potential future developments. After all, this favor was trivial compared to the loss the Luo family had endured with the death of a son. Today's events could merely be seen as a stepping stone. It would be when Luo Yan truly soared that Chen Kangan's efforts would come to fruition. While he regarded his own abilities as average, his discernment of character was commendable. For the Zhang family, what started as a calamity had turned into unexpected fortune, and Zhang's father had gained a desirable position. This was beyond their wildest expectations. Zhang's mother, patting her chest in disbelief, was joined by Aunt Wang, who approached Luo Yan and took his hand. "Oh, young man. I sensed you were no ordinary person the moment I laid eyes on you. Are you seeing anyone? Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" Luo Yan squinted, feeling a touch of impatience. His gaze naturally drifted toward the woman's neck as he subtly adjusted his grip on his sword, its blade sliding in and out of its sheath, mirroring his current sentiments. Seeing this, Zhongshan quickly ushered Aunt Wang away to avoid provoking Luo Yan. He then addressed his parents. "Mom, Dad, we managed to turn danger into safety today, all thanks to Luo Yan. Mom, please whip up a few pancakes for him. On the way here, I assured Luo Yan that your pancakes are simply delicious." Zhongshan, though not dim-witted, understood why Chen Kangan's attitude had shifted so drastically. Even if he couldn't quite fathom the depth of respect Chen Kangan had for Luo Yan, what mattered was that he wouldn't have to face the security bureau today, and his father had secured a good job, all thanks to Luo Yan. Zhang's father exclaimed, "How can we treat a classmate to pancakes? Let us celebrate by dining out instead." However, Zhongshan, knowing Luo Yan's temperament, shook his head. "Old Luo doesn't enjoy crowded places. It's better at home. Mom, you should cook instead." Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Zhang's mother replied, "All right, you entertain your classmate while I prepare the pancakes." Zheng Bao quickly added, "Mom, I'll help you." In the living room, as Luo Yan settled in, Zhongshan sincerely expressed, "Old Luo, thank you for today. Including today, you have assisted me 3 times. I want to say more. If you ever need my help, just ask. If I frown, I'm no man." Luo Yan glanced at him and simply acknowledged with a soft Soon, the pancakes were served. Luo Yan, unbothered by the heat, picked one up and took a bite. Savoring the rich yet not greasy meat filling, complemented by sweet and tangy apple bits. The fragrance of the fruit enriched the dish, and as he enjoyed this delicacy, Luo Yan closed his eyes, transported back to the days before the beastly calamity. It had been 3 long years since he had tasted such flavors. "How is it?" Zhongshan inquired. Luo Yan opened his eyes and looked at Zhang's mother. "Auntie, this is truly delicious." Zhang's mother beamed, filling Luo Yan's plate with more, "If you like it, eat as much as you want. Come back often during the holidays, and I'll make sure to prepare delicious meals for you." In a moment of nostalgia, Luo Yan caught a glimpse of a hazy figure, recalling the warmth of home where his mother would prepare delightful feasts for him upon his return during breaks. His vision blurred as he lowered his head, silently enjoying the pancakes. As he continued eating, he noticed that the pancakes had a slightly salty flavor. Chapter 38. Silencing witnesses. As night fell, Luo Yan declared, "You take the bed. I will sleep on the floor in the living room." The bedroom at Zhongshan's was rather cramped. Once the bed was set down, there was barely any room left to move. Luo Yan shook his head, insisting, "I prefer the living room. I'm not accustomed to sleeping in a bed." Even now, the bed in the dormitory remains untouched. Each night, he chose to sleep beneath it, finding solace in the confined space that offered him a sense of security. Upon hearing this, Zhongshan agreed. "Fine, we'll both sleep in the living room. It will give us a chance to chat." However, the promise of conversation was short-lived. Within a minute of lying down, Zhongshan's snores echoed through the room. Embracing his sword, cracking star, Luo Yan fell asleep fully clothed, quickly succumbing to slumber. The rigors of life above ground had honed his ability to sleep soundly in any environment. Not even Zhongshan's snoring nor the distant sounds of battle outside could disturb him. After an indeterminate passage of time, A chilling scream pierced the night. Help! Luo Yan jolted awake, instinctively crouching down to conceal himself behind the sofa, scanning his surroundings as sleep fled from him. What happened? Zingshan groggily rubbed his eyes and noticed Luo Yan pointing towards the window. Just then, another agonizing cry emanated from outside, rousing the entire Zeng family. Footsteps hurriedly approached, and soon a light flickered on. Wrapped in a tattered blanket, Zeng's mother anxiously remarked, "It seems to be coming from Aunt Wang's house." Luo Yan approached the window and peered out, spotting a single-story house shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. His crimson gaze glimmered with a hint of silver as he activated the barrier-breaking eye. The walls vanished, unveiling the living room of the house across the way. Within, he discerned several grayish silhouettes. One of the shapes lay prostrate on the ground, unmistakably a woman, while hovering above her was a creature the size of a wolf dog, gnawing voraciously at her. The other two gray forms scuttled about the room, occasionally scaling the walls, exhibiting movements reminiscent of insects, creatures the size of wolf dogs. Suddenly, Luo Yan recalled a broadcast he had heard that morning on the train regarding smuggled monstrous parasites. "We are in trouble," he muttered, turning to Zingshan. "It could be the monstrous parasites." "What?" Zingshan exclaimed. "The monstrous parasites." His parents turned pale with fear, clutching the twins and their daughter tightly. Zingshan declared, "I'll go check it out." Without a word, Luo Yan sprinted toward the door. The two rushed into the alley, where neighbors, alerted by Aunt Wang's screams, emerged to investigate. "Stay back. There may be monstrous parasites in Aunt Wang's house," Zingshan shouted. "Quickly contact the local authorities." Drawing Cracking Star, Luo Yan reached the front door. Using the barrier-breaking eye, he observed that the situation inside remained unchanged. The suspected parasites lingered within. With a swift motion, he dismantled the door lock with his sword. Zingshan arrived, flashlight in hand. As Luo Yan pushed the door open, Zingshan raised the flashlight, illuminating the dim living room, revealing disarray. Aunt Wang lay in a pool of blood, struggling to lift her head and reaching toward the entrance. "Help me!" Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the beam of light, seizing Aunt Wang's head, an entity resembling a wolf with the body of a tick, gnawing at her skull. Zingshan gasped, "Wolf tick." Luo Yan added, "3 of them." Zingshan exchanged a glance with Luo Yan before cautiously lowering the flashlight to avoid startling the wolf ticks. His eyes glimmered with blue light as electrical energy danced between his hands. Divine storage, discharge. Upon activating his ability, Zingshan swiftly formed hand seals. A black rope, forged from his elemental power, shot forth from his fingertips. Mystical art, black rope. Yet, unlike Luo Yan's technique, Zingshan's black rope crackled with electric energy, allowing him to infuse his divine ability into his mystical arts or combat techniques. The rope ensnared the wolf tick before it could react. With a commanding shout, Zingshan directed a surge of electricity along the rope, sending it coursing into the creature. The room erupted with electric sparks as the wolf tick shrieked, succumbing to the jolt. However, the other 2 wolf ticks rapidly scuttled across the floor, lunging towards Zingshan. "Get down!" Luo Yan's voice rang out. Zingshan immediately dropped to the ground, and above him, a flash of sword light surged forth. That lightning-like blade shattered into countless fragments, akin to miniature meteors, soaring through the air and cleaving through the 2 wolf ticks. As they were still airborne, their bodies disintegrated into limbs, wings, shells, and viscera, falling in a chaotic heap. The fragments of meteors soon returned, reassembling into the form of Cracking Star. Luo Yan extended his hand, helping Zingshan to his feet. Together, they surveyed the remains of the parasitic creatures, and Zingshan exhaled in relief. Turning to the neighbors, he reassured them, "It's okay, everything's fine." But just then, a scream erupted from his home. Zingshan's expression darkened as he dashed back inside, with Luo Yan following closely. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Zeng's father sprawled on the floor, clutching his arm, while Zeng's mother was being held captive by a man with an abundance of tattoos and a menacing demeanor, pressing an automatic pistol against her temple. "Let my mother go," Zingshan demanded. The man cast a glance at both Zingshan and Luo Yan, then spat on the ground. "Get lost. I've already had enough bad luck being cornered by the local authorities in this godforsaken place. I thought to unleash the parasites to create chaos and make my escape, but you two managed to eliminate my creatures so quickly. If I don't have some hostages, how can I get out of here? He glanced outside, muttering to himself, I absolutely cannot be caught. They will surely kill me. It then dawned on them that he was the very smuggler of monstrous parasites. You want hostages, right? Then take me instead and let my mother go. Zhongshan proposed boldly. Luo Yan surveyed the surroundings, realizing the man was positioned by the window, likely having entered through it to seize Zheng's mother. Quietly, he began to retreat, seeking to maneuver behind the house to seize an opportunity. At that moment, the smuggler aimed his gun at Zhongshan. Get back. If you don't want your mother to die, clear the way. Before he could finish, the outer wall of the Zheng home and the smuggler's head erupted in a violent explosion. Luo Yan's mind momentarily blanked before a thought emerged. Silencing witnesses? Bang! Simultaneously, a gunshot rang out from outside. Luo Yan instinctively turned towards the sound, catching a glimpse of a figure flickering on the rooftop of a two-story building 300 meters away. His crimson eyes shimmered with silver as he activated the barrier-breaking eye, locking onto the entity's grayish silhouette before sprinting into the street. He saw the sniper swiftly descending to the thoroughfare. As Luo Yan burst onto the street, he witnessed the crowd's startled gasps, followed by a sleek black motorcycle bursting forth from the alleyway, its exterior adorned with a red nine-headed bird emblem. The rider upon the motorcycle donned a helmet and bore a sniper rifle upon his back. As he made a savage turn on the street, the tires screeched against the pavement, producing a jarring sound. Following this, the engine roared to life, and the heavy motorcycle surged forward, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Chapter 39. The arrival of the behemoth. After memorizing the mark of the nine-headed bird, Luo Yan returned to the Zheng family. At that moment, the family members were gathered in the alley, too fearful to remain inside the house. Upon seeing him return, Zhongshan hurriedly asked, Lao Luo, are you all right? Luo Yan gently shook his head. Zhongshan continued, I have already contacted the local Bureau of Land Protection. Someone should arrive shortly. Indeed, within 5 minutes, personnel from the Bureau appeared. Leading the team was Chun Kingan, who had visited earlier that day. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates about the emergence of a behemoth parasite in the Zheng household, he promptly rushed over. Without hesitation, he seized Luo Yan and inquired, Luo, are you injured anywhere? His concern was palpable. Luo Yan found it somewhat overwhelming, but maintained his composed demeanor, merely shaking his head in response. Chun Kingan then sought clarification from Zhongshan. Learning that the target he had been pursuing was hiding here and had unleashed a behemoth parasite to create chaos for an escape. Fortunately, Luo Yan and Zhongshan had managed to eliminate the threat, preventing further disaster from unfolding. Nevertheless, Chun Kingan was drenched in cold sweat at the thought of what might have happened had the situation escalated. Upon hearing that the perpetrator had taken Zheng's mother hostage and subsequently silenced her, his expression grew grave. Did you see what the perpetrator looked like? He asked. Both Luo Yan and Zhongshan shook their heads. That's good. Not having seen the assailant means you are less likely to be in danger, he remarked, drawing from his experience. If the perpetrator had been seen by them, he would undoubtedly have silenced them to eliminate witnesses. Luo Yan refrained from mentioning the nine-headed bird emblem, opting to avoid unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the bodies from within the house had been carried out. Chun Kingan exchanged a glance with Luo Yan, then produced a set of keys, addressing Zhongshan. This is a crime scene, and we need to conduct an investigation here. I have an unoccupied apartment. Would you and your family like to stay there for a few days? If you find it comfortable, you can reside there permanently, saving you the hassle of moving around. The place is vacant anyway, so it matters not who occupies it. Zhongshan was deeply touched. Given the recent tragedy, it would be psychologically taxing for the family to remain in the same house. The offer of alternative accommodation was undoubtedly the best choice, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. Chun Kingan then summoned a security officer to escort the Zheng family and Luo Yan away. In a flash, it was Sunday afternoon. This day marked their return to school. After bidding farewell to their family, Zhongshan and Luo Yan arrived at the train station. While purchasing tickets, security attempted to confiscate Luo Yan's sword. But upon presenting his student ID, he was permitted to proceed. On the train, Zhongshan remarked, "Lao Luo, if it weren't for you, our family would have been in utter chaos." He scratched the back of his head. Although his academic performance and talent were average, he was not foolish. He understood that their current accommodation in Chun Kangan's apartment was due to Luo Yan's intervention. Luo Yan said nothing in response, and Zhongshan, sensing his friend's silence, chose not to press further. Suddenly, the train came to an abrupt halt, causing chaos within the carriage. A girl fell towards Luo Yan, but he deftly sidestepped her. She landed on the floor, looking up at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he had evaded her. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Yan's reaction was instinctive. During his years on the surface, he had faced similar situations before. He had once helped a girl who fell towards him, only to be met with a dagger plunged into his abdomen and his food stolen. Since then, he had cultivated a habit of keeping strangers at bay. After the emergency stop, the train's power was cut, plunging the carriage into darkness. Moreover, the blackout extended beyond the train. All lights in the underground city extinguished, and eventually, even the illumination from the city ceiling vanished, enveloping the world in darkness. A moment later, red emergency lights flickered on, inducing panic among the passengers. An announcement blared, "Alert! Alert! Seismic waves are detected above the underground city. All power sources are temporarily shut down. We apologize for the inconvenience." The announcement continued, and unease spread through the carriage. The girl who had fallen covered her head and exclaimed, "The Yinfu space is about to open above us. Is the behemoth coming?" A man attempted to reassure her. "Don't worry, this isn't the first time. There are 2 or 3 occurrences every year. We always manage to turn peril into safety. The behemoth won't find us. We are 300 meters underground." At that moment, the screen in the carriage illuminated, revealing footage of the large lake area above the underground city. Dark tendrils swirled in the sky, coalescing as if to rend the heavens. The seismic waves were nearing a critical point. The Yinfu space will open in 3 seconds. The behemoth is about to be deployed. As the countdown echoed from the screen, Luo Yan suddenly noticed that lights were flickering to life in the dim underground city, illuminating a path upwards. "That's the rapid strike outlet," Zhongshan exclaimed excitedly. "The Surface Exploration Corps is launching an assault." He proceeded to explain to Luo Yan. The rapid strike capsule used for the outlet can swiftly deliver approximately 2,000 tons of Mech to the surface, requiring immense power. Therefore, when an attack is imminent, most of the city's buildings must have their power shut down to concentrate energy at the critical point. Luo Yan nodded in understanding. A murmur of excitement rippled through the carriage. The Yinfu space has formed. As Luo Yan gazed at the screen, he saw the dark tendrils above the underground city converge, taking on a branching shape. This branch suddenly expanded, tearing through space and creating a rift. Peering into the rift revealed a profound, pitch-black, unfathomable abstract realm. In that higher dimension, countless shadows meandered, and then a flat, ever-shifting shadow approached the rift, beginning to seep into the realm of reality. Luo Yan's expression grew serious. Thus far, the emergence of the Yinfu space had been unpredictable, leaving humanity to react defensively. If one day they could accurately predict when and where the Yinfu space would manifest, it would signify a profound understanding of it. Perhaps, on that day, there would be hope to close this space. A voice echoed from the screen once more. "The spatial boundary has been breached. The behemoth is about to unfold in 3 dimensions. Orange spectrum detected, matching with the database. Matching complete. The imminent behemoth is Taoya. Level, intermediate level 3. Type, larvae. Characteristics, energy absorption, veracity, rapid movement, invisibility. Weakness located between its legs. Taodai." Once again, it was this intermediate behemoth. The memory of the beast with a sheep's head and a human body in Huaqing, towering over him, flashed through Luo Yan's mind. Chapter 40. Incompatibility on the screen. The forest along the Great Lake region trembled and then receded, revealing a series of launch wells. Moments later, 3 elevator chambers, magnified countless times, ascended from the wells, secured by locking mechanisms to prevent them from detaching. Once the chambers reached the surface, the exhaust vents released a rush of air, and the pressure locks on the doors turned, allowing them to open. Within the chambers, through the screen, Luo Yan observed glimmers of light emerging from the darkness inside. The engines of the Mechs emitted a resonant roar, akin to the powerful heartbeat of a giant. These glimmers eventually coalesced into intricate patterns, dispelling the darkness. Finally, the three Mechs stepped out from their respective launch bays. Their heavy footfalls stirred up clouds of dust with each landing, causing the nearby trees to sway violently. Leading the trio was a crimson mech known as Flame, piloted by Luo Yan. The mech's design resembled that of an ancient warrior, with energy conduits embedded in its armor, radiating an orange-yellow glow, resembling flickering flames from a distance. The three Mechs formed a triangular formation, facing the colossal beast unfolding in 3 dimensions within the distant Yinfo space. Ready for battle. Simultaneously, tanks and armored vehicles began to emerge along the lakeshore, positioning themselves and aiming their cannons, missiles, and anti-aircraft guns toward the beast. At last, the fully unfolded beast descended like a meteor, crashing into the nearby forest. Upon impact, the earth quaked violently. The shockwave caused surrounding trees to topple as if caught in a tempest. A fierce wind swept through, howling past Flame and the other Mechs, stirring the lake into turbulence and sending plumes of dust skyward. Amidst the swirling smoke, a slender figure emerged under the sunlight, emitting cries reminiscent of an infant's wail. The disturbing sound sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. Suddenly, from the smoke, the elongated figure lunged forward. The screen within the train car revealed a goat-headed creature, its 4 small eyes gleaming with malice. Much like a human, it possessed a body with limbs and a torso. Its skin a dark hue, thick and wrinkled. At that moment, it appeared to sprint like a human, causing gasps of astonishment from the passengers. A thunderous cannonade erupted on the screen, but the first to attack were not the Mechs, but the numerous tanks stationed along the lakeshore. They had already locked onto the creature, unleashing a barrage of shells, missiles, and bullets, engulfing the beast and the surrounding area in fireballs. After the initial saturation bombardment, dust filled the forest, trees lay fallen, and the ground was scarred. Uncertain of the beast's condition, several armored vehicles suddenly erupted in flames, disintegrating midair. The explosive blast rained debris and remains upon the lakeshore, eliciting screams from the passengers. Luo Yan squinted, realizing the creature had activated its invisibility ability. If undetected, the ground forces would find themselves in grave danger. At this moment, the 3 Mechs sprang into action, charging towards the direction of the explosions. The convoy along the lakeshore quickly dispersed. As they ran, the Mechs launched a series of projectiles that soared into the sky, detonating midair and releasing clouds of turquoise smoke. The smoke did not rise. Instead, it descended, soon enveloping the lakeshore area. Inside the train car, Zhengshan remarked softly, "It's a revealing shell. It can release a revealing agent." That dark smoke. Invisibility does not equate to being formless. Once covered by the revealing agent, the beast will be stained with a dark hue, rendering it visible. This was the advantage of possessing intelligence about one's adversary. Knowing the beast's capabilities allowed for the development of countermeasures. At that moment, amidst the thick turquoise smoke, a slender silhouette emerged. Although the creature had concealed its form, it could not disguise the pigment clinging to it. Once exposed, Flame and the other Mechs raised their rifles. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds of gunfire erupted as fiery lines of bullets pursued the creature, causing it to sway violently, spurting jets of blood. Armor-piercing rounds, Luo Yan whispered. These rounds were designed to penetrate even the thickest of armors, let alone the beast, which merely had tough skin and resilient shock absorption. However, the creature quickly retaliated. It opened its mouth and drew in the incoming fire, twisting the shots and engulfing them. Devour. This was another of the beast's abilities. By consuming its adversary's attacks, it could temporarily store them and return them when the opportunity arose, a particularly troublesome capability. Flame decisively raised its arm, halting the other Mechs from supplying the beast with ammunition. They were preparing for a second wave of assault when suddenly an announcement blared. Attention! Attention! A second beast is about to be deployed. The train car erupted into chaos as a shadow began to seep through the dark rift high above. transforming from a flat silhouette into a three-dimensional form, akin to a ripe fruit poised to drop from its branch. Detecting red spectrum, matching with archive database. No match. No match. No corresponding data found in the archive. This was a beast that had never appeared in the database. Hearing this, Zhongshan gasped. The fact that even the Beast Strategy Bureau's shared database could not identify it suggested that this second beast had never been encountered before. Yet one thing was certain, the red spectrum indicated a higher tier. This was an upper-tier beast. The instructor in the beast knowledge class had explained that different tiers of beasts exhibited distinct energy spectrums. Lower-tier beasts were blue, mid-tier beasts were orange, and upper-tier beasts were red. However, Luo Yan glanced at him. What is the Beast Strategy Bureau? Zhongshan raised his head and explained. It is a global organization established to gather data on beasts, aimed at expelling them, reclaiming the surface, and sealing the info space. They have compiled extensive data on beasts and created an archive shared with all underground cities. If the archive cannot provide corresponding data, it indicates that this second beast has never been encountered before. This could spell trouble. It is challenging to eliminate a beast that has never been seen before in a short time. Meanwhile, the lights in the dark underground city illuminated once more in the launch channel. Chapter 41. Explosive Flame Cross. Observing the re-illuminated launch platform, Zhongshan whispered. The ground reinforcements have set out. However, even utilizing the backup launch rails, it would take 35 seconds to ascend from the dungeon to the surface. Uncertain was whether the mechs above could endure until the reinforcements arrived. Luo Yan gently closed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the screen. At that moment, the display within the cabin showcased 3 mechs, led by Flame, vigorously assaulting the beast, Taotai. Their aim was to eliminate Taotai before the second monstrous entity fully manifested in the real world. Yet, Taotai proved to be exceedingly cunning. The beast, resembling a man with a sheep's head, distanced itself, using its limbs to lower its profile, while darting chaotically amidst the forest trees for cover. Its speed was remarkable. The bullets from the 3 mechs merely trailed behind, obliterating trees along its path, yet failing to strike Taotai. Flame promptly signaled a tactical shift. The 3 mechs dispersed, with 2 of them flanking Taotai from either side, launching nets as they approached. These nets, crafted from cables infused with high-voltage electricity, would deliver a powerful shock to the beast's nervous system upon capture, momentarily incapacitating it. As the nets were cast towards Taotai, it deftly evaded capture. However, the angles of the nets were not arbitrary, aided by computational assistance. Even if they did not ensnare Taotai, they would coax it closer to Flame. At that moment, Flame sheathed its rifle and extended a hand backward. The armor on its back unfolded, revealing mechanical arms that produced 2 long blades. Flame grasped the twin blades, crossing them in a swift motion, creating sparks from the friction. Boom! Flames erupted from the blades' bases, enveloping the edges and igniting them into a brilliant red glow. Inside the cabin, Zhongshan exclaimed in excitement, "It's the Fire God Blade." This pair of blades was of and Oppos, heavy weapon and Oppos, caliber, with flames possessing adhesive properties, capable of inflicting sustained damage on the colossal beast. Forged from special materials, the blades exhibited high-temperature resistance. Under the heat of the flames, they would not melt but instead become even sharper, slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. At that moment, on the screen, Taotai was cornered by the capture nets, positioned perilously close to Flame. The mech, resembling an ancient warrior, unleashed its full engine power and surged forward. The ground shattered beneath its footfalls. Trees toppled in its wake. Flame closed the distance to Taotai, wielding its twin blades with the grace of the wind, launching a relentless barrage of slashes. After enduring 4 or 5 strikes while shielding its head, Taotai suddenly inhaled deeply, causing the flames on Flame's blades to twist and divert, transforming into 2 streams of fire that were drawn into Taoyu's maw. In an instant, the flames extinguished, leaving only wisps of blue smoke. Without sealing its mouth, Taotai promptly expelled the flames it had just ingested, unleashing a scorching torrent that cascaded towards Flame's head. Flame swiftly retreated, widening the distance to prevent the head armor from being scorched and the flames from infiltrating the control room. Seizing this opportunity, Cao Tai pivoted towards one of the flanking mechs. That mech raised its rifle and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Cao Tai dashed forward, slithering along the ground before lunging at the mech's knee, attempting to destroy its joint and incapacitate the machine. However, just as Cao Tai's jaws snapped shut, a tremendous force erupted, causing its head to jerk sideways and blood to spurt forth, along with two shattered tusks. Upon closer inspection, the mech's knee armor had retracted, revealing a weapon resembling a pile driver retreating inside. This device was designed to combat the beast's bites on the knee joint, capable of delivering powerful and rapid impacts to Cao Tai's jaws, though its true name had long been forgotten. People had come to refer to it as the battering ram. After being launched by the battering ram, Cao Tai had yet to regain its composure when flames surged from behind. The fire god blade ignited once more, the intensely glowing edges radiating extreme heat. As Cao Tai turned halfway, flame executed a cross slash. One blade swept horizontally across Cao Tai's midsection, effortlessly slicing through skin, flesh, and bone due to the heated edge. The other blade descended vertically, cleaving down along the beast's center line, emerging from its groin. The combination of the horizontal and vertical strikes formed a cross. This was the combat technique known as explosive flame cross. As flame glided 100 meters away and came to a halt, behind it, Cao Tai's body erupted in a fiery orange cross, followed by a violent explosion. Within the cabin, the passengers erupted in cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. Yet at that moment, Luo Yan noticed the high-tier beast had fully manifested in reality, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, raising a massive cloud of dust as countless trees were sent flying. At this juncture, there remained just 5 seconds until the reinforcements arrived. A gust of wind swept through, escalating into a tempest that uprooted trees and sent them crashing in every direction. Amidst the chaos, a colossal figure ascended into the sky. The cabin screen rapidly zoomed out to reveal a gigantic bird soaring through the air, resembling an owl, yet bearing a human-like face. Its visage resembled that of a middle-aged man, marked by deep lines of age, with 4 eyes and even ears. The creature was adorned with dark feathers, transitioning to a crimson hue at the tips. Each of its wings bore a distinct black and white eye, scanning the surroundings with an eerie gaze. As this monstrous bird appeared, the moisture in the air rapidly evaporated. It flapped its wings, diving downward, and as it passed, a fine reddish powder descended from the tips of its feathers. When these particles touched the ground, they ignited spontaneously, setting ablaze everything in the bird's wake. The flames surged through the forest. Advancing towards the 3 mechs, Flame immediately plunged its twin blades into the ground, crouching down to minimize its profile. Subsequently, it raised its arms, causing the armor to expand and rapidly form an orange-red shield. The other 2 mechs also retrieved their shields, positioning them in front of their frames. The flames roared towards them, washing over the trio of mechs. From the cabin's perspective, the mechs appeared ensconced within a tide of orange-red fire, teetering on the brink of being engulfed. As the flames surged, the 3 mechs were momentarily overwhelmed. Just then, the reinforcements finally arrived. 3 launch pods ascended from the ground, the pressure locks on their doors whirring as they expelled the gases within. However, at that moment, the monstrous bird charged towards the first launch pod on the left. Chapter 42. A flash of thunder within the train carriage. The passengers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the monstrous bird with a human face collide with an assault pod. "My goodness, that creature has its sights set on the pod," one exclaimed. "No, have you noticed? It first used flames to distract the other 3 mechas before striking the pod. This was a ploy to prevent Blaze and the others from intervening." The crowd murmured in disbelief. Is this truly a behemoth? How intelligent it is! As Luo Yan recalled his earlier encounter in the Forbidden Zone, he remembered Wei Fenghua mentioning that mid-tier behemoths possessed a level of intelligence. Thus, it was not surprising that higher-tier behemoths would employ tactical maneuvers. If even the upper-tier behemoths were this cunning, one could only imagine the terror of those at higher ranks, like the Overlord-level creature in the Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the carriage shifted again as the monstrous bird frantically tore at the pod's door. Before it could fully open, it thrust one of its wings into the gap. The wing began to vibrate at a high frequency. Luo Yan recalled the powder that had fallen from the wing moments ago, igniting intense flames. As expected, after a series of tremors, a flash of fire erupted from the pod, followed by a torrent of flames bursting out from the seams. The creature immediately took to the air. In the next instant, the pod expanded violently, its metal structure contorting. With a thunderous explosion, the pod shattered, flames roaring forth as a mecha staggered out. The mecha's exterior was melted and deformed, sparks flying from its circuitry amidst a series of detonations, sending debris scattering across the scene. The mecha ultimately knelt, engulfed in flames, leaving the audience with only a blurred silhouette. Inside the train carriage, people momentarily forgotten to breathe. A group of young girls covered their mouths, tears welling in their eyes. The scene was utterly devastating. The pilot within the mecha had no chance to escape, perishing in the control room. Zhengshan murmured as he watched the screen. Perhaps one day, when we become pilots, we might meet a similar fate. Luo Yan remained silent. It was only after the explosion of the assault pod that the doors of the remaining two opened, revealing their respective mechas. One of them, agile in design, was predominantly deep blue with sharp red accents. It was Di Zheng's vehicle, Blue Blade. Zhengshan recognized it as well, exclaiming, "Captain D has taken the field." As Blue Blade emerged, it raised a sniper rifle nearly as tall as the mecha itself. The rifle, adorned in black and blue, boasted a barrel of 13 meters, flanked by energy conduits. At that moment, the conduits glowed brightly, charging the rifle with a deep blue pattern. Bang, bang, bang. The rifle unleashed a trio of shots. High in the air, the monstrous bird had no time to react as its left wing was struck, exploding in a shower of feathers. It lost its balance and plummeted. Inside the carriage, Zhengshan pointed excitedly at the rifle used by Di Zheng, exclaiming, "That is thunder." An electromagnetic sniper rifle designed specifically for behemoths, capable of firing armor-piercing, high-explosive, and incendiary rounds. It's indeed a formidable weapon. Luo Yan nodded slightly, his attention riveted on Di Zheng's next move. As the monstrous bird spiraled downward, Di Zheng discarded the sniper rifle, lowering Blue Blade's center of gravity, leaning forward dramatically, his right hand gripping the hilt of a long sword at his left hip. Boom! A brilliant burst of yellow light erupted from the mecha, energy surging forth like a torrent. The impact was palpable even through the screen. The opening wheel. Luo Yan murmured, clearly recognizing that Di Zheng had invoked the secret art of Karen to augment his explosive power and offensive prowess. Simultaneously, a tempest swirled around Blue Blade, a tornado spiraling upward with tremendous force. Zhengshan shouted, "It's Windwalker, Captain Di's divine treasure." Through his studies, Luo Yan had learned that Di Zheng's Windwalker enhanced speed and agility. The greater the speed, the greater the striking force. With the ability to move at supersonic speeds, the potential lethality of Di Zheng's sword strikes was unimaginable, especially when combined with the secret art. As the monstrous bird descended, Blue Blade finally unsheathed its long sword. At the moment the sword was drawn, it seemed to shimmer with the energy of lightning. The mecha's engines roared to life as its feet slammed into the ground, propelling Blue Blade into action. With a resounding crack, a visible shockwave radiated outward as Blue Blade surged forth from the center of the explosion. The speed was so blinding that the mecha's movements became a mere blur. On the screen, Luo Yan saw only a fleeting silhouette of Blue Blade before it vanished entirely. The frame was left with a streak of blue lightning, cleaving the image in half. The camera swiftly panned to the direction of the monstrous bird, where the bolt of lightning intersected its form. The creature was sent hurtling through the air, feathers and blood raining down like confetti. As it struggled to regain control midair, a massive gash opened in its abdomen, deep and wide enough to nearly cleave the creature in two. Blood and innards gushed forth from the wound. The creature flapped its wings desperately, attempting to escape, but after a few futile flaps, it spiraled uncontrollably to the ground, crashing into the distant forest and flattening trees in its wake. At this moment, the audience witnessed Blue Blade sheath its sword and turn away. Bathed in sunlight, The mecha sparkled, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. A flash of thunder. Zheng Shan pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Old Luo. That was Captain D's ultimate technique. So incredibly cool." Though Luo Yan did not respond, his pupils dilated slightly, his chest rising and falling with intensity. He understood that flash of thunder was a derivative technique of the combat skill thunder, but he had not anticipated its dazzling display of power. With a single strike, it had slain an upper-tier behemoth. As he watched Di Zheng's mecha on the screen, a fervent desire surged within Luo Yan. He yearned to master more advanced derivative combat techniques, to emulate Di Zheng and slay behemoths on the battlefield. With a soft click, the lights in the carriage flickered to life, the power restored. An announcement echoed through the screen. The threat has been neutralized. The Yanfu space is now closing. The power in the underground city has been restored. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. The light rail will resume normal operations. We wish you all a pleasant Sunday. As the announcement concluded, the light rail began to move gently. Outside the windows, the lights of the buildings in the underground city reignited, quickly returning to their former glory. Gazing at the holographic projections of the simulated dusk on the dome of the underground city, bathing it in tranquility, one could hardly imagine the fierce and perilous battle that had just unfolded above ground. Such events could occur at any moment as long as the Yanfu space remained active. Should a behemoth breach the subterranean defenses, the current splendor of the underground city would extinguish like a candle, snuffed out by a mere breath. Chapter 43. Leave if you don't want to buy after dinner. Luo Yan did not return to the dormitory, but headed straight to the logistics department. He sought to exchange for some potions to accelerate his training. Currently, he had over 300 credits yet to be utilized. Although the calm spirit potion offered good value, its benefits for cultivation were rather limited. Luo Yan wished to explore more suitable options, provided the exchange did not demand an exorbitant number of credits. Especially after witnessing Di Zheng's battle today, he harbored a deep yearning for power, an impulse to become formidable. In chaotic times, survival and thriving beyond others was paramount. Clearly, immense strength was the foundation of everything. As for credits, they could always be earned again after being spent. Upon entering the logistics department, Luo Yan was met with raucous voices. "What do you mean we can't exchange work credits for items anymore? How could this happen? It was possible last semester. When did this policy change? Why was I not informed? What about the items my baby wants? Do I have to go buy them outside? The quality out there can't compare to our academy. Buying credits? Fine, just wait for me. I'll find someone to buy them." At the exchange window, a handsome young man turned around, preparing to leave. Upon seeing Luo Yan, he slapped his forehead and pointed at him, saying, "Aren't you that freshman who took down Luo Beichen? What is your name, Luo Yan?" "Yes, Luo Yan." Luo Yan glanced at him, but chose to ignore him, instinctively moving along the wall toward the exchange window. "Don't go. My name is Yang Li Kai. My father is Yang Zhen. You know Yang Zhen, right?" The self-identified Yang Li Kai hurried after him. "You can't possibly not know my father." He asked the director of the construction bureau. "Can you let me say something?" He interrupted, stepping ahead to block Luo Yan's path. Luo Yan raised his head and cast a glance at his pale neck, particularly lingering on the carotid artery. Yang Li Kai suddenly felt a chill but brushed it off, continuing, "I heard that after you returned from the forbidden area, the academy rewarded you with 300 credits. You want to use that many anyway. Just give me some. I'll exchange work credits for you, 100 work credits for 1 credit. Be quick, hand me your student card, and I'll transfer it." Luo Yan assessed him, pondering the source of his confidence that he would surely buy credits from him. "Want credits?" Luo Yan replied, "Sure, but not at 100 to 1. Yang Li Kai paused briefly before responding, "Fine, then make it 200. It can't be more than that. 10,000 work credits for 1 credit. Do you want to buy?" Luo Yan said, "Yang Li Kai, you're quite amusing." Yang Li Kai gaped, exclaiming, "Is this your attitude for selling? This is robbery." Luo Yan brushed past him, stating, "If you don't buy, then leave." Yang Li Kai's face flushed with anger, alternating between shades of blue and purple. He clenched his fists but glanced at the lethargic security guard in the logistics department and decided to turn and leave. Meanwhile, Luo Yan had arrived at the exchange window. Behind the window was a girl slightly older than him, seemingly a senior working part-time. Upon seeing Luo Yan, she smiled and asked, "Junior, what would you like to exchange?" Before Luo Yan could respond, a man in his mid-20s approached, wearing round, tinted glasses and holding a small abacus, dressed casually in slippers. He lazily tapped the girl on the shoulder. "Xiaoya, it's getting late. You should head back." "Okay, Mr. Howding," the girl replied, winking at Luo Yan before departing the window. The man, referred to as Howding, settled into the seat, placed the abacus on the table, and cheerfully inquired, "Classmate, what do you wish to exchange?" Luo Yan succinctly stated, "Resources for cultivation that can enhance my training speed." Howding adjusted his glasses and smiled. "There are quite a few potions that can enhance your training speed. The Calm Spirit Potion and Cloud Water Potion are the best sellers. I've used the Calm Spirit Potion. It's too slow." Luo Yan shook his head. "The cost-effectiveness of the Cloud Water Potion is too low." "I understand," the bespectacled man said as he manipulated the beads on the abacus. "You require a potion that can accelerate training while also being cost-effective. In that case, the Starfire Potion should be most suitable for you. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. The Starfire Potion can significantly enhance the absorption speed of elemental energy, and, more importantly, it purifies the energy to make it as pure as possible. From an efficiency standpoint, it offers the effects equivalent to 2 Calm Spirit Potions, with the added purification benefit. Moreover, it's reasonably priced at just 10 credits. However, given your status as a well-known figure in the academy and the way you handled Yangjin's son earlier, I admire your spirit. I'll offer it to you for just 8 credits. How does that sound?" Luo Yan quickly calculated. The Cloud Water Potion, which was only 20 more effective than the Calm Spirit Potion, cost 5 credits. The Starfire Potion, with double the efficiency and the added benefit of purification, was a bargain at 8 credits after the discount. Indeed, it was a great value. Luo Yan looked up and said, "I'd like to exchange for 10. Can you give me a better price?" Howding chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. All right, I can give you a little more benefit. Let us say 75 credits, but that's the best I can do." "Deal," Luo Yan said, swiping his card, collecting the potions, and departing. After Luo Yan left, Howding smiled, saying, "See, who dares to claim that no one is willing to try my new potions? This Luo Yan is precisely in need of them. Those fools will come back for the Starfire Potion once they realize its efficacy. No one will leave with it for less than 20 credits." He picked up the abacus, humming a tune, his slippers slapping against the floor as he swaggered away from the exchange room. Upon returning to his dormitory, Luo Yan took a shower and prepared to train. This weekend at the Zheng family home, he had followed Wei Fenghua's advice to focus on rest. After 2 days, he felt significantly better and was unwilling to squander time. Opening the window to face the night sky, Luo Yan sat cross-legged, first calming his mind. He then picked up a Starfire Potion. The potion glimmered with a deep blue hue, with intermittent flashes of orange light resembling starfire. He brought the potion to his lips, inhaled deeply, and began to absorb the potion as he envisioned his training. As the visualization technique activated, Luo Yan felt an overwhelming surge of elemental energy rushing in from all directions, eagerly flooding into his body. As the energy entered, it ignited within him like a blazing fire. With a thunderous roar, all the absorbed energy was set ablaze. During the combustion, the quantity of elemental energy gradually diminished. Yet the energy refined by the flames was significantly purer than before. It rapidly filled Luo Yan's meridians, which were swiftly cleansed and tempered. In just a quarter of an hour, the meridian was completely refined. Luo Yan felt a surge of joy. The Starfire Potion was indeed remarkable, refining energy at a much faster rate than the Calm Spirit Potion. If he were to use a Starfire Potion daily, he might shorten the time needed to complete the initial 3 layers of observing mountains and seas by a third. Chapter 44. Opening the Abyssal Wheel on the same night. In the study of the Luo residence on Jiangnan Avenue, Luo Tianyi and his eldest son, Luo Nanxing, were engaged in a game of Go. Luo Nanxing bowed his head, his eyelids drooping, hands resting on his knees, breathing slowly. He adopted a humble posture, not out of inferiority, but out of respect. Luo Tianyi picked up a piece and placed it down deliberately, smiling gently. Nanxing, you have been studying Go for 15 years, haven't you? Luo Nanxing lifted his gaze slightly, replying with a faint smile, 15 years and 3 months. Luo Tianyi nodded. Indeed, you now possess the temperament, momentum, and etiquette required during a game. What you lack is merely experience. Luo Nanxing understood that his father referred to matters beyond the game. It is your turn, Luo Tianyi said with a smile. Luo Nanxing made a defensive move. Luo Tianyi narrowed his eyes, commenting, a cautious style is not necessarily a bad thing. A steady approach lays a solid foundation. However, at times, you must also embody a sense of aggression, especially when facing life and death exchanges with your opponent. If you remain solely defensive under relentless pressure, you may easily lose your composure. Luo Tianyi raised his head, imparting a deeper lesson, such as life. It is equally true in our endeavors. Luo Nanxing retreated slightly, resting his forehead on the ground. I have learned much from you, father. A knock interrupted them. Luo Tianyi raised his hand, prompting Luo Nanxing to straighten up. Come in. Upon receiving permission, the long-serving housekeeper of the Luo family entered. Master, Chen Qinggan has arrived. Luo Nanxing displayed a contemplative expression. Luo Tianyi then asked lightly, Chen Qinggan? Who is he? Luo Nanxing knelt and replied, he is the director of the local land administration bureau in the Yongping district. Luo Tianyi regarded him with approval, pleased that his son remembered such details, understanding that even those in their position must keep track of every individual beneath them to act purposefully and avoid chaos. Luo Tianyi picked up another piece, inquiring, what does Chen Qinggan want? The old housekeeper responded. He mentioned that he had recently interacted with a student from the 100 Battles Academy, Luo Yan. Luo Tianyi paused, his hand hovering over the board before he placed the piece down. Interesting. He turned to his son. You should meet him and handle it accordingly. Understood. Luo Nanxing stood and retreated from the study. After a brief moment, Luo Nanxing returned, stating, Chen Qinggan informed me that on Friday night, members of a smuggling ring involved with giant beasts were apprehended in his district. To mislead the investigation, they released parasitic creatures but were defeated by Luo Yan and his classmate, Zheng Shan. Subsequently, a member of the smuggling organization took a woman hostage but was silenced. Currently, the identity of the assassin remains unknown. Luo Tianyi raised his head, asking, did Chen Qinggan say anything else? Luo Nanxing shook his head. No. He merely mentioned that he was passing by and wanted to pay you a visit while sharing this information. Luo Tianyi smiled, a district director who knows his place. He is indeed a wise man. How do you intend to handle this? Luo Nanxing respectfully replied, I recall you mentioning, father, that you wish to elevate that student, Luo. Therefore, I took the liberty of having Director Chun present a banner and reward them with merit points at an appropriate time. Luo Tianyi probed further, what kind of reward? Luo Nanxing articulated clearly, Luo Yan will receive 10,000 merit points, while the other classmate will receive 1,000. Luo Tianyi nodded. That is acceptable. With such comparisons, discontent will inevitably arise. Those from less fortunate backgrounds will surely feel envious. If envy arises, our Luo Yan will find no peace. However, that is still insufficient. We must seek opportunities to make him a renowned figure in Guangling, someone whose name stirs such animosity that others wish to see him eliminated. Remember, our dealings with Luo Yan are merely ancillary. He is but a tool, a lever. Ultimately, our true target is Di Zheng. With a decisive click, Luo Tianyi placed his piece on the board. On Monday afternoon, in the training hall, as Luo Yan entered, he spotted Di Zheng, clad in practice attire. Di Zheng's chiseled face bore no smile, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth, akin to the clean and bright sunlight of autumn. Di Zheng handed Luo Yan a book. This is from Old Wei. Luo Yan glanced at it, recognizing it as the Encyclopedia of Divine Treasures, which Wei Fenghua had promised him during their time in the Forbidden Area. Di Zheng stated plainly, I am here today to fulfill my promise. I shall impart to you the secret technique of opening the abyssal wheel. Luo Yan's eyes brightened with anticipation. Di Zheng first indicated several acupoints on his body, explaining the flow of primal energy, then continued, unlike opening the primordial wheel, Opening the abyssal wheel does not enhance your immediate combat power. The abyssal refers to emptiness, darkness, and depth. In our daily activities, whether seated or lying down, all our pores remain open. When the pores are open, they naturally release our aura. Certain giant beasts are highly sensitive to this aura. Opening the abyssal wheel allows us to contain our aura, but remember, during this process, you must not breathe. Once you do, the aura will dissipate. However, with regular practice of this technique, the duration of your breath retention will naturally extend. He elaborated, furthermore, during opening the abyssal wheel, your aura and primal energy will be suppressed within your body, creating a state of compression. When you conclude opening the abyssal wheel and immediately transition to opening the primordial wheel, the compressed primal energy will erupt, resulting in a significantly greater burst than merely using opening the primordial wheel. It is important to note that this method will also consume more energy than just opening the primordial wheel, so use it judiciously. Luo Yan listened, captivated, momentarily forgetting to breathe. After regaining his composure, he inquired, "Do the different sequences of the soul wheels also yield varying effects?" Dijong nodded sternly. "Precisely. Additionally, secret techniques and divine treasures can be combined, sometimes serving as conditions for unleashing certain combat skills. For instance, my Thunderbolt Flash is a combination of divine treasures and opening the primordial wheel. In the future, you too can delve into this aspect to create your own unique combat techniques or mystical arts." Thus, Dijong patiently guided Luo Yan through the intricacies of this secret technique for the entire afternoon. "Let us go grab a meal," Dijong suggested. To Luo Yan's surprise, Dijong did not leave after finishing his instruction. Dijong patted his shoulder. "It has been ages since I've enjoyed the cafeteria's fare. It feels nostalgic. However, I have no merit points, so you'll have to treat me. The cafeteria meals are complimentary for students within the campus, but external friends must purchase meals with merit points." Luo Yan readily agreed, and the two proceeded to the cafeteria. Chapter 45. The Illusion of Prosperity. On a lively Monday evening, the cafeteria buzzed with chatter. When Luo Yan and Dijong entered, the raucous atmosphere abruptly quieted. Luo Yan strode through the cafeteria with indifference, while Dijong maintained a stoic expression. One was oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, and the other was unyieldingly serious. Once they settled into a corner of the cafeteria, the ambience gradually returned to normalcy. In another corner, a pair of eyes watched Luo Yan intently. It was Yang Lixia, who had sought to purchase credits from Luo Yan the previous night at the logistics department. "Brother Yang, isn't that Commander D?" A male student whispered beside him. "No wonder he dares to disregard you. He south so close to Commander D." Previously, Yang Lixia had only heard rumors and had doubted that Commander D would concern himself with a mere surface dweller. "Now I believe it. Brother Yang, it's better for us to avoid provoking him." Across the table, a chubby boy with a face full of acne chimed in. "What does Commander D matter? Our Brother Yang's father is the director of the construction bureau. Why should Brother Yang fear a surface dweller? Brother Yang, should we teach him a lesson? Just say the word, and I'll take care of it," he continued eagerly. Yang Lixia, visibly disdainful, replied, "If he is going to die, let him die far away. I don't want his blood on my hands." The chubby boy was taken aback. Yang Lixia picked up a piece of tender beef with his chopsticks and remarked, "You should focus on studying more. I've read at least 80 novels, and almost every protagonist hails from humble beginnings, defying the odds to achieve greatness. Characters like me, who have influential fathers, wealth, and good looks, are merely experience packages, sometimes even resource packages, providing the protagonist with funds. Don't you think that fellow resembles a protagonist template? Since he joined our academy, he has already taken down Luo Beichen. Such a ruthless character is not someone I can afford to provoke. I was angry yesterday, but it's not worth it. My life is precious. Besides, I'm delicate and well-fed. Why should I compete with a surface dweller? On the contrary, I should observe him more closely." "What are you observing, Brother Yang?" his two companions whispered. Yang Lixia smiled slightly, observing his potential. "I know my own limitations. I'm fated to live an unremarkable life. If our classmate Luo has potential, I could invest in him. If he rises to prominence in the future, I would have a powerful ally. Isn't that 100 times better than squabbling with him? Upon hearing this, his companions showered him with flattery, which Yang Lixia graciously accepted. On the other side of the cafeteria, Luo Yan felt a twinge of pain as he spent 3 credits on a feast. Di Zheng, unceremoniously, dove into the meal. Seeing this, Luo Yan was unwilling to be outdone and joined in the culinary onslaught. The two remained silent, engrossed in their dining. After a while, the table was cleared of all dishes. Di Zheng finally sighed. This is the taste I've missed. Ever since I stopped teaching at the academy, I haven't enjoyed a meal this satisfying. He continued, you've killed Luo Beichen, and whether you like it or not, you're now entangled in the conflict between the 2 major factions in the underground city. Therefore, there are some things I must inform you about. The underground city is divided into 2 factions due to differing attitudes toward the behemoths. One is the conservative faction, led by Luo Tianyi. Though he is not the sole influential figure, otherwise, I would have toppled him already. The other is the radical faction, which I lead. In general, there aren't many who support my ideology. Luo Yan straightened in his seat. What are the ideologies of these 2 factions? The conservatives, represented by figures like Luo Tianyi, consist mainly of wealthy merchants, entrepreneurs, and many older officials. They believe that surviving 3 years of the behemoth calamity indicates that the underground city is secure. They advocate for disbanding the Surface Exploration Corps, wishing to cease our investigations of the surface and studies of the behemoths. Fearing that it might provoke them and bring disaster upon the underground city, Di Zheng explained succinctly. This ideology has garnered support from the residents of the underground city. Di Zheng continued, I can understand everyone's viewpoint. Just like in peacetime, who wishes for war? Everyone desires a stable life, to safeguard their own homes. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, but that is impossible. It's as foolish as an ostrich burying its head in the sand when faced with danger. Di Zheng sighed softly, I share your sentiment. Despite the underground city's apparent prosperity and festivities, it seems that humanity can maintain a peaceful existence as long as we remain underground. However, this illusion of prosperity, this peace, exists merely 300 meters away from the behemoths. Should one discover the underground city, it would face immediate catastrophe. He spoke earnestly. Thus, I advocate for proactive surface exploration, regularly exterminating behemoths, reclaiming Yuan and behemoth materials for research, and to bolster our combat capabilities. My ultimate goal is to expel the behemoths, reclaim the surface, and restore our rightful homeland. We ought to live under the sun, not hide in shame beneath the ground, living as mice for all our days. Di Zheng's resolute words stirred Luo Yan's emotions. Yet, he remained silent, offering no response or indication. After dinner, Di Zheng prepared to leave. Luo Yan escorted him to the academy entrance, and then said, Commander Di, I wish to inquire about something. Di Zheng turned back. What is it? Do you know the current situation in Baoding City? Luo Yan asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Di Zheng regarded him for a moment. Do you have family there? Luo Yan nodded. Di Zheng replied, I'll find someone to ask and let you know next time. With that, he departed. Luo Yan took a deep breath, then returned to his dormitory to shower and practice. The next day, during the break between classes, the school broadcast suddenly announced, first-year students Luo Yan and Zheng Shan, please report to the principal's office. The announcement repeated 3 times. Luo Yan felt a sense of confusion, while Zheng Shan was equally bewildered, unsure why he was being summoned. After exchanging glances, they both rose and headed towards the principal's office. Moments later, in a second-year classroom, Yang Lixia was engrossed in conversation with a girl. Ruo Han, what do you think of this latest model, a custom mech? I believe it suits you perfectly from every angle. The girl, tall and elegant, stood languidly by the window, her figure accentuated by the sunlight. Without even glancing at Yang Lixia, she retorted, Do you have any idea how expensive a custom mech is? Even my father's company holds meetings to discuss the purchase of mechs. You make it sound so simple. Yang Lixia, with a forced smile, replied, As long as you like it, Ruo Han, I could even pluck the moon from the sky for you. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and Yang Lixia's 2 underlings dashed over. One of them, the acne-riddled chubby boy, called out, Boss, Yang Gu, come over here. Chapter 46. Practical test. Yang Lixia was preoccupied with his goddess when he heard a voice and immediately grew impatient. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? The chubby boy whispered. It's about that Luo Yan classmate. What Luo Yan? I don't have time for this right now. As Yang Lixia was about to lose his temper, the girl by the window turned around. Luo Yan? The one mentioned in the school broadcast? What happened to him? Yang Lixia's demeanor shifted dramatically. Exactly. What is going on? Didn't you hear Lu Ruhan's announcement? Speak quickly. The chubby boy hesitated before continuing. Zhang Hao and I just went to the principal's office for some excitement. And guess what? The Land Protection Bureau presented 2 first-year students with banners. They acted bravely over the weekend and prevented a disaster, so the Bureau specially made 2 banners to commend them. Oh, and their SA reward too. Zheng Shan received 1,000 merit points, but Luo Yan got an impressive 10,000 merit points. Yang Lixia scoffed. So what if it's 10,000 merit points? I spend more than that in pocket money each month. The Land Protection Bureau is being quite petty. However, the chubby boy and Zhang Hao disagreed. As prospective mech pilots, they were entitled to a 4th-tier status, which meant they could earn 3,000 merit points monthly after graduation, even if they didn't become official mech pilots. Currently, as students, they only received a stipend of 1,000 merit points each month. Luo Yan had just earned what would take them nearly 10 months to accumulate. Only someone like Yang Lixia, a rich heir, wouldn't feel envious. Others were undoubtedly green with envy. Bravery. Lu Ruhan's eyes sparkled like autumn waters. How intriguing. I wonder what they did to earn those banners and rewards. Upon hearing this, Yang Lixia immediately thumped his chest. Ruhan, if you're interested, I'll find out right away and let you know by noon. He grabbed his 2 sidekicks and exited the classroom. As they walked, Yang Lixia muttered, something feels off. What do you mean, boss? One of them asked. Yang Lixia replied, this development is strange. The antagonist's beloved woman shows interest in the protagonist, provoking the antagonist's murderous intent, and ultimately, the antagonist ends up gifting the protagonist experience packs while his beloved is taken into the protagonist's harem. I've seen this trope countless times. Now, if Ruhan is interested in that Luo fellow, isn't this unfolding just like a novel? If I act on my murderous intent next, I'll be the one losing my head. Zhang Hao and the others exchanged glances, sensing that Yang Lixia was getting a bit too into the story. So, should we still look into this? They asked. Absolutely. Yang Lixia declared decisively. Moreover, I'll find a way to introduce some girls to Luo Yan. Once he has someone special, our proud Lu Ruhan won't be interested in him anymore. Zhang Hao and the others immediately gave him a thumbs up. You're the best, boss. How did you come up with such an idea? Of course. Yang Lixia beamed with pride. Soon, news of Luo Yan and Zheng Shan's commendation from the Land Protection Bureau spread throughout the academy. Just as Luo Tianyi had suspected, this incident sent ripples through the community. Some were envious, some indifferent, while others turned green with jealousy, particularly those who believed they were capable yet remained unnoticed. They thought Luo Yan was merely lucky, and while they wouldn't confront him immediately, the seeds of jealousy had been sown, waiting for time to bear fruit. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Luo Yan was training in the practice hall. After using the Starfire elixir, a surge of elemental energy flooded into his body, refining the previously chaotic energy into something far more pure. Soon, the last meridian was fully tempered. Yet, Luo Yan did not cease his practice. The effects of the Starfire elixir remained potent, continuously infusing him with energy. Before long, he sensed a familiar resistance within him, as if an invisible barrier was preventing further energy influx. This was a sign of a breakthrough. With determination, Luo Yan welcomed the energy, and gradually, it began to surge within him, battering against that invisible barrier. He continued this process, not knowing how long it had been. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he felt the barrier collapse, allowing the elemental energy to pour in unimpeded. At that moment, energy swirled around him, faintly forming the illusion of overlapping mountain peaks. Though the images were hazy and shrouded in a mist, after a while, Luo Yan finally opened his eyes, feeling the tumultuous energy within him, as if his body were expanding with boundless power. He glanced at the container of elixirs on the ground, marveling at how effective the Starfire elixir was. His training speed exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought it would take about 70 days to refine all his meridians and break through to the initial third layer of visualization. To his surprise, it only took a month, cutting the time in half. Of course, during this time, Luo Yan had rapidly consumed his academic credits. After a month, he was left with fewer than 50 credits, which would only buy him 6 bottles of the Starfire elixir, insufficient for the cultivation of the fourth layer of visualization. He contemplated seeking Teacher Wei for advice on earning more credits. Reflecting on the past month, he recalled learning a new combat technique from Dijong, as well as acquiring 2 mystical arts, numbered 3 and 5. Coupled with his recent breakthrough in visualization, he felt it had been a fruitful period. The next morning, what was supposed to be Shaoshi's theory class was instead led by Wei Fenghua. Luo Yan instinctively sensed that something significant was about to unfold. After a customary cough, Wei Fenghua announced, "Everyone has been studying diligently at the academy for some time. Next, the academy has prepared a practical test for you all. Those who achieve outstanding results will be rewarded with academic credits." Luo Yan perked up, as he had been worried about his dwindling credits. Opportunity had knocked. Wei Fenghua continued. "This time, we will be conducting a Mech combat test. In other words, you will be piloting Mechs for the assessment. However, there are limited Mechs available, and only a select few among you will gain access to them. Therefore, you must compete for the right to use the Mechs. Those who do not secure a Mech shouldn't feel disheartened. You will be assigned to tactical teams or the logistics department. Remember, Mech combat has never been a solitary endeavor. However, since this practical test involves both first and second year students, you will be competing against the second years for the Mech access." Chapter 47. An opportunity to compete with second year students in Mecca? In the classroom, a young man, around 18 or 19 years of age, stood up in protest, exclaiming, "Teacher, this is utterly unfair. The curriculum for the second year students is far more advanced than ours. Whether it be elemental energy, combat skills, or arcane techniques, they surpass us in every aspect. How can we possibly compete?" This young man bore a prominent scar, approximately 10 centimeters long, on the right side of his face, lending him an intimidating appearance. Luo Yan preferred solitude in class, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with Xingshan and Li Bohong, but largely remaining disconnected from his classmates. Over the course of 2 months, he had managed to memorize the names of his peers. The young man currently voicing his concerns was named Lin Cheng, known for his super body, iron armor, and fiercely aggressive combat style. Another female classmate chimed in, "Exactly. At that point, we would merely be treated as easy targets." This girl wore thick glasses. Luo Yan remembered her name was Li Ji, who was particularly talkative and rarely paused when given the chance to speak. With the lead of these 2 students, many others began to voice their protests. Wei Fenghua remained unfazed, allowing the students to express their emotions before raising his hand to signal for silence. Once calm was restored, he addressed the class. "The academy has considered this issue. Therefore, during the competition, second-year students will be required to limit their elemental energy to the primary level 2. If you have yet to reach that level, you should reflect on your own abilities instead of complaining. Additionally, second-year students will be prohibited from using arcane techniques above level 10. Other than that, there will be no further restrictions. I understand this may still seem unfair to you. However, when on the battlefield, can you expect your enemies to fight fairly? Moreover, the second-year students have also endured similar challenges. Each cohort has faced this. If anyone feels incapable, they may withdraw, but such a decision will be recorded in your files." The students fell silent, their objections dissipating. To voice dissent now would be unwise, as a withdrawal would be noted in their records. Those who could not endure even a modicum of unfair competition would find it difficult to aspire to become mecha engineers. Thus, the matter was settled. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat and continued, "There are a total of 120 students combining first and second years. The school will provide 12 mechas, all of the primary model. We will conduct a computer-generated lottery to form groups of 10, each competing for 1 mecha. Those who succeed will be awarded 100 academic credits. Students who excel during the practical test will be permitted to retain their mechas, meaning that even upon graduation, that mecha will belong to you. Of course, the cost for maintenance and upgrades will be your responsibility, though the school will provide some subsidies based on circumstances. However, it will not cover the full amount. You need not worry excessively. Once you acquire a mecha, there will be individuals outside eager to sponsor you. Therefore, as long as you can keep your mecha, you will at least have funds for maintenance. The upgrade cost will depend on your luck. This announcement was a significant revelation. While the prospect of competing for a mecha and earning 100 credits was enticing, the possibility of retaining a mecha after excelling in the practical test was unexpected. Luo Yan's mind briefly flashed to He Hao, who likely acquired his Black Thunder through a similar test. If this were the case, such opportunities would arise at least once during the first and second years, but perhaps not thereafter. Failing to obtain a mecha in the first 2 years would indicate limited capability, determining the future career paths of those students who did not succeed. The academy would likely not offer further chances. In other words, for the second-year students, this could be their last opportunity within the academy. Consequently, they would undoubtedly put forth their utmost effort, as failing to do so would mean missing their chance. Wei Fenghua elaborated on the rules and requirements for the competition, and the morning passed swiftly. After lunch, Luo Yan made his way to the logistics department. The competition was set to commence the following day, with 2 groups competing each day over 6 days. The results of the computer lottery would be announced tomorrow. Following the conclusion of the competition, there would be a 3-day adjustment period before departing on the 10th day for the surface to conduct practical tests. Time was of the essence, and Luo Yan sought to enhance his strength as much as possible before departure. Thus, he headed to the logistics department to purchase spark agents. Many others shared his sentiments, resulting in a crowded logistics department with a significant number of second-year students present. Upon seeing Luo Yan, their gazes were laden with hostility. After all, among the first-year students, Luo Yan had become somewhat of a celebrity due to his confrontation with Luo Beichen and his accolades from the Earth Protection Bureau. It was rare to find anyone unfamiliar with Luo Yan. Luo Yan instinctively walked along the wall to avoid engaging with the scrutinizing stares, maintaining a low profile as he queued. When it was his turn, he promptly stated, "I would like to exchange for 5 spark agents." The staff member looked up, checked Luo Yan's student card, and replied, "Please wait a moment." He made a phone call, and soon, a young man who had developed the spark agent emerged from a room. Waving at Luo Yan, "Luo, come over here." Instantly, a multitude of eyes fell upon Luo Yan. Furrowing his brow, he approached nonetheless. As he navigated through the crowd, he overheard whispers among the students. "Isn't that teacher Sure Houting from the Academy's Pharmaceutical Development Department? How does a first-year student know such a prominent figure? Is this teacher truly remarkable? You don't know? Teacher Sure is a master of pharmacology. Nearly every new drug developed at our school, and even in the city, is his work. I heard he created the vaccine for Crimson Toxin back when he was just a student. Wow, if this first-year student has ingratiated himself with Teacher Sure, he won't have to worry about pharmaceuticals in the future. You're thinking too much. Teacher Sure isn't the type to provide medicines for free. Moreover, he has gone to great lengths each year to find students for drug trials. I heard that some students experienced lifelong impotence after taking one of Teacher Sure's new drugs. It was truly tragic." Listening to these comments and observing the innocent smile on Sure Houting's face, Luo Yan began to suspect that the spark agents he had been using this month might not be entirely benign. Upon reaching the office door, without further ado, Sure Houting pulled Luo Yan inside. Instinctively, Luo Yan seized his hand and twisted it behind his back. "Ouch, ouch, Luo. Let go. I am but a scholar, incapable of withstanding such treatment." Sure Houting exclaimed dramatically. "P.S. Another day, dear friends, give me some encouragement to keep me going." Chapter 48. The Chosen One. Ignoring Sure Houting's loud outbursts, Luo Yan spoke with a cool demeanor. "Xingho agent is a new drug you developed." "Indeed," Sure Houting exclaimed. "But rest assured, this medication is quite safe. However, excessive use may lead to overheating and may incite certain urges." Luo Yan furrowed his brow. "What kind of urges?" Sure Houting chuckled awkwardly. "You know, the male kind. To enhance the drug's ability to refine elemental energy, I added sunflowers, which are known for their aphrodisiac properties and stimulate primal instincts. Luo Yan secretly sighed in relief. It was merely an aphrodisiac, not an impotence treatment. If it were the latter, he glanced at Haoding's neck. So fair and tender. Once this new drug is available, it must be reported, Luo Yan warned. Haoding promptly agreed. Only then did Luo Yan release his grip. Haoding flexed his arms and grinned. Luo, you certainly have a strong grip. So, what do you think of the Xinghe agent? Luo Yan nodded. Aside from those perplexing side effects, the efficacy of Xinghe agent is indeed impressive. I would like to exchange for a few more vials. Haoding shrugged. I'm out of materials. You've been quite eager this month. I can barely keep up with your consumption. Since it's not yet mass-produced, our stock is limited. However, if you assist me in preparing a report, I can submit it for approval. Once the principal gives the green light, we can go into mass production, and you can exchange whenever you like. Luo Yan frowned. What kind of assistance? Very simple. I need to collect samples of your blood and urine for analysis. Then, for the next few days, you should come by every morning on an empty stomach for a few tests. Haoding rubbed his hands together, looking expectant. Luo Yan contemplated for a moment. No problem. But henceforth, Xinghe agent should be prioritized for me, with fewer credits required for exchange. Absolutely, Haoding agreed without hesitation. When you come to exchange, I will only charge you 7 credits. I cannot lower it further, otherwise, I won't even cover the production costs. Additionally, when new drugs are developed, if you're willing to help test them, I will offer you discounts once they go into mass production. Of course, I will ensure your safety and prevent any serious issues, at least not life-threatening ones. Sometimes, I will need certain medicinal herbs. You can gather them during your missions, and I'll buy them from you using credits. Purchasing with credits. That would indeed provide another avenue to earn credits, Luo Yan nodded. However, when testing new drugs, I expect credits as well, otherwise, I won't participate. Haoding's expression froze momentarily, followed by a forced laugh. All right, Luo, you call the shots. As for the credits for testing the Xinghe agent, once the drug is mass-produced, I'll give you 20 vials. How does that sound? Deal. As Luo Yan exited the logistics department, he recalled the cave filled with gathering yuan flowers in the Mist Canyon. Unfortunately, there was no way to extract those medicinal materials. Otherwise, it would be quite a lucrative credit opportunity. Should he ask Captain D for assistance in harvesting and transporting them, profiting from the endeavor? Luo Yan shook his head. That would merely earn him credit for providing coordinates and information. How much could he possibly gain? At that moment, darkness enveloped him as someone blocked his path. One of them looked familiar, Yang Lixia, who had previously sought to purchase credits from him. Luo Yan instinctively eyed Yang's neck. Feeling a chill, Yang touched his neck and smiled. Luo, why are you so focused solely on your training? Life needs some balance. Come, let me treat you to a meal off campus. I can introduce you to a few lovely ladies to spice up your life. Luo Yan felt bewildered. A meal? Lovely ladies? Was he not here to create trouble? What a pity. Without responding, Luo Yan sidestepped Yang. Why are you leaving, Luo? Let us chat. I just want to befriend you. Yang called after him. Not interested in the ladies? No problem. I can introduce you to some sultry vixens or sophisticated mature women. Your choice. Yet, Luo Yan had already distanced himself. Yang shook his head, muttering, he is not interested in women. They would only slow him down in battle. The protagonist, truly the chosen one. Look at his vision. Everyone should learn from him. He placed a hand on Zhang Hao and the hefty fellow's shoulders. Our Luo seems empty-handed, looking like he didn't acquire what he desired. Go. Find out what he wants to exchange. I'll pay any price to bring it back, as long as it's available in Guangling City. Mark my words. I'm determined to befriend him. The following day, the computer lottery concluded, and the group list was released. Luo Yan was placed in Group 7, meaning his competition would occur on the morning of the 4th day. Coincidentally, the mech they were to compete with was the silver mech Bailong, which Luo Yan had previously piloted. Upon reviewing the list, he noticed familiar faces among his classmates and some second-year students, including Yang Lixia. 3 days swiftly passed, during which 6 competitions had already taken place. Among them, Li Bohong successfully advanced, and even Xingshan was fortunate enough to secure a mech. On the morning of the 4th day, it was Luo Yan's turn. He arrived at the competition venue early, where a platform had been erected for the event. The competition would unfold in a chaotic brawl style. Those who fell from the platform, surrendered voluntarily, or lost consciousness were deemed defeated. The last standing individual would emerge victorious. Moreover, the competition prohibited lethal actions, utilizing only the college's provided equipment, all of which were unsharpened melee weapons. Upon entering the resting area, Luo Yan found it empty, so he began to select from the alloy weapons on a nearby rack. Just as he picked a blunt sword, comparable in length and weight to Li Xing, he heard the door creak open. In walked young Lixia, who immediately plastered on a grin. "Good morning, Luo. Here, I brought you something." He pulled a box from his pocket and handed it to Luo Yan. "These are 20 vials of Xingho agent that teachers sure rushed to prepare. This should last you for a while." Luo Yan was taken aback. Hadn't teacher mentioned a shortage of materials? How had he managed to produce 20 vials so quickly? Yet, he refrained from questioning and accepted the gift. Yang continued, "When it's my turn to compete, I'll surrender right away. I want to contest with you. But be cautious of one person, Wu Taijun. His uncle is Wu Shimo. Do you know who that is?" Luo Yan shook his head. "Wu Shimo is the minister of the Underground City Security Department. All district security bureaus in our city report to him. He is quite a high-ranking official." Yang lowered his voice. Ever since he got the group list, Wu Taijun has been threatening, claiming that anyone who dares compete with him will face dire consequences. If you find yourself up against him, focus your attacks on his left side. That brat injured his left hand during training and hasn't he fully recovered yet. So, his left side is his weak point. Luo Yan regarded the second-year student before him, increasingly unable to discern his true intentions. Chapter 49, Thunderous Fury Naturally. Luo Yan would not be swayed into believing young Lixia based on a mere exchange of words. Who could ascertain whether he had colluded with that Wu Taijun? Moreover, after the competition, he still needed to visit the logistics department to confirm the safety of the spark agent in his possession. He could not afford to be duped or poisoned. At this moment, the students participating in the competition began to arrive in succession. Among them were 4 of Luo Yan's classmates, while the remaining 5, including Yang Lixia, were second-year students, 4 males and 1 female. As they entered, each cast a few glances at Luo Yan before proceeding to select their weapons. Yang Lixia approached, pointing at a tall, slender boy with fair skin and sharp facial features, saying, "That's Wu Taijun. His visualization skills have reached the 5th level of the junior stage, and he is more adept at mystical arts than combat techniques. Among our class, his mastery of mystical arts ranks among the top 3. However, the rules of this competition stipulate the use of arts ranked below 10, so you need not worry too much. Just find a way to close the distance and engage him in close combat. His combat skills are rather lacking." Wu Taijun, taken aback, shot a glare at Yang Lixia. "Yang, are you out of your mind? Why expose my weaknesses?" Yang Lixia chuckled, "I take pleasure in it. What can you do about it?" Wu Taijun found himself at a loss for a retort, for Yang Lixia was the son of the construction bureau chief. He could only huff, "You'll see soon enough." Luo Yan remained silent, but internally mused that these two did not appear to be play-acting. This only deepened his intrigue, after all. There was no reason for the son of the bureau chief to show such kindness towards him. What was his motive? Shortly thereafter, the announcement echoed, "Students participating in the competition, please take your positions. The match will commence in 5 minutes. Latecomers will not be accommodated." The students began to leave the lounge and made their way to the arena. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly as a colossal figure approached. The mecha, the white dragon. This mecha, reminiscent of a silver giant, strode towards the arena, its previously damaged sections from the battle with the Taotai now repaired. The design of the white dragon was sleek. Being a basic model, it lacked any external attachments. It was armed solely with a rifle designed for combating gigantic beasts and a hidden chain blade concealed within its right forearm, draped in silver and white. Its chest featured engine cooling vents shaped like a V. When the engine was activated, blue light emanated from the vents, illuminating the V. At this moment, Wei Fenghua, standing on the platform, introduced. This mecha previously served in the Surface Exploration Legion and has now been entrusted to our academy for specific reasons. The White Dragon, classified as a junior model. stands 81 meters tall and weighs 1850 tons. Its operating system is the second-generation Jialong, with the main engine Haichao and 2 auxiliary engines. This is the mecha you will be competing to pilot today. Best of luck to you all. As Wei Fenghua proclaimed the start of the competition, Yang Lixie raised his hand at lightning speed, exclaiming, "I withdraw. I surrender." Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Yang Lixie, grinning, gestured a cheer-up sign to Luo Yan before nimbly jumping off the platform and dashing towards the audience. In the stands, his goddess, a girl named Lu Ruhan, leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at the arena. Upon Yang Lixie's arrival, he promptly acquired refreshments and a fan from his 2 lackeys, Zhang Hao and the chubby one, and positioned himself beside Lu Ruhan. "Ruhan, it's hot. Have a drink." Without turning her head, Lu Ruhan replied. The underground city has a constant temperature system, maintaining a steady 27 degrees during the day. Whereas the heat. And let me reiterate, you are not my type. Please don't waste your time on me. Yang Lixie retorted with a laugh. How can this be a waste of time? If you ignore me, that would truly be wasting time. If you want to eat, at least have some fruit. The watermelon my dad sent yesterday is exceptionally sweet. He gestured again, and Zhang Hao handed over a box of watermelon. Lu Ruhan, growing impatient, said, "Don't distract me from watching the match." Meanwhile, on the arena, the students were not rushing into battle. The first-year students cautiously observed their second-year counterparts. Among the second-year students, Wu Taijun surveyed the crowd and declared, "Everyone, we have a celebrity among us today. You all must know Luo Yan, right? In just a month since his enrollment, he has already slain Luo Beichen in a death match. I've heard that several classmates' deaths are also linked to him. Not long ago, he was even recognized as a model of selfless bravery. Among us, I doubt anyone can rival Luo Yan's flair." One second-year student interrupted, "Taijun, what are you trying to say?" Wu Taijun fixed his gaze on Luo Yan. "What I'm saying is, if we all wish to have the opportunity to pilot the mecha, we must first join forces to eliminate Luo Yan from the competition. Once he is out, we can determine the victor among ourselves. What do you say?" The second-year students nodded in agreement without much hesitation, while the 4 first-year students hesitated. Wu Taijun urged, "First years, what is your stance?" Ultimately, one boy shouted, "I agree." He looked at Luo Yan, his eyes tinged with red. "Luo Yan, don't hold it against us. We also wish to pilot the mecha and claim the rewards. You can't hoard all the benefits for yourself, can you? Since you're so capable, why not let us have this one? Step down." With someone taking the lead, the other students found their courage and joined in. "Yeah? Can't you let us have this chance? Step down. Step down." During this commotion, Wu Taijun quietly retreated, distancing himself from Luo Yan, then bellowed, "Stop wasting time with him. Everyone, attack together." Instantly, the students either channeled their energy to charge at Luo Yan or formed hand seals to invoke mystical arts. Luo Yan, wielding a sword, observed coldly. Then, with a surge of energy, he activated the Kuyuan wheel. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted from Luo Yan, soaring like flames and vaguely forming overlapping mountain silhouettes. As he beheld his approaching adversaries, he murmured, "Benefits and gains must be fought for. They cannot be bestowed by others." With a sweeping motion of his sword, the arena was struck by a thunderous force, dazzling like lightning. This was Luo Yan's newly acquired technique, Thunderous Fury. In a flash of electric light, the arena crumbled, and the charging and spell-casting students cried out in alarm, losing their footing and tumbling off the high platform. The audience fell into a stunned silence. The watermelon in Yang Lixie's hands tumbled to the ground. Lu Ruhan, with her chin resting on her hands, narrowed her eyes slightly. Wei Fenghua coughed twice, a smile creeping onto his lips. The arena designated for the competition had collapsed by 2/3 due to Luo Yan's single strike, effectively inviting several students off the platform. Chapter 50. The Battle of Mystical Arts. Well done, Old Luo. From the audience, Xingshan cupped his hands to his mouth and whistled, waving a flag in support. Old Luo had become even more formidable since the time in the Forbidden Area, effortlessly sending his opponents tumbling off the stage. Falling off the stage counts as a loss. Such a decisive victory. Xingshan exclaimed excitedly, chattering incessantly. Beside him, the tall and clean-faced Luo Hang adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It's not a win just yet. Look, there's still one left." Zhang Shan paused, glancing at the stage. With only a third of the arena remaining, he could see no one except Luo Yan. However, he noticed Luo Yan gazing toward the left side of the stage. As Zhang Shan shifted his gaze, he spotted a black rope tied to a steel bar at the edge of the arena. Suddenly, someone leapt into view. It was the second-year student, Wu Tai-jun. Earlier, Wu Tai-jun had reacted swiftly, forming seals as he sensed the stage was about to collapse, and had promptly employed the first-level mystical art, black rope. At a critical moment, he had secured a steel bar with the rope, using it to swing back and avoid falling off the stage. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly activated the barrier eye. He observed Wu Tai-jun's bioluminescent aura, surrounded by vibrant red and bright yellow lights. His vitality was at 451, and his elemental power was evenly matched at 120. The high vitality was due to Wu Tai-jun's visualization technique, which had reached the initial 5th level, and his body had undergone elemental refinement. His elemental power stood at the initial 2nd level. Each second-year competitor wore a bracelet, a device to suppress their elemental power to a specific level, ensuring fairness in the competition. Thus, their powers were constrained to match that of first-year students. Luo Yan wore one as well. Although he was a first-year, he had already reached the initial 4th level. His vitality was 572, and without suppression, his elemental power would soar to 196. To maintain balance, he too wore a suppression device, controlling his power at 120. Following his recent burst of energy, his elemental power had dwindled to 70. Yet, due to the influence of observing mountains and seas, his elemental power would gradually recover. Now, only Wu Tai-jun remained on the stage. Luo Yan stomped hard on the platform, launching himself like a rocket toward Wu Tai-jun. Wu Tai-jun held a metallic long staff, initially hoping to leverage the advantage of his long weapon to wear Luo Yan down. However, after witnessing Luo Yan's explosive power, he realized the grim truth of his situation. He could not outmatch Luo Yan in combat skills. Nevertheless, he remained composed. Each specialty has its focus, and his instructor had emphasized the importance of mastering one primary skill rather than spreading oneself too thin. Wu Tai-jun preferred to avoid close combat, opting to specialize in mystical arts while learning a few combat techniques for emergencies. Now, if he continued to attempt exhausting his opponent in close quarters before utilizing his mystical arts to secure victory, it would be utterly naive. Instantly, Wu Tai-jun threw his staff to distract Luo Yan, then quickly formed seals, shouting, "Illusory wolf." Points of bright yellow light danced before him, coalescing into a phantom wolf, devoid of physical form. In the audience, He Hao, whose rugged features and upright stature exuded a tough demeanor, scoffed, "Number 10 mystical art, illusory wolf. It possesses autonomous combat capability, able to attack, defend, entangle, and evade. To defeat the sorcerer, one must first eliminate this troublesome creature. I despise those who rely on mystical arts. They evade direct confrontation and resort to underhanded tactics." Beside him, Sujiu, chewing on candy, retorted dismissively, "Not everyone is like you, stuffed to the brim with muscle. Winning is what matters. Why must it always be a direct fight?" He Hao replied loudly, "Direct confrontation is the romance of manhood. You wouldn't understand." Unfazed, Sujiu winked, "Of course, I wouldn't understand. I'm a woman." On the stage, as Luo Yan narrowly dodged Wu Tai-jun's long staff, he saw the phantom wolf materialize before him. The moment the wolf took shape, it emitted a silent roar and lunged at Luo Yan. With only a third of the stage remaining, there was scarcely any space for Luo Yan to evade the phantom beast, and his speed was not particularly swift. How could 2 legs outrun 4? His expression remained impassive. Without faltering, he charged directly toward the wolf. The metallic long sword in his hand transformed into a streak of lightning, glinting silver as it struck the illusory wolf on the head. The wolf, typically quick to react, was difficult to hit with ordinary attacks. However, Luo Yan employed the combat technique Thunderstrike, ensuring his strike landed. The illusory wolf immediately collapsed, its outline becoming indistinct, showing signs of dissipating. Without breaking his stride, Luo Yan raced toward Wu Taijun, the metallic sword slicing through the air. Wu Taijun formed seals once more, an invisible barrier of elemental power materializing to intercept Luo Yan's sword. Their elemental powers collided with a resounding boom. The barrier cracked, but did not shatter. Luo Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized the mystical art Wu Taijun had employed. 5th level mystical art, Void Barrier, specializing in defense. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Glancing down, he saw his left shoulder firmly caught in the jaws of the illusory wolf. Despite enduring a thunderstrike, the wolf had not dissipated. Truly, the prowess of the 10th level mystical art was formidable. In the audience, Sujia whispered, "Your little friend is in trouble." Those skilled in mystical arts excel at strategizing. Once the battle takes shape, it becomes like quicksand, gradually ensnaring the opponent. Now, with Wu Taijun defending with Void Barrier, it would be challenging for Luo Yan to break through and inflict harm. Meanwhile, the illusory wolf provided distraction. Next, he would likely employ the 3rd level mystical art for further control, followed by the 7th level mystical art to seal the deal. He how scoffed, "He's not my friend." Yet, he stood up, shouting, "First years, take him down." On the stage, Luo Yan's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint flashing within. He reversed the grip of his metallic sword and plunged it fiercely behind him. The sword pierced through the wolf's form, finally causing it to dissipate. However, just as the wolf vanished, ethereal chains formed from elemental power ensnared his hands and feet, binding him immobile. In his mind, the information flashed, 3rd level mystical art, binding chains. Then, a sharp, piercing howl erupted on the stage. Luo Yan felt his entire body vibrate as if struck by unseen darts, rapidly blooming with bloodstains that began to spread. 7th level mystical art, Wind Spears. Chapter 51, You Seek Death. Upon witnessing Luo Yan ensnared by the chains of elemental energy, immobile and vulnerable, while being relentlessly pursued by Wu Taijun, Zingshan could not help but rise in anxiety, nearly leaning over the railing. Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Do not be alarmed. Luo is not yet defeated." It was then that Zingshan noticed, despite Luo Yan's bloodied and harrowing appearance, a swirling aura of elemental energy enveloped him, faintly manifesting the illusion of towering mountains. Luo Yan remained upright, his gaze fierce and penetrating, scanning Wu Tiejuan's neck and chest for vital points, before deliberately shifting his focus to the knee and collarbone, areas that could incapacitate without causing fatality. In the audience, Lu Ruhan, resting her chin on her hands, smiled knowingly. Being immobilized by the binding chains means Wu Tiajuan's wind gun will be fully unleashed upon him, and he cannot alleviate the force. He must endure it. She mused, yet he still stands. How resilient he is. The term resilient sparked an uneasy thought in Yang Lixia, prompting him to scrutinize Lu Ruhan closely. Fortunately, his goddess displayed no signs of distraction or infatuation. Her demeanor remained composed, allowing Yang Lixia to breathe a sigh of relief. On the arena, Luo Yan erupted with elemental energy, shattering the chains that bound him. After all, it was merely the 3rd-tier technique, far less formidable than Phantom Wolf. Once more, he activated the barrier-breaking eye and noted that Wu Tiejuan's elemental energy had dwindled to below 50% after their previous exchange. At that moment, Wu Taijun began forming seals behind the void wall, conjuring another Phantom Wolf. Although his elemental energy had plummeted to 24%, it still posed a significant threat. The wolf, however, did not charge aggressively this time, but instead engaged in a game of harassment. Luo Yan surmised that Wu Taijun intended for the Phantom Wolf to pin him down, allowing him to execute his next technique to determine the victor. Luo Yan was correct in his assumption. However, Wu Taijun had yet to deploy his ace, Divine Concealment, a nature-based technique that would imbue all attacks with searing flames. Wu Taijun had refrained from using it earlier, initially believing that the earlier burst of the wind gun would suffice to secure victory over Luo Yan. To his surprise, Luo Yan's cultivation of observing mountains and seas enabled him to withstand the onslaught. Yet, this was fortuitous for Wu Taijun. For For the next iteration of the wind gun augmented with the burning effect would surely torment the freshman. Casting a glance at the nearby Mech white dragon, Wu Tiejuan's thoughts crystallized. This Mech shall be mine. In the meantime, Luo Yan evaded the phantom wolf's lunge. Frustrated by the creature's incessant interference, he let out a roar and charged recklessly, sword raised high. The phantom wolf nimbly dodged, circling behind Luo Yan and seizing his sleeve in its jaws. Now's my chance, Wu Taijun thought as he activated divine concealment, forming hand seals. With a forceful push towards Luo Yan, a barrage of flaming wind guns, screaming like cannon fire, hurtled toward him. Simultaneously, Luo Yan's eyes blazed with intensity. Elemental energy surged through his meridians. Initiating the open source wheel, a brilliant yellow light erupted, his hair billowing as if caught in a tempest. With a fierce determination, he lunged forward, tearing free from the phantom wolf's grasp. Facing the oncoming flames, he raised his arms to shield his head and chest, charging onward. The fiery projectiles slashed across his form, drawing blood and igniting his skin, leaving him in excruciating agony. Yet, Luo Yan let out another roar, his elemental energy resonating to extinguish the flames engulfing him. However, blisters formed across his body. Undeterred, he pressed on, thrusting his sword forward with a sudden burst of energy. The metallic blade crackled with electricity as it struck Wu Tiejuan's void wall. The technique, thunderclap. In that moment, the intangible barrier shattered, and the shockwave sent Wu Taijun reeling. Amidst the howling winds, he barely managed to keep his eyes open, dimly perceiving Luo Yan's relentless advance. The metallic sword swept toward his left side. Instinctively, Wu Taijun raised his arm to defend, but upon impact, pain surged through him, causing him to scream. He had previously injured his left hand during training, and now, Luo Yan's strike nearly cost him dearly. Wu Taijun instinctively leaped to the right, but miscalculated, landing awkwardly and tumbling to the ground. Dazed, he felt the unforgiving surface beneath him, unable to comprehend that he had fallen from the stage, defeated. In the audience, Zheng Shan leapt to his feet, shouting, "He fell. He lost. Luo has won." He Hao, who had remained standing until now, finally sat down, a smile creeping onto his face. Soon, the school's announcement echoed through the arena. Wei Fenghua declared, Group 7's victor is Luo Yan. Only then did Luo Yan exhale in relief, but a sharp pain in his right leg reminded him that Wu Tiejuan's phantom wolf was still present, its jaws clamped onto his limb. Suddenly, Wu Taijun sprang to his feet, eyes ablaze with fury, bellowing, "I have not lost." He violently tore off his wristband, removing the suppression device. Instantly, a radiant aura of yellow light enveloped him, restoring his suppressed elemental energy. He swiftly formed seals again, directing his palm toward Luo Yan on the stage. A swirling sphere of flames erupted, hurtling toward him like a cannonball. 15th tier technique, shattering clouds. Su Jiu straightened in her seat, her expression darkening. He Hao leapt over the railing, determined to halt Wu Taijun. The shattering clouds technique boasted an explosive power, with elemental energy splintering outward after detonation. Should Luo Yan be caught in its grasp, it would be akin to detonating a grenade at close range, followed by a blast of shrapnel, resulting in a gruesome fate. Moreover, Wu Taijun had invoked divine concealment, adding searing flames to this technique, clearly intending to kill Luo Yan. Regrettably, despite He Hao's swift response, he was too far from the stage, and it was too late. Boom. Before He Hao could reach the arena, an explosion of flames erupted, sending torrents of burning energy spiraling outward, causing nearby spectators to shriek and flee. He Hao halted, his expression grim as he glared at Wu Taijun, roaring, "Second-year student, you seek death." But at that moment, another voice echoed from the arena, uttering the same words as He Hao. "You seek death." Chapter 52. Counterattack. A figure suddenly shot out from the flames and smoke of the arena. Luo Yan. The incident had occurred unexpectedly. Yet Luo Yan still bore the phantom wolf on his leg. He launched a powerful kick, flinging the phantom wolf to intercept Wu Tiejuan's mystical technique shattered clouds. In the initial explosion, the phantom wolf was utterly obliterated. Following the sacrifice of the wolf, Luo Yan instinctively curled his body, which fortuitously allowed him to evade the secondary damage from the explosion of shattered clouds. At this moment, his vital energy surged. The effects of the opening wheel had not yet waned. Luo Yan charged off the platform, his body covered in blisters and bruises. Yet his eyes remained cold and unyielding, brimming with murderous intent, resembling a feral wolf stirred to fury. Wu Taijun cast a glance at Luo Yan, momentarily paralyzed by the murderous aura emanating from his crimson eyes. This reaction was understandable as a second-year student with a few experiences in combat. He could not possibly match the iron will and killing intent of someone like Luo Yan, who had fought for survival on the surface. Luo Yan wasted no time. He hurled his metal longsword with a piercing whistle, the weapon gleaming like lightning, swiftly arriving before Wu Taijun. In a life-and-death moment, Wu Taijun let out a bellow and dodged urgently. Though he evaded a fatal strike to his face, the sword grazed one of his eyes, causing him immediate agony and forcing it shut. Just as he closed his eyes, Luo Yan collided with him, delivering two thunderous punches to Wu Taijun's chest and forehead. Wu Taijun staggered backward, while Luo Yan, spent of all his strength, could no longer move a finger. Those two punches had drained him of all his vital energy and physical stamina. He stood only through sheer willpower. The entire venue fell silent. Moments later, Wu Taijun suddenly collapsed, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. After this impact, his body grotesquely contorted, as if his flesh and blood had lost all support, nearly losing its human form. On the high platform, Wei Fenghua coughed lightly and then spoke softly, shattered bones. Indeed, Wu Taijun had suffered from shattered bones, twice. Every bone and organ in his body lay pulverized. Even with the most advanced technology and instruments, he could not be saved. Only then did two teams of school doctors enter the arena. One team approached Wu Taijun, conducted a perfunctory examination, and then shook their heads towards Wei Fenghua, signaling that he was beyond saving. Upon seeing the doctor's head shake, Luo Yan finally exhaled in relief, only to then feel darkness engulf him as he lost consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself still on a stretcher, being transported to the infirmary. It seemed he had only fainted for a few seconds. As Luo Yan was taken out of the venue, he how turned to leave, but was interrupted by the voice of his partner, Su Jiu, from the audience above. Oh dear, who just claimed that Luo wasn't his friend. Now someone is rushing out in a panic. What could possibly be happening? He how looked up to see Su Jiu perched on the railing, swinging her legs. Shut up, he how retorted irritably. That Wu is a sore loser, shameless and despicable. To go for the kill at such a moment. If it had been someone else on the platform, I would have dealt with him too. Su Jiu chuckled. Too bad you missed your chance. However, your little friend killing that Wu might land him in trouble. Are you not worried? He how replied gruffly. Worried about what? Wu Taijun brought this on himself. Even if he has an uncle in a high position, can he still demand someone from the school? He added, this is Baijian Academy, an academy authorized by the Beast Strategy Office. Even Guangling City has no right to interfere, let alone a mere safety minister. Su Jiu winked at He Hao and said, you are so naive, but I like that about you. Adorable. He Hao waved her off, scram. After saying that, he ignored his partner and turned away. Meanwhile, after Luo Yan was taken to the infirmary, he was immediately subjected to surgery. By the time he emerged from the operating room and was moved to a regular ward, it was already evening. The doctor, holding a tablet, glanced at it and remarked, the surgery was very successful. You should be able to get out of bed in a few days. Thankfully, you practice gazing at mountains and seas and are already at the beginner's fourth stage, making your body far more resilient than others in your year. Otherwise, you would be bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month. Luo Yan nodded and asked, can I still practice? The doctor replied firmly, no. For the next 3 days, you must rest. You will receive medicinal baths daily. No practicing, no getting up, and no leaving the bed. Luo Yan observed the doctor's serious demeanor and ultimately chose to comply. After the doctor left, Zheng Shan and Li Bohong arrived. Old Luo, are you all right? Zheng Shan pulled up a chair and sat down. Luo Yan shook his head and said, I need to stay in bed for at least 3 days. Zheng Shan replied, then consider it a rest. The practical test is a few days away. By the time you can get up, It will be just in time for departure. Zheng Shan continued. That Wu is truly shameless. Even after losing, he still struck out. I heard from upperclassmen that Wu Tiejuan's final move was the 15th mystical technique, Shattered Clouds. That is a lethal technique capable of killing. Li Bohong smiled slightly. But he did not anticipate that the phantom wolf he left on the platform would save your life. Luo Yan turned to look at him. Li Bohong stated calmly. I have analyzed the situation at that moment. After much contemplation, aside from using the phantom wolf to block Shattered Clouds, I truly cannot fathom how you survived such an attack. Luo Yan couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Li Bohong's ability to accurately deduce the circumstances showcased a mind of exceptional acuity. Zheng Shan added. The academy was indeed too careless, assuming that suppressing everyone's vital energy to the beginner's second stage would prevent mishaps. They didn't even leave a teacher to handle emergencies. If it weren't for old Luo's quick reflexes, we might have been visiting the morgue by now. Li Bohong chuckled. We can't blame the school entirely. Everything seemed normal during the recent competitions. Who would have thought Wu Taijun would act in such a manner? Zheng Shan asked nervously. By the way, Bohong, didn't you mention that Wu has a powerful uncle? He won't come looking for trouble with old Luo, will he? Li Bohong's smile faded as he replied. He will definitely come. Even if his uncle does not intervene directly, he will send someone to the school to demand accountability. However, the academy did indeed neglect to ensure safety this time, nearly costing Luo Yan his life. Plus, since Wu Taijun was in violation first, the academy will surely protect Luo Yan in this matter. Old Luo, you need not worry about anything. Just focus on your recovery. Chapter 53. Majestic and fearless as night fell upon the surface, the underground city of Guangling gradually descended into darkness, the holographic sky dimming to a deep black. Soon, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the moon ascended into the night. The ventilation system wafted in a gentle evening breeze, allowing the residents to feel as though they were living above ground. At the entrance of the 100 Battles Mech Academy, lights illuminated the academy's faade. At that moment, several black cars roared down the road, halting before the gates. The occupants remained inside, incessantly honking their horns, demanding the school to open. An elderly guard emerged from the gatehouse, waving his hand and inquiring about the commotion. From the foremost black vehicle, a man, seemingly a personal assistant, leaned out of the window, wearing sunglasses even at this late hour, and spoke harshly. Open the gate. We demand to see the principal. The elderly man, unperturbed, replied. To see the principal, do you have an appointment? The assistant banged on the car door, declaring, Old man, do you know who is in the back? It's the Wu family. Our son met an untimely demise at your academy today. Mr. Wu demands an explanation from the principal. Don't make this difficult for yourself. The elderly guard chuckled lightly. If I desired a carefree existence, I wouldn't be stationed here. By your words, it seems you lack an appointment. Without one, you must wait. I will notify the higher authorities. Whether the principal sees you is another matter. The assistant, seething with anger, commanded the driver. Don't waste time with this old man. Break through the gate. The guard leisurely pointed to the sign above the gate, stating, This is the 100 Battles Mech Academy. I wonder who dares to breach it. With that, he turned and strolled back into the gatehouse. The assistant was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, the car phone rang, and he quickly answered. A deep male voice instructed him to remain calm. The assistant nodded vigorously. After a brief interval, a battery-operated vehicle finally arrived on the dimly lit main path of the academy. The gates opened, and several individuals disembarked from the vehicle, proceeding to the entrance with measured steps. The foremost figure, a man nearing middle age, coughed into a handkerchief before speaking. I am Wei Fenghua, the director of the academy's instruction office. Please state your business. The black cars began to open their doors, and several burly men in black suits stepped out, flanking a middle-aged couple. The man, with a square jaw and prominent brows, radiated authority without raising his voice. The woman, adorned in luxurious attire and sparkling jewels, exuded an air of opulence. I am Wu Changqing, and Wu Taijun is my son. The man immediately inquired, Director Wei, I would like to ask you a question. We entrusted our child to your academy. Why has he suddenly died? Upon hearing this, The woman beside him began to sob quietly. Wei Fenghua did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Is that the reason for your visit?" Wu Changqing nodded emphatically, "Indeed." Wei Fenghua coughed lightly into his handkerchief and replied, "Very well. Although we have already issued a written notice, since you have come in person, I shall reiterate. During today's competition, Wu Taijun was defeated and, in defiance of the rules, acted violently and was consequently met with fatal repercussions at the hands of another student. This is the cause of his demise. The recorded footage of the event, along with the written notice, has already been sent to your family. If you have not received it, I can provide another copy." Wu Changqing's eyes burned with anger. "I am aware of all this. There is no need to trouble Director Wei. But must our child die in vain? Is a mere notice and a video all that will suffice?" Wei Fenghua removed the handkerchief from his mouth and asked, "What do you believe should be done?" Wu Changqing replied in a low voice, "Even if Taijun violated school rules and was defiant, it is understandable. What young person isn't impetuous? He merely lost control for a moment. His crime does not warrant death. Shouldn't the school hand over the perpetrator?" As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted from behind Wei Fenghua. A girl chimed in, "He how? Listen to this gentleman. His eloquence is remarkable. Not once does he mention that Wu Taijun attempted murder first, yet he fixates on his son's death. Does the Wu family hold such significance? Are they permitted to commit acts of violence without consequence?" Wu Changqing retorted sharply, "Who are you?" The girl feigned fear and waved her hands. "I'm merely a little girl. Surely, Mr. Wu won't hold it against me." Wu Changqing huffed, "Adults are speaking. Children should be silent." At that moment, Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said, "Sujiu, stop causing trouble and apologize to Mr. Wu." Without waiting for the girl's apology, he moved on to state, "Mr. Wu, while Sujiu speaks frankly, she possesses a measure of truth. Had Wu Taijun not initiated the violence, this unfortunate incident would not have occurred. As for the so-called perpetrator, you exaggerate. The individual in question is merely a student of our academy acting in self-defense. We cannot possibly surrender him." As night deepened, Wei Fenghua concluded, "Mr. Wu, please take your leave." With that, he turned to depart. Before Wu Changqing could respond, his wife, Zhang Qianqian, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Wait, are you just going to leave? Is there no law? You at the 100 Battles Academy protect the perpetrator who killed my child. You are all complicit in this murder. You are all worse than beasts." Suddenly, she pulled an item from her bag and pointed it at Wei Fenghua, shouting, "If you do not hand over the perpetrator today, this matter is far from over." It was unmistakably a gun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Changqing felt dread wash over him. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Zhang Qianqian, none other than the girl who had mocked them earlier, Sujiu. With a black cord in hand, she swiftly bound Zhang Qianqian's wrists, pulling both her and the gun downwards, the barrel now aimed at the ground. Then, a tall male student stepped forward from the academy, approaching with an air of arrogance, pointing a gun at the faculty members. "Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare you." With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Qianqian's face, instantly causing one side to swell. Wu Changqing stood in shock, unable to fathom the audacity of the 100 Battles Academy's personnel to strike his wife so openly. "You! How dare you?" He trembled with rage. He had a brother who served as the Minister of Security, and he believed his demand for the school to surrender the perpetrator was reasonable. Yet, the academy not only refused to comply, but also dared to assault his wife. Wu Changqing raised his hand, not one to be easily cowed. Among the individuals he had brought were several adept in visualization techniques. However, just then, a group of armed security personnel emerged from the school. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and declared, "The 100 Battles Academy is a place of significance, with autonomy and its own armed forces. Should anyone wish to cause trouble, do not blame the bullets for being indiscriminate." Chapter 54. Escalating Conflict. Wu Changqing, a military enthusiast with a solid understanding of firearms, cast a discerning glance at the school's security personnel. His expression gradually darkened. The school's security was armed predominantly with assault rifles, classified as bullpup models, equipped with integrated laser sighting systems that complemented the 1.5x optical scopes. The weapon's charging handle was conveniently located within the grip, allowing for ambidextrous operation, thereby facilitating combat usage. Moreover, these security personnel were additionally equipped with grenade launchers. This was no mere school security. It was akin to mobilizing soldiers for battle. Wu Changqing was taken aback by the school's militarized approach to handling his situation. Was his son's plight to be dismissed so easily? He felt a surge of indignation. Ultimately, he refrained from acting rashly and instead turned away, retrieving his mobile phone to dial his older brother, Wu Shimo. Meanwhile, Wei Fenghua showed little interest in remaining with Wu Changqing. After exchanging a few words with the head of security, he departed with student council members He Hao and Su Jiao. The school's security had established a barricade outside the main gate, making their intentions clear. Anyone who dared to breach the line would be met with armed resistance. The standoff persisted for a brief moment. Before long, additional headlights illuminated the road in front of the school. This time, the incoming vehicles were more numerous, including official cars from the Ministry of Safety, alongside several from the local district security bureau. A total of over a dozen vehicles arrived, their doors opening to unleash a swarm of personnel, resembling a swarm of locusts. Those from the Ministry of Safety were clad in bulletproof vests, combat armor, and tactical helmets, brandishing assault rifles as if prepared for war. Seeing these officials from the Ministry of Safety, Wu Changqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, bolstered by renewed determination as he supported his wife and declared, "My brother has lent us some manpower. Tonight, I will ensure the academy hands over the culprit. Rest assured." At that moment, the district security bureau chief approached, exchanging pleasantries with Wu Changqing before stepping forward with a smile. "I am Qi Huaixing, the chief of the district security bureau for our school. Please inform the principal that there has been a homicide, and we need to conduct an investigation." The head of security, a former member of the Exploration Corps, immediately drew his tactical pistol, pointing it at the so-called bureau chief, and sternly commanded, "Leave. This is Baijian Academy, and it is not under your jurisdiction." Qi Huaixing's complexion turned a mixture of green and purple. He had received a call from the Ministry of Safety instructing him to use the pretext of a homicide investigation to gain entry into the academy to apprehend suspects. To his dismay, the academy's head of security showed him no respect. He grimaced and retorted, "The academy is located in Guangling City. According to Chapter 7, Article 48 of the Urban Management Regulations, the maintenance of order in public spaces falls under the jurisdiction of the District Security Bureau." The head of security remained impassive, stating, "According to Chapter 5, Article 127 of the Urban Safety Management Law, Baijian Mech Academy is directly governed by the Beast Strategic Office. The academy possesses autonomy, self-governance, territorial rights, and the right to maintain its own armed forces. This regulation supersedes all other management regulations." Qi Huaixing was momentarily speechless, repeatedly signaling his aide for assistance. The aide hurriedly retrieved a tablet, frantically searching through the so-called Urban Safety Management Law. At this juncture, Wu Changqing stepped forward and shoved Qi Huaixing aside, directing his gaze toward a man behind him. This man, adorned with the title of Director of Field Affairs from the Ministry of Safety, cleared his throat and approached, stating, "While the academy does have self-governing rights, we currently suspect that you are harboring surface smugglers that our ministry has been pursuing. Here is our search warrant. The ministry has the authority to enter any building or location in Guangling to execute our duties. We hope you will not complicate matters for us." The head of security spat disdainfully, chuckling, "When I was battling giants on the surface, you folks from the Ministry of Safety were still sucking your mother's milk. Don't try to intimidate me. Whether you have a search warrant or not, you can either leave now or force your way in. Choose." The director felt a sudden headache. The deployment of so many field operatives this evening was merely to create an imposing atmosphere. He had no intention of engaging in actual combat with Baijian Academy. Now, witnessing the head of security's domineering stance, he glanced at Wu Changqing, who lowered his voice and urged, "Do you think they would dare to open fire? Once that happens, it will escalate beyond control. Would they truly go this far for a single student?" The director hesitated, but Wu Changqing, suppressing his fury, interjected, "But what? I will take full responsibility for anything that occurs." Just then, the ground trembled. Suddenly, beams of light pierced through the academy grounds, blinding Wu Changqing and the others. Two mechas emerged from the school premises. Mechas. Wu Changqing shielded his eyes from the blinding light, incredulous that the academy had deployed mechas. One was humanoid, entirely black, and imposing, an embodiment of the Black Thunder. The other resembled a giant wolf, striding with a commanding presence. It was the Greed Wolf. The two mechas approached the entrance, with Black Thunder raising a formidable rifle designed for combating giants, while Greed Wolf displayed its missiles, all aimed squarely at Wu Changqing and his companions. The director from the Ministry of Safety turned pale. The mere thought of being hit by the humanoid mecha's rifle was enough to turn him into a pulp. At that moment, the Greed Wolf activated its eyes, projecting a holographic screen in midair. On the screen sat Pan Renfeng, the principal, caressing an elderly cat while nonchalantly addressing the commotion outside the school gates. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Mr. Wu, do you think you can rely solely on your brother, the Minister of Safety? Without him, you are nothing. Is your child more important than others? This is unjust. In my school, all children are treated equally, regardless of their status outside. Once they enter, they are merely students. If Wu Taijun dares to kill, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Now that he is dead, you parents come to stir up trouble? I apologize, but I, Pan Renfeng, do not comprehend lofty principles. I only understand that might makes right. If you wish to argue your case, do so with our students' mechas. Chapter 55. A complete loss of bravado. Wu Changqing's countenance shifted, revealing his utter loss of composure. Had it merely been a security detail, he might have mustered the audacity to confront them. However, now that they had unveiled their mechas, how could a mere mortal compare against these metallic constructs? The faces of the security personnel were ashen. No one had forewarned them that they would be facing mechas, the very embodiment of lethal machinery. At this moment, an overwhelming tide of trepidation surged within them, and several individuals instinctively began to retreat, including the affairs director. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, the director implored, Mr. Wu, perhaps we should let this matter rest for today? Should Wu Changqing remain obstinate, the director would not hesitate to take his leave, unwilling to jeopardize his own life unnecessarily. Wu Changqing clenched his hands tightly, his body trembling, nails digging into his palms. He felt a deep-seated unwillingness. But what good was that? He lacked the means to summon a few mechas to bolster his stance. Aside from the Exploration Corps and the Battle Academy, only a select few possessed mechas, and even they had only one or two at their disposal. Very well, Wu Changqing finally conceded, turning to declare, tonight, I shall accept my defeat. However, this affair will not end here. We shall see. He had believed that by stepping back, accepting his misfortune, he had lowered himself sufficiently. Yet, unexpectedly, Pan Renfeng interjected, Hold on. Do you think our academy is a place where one can come and go as they please? If this continues, who would ever regard our institution with respect? Wu Changqing halted, turning in astonishment. What do you want from us? You shall not leave. Pan Renfeng pointed at the affairs director. You, call Wu Shimo. Yes, inform your superior. Tell that old rascal not to shirk responsibility. If it weren't for him supporting his brother, would you field personnel have the audacity to come to our academy to stir trouble? This matter requires the Wu to come and explain himself. Should he fail to do so satisfactorily, everyone here, yes, every single one of you, including the district director and Wu Changqing, shall be prepared for deportation to the surface. Whether any other city will take you in is no concern of mine. Deportation to the surface? What difference does that make from being expelled from the city? Wu Changqing erupted, incredulous. Does a mere academy possess such authority? Pan Renfeng remained silent, while the head of security chuckled derisively. According to Article 127 of the City Security Management Act, there are supplementary provisions. Should any individual or group infringe upon the academy for unjust reasons, it will be deemed a threat to city safety, warranting expulsion and deportation to the surface. Wu Changqing staggered backward, never having envisioned that his intention of seeking an explanation for his son would lead him into such dire straits. His bravado dissipated, leaving him bewildered and at a loss for how to proceed. In the infirmary, Luo Yan awakened to the light of day, unaware of the events that transpired the previous night when the academy detained Wu Changqing and his associates. It was only when Wu Shimo arrived with the mayor's secretary that the old principal, Pan Renfeng, agreed to release them. As compensation, Wu Changqing would provide a sum of research funding to the academy, allowing the matter to be settled for the time being. After finishing his breakfast in the hospital room, Luo Yan noticed someone lurking outside the door. Once the nurse left, the individual slipped in, none other than Shi Haoding from the Pharmaceutical Development Department. He appeared unchanged, sporting round brown glasses, clad in flip-flops, and holding a golden abacus. With a cheerful demeanor, he greeted, "Luo, how is your health? I have a new medicine that will greatly aid your recovery. You wouldn't want to participate in the practical test in your current condition, would you?" Luo Yan replied earnestly. "The doctor mentioned I would be able to get out of bed in a few days." Being able to get out of bed and being able to fight are two different matters, Shi Haoding countered, producing a vial of dark liquid that shimmered with intermittent crimson glimmers. "This is a repair agent I've just developed, though it remains unnamed. I assure you, its efficacy is remarkable. It will facilitate rapid recovery and restore your vigor. Well, restore your injuries, at least. In short, I guarantee it won't harm you. What do you say, care to try?" Luo Yan refrained from answering directly, instead inquiring, "Yesterday, Yang Lixia gave me a box of starlight agents, a total of 20 vials. Was that from you?" Shi Haoding nodded. "Indeed." Luo Yan was taken aback. "But I thought you said you were out of materials?" "True." Shi Haoding set the repair agent down beside the bed. "However, that rascal Yang Lixia sent me a batch of materials along with some other ingredients, allowing me to whip up those 20 vials of starlight agents." I said, "Aren't you two friends?" Luo Yan was genuinely astonished. Yang Lixia had gone out of his way to provide Shi Haoding with materials solely to produce those 20 vials for him. What could he possibly be scheming? At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Shi Haoding hastily declared, "I must take my leave. Remember to use that repair agent. It's quite effective. After using it, let me know how it feels. I'll keep a record. Your reward will be 2 vials of starlight agents." Once he departed, Wei Fenghua entered. That was Shi Haoding from the development department. "How did he come to see you? Are you acquainted?" Luo Yan nodded slightly. Wei Fenghua chuckled. "You'd best not grow too close to him. Teachers sure isn't a bad person, but those who associate too closely with him often find themselves in unfortunate situations." He placed a tablet by the bedside. "You need to rest and cannot attend classes for the next few days. I've brought materials regarding the upcoming practical test for you to study." Luo Yan looked at him, perplexed. "What do you mean by registering my mecha, White Dragon?" Wei Fenghua coughed lightly into a handkerchief. "Every mecha pilot must leave a record in the city's archives for tracking purposes. Of course, this is just a temporary registration. Once you acquire a mecha of your own, the Academy will assist you in creating an account in the city mecha database. From that point on, you will truly be a mecha pilot, much like Yi Hao and the others. After graduation, the mechas they operate will accompany them." Luo Yan nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. "Teacher, you previously mentioned that mechas could be upgraded. Is White Dragon eligible for upgrades?" Wei Fenghua smiled, "Certainly." Luo Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What aspects can be upgraded?" Chapter 56. A unique experience. Wei Fenghua smiled and said, "You must be aware that the levels of mechs are categorized similarly to visualization techniques, divided into 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Above these, there exist the ranks of divine guardians and divine generals. Currently, our capacity for upgrading mechs is rather limited. For the time being, we can only enhance a primary mech to the level of divine guardian at most." Luo Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and remarked, "That already provides ample room for upgrades." Wei Fenghua pulled out a chair to sit down, retrieved a medicine box from his pocket, took some medicine, and continued, "Generally speaking, the lower the level of the mech, the greater the potential for enhancement. Take the primary mech as an example. Through various components such as weaponry, outer armor, energy furnaces, engines, and supercore matrices, one can elevate the assessment of the mech. Typically, upgrading a primary mech to intermediate level is the easiest and most straightforward. Modifying the outer armor, replacing weapons with those of heavy caliber, or making adjustments to the energy furnace and engine can swiftly promote it to intermediate level. Furthermore, possessing a supercore matrix is another avenue for enhancement." Luo Yan recalled the information regarding the supercore matrix during the mech knowledge class, teacher Zhao Yidan had discussed this topic. The pelts, scales, and armor of colossal beasts, once harvested, can be fashioned into the outer armor of mechs. The attack-capable parts such as horns, quills, claws, and teeth can serve as foundational materials for weapons. As for the core of the colossal beasts, a unique organ resembling a heart, yet straddling the line between crystalline and biological, it constitutes a vital component of the supercore matrix. This matrix allows the mech to embody the characteristics of the colossal beast from which the core derives. The supercore matrix itself can be enhanced through the integration of identical cores. Upon reaching level 6, it can even activate special capabilities. However, the nature of these capabilities was not disclosed by Zhao Yidan, who merely noted that they were beyond the reach of first-year students. At this juncture, Wei Fenghua cleared his throat and said, "If you wish to upgrade White Dragon, I recommend you install a supercore matrix." Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback. Wei Fenghua continued, "Originally, to install a supercore matrix, one would need to purchase at least one colossal beast core to facilitate the installation of the most basic supercore matrix. However, having slain 3 colossal beasts Tao Tai, Li Li, and Si, you are entitled to the cores corresponding to those beasts according to the regulations of the Colossal Beast Strategy Bureau. Thus, you currently possess the rights to utilize those 3 cores. Whether you decide to use them yourself or sell them to the Colossal Beast Strategy Bureau is entirely up to you. Since you are still a student, Dijong has temporarily secured those 3 cores for you, intending to return them after you graduate as your initial capital for becoming a mech master." Luo Yan then realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had already accumulated his first pot of gold. "However, I advise against upgrading for now," Wei Fenghua smiled. "As you are not yet the master of White Dragon, consider these matters once you have claimed ownership." He stood up, appearing ready to depart. Luo Yan thought of another matter and called out to him, "Teacher Wei, I wish to learn more about natural resonators." "Natural resonators?" Wei Fenghua nodded, then fetched a piece of paper and a pen, jotting down an account number and password. "There is pertinent information in the school's database, directly interfaced with the official archives of the Colossal Beast Strategy Bureau. You can log in using my account. Since you are a natural resonator, it would be beneficial to familiarize yourself with your relevant information. However, our understanding of natural resonators is still rather limited. After all, you are not commonplace. In any case, the examples contained therein have been verified and are based on actual occurrences, serving as a reference." Wei Fenghua patted Luo Yan on the shoulder before taking his leave. After resting for a moment, Luo Yan picked up his tablet and logged into the Academy's database using Wei Fenghua's account. He searched for information related to natural resonators. As Wei Fenghua had mentioned, there were indeed not many documented examples of natural resonators, including Dijong. In the few decades since the creation of the first mech, only a handful had emerged. However, none of these natural resonators, including Dijong, had mentioned a particular phenomenon, the ability to perceive certain images during resonance with mechs. Luo Yan remembered vividly that whether empathizing with White Dragon or piloting Black Thunder, he had seen certain images. In those visions, the mechs appeared almost sentient, expressing joy, sorrow, anger, and grief. While it could be argued that the visions experienced with White Dragon might have been mere illusions, there was no reason to dismiss the visions during his connection with Black Thunder. If they were not illusions, then how could he explain those images? This curiosity was the driving force behind Luo Yan's desire to understand natural resonators. Initially, he believed he could find answers, only to become even more perplexed. However, after reviewing the materials, Luo Yan felt reassured that he had wisely refrained from sharing his experiences of seeing those images during resonance with others. It seemed likely that among all natural resonators, he was the only one with such an experience. It was undoubtedly a unique journey, potentially tied to certain secrets. If others were to learn of it, Luo Yan feared he would be subjected to research. He had no desire to become a guinea pig. Before long, the moment arrived for their departure from the underground city. Luo Yan had consumed the restorative potion from Shurhouding and was recovering well, capable not only of getting out of bed, but also of engaging in combat. However, after taking the potion, he found himself plagued by numerous amorous dreams, accompanied by intense impulses in certain aspects. Shi Haoding had claimed that this phenomenon would persist for several days. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan felt an overwhelming urge to wring his neck, while simultaneously questioning the true purpose of the potion. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he was grateful for Shi Haoding's restorative potion, which finally enabled him to participate in the practical combat test. That morning, a convoy bearing 12 mechs, along with faculty and students from the academy, set forth from the institution. They traveled along the designated highway leading out of the underground city of Guangling. Emerging onto the surface, the students, experiencing their second excursion, were filled with excitement. Except for a handful like Luo Yan, most students leaned eagerly against the windows, gazing at the scenery outside. The dome of Guangling City was adorned with 3,600 holographic electronic panels that simulated sunrises and sunsets throughout the year. Yet, no simulation could rival the beauty of the true landscape above. Moreover, due to the colossal beasts, surface cities were gradually vanishing, and the natural ecosystem was regressing towards a primitive state. Consequently, the environment above ground had become increasingly picturesque. However, this was not necessarily a positive development. Due to the presence of colossal beasts in the invade, even outside the forbidden zone, flora and fauna were quietly undergoing mutations. If left unchecked, the ecological environment of this planet would undergo drastic alterations, transforming into one that favored the survival of colossal beasts. Chapter 57. Falcon Base. On the very day that Luo Yan and his companions departed, an unremarkable car came to a halt in front of a modest bar in Guangling City. This bar, situated in a secluded alley, appeared inconspicuous, with an unpleasant stench emanating from a nearby drainage ditch where rats scurried about merrily. It was surprising to discover such a dismal place still existed in Guangling. From the dust-laden vehicle, which seemed to belong to an ordinary citizen, Wu Changqing emerged, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, his face twisted in disgust at the surrounding environment. He then turned to his assistant, inquiring, "Are you certain that the person you mentioned can resolve my issues?" The assistant nodded vigorously. "I have inquired among numerous individuals, including several professionals. They all recommended Qijiu. Furthermore, this individual does not take on just any task. Recently, he seems to be in dire need of funds, which is why he agreed to accept your commission." Wu Changqing nodded in acknowledgement and followed his assistant into the bar. Upon pushing open the heavy door, they were greeted by an unexpectedly dim interior, as it was not yet the bar's operating hours. The tables and chairs were not yet arranged, and behind the bar stood a solitary bartender polishing glasses. He glanced at Wu Changqing and his assistant, saying, "Sir, we are not open for business yet." The assistant stepped forward and lowered his voice. "We are looking for Qijiu." "What Qijiu? We don't sell that here." The bartender replied without lifting his head, seemingly absorbed in his endless task of polishing glasses. The assistant refrained from further conversation, producing a magnetic card and swiping it on the nearby card machine, followed by entering a series of numbers. "Wait," the bartender interjected quickly, pulling out his own magnetic card to connect to the machine before smiling and saying, "It's done." The assistant cast him an expressionless glance before confirming the transaction. Instantly, the bartender received a commission. He retrieved his magnetic card, lightly kissed it, and then stepped out from behind the counter, saying, "Follow me." Wu Changqing continued to cover his mouth and nose with the handkerchief, trailing behind the assistant and the bartender into a gaming room. The bartender gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Mr. Qijiu, the guests have arrived." A muffled response came from within. The bartender then opened the door. Inside the gaming room, no one was playing cards. A man clad in a dark red long coat stood with his back to the entrance, throwing a series of flying knives. Each knife landed precisely, pinning a large rat to the wall. On Jiangnan Avenue, in the Luo residence, Luo Tianyi had just returned from the company. Upon entering, his eldest son, Luo Nanxing, approached him. With a faint smile, Luo Tianyi inquired, "How did that matter progress?" Luo Nanxing nodded, stating, "I have already sent information about Qijiu to the Wu family. I just received word that Wu Changqing has gone to meet Qijiu." Luo Tianyi entered his study, opened the wine cabinet, and poured himself a half glass of fine wine. Taking a small sip, "Excellent. If Qijiu can eliminate Luo Tongxue, Zheng will surely be dealt a blow. Should Qijiu fail, Wu Changqing will find himself in a predicament, which would conveniently drag Wu Shimo down with him. At that point, we could draw closer to the Wu family. Wu Shimo, being the Minister of Security, would facilitate our endeavors. After a brief pause, Luo Tianyi softly asked, "Additionally, how is that matter progressing?" After leaving Guangling City, the convoy from Baijian Academy traveled southwest for 3 days. On the afternoon of the 4th day, seated within the vehicle, Luo Yan could faintly discern the outlines of tall buildings in the distance. This was a city, the site of their upcoming practical test, the No. 9 Forbidden Zone, Guifa City. A forbidden zone is not necessarily limited to mountainous terrain. Its formation is primarily determined by the presence of a dominator-level giant beast. Wherever such a beast establishes its nest, a forbidden zone will evolve. The landscapes of forbidden zones can vary widely. Mountains, canyons, highlands, plains, basins, cities, seas, deserts, and more. As Luo Yan gazed at the distant city silhouette, he reflected on the information regarding the number 9 Forbidden Zone, Guifa City. This city was characterized by bizarre plants resembling hair, which would entangle intruders and parasitize living beings. Once successful, these plants could control their hosts at will. Thus, within Guifa City, especially in its depths, traces of human and animal habitation could be found, yet these were mere illusions. The humans, animals, and even the rats and cockroaches in this city had all fallen victim to Guifa, becoming puppets of the plants. The unique ecosystem was orchestrated by the master of Guifa City, the dominator-level giant beast known as Donghu. Detailed information includes codename, Donghu. Level, Dominator Level 4. Type, Winged Insect. Characteristics, Shadow Manipulation. Puppet Control, Whisker Weaving, Mind Reading, Soul Absorption. Weakness, Unknown. Although there is currently no direct evidence, all personnel involved in the investigation of Guifa City share a common suspicion that the hair-like plants throughout the city may indeed be Donghu's tendrils. At that moment, the vehicle jolted as it took a turn, veering away from Guifa City and heading toward a ground base located approximately 50 to 60 kilometers from the Forbidden Zone. Following the giant beast's natural disaster, the majority of cities had crumbled into ruins. The surviving populace either relocated early to pre-established underground cities or, like Luo Yan once did, struggled to survive amidst the city's wreckage. However, some individuals chose to settle down near the Forbidden Zones, resulting in various ground bases. These bases were typically controlled by companies. Some of the mechas discarded by the various underground cities and the giant beast strategic bureau found their way into the hands of these surface companies through various channels. By possessing mechas, these companies established the conditions necessary for survival on the surface. They set up bases and recruited employees to venture into the peripheral areas of the Forbidden Zones daily, gathering medicinal materials, recovering giant beast parasites, collecting samples of flora and fauna, and documenting ecological changes within the Forbidden Zones. These bases usually collaborated with one or multiple underground cities. Each underground city typically maintained ties with several surface bases. The surface bases sought to acquire mecha components, weapons, potions, and even super core matrices from the underground cities, while the underground cities benefited from the rapid collection of ecological data and samples from the Forbidden Zones through these bases, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. The Falcon base that the Academy convoy was heading to was controlled by Black Hawk Company, which possessed 3 mechas, 300 warriors, and over 40 various types of armored vehicles. The company owner, Gao Rue, who was also the master of the Falcon base, had a combat level of initial 5. His subordinates had visualization skills around the initial 3 level. This was the foundation upon which the base stood. Chapter 58. A Deadly Threat. Classmates, please lend me your ears. Wei Fenghua's voice resonated within the swaying carriage. The director stood at the front of the carriage, holding a microphone, and declared, "We will be spending the night here. Once we arrive at the base, you may explore, but try to avoid causing any trouble." Each surface base is populated by a diverse array of individuals. There are all sorts of people here. On the surface, the Hawk base has a cooperative relationship with our Guangling City. However, behind the scenes, no one knows which factions they truly serve. Unlike the underground cities, there is no order here. The only protection you have lies in the guns you carry and in yourselves. Soon, they arrived at the Hawk base. The 12 mech transport vehicles could not enter the base, so after completing the necessary procedures, only a few vehicles carrying students were permitted inside. Upon entering the base, Luo Yan observed that numerous makeshift shelters had been erected, constructed from a variety of materials. The most common were metal shanties, as they were easy to assemble and provided shelter from the elements. Aside from the heat during the day, there were few other drawbacks. Furthermore, the layout of the base was haphazard. Apart from a main road leading directly to the headquarters of Black Hawk Company, the remaining structures were erected without any planning, resulting in a chaotic arrangement. The school vehicles soon parked in a square where soldiers of Black Hawk Company were engaged in training. They were divided into two teams, one running laps around the square while the other practiced combat in the center. Although these soldiers lived on the surface, each was robust and evidently well compensated. From Luo Yan's 3 years of experience living on the surface, he surmised that these soldiers likely enjoyed at least one substantial meal of meat daily, as such physicality could not be maintained without decent food. Behind the headquarters of Black Hawk Company, Luo Yan spotted a mech warehouse. Naturally, the warehouse was tightly secured, and it was unclear what kind of mechs were housed within. At this moment, each student was issued a tattered cloak, riddled with patches and holes, to wear before touring the base. Put these on unless you wish to announce to the inhabitants that you are newcomers, Wei Fenghua instructed. The students, clad in camouflage combat uniforms with simple armor and wielding light machine guns, would undoubtedly attract attention if they entered the base in such attire. Without hesitation, Luo Yan donned the cloak, crouching down to scoop up some dirt from the ground, which he then smeared on his face and hair. Instantly, he appeared disheveled. Combined with his crimson eyes, he bore a striking resemblance to the base residents. Wei Fenghua nodded approvingly, recognizing that Luo Yan's experience living on the surface far surpassed that of his fellow students. Observing Luo Yan's actions, Zhongshan followed suit, soon becoming dirty as well. Li Bohong, too, removed his glasses and imitated the others. Luo Yan looked at him in surprise, while he was not astonished by Zhongshan's behavior. Li Bohong hailed from a prominent family, his uncle being the current city lord, Lu Haoding, and his status comparable to that of Luo Beichen and Wu Taijun. Noticing Luo Yan's scrutiny, Li Bohong chuckled. I'm here to learn from you about surviving on the surface, Luo. Luo Yan remained noncommittal. Soon, Wei Fenghua busied himself, while Luo Yan and the other students dispersed into the base to broaden their horizons. Although referred to as a base, it primarily comprised the square housing Black Hawk Company's headquarters and the surrounding area, which bore a semblance of a base. The rest could rightly be called a refugee camp. The base lacked walls, merely surrounded by barbed wire, leading to considerable dust storms. As they walked through the base, the ground was chaotic, with dust swirling everywhere, and debris and garbage carelessly discarded. This disarray was quite unfamiliar to the students from Guangling City. Even those like Zhongshan, who came from humble beginnings, were accustomed to a certain level of cleanliness in their neighborhoods. The inhabitants of the base were just as Wei Fenghua had described, a mix of people, ranging from emaciated wanderers clad in tattered clothing, slumped against walls like corpses, to burly mercenaries adorned with tattoos, dressed in filthy combat gear and armed with rifles, as well as street vendors carting their wares in tricycles while shouting their sales pitches. There were also young women, dressed provocatively, clearly engaged in some ancient trade. However, one striking absence was children. Not a single one could be seen. Luo Yan suspected he knew the reason. During his first year in Flower City, the highest mortality rate was among children. After that year, he became almost numb to the concepts of life and death. There are numerous hidden shops here, Li Bohong whispered. Zhongshan, puzzled, replied, Where? I haven't noticed any. Adjusting his glasses, Li Bohong pointed out, Look for those doors ajar. With people frequently entering and exiting, they are almost all shops. Of course, some may engage in more illicit activities. Following his indication, Zhongshan finally observed this phenomenon. Indeed, ahead lay a wooden shack with a slightly open door. Just as someone entered, another emerged, their demeanor anxious as they hurried away, pulling their hat low over their face. When Zingshan glanced at the individual, they immediately shot him a glare, their wild eyebrows framing a pair of fierce eyes. Luo Yan returned the stare with an icy glare that exuded palpable menace, causing the person to quickly lower their head and turn into a narrow alleyway. Here, don't look around carelessly. Sometimes, a mere glance can lead to dire consequences, Luo Yan cautioned. Li Bohong pulled out a small notebook and diligently noted down Luo Yan's words. After wandering for a while and gaining a general understanding of the base, they intended to return when suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. "Stop, you little thief. Don't run, damn it." Luo Yan immediately pressed himself against the edge of a nearby metal shack to avoid any misunderstandings. Zhang Shan and Li Bohong followed suit, retreating to the shelter of the building. Suddenly, a petite figure darted out from the alley, a girl who was quite attractive, with short hair and a sun-kissed complexion. She wore a low-cut top that revealed her navel, her waist devoid of excess flesh, showing faint sweat stains. Her ultra-short denim shorts clung to her curvaceous figure, exposing her long legs to the air. In a panic, she ran towards Luo Yan and his companions, pursued by several others. Her eyes darted around, searching desperately, before finally landing on Luo Yan as she shouted, "Catch this. We'll split up." She hurled a black backpack towards him. In that instant, the atmosphere around Luo Yan's two closest companions, Zingshan and Li Bohong, felt as if the temperature had plummeted, nearly reaching freezing point. At that moment, the crimson hue of Luo Yan's eyes reflected the fleeting silhouette of the short-haired girl, and within those blood-red irises, a murderous intent became starkly apparent. Chapter 59. The God of Death. The short-haired woman's actions were evidently aimed at compelling Luo Yan to share her burden and divert the pursuers. Yet, this maneuver brought unwarranted calamity upon Luo Yan. However, for the woman, she felt no remorse. In her quest for survival, she would resort to any means necessary. What did it matter if innocent lives were lost as a result? The paramount objective was her own survival. Over the past few years, she had engaged in such deeds repeatedly. Her continued existence was proof enough that her methods were effective. Indeed, the figures trailing behind her immediately turned their gaze towards Luo Yan. At the forefront, a brawny man with disheveled brows, a fierce glare, and a chipped upper lip bellowed, "Don't let her accomplices escape." Several men, exuding an air of menace, charged towards Luo Yan. As for the short-haired woman, after discarding her backpack, she pivoted to dash into another alley. She intended to exploit the intricacies of the terrain to shake off her pursuers. But at that moment, she felt a sudden constriction around her neck. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a black cord that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, tightening around her throat. This cord appeared almost ethereal, translucent, and spectral, yet it undeniably choked her. With a violent tug from behind, she was involuntarily pulled backward. Turning around, she was met with a pair of crimson eyes, glinting with a sharp intensity. Beyond that, there was nothing but an icy demeanor, as frigid as the most desolate ice. Such a gaze was unprecedented for the woman. Those who typically beheld her were ablaze with desire. She was acutely aware that her body was her greatest asset. Many men would overlook her misdeeds for a fleeting moment of intimacy. Even those currently pursuing her shared this sentiment, particularly the leader of the group. She knew that if captured, she could barter her body for her life. Yet, in the depths of those red eyes, there was no flicker of desire, only an unbearable chill that instilled despair. "Wait, listen to me," the short-haired woman stammered in panic. In her field of vision, she saw Luo Yan's cloak billow. In the shadow of the cloak, a blue light erupted. In an instant, the onlookers were blinded, and Luo Yan had gracefully passed by the woman. It was then they noticed a long sword had materialized in Luo Yan's hand, adorned with intricate, azure patterns. At that moment, a droplet of blood fell from the sword's edge. As Luo Yan flicked the blade, the droplet splattered onto the ground, resembling a blooming red plum blossom. The short-haired woman halted, her throat constricting, unable to articulate a sound. Desperately, she clutched at her neck. Yet she could not stem the flow of crimson that seeped through her fingers. Her pupils began to dilate, and in the dizzying whirl of her surroundings, she glimpsed a silhouette cloaked in shadow. The figure was backlit, revealing eyes that shone a haunting red, so vivid it was breathtaking. Thud! The sound of her body hitting the ground echoed through the silent alley, as her hands, which clutched her neck, fell limply to the ground. The onlookers beheld the gaping wound at her throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A vibrant woman, now lifeless, had transformed into a corpse still warm to the touch in mere moments. Luo Yan wiped the sword rift star on his cloak before sheathing it. He turned and walked past Li Bohang and Zheng Shan. In hushed tones, he remarked, "At that moment, the pursuers seemed to awaken from a dream." The brawny man with the chipped lip roared, "Stop! You think you can run after killing someone?" Simultaneously, he felt a pang of heartache. If he had truly wished to slay her, she would have perished long ago. There was no way Luo Yan could have reached her first. His desire had been to capture the short-haired woman for his own enjoyment, only to see her dispatched by Luo Yan. Cursing under his breath, he grasped his rifle and advanced, his companions fanning out to encircle them. Li Bohang hastily exclaimed, "We don't know that woman. We are students from Guangling." The leader sneered, "I don't care where you come from. You've stumbled into a misfortune. Find them, break their legs, and spare them for now." He continued, "I know you practice visualization techniques, but no matter how swift you are, can you outpace our bullets?" With that, the leader aimed to shoot Luo Yan's legs, intending to incapacitate this ruthless foe. A volley of bullets skimmed the ground, but as they neared Luo Yan, it was as if they struck an invisible barrier. The bullets lodged in the air, rendered immobile. The fifth-level arcane technique, Void Barrier. And not just one, but two. With his back to the brawny man, Luo Yan and Li Bohang, facing the pursuers, discreetly formed seals within their cloaks, releasing their arcane techniques. "Fire! Shoot!" The leader bellowed, retreating instinctively, sensing that these youths were extraordinary. Bang! 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 A barrage from 7 or 8 rifles was unleashed upon Luo Yan and his companions. Yet all were thwarted by the 2 void barriers. Instead, it was the innocent residents nearby who fell victim to stray bullets, their cries of anguish filling the air. After emptying their magazines, Luo Yan and his allies counterattacked. Zheng Shan unleashed his divine treasure, Electrify, employing the first-level arcane technique, Black Rope. The black cord he released, charged with high voltage, ensnared a man's neck, causing him to convulse violently, frothing at the mouth. Li Bohang, from within his cloak, raised his hands, wielding a pair of automatic pistols. With precise shots, he created puncture wounds in the heads of the hulking men. Luo Yan, undistracted by the minor henchmen, focused on the leader with the chipped lip. With a flash of Rift Star, the blade shattered into countless fragments, resembling miniature meteors, refracting the morning light and creating a cascade of shimmering light that whistled past the leader's body. The rifle and the hands that held it shattered together, the remnants scattering across the ground. With the assistance of the magnetic attraction system, the blade fragments returned and reassembled into the sword. "Wait, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." The leader cried out, devoid of his previous bravado. His body trembled, his heart racing as he beheld Luo Yan, who approached with an air of a reaper. He hastily declared, "I am with the Night Falcon. This wretched woman stole our behemoth inducer, an important resource we had just acquired. It was her deception that led to this misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of my team." Luo Yan stepped closer, his tone icy. "Night Falcon? The Black Hawk Company? No." But just as the leader began to respond, he saw Luo Yan's sword arc through the air. In the next moment, he was staring up at the sky, the world spinning before him. Soon, he beheld Luo Yan again, standing before a headless corpse. Chapter 60. Supremacy of Strength. Luo Yan sheathed the star splitter and approached the corpse of the woman, meticulously searching her body. At last, he uncovered a black bottle adorned with a silver-gray design, a motif of a bird in flight. Its wings were narrow and pointed, its beak short and broad, with the upper mandible curving and featuring serrated protrusions, characteristic of a hawk. Luo Yan stowed the bottle away and turned his attention to Li Bohang and Zheng Shan. The earlier incident had unfolded unexpectedly, yet they had responded swiftly, scarcely deviating from their training. However, unlike Luo Yan, this was their first experience of taking a life. Particularly for Li Bohang, whose marksmanship was exceptional. His instructor had praised him during shooting classes for his impeccable accuracy. In the heat of the moment, He had not overthought his actions. He had unleashed a flurry of shots, eliminating 6 adversaries, each shot striking true to the forehead, resulting in instant kills. Yet now, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white, and he turned to retch against the wall. Luo Yan stood by, and once the two regained their composure, he remarked, "Let us depart." They exited the alleyway, and as they walked, Li Bohong pondered to himself whether they had been excessively ruthless, leaving no survivors. Luo Yan continued his stride, indifferent, stating, "On the surface, if you do not exhibit cruelty, you will become prey. If you wish to endure longer, you must temper yourself into a chilling edge. If you refrain from killing, others will kill you. Only by inflicting enough suffering can you establish deterrence. At the very least, next time, they will consider the consequences before acting." Zheng Shan glanced at Luo Yan's not particularly tall figure, suddenly gaining an understanding of how this youth, of similar age, managed to survive on the surface. Upon returning to the camp, Li Bohong reported the day's events to Wei Fenghua. After he finished recounting, Wei Fenghua convened all the students, announcing the deeds of Luo Yan and his companions. He continued, "Luo Yan and his team performed admirably. You have not faced colossal beast disasters nor lived on the surface. You still retain the moral and ethical values shaped by your environment and education before the calamity. However, on the surface, 3 years after the disaster, those values have utterly collapsed. Today, the fabric of social relations is woven from force, from power. As you tread upon the surface, you must grasp the principle of supremacy of strength. When one possesses formidable power, only then can they earn respect and engage with the outside world. Otherwise, you are merely a fish upon the chopping block." The students listened intently. Among the second-year students, Yang Lixia inhaled sharply and whispered to his 2 companions, "Did you hear? Luo, our classmate, just strolled through the base and dispatched several individuals. Such a commanding presence. I find myself beginning to admire him." At that moment, Zhang Hao, seated beside him, nudged Yang Lixia gently, "Boss, your goddess." Yang Lixia turned to see Lu Ruhan in the distance, her eyes sparkling and a sweet smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Luo Yan among the crowd. Yang Lixia lamented, "Alas, with the teacher's announcement, my darling will only grow more interested in Luo." Suddenly, a small stone flew from an unknown direction and landed on Yang Lixia's shoulder. He looked up to see Wei Fenghua observing him. Hastily, he donned a smile, straightened his posture, and feigned attentiveness. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat a couple of times before continuing, "Starting tomorrow, we will commence practical combat tests. You should already be familiar with the details, but I shall reiterate briefly, lest some students who were inattentive during class have failed to remember." He cast a pointed glance at Yang Lixia and coughed several more times before taking a sip of water to say, "The testing site will be Mysterious City, specifically the peripheral areas, which are relatively safe. I have arranged with Black Hawk Company to suspend all operations during our testing, so you need not worry about disturbances from the base personnel." He continued with the team divisions. "We have a total of 12 mechs. We will draw lots to form groups of 3, creating 4 teams. Aside from the mech pilots, other students will also draw lots to partner with the pilots, forming a joint combat unit. I want to stress again that mech combat is not a solitary endeavor. It is a collective effort. While the mechs engage on the front lines, tactical advisors, logistical support, and engineers for repairs are essential behind the scenes. Therefore, aside from the mech pilots, other students will take on roles as tactical advisors, logistics personnel, and maintenance staff within their squads. Do not underestimate the importance of these roles. They guarantee that mechs can operate at full capacity on the front lines." He elaborated on the grading system, stating, "I will not only assess the performance of the mechs, but also observe the contributions of all other departments within each team. As for the distribution of rewards, we will employ the 73 allocation ratio used by Surface Exploration Legions and even the Colossal Beast Strategic Bureau. This means that of the total rewards earned by each group, the 3 mech pilots will receive 70, which will then be further distributed based on their performance. The remaining 30 will be divided equally among the other members of the team. Now, are there any questions?" Wei Fenghua paused, and upon seeing no inquiries from the students, announced the commencement of the drawing for team assignments. Soon, the results were in. Luo Yan, Li Bohong, and Zheng Shan were assigned to Group A of the first-year students. Alongside them, the first-year students included Lin Cheng, who bore a scar on his right cheek, Li Ji, who wore thick glasses, and Shen Yu, who was notably low-key and of ordinary appearance, forming Group B. As the divisions for the advisors, logistical support, and engineers were finalized, Wei Fenghua instructed the 4 teams to convene for operational meetings. Luo Yan, lacking any experience in such collaborative endeavors, was disinclined to take the lead, thus delegating the task to Li Bohong. As the students began to fervently discuss the upcoming tests on the 5th floor of Black Hawk Company's headquarters, a middle-aged man stood by a large window, gazing down at the flickering flames of the academy camp. His hair was graying, slicked back, and he wore a black eye patch over his left eye. Clad in combat attire and military boots, a holster was secured at his side, housing a desert eagle. He held a goblet in his hand, filled with a swirling red liquid. Under the glow of the lights, the surface of the glass reflected a rugged, weathered face. He was Black Hawk, the master of this base. Chapter 61. Only lacking the eastern wind, Higure, in his early 50s, gazed down at the flickering lights of the student camp below, draining the last drop of red wine from his glass. The wine had been procured from Guifa City, a place he had called home for the greater part of his life before it fell into disarray. Familiar with the city, he leveraged his knowledge of the environment to swiftly gather the vital initial supplies that laid the cornerstone for Black Hawk Company, even as the base was still taking shape. He turned his gaze into the depths of the night, focusing on the tallest building in Guifa City, the Sky City, a landmark of the metropolis. Someday, I shall sit atop that edifice. Sipping wine, Higuerue habitually set goals for himself, believing that one must have aspirations to avoid squandering time and letting life slip by. He often felt he lived with greater clarity than others. Recently, he had taken on a significant endeavor, which had led many to think him mad. Yet, only he understood his true desires. Finishing his drink, he approached his desk. Besides him in the office were 2 others. One was a rotund figure, resembling a mountain of flesh, with a bald head adorned with intricate tattoos of scripture. The other was a man with a donkey-like visage, his appearance grotesque and his gaze fierce, chewing on something indiscernible. These were his capable aides, 2 operational supervisors known for their effectiveness. The first, whose name was unknown, was referred to as the monk due to his penchant for sharing teachings, particularly with the deceased. He perpetually reeked of alcohol and relished meat with every meal. The second was nicknamed Donkey 4, a moniker that evidently was not his true name, yet no one cared for such details in the base. A code name sufficed. Donkey 4 leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Boss, the situation in Guangling has escalated. Would you like to inspect it personally?" Higuerue replied nonchalantly, "No need. After all these years, can I not trust you?" Ultimately, everything was in place, merely awaiting the right moment. The next day, the Academy's convoy split into 4 teams, departing the base in an orderly fashion. Inside the vehicle, Luo Yan heard the base's announcement blaring through the speakers. A notice was issued, effective immediately. Falcon Base would suspend all activities related to the Forbidden Zone for 1 week, prohibiting individuals or groups from entering for exploration. Any violations would result in immediate expulsion, barring re-entry. Despite the distance from the car window, Luo Yan could hear the residents outside grumbling in discontent. Having lived on the surface, he understood their frustrations. These individuals relied on the Forbidden Zone for their livelihoods, hence their residence in Falcon Base. To impose a week of inactivity without mentioning compensation was bound to incite grievances. In truth, the Academy's practical tests had already compensated Falcon Base. Yet whether Black Hawk Company would distribute those funds was not the Academy's concern. Soon, the 4 convoys had departed, each consisting of 3 mech transport vehicles, 1 armored command vehicle, 2 logistics supply vehicles, 2 mech repair vehicles, and 8 escort vehicles. As he sat in the vehicle transporting White Dragon, Luo Yan observed the convoys dispersing across the wilderness. He activated his communicator, recalling what Teacher Wei had said. In this test, the 4 teams were rivals, with the highest scoring team receiving an additional reward. Why not attack the other teams? He proposed. If we incapacitate their mobility and sabotage their mechs, our chances of securing first place would surely increase. Voices of tactical advisors erupted in response. Luo, your approach is rather extreme. This is an academy test. Your prowess should be demonstrated in the forbidden zone, not against your peers. However, one voice differed. I believe Luo's suggestion warrants consideration. It was Li Bohong. Yet, selecting which team to target requires careful deliberation. Suddenly, the channel erupted in chaos. Li, are you serious? We needn't resort to such treachery. What glory is there in a tainted victory? Amidst the discord, Zheng Shan's voice rang out. Look, the second-year team. Their mech transport vehicle is deploying. Luo Yan glanced out the window, and indeed, a transport vehicle from the second-year team was opening its compartment not far from them. Seizing the moment, Luo Yan leaped from his seat, dashing toward the mech storage bay, shedding his outer jacket to reveal the pilot suit he had worn beneath. As he donned the Bluetooth communicator, a cacophony of confusion filled the channel. Surely the second years have lost their minds. Are they really deploying mechs now? Which team do they intend to confront? I think you're overreacting. It must be a malfunction. The channel buzzed with disarray, clearly indicating the students had yet to find their rhythm. Luo Yan's voice cut through the chaos. Silence if you wish to survive. The channel fell silent. I am preparing for engagement. Bohong, Zheng Shan, you two stand by. As he spoke, Luo Yan had already entered the cockpit of White Dragon. He placed the helmet on his head and, with the aid of the instruments, connected the mech's neural interface to his pilot suit's driver. He then pressed the symbiosis button on the sensory interface, initiating a connection with the mech. Chapter 62. Orange Cat vs. White Dragon in Class 2A. Yang Lixia sat inside the armored command vehicle, intently observing the myriad parameters displayed on the computer screen as he took a hearty bite of an apple. Beside him, a classmate acting as his aide, donned with an earpiece, declared, "The Orange Cat parameters are all normal. We can initiate the launch." After removing the earpiece, he added quietly, "I really don't understand why Lu chose to rename the original Mech Xinguang to Orange Cat." Yang Lixia cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "If you understood her, she wouldn't be my goddess. The depths of a goddess's thoughts are as unfathomable as the ocean. Even I cannot decipher them, let alone you." He then cheerfully inquired over the communication channel, "Lu, who is our target for this assault?" Lu Ruhan's sweet voice resonated through the channel, Class 1A. Yang Lixia paused momentarily, then stepped aside to use a private channel, asking, "Are you certain? Isn't that the group with Luo Yan?" Lu Ruhan responded with a nasal mm and inquired, "Is there a problem?" An epiphany struck Yang Lixia. "I see. I've misinterpreted her intentions. The goddess has no interest in Luo. Otherwise, why would she target Class 1A? His heart soared with joy, yet he cautiously probed, "There is no issue, but I initially thought you were interested in Luo." Lu Ruhan chuckled. "I find that junior quite intriguing. Don't you think he is fascinating?" At that moment, Yang Lixia's heart shattered with a resounding crack. "Then why are you attacking Class 1A? ISNT your target Luo?" Just then, a voice emanated from the armored vehicle. "The Orange Cat is on the move." Yang Lixia turned to see a large screen displaying the fully opened cargo bay of the mech transport. A brightly painted yellow mech leapt down from the vehicle, its steel fingers, covered in nano-armor, digging into the ground to stabilize itself. The mech then darted away like an agile orange cat, heading straight for the transport carrying White Dragon. Simultaneously, Lu Ruhan's voice echoed in Yang Lixia's earpiece. "It's precisely because I find him interesting that I want to personally assess his capabilities and see if he is worthy of my affection." A scream reverberated in Yang Lixia's mind. No. In an instant, his composure nearly shattered, and various thoughts flooded his mind. Lu enjoys challenging new experiences. Perhaps her interest in Luo is merely a fleeting whim. After all, her mech piloting skills have always been at the forefront, and Luo is surely no match for her. If she defeats him, her interest will wane, and my opportunity will arise. But wait, Lu has hardly engaged in practical mech combat. While Luo has piloted a mech to slay colossal beasts in the Forbidden Zone, 2 of them, no less. Lu would not stand a chance against him. What should I do? Perhaps I should break up with Lu right now. If I act swiftly enough, sadness won't catch up to me. We never established a definitive relationship anyway. Yang Lixie cradled his head in despair, entangled in an endless cycle of anguish. Outside the armored vehicle, as the orange cat charged towards Class 1A, it fired its rifle at the vehicle housing White Dragon, deliberately missing and instead causing nearby ground to erupt in a shower of debris, an unmistakable provocation. Consequently, Luo Yan sprang into action. The transport's cargo bay already open, White Dragon rolled off the vehicle, completing a full rotation before crouching low. He observed the brightly painted yellow mech charging towards him, its rifle deliberately aimed not at White Dragon's head, but rather at its knee joint, firing with restraint. Luo expertly maneuvered the mech into a roll, locking onto the edge of Gay Fa City through the panoramic view. With a swift motion, White Dragon turned and sprinted towards that direction, its massive strides quickly overtaking the convoy and continuing onward. In the control room, a voice broke through the communication device. "Luo, we're coming to support you." Luo Yan, devoid of expression, replied, "No need. If you come to support, you might fall into their trap." Li Bohang responded swiftly. "You mean the second-year students plan to use one mech to obstruct us while the remaining two rush to slay the colossal beasts and earn credits?" Luo Yan affirmed with a simple then instructed, "From now on, do not contact me. After I deal with that mech, I will rendezvous with you." Li Bohang readily agreed, while Zheng Shan added, "Be careful, Luo." After the communication ended, Luo Yan focused intently, guiding White Dragon through the sprawling underbrush and trees of the suburban area. Just as he was about to collide with a building, White Dragon suddenly veered left and rolled. The 7 to 8-story residential building, its exterior walls overrun with moss and vines at around the 5th floor, erupted violently, shattered by the barrage of bullets from Orange Cat. Akin to the main cannons of a battleship, several rounds penetrated the building floors, obliterating walls and rooms, before bursting forth from the rear. The projectiles continued their relentless advance, cleaving through the structures in their path, reducing them to rubble and generating tons of debris on the ground. Taking refuge behind a tall building, Luo Yan utilized the barrier eye to scan his surroundings. Although each mech was equipped with a colossal beast radar that would alert upon detecting the energy spectrum of a beast, the radar's scanning range paled in comparison to the expansive vision provided by Luo Yan's barrier eye. Through the panoramic view, he confirmed that there were no colossal beasts nearby before refocusing on the second-year mech. At that moment, he received a communication request from the opposing mech's pilot. However, Luo Yan chose not to respond. Raising his formidable rifle, he locked onto the enemy mech's chest engine through the unique vision of the barrier eye. He then pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunfire echoed between the buildings, shattering the windows of the structure before him. The bullets surged into the building, obliterating everything in its path, furniture, walls, and columns, as if they were made of paper. The projectiles swiftly exited the building, hurtling directly towards the engine of Andapos, Orange Cat, Andapos. Inside the cockpit of Andapos, Orange Cat, Andapos, a girl clad in a form-fitting combat suit similar to a diving suit, chewing on something, squinted her eyes slightly. How rude. Yet, I find it delightful. Chapter 63, Mecha Warfare. The fierce battle began when the building erupted in flames. Lu Ruhan deftly maneuvered her mech, originally named Qingguang but now rebranded as Orange Cat, into a swift turn. This mech, characterized by its agile design, belongs to the lighter class, making it particularly suitable for female pilots. At this moment, under Lu Ruhan's control, it evaded incoming attacks while raising its rifle, firing as it sprinted forward. White Dragon mirrored this action, as both mechs maintained a cautious distance from one another, weaving between the towering structures. The crossfire obliterated the buildings and debris that stood in their path, all the while both pilots executed evasive maneuvers amidst their assaults. In comparison, Orange Cat exhibited a remarkable fluidity and agility in its movements, despite Lu Ruhan being a natural resonator who had only undergone training for less than 3 months. Conversely, Luo Yan's actions were visibly rough around the edges, lacking finesse and often exhibiting excessive motion. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Thus, he activated the Guanshan Hai technique, channeling his energy throughout his body. The resonance system amplified this, creating a rich aura upon the armor's surface. As bullets grazed White Dragon, the armor manifested rock-like patterns, absorbing the impact without sustaining damage. Luo Yan patiently bided his time, fully cognizant of his inferior marksmanship compared to Li Bohong. He understood that incapacitating the opposing mech with a rifle was simply unattainable. Moreover, White Dragon, being a basic model, lacked an array of ranged weapons, likely mirroring the limitations of his adversary's mech. Thus, he awaited the moment when the enemy would exhaust their ammunition. That would be the opportune time to engage in close combat. Soon enough, the magazine of Orange Cat was emptied, its rifle rendered silent. The opportunity had arrived. A glint of determination flashed in Luo Yan's eyes. Through the resonance system, the mech seemed to sense his resolve. The energy core roared to life, unleashing all engine power as White Dragon surged forth. The silver giant dashed past a hotel, its windows reflecting a cascade of shimmering light. As it leapt across the road, the concrete surface, adorned with wildflowers, crumbled beneath its weight, creating shockwaves that sent nearby wreckage soaring and shattered the windows of surrounding buildings. With a powerful thrust, White Dragon ascended into the air, its right arm raised, unleashing a chain sword from its wrist armor. From this elevated position, it locked onto its target, the chain sword transforming into a bolt of electric energy, leaving behind a dazzling trail, imbued with formidable kinetic force, akin to a lightning strike descending upon its prey. This battle technique was known as thunderclap. However, just as the chain sword neared Orange Cat, it was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Through the panoramic view, Luo Yan observed the opposing mech, painted in a vibrant yellow, forming hand seals. The spent rifle had long been discarded to a corner. Inside the cockpit of Orange Cat, Lu Ruhan smiled and remarked, "Luo Yan's predictable tactics are all too easy to anticipate. I knew he was not adept with firearms, so he would undoubtedly wait for me to empty my magazine before attempting to close in for combat." Anticipating this, as soon as Orange Cat finished firing, it discarded the rifle and swiftly initiated the fifth-level arcane technique, Empty Wall. Although Empty Wall successfully blocked Thunderclap, it was ultimately shattered by White Dragon's sword strike. Consequently, after employing Empty Wall, Orange Cat promptly executed another hand seal. This time, chains of condensed energy rose from the ground, binding White Dragon's limbs for a second round of control. This was the third-level arcane technique, binding chains. Then, Orange Cat took a significant stride back, creating distance, and while still sliding along the surface, it performed a third hand seal. Instantly, a phantom wolf, towering to the height of the mech's knees, manifested. This was the 10th-level arcane technique, Phantom Wolf. On the other side, as Luo Yan found himself ensnared by the energy chains, he immediately wielded the chain sword to sever them. However, at that moment, the Phantom Wolf lunged toward him. Meanwhile, it appeared that the pilot of the opposing mech, much like Wu Taijun, was also an enthusiast of arcane techniques. Just as the Phantom Wolf was about to pounce, the ground beneath White Dragon trembled violently. Subsequently, numerous stone spikes, thick at the base and sharp at the tip, erupted from the earth. Luo Yan controlled his mech to retreat. Yet the spikes still grazed his legs, causing friction with the energy defense layer on the armor, dimming its luminous protection. This was the 11th level arcane technique, Stone Spikes. Although the spikes did not penetrate the mech, they effectively immobilized White Dragon. Meanwhile, as White Dragon was grazed by the stone spikes, the Phantom Wolf had already leaped onto the mech, sinking its teeth into the neck area, attempting to sever it. At that moment, Orange Cat refrained from casting further arcane techniques. Instead, it opened the outer armor of its arms, revealing a pair of orange short swords that were delivered by mechanical arms. Gripping the short blades in both hands, Orange Cat leaned forward, its upper body nearly parallel to the ground. This lightweight mech moved with lightning speed, akin to a cheetah zeroing in on its prey, darting toward White Dragon, which was trapped by the stone spikes and entangled by the Phantom Wolf. The preceding series of arcane techniques had merely set the stage for Lu Ruhan's decisive maneuver, also a close combat strategy. However, when Orange Cat was within 10 meters of White Dragon, it suddenly halted and shifted laterally. Simultaneously, White Dragon erupted with a surge of energy. Visible waves of energy surged forth, raising a cloud of dust and creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Luo Yan had unleashed a secret technique, Kaiyuan Wheel. In that explosive moment, White Dragon swung the chain sword, unleashing a torrent of lightning that swept across a vast fan-shaped area in front of the mech. The phantom wolf, clinging to White Dragon, along with the stone spikes ensnaring its feet. The moss-covered concrete road and the rusted wreckage of vehicles, all were obliterated amidst the dazzling display of electric light. Thunderclap, an immensely powerful technique that could only be utilized in the Kaiyuan Wheel state, created a devastating effect. It transformed an area exceeding 500 meters into a perilous wasteland. Despite Lu Ruhan's anticipation of Luo Yan's explosive response, and even with Orange Cat having preemptively attempted to evade, it was still caught in the electric surge. The outer armor of Orange Cat was scorched, charred black, and even began to peel away. Fortunately, this was merely a superficial injury, allowing it to roll twice along the ground, crashing into a building before breaking free from it. As the building teetered on the brink of collapse, Orange Cat seized the fleeting moment of vulnerability following Luo Yan's outburst. It closed the gap to White Dragon, its two short swords weaving a delicate tapestry of shadows, intertwining with the mech's form. This was Lu Ruhan's signature technique, Night Rain. Chapter 64. The headbutt inside the armored command vehicle. The large screen displayed Orange Cat dominating White Dragon, executing a dazzling flurry of attacks with dual swords. Yang Lixia, filled with excitement, shouted, "Well done." His exuberance startled his classmates. He joyfully embraced one of them, exclaiming, "Lu, you are simply remarkable." With a series of intricate techniques leading up to this moment of explosive power. Moreover, she clearly anticipated Luo's tactics and evaded them effectively. She has completely restrained him. The classmate he embraced nearly gasped for breath until Yang finally released him, saving his life. The other students exchanged bewildered glances at Yang, thinking that while Lu Ruhan had won, he seemed even happier than the victor. Yang Lixia was indeed elated. If Luo Yan were to be defeated here, Lu Ruhan would lose interest in him, thus opening up an opportunity for Yang. Contemplating this, he mused, "Luo, just surrender. Consider it a favor to me. Allow Lu to win just this once, and I shall repay you handsomely." In the outskirts of Guifa City, White Dragon continued to leap, enduring a barrage of attacks within mere moments. The protective armor and the energy defense layer of the mech were rapidly dissipating. Lu Ruhan's combat technique, Night Rain, adeptly dismantled physical and energy defenses. Once the defenses were breached, an unprotected mech would disintegrate under her twin swords in an instant. However, at that moment, White Dragon pressed forward, absorbing Orange Cat's strikes head-on. It opened its arms wide and tightly embraced Orange Cat. With a powerful heave, it lifted the lighter adversary off the ground. Inside the cockpit, under the influence of the sympathy system, Lu Ruhan felt a visceral connection with her mech. The overwhelming sense of aggression from Luo Yan's grip made her heart race, leaving her momentarily dazed. Suddenly, she saw White Dragon tilt its head back, and in the next instant, the head of the opposing mech expanded rapidly in her panoramic view. Before she could react, a resounding crash echoed as White Dragon delivered a headbutt. The screen flickered, and Lu felt dizzy from the impact. Just then, White Dragon tilted its head back again, preparing for a second headbutt. Inside the armored vehicle, the students stared in shock at the screen, witnessing White Dragon employ a series of crude headbutts against Orange Cat. After 5 or 6 strikes, an alarm blared within the vehicle. A student glanced at the screen and exclaimed, "The sympathy system of Orange Cat has lost connection. Lu's signal is offline." Did she faint? Yang Lixia felt a buzzing in his head, staring blankly at the screen. He saw White Dragon cease its assault, for Orange Cat's head had drooped to one side, clearly indicating that the pilot had lost consciousness. "No!" Yang Lixia screamed in despair, as if the world had come to an end. His classmates turned to him, murmuring about his emotional extremes. He was happier than anyone when Lu won, and now more sorrowful than all when she had fainted. Yet the next moment, Yang lifted his head and began to laugh, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Absolutely splendid!" ignoring his classmates who regarded him as if he were mad. He fixated on one thought: Luo Yan's brutish method of defeating Luo Yan. This would surely make Lu realize that she and Luo were from entirely different worlds, like parallel lines destined never to intersect. Compared to Luo, his own world was much closer to Luo Yan's. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? Thank you, Luo Yan. Your method of defeating Lu is greatly appreciated. I shall repay you in kind. In the city, Luo Yan released his grip, allowing Orange Cat to slump to the ground. However, he did not leave just yet. With meticulous precision, he used his chain sword to sever all the joints of Orange Cat, then proceeded to strip away its outer armor, treating the process with care, like undressing a woman. In the cockpit, Luo Yan groaned as she regained consciousness, only to see Luo Yan busily working on her mech. Momentarily disoriented, she soon realized that White Dragon was standing, cradling an energy core and disconnecting its wires. Lu's mind raced in confusion. Was that Orange Cat's energy core? What was he doing? Why was he taking my energy core? At that moment, as the energy core was removed, the mech lost its power supply. Instruments in the cockpit ceased functioning one by one, and the lights flickered out. After a brief pause, a red light illuminated, indicating that the backup battery was operational. However, it could only power the cockpit for emergency escape, not for combat. Lu had no choice but to disconnect her neural wires, open the cockpit, and step out of the mech. Standing atop the head of her mech, she watched as White Dragon sprinted away, clutching Orange Cat's energy core. Her heart sank at the sight of her damaged mech, its joints destroyed, rendering it incapacitated. That scoundrel! He was utterly ruthless. By crippling Orange Cat and taking the energy core, he intended to prevent her from participating in any further combat. With a huff, the girl removed her helmet and remarked, "He doesn't seem quite so interesting anymore." At the Falcon base, Wei Fenghua, remaining at the base, had witnessed the entire battle between Luo Yan and Luo Yan through drone footage. He coughed lightly, observing the nearly dismantled Orange Cat, and allowed a faint smile to appear. Then he turned to the several judges present. "What are your thoughts on the performances of both combatants?" A middle-aged man with thinning hair, stubbornly covering his forehead with a tuft of hair, replied, "Lu's performance throughout the battle was commendable." She clearly grasped Luo Yan's combat style, excelling in close-quarters confrontations during the initial, mid, and final phases of the fight. However, she ultimately succumbed to experience. In the crucial seconds when she failed to incapacitate her target, she should have retreated and regrouped. Yet, driven by her desire to win, she fell prey to Luo's opportunism and was defeated in a rather crude manner. In my opinion, both students displayed exceptional talent. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone scoffed, "Exceptional? That Luo Yan wasn't fighting. He was merely brawling like a thug. I have never heard of a mech pilot determining victory through the use of a headbutt in battle." Chapter 65. The deceptive turn voices of dissent emerged, accompanied by mockery and derision. It was none other than Huang Yong, the mentor of the first-year students, who had previously instructed Luo Beichen. After Luo Beichen's defeat and demise, Huang Yong had been harboring a deep-seated resentment. Upon witnessing his colleagues commend Luo Yan, he could no longer contain his frustration. The pent-up anger demanded release. A middle-aged teacher, whose thinning hair was quite remarkable, cast a glance at Huang Yong and remarked, "What's wrong with a headbutt? Whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it is a good cat. As educators, we should strive to hold fewer biases against our students. We ought to adopt a perspective of fairness and objectivity when evaluating them." A few nodded in agreement, one stating, "Teacher Xie is absolutely right. It is entirely normal for new tactics to appear unprecedented before their introduction. I believe that Luo Yan demonstrates quick thinking and adaptability, making him a promising candidate for a mecha engineer." Other teachers echoed this sentiment. Seeing this, Huang Yong scoffed, "Those who walk different paths cannot collaborate." With that, he swept his sleeves and departed. Teacher Xie commented, "Huang Yong's temperament is excessively extreme." Someone whispered, "He is not just extreme. He is so petty that he pales in comparison to women." Wei Fenghua cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. The head teacher stated, "Since you all believe that Luo Yan's performance is commendable, shall we record a merit for him in Class A of the first year?" The teachers nodded in unison. Thus, on a large screen not far from them, Class A of the first year silently ascended in ranking, temporarily occupying the top position of the fourth tier. Upon exiting the tent, Huang Yong continued to grumble. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he looked up to see a massive figure obstructing his path. The supervisor from Black Hawk Company, known as Monk, squinted his eyes into slits, a jovial smile stretching across his chubby face as he said, "Teacher Huang, I wonder if you have some time? Our boss wishes to invite you to dinner." In Class A of the second year, at the temporary assembly point, the orange cat, now incapacitated and unable to move, was being dragged back. The maintenance personnel shook their heads in dismay upon witnessing the disassembled mecha. Although there were replaceable joint components in the repair vehicle that could be utilized for a rough fix by nightfall, the most critical issue was that the energy furnace had been removed by Luo Yan. Without the energy furnace, the orange cat was merely a heap of scrap metal, and there were no spare energy furnaces in the repair vehicle. Meanwhile, Yang Lixia spotted his goddess descending from the mecha transport vehicle, her expression dark and brooding. Although she appeared composed, her fidgeting indicated her agitation. Based on Yang Lixia's understanding of her, Lu Ruhan was currently quite irritable. Witnessing this, he felt a sense of relief. As if the storm had passed, he silently thanked Luo Yan for his ruthless destruction. He jogged over, presenting her with a drink rich in trace elements, saying, "Classmate Lu, you've worked hard." Lu Ruhan glanced at him, accepted the drink without refusal, and expressed her gratitude. Hearing her utter the word thank you filled Yang Lixia with elation. He had known Lu Ruhan for nearly 2 years, and more often than not, his gifts had been declined. This thank you was a rare occurrence, leading Yang Lixia to believe that she had finally recognized his worth and was experiencing a shift in her attitude. At that moment, 2 other mecha engineers approached. Chen Dingsheng, sporting a crew cut, raised his voice before even coming close. "Classmate Lu, what have you done? You've even allowed the energy furnace to be taken. Now the orange cat is effectively out of commission, and we have lost a mecha before the tests even began. What do you propose we do next?" Yang Lixia immediately rushed to defend her, pointing at Chen Dingsheng and retorting, "Chen, are you even a man? How can 2 mechas not manage to conduct a test? What? Do you think that once we hit the battlefield, our mechas are forbidden to malfunction? If you lack the capacity to adapt, I suggest you reconsider your aspirations of becoming a mecha engineer. It's quite embarrassing." Chen Dingsheng's temper flared, pointing at Yang Lixia and shouting, "You're not even a mecha engineer. What business do you have meddling here?" Nearby, the affable Zhao Ping intervened. "Let us all remain calm. We're classmates after all. Let us discuss this properly." Yang Lixia was about to continue his retort when suddenly Lu Ruhan strode forward. She bowed respectfully to both Chen Dingsheng and Zhao Ping, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I was indeed overly reckless this time, believing I could easily handle the opponent without considering the repercussions, which has placed our team in a passive position." Yang Lixia was taken aback. Did his goddess just apologize? Surely he must be mistaken. Such a proud individual, lowering herself to apologize to someone as inconsequential as Chen Dingsheng? Not only Yang Lixia, but even Chen Dingsheng and Zhao Ping were left speechless. They understood that Lu Ruhan was no ordinary girl. Her family background placed her on par with the likes of Yang Lixia and Wu Taijun. To witness someone of her stature humbly admit fault was unprecedented. Lu Ruhan lifted her head and said, "Perhaps the Black Hawk base has an energy furnace. I will contact the teacher to see if she can assist us in procuring one. I will bear the costs myself and will strive to rectify my mistake, ensuring I do not hinder everyone." All right. Chen Dingsheng found it difficult to continue his outburst. Yang Lixia seized the opportunity, saying, "Classmate Lu, you should take a rest. I will handle this matter." Without waiting for a response, he produced a dedicated communication device to contact their mentor and began to operate it. A gust of wind began to blow. The sun, which had been shining brightly moments ago, was suddenly obscured by a blanket of clouds. The sky turned gloomy, and the clouds darkened, casting a heavy and oppressive atmosphere over the land. As Luo Yan piloted the mecha white dragon towards the assembly point, he traversed the remnants of Deceptive City. Through the panoramic window, he observed the shattered remains of buildings. The level of destruction here far surpassed that of the area where he had battled the orange cat. The structures stood as mere skeletons, and the roads were buried beneath a mass of rubble. Amidst the wreckage of cars, beneath the debris, and draped over the slanted lampposts lay skeletal remains. On the ground, on the wreckage of vehicles, and upon the walls, one could see patches of black stains, reminiscent of blood that had long since congealed. How much blood must have been shed to stain the city in such a manner? Beyond these scenes of ruin, the most striking feature was the clusters of long, dark hair. These strands, thick and flowing, clung to lamp posts, cascaded from treetops, and poured forth from building windows, draping over power lines and towers. When the wind blew, the dark tresses billowed like waves, rising and falling in a mesmerizing dance. Chapter 66. Windfall. Observing the peculiar strands of hair, Luo Yan did not linger but quickened his pace to depart. Shortly thereafter, he reunited with Li Bohong and the others. Bailong knelt on one knee in an open area, placing the energy furnace he had seized from Orange Cat upon the ground. Witnessing Luo Yan's audacious act of acquiring an energy furnace left the entire team, including Li Bohong, utterly dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that Luo Yan not only vanquished Orange Cat but also dismantled and absconded with the energy furnace from their mech? It was clear he had no intention of allowing them to partake in the test. After exiting the mech cockpit and arriving on the ground, Li Bohong remarked, "A second-year student is looking for you." Luo Yan cast a questioning glance. "It's Yang Lixia. He said he wants to discuss something with you." Li Bohong tossed him a communicator. "He is online now." The image of Yang Lixia flickered through Luo Yan's mind. After a moment of hesitation, he finally uttered a greeting into the communicator. He was eager to hear what Yang Lixia had to say. However, as soon as he spoke, Yang Lixia erupted excitedly on the other end. "Idle. You've returned? I couldn't reach your mech, so I had to contact your teammate. Shall we negotiate?" With an impassive expression, Luo Yan replied, "Negotiate about what?" Yang Lixia got straight to the point. "Did you not seize an energy furnace from our mech? Is it in your possession?" Luo Yan glanced at the energy furnace not far away, remaining noncommittal. Yang Lixia pressed on. "Surely you Haven team misplaced it. You see, I wish to redeem it." "Redeem it?" Luo Yan struggled to follow Yang Lixia's line of thought. Yang Lixia chuckled awkwardly. "My goddess, cough, classmate Lu Ruhan, refuses to abandon the test so easily. She wants to procure an energy furnace from Black Hawk Company. I just contacted the base. They do have a model that is somewhat acceptable and can barely be used. However, its performance pales in comparison to the one you possess. Hence, I wish to negotiate with you to redeem it. The base is offering 350,000 contribution points for their old model or equivalent supplies. I was hoping you might consider a lower price of 500,000 for yours. After all, having an extra energy furnace is of little use to you, right? You might as well sell it for profit, wouldn't you agree? 500,000 contribution points. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Luo Yan's crimson eyes. He recalled Wei Fenghua's words. If one performed well in this test, a mech pilot could retain their mech. However, the cost for maintenance and upgrades would largely fall upon the individual, with the school subsidizing only a fraction. Wei Fenghua had also mentioned that any student who retained a mech would attract attention, with sponsors eager to assist, at least alleviating maintenance expenses. Yet, the burden of upgrade costs remained a concern. Moreover, Luo Yan was not particularly fond of being sponsored, as it diminished his autonomy. Now, hearing Yang Lixia's offer of 500,000 to redeem the energy furnace, Luo Yan found himself tempted. As Yang Lixia had pointed out, possessing an additional energy furnace served little purpose. Once the test concluded, it would likely have to be returned. Thus, it made sense to liquidate it now. Furthermore, the test lasted for a week. Should he redeem the furnace, he could always seize another later. Having reached this conclusion, Luo Yan picked up the communicator and stated, "Agreed, but the price needs to be adjusted upwards. 700,000 contribution points is more reasonable." There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then Yang Lixia replied, "Fine, 700,000 it is. I would also like to befriend you, Luo Yan. Let us settle on that price. How shall we proceed with the transaction?" Luo Yan pondered for a moment before responding. "You transfer the funds first. Upon receipt of the contribution points, Provide me with a coordinate, and I will have someone deliver the energy furnace to that location. All right. Yang Lixia readily agreed. Before long, 700,000 contribution points were credited to Luo Yan's student card, and with the previous reward from the Security Bureau, he now possessed a total of 710,000 contribution points. After receiving the coordinates from Yang Lixia, Luo Yan enlisted the help of 2 classmates, each contributing 1,000 points to facilitate the delivery of the energy furnace to the designated site. Once this was accomplished, Li Bohong and Zheng Shan approached. Luo, I believe we should establish a camp before hunting the colossal beasts. What do you think? Luo Yan nodded. The tactics instructor had mentioned the necessity of establishing a camp when entering a forbidden zone for combat. After all, personnel from the tactics class, logistics department, and maintenance division could not accompany the Mechs into the forbidden area. They required a fixed and secure location to commence their operations. What are your thoughts? Luo Yan inquired. Li Bohong produced a tablet displaying a map of Guifa City. This city, once a prefecture-level metropolis, boasted a permanent population of approximately 5 million and was well-equipped with urban infrastructure. The outskirts featured both an airport and a high-speed railway station. Look here, Li Bohong pointed to a location on the screen. The suburban high-speed railway station is not far from our current position. It connects to the city center via a single expressway, which is advantageous for defense. Additionally, since the railway station is situated on the outskirts, bordering the forbidden zone, we can execute a swift retreat in the event of an attack. Moreover, the waiting hall of the high-speed railway station can serve multiple purposes. Establishing a command center, storing supplies, and providing rest for personnel can all occur within. What do you think? Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Li Bohong's considerations were thorough and meticulous, leaving him without any objections. Let us head to the high-speed railway station right away. Upon arriving at the high-speed railway station, the sky began to drizzle. The rain was light, but flashes of lightning flickered ominously from the distant dark clouds, indicating an impending downpour. The once bustling high-speed railway station now lay in eerie silence. The sight before them was grim, with more corpses visible than ever, skeletons bereft of flesh. It appeared that during the Appos, beast calamity, and Appos, a great many people had surged toward the station, resulting in significant casualties. Evidence of the colossal beasts and Appos devastation was evident. Several high-speed trains lay deformed and toppled. Peering into the twisted carriages revealed piles of skeletal remains. One train's carriage had been violently dismantled and discarded in the station's entrance plaza. The convoy's lead vehicle entered the plaza, pushing aside corpses, carriages, and other obstructions to either side. Within the Mech transport vehicle, Luo Yan's crimson pupils shimmered with silver flecks. The entrance plaza, waiting hall, and everything within his sight transformed into transparency within Luo Yan's barrier-breaking vision, leaving only the outlines of structures. In this vision, he quickly discerned clusters of gray light flickering on the 3rd and 4th floors of the waiting hall. The contours of those lights, no matter how he looked at them, did not resemble that of humans. Chapter 67. The Colorful Winged Parasite Attention. Luo Yan picked up the communicator and spoke on the public channel. There are giant beast parasites on the 3rd and 4th floors of the waiting hall. Zheng Shan's voice immediately responded. This cursed place harbors giant beast parasites? What could these creatures be hiding here for? Luo Yan was uncertain about the parasite's intentions, but he understood the necessity of extermination. Otherwise, this location could not serve as a camp. While it would be simpler to unleash a barrage from a mech towards the waiting hall, such an action would inevitably lead to its destruction. Moreover, the noise would reveal the camp and Appos' location, potentially attracting giant beasts or drawing the attention of rival teams, resulting in a disastrous outcome. Thus, they were left with but one option. Luo Yan addressed the communicator again. Li Bohong, let's each take a team and eliminate the parasites on those 2 floors. Understood. Li Bohong agreed. Moments later, Luo Yan and Li Bohong led their respective teams of students into the waiting hall. Inside the waiting hall, the dim lighting, devoid of any power supply, rendered the space eerily silent. The hall's facilities had suffered extensive damage. from the large screens displaying train information to the seating provided for weary travelers, all reduced to mere refuse and debris. Countless remains lay scattered throughout, with piles of bones found at various ticketing points. The ground was littered with newspapers, magazines, suitcases, clothing, shoes, daily necessities, cosmetics, mobile phones, laptops, tablets, and more, creating a pervasive sense of decay and desolation. Having lived on the surface for 3 years, Luo Yan was somewhat accustomed to the sight. In contrast, the other students, including Li Bohong, were visibly disturbed by the sheer number of corpses. Several students even covered their mouths with their hands, retching repeatedly. Fortunately, the bodies had long since decomposed, the blood and flesh having rotted away. Otherwise, the atmosphere would not only be oppressive but also rife with nauseating odors. The two teams cautiously navigated through the sea of bones, fearful of making any noise that might attract the attention of the parasite swarm above. Luo Yan maintained his barrier eye, constantly monitoring the movements of the parasites overhead. At that moment, a student accidentally stepped on a soda can, which clattered loudly in the otherwise quiet hall. Luckily, a clap of thunder outside masked the sound. Luo Yan shot a glance at the student, who shrank back, unable to meet his gaze. "Be careful," Luo Yan warned, gesturing for their teams to split. The two groups ascended via different staircases. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Luo Yan led his team deeper into the waiting hall, where they soon encountered parasites the size of small dogs. These creatures clung to columns, human remains, and walls. Remaining utterly still, they possessed pointed heads and rounded abdomens, adorned with smooth carapaces, with 3 pairs of limbs located at the front of their bodies. Their wings, thin as gossamer, were slightly open, displaying a spectrum of vibrant colors, evoking a dreamlike quality. If not for the gray luminescence in Luo Yan's vision, which indicated the presence of living beings, accompanied by a halo of blood-red light, he might have mistaken them for dead. In that moment, the communicator crackled to life with Li Bohong's voice. "Everyone be cautious. These are colorful winged parasites. They can fly rapidly, and while doing so, they release a cloud of colorful powder. This powder is a neurotoxin that immobilizes living creatures without killing them. However, you will subsequently become their food, which can remain preserved for an extended period. Colorful winged parasites are averse to fire, so flames can be used against them. However, be wary of excessive powder, as it may trigger a dust explosion." A dust explosion? Luo Yan surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted a row of tightly sealed windows. He and Li Bohong devised a straightforward battle plan. While waiting for Li Bohong's team to be in position, Luo Yan utilized his barrier eye to mark the quantity and locations of the parasites on this level, sharing the information with his squad. Before long, Li Bohong's group was ready. The two leaders counted down, and at the last moment, gunfire erupted from the 3rd and 4th floors simultaneously. The operation to exterminate the parasites commenced. As the battle began, 2 snipers from Luo Yan's team, using the information he provided, swiftly eliminated several distant parasites. The few colorful winged parasites clinging to columns or sprawled across the remains were caught off guard, their heads exploding into a pulp, along with whatever they had been attached to. Several students beside Luo Yan targeted the nearer parasites, employing a continuous firing mode to turn them into Swiss cheese. Luo Yan, however, aimed at the windows of this level. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful gunfire shattered the windows. A fierce wind surged from outside, allowing fresh air to circulate within, thereby reducing the likelihood of a dust explosion. With some parasites eliminated by the humans' preemptive strike, the remaining colorful winged parasites took to the air, just as Li Bohong had warned. These creatures were incredibly swift. Luo Yan could barely discern their movements, only catching glimpses of blurred shadows. As they flew at high speed, the parasites released a cascade of multicolored powder, weaving a mesmerizing yet deadly mist in the air. However, Luo Yan and his team were well prepared. Upon hearing the sound of flapping wings, 2 students formed hand seals, employing the 5th level of mystical art, Void Barrier. Consequently, an invisible barrier manifested in front of Luo Yan's team, effectively shielding them from the toxic powder released by the colorful winged parasites. This allowed the students within the barrier to fire upon the swarming parasites without concern. Although the parasites flew swiftly, they could not evade the crossfire, and one by one, they began to fall. Just as they were on the verge of clearing the third floor of parasites, a sudden exclamation from Li Bohong reached Luo Yan's ears. Not good. They entered the ventilation shaft. In the next moment, a grill from the ventilation shaft behind Luo Yan's team on the third floor suddenly fell, followed by a buzzing sound. One by one, the colorful winged parasites emerged, swiftly swooping down towards the students on the ground. Chapter 68. Battle Plan Against the Guhua Bird. As a student turned around, his vision was immediately filled with the sight of the colorful winged insect. He distinctly witnessed the insect showering him with colorful powder, observed its layered folds, and saw 3 pairs of bristly legs reaching out to ensnare him. The student attempted to evade, but was suddenly stricken by an immobilizing sensation. He helplessly watched as the colorful winged insect latched onto his face, prying his mouth open, forcing a parasitic organ into his oral cavity, then down his esophagus and into his stomach. In that moment, terror gripped him, his heart raced, and his eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets. Zhang Junlin had been attacked by the parasite. The students gasped in horror, unsure of how to react. Shooting was not an option. They lacked confidence in hitting the insect without harming their classmate. At that moment, a shadow darted past. Luo Yan. He swept by the student named Zhang Junlin with a piercing whistle, trailing a dazzling blue light. Starbreaker sliced through the insect's rotund abdomen, cleaving it open and spilling its entrails like a cascading waterfall. Simultaneously, a slender, intestine-like organ remained ensnared on his sword tip. With a deft flick, Luo Yan extracted the organ from Zhang Junlin's mouth and administered an antidote. Antidote! Luo Yan exclaimed swiftly. Then with another strike, he cleaved the approaching parasite. Just then, a frail student screamed, breaking from the ranks in a panic. Luo Yan, noticing, raised his rifle and unleashed a volley of bullets at his feet, leaving the student pale and collapsed on the ground. A murderous glint flashed in Luo Yan's crimson eyes, retreating in the face of danger-warranted death. No one doubted his seriousness. After all, just yesterday, he had taken a life at the Falcon base, and not long ago, others like Wu Taijun and Luo Beichen had also fallen by his hand. The students believed that when Luo Yan aimed to kill, he would not flinch. Redirecting his rifle, Luo Yan unleashed a barrage upon the flying insects. After a fierce battle, they managed to eradicate nearly 50 colorful winged insects before the rain intensified. Other than Zhang Junlin and 2 other students who had been poisoned, the rest sustained minimal injuries. Once the parasites were dealt with, the students entered the waiting hall, dividing into teams under Li Bohong's command to clear the bodies in the lobby. This was to create space for establishing a command center, a supply depot, a repair workshop, and a resting area. The torrential rain persisted for over an hour before finally subsiding. Once the downpour ceased, the engineering team sprang into action, burying what appeared to be oil barrels along the road connecting the high-speed rail station to the city. These oil barrels were anti-monster landmines, designed to detonate only when a giant creature stepped upon them. Ordinary vehicles would pass unscathed due to their lighter weight. But if a mech transport vehicle were to traverse the area, the mine sensors would need to be deactivated first. While the engineering team set up the minefield and raised defensive lines, Luo Yan, Zheng Shan, and Li Bohong, along with the tactical group members, convened an impromptu meeting in the already established command center. The screen displayed an image of the colorful winged insect. A student acting as a tactical advisor stated, according to the data, the colorful winged insect is a parasite of the feathered insect giant beast, the Guhua bird. Our tactical group unanimously believes that there must be a Guhua bird in the vicinity. However, considering the Guhua bird's activity radius, the term vicinity may encompass a frighteningly large area. Li Bohong nodded in agreement, remarking, due to their habits, feathered insect giants typically have a larger activity radius than other types. Take the master of this forbidden area, Dang Hu, for instance. Strictly speaking, the entire mysterious city falls within its range. A short-haired girl twirled a ballpoint pen between her fingers, stating, the Xianzhangji contains records about the Guhua bird, describing it as a creature that flies by night and hides by day, akin to a ghostly deity. Its plumage resembles that of a bird, while its shedding feathers take on a feminine form. It is referred to as the Heavenly Emperor's Maiden, a nocturnal wanderer, a starfisher, and a hidden flying bird. The giant beast, Guhua bird, exhibits similar traits, preferring to hunt during the night and often preying upon human children. Records indicate numerous instances of Guhua birds preying on children during giant beast calamities. Perhaps we can exploit this tendency to lure it to our designated battlefield. The image of Tao Tai flashed through Luo Yan's mind. He raised his head and said, "Infant cries." A male advisor nodded, agreeing, "I share the same thought. We can play recordings of children's cries at the designated battlefield to draw the Guhua bird in." The previous short-haired girl interjected, "For a successful hunt, we must meet another condition." She punctuated her statement by stabbing her pen onto the table. "We must incapacitate the Guhua bird's ability to fly." Her gaze swept across Luo Yan, Zheng Shan, and Li Bohong. "After all, we lack mechs capable of aerial combat." Luo Yan replied gravely, "When the Guhua bird appears, Li Bohong and Zheng Shan will use the black rope to restrain it, while I will sever its wings." As he mentioned wings, an advisor raised his hand, cautioning, "Attention, mech pilots. The Guhua bird possesses hidden wings. It can manipulate its feathers at will to form hidden wings. Although hidden wings do not permit long-distance flight, escaping the battlefield is still feasible." Every detail was meticulously examined, and every issue was addressed. By evening, the battle plan against the Guhua bird was completed. The time for deployment was set for 10 o'clock at night. With ample time before departure, Luo Yan retrieved a portion of battlefield rations. Upon opening the packaging, he discovered a bountiful assortment: 565 grams of staple bread, 455 grams of canned meat, 230 grams of dehydrated vegetables, and 140 milliliters of milk. Naturally, not everyone received such a lavish supply. This was specially allocated rations for mech pilots. After sipping the milk, Luo Yan bit into the richly flavored, yet somewhat dry bread, followed by a mouthful of seasoned dehydrated vegetables. At that moment, he noticed a figure approaching from the corner of his eye. Zheng Shan sat down beside him and remarked, "Old Luo, you remain composed. I'm so nervous I can hardly eat." Luo Yan leisurely savored a bite of canned meat, filling his stomach for the impending battle. Zheng Shan chuckled faintly, though the smile seemed forced. He gazed at his hands and confessed, "I understand the reasoning, but this is my first time piloting a mech in combat. I fear I may hold you and Bohong back. Unlike you two, who earned your mech licenses through skill, I merely stumbled into good fortune. My group for the competition was not particularly combat-oriented. I am but a tall weed among stunted grass." Chapter 69. Pressure. Zheng Shan chattered incessantly, but Luo Yan remained silent, quietly finishing his meal before standing up. Zheng Shan was momentarily taken aback, then realized he had been overly verbose, burdening someone who had no obligation to listen to his grievances. The fact that Luo Yan did not simply walk away was already a significant courtesy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zheng Shan lowered his head, reflecting on Luo Yan's arduous journey of slaying monstrous beasts and seizing mechs. Every challenge was fraught with peril. In a recent confrontation with Wu Taijun, he had nearly lost his life. Had Luo Yan ever lamented, "It's tough"? Here was Zheng Shan, merely overwhelmed by stress, seeking an outlet for his complaints. Compared to Luo Yan, he felt utterly inadequate. Surely, Luo Yan must now look down upon him. How could he still muster the audacity to claim he wanted to be friends? At that moment, Zheng Shan heard a somewhat hoarse voice say, "Eat something." "Huh." Zheng Shan looked up to see Luo Yan walking toward the rest area. "When I feel pressured, I eat," Luo Yan added. Does he also experience pressure? Suddenly, Zheng Shan felt a weight lift from his heart. Even a formidable figure like Luo Yan could be burdened. It was entirely normal for him to feel pressure as well. "Thank you, Lao Luo," he exclaimed, and then pulled out his rations, devouring them ravenously. Luo Yan retreated into his tent, retrieving a bottle of starfire elixir to begin his cultivation. The fourth layer of the observing mountains and seas technique focused on refining bones. The human body comprises 206 bones, and one must refine each of them to complete this layer. With the aid of the starfire elixir, as Luo Yan practiced observing mountains and seas, the elemental power in the air surged into his body. An invisible flame ignited within him, purifying the incoming elemental energy, transforming it into a more refined essence. This purified energy was then utilized to strengthen his physique, enhancing the efficacy of the refinement process. At present, a strand of refined elemental power, transformed into a pure, flawless golden radiance, was continuously infused into one of the bones in his arm. The human arm consists of 30 bones, and Luo Yan was currently refining one of the humerus bones. The pure elemental energy coursed rapidly through the bone, dispersing into every cell. After nearly 2 hours of this refinement, the humerus began to exhibit the texture of rock, radiating a sense of solidity and weight. As he progressed through the 4th layer, Luo Yan's weight slightly increased with each bone he completed, a consequence of the structural changes that made his bones denser and heavier. This gradual transformation was indicative of achieving the heavy bone state, a hallmark of mastery in the 4th layer of observing mountains and seas. Upon completing the refinement of the humerus, Luo Yan ceased his practice as the departure time approached. At 9 o'clock, 3 mech transport vehicles departed from the high-speed rail station, traversing the preemptively deactivated anti-monster minefield and advancing into the city. The night of the Forbidden Zone was shrouded in darkness. To evade detection by the beasts, the transport vehicles did not illuminate their headlights. Sitting inside, Luo Yan gazed out the window. The city appeared as a slumbering giant nestled within the earth. In the profound silence of the night, distant roars of beasts occasionally echoed, reverberating between the buildings in the Forbidden Zone. Tonight was a night of darkness, with the moon obscured and the stars hidden, a perfect setting for slaughter. Confirming once more, the voice of the tactical advisor crackled through the communication device, dissipating the murderous intent brewing in Luo Yan's eyes. The operation site was located not far from the high-speed rail station at the city sports complex. Once everyone arrived, we would play the pre-recorded sounds of a baby crying. This marks the first phase of our operation. The tactical advisor reiterated the previously discussed battle plan. In his mind, Luo Yan reviewed the information regarding the Gu Huanyao. Codename, Gu Huanyao. Level, mid-stage level 1. Type, winged insect. Features, sonic boom, steel claws. Feather blades, chaotic spirit. Weakness, abdomen. Luo Yan murmured, weakness is in the abdomen. At that moment, they arrived at the battlefield. The 3 transport vehicles halted near several entrances of the sports complex, the compartments opening to allow the mechs to disembark. Luo Yan secured himself in the driver's seat with a seatbelt, activating the auxiliary systems to connect his neurons to the drive unit. He activated the command console, initiating the sound sensing system. With each operation, the various functions of the mech were sequentially activated. Finally, utilizing the symbiotic system, he established a neural link with the mech. Upon reaching a synchronization rate of 100, Luo Yan felt a gentle tremor as he completed the connection with White Dragon. A thought flickered in his mind, and the engine at the chest of White Dragon emanated a ghostly blue light as the mech stepped out from the transport vehicle, standing tall. Through the panoramic viewport of the cockpit, Luo Yan surveyed the sports complex. The structure bore the scars of destruction, with significant collapses, yet the athletic field remained relatively intact. Luo Yan glanced at the other 2 mechs. Li Bo's mech, Rover, was adorned in camouflage armor, offering exceptional concealment. Its design was peculiar. Although humanoid, it had 3 arms. Luo Yan had often wondered how Li Bo maneuvered it. Rover's primary weaponry consisted of a divine might rifle and a sniper rifle, Dragon's Breath, capable of firing condensed elemental bullets, accompanied by 3 tactical daggers. Next, Luo Yan observed a heavily armored mech, Vajra, which boasted explosive grenades embedded on either side of its chest and carried a massive shield marred with countless scratches, bearing the symbol of the Buddhist swastika. This was Zhang Shan's mech, Vajra. Its equipment, aside from the large shield on its back, included an exceedingly heavy demon-subduing staff. This was an older model of mech, retired by the Surface Exploration Corps. Yet it had a storied history of vanquishing beasts and providing cover for allies on the battlefield. With all 3 mechs in position, Luo Yan and the others took their places in the shadows of the buildings surrounding the sports complex. As the sound of a baby's cries began to resonate within the arena, The cries were not particularly loud, yet in the stillness of the night, they carried far. Suddenly, from a building 3 kilometers away, 2 crimson flames ignited in the darkness, burning fiercely. Moments later, a rustling sound emanated from within the structure. Before long, a massive shadow burst forth from the building, unfurling 2 pairs of exaggerated wings that whipped up a gale, causing the surrounding dark strands to sway like seaweed. With a rush, the shadow soared into the night sky. Chapter 70. The second phase of combat commences. A sudden gust of wind swept through, scattering the dense clouds above and revealing the moon in the night sky. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the silhouette of a creature. It was a creature with the head of a bird, the body of a human, 4 wings, and dual claws, the legendary guahua bird. On its magpie-like head was a visage of a young woman, her features delicate and her lips tinted a vibrant red. Yet the woman lay with her eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. The body, resembling that of a human female, possessed ample bosoms and a flat abdomen, adorned with dark, mossy green feathers. The most luxurious at the 4 wings and sparse around the belly. The guahua bird tilted its ear, listening attentively, and after a moment, its wings flapped vigorously as it soared towards the sports arena. In the blink of an eye, it hovered above the stadium, yet it hesitated to enter. The bird circled warily in the sky, its eyes, resembling those of the woman, suddenly opening, glowing ominously red like 2 quiet flames. This enabled the guahua bird to perceive all below, from buildings to caterpillars, with acute clarity. However, from its aerial vantage, it failed to notice the 3 mechs concealed beneath various objects. Thus, it assumed all was well on the ground, and suddenly, its wings folded. It dove towards the athletic field with lightning speed. This predatory maneuver, akin to that of an osprey, was instinctual, allowing it to swiftly seize its target and retreat to the sky, avoiding encounters with terrestrial foes. At that moment, a voice crackled through the headsets of Luo Yan and his team, announcing, "It's been deceived. Initiate action." The second phase of combat begins. Immediately, the 3 mechs burst forth from their hiding spots, racing towards the stadium. The Titan and Ranger were already forming seals, while Luo Yan released the chain blade concealed within the mech's wrist, channeling his energy into the open-source wheel. Within the athletic field, the guahua bird had swooped down, striking with incredible speed at a baby stroller. The impact was akin to that of a pile driver, causing the entire stadium to tremble. The stroller shattered, along with a tablet resting inside it. As the tablet disintegrated, the cries of the infant ceased abruptly. A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's face upon the guahua bird, a moment of striking humanity. Just as it prepared to take flight, 2 thick, dark ropes shot through the air, ensnaring its legs from both sides. The camouflaged ranger adeptly leaped over the stadium wall, while the heavily armored Titan crashed through it violently. Both mechs employed the first level of mystic art, black ropes, successfully entangling the guahua bird's legs. Startled, the guahua bird attempted to ascend, but with 2 mechs weighing nearly 2,000 tons each clinging to its legs, it was unable to lift off. At that moment, from behind, the white dragon ascended skyward. The mech's energy reactor roared to life, engines booming. The white dragon, adorned in shimmering blue light, descended upon the guahua bird's back, pinning it firmly to the ground, embedding it into the grass of the athletic field. Without hesitation, Luo Yan maintained his composure, wielding the chain blade to execute his technique, Thunderstrike. With a single swipe, he severed one of the guahua bird's wings at the root. The creature emitted a piercing scream, visible sound waves radiating outward, shattering every window and structure within the stadium. In an instant, Luo Yan, Li Bo Hang, and Zheng Shan felt their eardrums ringing painfully, blood trickling from their ears. This was the guahua bird soundburst. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Luo Yan endured the deafening buzz in his ears and unleashed another strike, severing the remaining 2 wings of the guahua bird. The enormous wings crashed heavily to the ground, releasing countless scullerwing mites from their feathers, which ascended into the air, dispersing poisonous powder and enveloping the area in a vibrant mist. Though the guahua bird was not afraid of these toxins, in fact, the colorful mist provided a form of protection. At this moment, the Guohua bird, with only one wing remaining, suddenly compressed its feathers tightly, creating a dense array that shimmered with a metallic luster, as if they had turned as hard as steel. With a powerful flap, it swung its wing horizontally. Luo Yan inhaled deeply, nearly leaping from his seat. The white dragon synchronized with him, leaping into action almost instantaneously. But the bird's wings still grazed its chest. The mech's surface flared with a golden light of energy, followed by a shower of sparks. Though the energy barrier mitigated the impact, the armor of the white dragon was still torn, revealing the inner workings of the engine and circuits. Following the sound burst, the Guohua bird unleashed its feather blade. After forcing Luo Yan back, it swiftly used the feather blade to sever the two black ropes binding its legs. It then raised its wings, and the feathers from the fallen wings stood upright, detaching and flying towards the Guohua bird, forming three skeletal-less hidden wings at the sight of its severed wing. It was preparing to escape. We must stop it. In the high-speed train station's command center, tactical officers watched the screen, urging one another to action. Within the athletic field, the White Dragon, Titan, and Ranger all sprang into action. Luo Yan piloted the mech, charging forward, locking onto the Guohua bird's remaining wing. The Guohua bird turned its head towards the White Dragon and unleashed another sound burst. The visible sound waves formed a shock wave that enveloped the White Dragon. The mech's panoramic view screen instantly cracked under the pressure, and Luo Yan felt his ears ring painfully, blood streaming anew. Yet he had no intention of retreating. Energy surged, and he activated the view mountains and seas, amplified by the mech. Illusory mountains of bright yellow light began to materialize around the White Dragon, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. With determination, it charged through the sound burst. In the command center, upon witnessing this, the tactical officers could no longer remain seated. Charge! Charge! Push forward! In the next moment, the White Dragon burst through the encircling sound waves, the chain blades sweeping in a dazzling arc of electric brilliance. The Guohua bird was equally resolute, its wing feathers aligned closely, forming a blade, striking down fiercely upon the White Dragon. Chapter 71. Seizing the head in an instant, Luo Yan's gaze turned vacant, as if he were staring into the distance. Within his crimson eyes, specks of silvery light emerged, akin to stars adorning a crimson moon. Barrier-breaking eye. Within Luo Yan's field of vision, the feather blade cleaved by Guohua manifested a series of continuously changing numbers surrounding it: strength, speed, angle, sharpness. Each digit represented a different significance, overwhelming Luo Yan with a surge of information that caused a sharp pain in his eyes, which began to glisten with a hint of crimson at the corners. At that moment, the information suddenly integrated itself. Concurrently, the speed of the feather blade plummeted, appearing to move as slowly as a snail. Simultaneously, afterimages emerged, tracing the trajectory of the feather blade and allowing Luo Yan to discern that the strike would hit the mecha's engine, potentially crippling the main power source. Moreover, Luo Yan sensed an unusual feeling. The barrier-breaking eye seemed on the verge of a breakthrough, yet still lacked a certain catalyst. In the next instant, the speed of the feather blade surged back to normal, and the afterimages along with the trajectory vanished. However, having experienced this previously, Luo Yan was adept at making adjustments. He tilted the mecha 30 degrees, allowing the feather blade to slice past the engine rather than directly into it, redirecting Guohua's wingtip to strike the left shoulder of the mecha instead. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan let out a muffled groan. The presence of the sympathy system made him acutely aware of a sudden weight and pain in his left shoulder, as if his arm might be severed. Meanwhile, a resolute glint flashed in his crimson eyes. The chain blade surged forth, electric currents crackled, and the remaining wing of Guohuan was severed at the base. Dark red blood erupted like a fountain into the air. Guohuan let out a piercing scream, her body losing balance, plummeting from the height it had just gained. Destroy its hidden wings. Li Bohong's voice echoed over the public channel. The ranger lifted its astonishingly long sniper rifle, Dragon's Wrath, with 2 arms, while a third arm behind it raised the divine Might rifle, aiming at the hidden wings of Guohuan on either side. Fire. The sound of the rifle's rapid firing intertwined with the booming of the sniper rifle, creating a powerful symphony. One of Guo Huanyao's wings, composed of countless feathers, was blasted apart, while the other was annihilated by a shot from Dragon's Wrath. Only one wing remained. "Watch me." In the cockpit, Zingshan shouted, urging Titan to whirl its arm holding the demon-breaking staff with incredible speed. Supported by special components, the staff spun like a helicopter blade, sweeping across the last hidden wing of Guo Huanyao. Instantly, a flurry of black feathers danced in the air. Having lost all her wings, Guo Huanyao crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and sending grass and feathers scattering. In the temporary command center of the high-speed train station's waiting hall, the student strategists erupted into cheers upon witnessing this scene. The destruction of Guo Huanyao's wings, including the hidden ones, paralyzed her ability to fly, a sign of success for the second phase of the operation. Next came the third and final phase of the battle. "Keep it up. You can do it." The voices of encouragement from their classmates rang in Luo Yan's earpiece. The other two smiled slightly, their lips curling upward, while Luo Yan remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the fallen Guo Huanyao. The battle was not yet over. At that moment, Guo Huanyao suddenly leaped back to her feet. The rings of deep azure light began to swirl around her eyes, the expression on her face contorted with fury. As these rings spun, Luo Yan felt a sudden heaviness in his head, his thoughts becoming tumultuous. One idea barely formed before another surged forth, making concentration elusive. This was Guo Huanyao's other ability, chaos of the mind. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Yan's mind was in disarray, Guo Huanyao pounced towards him. Filled with a consuming hatred for the white dragon mecha he piloted, intent on tearing the steel giant apart. She possessed the capability to do so, her elongated claws capable of effortlessly rending steel. Old Luo, Zingshan, closest to Luo Yan, shouted, urging Titan to charge forward. As it ran, Titan removed the enormous shield from its back, raising it high above its head, adorned with a myriad of symbols. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Titan positioned itself before the white dragon, inside the cockpit. Luo Yan had just regained his senses from the chaos of the mind when he spotted Titan's silhouette outside the panoramic view. Suddenly, Guo Huanyu descended from above, her numerous claws, sharp as blades, striking sparks off the shield atop Titan. Luo Yan's breath caught in his throat. From this angle, had Titan not intervened in time, Guo Huanyao's claws might have found their way into the cockpit of the white dragon, reducing him to mere fragments. Meanwhile, Ranger fired upon Guo Huanyao with 3 arms, utilizing both the Dragon's Wrath and the Divine Might rifle. Recognizing the danger, Guo Huanyu lowered her head, evading a headshot from Ranger, while her feathers bristled, each one hardening like steel to withstand the onslaught. Titan simultaneously swung its arms, using the massive shield to deflect Guo Huanyao to the right. As Guo Huanyao was sent sprawling, the white dragon suddenly darted out from behind Titan. The mecha lowered its center of gravity, its legs sliding across the ground, carving deep furrows into the track field. With a firm press of its left hand against the ground, all engines roared to life, and a brilliant blue light erupted from the mecha's chest. The immense power propelled the white dragon towards Guo Huanyao like a bolt of lightning, its right hand's chain blade sparking anew as it swept past the colossal beast. Guo Huanyao emitted a thunderous cry. Though her abdomen had begun to sprout steel feathers, they were insufficient compared to other areas, resulting in those feathers snapping under pressure. A gash opened up on her exposed abdomen, causing blood to surge forth, spilling over her insides and rising in thermal smoke. The entire track field was engulfed in the nauseating stench of blood. On the other side, propelled by momentum, the white dragon skidded past Guo Huanyao, traveling over 400 meters before finally coming to a halt just shy of crashing into the gymnasium. Yet, Guo Huanyao was not dead. Disregarding her exposed entrails, she dashed toward the gymnasium's exit, seeking to flee. Li Bohong maintained his composure, controlling the ranger to crouch down steadily, raising the sniper rifle Dragon's Wrath. With the aid of the computer, he aimed a lock onto Guo Huanyao's head. Now severely wounded, she could not immediately harden her feathers, presenting a prime opportunity for a headshot. Just as she was about to leap over the gymnasium's wall, Li Bohong completed the targeting. But before he could pull the trigger, Guo Huanyao's head suddenly exploded. From the shattered remnants of her skull and brain, A flash of red light burst forth, darting across the track field, zipping past the white dragon and ultimately crashing into the gymnasium behind the mecha, creating a massive breach through the building. In the cockpit, as Luo Yan gazed at the faint trajectory of the projectile outside the panoramic view, his expression turned icy with shock. There are other teams ambushing. Securing eliminations. Chapter 72. The unorthodox swordplay in this practical combat assessment. The Academy stipulated that slaying gigantic beasts would yield rewards of 1,000 academic credits for each low-tier beast and 2,000 credits for mid-tier beasts. Throughout the evaluation, judges would also grant additional credits based on the performance of each team. For instance, when Luo Yan defeated the Orange Cat, he received an extra 200 credits from the judges. Individual rewards would contribute to the overall score of the group, which is why Year 1 Group A led temporarily. Regarding the determination of beast slaying, the Academy's rule states that the individual delivering the fatal blow, causing the beast's energy spectrum to dissipate, is recognized as the slayer. At this moment, in the command center of the high-speed railway station's waiting hall, the students acting as advisors fell silent collectively, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they beheld the screen showing the shattering of the Guhua bird's head, with the corresponding energy spectrum representing the beast vanishing from the corner of the screen. Shortly thereafter, the judges announced the scoring information. Year 1 Group B's Li Zi has slain the mid-tier beast, Guhua bird. The entire team is awarded 2,000 credits. Year 1 Group B is currently in the lead. Other teams, please keep up the effort. Instantly, the command center erupted in chaos. This is unjust. Are you kidding me? They clearly robbed us of our kill, and the teachers rewarded them. There's foul play. Group B, you are utterly shameless for hiding behind us and stealing the glory. Soon after, a student lodged a complaint with the judges, who swiftly responded that the previously awarded credits would remain unchanged. In an instant, the students of Group A were filled with indignation. On the athletic track of the gymnasium, Zheng Shan opened the public channel and unleashed a torrent of invective towards Group B, expertly employing the art of cursing. Meanwhile, Li Zi from Group B, who had seized the kill, retorted on the public channel. Zheng, how can you speak like that with such a 36-degree mouth? Is there a rule against stealing kills? Since they're ISNT, I'm not at fault. Moreover, the judges affirmed their decision, which indicates that the teachers also believe I did nothing wrong. I know you are upset. It's indeed frustrating to have a woman take the spoils from 3 men. But come on, you guys are men. Can't you be a bit magnanimous? Why are you quibbling over trivial matters with a girl? Zheng Shan's face flushed with anger, his neck straining as he shouted. Is this a trivial matter? How long did we prepare to hunt that beast, only for you to snatch it away without a word? If it were you in our position, would you be so generous? Li Zi chuckled. I wouldn't. But I'm a woman. And being petty isn't exclusive to women, is it? At that moment, Luo Yan's voice resonated through the public channel. Enough of this bickering. He then addressed the group privately. Now, Li Bo Hang and Zheng Shan, you two continue hunting the beast while I keep an eye on Group B. Li Bo Hang instantly understood Luo Yan's intention. He aimed to retaliate. Zheng Shan realized that further complaints would lead nowhere, so he begrudgingly shut off the public channel. In the command center of Year 2 Group A's camp, Yang Lixia exclaimed, this batch of freshmen is truly remarkable. They steal someone else's glory and expect not to be held accountable. She eloquently articulated all of it. Beside him, Lu Ruohan, sipping water, smiled and replied, she is not wrong. The Academy hasn't stipulated that we can't claim the achievements of other groups. We learned this lesson the hard way in our first year, naively believing in fair competition. However, this act of claiming glory depends on the target. If it were someone easy to push around, it wouldn't matter. But why did she choose Year 1 Group A? Luo is not the type to let things slide with a woman. I foresee Year 1 Group B having a tough time ahead. Upon hearing Lu Ruohan's remarks, Yang Lixia seized the opportunity, beaming as he asked, what do you think Luo will do? Lu Ruohan stood up, saying, if it were me, I would treat others as they treat me. Yang Lixia's eyes sparkled. Are you suggesting that Luo will lurk around Group B to seize their kills? Lu Ruohan replied, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep now. Tomorrow, we'll hunt that Chu Ru. Yang Lixia immediately stood up. Wait. I brought mosquito repellent spray. Let me spray your tent first to ensure you sleep well tonight. On the other side of the city, in Year 1 Group B's camp, shouts of Li Zi, "You're amazing!" And our group has risen to first place, echoed amidst the students' praises. Yet, amidst the accolades, Li Zi remained grounded. Adjusting her thick glasses, she remarked, "Our class is filled with talent. Luo is undoubtedly the most well-known among the freshmen, even recognized by upperclassmen. Additionally, Li Bohang is an exceptional marksman, skilled in planning and commanding, especially the latter, which the teachers highly regard. Then there's Lin Wei, who is knowledgeable in many areas. I heard she has been assisting the city's archaeological team with translating recently unearthed inscriptions. Otherwise, among us Mech pilots, who knows who she would have overshadowed." Li Zi sighed, "Though I'm reluctant to engage in such underhanded tactics if I don't make an impression on the instructors. I fear I'll miss the opportunity to stand out." The other two Mech pilots, Lin Cheng and Shen Yu, nodded in agreement. They were both students without particularly outstanding talents, and to make a name for themselves, they indeed needed to resort to unconventional means. The slightly built Shen Yu, looking somewhat worried, remarked, "If it weren't for our camp being close to the gym, and Li Zi hearing the commotion and going out to investigate, we wouldn't have had the chance to steal Group A's kill. But now, we made an enemy of them. Others might not know, but Luo definitely won't let this slide. I bet he'll target our group next." Lin Cheng scoffed, "So what? Can he take on our entire team by himself? Unless their group does nothing but focus on us, I don't think we have much to worry about." Chapter 73. Both sides. Li Zi removed his glasses and wiped the lenses with the hem of his clothing, stating, "It is unlikely that the entire A team will target us. I believe that Luo Yan is more likely to act alone." Lin Cheng, his face marred by vicious scars, bellowed, "Whoever comes is irrelevant. I will take action. If Luo intends to engage me in close combat, I shall gladly oblige. His divine treasure, iron armor, is particularly well suited for close quarters, and with Lin Cheng specializing in combat techniques, having cultivated his visualization technique to the initial 3rd level. His words were not without merit. Li Zi shook his head, replying, "No, I am better suited to handle Luo. You, Li, are our main force in hunting the behemoths. I merely serve to assist and provide cover. I will confront Luo, which will have minimal impact on our entire team. However, without you, it will be exceedingly difficult to slay the colossal beasts." Clearly, a single Guehua bird is insufficient to garner the teacher's attention. We must continue to strive for improvement. Shen Yu nodded in agreement. Li is correct. We cannot abandon our pursuit of giant beasts merely to deal with Luo. To do so would be akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Lin Cheng did not press the matter further, conceding, "Very well. Your minds are sharper than mine. I shall defer to your judgment." Morning arrived. Luo Yan had risen early. After freshening up, he munched on food while perusing the profiles of the 3 mech engineers from Year B on his tablet. Lin Cheng male, visualization technique, initial 3rd level. Divine treasure, super body, iron armor, proficient in close combat, mastering multiple combat techniques. He uses iron armor to ensure that any opponent daring to engage him in a protracted battle finds themselves trapped in a nightmare. Shen Yu male, visualization technique, initial 2nd level. Divine treasure, nature, wind control, mastering numerous mysterious arts. He combines his divine treasure with a swift execution of these techniques, making them hard to predict. Li Zi, female, visualization technique, initial 2nd level. Divine treasure, super sense, eagle eye, skilled in marksmanship, particularly when paired with her divine treasure, allowing for extraordinarily long-range sniping. Upon finishing the profiles, Luo Yan's gaze settled on the girl with thick glasses. This girl had always maintained a rather subdued presence in class. Aside from her propensity to speak frequently, she left little impression on Luo Yan. Unexpectedly, the previous night, this unassuming individual had slain the Guehua bird before him. Indeed, it is often the most unremarkable individuals who warrant the closest attention. Luo Yan remarked audibly, taking out a small notebook to inscribe the name Li Zi. Footsteps echoed, prompting Luo Yan to stow the notebook as Li Bohang approached. "I have given this some thought. After last night's incident, Team B will undoubtedly be wary of us. However, they cannot maintain complete silence. Not everyone can be on guard against us. Thus, the likelihood of Li Zi departing from her team to specifically monitor us is considerably high, as she is not adept in frontal combat. The same applies to Shun. In their team, only Lin Sheng is capable of engaging in direct combat. Therefore, Lin Sheng must remain with the team. Given that Li Zi possesses Eagle Eye, she is most suited for surveillance. It's possible that our every move is already under her scrutiny. Luo Yan raised his head, inquiring, "Does the Academy's map indicate the locations of the tallest buildings?" Li Bohang handed him his tablet. "I have marked them for you. If Li intends to monitor us, she will certainly choose high ground for her vantage point. This would facilitate both surveillance and sniping, due to the constraints of the practical test, which can only occur at the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. I believe there are only 3 potential locations where Li Zi could be: the iconic building of Hohhot City, the television tower to the south, the Ferris wheel at the amusement park to the northwest, and the Pearl Tower to the east. From a logistical standpoint, the amusement park is the closest to our camp, making it the most convenient for monitoring. Moreover, Team B's camp is likely not far from the sports hall, which would explain how Li Zi discovered us and seized the giant beast. Consequently, she may set an ambush along the path leading to our camp. Therefore, the television tower is the optimal location." Luo Yan nodded, acknowledging the meticulous reasoning of Li Bohang. Not only had he identified Li Zi's potential locations, but he had also deduced the 2 most plausible spots. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yan pointed to the television tower on the map. "She is here. The amusement park's Ferris wheel is too conspicuous and too close to the high-speed rail station's camp." Regardless of whether Li Zi is aware of Team A's camp being in this vicinity, based solely on her character analysis, I do not believe she would possess the courage to venture too far from her group to engage alone. The television tower is within reasonable distance from Team B's camp, making it a suitable position for both offense and defense. Without further ado, Luo Yan quickly consumed his meal and set off alone. The vehicle carrying Indapos, White Dragon and Indapos, departed the camp. In Hohhot City, atop the television tower, the wind howled fiercely. Li Zi lay prone, her hair whipping in the gusts. Yet her eyes behind the thick lenses remained clear. Behind the television tower, the mech she piloted, Swift Rain, knelt partially on the ground. The Swift Rain mech, adorned in a sleek black and white paint job, featured smooth lines with few angles. Sacrificing armor thickness for speed, Swift Rain was devoid of shields and any weaponry aside from the sniper rifle Bailu. For Li Zi, adept in sniping, engaging in close combat would signify her defeat. Thus, she opted to forego all other weapons and shields, relying solely on rapid movement and long-range precision strikes as her trump card. Li Bohang's analytical prowess was exceptional. He would undoubtedly deduce from my actions last night that Team B's camp is situated near the sports hall. If Luo Yan seeks to retaliate against us, she is sure to come straight for our camp, the tallest structure in the vicinity. Here, I can fully utilize my eagle eye ability. Come, Luo Yan, I await you here. Let us determine the victor. Li Zi's eyes narrowed like a predatoress. This was her divine treasure, Super Sense, Eagle Eye. Upon activating Eagle Eye, her visual range expanded to an astonishing 36 kilometers. Her field of vision was broader than that of an ordinary person, allowing her to adjust focus at will, rendering even the tiniest insects visible from a kilometer away. In such a field of vision, not even a mech or a fly could evade Li Zi's watchful gaze. Time passed gradually. Before long, a mech transport vehicle emerged at the end of a road leading to Team B's camp. Li Zi exhaled softly, as expected of Luo. She has no intention of hiding. She comes directly, with a raw and unrefined approach. Chapter 74. The confrontation. Li Zi sprang to her feet and dashed towards the edge of the rooftop, leaping downwards. A drop of 1 meter brought her to the head of the mech. She swiftly entered the control room. Casting a glance at the slogan affixed to the command console, "Victory is ours." Taking a deep breath as if to bolster her own resolve, she clenched her fist and declared, "Victory." What followed was a flurry of activity. Shortly thereafter, her signal went live and the mech was activated. The Swallow rose to its feet, towering over the television building. Li Zi utilized the structure as a vantage point, setting up the sniper rifle Bailu atop it. Inside the cockpit, With Eagle Eye engaged, Li Zi quickly locked onto the distant moving mech transport. Initially aiming at the transport's fuel tank, she soon shifted her focus elsewhere. Her intent was merely to halt Luo Yan's advance, not to take a life. The real-world test strictly prohibited lethal actions. Violators would not only be disqualified, but also held accountable for their actions. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the fates that befell those who harbored murderous intent towards Luo Yan. She had no desire to become another casualty. Come on, Luo Yan. Please, just stop right there. On the display screen before her at the command console, she had already locked onto the transport. She fired. The sniper rifle Bailu jolted violently, releasing a searing tongue of flame as the bullet sped forth, spinning rapidly and stirring the air, causing the television building, roads, trees, and everything else to blur beneath it. In the blink of an eye, it struck the transport. A blue projectile embedded itself into the vehicle's body, unleashing a wave of electromagnetic pulses. Li Zi had employed a pulse round, intended to incapacitate the mech within the vehicle while adhering to a non-lethal firing mode. Had she opted for a lethal shot, the transport would have been obliterated. Now, the entire transport veered off, skidding several hundred meters down the road before crashing into a building and finally coming to a halt. Within the cockpit of the Swallow, Li Zi sighed in relief, eager to observe the aftermath. However, she suddenly felt a constricting sensation in her limbs. Through the panoramic window, she was startled to see chains rising from the ground, ensnaring the mech's limbs. Technique number 3, binding chains. The sight of the chains caused a buzzing in Li Zi's mind, and she sensed impending doom. Simultaneously, the television station's perimeter walls shattered, and a dark figure burst through. Turning her head, she beheld a silver mech cloaked in waterproof fabric surging towards her amidst the debris, a mech piloted by none other than Luo Yan, White Dragon. The waterproof covering that concealed the mech's back was adorned with an array of leaves and wild grass, rendering it a perfect camouflage amidst the lush urban landscape. Li Zi's scalp prickled with alarm as realization dawned upon her. Luo Yan and the mech had not been inside that transport. They had cleverly utilized the waterproof fabric as a disguise to approach the television station from another direction. Yet, despite the mech's imposing height, such camouflage could not have evaded her eagle eye. Could it be that the mech advanced while crawling along the ground? Indeed, Li Zi's conjecture was correct. After departing the camp, Luo Yan had piloted the mech away from the transport, draping the makeshift camouflage over it. He then adopted a crawling stance, utilizing the cover of the city's buildings and foliage to approach the television station from behind. To further conceal his presence from Li Zi, Luo Yan had prudently employed a secret technique, opening the spectral wheel, allowing White Dragon to stealthily navigate to this position. Then, as Li Zi misdirected her fire towards the transport, he seized the opportunity to immobilize Swallow, transitioning from opening the spectral wheel to opening the Yuan wheel, unleashing all his might. In this state, White Dragon exhibited a speed rivaling that of Swallow. The mech's engines roared to life, unleashing torrents of scorching air as the exterior armor trembled under the strain. With a fierce and unyielding spirit, White Dragon lunged at Swallow, its formidable aura seemingly penetrating the panoramic window, instilling dread within Li Zi. Before Swallow could react, White Dragon collided with it, crashing through the television building. The black and white mech's head became partially embedded within the structure, and the violent impact reverberated through the shared sensory system, causing Li Zi's body to shudder uncontrollably. She then felt a tremendous pressure at the back of her head, realizing that White Dragon had grasped Swallow's head, lifting it, and then forcefully slamming it down. Bang! Swallow's head crashed into the building, shattering the rooftop into fragments. Debris and steel beams erupted into the air, striking the mech with a cacophony of clattering sounds. The impact left Li Zi dazed and disoriented. Gazing through the panoramic window, she witnessed the chaotic scene outside as debris flew past. White Dragon violently shoved Swallow's head, causing continuous collisions with the building. Luo Yan relentlessly targeted the head, leaving Li Zi unable to retaliate or even call for a halt. Dazzled and overwhelmed by intense vertigo, she ultimately succumbed, emptying the contents of her stomach within her helmet. She had never anticipated that Luo Yan could locate her, nor that he would strike with such ferocity, showing no mercy simply because she was a girl. Yet, in truth, Luo Yan had already shown restraint. Had she aimed her shot at the transport's fuel tank, Swallow's head would have been pierced through by now, rather than experiencing this gentler treatment. Instead, he merely used his hands, refraining from employing chain blades. After pushing Swallow's head out of the building, White Dragon seized one of its arms and executed a powerful throw, slamming the black and white mech's head back to the ground. This final blow rendered Li Zi completely unconscious. Time passed, and Li Zi felt her body vibrating, awakening her from her stupor. Unconsciously, she let out a groan, a reaction to the excruciating pain in her head. After several seconds, she opened her eyes, first taking in the cockpit, then spotting Luo Yan. She initially thought she had been captured and brought to White Dragon's control room. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the command console adorned with the slogan "Victory is ours." In that instant, clarity struck her. This was Swallow's control console. Luo Yan had commandeered her mech and was now piloting Swallow. But that seemed impossible. Each mech recorded its pilot's brainwaves, locking onto them to prevent seizure or enemy control. Yet here was Luo Yan, somehow controlling her mech. How had he accomplished such a feat? And what were his intentions? Where did he plan to take Swallow? A sudden, overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over Li Zi. Chapter 75. The Dark Thoughts of Humanity in the Falcon Base. A mechanized transport vehicle was deployed to disrupt visibility, while one adeptly piloted a mech in stealth mode. It seems that our classmate Luo Yan possesses considerable experience. I can surmise how he has survived on the surface. The balding instructor, Xie Guangyao, remarked with a smile. Most notably, he appears to have anticipated the location of Class B's Li. Another teacher interjected, stating, without such foresight, he could not have devised this strategy. Xie Guangyao nodded repeatedly, courage and cunning. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat and suggested, the one who pinpointed Li Ji's position must be Li Bohang. He is quite astute and likely inferred the location of Class B's camp near the gymnasium based on last night's interception involving Li Ji. Regardless, Class A's counteroffensive this morning was executed splendidly. At this juncture, Xie Guangyao pointed out, look, Luo is about to enter the cockpit of Swift Rain. On the large screen, White Dragon halted beside Li Ji's mech. Luo Yan approached the cockpit of Swift Rain, using the emergency switch to open the hatch and slip inside. The teachers exchanged glances. Li Ji appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness. One teacher hesitantly remarked, could it be that Luo intends to take revenge on her? As for the nature of this revenge, it would undoubtedly be of a rather immoral kind. Xie Guangyao's expression darkened slightly as he replied, Luo Yan excels in many respects, yet his murderous intent is concerning. However, this is not an insignificant issue. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Yet, perhaps we have overlooked another matter, morality and character. After all, he hails from the surface, having lived there for 3 years. We all know that the first year following the beastly catastrophe saw a complete breakdown of order on the surface. In such an environment, the malevolent inclinations of humanity can escalate infinitely. Murder, robbery, and even the degradation of women have become commonplace. Has Luo Yan, too, succumbed to such distortions? This remains uncertain. He paused, then turned his gaze to Wei Fenghua. As Luo Yan's mentor, one would expect Wei to defend his student at this moment. Yet, he simply stated, bring up the surveillance feed from the cockpit of Swift Rain. Soon, the screen displayed the interior of the mech's cockpit. Luo Yan, upon entering, disconnected the neural connectors from Li Ji, severing her link with the mech entirely. He then moved her aside, removed her helmet, and bound her limbs with rope. His method of binding was peculiar, as he secured her hands and feet behind her, leaving her body fully exposed to his view. However, after completing this, Luo Yan did not even glance at Li Ji. He directly leaped into the pilot's seat, fastened his safety belt, and placed his hands on the control interface. He then closed his eyes. This scene elicited a slight sigh of relief from the teachers. It appeared that Luo Yan's entry into Swift Rain was not intended for the purpose of humiliating Li Ji, but rather to operate the mech. Could it be? Xie Guangyao suddenly comprehended Luo Yan's intentions, and a smile crept onto his face. At that moment, a security guard from the academy entered. Teachers, Black Hawk Corporation has delivered breakfast. Xie Guangyao exclaimed, please bring it in. Yet Wei Fenghua interjected, wait. He turned to the guard. Tell the people from Black Hawk Corporation that we have already eaten. We appreciate their thoughtfulness. He then addressed everyone. Let us stick to the food we brought. Xie Guangyo nodded. Agreed. One must never harbor malicious intentions, yet one must always be wary. This is the surface, where anything can happen. On the outskirts of Deceptive City, amidst the sounds of gunfire and roaring explosions, a massive shadow darted between buildings, heading towards a shopping mall. Quick, quick! Shun, stop it. Otherwise, the nine-tailed sheep will escape. What nine-tailed sheep? It has a name, and Apos, Pang, E and Apos. That name is rather cumbersome. Nine-tailed sheep is simpler and easier to remember. In the communication channel, the strategists of Class B chimed in one after another. The creature known as the nine-tailed sheep indeed possessed 9 long tails. Do not underestimate those tails, for they could strike like whips with formidable force. A single lash could dent the mech's exterior, while a strike against trees or buildings would easily shatter them. The beast's overall form resembled that of a goat, sporting 4 ears and an acute sensitivity to sound. The pair of eyes on its back granted it an astonishing field of vision, rendering ambushes futile. In the morning, after Li Ji set out, Lin Sheng and Shun Yu commenced their planned operation. They had traced the creature's whereabouts through clues such as droppings the previous day. Today, they set a trap to lure out the nine-tailed sheep. Lin Sheng and Shun Yu worked in tandem, gradually cornering the beast. Now, the creature had a broken horn, its eyes a bloody mess, and several tails severed. With just a little more effort, they could slay this lower-tier beast. At this moment, Shin Yu piloted a dark mech, forming hand seals to conjure an invisible, sturdy barrier before the nine-tailed sheep. Technique number 3, Void Barrier. Blinded, the nine-tailed sheep relied solely on sound and scent to navigate, unaware of the void barrier that had risen before it. Upon colliding with it, the barrier shattered, sending shockwaves that toppled the beast. Behind it, a crimson mech charged forward, wielding blades in each arm. With a powerful leap, it landed atop the nine-tailed sheep. Lin Sheng shouted from the cockpit as the blades pierced the creature's flesh, creating a gaping wound. A deluge of blood erupted, flooding the nearby ground like a torrential river. The nine-tailed sheep let out a deafening roar. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng and Shun Yu felt a shiver run down their spines, as if they had been cast into a pitch-black room devoid of light during their childhood. This was the beast's ability, fear. It had previously evaded capture multiple times using this power. Now, it unleashed this ability to plunge Lin Sheng into an incomprehensible panic. With a powerful kick from its hind legs, the nine-tailed sheep sent Lin Sheng's mech staggering backward. The creature leaped away, disregarding the blades lodged in its body, and bolted in the opposite direction. Quickly, kill it. Don't let it escape. The voices of the strategists and the communication device snapped Lin Sheng back to reality. He was determined to pursue his quarry. Just then, the nine-tailed sheep's head exploded, followed by a deafening sound akin to cannon fire echoing between the distant buildings. P.S. Pang E, pronounced both sure. The character cannot be typed, hence it is represented as a combination of 2 characters. Chapter 76, The Battlefield. Observing the head of the nine-tailed sheep erupt like a firework, both Lin Sheng in the cockpit and the students in the command center fell into a profound silence. Soon, they all turned their gazes towards the direction of the cannon fire, where, nestled between 2 buildings in a residential area less than a kilometer from the battlefield, a black and white painted mech loomed. Swallowtail. This mech was wielding a sniper rifle, Bailu, its pristine barrel glistening in the sunlight, with wisps of smoke rising from the muzzle. Upon recognizing Swallowtail, Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and spoke over the public channel. Li Zi, when did you return? You startled me. I thought we were under attack. Did you take down a group? I didn't realize you were so capable. Meanwhile, in another mech, Shin Yu furrowed his brow. If Li Zi had come to join the fray, why hadn't she informed anyone in advance? Moreover, she typically maintained a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers from her prey, yet here she was, firing within a kilometer's range? Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Shin Yu's mind, prompting him to urgently call out over the public channel, "Be careful, that could..." But before he could finish, Swallowtail pivoted its rifle toward Lin Sheng's mech and fired. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Lin Sheng's mech was sent flying before crashing to the ground, skidding a considerable distance. Embedded in the chest of the mech was a blue projectile. In the next instant, the projectile emitted an electromagnetic pulse, causing Lin Cheng's mech to convulse uncontrollably, its circuits succumbing to failure. Inside the cockpit, the lights dimmed abruptly. Various instruments flickered erratically, and sparks erupted. Ultimately, the mech ceased all activity, the sympathy system shutting down without a hint of warning. Lin Cheng, bewildered, removed his helmet and roared, "Li Zi, have you lost your mind? Why are you using an electromagnetic pulse round on me?" However, with the mech systems incapacitated and communication severed, no one heard his cries. In the command center of Year B, the students serving as strategists sat in stunned silence. Their eyes glued to the screen displaying the motionless dark red mech sprawled on the ground. They erupted in confusion. What is Li Zi doing? Why is she aiming at her own team? Is there a malfunction? Can someone contact her? She didn't respond to our communication requests. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look!" On the big screen, Swallowtail once again adjusted its aim, this time targeting Shin Yu's mech. Yet Shin Yu was prepared, casting a seal to release air wall before decisively retreating from the battlefield. Swallowtail did not pursue. Instead, it approached Lin Cheng's mech. By now, Lin Cheng had exited the cockpit and, seeing Swallowtail approach, shouted angrily, "Li Zi, you come out here and explain yourself." But Li Zi offered no response. Swallowtail merely lowered its rifle, directing it towards the left arm joint of Lin Cheng's mech. Bang! The deafening gunfire pierced Lin Cheng's ears, the resulting shockwave nearly toppling him off his mech. Stunned, he watched as Swallowtail obliterated the joint of his mech. Armor fragments flew, and parts scattered across the ground. Bang! 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 Swallowtail fired 3 successive shots, shattering additional joints of the mech before drawing a dagger and crouching down to pry open the armor of the mech's chest. At this point, Lin Cheng could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Li Zi, for heaven's sake, stop. Have you lost your mind? Why are you dismantling my mech?" Clang! A piece of exterior armor was flung away, crashing down and smashing several nearby vehicles. Swallowtail paid no heed. Soon, Lin Cheng witnessed Swallowtail detach the energy core from the mech, severing the connecting wires with the dagger before turning to leave. Standing atop his mech, Lin Cheng felt as if he had been turned to stone. As the wind swept by, he suddenly felt a chill, especially in his heart, a profound sense of despair. In the command center of Year B, the students sat despondently, struggling to comprehend the situation. Just then, an announcement from the judging panel appeared on the big screen. Year A group, Luo Yan, has slain the lower-tier behemoth, Yuan Yan. The entire team receives a reward of 1,000 academic credits. Year A group, Luo Yan, has acquired the B group Mech Swallowtail. A personal reward of 1,200 academic credits will be allocated, contributing to the team's score. Year A group is currently in the lead. All other teams are encouraged to continue their efforts. What does this mean? Why did Li Zi blow off the nine-tailed sheep's head, but the credits went to Group A? No way. Could it be that the one piloting Swallowtail wasn't Li Zi, but rather Luo Yan from Group A? The B Group command center erupted in uproar. At that moment, Shin Yu's voice resonated over the public channel. "This is the only explanation. I had that notion earlier, and the announcement from the judging panel only confirms my suspicions." A male student shook his head in disbelief. "Luo Yan actually stole Swallowtail? This is surreal. But even if he commandeered Swallowtail, the one firing the shots was still our team's mech. Therefore, the behemoth should count as our kill." "Exactly. This is unfair. We must lodge a complaint. Quickly." Group B submitted a formal appeal to the judging panel. However, this request was swiftly rejected. The panel maintained that while Swallowtail was responsible for slaying the behemoth, the pilot was Luo Yan, thus upholding their original decision. Gazing at the announcement, the students of Group B were engulfed in despondency. Just then, Lin Cheng returned. He picked up the communicator and contacted the panel at the base. "This is Wei Fenghua." A response came promptly. Lin Cheng shouted, "Teacher Wei, I want to file a complaint against that Luo fellow. He has already won and yet destroyed my mech and stole my energy core. How am I supposed to fight next?" Wei Fenghua's tone remained calm. "And how do you believe the judging panel should address this matter?" Without hesitation, Lin Cheng replied, "I want Luo Yan to return my energy core. He should repair my mech." Wei Fenghua continued to inquire. Is that all? Lin Qing pondered briefly. He took Li Zi's mech. He ought to return that to us as well. Wei Fenghua asked, Is that everything? Lin Qing affirmed. Yes. That's it. Wei Fenghua coughed twice before saying, Lin Qiang, when you find yourself on the battlefield, if your mech is damaged and your energy core is taken, do you expect us to help you retrieve your energy core? Lin Qiang paused, then retorted, But teacher, this isn't the battlefield. Isn't this just a test? Wei Fenghua replied, Indeed, it is a test. But this is a real combat test. Are you truly unaware of what real combat entails? Let me enlighten you. From the moment you left the base, you have already been on the battlefield. Chapter 77. A heavy blow from the very moment they departed the base. They were thrust into the battlefield. Wei Fenghua's words not only sent a shiver down Lin Cheng's spine, but also caused a jolt of anxiety among the students in the command center. Many of them, including Lin Qiang, had yet to fully adjust their mindsets, still perceiving this as merely a test, an assessment conducted off campus. However, Wei Fenghua's assertion brought them to a stark realization: they were indeed on a battlefield. The destruction of mechs, the seizure of energy cores, or even death on the battlefield were all possible outcomes, and it was not to be taken lightly. Sensing the students' apprehensions, Wei Fenghua coughed a few times before continuing. Of course, the teachers and I will do everything within our power to ensure your safety. The primary objective of this test is to provide you with a preliminary experience of combat on the battlefield, not to send you to your demise. However, you must remember that despite our presence, unforeseen events may still occur. Therefore, it is crucial that you remain vigilant, adjust your mindset, and do not treat this test as a trivial game. Lin Qing finally spoke up. Teacher, what should we do next? We only have one mech left. Wei Fenghua replied. That is for you to determine. We cannot allow the judging panel to intervene on your behalf. That would be akin to a child seeking adult assistance after losing a fight. Lin Qing felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered. That was not my intention. Wei Fenghua continued. If your energy core and mech have been taken, you can reclaim them. You may also reach out to the second-year A group for guidance on how they handled similar situations. That is all I can advise. The rest is up to you. Ending the communication, Lin Qiang raised his head and sighed. Let us contact the second years and see how they dealt with this situation. In the second-year A group, Luo Yan emerged from the Mech cockpit. The previous day, Yang Lixie had spent 700,000 contribution points to redeem the energy core of the Orange Cat. The engineering team had worked tirelessly throughout the night to reinstall and debug the energy core. Thus, today, their three mech set out together, successfully slaying the giant beast Quinn, earning 2,000 credits, bringing them on par with the first-year B group, albeit still trailing the first-year A group by 400 credits. Upon entering the command center, Luo Yan overheard her classmates engaged in animated discussion. Suddenly, Yang Lixie rushed over, excitement radiating from him. Lu, guess what happened this morning? Without any suspense, he continued. Last night, the first-year B group stole a kill from a group. This morning, Luo not only retaliated but also seized a giant beast from B group, along with one of their mechs and its energy core. Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback, especially at the mention of Luo's theft of the energy core, which made her lips twitch involuntarily. Was he addicted to stealing energy cores? Yet, her spirits lifted somewhat upon realizing she was not the only victim of such theft. At that moment, a student approached and handed Yang Lixie a communicator. There's a first year looking for you. Yang Lixie took it, somewhat irritated at being interrupted while conversing with his crush. Who is it? Is this senior Yang Lixie? I'm Shinyu from the first year. I'd like to ask how you managed to retrieve the energy core that Luo stole from you. Yang Lixie's face lit up with joy upon realizing he was being consulted for advice. With a beaming smile, he replied, It was simple. I redeemed it from him for 700,000 contribution points. In the command center of the first-year B group, Shinyu stood frozen, as if his soul had left his body. Lin Qing furrowed his brow. What did the second years say? Shinyu snapped back to reality. Lowering the communicator and addressing his classmates, Yang said he paid out of pocket to buy back the energy core from Luo. He spent 700,000. The command center fell silent, as if it were a tomb. After a moment, Lin Chung exclaimed. How much? 700,000. I can't even think about stealing. Where would I find 700,000 to redeem the energy core? Shin Yu offered a wry smile. Redeeming the swallow might cost even more. Lin Chung clutched his head in despair. If I can't even reclaim the energy core, how can I hope to get the swallow back? What do we do now? Should we go steal it back? Shin Yu looked conflicted. We have only one mech left, thud. Lizzie fell onto the soft grass. Rising to her feet, she gazed up at Luo, who was perched atop her mech, swallow. That figure seemed so unattainably high. Gritting her teeth, she implored, Luo, even if you don't return my mech, at least take me back to the camp. What if I encounter a giant beast left here? Luo paid her no heed. In his view, he had only stolen a mech, not taken a life, and that was sufficient consideration for her. As for how she would return, that was not his concern. Once back in the cockpit, Luo piloted Swallow directly toward the high-speed rail station camp. On the way, a smile crept onto his face. He recalled the times when he would find food and medicine amidst ruins on the surface. The joy he felt then mirrored his current elation. Today, he not only avenged a grievance but also acquired an energy core and a mech. An energy core could fetch 700,000 contribution points. As for the mech, that would certainly yield a rather enticing figure. The thought of another influx of contribution points to his account filled him with a sense of exhilaration. He even contemplated having the B group redeem Swallow Yan, then stealing it again, perhaps multiple times. Moments later, at the high-speed rail station camp, Li Bo Hang and the others had received word early on, but when they saw the black and white painted swallow come into view, they still felt an aura of unreality. Only someone like Luo, a born resonator, could manage to steal a mech during a live combat test. Before long, Luo emerged from the cockpit, ready to return to the television building to retrieve the white dragon. At that moment, Li Bo Hang approached him. Luo, what do you intend to do with the energy core and the mech? Luo replied decisively, sell them. Li Bo Hang adjusted his glasses and smiled. I guess you would say that. However, have you considered that in the second-year A group, Yang Lixia has a father who is a construction bureau chief, and Lu Ruhan comes from a wealthy family? They can easily redeem their energy cores. But as far as I know, the students in the first-year B group come from average backgrounds. They likely cannot afford even the energy core, let alone a mech. Luo abruptly lifted his head, having never considered this aspect. He was suddenly struck with a profound sense of discouragement. Chapter 78, Shadows in the Clouds. Falcon Base. Due to the decree from Black Hawk Company, the exploration of the Forbidden Zone has been suspended for a week, resulting in a significant backlog of personnel within the base. To prevent potential conflicts arising from the residents' inability to access the forbidden area, Black Hawk Company erected a temporary arena at the center of the base. Daily, reckless individuals enter the arena to battle various mutated beasts for substantial rewards. Moreover, the local young women have seen a surge in business over the past 2 days. The most sought after among them reportedly remained in bed all day yesterday and was heard to have been rushed to emergency care in the dead of night. Despite Black Hawk Company's efforts to maintain morale, a palpable tension lingers in the air, as if the base is on the brink of eruption. On this particular afternoon, an outsider arrived at the base, clad in a dark red long coat with the collar turned up, beneath which he wore black leather attire. 17 throwing knives, their blades stained a deep blue, were sheathed at his waist, clearly laced with poison. On the opposite side hung an impressively calibered handgun, its grip adorned with a red dove emblem. His face was obscured by a plain white mask devoid of any markings or features, save for openings for his nose and eyes. He approached a row of wooden cabins where 2 fierce dogs lay in wait. Upon sensing the unfamiliar presence, the dogs growled menacingly. The man paused and, with a swift motion, unleashed 2 blue streaks that pierced the eyes of one of the hounds. Within moments, both dogs lay dead, foam spilling from their mouths. A voice erupted from within the cabin, cursing the man for killing his guard dogs, questioning whether he intended to remain and serve as a pet. The man's response was swift. A throwing knife buried itself into the speaker's forehead, rendering him wide-eyed in disbelief at his sudden demise. Inside the cabin, tables were laid out, revealing it to be a dining establishment. Witnessing the boss's violent end, patrons scattered in panic, even the staff forgetting to collect payment. The man in the long coat took a seat at a clean table, ordered a meal and a bottle of water, and then produced a small box, placing it on the table. He beckoned the trembling staff member over, who hesitated to approach. "Come on, I'm famished," the man urged, pushing the box towards him. The staff member cautiously accepted it, opening it to find a few anti-inflammatory pills. In this era, traditional currency had become worthless, and hard currency was scarce, with pharmaceuticals being one of the few valuable commodities. These 3 pills were sufficient to cover his meal. After pocketing the pills, the staff member glanced at the corpse on the floor, his shock gradually transforming into an inexplicable elation. He quickly summoned 2 homeless individuals, handing them a bun and instructing them to dispose of the bodies of the boss and the 2 dogs. The 2 quickly complied, and within moments, the bodies disappeared without a trace. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one intervened, not even Black Hawk Company, which ostensibly maintained order within the base. This was the reality of the surface, order dictated by brute force, truth governed by range. After his meal, the man in the long coat grasped the staff member's hand, inquiring, "Have there been any outsiders recently?" The staff member nodded eagerly, "Yes. 2 days ago, a group claiming to be from the Undercity arrived, and even committed murder within the base. Black Hawk Company dared not retaliate, but those individuals are quite brazen. Are they still here?" The man pressed. The staff member shook his head. "Only some older individuals remain. The younger ones have ventured into the Forbidden Zone. Black Hawk Company has issued a decree against exploration this week. A whole week. What are we supposed to do, starve?" Releasing his grip, the man tossed another anti-inflammatory pill to the staff member, warning, "Mind your tongue." The staff member, recalling the lifeless body of his boss, quickly replied, "What did you say, sir? I don't understand." The man nodded in satisfaction, resuming his meal. After finishing, he departed the base, leaving no one aware of his destination. In the eerie city, Class B of the 2nd year, within the command center, students acting as strategists shouted with excitement. Quickly, Zhou Feng, attack from the center route. Try to keep the Gu Jiao occupied. Do not let it escape. Wang Lei, stay put and ambush from that position, just in case, another commanded. Xia Yun, don't just watch. Support Zhou Feng and incapacitate its wings. One boy shook his head. This forbidden zone is rife with feather insect beasts, so bothersome. One careless move, and we could lose our chance. We must rally together. Out of the 4 teams, we are currently in last place. Not to mention the 2 first-year teams are ahead of us. Indeed, Zhou Feng, you all need to step it up. We're in our 2nd year now. If those little brats get the upper hand, where will our pride be? Amidst the ruins of a residential area, buildings were entwined with countless vines, with large clumps of seaweed-like black hair ensnaring the structures, streetlights, and vehicles. Numerous skeletal remains lay entangled within the dark tresses, and as the wind blew, they moved as if performing a puppet show. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted as a shadowy figure collided with a high-rise, reducing it to rubble. From the debris, a colossal bird resembling a statue struggled to rise. Its feathers were a deep reddish-brown, with exaggeratedly large wings, and most strikingly, a long horn protruded from its head. Now, this giant bird, known as Gu Jiao, stood with one wing bedraggled and broken, seemingly unable to perform its original function. Blood streamed from the broken horn, and it let out a cry reminiscent of an infant. As fireballs erupted from its body, missiles struck, causing feathers to scatter and ignite as it wailed in pain. Desperately fleeing with only one wing intact. "Now, Wang Lei, finish it." The strategists in the command center exclaimed excitedly. Wang Lei, a 2nd-year student lying in ambush nearby, immediately activated his mech, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the Gu Jiao. However, at that moment, a low rumble resonated from above. As if fighter jets were soaring overhead, the strategists gasped as the screen displayed a shadow rolling ominously through the clouds above the city. The cloud cover stirred, and from it descended dark lines, each tethered to figures dangling below. Chapter 79. The anomaly. What in the world is that? Is it human? Surely not. Can someone adjust the image? Quickly, make it clearer. In the command center of Class B, the staff gasped in astonishment. Soon, the image on the large screen sharpened, revealing a series of ropes entangled with hair, dangling from the clouds above. These ropes suspended human figures, elderly, children, men, and women. Unlike the skeletal remains commonly seen throughout the city, these suspended individuals appeared vibrantly alive, their forms full and their faces aglow. The elderly donned respectable attire, while children wore charming garments. Men were dressed in suits, and women in elegant dresses. Some bore gentle expressions, others exuded youthful vigor, some were clever and endearing, while others were delicate and beautiful. The people hanging in the sky swayed in the wind, like helpless kites unable to dictate their own fates. Yet amidst the tempest, they engaged in various activities, an elder reading a newspaper, a child playing football, a man working, and a woman applying makeup. It seemed they were in motion. Yet there were no newspapers in hand, no footballs at their feet, no computers at their disposal, and no makeup in sight. From the large screen, the students felt as though they were watching a theatrical performance. However, the elevated stage was unsettling. Before long, the shadow behind the clouds vanished, as if ascending to a higher realm. Consequently, the ropes and the humans they suspended disappeared into the clouds. When the screen went blank, the students snapped back to reality, buzzing with discussion. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Where's the goo eagle?" It turned out that while they were distracted by the shadow in the clouds, the injured goo eagle had seized the opportunity to escape the battlefield. However, it was wounded and unable to fly, forced to flee desperately on the ground. Wang Lei, a second-year student, shouted, "I'll chase it." His mech was closest to the goo eagle. Instantly, the mech's engine roared to life, fully powered, as it pursued the bird-like creature scuttling across the ground. At that moment, an alarm blared from the command center. Wang Lei had reached the edge of the safety zone. Immediately, voices echoed through the communicator, "Wang Lei, stop chasing. You'll leave the safety zone. Come back." Wang Lei glanced at the distance between himself and the giant bird. Gritting his teeth, "It's fine, as long as I don't go too deep. If another team snatches it up, wouldn't we be wronged?" On the screen, a window popped up, and Xia Yun, another mech pilot, appeared. "Wang Lei, don't do anything foolish. If we lose the giant beast, so be it. There are plenty of beasts in the Forbidden Zone. Just stop chasing." Wang Lei refused to even glance at his classmate, retorting, "Lose it? You make it sound so easy. Your family is well off. Even if you can't become a mech pilot, you can inherit the family business. What about me? My father had a stroke last year, and my mother often falls ill. I have a younger sister. If I can't become a mech pilot, will we starve?" He continued, "Besides, we're in last place among the 4 teams. If I don't fight now, when will I?" With a fierce shout, Wang Lei commanded his mech to crash into a park, crossing the safety zone's boundary. At that moment, Wei Fenghua's voice rang out from the command center. Wang Lei immediately ceased all actions before Wei Fenghua could finish. Wang Lei severed the communication, determined to act on his own volition. After exiting the park, the goo eagle seemed to tire, coming to a halt. Wang Lei, seeing this, rejoiced. He drew a long knife from his mech and leaped down, landing heavily. Placing a foot on the goo eagle's head, he inverted the knife, plunging it downward. The blade pierced its abdomen. Yet, the goo eagle did not succumb. Instead, it thrashed violently, using its broken horn to strike against Wang Lei's mech, sparks flying from the impact. Thanks to the sympathetic system, Wang Lei felt a discomfort in his chest, though his combat suit dulled the pain response. Otherwise, he suspected he might faint from the agony. With a loud roar, he seized the goo eagle by the neck. Withdrawing the knife and swinging it fiercely, a glimmer of cold light flashed as the blade severed the head from the neck. The mech stood tall, hoisting the decapitated head of the enormous bird, as if to demonstrate something to the world. Alas, there were no spectators present. At that moment, the radar in the cockpit indicated the goo eagle's energy signature had dissipated. "I did it." Wang Lei closed his eyes, a smile gradually spreading across his face. "I did it. I slayed the beast." He erupted into laughter, reveling in his triumph, oblivious to the silence that had fallen over the Forbidden Zone. Even the roars of other beasts had abruptly ceased. Then, at noon, the light within the Forbidden Zone swiftly dimmed, casting everything into a vague, ambiguous silhouette while intensifying the shadows. In the cockpit, Wang Lei finally composed himself, clutching the goo eagle's head, preparing to return. Suddenly, through the panoramic window, He glimpsed figures in the depths of the forbidden zone, moving toward him. Checking the radar, he found no signs of life. His scalp prickled with alarm. Without a second thought, he steered the mech toward the safety zone. As the lights surrounding him rapidly darkened, it felt as though night had arrived prematurely. Wang Lei glanced at the command center's clock, noting that it was still 10 minutes until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At that moment, the mech jolted, nearly toppling over. Wang Lei looked down, discovering a mass of black hair tangled around its right foot. It must have tripped him. Just then, the clump of hair began to writhe as if possessing its own life and consciousness, slithering around the mech's foot like a serpent. Wang Lei prepared to sever the hair with his knife when he suddenly found his arms immobilized. Turning his gaze, he saw dozens of strands of black hair ensnaring his mech's arm, sweeping in from nearby trees, lamp posts, and building windows, entangling the mech from all sides. His heart raced as he hastily discarded the Goo Eagle's head, grabbing his rifle and firing at the clumps of hair ensnaring his arm. After only a few shots, he felt a tightening around his neck. Strands of black hair had also latched onto it. Simultaneously, the hair spread out, infiltrating the mech's seams, gradually burrowing deeper into its interior. Chapter 80. Cruelty Warning. Warning. The machinery is experiencing an unknown intrusion. Please take immediate action to eliminate it. Inside the cockpit, alarms blared. Wang Lei frantically activated the rejection system. Instantly, superheated gases erupted from within the machine, blowing out any stray hairs that had ventured into its crevices, curling and scorching them in the process. Just as Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, the lights in the cockpit flickered. In the alternating shadows and brightness, he vaguely discerned a multitude of figures beneath the mech. Countless silhouettes emerged from nowhere, densely packed and jostling against one another as they passed by the mech's feet. In that moment, the dim environment compelled Wang Lei to switch on the exterior lights of the mech. Through the panoramic window, illuminated by the lights, he could discern the nature of those figures. They appeared to be the original inhabitants of the city. Their attire varied widely, encompassing white-collar workers, students, laborers, and children. Yet, without exception, they were all exceedingly indistinct, as if enveloped in an invisible fog. At this point, all of them halted in their tracks, ceasing their advance. Then, in the next instant, they all turned their gaze toward the mech. Their eyes met Wang Lei's through the panoramic window. A sudden chill crept down his spine, a wave of cold surging from his heels to the nape of his neck. Every hair on his body stood on end. What is this? Instinctively, Wang Lei attempted to withdraw, but the mech did not respond to his movements. Just then, the sympathetic system emitted an alarm, detecting an anomalous signal attempting to log in. An anomalous signal? Wang Lei turned to the system, where the screen displayed that another unknown signal was commandeering system resources, seemingly trying to displace Wang Lei's brainwave signal. His mind went blank. In school, the teachers had never mentioned such a scenario. He was utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, Wang Lei recalled that the teachers had also mentioned that in the event of a malfunction in the sympathetic system, one could initiate the emergency restart program. He immediately reached out to activate this program, but his hand halted midair. At that moment, a pitch-black hand clasped tightly around his wrist. Wang Lei emitted a shriek. Turning to look, he saw an unfamiliar figure beside him, donning a mech pilot's combat uniform and helmet. The figure was shrouded in a hazy indistinctness. When Wang Lei met its gaze, it also looked back at him. Within the helmet, Wang Lei recognized a familiar face, his own. The cockpit lights continued to flicker. Unbeknownst to him, his own shadow had vanished without a trace. At the high-speed rail station, in the waiting hall, Zheng Shan spotted Luo Yan seated alone in a corner. Sunlight streamed upon him, casting a solitary shadow on the ground. Holding a piece of bread, he had yet to take a bite. Zheng Shan had never seen Luo Yan so despondent. Just as he contemplated approaching him, someone pulled him back. Turning around, he found it was Li Bohang. Li Bohang shook his head and smiled lightly, saying, "It would be best not to disturb him right now. He has just suffered a significant blow." Zheng Shan was momentarily taken aback. "He can be affected too? What kind of blow?" "I just informed him of a harsh reality," Li Bohang replied, adjusting his glasses. "The mech and energy furnace he seized this morning are unlikely to be ransomed back from Group B." Zheng Shan was at a loss for words. Just then, A student ran out from the command center, calling out, "Luo Yan, Li Bohang, Zhang Shan. Hurry inside. The judges have important announcements to make." The student repeated the call several times before Luo Yan finally turned around. A moment later, the large screen in the command center displayed Wei Fenghua, his face grave. "Just now, we lost contact with Wang Lei from Year 2, Group B. Here is footage captured by a drone. Please take a look." As the scene changed, images of the city appeared. In that scene, strange black hair was wildly growing from the depths of the city, overwhelming skyscrapers, roads, streetlights, vehicles, and trees. Among them, Wang Lei's mech was first ensnared by some of the hair, struggling in resistance. However, ultimately, the mech was gradually entangled by the black strands and dragged away into the depths of the city. As the playback ended, a profound silence enveloped the command center. The students struggled to comprehend why Wang Lei's mech had been taken by those eerie strands. Luo Yan's eyes flickered with realization, though he kept silent. Li Bohang sighed softly. "Senior Wang Lei has left the safety zone." Wei Fenghua's image reappeared. Indeed, Wang Lei disregarded the warnings and ventured outside the safety zone. Encountering bizarre events. Preliminary suspicions suggest this is related to the activities of the Dang Hu, but, as before, we lack substantial evidence. However, one thing is certain. Crossing the safety zone could lead to unpredictable dangers. Wang Lei is a prime example. Let's hope everyone learns from this. With that, the communication ended, leaving the command center filled with murmurs. Though few recognized Wang Lei, the sudden disappearance of a vibrant life evoked a profound sense of loss. Zhang Shan furrowed his brow, asking, "Aren't the teachers planning a rescue?" Luo Yan did not respond, lowering his gaze as he exited the tent. Li Bohang sighed softly. "It's just a lost mech and a dead student. If a rescue is organized, many more lives may be at risk. Though it sounds cruel, the truth is that Senior Wang Lei lacks the value of rescue." Zhang Shan felt a jolt within. This innocent youth, untouched by the brutalities of disaster, still clung to the belief that life is priceless. Now, Li Bohang's statement of no rescue value deeply resonated with him, revealing the harsh realities of the world. Just as they were about to leave the command center, the communication device rang. "Is Luo Yan there? We would like to speak with him." A moment later, a communication device was handed to Luo Yan. He looked up at Li Bohang. "It's from Year 1, Group B. They probably want to discuss ransoming the mech and energy furnace." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's eyes initially sparkled, but soon his interest waned. He then addressed the intercom. "The energy furnace is 700,000, and the mech is 5 million. Take both for 5 million. Without waiting for a response, he returned the device to Li Bohang. He then inquired seriously, "Which students in the other 3 groups have wealthy families?" As Luo Yan spoke, far away at the Year 2, Group A camp, Yang Li inexplicably shuddered. Chapter 81. Paying the price for innocence. Class B of Year 1. The energy furnace costs 700,000 credits, while the mecha is priced at 5,000,000 credits. The total package amounts to 500,000 credits. Lin Cheng's lips twitched in frustration. It was an exorbitant demand. He blamed that second-year student, surnamed Yang, for setting a precedent. Now, they were left wondering where to procure several million credits to redeem the energy furnace and mecha. Li Ji, who had just returned, wore a dejected expression. The thrill of having taken down a member of Class A had dissipated entirely. She had anticipated retaliation, but the swiftness and severity of it caught her off guard. Not only had their team been ambushed by Luo Yan while hunting a colossal beast, but he had also seized Lin Cheng's energy furnace and her mecha. It was a significant loss. The unremarkable Shin Yu offered a wry smile. "Perhaps we should arrange a meeting with Luo. We could offer him 2,000 credits for the items he possesses." He had inquired with a teacher about the credits, who explained that they merely served as a metric for evaluation by the committee, and the allocation of credits was entirely up to them, as long as the team reached a consensus. Lin Cheng turned to his classmates. "What do you all think?" A male student sighed. "If we only have Shin Yu's mecha, our options will be severely limited moving forward. If we can trade 2,000 credits to retrieve your energy furnace in Swallowtail, I believe it would be worth it." The other students nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Ji interjected. You all should brace yourselves. Luo Yan does not seem like someone easy to negotiate with. His worldview and values differ significantly from ours. So it's best to keep our expectations grounded. Xinyu replied with a bitter smile. In any case, let's reach out to Class A for now. A short while later, Li Bohang approached Luo Yan. Class B wishes to discuss something with you. They intend to use credits to purchase your items. Luo Yan was jotting down a few names in his notebook. Lu Ruahan, Yang Li Xie, and Xia Yun. Li Bohang noted that among the three, only these students came from affluent families. The rest were quite ordinary. Upon hearing that Class B wanted to use credits to buy items, Luo Yan felt a flicker of interest. Although credits were not the same as labor points, they could be exchanged for a considerable number of goods within the school, making them relatively valuable. He stood up, asking what time. Where? At 2 p.m., came the reply. In a CAF overrun by wild grass. When Luo Yan and Zheng Shan entered, they spotted two members of Class B, Xinyu and Li Ji. Xinyu, believing Lin Sheng to be overly impulsive and potentially jeopardizing their situation, had opted not to bring him along. As for Li Ji, she was a vanquished opponent of Luo Yan, and her presence might imply weakness. Upon Luo Yan's arrival, Xinyu greeted him with a smile. Good afternoon, Luo. However, Luo Yan cut him off, stating 2,000 credits for the energy furnace plus her complete combat suit, gesturing toward Li Ji. He had already calculated that 2,000 credits equated to a maximum of 400,000 labor points. It was impossible for Class B to buy back the energy furnace and mecha, and he was even hesitant to part with the energy furnace. However, if it included Li Ji's combat suit, it would barely reach the required sum. The basic mecha had low empathy requirements, and barring any stroke of misfortune, achieving empathy to pilot the mecha was generally feasible. This was why the school had arranged for 12 basic mechas for students to compete for, employing a random lottery system. Regardless of who emerged victorious, empathy could be attained. However, to achieve empathy, a combat suit was necessary. The neural lines had to connect to the suit's actuator to activate the empathy system. Moreover, each mecha recorded the pilot's brainwaves, and only through the device on the combat suit's helmet could previous records be formatted and new brainwaves recorded. Luo Yan's desire for Li Ji's complete combat suit stemmed from the need to erase prior brainwave records, allowing someone from his team to pilot Swallowtail. This would not only bolster Class A's combat capabilities, but also facilitate Luo Yan's subsequent plans. Upon hearing Luo Yan's demand for the full combat suit, Xinyu surmised his intent and frowned. Luo, we are all acquaintances. Can we not negotiate? As the saying goes, leave some room for future encounters. Offering 2,000 credits for the energy furnace and mecha is already our utmost concession. Wait, don't leave yet. Luo Yan had no desire to engage in further discussion. It was either his terms or a confrontation on the battlefield. The notion of leaving room for future encounters might have worked in the past, but now it seemed a farce. If one were to leave a margin for others, they might just as easily strike back when given the chance. He had experienced this firsthand and had no wish to relive it. Each scar on his body was a lesson paid for with his innocence. At this juncture, Li Ji decisively stated, we accept your terms. 2,000 credits for the energy furnace and the complete combat suit. Xinyu stared in astonishment at his classmates. Li Ji adjusted her thick glasses. Trust me, if we don't agree now and he walks out that door, we will be left with only one mecha to use. At least now we have two. Luo Yan turned back, somewhat surprised. This girl understood him well. Thus, the deal was struck. Luo Yan gained an additional 2,000 credits. But this transaction would not count towards academic evaluations. He relinquished the complete combat suit and retrieved the energy furnace. Upon returning to the camp, Xinyu and Li Ji encountered unexpected guests, second-year students Xia Yun and Zhou Feng. We wish to propose an alliance, Xia Yun stated directly upon entering the command center. Another second-year student added, you must be aware of the unfortunate incident involving Wang Lei. We are saddened by it, but the tests must proceed. We have also heard about your situation. Currently, you have only 2 mechas left. This leaves our 2 teams as the weakest among the 4. Why not join forces? Let us share the spoils equally. regardless of who delivers the final blow to the colossal beasts. With our combined strength, we would possess 4 mechas, making us a formidable force that other teams would have to reckon with. Xia Yun continued. Additionally, with 4 mechas, our efficiency in hunting colossal beasts will undoubtedly increase. What do you think? Lin Qing nodded. I see no issue with this. What do you all say? Xin Yu, more cautious, replied. While it sounds good, I believe we should consult a teacher regarding the distribution of credits first. If they agree, we can form an alliance. They concurred. And Xin Yu had 2 objectives in mind: to verify the feasibility of credit distribution with the judges and to have them serve as witnesses, ensuring that no disputes arose in the future regarding the allocation of credits. Chapter 82. Yang Lixia's pocket. As evening descended, the sun cast its golden rays, enveloping everything in a warm hue. The buildings, overpasses, roads, vehicles, and trees were all bathed in this golden light, stretching long shadows across the ground. If not for the bizarre tendrils of hair entangled in the streetlights and hanging from windows, overshadowing the road, the scene would have been quite pleasing to the eye. Inside the cockpit, Du Heng glanced at Luo Yan, who stood beside him. The mech he piloted, the Swallow, had been seized from Group B by Luo Yan. After receiving the full set of battle gear from Li Zi and under Li Bo Hang's recommendation, this mech was ultimately entrusted to Du Heng, who had performed admirably in the piloting simulations. After erasing Li Zi's neural wave records and replacing them with his own, Luo Yan requested Du Heng to drive the Swallow and accompany him to the battlefield near Class A of the second year. Du Heng was uncertain of Luo Yan's intentions, but refrained from inquiring. At present, Luo Yan was the favored one in their team, having captured a behemoth and 2 energy cores, including the Swallow he now piloted. Therefore, Du Heng complied with whatever Luo Yan instructed. Soon, the panoramic display revealed explosions illuminating the distant buildings, accompanied by faint sounds from that direction. Class A of the second year was engaged in battle there. This will suffice, Luo Yan remarked. You should conceal yourself, and when they return, we will follow. Du Heng, realizing the implication, exclaimed, Brother Yan, are you planning to raid their den? However, he quickly reconsidered. Raiding a second-year stronghold would necessitate multiple mechs operating in unison. Luo Yan offered no response. After a brief wait, 3 mechs were spotted returning in the distance. Activating the radar cloaking system, Luo Yan issued his commands. Du Heng replied, I activated it before we set off. Luo Yan nodded in approval. Although this was Du Heng's inaugural experience piloting a mech, he performed commendably, demonstrating a solid grasp of the fundamentals learned in class. Stay close, but not too tightly. Just ensure you don't lose them, Luo Yan instructed. Du Heng nodded, feeling confident. The Swallow, being a lightweight chassis, was agile and compact, making it easy to hide and maneuver. Indeed, Du Heng successfully trailed the mechs to the vicinity of the second-year camp without detection. All right, we part ways here. When you receive my signal, return to the camp immediately. Take a circuitous route to avoid being followed, Luo Yan commanded. Without waiting for Du Heng's acknowledgement, he opened the cockpit door. Du Heng carefully maneuvered the mech to lower Luo Yan to the ground. Once on solid ground, Luo Yan swiftly darted towards the second-year camp. He activated his ghost wheel to suppress his presence and simultaneously engaged the barrier eye to survey his surroundings, avoiding encounters with behemoths or swarms of parasites. Thus, he successfully approached the vicinity of the second-year camp, concealing himself behind a large tree devoid of any strange phenomena. He observed the second-year mechs returning to the camp, kneeling to avoid drawing attention from behemoths while facilitating inspection and maintenance by repair crews. Luo Yan focused on the brightly painted orange cat. Through the vision provided by the barrier eye, he discerned the pilot of the orange cat vacating the cockpit, having evidently disengaged from the neural synchronization system and preparing to leave. Closing his eyes, Luo Yan initiated a connection with the orange cat. Through practice, he quickly found his rhythm, faintly perceiving a heartbeat-like rhythm pulsating within him. Suddenly, he felt a jolt and opened his eyes to see vast landscapes rushing past him. He was in motion, accompanied by a gentle breeze. His movements were nimble. He crouched and then surged forward, propelling himself like a rocket. As he crested a hill, he beheld a vast lake below, within which a colossal white serpent lay coiled. Descending rapidly, he drew two sharp short swords from behind his waist. The serpent, sensing his approach, raised its head, flicking its tongue and emitting a roar. In its enormous eyes, a figure emerged, a woman with flowing black hair and striking features. A shock coursed through Luo Yan. Was that himself? In an instant, the figures of the woman and the serpent intertwined, and with a swift motion, he struck. One of the serpent's heads shattered violently. The vision abruptly ended. Returning to reality, Luo Yan heard the startled exclamations from the second-year camp. What happened? Did the orange cat's neural synchronization system get accessed by another signal? Lu, get out quickly. At that moment, the orange cat abruptly turned, shifting from a kneeling position to a crouch, then explosively launched forward. In an instant, the mech transformed into a blur of orange light. Racing away from the camp, Yang Lixia, who had intended to offer a drink to Lu Ruhan, dropped it in surprise. Other students gasped, exclaiming, "Wasn't that Lu's usual move? But can the orange cat really execute such a burst of speed?" Yang Lixia quickly regained his composure and seized a classmate, asking, "Did you just say that the orange cat's synchronization system was accessed by another signal?" The classmate nodded, displaying a tablet that confirmed the alarming information. This, Yang Lixia's lips twitched. It was over. It had to be Luo. He was a born resonator, capable of connecting to the synchronization system without the battle gear. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, recalling that redeeming an energy core had cost him 700,000. How much would a mech cost? At that moment, two other mech pilots from Group A dashed out, racing towards the Mechs to mount a rescue. Meanwhile, as he controlled the orange cat to flee the base, Luo Yan relayed retreat orders to Du Heng via the communicator, then leaped down from the tree just as the orange cat whizzed past him. He extended his hand, deftly catching himself in the palm of the mech, ensuring he wouldn't fall. Luo Yan lay in the palm of the mech, continuing to control it through synchronization. The orange cat sped through the forbidden zone, nimbly weaving between buildings at a pace and agility that far surpassed Lu Ruhan's piloting. Inside the cockpit, Lu Ruhan huddled in a corner, utilizing the confined space to secure herself. Through the panoramic display, she saw the orange cat had distanced itself from the camp and halted beside a dried-up canal. Urgently, she sprang to her feet and rushed to the command console, determined to restart the synchronization system and forcibly disconnect the invasive signal. However, in that moment, she observed a hand rising and resting on the mech's shoulder. With fingers splayed, Luo Yan leaped up onto the mech's shoulder. It was clear, Luo Yan intended to enter the cockpit. Lu Ruhan turned abruptly, her gaze fixed on the cockpit door. Chapter 83. Defying the ban, Luo Yan stood at the threshold of the cockpit, peering through the barrier eye. He observed Lu Ruhan poised at the entrance, prepared for confrontation. Luo Yan's hand instinctively rested on the hilt of Starbreaker as he noticed Lu Ruhan reaching for the pistol at her side. However, she swiftly withdrew her hand and assumed a fighting stance instead. Only then did Luo Yan release his grip on the sword's hilt and manually open the hatch. As the door swung open, he activated observing mountains and seas, enveloping himself in a brilliant golden aura that coalesced into a hazy, layered silhouette of towering mountains. With an air of undeniable grandeur, Luo Yan charged into the cockpit. Awaiting him was Lu Ruhan, who had calculated the angle perfectly, delivering a punch aimed at his ribs. However, Luo Yan seemed oblivious to her attack, ignoring it entirely. He lunged forward, his right hand brutally seeking Lu Ruhan's throat. Having grown up in the underground city, Lu Ruhan had never encountered the brutal realities of the surface world, and thus could scarcely imagine the ferocity of Luo Yan's combat style. A surge of panic gripped her heart, compelling her to instinctively evade his grasp. The ensuing skirmish within the cockpit unfolded over numerous exchanges, Luo Yan's assaults wild and unrefined, devoid of any gentleness. In contrast, Lu Ruhan exhibited remarkable agility and balance, often executing astonishing maneuvers. In mere moments, they engaged in a rapid exchange of offense and defense. Luo Yan frequently absorbing Lu Ruhan's strikes, his superior physical prowess allowing him to withstand her blows before seizing opportunities to counterattack. Gradually, he pushed Lu Ruhan back toward the cockpit door. In the midst of their battle, Luo Yan unleashed a fierce shout, launching a punch directly at Lu Ruhan's chest without a hint of restraint. Lu Ruhan's cheeks flushed, overwhelmed by the aggressive actions of a male counterpart for the first time. Memories of their initial encounter flooded her mind, recalling the moment when her mech was forcefully embraced by Endapos, White Dragon. Endapos, her emotions became tangled, and in her distraction, she failed to notice Luo Yan's stealthy kick until it was too late. When she finally reacted, he had shifted from a kick to a thrust, striking her abdomen with tremendous force, propelling her out of the cockpit. Lu Ruhan fell from her mech, emitting a startled cry. Yet, as she tumbled, she felt something catch her from behind. Regaining her senses, she discovered that her mech had reached out to save her. She looked up to see Luo Yan standing at the hatch, casually remarking, "We're even now. By the way, the mech costs 5 million. Initially taken aback, Lu Ruhan quickly realized that Luo Yan's intent was to retaliate for her earlier provocation. He had seized her mech and demanded 5 million to return it. Confusion swirled within her. Was this revenge truly his motive, or was it merely a pretext for extortion? As the hatch closed, Luo Yan settled into the pilot's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Soon after, he noticed 2 Mech from the second year approaching, prompting him to gently lower Lu Ruhan to the ground. Recognizing the significance of a client worth 5 million contribution points, he was determined to ensure her safety. It was only upon the arrival of the second-year students that he departed, releasing Lu Ruhan, who was left to navigate the campus alone. Hearing the sound of Mechs in motion and feeling the vibrations beneath her, Lu Ruhan began to perceive Luo Yan in a different light. At the very least, he had waited for her companions before letting her go. Had he not done so, she might have become prey to the lurking beasts or swarms of parasites. At the high-speed rail station camp, when Li Bo Hang and his peers witnessed Orange Cat enter the camp, they were utterly astonished. This morning, Luo Yan had stolen a swift ring, and by evening, he had commandeered Orange Cat as well. The sight of 5 Mechs lined up in formation was nothing short of spectacular. In the cockpit, Luo Yan had just disembarked from his mech when Li Bo Hang approached with a communicator. "Yang Lixia is looking for you." Luo Yan nodded and accepted the device. On the line, Yang Lixia spoke with a hint of distress. "Luo, why are you here again to steal from us? Can't you focus on another group? Look at the other 2 groups, especially Year 2, Class B. You haven't targeted them yet. How about switching your focus?" Luo Yan remained silent. Yang Lixia sighed. "We've had our skirmishes before. Can't you cut us some slack this time? 5 million is far too much." Finally, Luo Yan spoke. "For 0.8 million. Can you go lower, Luo?" All right, for 0.8 million. But that is a considerable sum. You'll need to give us some time. Call me tomorrow morning." Luo Yan nodded, as before. "Once the money is in, the mech will be returned to you." After ending the call, he returned the communicator to Li Bo Hang, who gave him a thumbs up. We've discovered traces of another beast. After dinner, shall we convene? Luo Yan agreed, recognizing the importance of practical testing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, lights flickered to life in the high-speed rail station camp. However, the number of lights was limited. Without proximity, one would find it difficult to perceive the camp's illumination. Meanwhile, in the amusement park to the northwest, a man clad in a dark red long coat, beneath which lay black leather attire, stood atop a Ferris wheel. Wearing a white mask, he appeared ghost-like as he raised binoculars to survey the camp. Soon, Luo Yan came into view through the lenses. The man lowered the binoculars and retrieved a photograph depicting a young man with black hair and red eyes, none other than Luo Yan himself. The following day, upon discovering a deposit of 4.8 million contribution points in his student account, Luo Yan struck Lu Ruhan's name from his ledger. He then redirected his focus to the ongoing tests. 3 days swiftly passed, during which the 4 teams each made significant gains within the Forbidden Zone. Currently, Luo Yan's Year 1 Class A led the pack, though Lu Ruhan's team was hot on their heels, poised to overtake at any moment. Since Luo Yan had extracted a total of 550,000 contribution points from them, Lu Ruhan's team had refrained from seeking revenge. Though they possessed wealth, they could not afford to suffer further losses at Luo Yan's hands. Should he continue to pilfer from them, they would soon be unable to pay any ransom. Thus, They concentrated their efforts on the tests. As for Lin Qing and Xia Yun's teams, their alliance had indeed yielded improvements. The four Mechs acted in unison, achieving numerous successes. However, since the contribution points for slaying the beasts had to be shared between the two teams, their standings remained inferior. Another day passed. Lin Qing piloted his mech alongside his comrades as they returned to the camp. Suddenly, his radar flickered to life, detecting an unregistered life form. Without hesitation, Lin Qing directed his mech toward the source of the signal. Moments later, within a towering structure, he spotted several figures. "Who is inside? Come out immediately, or I shall fire." Lin Qing's voice reverberated through the building, amplified by the mech's external function. "Do not shoot. We will come out right away." Shadows swiftly appeared in several windows of the building. They were not students from the academy, but rather inhabitants of the Falcon base. Unable to resist any longer, they had defied the prohibition and ventured into the forbidden zone to explore. Chapter 84. Sudden arrival. Lin Qing magnified the scene displayed in the panoramic viewport onto a light screen, allowing him to clearly observe the individuals present at the window. Among them were tattooed mercenaries, laborers responsible for heavy lifting, and a bespectacled figure who appeared to be either a guide or an expert in a particular field. This motley crew formed an exploratory team, representing the fundamental structure of any team venturing into forbidden zones from surface bases. Through the external communication function of his mecha, Lin Qing remarked, "Black Hawk Company has prohibited exploration. Why do you persist in defiance?" A mercenary adorned with a scorpion tattoo retorted, "It has been 5 days. We have been without work for 5 days, young master. You are not of the surface. You cannot comprehend what 5 days without work signifies for us. We have families to support. Moreover, we are sheltered by the base and must pay a monthly residency fee. Yet, the base has not waived our fees due to our lack of work. Besides, everything we consume and use requires payment. While we are barred from working, all expenses continue unabated. Young master, we simply cannot endure this. If we do not take risks to venture inside, we will starve." Lin Qing felt a sense of bewilderment. Though his family was quite ordinary, life in the city ensured that those willing to work could sustain themselves. The mercenary's words seemed foreign to him, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Finally, he said, "It is perilous for you to explore here while we are engaged in battle. You ought to leave immediately." The mercenary nodded. "Very well, we shall depart." Lin Qing did not return to the camp immediately. He remained vigilant, ready to confront any sudden appearance of a giant beast. Once the explorers had vacated the area, he returned to the base and reported the incident to the evaluation committee. At the Falcon base, upon receiving the news, Wei Fenghua promptly contacted Black Hawk Company. A swift response followed. "Director Wei, we regret hearing such news. However, our company's capacity to intervene in this matter is exceedingly limited. We cannot restrict the movements of base residents. Naturally, if they choose to disregard the prohibitions, any mishap that befalls them within the forbidden zone is solely their own responsibility. Your institution bears no obligation in this regard." After hearing Gao Rui's reply from Black Hawk Company, Wei Fenghua could only inform the students that testing would continue. The academy had no duty to protect those who willingly sought their own demise. Yet, neither Wei Fenghua nor Lin Qing was aware that in the building where the explorers had lingered, they had seemingly left behind several items in concealed corners. These were black bottles adorned with silver-gray avian designs. The bird depicted had narrow, pointed wings and a short, wide beak, unmistakably resembling a falcon's characteristics. The black bottles appeared to be improperly sealed, emitting a hissing sound as gas escaped, dissipating rapidly into the air. As the sun set, Lin Qing strolled through the camp after dinner, exhaling into the cool evening air. Just then, Xin Yu's voice interrupted him from behind. "Senior Xia Yan has contacted us. There are only 2 days left for testing," he said. Lin Qing turned to see the moonlight illuminating Xin Yu's somewhat grim visage. Xin Yu continued, "Senior Xia believes that no matter how many low-tier beasts we hunt, we cannot surpass the scores of the other 2 teams. He suggests we target mid-tier beasts instead. A single mid-tier beast yields 2,000 credits, equivalent to 2 low-tier kills. Within a forbidden zone, while low-tier beasts are the most numerous, they are not present in sufficient quantities to amass points effectively. In recent days, Lin Sheng had collaborated with the two teams to quickly improve their rankings, specifically targeting easily defeated low-tier beasts. However, this was the edge of the forbidden zone, and even low-tier beasts were scarce. After several days, they had nearly eradicated them. To find more low-tier beasts, they would likely have to cross into unsafe areas. Lin Sheng pondered briefly before nodding. Indeed, we discovered traces of a crew. Tomorrow. His words were abruptly cut off as an alarm blared throughout the camp. A frantic staff member rushed from the command center, shouting, "Lin Sheng, Xinyu, something has happened. A giant beast is approaching. One featherbug has triggered our aerial alarm. The radar indicates at least 7 more giant beasts are converging on our location." Lin Sheng was taken aback. How could there be so many beasts? Had they emerged from the depths of the forbidden zone? He bellowed, "Everyone evacuate. Everyone evacuate." Although their camp had defensive measures, it was inconceivable that they could withstand the onslaught of 8 giant beasts. As he shouted, he and Xinyu sprinted toward the mecha, quickly entering the cockpit. Lin Sheng activated the instruments and the mecha. He then opened the giant beast radar. Instantly, 8 spectral signals appeared on the screen, 5 of which were blue and 3 orange, 5 low-tier beasts and 3 mid-tier beasts. Lin Sheng inhaled sharply. Just then, a section of the road in the distance erupted in flames, illuminating the outline of a goat-like figure. It was a 9-tailed goat. More flames erupted, and the sound of explosions shattered the stillness of the night. The detonations of anti-beast landmines were monumental, and the continuous explosions indicated that giant beasts had indeed entered the minefield. Simultaneously, the aerial alarm remained relentless, and a deafening shriek filled the air. Within the panoramic viewport, Lin Sheng beheld a creature resembling a bird, yet possessing distinctly feminine features charging toward them. It was none other than the mid-tier beast Guhua bird, which they had previously struggled to subdue with 3 mechas during an encounter with Class A. Now, with only 2 mechas in Class B's camp, how could they contend with so many beasts? "Run! Run quickly!" Lin Sheng shouted. "I will cover you. Just go." As Xinyu maneuvered the mecha to clear a path for their classmates, he reported the situation to the evaluation committee. The sudden turn of events left Class B with no time to gather their belongings. They could only abandon a significant amount of supplies. Vehicles sped out of the camp, guided by Xinyu's mecha, plunging into the vast night. Behind them, Lin Sheng, piloting his dark red mecha, raised his rifle and opened fire. Lin Sheng was not merely acting recklessly. He utilized the firepower of the mecha to create a diversion and provide cover. He fought while retreating, hoping to redirect the giant beasts away from the fleeing convoy. Chapter 85. Bluster. While the camp of Year 1, Group B was under attack, Luo Yan was engrossed in his cultivation. The elemental force existing in the space continuously flowed into his body and under the refinement of the Starfire agent. The quantity of this elemental power diminished significantly, while its purity increased remarkably. These purified elemental energies, under Luo Yan's conscious control, were continuously infused into the radius of his forearm. The force permeated every cell, fundamentally altering Luo Yan's constitution and tempering the relatively coarse bone of his radius. At this moment, Luo Yan's spirit was entirely focused inward. As the radius underwent refinement, he seemed to hear faint rumblings emanating from within the bone. The structure and properties of the bone were undergoing subtle changes. Cells, under the relentless wash of elemental power, were continuously dividing, forming new tissues, thereby causing a slight increase in the weight of the radius. Moreover, the strength and hardness of the bone showed a marked enhancement. The surface of the bone began to exhibit mountainous textures, embodying the essence of towering peaks. Upon completing the refinement of this radius, Luo Yan's right hand was entirely tempered. In terms of strength and resilience, his right hand surpassed all other parts of his body. At this juncture, the potency of the Starfire agent had not yet been fully expended. Upholding the virtue of frugality, Luo Yan wished to continue his practice. Suddenly, a chilling sense of impending danger gripped him. Resolutely, he concluded his cultivation, opened his eyes, grasped Starbreaker, and exited the tent. In the waiting hall of the high-speed railway station, gasps of astonishment erupted from the command center's tent. Luo Yan discreetly approached. slipping into the tent to find the students engaged in fervent discussion. Zheng Shan, noticing him, hurried over. Lao Luo, Group B has encountered a crisis. Luo Yan cast a glance at him. Already aware of Luo Yan's capabilities, Zheng Shan swiftly continued. We just received notification from the judging panel that Group B's camp was attacked by monstrous beasts. At least 8 beasts assaulted their camp. Fortunately, they had set up aerial warning nets and ground minefields, allowing for a timely evacuation. However, the teachers mentioned that it is rare for beasts to act in concert. There might be some anomalous situation occurring in the Forbidden Zone. The judging panel has instructed our other teams to temporarily halt testing. Some teachers have already proceeded to the Forbidden Zone. Once the situation is clarified, testing will resume. If there is danger, evacuation will take precedence over the testing. Luo Yan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps approached. A male student rushed in, exclaiming, "The people from Group B are heading this way, hoping to take refuge in our camp." Luo Yan frowned slightly, a flicker of discontent crossing his mind. While it was acceptable for Group B to seek shelter, he feared they might inadvertently attract the beasts. Li Bohang promptly inquired, "Did the beasts follow them?" The male student shook his head, "No. It is said that Lin Sheng lured the beasts away. At a critical moment, he proved to be quite reliable." Luo Yan nodded lightly. For a camp under siege to have the audacity to divert the beasts alone, Lin was indeed commendable. Li Bohang regarded Luo Yan, who gave a slight nod in response, before stating, "Deactivate the sensing device of the minefield and allow them to enter." The male student contacted the team on guard outside, instructing them to disable the minefield sensing device to permit Group B's entrance. Armed with his sword, Luo Yan approached the hall's window, observing the dim night illuminated by faint lights. Those were the headlights of Group B's convoy. At the camp, Du Heng piloted the Swift Rain, while Zheng Shan operated the Diamond. The 2 mechas arrived at the entrance of the high-speed railway station, standing guard. Under the cover of darkness, flickering lights outlined the silhouette of a mecha. It was the mecha piloted by Shan Yu, who, holding a rifle, walked alongside the convoy, escorting them into the station. After the convoy was secured, the mecha knelt, and Shan Yu emerged from the cockpit. Moments later, the students of Year 1, Group B, entered the waiting hall of the high-speed railway station. After several days of cleaning, the hall had become spacious and bright. Exhausted and famished, the students of Group B, wandering in the murky night, had no idea where to flee. Thankfully, during their journey, Shan Yu spotted lights in the vicinity of the station, suspecting it belonged to another team's camp. He immediately redirected the convoy, arriving here. Indeed, it was the camp of Year 1, Group A. Weary and hungry, upon entering, they noticed supplies arranged not far from the entrance and rushed toward them. Bottles of drinking water, bags of bread, and cans of luncheon meat were quickly seized, and they devoured the provisions ravenously. This behavior elicited discontent among the students of Group A, as these supplies constituted their rations for the next 2 days. The more Group B consumed, the less remained for them. What irked them further was the lack of courtesy from Group B, who dove straight into the supplies without so much as a word. It was akin to the behavior of thieves. Luo Yan, however, found no surprise in this scenario. Over the past 3 years, he had witnessed countless individuals storming into others' homes to seize food. Those individuals were far worse. They not only stole, but also killed the homeowners. Yet, the other students had not experienced such situations and found it hard to accept. Shan Yu and Li Zi, drenched in sweat, entered the hall, gasping for breath, neglecting to intervene with their teammates in a timely manner. Now, seeing the grim expressions on Group B's faces and their own teammates nearly devouring the supplies, they exchanged glances of concern. Li Zi approached his team, urging them to step away from the supplies, while Shan Yu turned to Li Bohang and others, apologizing. "I'm sorry, everyone is quite shaken. Moreover, we left in haste and brought little with us. Some didn't even have time for dinner. After fleeing for quite some time, we finally..." Just as Li Bohang was about to express understanding, a male student from Group B interjected. "What is wrong with eating a little something? Do we really need to be so calculative? Besides, we are all from the same academy. Isn't it normal to help each other in times of need? Moreover, These supplies were provided by the Academy. They do not belong to you. We are also students of the Academy. Are we not entitled to partake? His words found resonance among many classmates. It's just a bit of food we're taking from you. Why must you be so stingy? Haven't you ever faced difficulties? They continued to voice their entitlement, justifying their actions as perfectly reasonable and morally sound. Just as Li Bo Heng could no longer bear to listen and was about to retort, the same male student, who had been so vociferous earlier, pointed at the mecha swift rain outside, asserting, "It's all because you took our mecha, leaving us with only two, that we had to abandon our camp. Don't you think you've gone too far? Too far." A voice emerged from behind a crowd. Then what do you think we should have done? Chapter 86. 2 warnings. The crowd parted. Looking back, it was revealed that the questioner was Luo Yan. The boy from Group B, who had previously been complaining, appeared somewhat flustered upon recognizing Luo Yan. Glancing at his classmates for support, he boldly declared, "What should we do?" "Naturally, you should return the Swift to us." "Right, everyone." The students of Group B exchanged uncertain glances. Humans are inherently social creatures. If they were to face Luo Yan alone under ordinary circumstances, they would never dare utter such words. However, with a multitude of peers surrounding them, one student chimed in. "Zhou Xiaodong is correct. Even if we seized your behemoth first, did you not take it back? And what's the big deal about snatching our mecha? If we hadn't lost one of our mechas, would we be in such a predicament?" Another girl added, "Moreover, classmate Li Zi is better suited to pilot the Swift. Given the changes in the Forbidden Grounds, it is only just and reasonable for you to return the Swift to us." With these two students leading the charge, many from Group B began to shout, "Return our mecha! Return our mecha!" Their eyes sparkled with excitement, their spirits lifted. They perceived this as a prime opportunity. With collective effort, they might reclaim the Swift. Especially since Luo Yan, the rightful owner, had remained silent, appearing to be intimidated, which only fueled the enthusiasm of Group B. They believed it was only natural for Luo Yan to feel fear under such scrutiny. Hu Wunti. At that moment, Luo Yan suddenly seized a rifle from a nearby classmate and, with an impassive expression, fired a volley of bullets at the feet of those from Group B. The shouts morphed into gasps of astonishment. Luo Yan coldly stated, "The Swift was reclaimed by me. If you have the courage, try to take it back from me. But if I hear any more of your nonsense, I will ensure that each of you is thrown out." As his words faded, the boy from Group B retorted, "Don't you think you're being overly tyrannical? This camp isn't yours. Why should we listen to you?" Bang! A bullet whizzed past the boy's ear, causing blood to gush forth from his wounded cheek. He screamed and clutched his ear. Luo Yan lowered the rifle and said, "This is the second warning. The bullets scattered earlier were the first. What the third entails is a question no one dared to ask." Group B fell silent, paralyzed by Luo Yan's tyranny and brutality. They no longer dared to test or provoke him. The hall was engulfed in an eerie stillness. However, amidst this silence, the muffled sound of explosions erupted from outside the hall. The windows rattled violently. Luo Yan peered outside into the dark night beyond the high-speed train station, where a plume of flames surged upwards, blossoming in the air. Another explosion reverberated, revealing colossal silhouettes amidst the crimson flames. Behemoths. More than one. They had not only assaulted the Year 1 Group B camp, but were now attacking Group A as well. Once could be deemed an accident, a coincidence. Twice, Luo Yan surmised, was a ploy, a conspiracy. Inside the high-speed train station camp, alarms blared. A student rushed from the command center exclaiming, "Radar has detected the spectral signatures of 7 behemoths." Before he could finish, another staff member dashed out, "No. There are 5 or 6 more spectral signatures emerging from behind. This is madness. The behemoths in the Forbidden Grounds have gone berserk." At least 12 behemoths were advancing toward the high-speed train station camp. Counting Shun Yu's mecha, there were only 5 mechas in the camp. 5 against 12. There was no chance of victory. Luo Yan immediately commanded, "Split up. We will draw the behemoths away. If there's an opportunity, we must evacuate the Forbidden Grounds." Grasping the Starbreaker, he sprinted out of the waiting hall toward the mechas stationed in the square. At that moment, the Swift and Titan began to spring into action. The black and white Swift knelt on the ground, raising its hands to wield the sniper rifle by Lu. adjusting its firing mode for behemoth engagement. It then aimed for the head of a flying beast and pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing round shot forth, spinning rapidly, its friction with the air igniting a bright red glow, leaving a vivid crimson trail against the night sky. The flying beast deftly evaded, causing the shot to miss and merely grazed its back, losing a few feathers and inflicting a superficial wound. Meanwhile, under the control of Zhongshan, Titan removed several high-explosive grenades embedded in its chest. After pulling the pins, it leaned back, its arm swung backward, and then with the force of a catapult, it launched the grenades. Bang! A crisp explosion echoed. Simultaneously, 3 grenades specifically designed for behemoths hurtled forth. These grenades, each 30 centimeters in diameter, were packed with highly volatile explosives. They swiftly crossed the distance between the high-speed train station entrance and a larva-class behemoth, erupting in 3 blinding bursts of white light. Boom! The thunderous sound of the explosion became the sole noise of the moment. The glass windows of the waiting hall shattered under the ensuing shockwave. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan could still hear the deafening noise outside, and the cockpit trembled slightly, a testament to the grenade's power. He wasted no time, swiftly taking a seat, fastening his safety belt, activating various instruments, inserting neural wires into the combat suit's drive interface, and donning the helmet to synchronize brainwaves for empathy. The mecha roared to life. The head of White Dragon illuminated with a ghostly blue light. The energy core began channeling power, and the main engine emitted a low rumble. The mecha stood upright, shaking off the dust that had settled on its surface from the previous explosions, dispersing it into fine particles that settled on the ground. Within the cockpit, Luo Yan's expression turned momentarily vacant as silver-white points of light manifested around his crimson pupils. Barrier-breaking vision activated. Instantly, the panoramic viewport displayed a multitude of massive gray-white luminescence, their sheer number overwhelming. Without hesitation, he piloted White Dragon and charged out of the high-speed train station. As the mecha ran, it raised its rifle and fired upon the horde of behemoths. Bang! 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 Amidst the resounding gunfire, bullets ignited trails of flame as they struck the behemoths, exploding upon their thick hides and feathers, creating bursts of sparks. After firing nearly 10 rounds, Luo Yan retracted the rifle and dashed forward. He had fulfilled his duty. As for how many behemoths he could draw away and whether the students in the train station could evacuate in time, that was left to fate. Amidst the swarm of behemoths, 2 of them broke from the ranks. One was a horned eagle soaring through the sky, while the other resembled a colossal gorilla, racing along the ground. These 2 behemoths, one in the air and the other on the ground, pursued White Dragon. Chapter 87. Investing heavily at the Falcon Base. Except for Wei Fenghua, all the other instructors had gone to the Forbidden Area for support. First, the camp of Year B was attacked, followed by Year A. Wei Fenghua furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He picked up the communicator and instructed security to heighten their vigilance. Just then, gunfire and explosions erupted outside. Flames erupted outside the tents, and the shockwaves surged into the tent, causing Wei Fenghua's clothes to flutter. Indeed, trouble had arisen. Despite the sudden chaos, Wei Fenghua remained calm. He coughed twice and took out a pair of black half-finger gloves from his pocket, donning them with purpose. With a rustling sound, someone unzipped the tent. Wei Fenghua stood with his hands clasped behind him, turning slowly to face the intruder. He saw a figure of moderate stature. A middle-aged man with graying hair slicked back, revealing a smooth forehead. A black eye patch adorned his left eye, and he wore a fitted combat uniform and military boots, exuding a palpable military aura. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his weathered face. It was Gao Rue, the owner of the base and the head of Black Hawk Company. "What brings Mr. Gao here?" Wei Fenghua inquired nonchalantly. Feigning ignorance of the ongoing skirmish between the Academy's security and the Black Hawk Company, Gao Rue laughed heartily, as expected of Director Wei, unflappable in the face of crisis. "I have great admiration for you," Wei Fenghua replied with a subtle smile. "Crisis? What danger do you speak of? Are you referring to the battle outside, or to yourself?" "Mr. Gao?" Gao Rue applauded. "Director Wei indeed possesses the demeanor of a great general. For someone like you, who has reached the transcendence realm in visualization techniques, neither the battle outside nor I pose any real threat. Wei Fenghua frowned slightly. Since you are aware, you must have other means. I am more curious whether you understand what you are doing. Gao Rui casually strolled within the tent, lightly brushing his hand over tables and instruments. Of course I understand. I set a trap to lure away the other instructors in the camp and brazenly attacked the academy's base. Once this matter is made public, both I and the entire Falcon base will become enemies of Guangling. It is likely that Guangling City will retaliate against me by tomorrow. Wei Fenghua sighed. It seems you have gained quite a bit from this, at least something of greater value than the entire Falcon base. Speak, what do you wish to achieve? Gao Rui halted and spread his hands, smiling. Nothing much, merely that someone wishes to meet with Director Wei. I am the one responsible for escorting you to meet that gentleman. Wei Fenghua coughed twice. I am merely the director of a school. I hardly think I possess the value to warrant Mr. Gao risking the loss of his base for this. Ah, I see. You have been thoroughly investigated. What you want is not me, but Dijong, right? Gao Rui laughed heartily. Director Wei is truly perceptive. Nothing escapes your notice. Indeed. We know you and Commander D are both students of Homing Phase 3. 20 years ago, you entered that world alongside Commander D. There, you studied visualization techniques and piloted mechas together. However, at that time, mecha technology was still quite primitive. During one real combat, you pushed your resonance to 300, resulting in severe contamination of body and mind, forcing you to leave Homing. After the establishment of the underground city, you and Commander D became instructors at the academy. However, Commander D chose to join the Surface Exploration Corps after only a year, leading to your paths diverging. Yet, you share a deep bond, akin to life and death friendships. Thus, discussing certain matters with you should yield better results. This is the primary reason that gentleman is willing to pay a hefty price for you to meet him. Wei Fenghua smiled faintly. It seems the conservatives have truly invested heavily. So, this gentleman, is it Luo Yan? Gao Rui smiled. You shall know once you arrive. A radiant golden light surged from Wei Fenghua, weaving images of mountains and peaks. Within this overlapping illusion of mountains, a vast ocean silently emerged. Majestic mountains and boundless seas. He was perceiving the mountains and seas. At that moment, Wei Fenghua's essence manifested the grandeur of the mountains and the infinity of the seas, indicative of the consummation of his cultivation. Gao Rui chuckled. Intermediate great perfection. Indeed, I am but at the initial 5th level of cultivation. To you, I am akin to an ant. Using intermediate great perfection techniques against me, Director Wei is already quite respectful. However, I regret to inform you that tonight's affair is something I must possess. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of cold, ethereal black smoke suddenly materialized within the tent. They were pitch black, yet sparkled with tiny, brilliant lights like stars in the night sky. This smoke was insubstantial and dreamlike, casting a surreal beauty over the tent. However, once it appeared, the fluctuations of Wei Fenghua's essence dramatically diminished. The illusion of the vast mountains remained, but the expansive ocean vanished. His essence level plummeted from intermediate great perfection to the initial level. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly urged his techniques, attempting to unleash an essence level above transcendence. However, despite repeated efforts, his essence lay dormant, unresponsive to his calls. This, Wei Fenghua suddenly raised his head. Is this the underworld force field? The technique to simulate the internal force field of Yinfu space using underworld crystals has already been deployed in actual combat? Gao Rui applauded. Director Wei is indeed well informed. Yes, this is the underworld force field, but it is far from ready for full deployment. Its duration and effective range are pitifully limited. Yet, it is barely sufficient to handle you. Wei Fenghua sighed. The internal force field environment of Yinfu space severely suppresses essence. The underworld force field simulated using underworld crystals has a similar function. The higher the level of visualization techniques, the greater the suppression. I am honored that you have developed such technology to confront me. As his words trailed off, Wei Fenghua launched a fierce counterattack. Even though his essence was suppressed, his experience and skills remained intact. He took a step, surged forward, raised his arm, and struck with his palm. His gloved hand, akin to a dark blade, aimed for Gao Rui's throat. Chapter 88. The bloodied battlefield in the Forbidden Zone Number 9, the eerie city of Hohat. The howling winds echoed ominously, stirred by the frantic pace of the mecha. The silver giant sped through the urban landscape, weighing nearly 2,000 tons. Each step of the white dragon deeply sank into the pavement, and as the mecha's feet pushed off, clouds of dust and debris were inevitably kicked up. The silver behemoth thundered forward, shaking the very ground beneath it. In a bid to shake off the two monstrous beasts pursuing him, Luo Yan opted against any evasive maneuvers, instead maximizing his power output and charging straight ahead. Should he encounter any obstacles, he would blast them apart with his weaponry, bulldozing his way through to avoid any deceleration. However, fortune was not on his side. The two pursuing beasts, whether the Gu Jiao or the massive gorilla, were no slouches in speed. A quick glance at the mecha's energy reserves led Luo Yan to conclude that continuing this reckless sprint would merely deplete his energy reserves. If he were to exhaust his power, being caught by the beasts would spell his doom. Thus, the remaining choices became painfully evident. Turning back, he observed the data flooding his vision: the speed of the two beasts, the distance between them and the mecha, the airflow dynamics, and humidity levels, among other factors. This information made it abundantly clear that if the mecha came to a halt, the Gu Jiao would reach him first, followed shortly by the gorilla 5 seconds later. Simultaneously, details regarding the two beasts flashed through Luo Yan's mind. Codename: Gu Jiao. Rank: Low Tier Level 2. Type: Winged Insect. Characteristics: Horned Spear, Feathered Arrows. Codename: Xiang Xiang, pronounced like star. Rank: Low Tier Level 3. Type: Furry Beast. Characteristics: Rapid movement, divine strength. At that moment, a cluster of buildings loomed before the white dragon. Unlike before, the mecha did not charge through recklessly. Under Luo Yan's control, the mecha decelerated for the first time, allowing the Gu Jiao to seize the opportunity to swoop in. In midair, the Gu Jiao spread its wings, the feathers rising like a bristling quill. It then unleashed a barrage of feathered arrows, raining down upon the mecha's back like a hail of bullets. Prepared for this, Luo Yan deftly maneuvered the mecha to roll sideways, causing most of the arrows to miss their mark. The few that struck the mecha ignited sparks upon impact, revealing the layer of energy shielding he had activated with Guanshan Hai, which cloaked the mecha in a protective layer that bore a rocky texture, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. At the very least, a single wave of feathered arrows would not breach its defenses. After dodging the feathers, the white dragon swiftly pivoted, both hands forming seals. Suddenly, a pitch-black, ethereal rope shot skyward. Technique number 1, Black Rope. As the Gu Jiao was poised to dive, its neck was ensnared. With a forceful tug, Luo Yan hurled it towards the buildings. The Gu Jiao's form magnified as it soared through the windows, ultimately crashing into a skyscraper, shattering every window in a spectacular explosion. The colossal bird became embedded in the building, and within, walls, pillars, furniture, everything crumbled as if made of paper. With a successful strike, a gleam of triumph flashed in Luo Yan's crimson eyes. Energy surged within him, igniting the opening of the source wheel. Boom! Waves of fiery energy erupted around the white dragon, the mecha's engine roaring to life. The silver giant lunged towards the ensnared Gu Jiao. As the Gu Jiao adjusted itself, peering from the building, it lowered its head, directing the horn atop its skull towards the mecha. Boom! The horn glowed a fierce crimson, unleashing a conical wave of energy. The wave shot forth with lethal precision towards the white dragon. Luo Yan's expression turned momentarily blank. The barrier-breaking eye activated, revealing a wealth of data that calculated the trajectory and speed of the crimson energy wave. Gritting his teeth, he slightly tilted the mecha's body, allowing the deadly energy to graze past his chest. The mecha shook violently, the energy layer dissipating upon impact, while the external armor glowed red, fissures erupting as sparks flew from within. Yet, the white dragon did not falter. With a piercing shriek, it raised its right arm, the gauntlet opening to reveal a chain blade. It surged forth like a white rainbow, piercing the air, crashing into the building. The chain blade erupted with electric fury, cleaving through the Gu Jiao's neck, severing flesh and bone. In an instant, the blade swept out from the back of the beast's neck, continuing its momentum and obliterating anything in its path. When the white dragon burst from the opposite side of the building, the structure crumbled, burying the headless form of the Gu Jiao beneath the rubble. Its severed head tumbled to the ground, the horn continuing to emit energy waves that wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment, demolishing trees, overpasses, and roadways, sending debris flying like bullets. Amidst this chaos, the approaching gorilla shielded its head with its arms, letting out a piercing roar as it ascended into the air. Navigating through the debris and emerging above the white dragon, the colossal creature expanded its arms, fists clenched, and then, like a meteor descending from the heavens, it plummeted with tremendous force. Just as the white dragon raised its head, it was engulfed by the shadow of the beast. Boom! The moment the gorilla struck the mecha, the ground trembled violently. Akin to a terrifying earthquake, the street heaved and buckled, buildings swayed, some rising, others sinking, leaning, or shattering. Trees, automobiles, streetlights, and the unfortunate, anything of lighter weight, were hurled into the air, only to rain down amidst the exploding debris. The gorilla's impact fractured the street, sending plumes of smoke spiraling skyward, merging into a hazy fog that lingered in the night sky. Yet, despite the chaos it had wrought, the great beast made no further move. A closer inspection revealed that it appeared to be suspended in midair, its limbs hanging limply towards the ground. In the next instant, blood erupted from its back like a fountain, splattering onto the earth, staining the ruins with crimson, reminiscent of tomato sauce. Once the sanguine torrent subsided, the blade of the chain emerged from the beast's back. Beneath the enormous creature, the white dragon knelt on the ground, its left hand gripping the gorilla's neck while leveraging its shoulder against the beast's weight. Meanwhile, the chain blade plunged deep into the gorilla's chest. Chapter 89. Burning bridges within the cockpit of the white dragon. Luo Yan exhaled deeply, reflecting on recent events. When the massive gorilla charged, its fists aimed directly at the mecha's shoulders. Had it struck, the white dragon would have likely had its arms shattered instantly. In the face of this peril, Luo Yan activated his barrier vision to its fullest capacity, instantly inundated with a plethora of data. He grasped the angle of the beast's attack, its force, the speed of its descent, and the time it would take to impact. In the next moment, Luo Yan maneuvered the mecha, rotating the white dragon by 90 degrees. He raised his right hand to block the impending blow, using it also as a buffer. Additionally, he engaged all the mecha's shock absorbers, maximizing the tension of hundreds of hydraulic dampers to brace for the impact. As a result, the gargantuan creature's fists, which were meant to crush the mecha's shoulders, instead slammed into the ground. The white dragon withstood the beast's weight, and seizing this opportunity, Luo Yan wielded his chainsaw blade, piercing through the creature's body and shattering its vital organs, killing it on the spot. Meanwhile, alarms blared within the cockpit. Although the white dragon had slain 2 colossal beasts, it had also sustained significant damage. Initially, a horned gun from a Gu sculpture had grazed its chest, compromising the outer armor and damaging some internal circuitry and components. Then, in the effort to intercept the gorilla, more than half of the shock absorbers had exceeded their limits, resulting in a complete failure. Despite utilizing all the dampers, the shock from the last blow had still inflicted varying degrees of damage on most of the mecha's joints. The multitude of damage reports flashing on the computer screen gave Luo Yan a headache. He initiated a self-diagnostic command, only to discover that the white dragon was currently operating at a mere 37 functionality. Although half of its energy remained, such metrics rendered it incapable of enduring intense combat. It could only manage to walk or fire a few shots. As a mecha engineer with basic maintenance training from the academy, Luo Yan knew that addressing these issues required more than just one person. He needed mechanical assistance, and more critically, he had no replacement parts for the damaged components. After some contemplation, Luo Yan transmitted the damage report and his current coordinates to the evaluation committee for assistance. He then surveyed his surroundings. skillfully maneuvering the mecha to find a concealed location to hide it from any lurking beasts. Once this was accomplished, he shut down most of the mecha's functions to conserve energy and equipped himself with the Starbreaker, opening the cockpit to descend to the ground. Should a colossal creature discover him, he would have no choice but to abandon the mecha, for its size made it a conspicuous target, and it was currently incapable of fighting. In contrast, with the ability to ride the shadow wheel, Luo Yan felt considerably safer on his own, even if confronted by a swarm of parasites, as he would not be as helpless as before. Upon reaching the ground, he refrained from wandering aimlessly, instead concealing himself in the ruins to observe his surroundings. Eventually, his gaze landed on a building miraculously spared during the recent quake. Utilizing various objects for cover, he ghosted into the structure. This building was a mixed-use commercial and residential complex, with a stylish shopping plaza on the ground floor, now overtaken by plants and vines. Fortunately, it lacked the eerie black-haired creatures, providing Luo Yan with a sense of relief. After scanning with his barrier vision and finding no signs of parasitic beasts, he felt secure enough to enter. Just as Luo Yan stepped into the mall, distant gunfire erupted outside. Peering out, he perceived vehicles in pursuit. Quickly retreating deeper into the mall, he found refuge within the management office on the first floor. Regrettably, the surveillance system was non-functional. Otherwise, he could have observed the unfolding chaos outside. Thus, he resorted to activating barrier vision, allowing him to see through obstacles and discern the approaching biological signatures. Outside, the ground had been transformed into a wasteland, remnants of a neighborhood ravaged by the colossal beast's impact. The terrain was uneven and littered with debris, fallen streetlights, and toppled trees, creating treacherous conditions for those in pursuit. As the vehicles drew nearer, Luo Yan could hear the roar of engines and the screech of tires, accompanied by the clamor of gunfire and sporadic explosions, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. He wondered whether these individuals were oblivious to the danger of attracting a colossal beast, while simultaneously feeling uncertain about the identities of those engaged in the pursuit. As a rugged off-road vehicle approached the commercial building, a grenade plummeted from above, landing in the passenger seat. The driver cursed and leapt from the vehicle just before a tremendous explosion engulfed it in flames, sending it crashing into a pile of rubble. Fuel began to leak from the tank, igniting in a fiery blast. The driver scrambled toward the building, recognizing it as the only refuge to evade his pursuers. Trailing behind him, two more off-road vehicles barreled forward, their engines roaring, intermittently drowned out by the heavy gunfire. Just as the driver dashed into the building, he was struck in the shoulder by a bullet, tearing through flesh and spraying blood into the air. He tumbled before regaining his footing and hastily sought shelter within the mall. The two off-road vehicles crashed through the mall's entrance, violently barreling into the lobby before coming to a halt. The doors swung open, revealing two executives from Black Hawk Corporation, a monk and an older man, who exchanged glances before signaling several fierce base warriors to charge forward. Gunfire erupted within the mall, illuminating the interior with flashes of light. In the management office, Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, bracing himself. Within his line of sight, he discerned several humanoid biological signatures advancing down the corridor. Accompanied by a man's furious shout from outside, "Black Hawk Corporation, damn you, you treacherous bastards. Even if you kill me to silence me, you shall not escape your demise." Black Hawk Corporation. Luo Yan pondered, perplexed as to why they would venture into this forbidden zone. He then overheard a voice resonating calmly. "Ba, why must you rage, benefactor? Death is an inevitability. Whether it comes early or late, it matters not. Why not relinquish your resistance for a more peaceful passage?" The previously enraged man retorted, "Shut your foul mouth, you gluttonous monk. When you die, you'll surely descend into hell. I risked my life to lead the beasts to attack those students as per your demands. Not only did you fail to honor your promise, but now you seek to eliminate us. Do you possess no conscience?" Chapter 90. A twofold advantage draw the colossal beast to attack those students. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's eyes narrowed, revealing an unabashed glimmer of murderous intent within his crimson gaze. Yet, he refrained from taking any immediate action. After vanquishing two massive creatures, he had expended considerable energy, and his mental and physical stamina had also suffered. Outside, there were more than just a few individuals from the Black Hawk Company. Through his barrier vision, he discerned that at least 2 of them possessed energy levels comparable to his own. Given this situation, Luo Yan opted to remain still, waiting for the Black Hawk Company personnel to depart before attempting to inform the judging panel about the events. As for the one marked for elimination, they were neither kin nor ally. Thus, he felt no moral obligation to intervene. Silently, he donned his helmet, completely isolating himself from the outside world to prevent any unforeseen incidents, such as the Black Hawk Company deploying a gas grenade. At that moment, a piercing scream resonated from outside, followed by the sight of a human figure crashing toward the management room door through his barrier vision. The door was instantly shattered, and a man tumbled inside. Clad in camouflage combat gear, he was drenched in blood, his right arm hanging limply, clearly rendered useless by some assailant. A few others followed him into the room. One bore a donkey-like visage, with an energy level of 156 and vitality of 298. Another was a rotund man, boasting an energy level of 162 and vitality of 325. By comparison, it was evident that both possessed a foundational level of energy mastery. Although Luo Yan was superior by 1 tier, after his previous exertions, his energy had dwindled to a mere 86. In terms of quantity, he was outmatched, yet the quality of his 4th-tier energy surpassed that of the 2 men. The only dilemma was that he had not intended to embroil himself in trouble, yet now their gazes met. The donkey-faced man and the monk both recoiled in shock, having not anticipated that another individual lay hidden within the management room. Observing Luo Yan clad in full combat gear and helmet, resembling a mech pilot, they quickly deduced his identity. The donkey-faced man chuckled nervously, saying, "Classmate, this is a family matter and does not concern you. Might you pretend you haven't seen this?" The monk squinted, grinning amiably, yet inwardly he was devising a plan to eliminate this student. After all, this student, concealed within the management room, might have overheard their previous conversation. However, these students were not ordinary. Dispatching them would require considerable effort. For now, it was imperative to eliminate the mercenary first. Once that was accomplished, dealing with the student would be a trivial matter. Luo Yan nodded, sharing in the sentiment of avoiding immediate conflict. He intended to devise a strategy once he was outside. However, at that precise moment, the mercenary on the ground suddenly cried out, "They are from the Black Hawk Company. They hired us to lure the colossal beasts to attack you. They want to kill you." The donkey-faced man immediately shouted, seeking death. He dashed toward the mercenary, instinctively pulling him in front of himself to use his body as a shield against the student's potential attack. This donkey-faced man had rolled on the ground for years, possessing vast experience and ruthless tactics. His judgment was undoubtedly sound. As he made his move, Luo Yan too surged forward. Before he lunged, his entire being radiated with an explosion of energy, golden light blazing like a roaring flame, surging forth. Luo Yan activated his energy cycle once more, granting him explosive strength, enabling him to close the distance to the donkey-faced man and the mercenary in an instant. The mercenary, momentarily dazzled, thought Luo Yan was coming to his rescue. Yet, as he glimpsed the cold indifference etched on Luo Yan's face within the helmet, his red eyes gleaming with frigid menace, his relief rapidly morphed into dread. In the next heartbeat, a spectral blue light streaked across his vision, followed by a chilling sensation at his throat, and then his consciousness began to fade. To the donkey-faced man, it appeared as if Luo Yan erupted forth, his sword unsheathed as he approached the mercenary, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the blade into the mercenary's neck. The force of the strike continued, aiming directly at the donkey-faced man's throat, executing a plan of a twofold advantage. No matter how seasoned the donkey-faced man was, he could not fathom that a student from the underground, a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, who had never faced the harshness of the surface, could so swiftly and decisively take a life, silently eliminating the mercenary while simultaneously targeting him. This student's ruthlessness was even more pronounced than that of most who had survived on the surface. Luo Yan's sword pierced the mercenary's throat, targeting a point more vulnerable than the chest, ensuring a greater likelihood of killing the donkey-faced man behind him. The mercenary's desperate bid for survival, dragging himself into the fray, had sealed his fate. Luo Yan showed no hesitation in eradicating those who threatened his life. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere blink of an eye, from Luo Yan's decisive action to the mercenary's demise. In a moment of desperation, the donkey-faced man shouted, using the mercenary as a shield while retreating to create distance. Yet, at that instant, he witnessed Luo Yan's sword, now riddled with luminous blue cracks, shatter into countless fragments that erupted toward him. The sharp whistling filled the air as the fragments surged forth, and the donkey-faced man's vision exploded into a kaleidoscope of lights. He heard a series of thuds, akin to something embedding itself into flesh. Stumbling backward, his entire perception fragmented. The monk, witnessing the unfolding chaos, widened his eyes. Having observed the entire spectacle, after witnessing Luo Yan's sword penetrate the mercenary's neck, the subsequent explosion of shards that arced across the room like a meteor shower, he saw the donkey-faced man's head shatter like a watermelon struck by a hammer. Although the monk had taken many lives, the sight of the donkey-faced man's demise ignited an instinctive surge of danger within him. His immediate response was not to flee, but to eliminate Luo Yan, extinguishing the threat. This instinct, honed through countless battles, propelled him into action. The monk's seemingly cumbersome form suddenly floated backward as if weightless, and with a swift motion, he hurled 4 or 5 grenades. Luo Yan did not wait for the stellar fragment to reconstitute. Seizing the mercenary's lifeless body, he hurled it forward while manifesting energy to create a blurred mountain-like silhouette, charging ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rang out continuously as fireballs erupted in succession. The mercenary's body was instantly blown to smithereens, and even the soldiers who had rushed into the management room were caught in the blast. A torrent of crimson flames surged from the windows and doors. The monk had already floated out the door, but a fiery wave brushed against him, charring his face. Yet, from the engulfing flames within the management room, a dark shadow lunged forth, colliding into the monk's embrace with a resounding thud. Chapter 91. Clear grudges. The monk bore a fist emblem on his chest, surrounded by rippling waves of flesh. A resonant hum echoed in his ears, followed by a series of bone-crunching sounds. He beheld the owner of that fist, observing Luo Yan's serene visage within his helmet. A wave of intense, indescribable terror surged within him, prompting a primal scream. He summoned his primal energy, his hands glowing with a radiant golden light, and struck Luo Yan's chest with tremendous force. Luo Yan was sent reeling backward, his already indistinct mountain-like phantom shattering under the monk's blow. Inside the helmet, Luo Yan expelled a cloud of blood mist and collapsed to the ground. The monk remained standing, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, his body contorted as if stripped of its skeletal support, transforming into a puddle of mangled flesh. His bones had been completely pulverized, a consequence of Luo Yan's bone shatter technique. Luo Yan was not faring any better. Although he had used the corpses of mercenaries to shield himself from the brunt of the grenade explosion, the subsequent shockwave nearly shattered him. Had he not cultivated gazing at mountains and seas, or if his combat suit had not possessed inherent resistance to shock, he would have been unable to break through the explosion zone, let alone seize the opportunity to eliminate the monk with bone shatter. Nonetheless, the monk's final desperate counterattack was not to be underestimated. Not only did it shatter Luo Yan's protective energy, but it also inflicted multiple internal injuries. Were it not for Luo Yan's cultivation of gazing at mountains and seas to the 4th level, refining his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, those 2 strikes would have been sufficient to halt his heart. After lying on the ground for a moment to catch his breath, Luo Yan removed his helmet and wiped his face. He then retrieved a box from his pocket, opening it to reveal several vials of potions. First, he inhaled the Vitality Restorer, which invigorated his primal energy and alleviated pain. Next, he consumed a vial of Circulatory Elixir, designed to invigorate the blood and mend internal injuries. Finally, he held a vial of Golden Boiling Agent, which stimulated the nerves to maintain a heightened state of alertness. At that moment, an unsettling sensation washed over him, followed by the roar of a colossal beast outside. Luo Yan promptly activated his barrier vision, gazing toward the source of the sound. The world lost its color and texture, transforming into a simplistic line drawing in his eyes. He immediately spotted a massive, bird-like gray light soaring through the sky, followed by a small gray-white dot in that direction. Indeed, a gigantic beast had passed by, and nearby, there was a person. Luo Yan felt a twinge of confusion. This individual was unlikely to be a member of Black Hawk Company. If they were, there would be no reason for their companion to engage in battle while they themselves remained so distant. It was also improbable that they belonged to the judging panel or the Academy's rescue team, as those individuals would typically operate in teams. After deliberation, he concluded that there were only two possibilities: either a solitary student who had encountered a similar fate, or an adventurer or explorer from the Falcon base. Now, due to the appearance of the beast, the gray dot was quickly retreating, soon disappearing from Luo Yan's view. He deactivated barrier vision, retrieved Star Splitter, and glanced at the corpses on the ground. Moving silently, he approached the lifeless forms, stabbing them at vital points with his longsword, indifferent to whether they were truly dead or merely feigning death. In any case, ensuring they all became corpses was undoubtedly the safest course of action. As Luo Yan neared the door to deal with a body lying nearby, that corpse suddenly sprang to life, kneeling and pleading, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have information to share. Do you know why the company sent these mercenaries to lure the beast to attack you?" Luo Yan shook his head. The warrior continued, "It's to draw your teachers into the forbidden area. Our boss has treated your teacher Huang to several meals, gleaning all the details about your instructors. He knows how you would respond to an emergency." Luo Yan furrowed his brow. What purpose could there be in luring the teachers into the forbidden area? Sensing Luo Yan's confusion, the warrior elaborated, "The plan is to isolate your director of education. Our boss's ultimate goal is actually your director. Someone seeks a private meeting with them, which is why our company orchestrated this entire scheme. Moreover, to deal with your director, that person provided us with a secret weapon. I can't disclose what it is, but it is sufficient to confront your director. Perhaps your director is already a prisoner and will soon be taken away." Luo Yan's eyes widened in shock. Black Hawk Company had gone to such lengths to target his mentor, Wei Fenghua, seizing the opportunity in Luo Yan's astonishment. The warrior attempted to flee, intending to drive a vehicle back to the base and report the events, certain that he would earn significant merit. Additionally, with Luo Yan having killed 2 supervisors, the boss would undoubtedly seek to eliminate this student. The warrior thought he could escape the blame by sacrificing Luo Yan. However, at that moment, the warrior felt a gust of wind behind him, unaware of what was happening. A chilling sensation gripped his chest as the blade pierced through him. "You." The warrior attempted to accuse Luo Yan of betrayal, but just then, Luo Yan's voice echoed in his ear, "I never agreed to let you go." The warrior suddenly recalled that throughout the encounter, Luo Yan had neither spoken nor given a signal of consent for any deal. A wave of regret and resentment engulfed him, and in that emotional turmoil, his consciousness slipped into darkness. Withdrawing Star Splitter from the lifeless body, Luo Yan rummaged through the numerous corpses. From the donkey-faced man and the monk, he procured several potions, while from the soldiers, he salvaged a few intact rifles and some magazines. Finding a backpack, he stuffed the rifles, magazines, and potions inside, slinging it over his shoulder before departing. He returned to the Mech, entering the cockpit, hoping to contact the judging panel, only to discover that previous messages had failed to send. Upon inspection, he realized the communication system was malfunctioning. Luo Yan activated the communicator again, attempting to reach his classmates. After several attempts, the communicator emitted nothing but electronic static. Remaining calm, he analyzed the situation. In the absence of a means to send a message, he faced 2 options if he wished to rescue Wei Fenghua. Either find a way to regroup with others, preferably locating teachers who had come to the forbidden area for support, or take independent action to see what he could accomplish. As Black Hawk Company had left vehicles that could facilitate his journey to the base, Luo Yan quickly made his choice, opting for the latter. He recognized that seeking out the teachers in the forbidden area was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As for standing idly by, that was not an option for Luo Yan. Wei Fenghua was his mentor, who had looked out for him over the past 2 months at school. Luo Yan's principle was clear: repay enmity with enmity, and kindness with kindness. Chapter 92. Reckless Charge. This night, the Forbidden Zone was far from tranquil. Explosions erupted in fiery bursts, while colossal beasts roared, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Suddenly, a flying creature swooped by, disrupting the meticulously laid plans of Chijio. Cloaked in a dark crimson long coat, clad in black leather attire, and adorned with a white mask, Chijio had journeyed from Guangling City to undertake a mission to assassinate Luo Yan. Having lingered in the Forbidden Zone for several days, he had been diligently searching for an opportune moment. As a seasoned assassin, Chijio adhered to a commendable principle: unless he possessed absolute certainty, he would refrain from acting hastily. He understood that if he failed to eliminate his target, the ensuing complications would be formidable. He harbored a disdain for trouble and ostentation, preferring instead a straightforward and decisive approach to his assignments. This evening, Chijio had identified a promising opportunity. A colossal beast had charged into the high-speed rail station encampment, while the target piloted a mech away, isolated and vulnerable. Such solitary targets were his favored prey. Just moments prior, the target had engaged in combat with the Black Hawk Company, having dispatched 2 adversaries, resulting in a significant depletion of his stamina and energy. This presented an optimal chance to strike. Prepared, Chijio had readied his preferred sniper rifle, Tyrant, a rugged weapon of his own modification, renowned for its immense power and impressive range. Yet, as he aligned the crosshairs on his target, a flying beast unexpectedly soared past, seemingly drawn by the earlier explosion. This compelled Chijio to abandon his sniping intentions, for he surmised that the creature's presence had heightened the target's vigilance. To fire at that moment would inevitably attract the beast's attention towards him. What once seemed like an assured success had now diminished to mere uncertainty. With the plan thwarted, Chijio swiftly retreated, unperturbed by the possibility of attracting the beast or being ambushed by parasites. His face bore the blood of the colossal creature, the scent of which would mislead other beasts and deter parasites from approaching. This tactic provided him with a semblance of safety while navigating the Forbidden Zone alone. However, such methods sometimes backfired, inviting danger and complications. Moreover, the blood of the beast contained not only crimson toxin but also other harmful substances to humans. Had it not been for the necessity of tonight's mission, Chijio would not have so recklessly smeared himself with blood. Regrettably, despite his precautions, his plans had been disrupted. Fortunately, patience was one of his virtues. One could not be an assassin without it. As he walked, he wiped the blood from his face and took a sip from a vial of antidote. Just as he contemplated seeking another opportunity, the roar of an off-road vehicle's engine reached his ears. He spotted a vehicle racing down the distant road, heading away from the Forbidden Zone. Chijio promptly retrieved his optical binoculars and, moments later, discerned Luo Yan. Setting down the binoculars, he glanced in the direction the vehicle was departing, concluding that Luo Yan intended to return to the base. Thus, the assassin slung Tyrant over his shoulder and hurried towards a nearby vehicle he had concealed. The wind howled, tousling Luo Yan's hair as he exited the Mech cockpit and returned to the commercial residential building, driving away the off-road vehicle parked on the first floor of the shopping center. Had the Mech not sustained critical damage rendering it inoperable, Luo Yan would have utilized it to hasten his journey back to the base rather than this modest vehicle. Nevertheless, he recalled that the Eagle's Nest base housed Mechs, 3, to be precise. In his mind, a plan began to take shape. The process of exiting the Forbidden Zone unfolded smoothly, seemingly amidst the chaos of colossal beasts clashing with the Academy's Mechs at various corners of the perimeter. The inconspicuous off-road vehicle drew no attention as Luo Yan sped away. Following the road, he soon caught a glimpse of the base's lights in the distance. He was uncertain of Wei Fenghua's current situation. However, one thing was clear: should Wei Fenghua have been captured, his life would not be immediately at risk. Luo Yan's only concern was that the adversaries might have already relocated Wei Fenghua. This would spell trouble, given the Black Hawk Company's strategic positioning tonight. Their likelihood of swiftly moving Wei Fenghua upon capture was alarmingly high. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he beheld a massive shadow emerging from the base. A mech, As Luo Yan drew closer, illuminated by the base's lights, he recognized it as a black mech, its design classical, its armor marred by numerous scratches, and featuring a rocket-like attachment on its back, potentially for acceleration, though its capacity for flight remained uncertain. The mech wielded a rifle and bore a shoulder cannon, with no additional weaponry immediately visible. However, this did not preclude the possibility of concealed armaments, such as missiles or melee weapons, hidden within the mech's armor. As the black mech steadily exited the base, a convoy awaited outside. Luo Yan's heart tightened. Indeed, the Black Hawk Company was preparing to relocate his mentor. He quickly calculated the scenario in his mind. If he charged in now, one against a convoy and a mech, he would be severely outmatched. Seizing the mech would necessitate incapacitating the pilot or ensuring the mech was unmanned. Furthermore, if the symbiotic system had already established a signal, he would be unable to synchronize with the mech for remote operation. Casting a glance at the base, he recalled that there were 3 mech stationed there, yet only one was currently deployed. This indicated that 2 remained inside. Without hesitation, Luo Yan gripped the steering wheel and donned a helmet he had scavenged from a fallen Black Hawk soldier. He veered the off-road vehicle off the road, flooring the accelerator as it thundered down a hillside. At the slope's base lay a perimeter of barbed wire fencing. Without so much as a glance, he barreled forward. The fence, a mere 1.5 meters high, offered no resistance against the full power of the vehicle, which crashed through it effortlessly. Ahead lay the chaotic residential area surrounding the base. Luo Yan maintained his speed, driving the vehicle directly into a relatively wide alley. Residents who heard the commotion rushed to open their doors, only to be sent sprawling by the impact of the off-road vehicle, landing in a heap of shock. After a moment, they emerged from their homes, cursing in dismay. Luo Yan recklessly navigated through the labyrinth of narrow streets. After a short while, he realized this route was inefficient, so he recalibrated his course towards the location of the Black Hawk Company's mech storage. Blasting the horn, he charged through the flimsy structures of tin and wood. In that moment, the residents' instincts for survival kicked in. Some leaped from windows, while others cowered in corners, each employing their own means of escape, miraculously surviving the chaos. After Luo Yan smashed through another makeshift structure, he finally beheld the Black Hawk Company's plaza. There, a security perimeter had been established, and soldiers patrolled the area. Chapter 93. The Wanderer in the square before the Black Hawk Company building. Patrolling soldiers were alerted by the roaring of an engine as an off-road vehicle sped towards them. Initially tense, they raised their rifles. But upon seeing the occupants donned in tactical helmets akin to their own, they assumed it was a returning soldier and lowered their weapons. However, someone signaled for a slowdown. Yet, the vehicle showed no signs of stopping. One of the soldiers inside brandished a rifle, firing a precise shot that shattered the windshield before extending the weapon outward to unleash a barrage towards the entrance. The gunfire erupted violently, a cacophony of sounds echoing through the night, with bullets slicing through the air, creating visible trails of fire. The onslaught crossed the perimeter, striking barricades and soldiers alike, inciting gasps of disbelief from the gathered troops. Remarkably, the shooter managed to wield the automatic rifle with one hand. Given the weapon's weight of 4.7 kilograms, effectively firing it one-handed was an arduous task, often resulting in blind shots that could inadvertently harm allies. Yet, in the hands of this soldier, the automatic rifle remained steady, and despite limited marksmanship, it rarely strayed from its target. Under the relentless firepower, the patrolling soldiers at the entrance could only retreat momentarily. The wind howled fiercely as Luo Yan, without a windshield, was enveloped by the sound of rushing air. With his right hand, now hardened from training, he deftly controlled the automatic rifle, absorbing the recoil with ease. Instead of reloading, he opted to switch to another rifle, maintaining the pressure of fire. Driving the off-road vehicle into the square, he noticed figures rushing towards him from all directions, guns raised. Instinctively, he ducked low, allowing bullets to whiz overhead. His gaze fell upon some oil barrels nearby, remnants from a previous convoy refueling. Timing his attack, he opened fire as the enemy approached the barrels. A series of gunfire erupted, followed by a blinding explosion that sent debris flying, including a flaming barrel that soared through the air and landed beside Luo Yan's vehicle. engulfing many soldiers in flames. Seizing the moment, Luo Yan dashed towards the mecha warehouse, its doors ajar from a recent deployment. As he entered, soldiers outside began firing at him. He retaliated, and the exchange of gunfire quickly silenced the defenders, either by death or by being forced to retreat. The off-road vehicle surged into the mecha warehouse, and Luo Yan slammed on the brakes, tires screeching against the ground as the vehicle skidded for several meters before coming to a halt. Inside the warehouse, lights illuminated the space, revealing 3 mecha docking stations. One stood vacant, while the other 2 housed mechas. The leftmost model, short and stout, appeared to be a heavy firepower variant, but it was undergoing repairs. Nearby, a maintenance canopy sheltered it, with its main engine partially exposed, still in the process of calibration. The other mecha, covered in dust, obscured its original paint, appearing antiquated, reminiscent of industrial relics from a bygone era. Its exhaust pipes, now obsolete, hinted at its age. One arm was equipped with a laser chainsaw, seemingly an aftermarket edition, evidenced by the welding marks between the forearm and the chainsaw. On the right, a standard rifle rested on a weapon rack, its barrel thick and lengthy, slightly exceeding that of a conventional rifle. Most strikingly, the mecha boasted a retractable cannon, akin to naval artillery, epitomizing raw power. Its feet featured massive wheels, resembling oversized ice skates, with thrusters at the heels enabling it to sprint or accelerate like a vehicle. Overall, this mecha exuded an industrial aesthetic, showcasing myriad modifications. It was equipped with a rifle, a cannon, a chainsaw, and wheels with thrusters, fulfilling mid-range, long-range, close-quarters combat, and speed requirements, thus rendering it exceptionally practical. Luo Yan leaped from the vehicle, racing towards the lift beside the mecha. Outside, Black Hawk Company soldiers surged into the warehouse, spotting Luo Yan entering the lift, and immediately opened fire. He pressed the activation button, and the lift began its ascent. Crouching low, he returned fire amidst the crossfire. As the lift reached the cockpit entrance, he rolled inside and swiftly sealed the hatch. The cockpit's instruments appeared quite antiquated, lacking a panoramic window, and the empathic system was a relic belonging to a forgotten era. Nevertheless, none of this deterred Luo Yan. He settled into the seat, rapidly activating the various controls, then focused, seeking a connection with the mecha. Moments later, images began to materialize, a vision of himself toiling in a fulfilling yet ordinary life, until one day, beasts invaded, ravaging the land and turning his home into ruins. Thus, he exchanged his hoe for a heavy axe, joining the hunt for the marauding beasts. Upon opening his eyes again, he had established a connection with the mecha. The empathic system signaled a connection, the neural links solidified at 105. Gripping the vintage control sphere, he powered on the mecha. Within the warehouse, a captain shouted, "Hurry! He's taken refuge in the mecha cockpit. Follow me." Just then, the lights on the mecha flickered to life, casting a blinding white glow that left the captain and nearby soldiers momentarily blinded. As their eyes adjusted, they beheld the mecha seizing the rifle from the adjacent weapons rack, then lifting a foot to step outside the docking area, causing the ground to tremble beneath them, as if they were intoxicated. Panic erupted. "This is impossible. How can he pilot the Wanderer?" The captain stood bewildered, until he witnessed the Wanderer activate its laser chainsaw, unleashing a brilliant blue light as it swung through the air, leaving a luminous trail. In a swift motion, the Wanderer severed the head of the adjacent mecha, its heavy visage crashing to the ground with a shattering impact that sent dust soaring. Then, the wheels at the mecha's feet began to whirl, and it crouched slightly, lowering its center of gravity. With a roar of the engine, it surged not through the main entrance, but directly towards the wooden wall beside the mecha warehouse. Chapter 94. Release or Perish. Seal off the square. Quickly, seal off the square. The invader has taken refuge in the mecha warehouse. Hasten to bring in the armored vehicles and encircle the warehouse. Do not let him escape. Where is everyone? Where have they all gone? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Remove the oil drums. Which genius thought it wise to leave the oil drums after refueling? Are you trying to make things harder for yourselves? Gunfire erupts. They are exchanging fire inside. Wait, did I just hear them say that the Wanderer has been activated? Are you out of your mind? With both supervisors absent, who in the world could have activated the Wanderer? In the square, squads and armored vehicles are assembling, gradually closing in on the mecha warehouse. At that moment, the wooden wall on the east side of the warehouse shows clear signs of protrusion. The next second, the entire wall explodes into fragments, raining down countless debris of various sizes, eliciting gasps of shock. Some unfortunate souls are struck by the falling shards. Some merely lose consciousness, while others meet a more fatal fate. Even the armored vehicles are rocked by the impact. Amidst the flying debris and splintered wood, a beam of light reveals a colossal shadow of a humanoid figure bursting through the wall, navigating through the wreckage. It is none other than the Mecha Wanderer. I must be seeing things. Is it really the Wanderer? Good heavens! In an instant, the Wanderer lowers its center of gravity, spreading its legs as the wheels at its feet roar to life, transforming it into a moving fortress as it strides across the square. A soldier, witnessing the mecha charging towards him, turns in terror to flee but trips over a corpse, crashing to the ground. He hears the deafening roar behind him and turns to see the mecha pass overhead. He can even glimpse the mottled armor beneath, with gas escaping from the loosely connected panels. The Wanderer glides over him. Then, upon reaching the edge of the square, pivots and unleashes a hail of gunfire from its rifle towards the Black Hawk Corporation's building and the surrounding structures. The thunderous gunfire reverberates throughout the base. The building of the Black Hawk Corporation, along with nearby supply depots, ammunition stores, vehicle garages, and maintenance bays, erupts in a series of explosions, transforming into heaps of rubble. After completing this devastation, the Wanderer finally turns, its foot-mounted thrusters expelling blue flames as it accelerates away. A captain, covered in dust and grime, scrambles to his feet and roars. Communications device. Who the hell has a communications device? I need one. Mine's broken. Moments later, far outside the base, the Mecha Black Hawk, traversing the wilderness, suddenly comes to a halt. Inside the cockpit, Gao Rui gazes towards the direction of the Falcon base, witnessing flames and rising dust, puzzled as to what has transpired. This evening, despite employing the ethereal force field to simulate the internal environment of Yan Fusion, effectively sealing Wei Fenghua's energy at a preliminary level, the director's exceptional skills had allowed Gao Rui, who held the advantage, to capture Wei Fenghua after considerable effort. As a result, he had wasted a fair amount of time. Only recently had he departed the base, relocating Wei Fenghua. What were the monk and old donkey four up to, taking so long to kill a person? This had left him to pilot the Black Hawk alone. Gao Rui grumbled as he picked up the communications device, preparing to inquire about the situation at the base. A voice crackled through the device. Not good, boss. There has been an incident. Someone has invaded the base and stolen the Wanderer. Gao Rui paused, then responded gravely. Are you trying to joke with me? Stolen the Wanderer. That old donkey 4S mecha. Who else could pilot it? No, boss, I'm not joking. Just then, suddenly, without warning, a violent explosion erupted outside the cockpit, shaking the entire compartment. Gao Rui glanced at the instruments. They indicated that the mecha was under attack, with the rear sustaining hits and some external armor damaged. The Black Hawk immediately turned around. In the cockpit, Gao Rui observed a dark shape rapidly approaching across the desolate landscape. Quickly, he raised the left arm of the mecha. The armor expanded to form a single-handed shield while he lifted his rifle with the right hand, positioning it beside the shield and aiming towards the wilderness. Assuming a defensive stance, he then magnified the visuals. Under the moonlight, an antiquated mecha was charging forward, a cannon extending from its back. That cannon had just struck him. Gao Rui stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it really the Wanderer?" He promptly opened a communication channel, attempting to contact the Wanderer. In no time, the connection was established. Gao Rui coldly inquired, "Old Donkey 4, is that you? Have you lost your mind?" However, a stranger's voice responded through the communicator. "Release Wei Fenghua, or perish." The tone was chillingly indifferent, as if discussing a trivial matter, igniting Gao Rui's fury. Rising from nothing to commanding a surface base, he may still be a minor player, but not just anyone could threaten him. Of course, Gao Rui was not so consumed by rage as to lose his composure. He replied coldly, "If you attack me, are you not afraid of accidentally killing Wei Fenghua? In that case, if I kill you, it will be in vengeance for him." The voice replied with chilling indifference, Gao Rue furrowed his brow, sensing that the pilot within the Wanderer was the last person he wished to deal with. Nevertheless, Gao Rue refused to yield. With a scoff, he declared, "If you wish to kill me, let us see if you have the capability to do so." Before he could finish, the communication abruptly severed, evidently cut off by the other party. This only fueled the flames of rage within Gao Rue. Immediately afterward, the enemy's cannon fired once more. Boom. The sound of the cannon was distinctly audible. The shell traversed the vast distance between them, exploding into a fireball upon striking the Black Hawk's single-handed shield. The terrifying shockwave caused the mecha to sway violently, the shield now riddled with cracks. One more hit, and that shield would surely be rendered useless. After all, it was not a large shield or a heavy shield, not designed to withstand cannon fire. Moreover, the Wanderer was deliberately targeting the shield, a blatant provocation. Gao Rue snorted, utilizing the controller to open the armor on the chest of the Black Hawk, revealing the 6-tube missile launchers within. With the computer's assistance, he locked onto the Wanderer. Expressionless, Gao Rue pressed the launch button. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, missiles erupted from the chest armor of the Black Hawk, streaking through the night sky in a dazzling array of trajectories, akin to a grand fireworks display. Hurtling towards the Wanderer. Chapter 95. Deterrence inside the cockpit of the Wanderer. Upon spotting the incoming missiles from the opposing side, Luo Yan immediately pressed a button. The armor on the back of the Wanderer opened, revealing a row of missile silos. One by one, the guided missiles launched into the air, tracing brilliant trajectories like blooming flowers, detonating the missiles fired by the Black Hawk. Naturally, a complete interception was impossible. Thus, the Wanderer maneuvered at high speed, weaving in a serpentine pattern, causing many missiles to miss their mark. Behind it, fireballs erupted, sending tons of soil and grass flying into the air. As the Black Hawk prepared to launch its second wave of missiles, the Wanderer, under Luo Yan's control, veered to the left side of the convoy, maintaining a safe distance, and fired once more. With a thunderous boom, the shield of the Black Hawk shattered under the impact of the second fireball. Gao Rue, feeling the heat of battle, expressionless, launched his second wave of missiles. Luo Yan repeated his previous maneuvers, detonating a portion with guided missiles and evading the rest with serpentine movements. If unavoidable, he braced for impact with the most heavily armored section of his machine. On this sortie, Luo Yan surprisingly refrained from engaging Gao Rue in close combat, for he understood that his current state rendered him no match in such an encounter. After slaying the monk and the donkey elder, his energy reserves were nearly depleted. Even the consumption of a restoration elixir proved to be merely a drop in the bucket. However, he had long devised a plan. At this moment, having withstood the second wave of missiles, Luo Yan believed that the opposition would not launch a third wave. Not only was the missile capacity of their launch bays limited, but the expense of such munitions was also substantial. Moreover, having successfully countered the first two waves, Luo Yan was confident that he had instilled in the enemy the impression that a third wave would not yield a decisive advantage. Thus, he boldly advanced, yet without closing the distance too much. Utilizing the cannon, he fired again. The Wanderer possessed a total of 10 shells, and this was the fourth he deployed. This shot forced the Black Hawk to evade, as its shields were rendered ineffective against further blasts. For most pilots, avoiding attacks is a standard procedure. However, for Gao Rue, such actions reeked of weakness. As someone accustomed to wielding absolute power over a base, showing any sign of vulnerability was never an option. Yet now, he found himself compelled to evade, an action that ignited a deeper anger within him than the previous provocation of Luo Yan's cannon fire. Fury flickered in Gao Rue's eyes, yet he maintained his composure and retaliated with his rifle. Although the rifle's effective range could reach the position of the Wanderer, such distance afforded ample opportunity for evasion. Indeed, Luo Yan easily discerned the trajectory of the Black Hawk's shots and activated the barrier-breaking eye. The bullets barely grazed the surface of the Wanderer, which danced around both the Black Hawk and the convoy, periodically firing upon the latter to maintain a formidable deterrent. Amidst this harassment, the Wanderer resembled an incessant fly, buzzing around, leaving Gao Rue in a state of exasperation. Gradually, his patience wore thin, and he could no longer contain himself, projecting his voice through the external speaker. If you have the ability, come engage in close combat. What do you call this endless harassment? Luo Yan paid him no heed, circling once more before raising his rifle and obliterating an off-road vehicle. Gao Rui's eyelids twitched incessantly. He feared that Luo Yan might kill Wei Fenghua with a single shot, rendering all his prior efforts futile and leaving him unable to explain himself to his superior. Not only would he lose their support, but he might also be forced to flee. Swiftly, Gao Rui activated radar scans of the vicinity. Upon confirming the absence of other mechs nearby, he opened the communication channel for the convoy, instructing, "Hold your positions, stay vigilant, I'll be right back." Then, turning his gaze toward the wanderer, he coldly remarked, "You wish to lure me away? Very well, I shall oblige you. Let us see what tricks you can employ." With a huff, he issued new commands. The thrusters behind the Black Hawk ignited, releasing a long stream of flames that propelled it forward at high speed. "Here it comes." Without hesitation, Luo Yan commanded the wanderer to turn around, unleashing its full power. Instantly, the tail flames of the wanderer flared, propelling the mech at breakneck speed, kicking up a dust cloud that soared 100 meters high. Pushing the speed to its limits, the machine trembled uncontrollably. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan was pressed back into his seat by the immense thrust. He maintained the barrier-breaking eye to gather substantial data, ensuring a smooth operation while keeping an appropriate distance from the Black Hawk. However, it was evident that the Black Hawk outmatched the Wanderer in both power and speed, as the distance between the two mechs gradually diminished. After a brief chase, Gao Rui closed his eyes slightly, contemplating, "You think to draw me into the Forbidden Zone? Huh. You intend for the guardians of that place to deal with me? Your plans are about to unravel. I trust your guardians are currently preoccupied with the behemoths drawn by the inducement agents. Perfect. I can eliminate you there and attribute it to the beasts. Even the disappearance of Wei Fenghua can be conveniently explained away." Calmly, Gao Rui manipulated his mech, swiftly closing the distance. During this pursuit, as they passed the Falcon base, Luo Yan suddenly spotted a motorcycle approaching from the direction of the Forbidden Zone. The rider, noticing the approaching mechs, hastily veered off the road. In a fleeting glance, Luo Yan observed that the rider was clad in a dark red long coat, carrying a sniper rifle on his back. Below on the road, the motorcycle had come to a halt. Chi Jiu watched as the wanderer zoomed past, followed by another black mech, kicking up a storm of dust. The masked man's eyes widened in surprise. What is happening here? It appears those two mechs are in pursuit of one another. The student had just returned to the base, and within the Forbidden Zone, he had commandeered two mechs. Could it be that one of the passing mechs was under his control? Chi Jiu's expression darkened as he drove his motorcycle back onto the road, following in pursuit of the two mechs. At the edge of the number 9 Forbidden Zone, the Wanderer continued to maneuver. Behind it, the now closer Black Hawk opened fire. Most bullets were evaded by the Wanderer, with only a few grazing hits that merely dislodged insignificant pieces of armor. In no time, the Wanderer had plunged into the Forbidden Zone, while the fuel in the thrusters of the Black Hawk had been depleted. The mech's speed began to wane. Gao Rui promptly detached the thruster attachments to avoid increasing the mech's weight and hindering its agility. Remaining vigilant, he delved deeper into the Forbidden Zone, a place he had not visited in 2 years. Note: the order of the previous chapter was reversed. I will rectify it shortly. Chapter 96. Ubiquity. As the Wanderer surged forth from the mech hangar, Luo Yan assessed his condition. In terms of energy, only 24 units remained. Although it was gradually recovering, it would suffice for but a single combat technique. Regarding the Wanderer, the computer indicated that it was unprepared for battle, with ammunition severely limited. The cannon held merely 10 shells, and the rifle was equipped with only one magazine containing 30 rounds. The guided missiles numbered 36, capable of launching 12 per round. The laser chainsaw, however, had no usage restrictions. So long as the mech's energy was sufficient, it could be employed continuously. With energy nearly depleted, an antiquated mech, and scant ammunition, Luo Yan was not naive enough to presume he held the upper hand against an opponent proficient in visualization techniques at the 5th tier, armed, and ready for combat. From the outset, Luo Yan contemplated drawing Gao Rui into the Forbidden Zone. It was only by exploiting the complex environment of the forbidden area that he might have a chance to turn the tide. Should fortune favor him and he encounter his teacher, all his troubles would be resolved. However, he held little hope for this, as he was piloting the Wanderer, not the Academy Mech White Dragon. Teachers witnessing two base mechs in combat would likely remain indifferent, as their primary mission was to rescue students, not mediate disputes. Besides the teachers, the Forbidden Zone was also home to colossal beasts. If he were to encounter one, he might seize the opportunity to blend in and escape. With these calculations in mind, he finally entered the Forbidden Zone, pressing deeper into its intricate and ever-changing environment. He ceased using the roller devices on his feet, maneuvering the mech while remaining agile to keep a safe distance from the pursuing Black Hawk, whose bullets frequently missed their mark. Occasionally, when the opponent would expose an opening, Luo Yan would counterattack. The two mechs weaved through the Forbidden Zone, gradually nearing the edge of the safe zone. At that moment, the Wanderer took a significant leap, and upon landing, the mech suddenly sank. Luo Yan quickly adjusted, glancing down to discover he had landed atop an underground garage. The mech's weight nearly caused it to plunge through. Just then, the Black Hawk came charging in. Luo Yan cast a glance at the garage before propelling himself forward. Upon Gao Rui's approach, he abruptly turned, lowering the cannon's angle to aim at the feet of the Black Hawk and opened fire. With a resounding boom, flames erupted into the sky. The Black Hawk staggered violently, and the ground beneath it cracked, causing the heavy mech to plunge down, crushing countless vehicles below. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Yan increased the distance, crossing into the safe zone. Upon arrival, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the peculiar black strands everywhere. Activating his barrier-breaking eye, he discerned that these black strands emanated faint gray light, signs of life. In his field of vision, the gray light was pervasive, except for one area where it was sparse. Upon inspection, he found a building with a collapsed wall, rendering it concave. There, the bizarre black strands were few and far between. Luo Yan's eyes lit up, and he directed the mech toward the building. The Wanderer nestled within its confines. As Luo Yan swiftly disabled most of the mech's functions, regulating the energy output to around 20, sufficient to maintain basic operations and the cannon's usage. Consequently, all lights on the mech, including the engine's glow, extinguished, allowing the Wanderer to meld seamlessly with the building's shadows. In the cockpit, save for a faint flicker from the command console, all lights were off. Before him lay a targeting screen, the cannon's crosshairs roving outside, awaiting the Black Hawk to present itself. At that moment, Black Hawk had emerged from the underground garage. Gao Rui's face contorted with fury, yet he maintained composure as he maneuvered deeper into the Forbidden Zone, realizing the Wanderer had vanished from sight. With a scoff, he mused aloud. "Is this all you've got? Hiding to take pot shots?" The Black Hawk raised its rifle, unleashing a sweeping barrage. Bullets whizzed past buildings, crashing into clusters of the eerie black strands, sending debris flying and the strands swirling, yet no trace of the Wanderer was found. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan remained impassive, seemingly unfazed by a bullet that had narrowly grazed the mech's head. He awaited the Black Hawk to venture forth. Suddenly, through the vision provided by the barrier-breaking eye, Luo Yan spotted a massive humanoid gray light emerging from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. He was taken aback. His first thought was of a colossal beast. Such creatures often bore humanoid forms, akin to the mythical Taotai, which had the head of a sheep and the body of a man. Yet, upon closer inspection, the humanoid gray light appeared woven from countless filamentous strands. His first thought was of the omnipresent, seemingly sentient black strands. Just then, the humanoid gray light reached the rear of several buildings, prompting Gao Rui and the Black Hawk to detect movement behind the structures. With a sharp exhalation, he tapped the nearby screen. In the next instant, the chest armor of the Black Hawk opened, and from the six-launcher missile bay, fiery serpents erupted. The piercing whistle shattered the silence of the Forbidden Zone. One by one, missiles trailed fiery tails, etching brilliant arcs through the darkness as they hurtled toward the massive shadow lurking behind the buildings. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles detonated in rapid succession, each explosion birthing fireballs that swelled and erupted, violently dismantling the buildings. Amidst the chaos, a mech emerged within the flames. Yet it was not the Wanderer. The Wanderer, concealed within the hollow building on the opposite side, was outlined by the fiery glow of the detonations. However, at that moment, Gao Rui's attention had already been captivated by the mech behind the buildings. He erupted in laughter, unleashing a torrent of fire from his rifle, intensifying the flames and smoke. Inside the cockpit of the Wanderer, Luo Yan furrowed his brow. How could there be another mech in the Forbidden Zone? Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Was it possible that Wang Lei from Class B had not been consumed by the black strands in the depths of the Forbidden Zone? Could this be his mech? Just then, as Gao Rui depleted his magazine and prepared to reload, a shadow emerged from the distant flames and smoke. It was a mech. However, this mech bore numerous black strands entwined about its frame. Many of those eerie strands had been severed and ignited amidst the barrage, revealing portions of the mech's body. From the exposed areas, it was evident that black strands writhed within the seams and cracks of the mech, as if they had become its nerves and veins. They were everywhere. Chapter 97. The eerie mech. The mech, emerging from the dense smoke, revealed its damaged exterior, leading Luo Yan to a definitive conclusion. It was indeed the mech piloted by Wang Lei. This particular mech bore numerous scars, with armor plates torn away, exposing an array of internal devices and components. Among these, Luo Yan discerned something writhing within, what appeared to be biological organs and veins. Just as he sought to scrutinize further, he was enveloped by the creeping darkness emanating from within the mech. Wang Lei's mech now resembled a grotesquely decayed corpse, its flesh and armor stripped away to unveil the organs beneath. When Luo Yan cast his gaze towards the head of the mech, his body recoiled in shock. The head was severely damaged, revealing the cockpit within, which was suffocated by the dark tendrils. Those inky strands engulfed the walls, ensnaring the control panel. And even the pilot's seat was overrun by them. On that very seat, Luo Yan spotted a figure, Wang Lei, his lower body ensnared by the black hair, leaving only his upper half visible. The helmet was nowhere to be found, and his pallid face bore no trace of color. Black strands poured from his eyes and ears, as if his very being were filled with hair. Yet, he appeared to be alive, still exerting control over the mech as it charged towards Gao Rui. Wang Lei. It was Wang Lei. Yet, in such a state, Luo Yan doubted he could still be alive. Even for someone accustomed to the cycles of life and death, like Luo Yan, Wang Lei's current condition sent chills down his spine. At that moment, he noticed Wang Lei's lips moving, as if uttering something. If Luo Yan were in the cockpit, he would hear Wang Lei repeatedly proclaiming, "I want to become a mech master. I want to earn money diligently. I want to provide a good life for my family." Meanwhile, in the Black Hawk cockpit, Gao Rui was momentarily paralyzed by the sight of the mech entangled in the eerie black tendrils, forgetting to change his magazine. What in the world is that? Just then, Wang Lei's mech surged forward, raising its rifle to fire. Bursts of fire tore through the air, striking the Black Hawk and erupting in showers of sparks. Gao Rui finally regained his senses, rolling behind a building to change his magazine. As he prepared to retaliate, the building he took cover behind suddenly had its windows and walls shattered, torrents of black hair cascading forth like a waterfall, ensnaring the Black Hawk's head and arms. Simultaneously, the mech entangled in black hair circled around the building, its rifle nearly pressed against the Black Hawk's head, unleashing a volley of bullets upon it. Gao Rui hastily activated the shoulder cannon, firing 3 rapid shots at the black-haired mech. Boom! Fireballs erupted upon impact, detonating against the black-haired mech's head and chest. The impact sent the black-haired mech reeling backward. The Black Hawk shoulder cannon pivoted, blasting away the tendrils and snaring its right arm. Then, the rifle unleashed a barrage, severing the remaining tendrils. The Black Hawk rolled away from the building, but the mech still ensnared in the tendrils charged forward once more. Gao Rui lifted his rifle, coordinating with the shoulder cannon to launch a relentless assault. The tendril-entangled mech pressed on, its rifle pressed against the Black Hawk's chest, firing. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious onslaught caused the Black Hawk to shudder, the madness of the engagement sending shivers down Gao Rui's spine. He attempted to create distance, but the enemy seized his mech. The dark tendrils tightening around the Black Hawk, trapping Gao Rui within. Concealed within the hollow structure of a building, Luo Yan observed the scene, rendered speechless. This was beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated the emergence of Wang Lei's mech in such a form. Had he not hidden, he might have been the one ensnared by that eerie mech. Unintentionally, Luo Yan glanced at the location from which Wang Lei had charged forth. The smoke had dissipated significantly, revealing the ruins of what were once several buildings. Between those ruins, Luo Yan suddenly spotted something, a black crystal resembling a small hill. Within it, pulsating energies coalesced into the grotesque visage of a beast. Yin. There was indeed Yin nestled between those buildings. Could it be that Wang Lei's mech had appeared there drawn by Yan's allure? Boom. A resounding crash drew Luo Yan's attention back to the conflict between the two mechs. Gao Rui had regained his composure, unleashing his elemental power and employing a particular combat technique that not only shredded the entangled black hair, but also forced Wang Lei's mech to stagger backward, leaving dents in its chest. The engine within had been completely obliterated. Normally, with the main engine destroyed, even with auxiliary engines, a mech would lose its combat efficacy. Yet, after a few steps back, Wang Lei and Appo's mech lunged forward again, as if the engine and Appo's destruction no longer hindered its movement. The and Appo's, Black Hawk and Appo's and Appo's shoulder cannon fired once more, attempting to intercept the foe. Wang Lei's mech pressed on, the black tendrils unfurling from its body to weave a dark veil before it. The cannon's fire erupted against this veil, severing the tendrils, yet the mech remained unscathed. At that moment, Wang Lei's mech swept its right arm, revealing a chain blade akin to the white dragon. The black tendrils coiled around the chain blade, extending its length while tightening, reflecting a metallic sheen. Wang Lei's mech thrust the blade forward. Enhanced by the black tendrils, the blade, now exceeding 40 meters in length, cleaved through the air, piercing the Black Hawk's left shoulder. With a swift motion, it severed the arm at the shoulder. The weight of the mech's arm, over 100 tons, crashed to the ground, creating a deep indentation and fissures in the earth. Wang Lei closed in, the long sword delivering a relentless assault. The Black Hawk, now reduced to one arm, was forced to retreat repeatedly. Inside the cockpit, Gao Rui finally panicked. While maneuvering his mech, he shouted, "I will not die here. I will not die here." With a roar, he disregarded the proximity and launched his final wave of missiles. The chest plate opened, revealing the missile bays, flames erupting skyward. Several missiles soared into the air before plummeting, roaring down towards Wang Lei's mech. Suddenly, the eerie mech's black hair surged, morphing into numerous tendril-like appendages. These writhing limbs danced in midair, detonating the incoming missiles, resulting in a chaotic explosion of black tendrils. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lei's mech lunged at the Black Hawk, the black sword raised high, descending like a bolt of dark lightning, cleaving into the cockpit, shattering Gao Rui into fragments. As it continued downward, it obliterated the energy core, engine, circuitry, and various components, ultimately emerging from the mech's legs. Boom! The mech detonated, debris scattering in all directions. Alongside a grotesque array of objects, grayish bones, enormous organs, and a liquid that resembled either oil or blood. This gruesome tableau rendered the battlefield a bloody chaos, leaving Luo Yan profoundly shaken. Why were there biological bones and organs within the mech? Chapter 98. Recovering fragments. As Luo Yan remained astonished by the biological organs within the mechs, a sudden, significant writhing of the eerie black tendrils enveloped the battlefield. It appeared as though they were drawn by some unseen force, abruptly activating and rapidly elongating. A cacophony of hissing ensued as numerous tendrils surged into the air, darting toward the biological organs that had fallen from the Black Hawk mech. They entwined around bones, burrowing into the viscera and infiltrating the bloodstream. Subsequently, the tendrils thickened, oscillating between expansion and contraction, resembling entities in the act of consumption. Luo Yan's pupils dilated slightly as he forgot to breathe, mesmerized by the scene unfolding within the cockpit of the Wanderer. After a while, the tendrils seemed to have sated themselves, retracting to their original positions. The scattered bones on the ground had diminished in size, the organs appeared completely desiccated, and the blood was nearly drained. Next, Wang Lei's mech, enshrouded in the black tendrils, bent forward, its arms nearly touching the ground. Step by step, it slowly retreated from the site of the recent battle, moving deeper into the forbidden zone. Only then did the area regain a semblance of calm. Luo Yan exhaled deeply, contemplating the bizarre nature of the mech manipulated by the tendrils. The biological organs expelled from its body, and the tendrils feasting upon them. This was an enigma he had never encountered before. It was no wonder these territories, dominated by colossal beasts, were deemed forbidden grounds. Such places were rife with phenomena that defied explanation, surpassing the bounds of human comprehension, thus naturally designated as zones of life restriction. Taking a moment to compose himself, Luo Yan redirected his focus toward the fragment of the Yuan. Retrieving it was evidently unfeasible. Its size rendered transport by Mech impractical. What if an ambush occurred en route? The fragment would undoubtedly attract the attention of the monstrous beasts. Moreover, Wang Lei's mech was likely still in the vicinity. Any slight disturbance could prompt its reappearance. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yan resolved to leverage his innate resonance ability for an attempt. His plan was to obliterate the fragment with a cannon blast. Should Taichu's stone fragments emerge from the debris, he would vacate the mech and employ remote control to address any adversaries that appeared. There was no need to eliminate them. Merely delaying until he could recover the Taichu's stone fragments would suffice. As he prepared to execute this plan, 2 mechs and 3 colossal beasts unexpectedly rushed past. It was unclear which 2 instructors were piloting the mechs, but despite being outnumbered, they maintained their distance while employing their armaments to weaken the beasts with apparent ease. Their piloting skills and the mech's maneuvers were far more fluid than those of the students. At that moment, Wang Lei's peculiar mech reemerged, evidently not having ventured far. Stealthily lurking nearby, it approached the battlefield with a monstrous gait, using all its limbs. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. The instructors were preoccupied with the beasts and seemed oblivious to this phantom lurking in the shadows. Luo Yan promptly locked onto the enigmatic mech with the cannon, preparing to fire a warning shot for the instructors. Just then, the peculiar mech ascended toward the fragment, adopting a diving posture. Luo Yan's pupils constricted. This was an opportune moment. He would obliterate the strange mech along with the fragment in one fell swoop. With the assistance of his computer, the cannon's targeting reticle encompassed both the peculiar mech and the fragment. Luo Yan pressed the controller, unleashing a triad of cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts echoed. Almost simultaneously, Wang Lei's mech, now under the thrall of the tendrils, along with the nearby fragment, was engulfed by the successive eruptions of fire. The sudden explosions drew the attention of the other 2 mechs, which turned their focus toward this direction. Amidst the chaos, fragments of the Yuan scattered, and from the inferno, a dark figure emerged. Wang Lei's mech, now partially stripped of its armor and ensnared by the bizarre tendrils, moving as if animated by a mindless force. The peculiar mech immediately attracted the attention of the other 2 mechs, which redirected a portion of their firepower toward it. The tendrils on the mech's back had been severed, exposing a severely damaged chassis. Despite its precarious state, the mech's surface and internal tendrils forced it to remain coherent. As it endured another barrage of artillery, it exhibited astonishing dexterity, utilizing all limbs in a series of extraordinary movements. Meanwhile, within the hollow skyscraper, the Wanderer engaged its full power and burst forth. At the moment of the fragment's explosion, Luo Yan caught a glimpse of a faint yet pure white light emanating from the remnants, akin to a shooting star descending towards the safe zone. Luo Yan immediately rebooted the mech, pushing its capabilities to their zenith, racing toward the location where the white light fell. As he approached, he maintained his connection with the mech while exiting the cockpit. Standing aloft, he activated the barrier-breaking eye. The world before him transformed into a simplistic sketch. The ruins, trees, grass, and cars became transparent, no longer obstructing his vision. Before long, he spotted a glimmer of white light on the 2nd floor of a nearby building. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. Moments later, he arrived at a room where the outer wall had crumbled, exposing a vast opening. In the bedroom, adjacent to a full-length mirror riddled with cracks facing the breach, he discovered a crystalline object resembling a diamond. In its vicinity, the wildflowers and grasses radiated an astonishing vitality, visibly growing at an incredible pace. Within seconds, the room blossomed into a vibrant tapestry of flowers and lush greenery. Luo Yan swiftly approached the full-length mirror, now mostly obscured by the foliage, and retrieved the Taichu stone fragment. As his hand made contact with the crystalline object, it transformed into a radiant white light that dispersed into myriad threads, penetrating into Luo Yan's being. He felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, revitalizing his injuries, fatigue, and spiritual energy to its pinnacle state. This time, Luo Yan distinctly sensed the transformative power of the Taichu stone fragment. In that instant, the full-length mirror before him flickered with light, and an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Reacting instinctively, Luo Yan rolled aside, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled him away from the mirror. As he regained his footing, a flash of red light streaked by, shattering the mirror into countless shards. The path traversed by the red light cleaved through the flora, ultimately creating a gaping hole the size of a human head in the wall beside the bedroom door. It was easy to imagine that had Luo Yan not evaded in time, he would have been utterly obliterated. As he collided with the opposite wall, the sound of a sniper rifle fired from a great distance outside the building echoed in the air. Chapter 99. Caution is paramount upon witnessing the shattering of the full-length mirror and the emergence of a colossal bullet hole in the wall. The first thought that flickered through Luo Yan's mind was, an enemy. Yet, confusion soon followed. It was evident that the adversary had utilized sniper equipment. Such destruction could not have been wrought by a behemoth. It had to be human. If it were humans, aside from the Black Hawk Company, who else would wish to see him dead? If it were indeed the Black Hawk Company, their leader was now deceased, who remained to pursue his demise. Despite his perplexity, Luo Yan's reflexes were not dulled. He maintained a symbiotic connection with his mech and immediately utilized its vantage point. In the distance, he discerned a figure flitting behind the window of a building within the neighborhood. After firing a shot, the figure promptly shifted positions, setting up their sniper rifle, awaiting his appearance. With an air of indifference, Luo Yan commanded the mech, directing Wanderer to adjust the cannon's angle towards the sniper. He unleashed the remaining shells in a fierce barrage. The resounding boom of the cannon echoed ominously. Hearing the thunderous report, Chi Jiu realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he was the one who had just attempted to snipe Luo Yan. He had seen Wanderer in pursuit of Black Hawk along the highway, heading directly towards the forest. He had followed closely behind. Chi Jiu, possessing remarkable patience, had withheld his actions despite suspecting that Luo Yan was within Wanderer. It was only when Luo Yan was drawn by the primal stone fragment that he seized the moment to act. In that instant, as Luo Yan bent to retrieve the fragment, Chi Jiu launched his attack. Believing that Luo Yan was significantly weakened and distracted by his pursuit of the object, he thought it the perfect opportunity. Yet he had not anticipated the extraordinary power Luo Yan would unleash to reclaim his life. After his failed attempt, Chi Jiu remained unperturbed, drawing upon his experience to swiftly change positions. He resolved to confront Luo Yan to the bitter end, relying on the advantage of distance to eliminate him. However, he could never have foreseen that Luo Yan had already exited the mech, and Wanderer was still firing. Without time to ponder how Luo Yan had orchestrated this, Chi Jiu made a snap decision, leaping from the building's window. The moment he emerged, the structure was struck by cannon fire, 2 shells piercing through it. The building trembled violently, sending a cascade of debris raining down. As the structural integrity crumbled, a vast fissure rapidly spread across the edifice. Before Chi Jiu could even touch the ground, the building collapsed with a deafening roar, showering him with stones like a torrential downpour, raising thick clouds of dust. As the cannon fire targeted the sniper across the street, Luo Yan seized the opportunity to leap from the building's breach. Wanderer reached out to catch him, and Luo Yan wasted no time, forgoing the cockpit, controlling Wanderer to charge forward. The mech's rapid movement caused the ground to quake, dislodging more debris from the ruins of the building. Amidst the chaos, a stone tumbled down, and Chi Jiu struggled to claw his way out. Miraculously, his sniper rifle, Tyrant, had survived, but his luck had run thin. One of his hands was mangled and bloody, crushed by falling debris. His legs were trapped beneath the rubble, one impaled by 2 steel rods. Though he survived, he had lost half his life. At that moment, a light descended upon him, illuminating his figure. A cold voice inquired, "Who are you?" Chijiao strained to lift his head, spotting a figure standing in the mech's hand. It was Luo Yan. Luo Yan regarded the masked man clad in a dark red long coat amidst the ruins and recalled having encountered him on the way to the Forbidden Ground. "Are you with the Black Hawk Company?" he asked. At that instant, the man muttered something, but the words were too faint to discern. "What did you say?" Luo Yan prompted, noticing the man beckoning him to draw closer. With a flicker of thought, Luo Yan activated Wanderer's laser chainsaw, its azure glow illuminating the surroundings. A glint of panic crossed Chijiao's eyes behind his mask. He had initially intended to lure Luo Yan closer to execute him with the poisoned dagger concealed in his hand. However, as Wanderer's left arm descended, the chainsaw sliced through the air, grazing Chijiao's back with a delicate blue line. It felt as though his head and back were opened, only to be flooded with molten lava. He lost consciousness in an instant, perishing on the spot. Upon witnessing the fading life force of Chijiao, Luo Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was indifferent to whether Chijiao was truly affiliated with the Black Hawk Company. If the man was unwilling to divulge information, Luo Yan resolved simply to send him on his way. He would not be foolish enough to approach someone intent on his assassination. His experiences above ground had imparted a crucial lesson. To survive longer, one must always tread cautiously. Approaching Chijiao's side, Luo Yan first retrieved the modified sniper rifle, Tyrant, feeling its weight in his hands. He found it rather appealing. Even if his marksmanship was lacking, he decided to keep it as a trophy. Next, he pried open Chijiao's hand, clutching the poisoned blade, revealing its eerie blue edge. Cautiously, he extracted it and plunged it into Chijiao's arm. Finally, he rummaged through Chijiao's belongings, uncovering a few miscellaneous items, including a seamless metal box of unknown contents and a photograph depicting a young man with black hair and red eyes. Luo Yan squinted slightly, recognizing the figure as himself. Initially, he had assumed Chijiao was part of the Black Hawk Company, but it was now evident that he was a mere assassin. Was he from the Wu family? The Luo family? Or perhaps another faction seeking to bring down Captain D? Luo Yan shook his head. The possibilities were too vast to ascertain. Suddenly, a pang of regret struck him. He shouldn't have so hastily taken Chijiao's life. Theoretically, dismembering the man would have posed no threat to him, allowing for interrogation later. "I am still too young," Luo Yan lamented, vowing to learn from this experience. He then discovered a card labeled Nevernight Bar, with an address inscribed on the back. Situated within Guangling City, Luo Yan glanced at Chijiao, ultimately taking the man's mask along with the sniper rifle as he departed. In the wilderness, within an armored vehicle of the Black Hawk Company convoy, Wei Fenghua woke, coughing violently. His entire body ached, limbs felt weak, as if he had been drugged. He silently circulated his energy, only to find it sluggish and impeded. After several moments, he conceded defeat. His current state was evidently the doing of the Black Hawk Company, designed to prevent any resistance during transit. Wei Fenghua sighed inwardly, surprised that a mere field test would lead to such turmoil. Yet, he was remarkably open-minded, dismissing it as inconsequential. Death? He had brushed against it before. When he had pushed the symbiotic connection to 300, he had already danced on the edge of the abyss. That experience had been perilous, yet he had emerged unscathed. He could not believe that this minor disturbance would claim his life. Just then, he heard shouts from outside, followed by the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Chapter 100. A promising future. The commotion outside eventually subsided after a while. However, within the armored vehicle, the soldiers tasked with escorting Wei Fenghua were exceedingly tense. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a voice declaring, "I am Lu Motzi. Everyone inside. Do not fire. I am about to open the door. Please, do not shoot." As the door swung open, the blinding lights outside illuminated the figure of the man, rendering him indistinct. He continued, "Quickly lower your weapons and carefully lift Teacher Wei out. Be gentle. Do not bump into Teacher Wei." The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Lu Mozi's voice escalated in pitch. Are you deaf? I told you to release him immediately. Only then did the soldiers react. Some fetched a wheelchair while others gently lifted Wei Fenghua, exiting the armored vehicle. Once outside, they beheld a strikingly industrial mech looming behind Lu Mozi, its rifle aimed downward. Sufficient to pulverize Lu Mozi without hesitation. It was little wonder he appeared apprehensive, as Wei Fenghua was seated in the wheelchair and struggled to lift his head. Shielding his eyes from the brilliance to gaze at the mech, its external speakers crackled to life. You may leave now. Lu Mozi, visibly relieved, waved his hand and swiftly led the soldiers away. The mech's lights shifted to one side, and the imposing machine knelt to the ground, its operator seemingly preparing to disembark. At this juncture, Wei Fenghua had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The convoy lay in disarray, with the road marred by craters and bodies strewn about, either lying on the ground or slumped against windows. It was evident they had just endured a fierce battle. Just then, the cockpit of the mech opened, revealing a familiar figure emerging, a smile gracing his features. Dawn broke. A convoy, escorted by several mechs, approached from the direction of the Forbidden Zone. After a night of effort, the teachers had successfully gathered the students scattered by the monstrous beast and escorted them back to the Falcon base. Upon arrival, multiple mechs swiftly secured the base. Xie Guangyao and the other instructors had already received news from Wei Fenghua during their return journey, learning of the events orchestrated by Black Hawk Company the previous night, as well as how Luo Yan had rescued Wei Fenghua. Therefore, upon reaching the base, their first action was to impose control, preventing the residents from leaving to facilitate an ensuing investigation. As for Black Hawk Company, they had long been subdued under Luo Yan's authority. Under the muzzle of the Wanderer, even the most obstinate individuals were compelled to relent. When the instructors returned to the base, they entered Black Hawk Company with an air of authority, summoning the remaining supervisors to commence their interrogations. Luo Yan was pleased to let the instructors take the lead. After a night of toil, he had yet to rest, and now seizing the opportunity, he allowed himself a well-deserved nap. When he awoke, it was already afternoon. Stepping out of the tent, he observed the camp, now organized, with students gathered in small groups, engrossed in discussion. As they spotted Luo Yan emerging, whether second-year or first-year students, they all gave him a thumbs up. Old Luo, came the voice of Zhongshan. As Luo Yan turned, he was embraced by the robust youth, who energetically patted him on the back. We've all heard. You took out 2 supervisors from Black Hawk Company and discovered news about Director Wei. You are incredible. Not only did you seize their mech, but you also eliminated Gao Rui and saved Director Wei. You are now my idol. Hearing Zhang Shan's words, Luo Yan realized his deeds had spread widely. Yet he was not fond of such attention. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, unnoticed. However, it seemed that circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. I did not kill Gao Rui. Luo Yan replied. I should have mentioned to Director Wei that Gao Rui was slain by Wang Lei's mech. Zhongshan nodded. I know. But if you hadn't lured Gao Rui into the Forbidden Zone, how could Wang Lei's mech have had the opportunity to strike him down? So, in a way, Gao Rui's demise is indirectly attributed to you. That is true, Zhongshan continued, but I did not anticipate that Wang Lei's mech would be manipulated so cunningly. This is the first time the teachers have heard of such a thing. They have decided to report this to the Beast Strategy Bureau, and they mentioned they would include your name. Luo Yan furrowed his brows. He was equally averse to this course of action. Nearby, Li Bohong adjusted his glasses and remarked, This is a good thing. Luo Yan cast him a glance. With a smile, Li Bohong elaborated, the resources of each city, particularly those related to mechs and core beasts, are largely allocated by the Beast Strategy Bureau. Having your name associated with the Bureau will draw greater attention to you. Perhaps in the future, you may receive more favorable resource allocations. This is a fortuitous opportunity that many would aspire to. Sometimes, being too low-key can lead to missed opportunities. Luo Yan squinted slightly, considering that Li Bohong had a point. At that moment, someone called out, excuse me, don't just stand there like statues. Have you not seen our leader has arrived? Be alert. Zhongshan and Li Bohong were suddenly shoved aside. It turned out to be 2 of Yang Lixiao's underlings. After pushing past Zhongshan and Li Bohong, Yang Lixia approached with a beaming smile, grabbing Luo Yan's hand and exclaiming, "Idol, it's so great to see you safe." Luo Yan glanced at Yang Lixia's grasp on his hand, then habitually let his gaze sweep over Yang Lixia's fair neck. He recalled how he had profited handsomely from this individual, earning several million contribution points. Thus, he shifted his gaze from Yang Lixia's neck to his face, withdrawing his hand and wiping it on his clothing. Unperturbed by Luo Yan's apparent disdain, Yang Lixia grinned and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Luo, you were absolutely magnificent this time. From my experience, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will soon receive a special driving license." Luo Yan, perplexed, asked, "Special driving license?" "Yes." Yang Lixia seized the opportunity to draw closer, leaning in to whisper in Luo Yan's ear. "This is a certificate granted to students with the ability to operate mechs, but who have yet to graduate. Securing a special driving license immediately grants you third-level privileges, the kind without discounts. Additionally, it allows participation in some simpler missions with the Exploration Corps. For instance, the third-year students, including He Hao, have received their special driving licenses. However, you would be the only first-year student to obtain this certificate." He patted Luo Yan on the arm, adding, "With this, you truly are my idol. Moreover, obtaining this certificate means you can retain the mech. How about letting me sponsor you when the time comes?" Chapter 101. The darkness before dawn. In the face of Yang Lixia's sponsorship, Luo Yan fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, "I do not wish to be subject to the scrutiny of others." Although Yang Lixia's martial skills and arcane arts were rather ordinary, his eloquence was of a masterful caliber. He did not take offense, promptly shifting the conversation. "I understand. It's of no consequence. Let us discuss something else." Before he could elaborate further, someone approached, clearing their throat. It was Wei Fenghua. Perceiving the situation, Yang Lixia discerned that Wei Fenghua had matters to discuss with Luo Yan and remarked, "I just remembered I have something to attend to. Luo, let us resume our conversation back at the academy." "All right, Teacher Wei." "Goodbye, Teacher Wei," Luo Yan replied cheerfully as he departed. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and smiled. Yang Zhen's son is quite the character. A scion of privilege. One might assume he merely bides his time, yet he possesses a sharp intellect. He knows when to yield and when to assert himself. Occasionally, he surprises with unexpected insights. Should he not become a mecha engineer, he might consider a career as a strategist. With astute management, he could even aspire to a command position. Luo Yan felt a twinge of surprise, realizing that Yang Lixia was held in relatively high regard by Wei Fenghua. Reflecting on their initial encounter, which had been anything but pleasant, Luo was prepared to regard Yang Lixia as an adversary. Yet, the dynamics of their relationship had evolved into something ambiguous, neither friend nor foe. After all, he had earned several million work points from Yang, who indeed was a clever individual, the kind one could benefit from. Contemplating this, Luo Yan's typically aloof demeanor involuntarily softened into a faint smile. Meanwhile, Yang Lixia sneezed several times, drawing his neck in defensively. "Who is speaking ill of me?" At that moment, his phone chimed, alerting him to a text message. His personal account had received a transfer of 5.7 million work points, with the sender being Lu Ruhan. "Ah, the goddess has returned my money, and she even added an extra 200,000. Is she looking down on me? It's merely a few million." Lu is being overly formal. I must have a word with her. Within the command tent, Wei Fenghua extracted a small box, from which he poured 2 capsules into his hand and swallowed them with water. He then spoke, "We have retrieved both Wang Lei's mecha and his remains. Thankfully, your timely warnings enabled us to avoid a surprise attack from the enemy." Luo Yan recalled the bizarre events of the previous night and furrowed his brow. "Can mechas also be controlled?" Wei Fenghua coughed lightly and replied, "We have conducted a preliminary examination of Wang's mecha and found that its joints were shattered. Therefore, it appears that some form of manipulation penetrated the mecha's interior, influencing its nerves or muscles, thus enabling control of the machine. Wang's body was also subjected to dissection, revealing it was entirely hollowed out, filled only with that strange energy." Luo Yan recalled the detail. "I thought I saw Wang Lei speaking." Wei Fenghua's expression sharpened. His entire body, save for his brain, remained intact. It seems that some of that energy was connected to his cerebral cortex. We believe these forces stimulated his brain via bioelectric currents, allowing him to perform simple actions as if he were alive, such as speaking. Luo Yan pondered, so? Was he in a state of death or life at that moment? Wei Fenghua sighed softly. It is difficult to define. They lapsed into silence for a moment before Wei Fenghua continued. By the way, we have conducted a preliminary investigation into Black Hawk Company. Regrettably, Gao Rue executed his operations with meticulous care. When he departed last night, he destroyed all pertinent evidence. Moreover, the remaining supervisors at Black Hawk Company possess very limited knowledge regarding this matter. Luo Yan regarded him thoughtfully. Wei Fenghua seemed to grasp his thoughts and nodded. This matter will be handed over to the responsible department. We shall return to the academy tomorrow. Luo Yan remained silent, as if contemplating something, before finally stating, last night. After Wang Lei's mecha obliterated the opponent, some objects emerged from Gao Rue's mecha. Wei Fenghua narrowed his eyes, lifting his gaze to his student. Luo Yan met his mentor's gaze resolutely. They were biological organs and bones. Teacher, why would such entities be found within a mecha? Wei Fenghua did not respond directly but remarked, you did not mention this detail last night. Luo Yan nodded. Wei Fenghua then inquired, have you discussed this matter with anyone else? Luo Yan shook his head. Wei Fenghua then stated, this situation is quite complex, and it is not yet your time to comprehend the truth. You will understand when you have acquired sufficient authority. For now, your task is to temporarily forget this incident and refrain from discussing it with others. Can you manage that? Luo Yan replied firmly, yes. Good, Wei Fenghua said, patting him on the shoulder. Now, take some time to relax. One cannot remain tense indefinitely. With that, he departed. Luo Yan remained still, his gaze fixed on the tent entrance, his expression growing increasingly grave. Wei Fenghua did not deny what he had witnessed. He merely urged him to keep it a secret. Thus, it was evident that biological tissues indeed existed within the mecha. Footsteps approached as Zheng Shan and Li Bohong arrived. Luo Yan slightly lowered his head, concealing his astonishment. The following day, the Academy's convoy departed the Falcon Base, returning to Guangling City. Due to the issues with Black Hawk Company, the practical test concluded prematurely. Nonetheless, many students showcased commendable performances. Not only Luo Yan, who was in the spotlight, but also Li Zi's audacious attacks and Lin Cheng's solitary confrontations left a profound impression on numerous instructors. During the journey back, the teachers engaged in fervent discussions regarding the students' performances, debates that would ultimately influence the students' futures. Just as the academy personnel departed, the remnants of Black Hawk Company were swiftly taken over by the remaining supervisors, with each supervisor unwilling to yield to the others. A fierce conflict erupted among them to determine who would claim the position of leader, resulting in a tumultuous day at the base. It was not until evening that hostilities ceased, albeit temporarily. As dawn broke the following day, while many residents of the base remained in slumber, a sudden, piercing wail shattered the morning tranquility. The sound, akin to nails scraping against a blackboard, reverberated through the air. Several dark figures streaked through the sky at an astonishing speed, striking the dim sky and landing in various corners of the Falcon base. In an instant, the base was engulfed in cataclysmic explosions, colossal fireballs ascending into the air, and shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. The headquarters of Black Hawk Company crumbled like a sandcastle amidst the blasts, while the disordered residential areas and their inhabitants were rendered as fragile as paper, torn apart by the flames and shockwaves. Chapter 102. Underhanded tactics. Even from a distance of over a kilometer, the intense heat and charred scent emanating from the Falcon base were palpable. Following the bombardment of several tactical missiles, the base was rendered incapacitated. Yet, the assailants had no intention of halting their assault. A few standardized machines, standing merely 10 meters tall, with their upper halves resembling armored suits and their lower halves designed as vehicles, advanced towards the Falcon base while unleashing a barrage of heavy artillery. This relentless assault ignited additional fireballs amidst the already raging flames consuming the base. Scattered debris from war machines and dismembered bodies soared through the air, propelled by the explosions. The earth trembled beneath the chaos. Blood, unable to spread, was swiftly vaporized in the inferno. As these hybrid machines breached the base, the ground was littered with corpses. Nevertheless, the machines continued their terrifying sweep with their formidable cannons. Powerful bullets plowed through the remnants, leaving behind only true corpses, regardless of whether the victims were alive or feigning death. Approaching the collapsed building of Black Hawk Company, a fortunate individual, drenched in blood, crawled from the wreckage. He gazed in bewilderment at the unmarked machines advancing towards him. The man shouted, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" The response was a bullet fired from one of the machine's cannons, which transformed the lower half of his body into a pool of blood and viscera. He fell to the ground, still clinging to life, and managed to raise his handgun, igniting a spark against the armor of one of the machines before he drew his last breath. The machines then deployed flamethrowers to conduct a final sweep of the base. Once the Falcon base was engulfed in flames, these enigmatic machines turned and retreated. Guangling City, Yuanhang Group Building. A black sedan halted before the entrance of the group. The car door swung open, and Luo Tianyi emerged, lifting his gaze to admire this towering structure, one of the finest in the underground city. Following him was his assistant, with bodyguards in tow, as they ascended to the top floor and entered the president's office. The spacious office was tastefully decorated. At first glance, Luo Tianyi noticed a formidable figure standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. The man turned, revealing himself to be a middle-aged individual in his early 50s, with flecks of gray at his temples and keen, penetrating eyes. This man was none other than Huang Yuanhang, the master of Yuanhang Group. Huang Yuanhang had originally ventured into the shipping industry, traversing the country in his youth and amassing a considerable fortune. In terms of wealth and social standing, he was Luo Tianyi's equal. However, due to a downturn in the shipping business, he pivoted his career and transformed into a construction magnate. When Guangling City's various construction projects were secretly bid upon, Huang Yuanhang secured 7 projects in one go, thereby gaining entry into the city's lucrative market. He also held a position in this year's mayoral election, though his prominence paled in comparison to Di Zheng and Luo Tianyi. Upon Luo Tianyi's arrival, Huang Yuanhang, a cigar clenched between his teeth, greeted him with a hearty laugh and open arms, as if welcoming an old friend. "Mr. Luo, you have finally arrived." Out of courtesy, Luo Tianyi exchanged a brief embrace with Huang Yuanhang. "What urgent matter brings me here, Mr. Huang?" Huang Yuanhang gestured for Luo Tianyi to take a seat before stating, "I had intended to present Mr. Luo with a generous gift, but unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Thus, I must personally apologize to you." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyi's eyes narrowed slightly. He then stood and said, "I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. Perhaps we could discuss this another day?" Huang Yuanhang smiled and replied, "I initially planned to kidnap Wei Fenghua and present him to you as a gift to celebrate your imminent ascension to the mayoral throne. However, an unexpected incident occurred, but rest assured, I have taken care of the aftermath and ensured that no one will know this is connected to us." Luo Tianyi's expression immediately turned cold. Upon hearing Huang Yuanhang's so-called gift, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He sought to take his leave, wishing to avoid entanglement in any misdeeds. Yet, Huang Yuanhang appeared unperturbed and continued to divulge the details. "Kidnapping Wei Fenghua? Managing the aftermath? What does this have to do with you, Luo Tianyi?" Huang Yuanhang's actions were merely an attempt to drag him into the mire. Luo Tianyi felt a surge of displeasure, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. "Mr. Huang, I fail to grasp your intentions. Let me make it clear. I did not instruct you to kidnap Wei Fenghua, nor did I request any gifts from you." Huang Yuanhang laughed heartily. "Rest assured, Mr. Luo, I had no intention of dragging you down with me. However, we are on the same side. I, Huang, vehemently oppose Captain D's methods. If the kidnapping of the academy director falls on me, outsiders might mistakenly believe we have a close relationship. Should this matter come to light, it could implicate you as well. That is why I brought you here, to give you a heads up and prepare you mentally. But worry not, this incident has a 99% chance of remaining undiscovered." Huang Yuanhang paused, chuckling lightly. "After all, the dead do not testify against us." Luo Tianyi interjected, "Mr. Huang, it is you, only you, I have done nothing. As for how you choose to handle this, that is entirely up to you. Should you require assistance, simply inform me." With that, Luo Tianyi excused himself. Huang Yuanhang promptly offered, "Allow me to see you out." Upon returning home, Luo Tianyi entered his study and shut the door, then violently hurled a paperweight to the ground, damaging a section of the floor. Just then, his son, Luo Nanxing, walked in and glanced at his father. Luo Tianyi exhaled a heavy sigh, loosened his tie, and sat down. "I was played by Huang Yuanhang." He briefly mentioned the events that transpired at Yuanhang Group. Luo Nanxing narrowed his eyes. Huang Yuanhang is quite calculating. If he had indeed succeeded in abducting Wei Fenghua, he could leverage Wei Fenghua's connections with Di Zheng to gain an advantage in the upcoming election, potentially sidelining both Di Zheng and you. Now that he has failed, he deliberately divulged this information to you in an attempt to drag you down with him. I am certain there are cameras in his office recording your meeting. If you refuse to assist him moving forward, he will undoubtedly use this against you. Luo Tianyi snorted heavily through his nostrils. That is certain. This man is nothing more than a rogue, relying on such underhanded tactics to achieve his current status. Chapter 103. Singing in dissonance. Luo Nanxing inhaled deeply and began, "However, this scoundrel cannot be underestimated. Several smuggling organizations dealing with parasitic beasts in the underground city are under the management of Huang Yuanhang, and their scale is quite considerable. Additionally, it is said that he secretly supports several surface bases, providing funding for the development of small tactical mechas. He also commands a private army and possesses a secret base, along with a group of adept practitioners of visualization techniques. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by Guangling City on his acquisition of mechas, Huang Yuanhang's power would be even more formidable." Luo Tianyi stood by the window. After a pause, he remarked, "The Falcon base has likely been eliminated by Huang Yuanhang. Even if the underground city intervenes in the investigation now, they will probably find no leads. Nanxing, devise a way to send some clues to the underground city. Remember, do not directly point to Huang Yuanhang. Just redirect the investigation towards individuals and items associated with him." Luo Nanxing nodded. "I will attend to it immediately." Luo Tianyi continued, "I heard from Huang Yong that student Luo has performed exceptionally well in the forbidden area. It is highly likely he will receive a special driving license." Luo Nanxing's expression shifted slightly. "So, the Academy will recognize his qualification to retain a mecha?" "Indeed," Luo Tianyi smiled. "I wish to make this matter even more sensational, to make Luo stand out even more. Inform Huang Yong and gather a few teachers who are close to us. Tell them I hope they will assist in this endeavor." The specifics are: days later, the students finally returned to Guangling City. After a day of travel, everyone was exhausted. Upon entering the academy, Wei Fenghua announced, "There will be no classes today. You all deserve a good rest. Classes will resume tomorrow." Dismissed. The students disembarked and returned to their respective dormitories. Luo Yan carried a suitcase containing the sniper rifle belonging to Chijio. Unfortunately, classes were scheduled for tomorrow. Otherwise, he intended to visit the Eternal Night Bardenite to see what he could uncover. Now, he could only wait for the weekend to make plans. After placing the sniper rifle in his dormitory, Luo Yan took a shower and joined Zhengshan for dinner. After their meal, the two headed to the logistics department, where Luo Yan planned to exchange for some Starfire agents for training, while Zhengshan wished to acquire comm agents. As they entered the logistics department, they heard the door open, and then Sure Houting, dressed in slippers and round-framed glasses, rushed over. "You're finally back. Luo, I missed you." He pushed Zhengshan aside and began to pat Luo Yan, checking him over. Very good, you're not too hurt. Now I can relax." Luo Yan narrowed his eyes at Sure Houting's neck, his mind racing with several schemes to snap it. Ultimately, he reminded himself that he still relied on Sure Houting for the Starfire agents and other potions, persuading himself to shift his gaze away, completely unaware of the turmoil. Sure Houting pulled Luo Yan close and whispered, "Come find me in a few days. I've recently developed a new drug. Don't worry, you'll get your share. 20 Starfire agents as a deposit. What do you think?" Luo Yan pondered for a moment and nodded. "That works, but I need the Starfire agents now." "Not a problem." Seemingly prepared, Sure Houting dashed into the office and returned with a box containing the potions, which he stuffed into Luo Yan's arms. Xing Shan looked on with envy. But knowing this was a reward for Luo Yan's drug testing, he shook his head and went to the exchange window to obtain some comm agents. The following day, in the academy's conference room, "I object." Instructor Huang Yong stood up, exclaiming loudly, "There has never been a precedent for awarding a special driving license to first-year students. Everyone, please remain rational. Luo has only been enrolled for a short time, less than 3 months, I believe. Yes, he performed well in the forbidden area and even saved our director Wei. But you cannot grant him special privileges based on that alone. A student who has been here for just 3 months receiving a special driving license. If word gets out, it will raise doubts about our academy's credibility. Which academy would award such a license to a student so newly enrolled? No, I firmly oppose it. Today, the panel of judges for the practical assessment was conducting a final evaluation of the students' performances in the forbidden area and calculating their rewards. During this time, Wei Fenghua proposed awarding Luo Yan a special driving license. Several teachers, including Xie Guangyao, expressed their support. However, Huang Yong stood up to oppose it. Xie Guangyao, with his stubborn hair covering his forehead, rose to speak. Precedents are meant to be established. Who decreed that without a precedent, no licenses can be issued? Huang, are you against awarding the license? I suspect it is your own selfishness that prevents you from seeing others succeed. Huang Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Xie, what do you mean? Xie Guangyao looked towards the ceiling. What do I mean? Are you truly that oblivious? At that moment, a long-haired instructor with a scar running vertically down his left eye spoke in a measured tone. I also believe that granting a special driving license to a newly enrolled first-year student is inappropriate. Huang Yong immediately countered. Did you hear that, Xie? It's not just me who opposes this. Even Long Xiu thinks so. The long-haired instructor coughed lightly and raised his left hand, clad in a black glove, to dismiss the matter. I am merely stating my personal opinion, not aligning myself with Huang. Next, a short-haired male instructor wearing sunglasses and with an indifferent expression remarked, "Only we teachers are aware of Luo's performance in the forbidden area. Even among the students who participated in the assessment, not everyone witnessed his capabilities. Recklessly issuing the special driving license may lead to discontent among some. I propose that if we are to grant Luo the license, it must be acknowledged by all as a testament to his strength. That way, our academy will not be subject to criticism." Wei Fenghua turned to this instructor and asked, "Then, Lu Guanming, what do you suggest we do to ensure everyone recognizes Luo Yan's abilities?" Quite simple, Lu Guanming adjusted his sunglasses. He should single-handedly confront a beast. Live-streamed for all to see. Xie Guangyao frowned. Beasts are not something one can summon at will. Parasites are easier to find. At that moment, Huang Yong chuckled. Who says there are none? There is one just behind the Great Lake District. Chapter 104. The return to the abyss. While the judges deliberated on whether to award Luo Yan a special driving license, he was attending class. This morning's lesson was once again a course in general knowledge, taught by Xiao Shi. This relatively young instructor, wielding a piece of chalk, inscribed 2 prominent characters on the blackboard: "Return to the abyss." The students, including Luo Yan, turned their gazes towards the board as Xiao Shi smiled and remarked, "The term should be familiar to everyone. Signifies a return to one's origin, while refers to ruins. Together, these characters denote the conclusion and culmination of all things." He referenced the ancient text Lizi, Tangwen, stating, "To the east of the Bohai Sea, for countless miles, lies a great chasm, a veritable bottomless pit, known as the return to the abyss. The waters from all regions converge here, yet there is neither increase nor decrease." He further quoted Zhuangzi, Tian Di, illustrating a scene where a traveler encounters the great chasm, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" The response was, "To the great chasm." The traveler explained, "This chasm receives water, yet remains unfilled. It is sipped from yet never depleted. I shall wander there." From these ancient descriptions, it is evident that the return to the abyss is an unfathomable void, where all waters ultimately gather, yet remain unchanged. A curious student posed a question. "Teacher, does this mean the waters flow to the center of the earth?" Xiao Shi chuckled and replied, "Perhaps. But there was once a popular theory suggesting that the return to the abyss might be a wormhole, siphoning water into another realm. Of course, this notion lacks substantial evidence. He gestured towards the chalkboard, stating, however, what I wish to discuss today, the return to the abyss, is indeed a tangible reality. Do you recall in our first lesson? I mentioned that half a century ago, an archaeological team discovered the colossal creature number 0 in the polar regions, unearthing another world beneath the surface? Lizzie nodded, acknowledging that the visualization techniques and combat skills they were learning were derived from that world. Xiaoshi affirmed, exactly. That world is called. A hushed silence enveloped the classroom. Moments later, Li Bohang raised his hand, inquiring, Teacher, was it the experts who named it thus? Without answering, Xiaoshi projected an image onto the board. The photograph appeared dimly lit, depicting what seemed to be a cavern. Before the cavern stood a massive stone door, imposing and adorned with 2 stone rings, reminiscent of an ancient courtyard entrance. Above this grand doorway, a stone plaque bore 2 characters, appearing as pictographs. The students, unfamiliar with these symbols, could not decipher their meaning. Xiaoshi pointed to the image, clarifying, the name of this world was not given by experts. It has always borne this name. These are the pictographs, and, as for this stone door, it serves as the gateway to another realm. He continued projecting additional images, revealing figures and vehicles engaged in research before the stone door, dwarfed in comparison. A collective gasp resonated throughout the classroom. Initially, the students had unconsciously imagined the stone door to be of ordinary size, perhaps akin to a city gate. However, it now appeared to dwarf even the armored gates of Guangling City, large enough for Mech to pass through. If such a door were designed for humans, how colossal must the creators of this stone door have been? Perhaps they stood at a height of 80 or 90 meters. The faces of the young students reflected astonishment, including Luo Yan, who was equally awestruck by the magnitude of the door. No wonder Xiaoshi claimed it was the gateway to another world. At the podium, Xiaoshi continued, our current exploration of the can be likened to merely scratching the surface. Despite numerous nations investing substantial resources here, and countless discoveries occurring every moment, even the most advanced equipment cannot ascertain the true depth of the return to the abyss. The images faded from the blackboard, replaced by a schematic diagram depicting a sloping passage descending into the depths. Intervals along the passage were marked with numerical annotations. Xiaoshi indicated the diagram with his pointer, stating, the return to the abyss does not descend straight down but is inclined at approximately a 45-degree angle, extending deep into the Earth's core. Currently, our equipment has explored as deep as 15,000 meters. A wave of murmurs spread through the classroom upon hearing this revelation. 15,000 meters. And this was merely the limit of their current exploration capabilities. If this was just the tip of the iceberg, how vast must it truly be? It could rival a planet in size, which explains Xiaoshi's characterization of the as a world, mirroring the boundless expanse of the surface. Xiaoshi cleared his throat, re-engaging the attention of the students. Furthermore, as one descends, the width of the return to the abyss increases. We have already uncovered a city approximately 5,000 meters underground, alongside extensive petrified primeval forests. Prior to this, we had discovered an abundance of villages. The underground world is replete with petrified forests, canyons, mountains, and lakes. Aside from the absence of the sun, moon, stars, and sky, it bears remarkable resemblance to our surface world. We have every reason to believe that prior to the age of dinosaurs, this planet harbored an underground civilization. A vast world lies beneath our feet. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Xiaoshi turned off the projector and smiled. That concludes today's lesson. The topic of is strictly confidential. You must not disclose any information to anyone outside the academy, not even to your closest acquaintances. Any violations will result in severe penalties. Class dismissed. As Luo Yan exited the classroom, he felt an uncanny sense of disbelief. Beneath the polar regions lay the entrance to another world. Had the construction of these underground cities been inspired by the? While his thoughts wandered, he was suddenly intercepted by Wei Fenghua, the head instructor, who appeared somewhat serious as he requested a moment to speak. Chapter 105, The Trial Beside an Artificial Lake Within the Academy. Wei Fenghua spoke directly and without preamble. Your performance in the recent Forbidden Area test was exceptional. and I propose to award you a special driving license. Luo Yan understood that there was more to come and waited in silence. Wei Fenghua continued. The special driving license is granted exclusively to those who can adeptly pilot mechas yet have not graduated. It serves as a recognition from the Academy, as well as a mark of honor. Acquiring this license not only allows you to retain your mecha, but also constitutes a significant addition to your credentials upon graduation. It pertains to your competency assessment and will influence how various organizations and departments allocate resources to you. Thus, such a pivotal matter cannot be decided by me alone. Luo Yan nodded in understanding. After a few coughs, Wei Fenghua elaborated. This morning, the committee of judges deliberated on this issue. Xie Guangyao and several other instructors concurred that you were qualified for the license. However, Huang Yong, Long Xiu, and Lu Guoming expressed opposing views. Ultimately, we reached a consensus. If you wish to obtain this special driving license, you must demonstrate your capability in a public setting. Luo Yan pointedly asked, how do I prove that? If you agree, Wei Fenghua replied, next Monday, you will challenge a mid-tier giant beast at the practice arena of the Surface Exploration Corps in the Great Lake District. As long as you can incapacitate or slay the beast, you will qualify. The entire process will be broadcast live throughout Guangling City, with every resident as your witness. Wei Fenghua coughed again and added, before that, the school will repair the White Dragon at no cost and supply ample ammunition and fuel. Initially, I intended to secure an upgrade for the White Dragon, but that request was denied. Even the principal believes that enhancing the assessment level of the White Dragon would render the public challenge meaningless. The principal insists that the White Dragon must maintain the standards of the Forbidden Area test to be convincing. Of course, it does seem somewhat unfair to have you face a mid-tier giant beast alone. Therefore, you may choose to decline and participate in the practical test during the second semester, which would still provide an opportunity to acquire the special driving license. By then, it is likely that no one would oppose you. Without hesitation, Luo Yan declared, I will participate in the public challenge next Monday. Wei Fenghua asked solemnly, are you certain? Luo Yan nodded firmly. He could not wait that long. Very well. I shall report your decision. Wei Fenghua placed a hand on his shoulder. In the coming days, focus on honing your visualization techniques and combat skills. By afternoon, the Academy utilized public networks and broadcasts to announce the results of this practical test. In the first year A group, Luo Yan achieved the highest score, accumulating 400 credits privately. With team contributions, his total credits reached 4,000. As the top performer, the 3 mecha pilots of the first year A group received a special reward. Upon acquiring their own mechas, they would each receive a giant beast core, and the Academy would install the Super Core Matrix for free. The other group members also received an additional reward of 200 credits, prompting cheers among the first-year A group members. The second place was claimed by the second-year A group, while the third place went to the first-year B group. Li Zi's kill of the Guhua bird earned them 2,000 credits. And although they later collaborated with second-year students and split the credits, they ultimately scored 1,000 points more than the second years. The second-year B group finished at the bottom. Additionally, within the second-year A group, Lu Ruhan and another mecha pilot, Chen Dingxing, obtained the special driving license, thereby retaining their piloted mechas. While announcing these results, the Academy also revealed that next Monday, Luo Yan would participate in a trial. If he passes, he too would receive the special driving license. The trial process would be live-streamed throughout the city to ensure fairness and transparency. This news detonated like a bombshell, igniting various discussions within the Academy. In addition to the announcement of the Forbidden Area test results, the Academy issued another notice unrelated to the students. Huang Yong was relieved of all duties. Zhang Shan glanced at the news on the Academy's public network and looked up. Is teacher Huang dismissed? Luo Yan, sitting by the window, remained unresponsive, uninterested in Luo Beichen's mentor. Moreover, he vaguely speculated the reason for Huang Yong's dismissal. After rescuing Wei Fenghua, his own mentor had not been explicit but had mentioned Huang Yong's repeated meetings with Gao Rue at the Falcon base. Perhaps Huang Yong had spoken words that should not have been uttered. As days turned into weeks, Luo Yan, despite having amassed 4,000 credits and possessing 5 51 million work points, refrained from extravagant spending. He had meticulously planned to allocate his work points and credits towards upgrading his mecha and personal training. However, he had yet to acquire a mecha, rendering his work points temporarily useless. In terms of training resources, he had just obtained a batch of Starfire Potion from Houting. Credits were also not immediately usable. As the weekend approached, Luo Yan did not engage in training. Instead, he took the light rail to the city center. Utilizing navigation, he located a dealership specializing in second-hand vehicles. Luo Yan spent 500 work points on a used two-wheeled motorcycle. He then sought out the never-sleeping bar within Guangling City. But since it was morning, the bar appeared to be closed. After a distant glance, he left on his motorcycle. Throughout the day, Luo Yan rode around Guangling City. Employing the strong memorization capabilities of the barrier-breaking I to commit the entire traffic network of the city to memory. Apart from a few obscure paths not found on the navigation system, he had memorized the rest thoroughly. It was likely that even Zheng Shan, who had lived in Guangling City for 3 years, could not navigate as well as Luo Yan could. Eventually, the holographic display above the city transformed into hues of dusk, casting an orange-red glow over the underground metropolis. Luo Yan casually selected a restaurant for dinner and then checked into a small inn that did not require identity registration. With a key in hand, he entered a room barely large enough for a bed. Luo Yan opened a suitcase, revealing not only a ruggedly designed sniper rifle but also a red high-collared long trench coat he had purchased that morning, along with a plain white mask devoid of any patterns. Chapter 106. Impeccably organized at 10 o'clock in the evening, at the Nevernight Bar, Luo Yan, adorned with a mask and clad in a crimson high-collared trench coat, arrived on his motorcycle. He parked the vehicle in a secluded corner, ensuring that no items linked to him remained on it. Only after confirming this did he hoist the heavy case containing a sniper rifle and proceed toward the bar. That night, he intended to assume the identity of a killer, hoping to glean some clues about those who sought to end his life, thereby eliminating future threats. To enhance his resemblance to the assassin, Luo Yan not only equipped himself with weapons and a mask, but also procured a similar coat and added several insoles to his shoes, striving to match the killer's height and appearance as closely as possible. At that moment, he pushed open the bar's weighty door, and a wave of warmth, mingled with the scent of alcohol and other aromas, rushed over him. The bar was surprisingly populated, with patrons predominantly comprising working-class individuals who sought to numb themselves with alcohol after a long day's toil. They smoked, drank, and, after unwinding, would return home to sleep, only to repeat the same routine the following day. The dim lighting within the bar ensured that Luo Yan's disguise would not attract undue attention. A few young women passing by suddenly paled and hastily departed for reasons unknown. Following his plan, Luo Yan approached the bar counter, believing that the assassin might have left a card there, suggesting he could be a regular. If so, the bartender would likely recognize him, granting Luo Yan the opportunity to acquire vital information. Upon reaching the bar, the bartender, having just finished serving another patron, turned to Luo Yan and whispered, "Mr. Chijio, you have finally returned. Your client has been waiting for you in the card room for quite some time. If you don't appear soon, I fear he might set the bar ablaze." Client? Luo Yan's eyes narrowed slightly behind the mask, and he nodded subtly, maintaining silence as he scanned the surroundings. He quickly located a closed card room and, carrying the heavy case, made his way over. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged man seated at a round table, drowning his sorrows in drink. Beside him was a man who appeared to be an assistant. Hearing the door open, the middle-aged man looked up, his square face framed by thick brows and large eyes. He was Wu Changqing, the father of Wu Taijun. Luo Yan had not encountered him the night he sought trouble at the school, but he had heard about it afterward. Consequently, he had done his homework, locating Wu Changqing's photograph and some basic information, discovering he was the brother of Wu Shimo from the Public Security Department of Guangling City. Now, seeing Wu Changqing at the Nevernight Bar, Luo Yan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. It was evident that Wu Changqing had hired the assassin to kill him. Knowing the identity of the hired hand made things simpler. He merely needed to contemplate how to eliminate Wu Changqing and his wife as well. After all, It was better for the family to be completely eradicated. At that moment, Wu Changqing, having lost his patience, abruptly stood up and smashed his glass onto the floor, shouting, "How dare you return? What did you promise me? You swore that the fellow named Luo wouldn't make it back to Guangling. And yet, here he is. Not a hair out of place. You dare claim to be Guangling's top assassin? Bah, you are nothing but garbage, worthless." Luo Yan pondered for a moment, but chose to remain silent. He placed the suitcase on the table and opened it, revealing the sniper rifle inside. Upon seeing the weapon, Wu Changqing took several steps back, while the assistant reached into his coat as if to draw a firearm. Luo Yan lowered his head, retrieving the sniper rifle from the suitcase and setting it on the table, lowering his voice as he said, "There were unforeseen circumstances." Unforeseen circumstances? Wu Changqing's bravado was subdued by the imposing presence of the sniper rifle, and he no longer exuded the same arrogance. He tugged at his bow tie and inquired, "What sort of circumstances?" Luo Yan did not respond. Instead, he began to maintain the firearm. He believed that this assassin, known as Qi Jiu, was not one to indulge in social interactions, as such individuals were typically taciturn. Thus, he opted for silence. Wu Changqing, feeling thwarted and intimidated by the rifle, finally said, "I don't care. Regardless, you accepted my deposit, so you must deal with that kid. I give you a week. No, 3 days. Otherwise," Wu Changqing scoffed. Yet he was hesitant to threaten the assassin before him, fearing he might not leave the card room alive. He gestured and departed with his assistant. Luo Yan promptly removed his mask, shed the trench coat, and stuffed these items along with the sniper rifle back into the suitcase. He then carried the case out of the card room. The bar's dim lighting allowed him to alter his appearance once more, ensuring that no one took notice of him. He moved along the wall and reached the entrance, observing Wu Changqing climb into a vehicle that did not suit his status. After memorizing the car's appearance, he waited until it vanished from sight before heading back to where he had parked his motorcycle. Next, he followed the car, tracking it until Wu Changqing switched vehicles under a pedestrian bridge, ultimately arriving at a villa. Luo Yan parked his motorcycle at the intersection, watching from a distance as the black car entered the villa's gates. The villa, with its European-style architecture, featured a sloping roof and a prominent red chimney. After observing for a moment, Luo Yan drove away. As midnight approached, he utilized the ghost wheel technique to conceal his presence, drawing nearer to the Wu family villa like a specter. Activating the barrier vision, the villa transformed into a simplistic sketch within Luo Yan's sight. Through the outlines of the structures, he discerned several biological auras, predominantly human, while 2 clusters of gray light signified the presence of guard dogs. He noted a figure walking a dog along the interior perimeter of the villa, presumably security personnel. Ultimately, Luo Yan's gaze settled on a room on the 2nd floor, where 2 clusters of biological light indicated the master bedroom. The occupants were undoubtedly Wu Changqing and his wife. Just as he was about to initiate his plan, he suddenly noticed a basement beneath the villa. Within the basement, a cluster of gray light that was neither human nor a common pet caught his attention. The shape resembled that of a small insect, raising the possibility of a parasitic creature. Luo Yan's pupils dilated slightly. Did Wu Changqing have a penchant for breeding monstrous parasites? As he observed the insect-like aura in the basement, Luo Yan quietly adjusted his course of action. Chapter 107. The night of death. Wu Changqing's slumber was far from peaceful. He was plagued by a series of vivid dreams, wherein he beheld his son, Wu Taijun, bloodied and accusing him, demanding to know why he had not avenged him. With a sudden cry, Wu Changqing jolted awake, panting heavily. His gaze fell upon the digital clock beside him, 1:35 in the morning. Beside him, his wife, Zhang Qianqian, was in a deep sleep, undisturbed even by his outburst. Rising from his bed, Wu Changqing walked to the side and poured himself a glass of water. He gulped it down, the sound echoing softly in the stillness. Outside, the holographic moonlight streamed through the open window, casting elongated shadows of Wu Changqing upon the plush carpet. "If I do not eliminate that man surnamed Luo within 3 days, I shall seek another means," he murmured resolutely. "Rest assured, my son, I shall avenge you." Setting the cup down, he was about to return to bed when he caught sight of his shadow on the floor. To his astonishment, His right shoulder seemed to writhe as if a second head had sprouted there. Startled, he turned to examine his shoulder, relieved to find nothing amiss. Yet, from the corner of his eye, a pale visage flickered past. A chill raced down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He turned swiftly to confront the source, only to find the window ajar, a piece of bloody beef resting ominously on the sill. Dumbfounded, he then noticed a face emerging from the shadows beside the window, indistinguishable in gender, its eyes squinted in a sinister smile. In the blink of an eye, a mass lunged at him. Before he could react, it landed squarely on his face. A sudden pain shot through him as something pierced his skin. Just as he was about to scream, a foul, acrid liquid surged into his mouth. Wu Changqing's eyes widened in horror as he felt as though molten fire was being poured down his throat. In a desperate flail, he reached for the cup. But it fell to the ground, miraculously unbroken, the thick carpet cushioning its fall, albeit spilling the remaining water. Wu Changqing soon collapsed beside the cup, its surface reflecting the moonlight and casting his shadow upon the floor. His body convulsed violently, and after a few agonizing moments, it lay still. The moonlight illuminated Wu Changqing's form, and had his wife, Zhang Qianqian, awakened, she would have been horrified to see an additional face grotesquely protruding from her husband's visage. Unfortunately, her deep slumber rendered her oblivious to the macabre scene. Suddenly, the eerie face atop Wu Changqing stirred, yet Zhang Qianqian remained unaware. The ghastly visage slid off Wu Changqing's body, revealing itself to be a grotesquely enlarged mite, its back adorned with patterns that formed a sinister, squinting grin. The monstrous parasite, human-faced mite. As for Wu Changqing, his head was nearly beyond recognition, ravaged by the mite's corrosive acid, his features disintegrating to expose fragments of his skull. Concurrently, his neck and chest succumbed to rapid decay, emitting a noxious stench reminiscent of rotten eggs. This foul odor stirred Zhang Qianqian from her slumber, her eyelids fluttering open. "What is that horrid smell? Lao Wu, can you smell it?" she murmured. Upon realizing her husband was absent, she sat up in confusion, only to find Wu Changqing lying on the floor. Before she could comprehend the scene, she noticed the blanket had formed a bulge, which began to inch towards her. In a panic, she yanked off the covers, revealing a sinister face pressed against her thigh. Zhang Qianqian screamed, and the face leapt up, the human-faced mite lunging at her. Muffling her cries, its sharp limbs pierced her skin, barbed and unyielding, rendering her unable to pry it off. The mite then delivered its own dose of corrosive acid, which swiftly eroded her tongue and ravaged her mouth. The acid coursed down her esophagus, making her feel as though she had swallowed molten rock. Meanwhile, below in the villa, a night security guard glanced at the second floor. "I thought I heard the madam scream," he remarked. Another guard chuckled. "ISN and Oppos. It normal to hear screams? I advise you to mind your own business." They exchanged knowing smiles. On this very street, in an abandoned house across the way, Luo Yan was perched with a sniper rifle, employing his barrier-breaking eye to surveil Wu Changqing's bedroom. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the night. Several vehicles from the local security bureau racing towards the villa, encircling it. The guards rushed out to inquire. A bureau officer presented his credentials, stating, "We received a report of illegal breeding of monstrous parasites. This is a search warrant. We must conduct an inspection. Please cooperate." Before the guards could protest, someone shouted, "Look! The second-floor window. It's a parasite, a human-faced mite." All gazes turned to the window of the master bedroom, where a human-faced mite was indeed crawling out. Instantly, the bureau's officers sprang into action, cordoning off the street, evacuating nearby residents, and surrounding the villa to prevent the parasite's escape. Before long, the parasite was dispatched. Subsequently, the bureau conducted a thorough investigation of the villa, uncovering equipment for breeding parasites in the basement, along with food provisions for them. With irrefutable evidence in hand, they proceeded to apprehend Wu Changqing, only to discover both him and his wife had perished in their bedroom, their bodies severely decomposed, with only their limbs remaining relatively intact. The following day, Luo Yan sat aboard a light rail train heading back to school. After the local security bureau's arrival the previous night, he had swiftly packed his belongings and departed. Prior to this, he had infiltrated the basement, releasing the human-faced mites and using the parasite's food to lure them to Wu Changqing's bedroom. Moreover, the Bureau's timely arrival was orchestrated by Luo Yan himself, who had called the parasite reporting hotline immediately after releasing the creatures. He had kept a watchful eye on the villa until the Bureau arrived, ensuring that the parasites posed no threat to innocent lives. After leaving the scene, Luo Yan meticulously destroyed all evidence related to his actions, including his newly acquired motorcycle, to evade detection. Having completed this task, he felt a sense of relief and redirected his focus towards the upcoming trial on Monday. At that moment, Luo Yan felt an itch in his eyes. Rubbing them gently, he opened them again, only to realize that he had inadvertently activated his barrier-breaking eye. This time, in addition to the world transforming into simplistic sketches and the surrounding individuals emanating a biological gray light, he noticed vibrant, multicolored lines sprouting above the heads of those bathed in the gray light. Chapter 108. The Eye of True Suchness. At this moment, if Luo Yan were to gaze into a mirror, he would behold a remarkable sight. Around his crimson irises, a silvery white light swiftly converged, forming a cross-like pattern at the center of his pupils. This silver cross seemed to have become an integral part of Luo Yan's gaze, shifting in harmony with his eye movements. Luo Yan casually directed his attention towards a woman adorned with a radiant halo of colors above her head. As his focus intensified upon her, the vibrant light would suddenly swell, revealing fragments of information within its dazzling glow. Lu Yan, 36 years old, nurse. Luo Yan's heart raced. Could it be that he was able to perceive personal information? He glanced around the carriage, pondering whether the glimmering auras above others' heads were indeed their individual data. He then turned his gaze to another man. Zhou Kuan, 42 years old, electronic engineer. A sharp intake of breath escaped Luo Yan's lips. He could ascertain that his eye of breaking barriers had undergone a transformation, akin to how the gaze of Qi evolved into the eye of breaking barriers. After absorbing the fragment of primordial stone, it had taken several days for this metamorphosis to manifest. Luo Yan recalled the Encyclopedia of Divine Abodes he had obtained from Wei Fenghua, which mentioned that the next stage of the Eye of Breaking Barriers was termed the Eye of True Suchness. This stage endowed him with the abilities of insight, reality, and origin. The encyclopedia provided scant details on these capabilities, merely hinting at their essence. However, now, in light of his experiences, Luo Yan began to grasp the nature of the Eye of True Suchness. Indeed, he had researched the meaning of true suchness. The term originates from Buddhism, representing a profound concept. As found in the Yoga Sutras, it states, "What is true suchness? It is the manifestation of the Dharma devoid of self, enacted by holy wisdom. It is not dependent on all words or actions." Various Buddhist texts and accessible dictionaries offer similar elucidations of true suchness. The essence of true signifies authenticity, while suchness denotes the nature of things as they are, referring to the fundamental reality pervading the universe and the source of all existence. Through these interpretations, combined with what he had witnessed, Luo Yan deduced that his eye of true suchness first allows him to perceive each individual's information line. Secondly, it enables him to read corresponding personal details, aligning with the notion of reality. However, the aspect of origin remained elusive. Luo Yan contemplated whether he could glean more than mere personal information. Thus, he focused his attention on a girl seated across the carriage. The flickering, multicolored information line above her head suddenly expanded, disclosing additional insights. Lin Yichuan, 22 years old, front desk clerk. Concentrating intently, he envisioned himself diving deep into the vibrant sea of information. After several attempts, new thoughts surfaced. How long until the next stop? The new male colleague from yesterday is quite handsome. That lady next to me must have eaten garlic for breakfast. What's up with that guy across from me? He keeps staring at my head. Oh, his eyes are red. Is he a carrier of the crimson toxin? What is the conductor doing? Allowing a carrier of the crimson toxin on board? So disgusting. Luo Yan hastily shut his eyes. It seemed that this was his first encounter with the eye of true suchness, and he was still adapting to its power. After merely a brief focus, his eyes began to sting. Yet, the wealth of information he could access was undeniable, and it appeared to reflect the girl's innermost thoughts. He surmised that the eye of true suchness might directly intercept the target's brainwaves, thus interpreting more profound information therein. If this hypothesis held true, perhaps the eye of true suchness could unveil the secrets concealed within a person's heart. This could indeed relate to the concept of origin. When applied in combat, it would enable him to discern his opponent's intentions, empowering him to counteract effectively. As for further applications, they would require exploration and discovery. However, compared to the eye of breaking barriers, it was evident that the eye of true suchness had significantly deepened its utility concerning information. Moreover, the eye of true suchness retained the abilities from its previous stage. Luo Yan could still perceive biological auras, various metrics, and other data. He blinked and casually surveyed the passengers within the carriage. As he passed a young woman at the rear, he observed the information above her head. Chu Lin, 23 years old, member of the Jiufeng organization. Luo Yan silently noted this revelation. The Jiufeng organization? Maintaining a facade of indifference, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. But thoughts of Jiufeng surfaced in his mind. The Shan Haijing mentions, in the vast wilderness, there exists a mountain named the North Pole Cabinet, where the waters flow north. There is a deity with 9 heads, a human face and bird body, known as Jiufeng. In essence, Jiufeng is a 9-headed bird with a human visage. This recollection brought to mind a particular incident. After his confrontation with Luo Beichen, he had visited the Zheng family over the weekend, only to encounter a monstrous parasite that night. Zheng's mother was taken hostage, and the captor was subsequently silenced. When he pursued the perpetrator, he had seen a 9-headed bird emblem on the motorcycle they drove. With this in mind, Luo Yan casually glanced back at Chu Lin, intent on extracting her brainwaves. Moments later, snippets of information emerged. We should be arriving at the 100 Battles Academy soon. What bad luck. I was spotted by a student during the last operation, but I can't be blamed. Even Miss Guan only discovered someone was watching me after reviewing the surveillance footage of the action route. What a hassle. Now I must go to the academy to eliminate witnesses. What was that student's name again? I remember Miss Guan conducted an investigation. It came to me. His name is Luo Yan. 100 Battles Academy. Student. Eliminate witnesses. Luo Yan lowered his head and closed his eyes, allowing them to rest while contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to eliminate the woman. This Chu Lin was indeed the assassin from that incident. The 9-headed bird emblem was synonymous with the so-called Jiufeng organization. Although he had refrained from disclosing their information to the Earth Protection Bureau, these individuals were still intent on silencing him, even tracking him to the academy. With this realization, Luo Yan resolved not to spare this female assassin. Moreover, he intended to eradicate the entire Jiufeng organization. Just then, an announcement echoed through the carriage. The train was approaching the station. Silently, Luo Yan employed the secret technique opened the ghost wheel, constricting his presence. The elemental energy within him coiled tightly, resembling a spring prepared for release. As he waited in hushed anticipation for the moment of explosion. Chapter 109, 9 Phoenixes. As the train came to a halt, Luo Yan, like the other passengers, rose to his feet. This station witnessed a considerable number of disembarkations, among whom was the woman named Chu Lin. Luo Yan stealthily approached her from behind, his assassin instincts prompting him to shift slightly to the side while remaining ever vigilant, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a man in front seemingly stepped on another passenger's heel, igniting a dispute between them. This minor chaos caused those nearby to instinctively retreat, inadvertently pushing Chu Lin closer to Luo Yan. He silently lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes betraying a palpable murderous intent, unmasked and raw. He ceased employing the open ghost wheel secret technique, opting not to transition to the open origin wheel to prevent an uncontrollable surge of energy that might alert his target. However, Chu Lin, being a killer, sensed the shift in atmosphere. Instead of looking back, she maneuvered deeper into the crowd. Yet, Luo Yan remained right behind her. By the time she sensed something amiss, it was already too late. Luo Yan felt the torrent of energy within him surging, consciously directing it towards his right hand to complete the bone-forging process. He clenched his fist and, in the fleeting moment when they were in close proximity, delivered a swift and powerful strike to Chu Lin's back. Her eyes widened in shock as she was propelled forward, colliding with other passengers. What is going on? Can't you watch where you're going? Don't you see how crowded it is? Complaints erupted among the passengers, oblivious to the fact that Chu Lin's waist had seemingly lost its skeletal support, bending at an unnatural angle before she collapsed limply. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. As she fell, she caught a glimpse of a figure passing indifferently beside her, a young man with slightly disheveled black hair and crimson eyes. This was the last image Chu Lin would ever see. As Luo Yan exited the train, a wave of gasps ensued within. What happened to her? Look, she seems boneless. She was fine just a moment ago. How did she die? Stop talking, call for help. The train descended into chaos. Upon leaving the station, Luo Yan did not return to the academy immediately. He made a call to Li, a soldier of Dijon. Moments later, he received a return call from Dijon. Luo Yan informed him about the incident involving the 9 phoenixes. After a brief silence, Dijon replied, "Return to the school first. I will come find you tonight." The communication ended, and Luo Yan put away his phone. Upon entering the school, he was greeted by the sight of the large screen in the teaching building displaying footage from the Forbidden Zone test. In the video, Luo Yan observed his group coordinating their attacks against the Guhua bird with their mechas. "Hey, first years!" A gruff voice broke through. Luo Yan turned to see He Hao, a third-year student, standing with his arms crossed, exuding an imposing presence that made nearby students instinctively veer away. Taking on a mid-level behemoth is still too early for you. I advise you to reconsider. There will be other opportunities to obtain a special driving license. Without waiting for Luo Yan's response, He Hao turned and walked away. At that moment, Luo Yan felt a stir in his heart as Zheng Shan's voice chimed in. "Lao Luo." The tall figure jogged over, lightly patting Luo Yan's arm. "Where were you yesterday?" Luo Yan remained silent, and Zheng Shan, understanding his temperament, did not press further. He pointed at the large screen, saying, "Look, it's our footage. We coordinated so well that night. It's a shame B group snatched the kill. I still feel irked thinking about it." Suddenly, Zheng Shan slapped his forehead. Leaning closer to whisper, "I heard that your trial on Monday has already been wagered on. The underground betting houses in the city have set your odds at 3-1. Despite this, many people are betting on your victory." Luo Yan displayed a puzzled expression. Zheng Shan chuckled. "It's unclear who orchestrated this live broadcast. Regardless, some of our Forbidden Zone test footage has been circulated around the city, playing on repeat, particularly the segments featuring you. This has instilled confidence in many. Moreover, with such high odds, 3-1, the odds against the behemoths are only 1-5. Luo Yan replied nonchalantly, "Aren't they afraid I might lose?" Zheng Shan scoffed. "I know a gambler who says he only bets based on one criterion, the odds. He only wagers on high odds for the thrill." He then adopted a serious tone, warning, "Don't even think about betting on yourself. The academy prohibits gambling. Anyone caught, faculty or student, will be expelled immediately." Luo Yan couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Zheng Shan's lips twitched slightly. "You were indeed thinking of betting on yourself. Let us go, it's almost noon. Time to eat," Zheng Shan suggested. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Luo Yan had yet to fill his tray when someone blocked his path. A third-year student cast glances around before pulling out a phone, saying, "Luo Yan, take this call. It's beneficial for you." Luo Yan glanced at him and sidestepped. The student's face darkened instantly, but he dared not react. If it weren't for the benefits he received, he wouldn't want to deal with someone like Luo Yan. The student picked up the phone. "Mr. Bai." He refuses to listen. After a moment, seemingly receiving further instructions, he stepped forward. "Luo Yan, Mr. Bai said if you agree to take the call, he will immediately give you 10,000 contribution points." Luo Yan stared at the menu on the wall, his expression unchanging. 100,000. He was unaware of who wished to speak with him, but he was not in the mood to entertain the call. So he casually set a high price to deter the other party. To his surprise, after reporting back, the student responded, "Agreed." He then extended the phone towards Luo Yan. Luo Yan did not take it, instead fixing an unyielding gaze upon the third-year student, who felt increasingly uneasy under his scrutiny. Finally, Luo Yan said, "Transfer the funds first." Moments later, his personal account indeed received a deposit of 100,000 contribution points. piquing Luo Yan's curiosity about the identity of the individual willing to spend such an amount just for a phone call. Being a man of his word, Luo Yan accepted the phone. "Hello," he said. Laughter erupted from the other end. Luo Yan. It's quite a feat to get you on the line. Let us be brief. My name is Bai Tao. I work in renovations, though that's my side gig. My primary business? I want to hide it from you. It's a gambling den. Indeed, your public trial has been set at odds of 3-1, a decision made by me. Therefore, I have a small request. Luo Yan, would you consider losing this trial? Chapter 110, Common Interests. Throwing the match, Luo Yan's eyes narrowed imperceptibly upon hearing the man who identified himself as Bai Tao make such a request. He was intrigued as to where the other party derived the audacity to ask him to deliberately lose the competition. At that moment, Bai Tao continued, naturally. Your efforts won and oppose. Go unrewarded. If you agree, I and oppose. LL immediately provide you with an advance of 200,000. Upon completion, you and oppose. LL receive an additional 800,000, totaling 1 million. A million was not an insignificant sum. However, it was evident that numerous individuals had placed their bets on him, with the total stakes undoubtedly exceeding 1 million. Otherwise, Bai Tao wouldn't go to such lengths. Over the phone, Bai Tao persisted, Student Luo, if you find this amount unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. How about we meet tonight to discuss it in person? Luo Yan remained silent. He hung up the phone and returned it to the third-year student, who was taken aback as Luo Yan turned away and began ordering food, completely disregarding Bai Tao's proposition. Hey, Student Luo, what do you say? Bai Tao inquired, oblivious to the situation. The third-year student could only truthfully report the situation to Bai Tao, who fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh and ending the call. The third-year student glanced at Luo Yan before departing. Throughout the entire exchange, Luo Yan remained taciturn. He had only agreed to answer the phone, not to provide any response. As for Bai Tao's suggestion, he had no intention of heeding it. He was determined to acquire the Mecha White Dragon, and no one would stand in his way. After obtaining his meal, Luo Yan had just settled down when Yang Lixia arrived with his 2 lackeys, who pushed Xingshan aside and occupied the seat opposite Luo Yan. Yang Lixia wore a beaming smile. Student Luo, be sure to give it your all on Monday. I've wagered 1 million on you. Luo Yan cast a surprised glance at him. Wasn't it prohibited for students to participate in betting? Yang Lixia, as if anticipating his thoughts, whispered, of course. The bet isn't under my name. I'm using an anonymous account, so it can't be traced back to me. So, Student Luo, how about placing a bet on yourself? Luo Yan raised his head, scrutinizing him intently, contemplating what this fellow sought to gain from him, and why he was so eager to shower him with various benefits. Yang Lixia grew uneasy under Luo Yan's gaze, especially as the latter's eyes began to roam over his vulnerable areas. Realizing that he needed to demonstrate more sincerity to gain Luo Yan's trust, Yang Lixia cleared his throat and declared, Student Luo and I have become acquainted through conflict. I may have limited talent in cultivation and mecha piloting, and I may not amount to much, but I believe I have a keen eye for investment. Student Luo has demonstrated exceptional performance from enrollment to the combat assessment, particularly the recent restricted area test, which truly broadened my horizons. Therefore, I've decided to invest in you. I wanted to mention this when we were at the Falcon base. I've invested in a pharmaceutical raw materials company outside the school, specializing in collecting medicinal ingredients from restricted areas. I've also pulled some strings and established connections to secure the collection permit and cooperation agreement from Guangling City. However, we're still lacking in certain aspects. To operate in the restricted area, a company needs at least 1 mecha. I have no way of acquiring a mecha. So I was wondering if we could consider a long-term partnership if you obtain a special pilot's license. Of course, we can discuss the specifics after you obtain the license. After hearing Yang Lixia's words, Luo Yan found himself trusting him more. To be precise, Luo Yan had more faith in common interests, which he considered more trustworthy than mere platitudes. Furthermore, he was intrigued by Yang Lixia's investment company. Harvesting medicinal herbs from restricted areas presented an opportunity to enter Misty Gorge and recover the Qi gathering flowers. With this in mind, Luo Yan nodded and softly said, Help me place a bet. Yang Lixia immediately replied, No problem. How much? Luo Yan casually stated, the same as you. I'll transfer the money to you. Young Lixia waved his hand. No need, no need. I'll place the bet for you first. 1,000,000 is nothing. And so, the matter was settled. That evening, Dijun arrived, and the two met at the training hall. The exploration team leader, his face etched with cold determination, cut straight to the chase. Nine Phoenix is a dangerous organization. They engage in intelligence peddling and assassination. They have intelligence networks and connections in both the underground city and the surface world. The leader of the Nine Phoenix organization remains unidentified, and the security department has been investigating them for over 2 years without uncovering their identity. Based on some clues, Nine Phoenix may have multiple leaders, which aligns with the meaning of the nine-headed bird. Furthermore, the personnel of the security department's investigation division believe that the leaders and even members of Nine Phoenix are all female. Luo Yan recalled the female assassin he encountered in the carriage and nodded in agreement. He then inquired, Commander D, do you know Bai Tao? Dijun immediately turned to him. Yes, I do. On the surface, he runs a renovation company called Yuan Tao, which provides renovation, refurbishment, and home maintenance services. In reality, he controls the entire underground casino in Guangling. Various events that occur in the underground city are used as gambling opportunities. Did he contact you? Luo Yan didn't conceal the truth. He contacted me at noon, asking me to lose the trial on Monday in exchange for 1,000,000 as compensation. Dijing's lips curled into a smile. We suspect that Bai Tao is connected to a prominent figure in the conservative faction. He wouldn't be able to control the entire underground casino without their support. His contact with you isn't solely for the sake of the gambling competition. It's likely at the behest of a powerful figure. As I mentioned before, whether you like it or not, you've been drawn into the conflict between the two factions. Luo Yan nodded in agreement. He had previously suspected that there was another layer of meaning behind the Bai Tao incident. On the surface, it was about asking him to lose the trial, but in reality, it was still aimed at undermining Dijong. Luo Yan couldn't help but ask, besides Luo Tian, who else are the prominent figures in the conservative faction? Dijong counted on his fingers as he replied, besides Luo Tian, there's the current city Lord Lu Haoding, our core chief of staff Zheng Fan, the construction magnate Huang Yuanhang, the security minister Wu Shimo, and Lu Pe, a tycoon who runs a security company, a train company, and is also involved in the illicit distribution of goods. These are essentially the prominent figures in the conservative faction. However, among them, City Lord Lu Haoding and our core old Zheng are neutral within the conservative faction. They simply disagree with the ideas and suggestions I've put forward but don't interfere in the conflict between the two factions. They occupy the gray area and serve as a buffer. Chapter 111. The Battlefield of Despair in the Training Hall. Dijong stood by the window, gazing at the soft moonlight projected by the holographic board of the underground city. You need not concern yourself with the matters regarding Jiufeng. Before your arrival, I had already informed the security department. During this period, the investigation team should be relentless in their pursuit. They will not have the leisure to target you. The regiment commander paused before continuing. As for Bai Tao, I will ensure that someone discreetly protects you. However, on the surface, you must rely on yourself. Luo Yan lifted his head, looking thoughtfully at the regiment commander. You wish to uncover the identity of Bai Tao's benefactor? Dijong chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond directly. He stood up and placed a hand on Luo Yan's shoulder. Focus your attention on the trial this Monday. That is of utmost importance. Once you obtain your special driving license, I will arrange several tasks to help you acclimate to the life of a mecha pilot. I eagerly anticipate the day we can enter the battlefield of despair together. May that day arrive swiftly. Luo Yan's heart stirred. The battlefield of despair? Was there another battlefield apart from the Forbidden Grounds? He refrained from pressing further, trusting that when the time was right, Dijong would reveal what he needed to know. On the same evening, in a dimly lit room, Bai Tao, a man in his 40s, sat at a table laden with food containers filled with freshly delivered meals. Bai Tao was sweating profusely as he ate. Suddenly, his phone rang. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he answered the call. "Big brother," Bai Tao exclaimed. A voice on the other end responded with a grunt before asking, "How did it go?" Bai Tao scoffed. That little brat remained silent from start to finish. I offered him 100,000 work credits just to hear my voice, and he actually listened. Big brother, shall we have Geophone deal with him? Making it impossible for him to participate in the trial on Monday? There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice replied, Atao, you've been with me for nearly 20 years. You're not getting any younger. At 40, you still act so impulsively. Baitao shrugged. The voice continued. Do you think I want him to lose the trial just for that sum of money? My intentions never mind. You won't understand. Here's what you should do. Find someone to make his life difficult, but don't let it be too easy for him. That makes sense. If you do nothing, it will only raise Di Zheng's suspicions. A flicker of malice crossed Baitao's eyes. Big brother, isn't it too lenient just to make things difficult for him? The voice on the phone scoffed, idiot. Do you believe that Di Zheng hasn't already dispatched someone to protect him? The people you have can only manage trivial inconveniences. If you truly wish to act against him, you will need my people. If we go that route, Di Zheng will unravel our connection. Baitao's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Never underestimate Di Zheng, the man on the phone warned. If he were that easy to topple, Luo Tianyi wouldn't be so troubled. Follow my instructions, and remember not to overreach. Baitao quickly agreed. The following day, Sunday, Luo Yan continued his rigorous training as usual. He had begun the process of tempering another arm bone and had currently completed 10 segments, totaling 40. While this pace was not slow, he still needed considerable time to temper all 206 bones. In addition to his training, Luo Yan repeatedly watched a video recording of the battle featuring the giant beast he was set to challenge the next day. Codename, Ju-Ru, level, mid-tier 2. Type, caterpillar. Characteristics, pressure, suspension, wood manipulation, speed. This colossal creature resembled an exaggeratedly large elk, adorned with 4 long antlers akin to those of an antelope. Furthermore, it possessed forelimbs resembling human arms and hind limbs like those of a horse, allowing it to sprint swiftly using all 4s or rise upright to attack. The creature's fur and horns were entwined with blossoming vines, enabling it to manipulate these vines as well as the surrounding flora due to its wood manipulation ability. Moreover, it could release pressure, causing any mecha pilot lacking resolve to lose their fighting spirit or even consciousness. It could also experience brief moments of suspension, altering its trajectory mid-air, making it difficult to counter. Lastly, its speed rivaled that of the Tao Tai, as both shared the speed characteristic. This giant beast was utilized by the Surface Exploration Battalion for training and was kept in the mecha practice area behind the Great Lake District. Due to its captivity, the creature's desire to attack seemed subdued in the training footage provided by Wei Fenghua. Compared to the wild beasts Luo Yan had encountered, Ju-Ru appeared to exhibit a reluctant demeanor during combat. As Monday dawned, the academy arranged for transport to the surface for Luo Yan. While the school bus traveled along the road, Luo Yan noticed that the city's large screens were broadcasting information regarding the trial, particularly replaying the battle footage of the giant beast Ju-Ru. Luo Yan frowned in confusion, questioning why such a trial warranted extensive publicity. Sitting beside him, Wei Fenghua coughed twice, chuckling. You're new to the underground city, so you might not understand. Although the city has holographic boards that simulate the surface scenery 24/7, it remains underground, 300 meters deep. Living in such a sunless environment, even with supplements, can lead to feelings of oppression and suppressed emotions over time, adversely affecting productivity and various aspects of life in the city. Thus, periodically, the city organizes events like this to uplift the atmosphere. While the inhabitants cannot venture to the surface, witnessing your battles there allows them to empathize, to project themselves into your role, cheering and lamenting alongside you. This creates a subtle chemical reaction beneficial for stabilizing their mental states. Luo Yan remained silent, reflecting on the implications of prolonged underground living. Just then, the roar of engines pierced the air outside. Looking out, he spotted several modified off-road vehicles racing toward them. One of the vehicles drew closer, revealing a man with multicolored hair who stuck out his tongue adorned with piercings and raised a middle finger tattooed with a skull before throwing a smoke bomb their way. Chapter 112. Luo Yan's response: Die, you little brat. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you're trying to pilot a mech? Just die here. A group of 4 or 5 individuals, clad in bizarre attire and sporting dyed hair or tattoos, shouted at Luo Yan from an off-road vehicle. Among them, one was tossing smoke bombs, while others brandished handguns and knives, threatening Luo Yan. With a swift motion, Luo Yan caught the smoke bomb and hurled it back into the vehicle, instantly enveloping it in a thick cloud of smoke. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said, "We have a security vehicle. Let the guards drive them away. You don't need to." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Before Wei Fenghua could finish, Luo Yan had already leaped out of the window, descending upon the off-road vehicle from above. His expression was cold as he drew Starbreaker from its sheath. With a ringing sound, the sword shattered, scattering into a myriad of shooting stars as Luo Yan swept his arm. Inside the off-road vehicle, the driver had just raised his head when he saw the dazzling lights raining down. He felt a chill run down his spine and cried out, "Wait!" But it was too late. A series of soft thuds echoed as the men inside the vehicle watched in horror. The driver's eyes widened as blood sprayed from his face and neck, and in an instant, their expressions turned pale. They screamed, "Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Help!" Amidst their cries, blood arched into the air, and some men lost their heads while others suffered grievous wounds. Within moments, they all lay dead in the vehicle. Luo Yan landed inside, his foot firmly planted on the steering wheel to keep the vehicle from veering out of control. He reassembled Starbreaker and returned it to its sheath. He paid no heed to the corpses littering the vehicle, nor did he speculate about their intentions or whether they were acting under orders. For those who dared to provoke him, he had but one response: death. He did not ponder the broader implications or future consequences. He understood that only blood and bodies could quell the restless thoughts of certain individuals. If they did not cease their actions, it simply meant he had not killed enough. Returning to the school's designated vehicle, Luo Yan, drenched in murderous intent but untainted by blood, took his seat. At the Chen's fish stall, Bai Tao sat at a table, relishing chilled sashimi. He picked up delicate slices of fish, dipped them in soy sauce, and savored the exquisite taste. In Guangling City, not everyone could indulge in fish, let alone sashimi. Bai Tao could, and he relished it, often visiting this fish stall. The stall owner trembled in a corner, too fearful to speak. At that moment, a man with golden hair approached and whispered in Bai Tao's ear. Bai Tao's eyes widened in shock. Dead? All dead. After receiving confirmation, he set down his chopsticks, closed his eyes, and after a brief pause, abruptly overturned the table and stood up. He glanced at the stall owner and remarked, "Today's fish isn't fresh. It has a muddy taste." His subordinates advanced towards the owner, who pleaded, "Mr. Bai, it won't happen again. Next time, it will definitely be fresh." The cries of terror and desperation echoed around them. Bai Tao produced his card and transferred 10,000 work credits to the stall's account before departing. Meanwhile, at the Juanhao Club in the VIP room, Luo Tianyi smiled as his gaze swept over several individuals seated on the sofa. They were business partners and supporters, crucial for the upcoming mayoral election, where he would rely on them to gather votes across various districts. At that moment, his eldest son, Luo Nanqing, was attending to the guests, and Luo Tianyi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His son seemed to be a mirror image of himself, prudent, patient, and perceptive. Through similar social gatherings, Luo Tianyi was gradually delegating his power, allowing his son to take the reins. Just then, footsteps approached, followed by laughter. "Good morning, everyone." Luo Tianyi's smile faltered at the sound of Huang Yuanhong's voice, especially since he had not invited Huang to this morning's gathering. The audacity of this rogue was infuriating. Quickly regaining his composure, Luo Tianyi turned, his face adorned with a welcoming smile. "What brings you here, Mr. Huang?" Huang Yuanhong, a cigar in his mouth, replied while walking. "Oh, just a favorable wind bringing me here." Luo Tianyi beckoned Luo Nanqing over. "Nanqing, this is Mr. Huang." Luo Nanqing greeted respectfully. "Good day, Mr. Huang." Good. Huang Yuanhong appraised Luo Nanqing and remarked, "Brother Luo, your son is quite the handsome lad. It's a pity I have no daughter. Otherwise, we could have formed an even closer bond." Luo Tianyi's eyes narrowed slightly as he responded, "It seems Nanqing lacks that fortune." Huang Yuanhong laughed heartily. "This morning, there will be a public trial. Have you placed your bets, Brother Luo?" Luo Tianyi shook his head. "I have no interest in such matters." Huang Yuanhong chuckled. "Then you're missing out on a great deal of fun." What about you, young master? Luo Nanxing smiled and replied, I placed a small wager. Oh, on which side? It wouldn't oppose. TB the mech pilots, would it? Huang Yuanhang laughed. Let me give you a tip. Today, the giant beast is sure to win. Luo Tianyi interjected. What makes you so certain, Mr. Huang? Huang Yuanhang leaned closer and whispered, because I've bribed the beast's caretaker to give it a few tons of stimulants today. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianyi's expression hardened slightly. While bribing a caretaker to enhance the beast was a minor issue, it indicated that the Surface Exploration Brigade had been infiltrated by Huang. One could only wonder how far his influence extended. At that moment, someone called out, It's about to begin. Look, the mech is entering the arena. On a projection wall in the hall, a silver mech strode confidently into the combat arena, glistening under the sunlight like a war god descending to Earth. White Dragon. Meanwhile, in the combat arena behind the Great Lake District, Luo Yan sat in the cockpit of White Dragon, watching as a concealed mountain slowly opened to reveal a passageway. Out of the enormous tunnel emerged several powerful trucks, dragging a beast cage. Inside the cage lay the mid-tier giant beast, Jiaoru, curled up in a slumber, resembling the descriptions, a deer's body, for legs, human hands, and horse hooves. Needles resembling pillars were inserted into its body, some containing tranquilizers, while others were designed to awaken the beast. Chapter 113. The trial begins, facing a great enemy. Luo Yan stood resolutely, unmoving. This was a culmination of battle-hardened experience and unwavering confidence, coupled with his inherent temperament. Moreover, he had watched the footage of Zhuanru repeatedly, countless times mentally rehearsing the combat that lay ahead. Although Zhuanru was a mid-tier colossal beast, it lacked the will to fight, as evidenced in the recordings. During its skirmishes with the mechanized troops, it had shown reluctance and a rather lackluster performance. Luo Yan harbored the conviction that he could decisively eliminate such a beast. As the colossal creature entered the arena, the infusion of tranquilizers ceased, replaced by a stimulant. Within the massive syringes, several contained unrecorded substances. At that moment, a few trucks disconnected from the beast's cage, retreating to the mountain facilities. The cage gradually opened, revealing Zhuanru, who slowly opened its eyes. Its pupils ignited with a cerulean flame, and the vines entwined around its four horns and fur began to unfurl, spreading into the air. Vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, yellow, red, blue, and purple. Suddenly, Zhuanru stood tall and emitted a resonant roar. The vines on its body surged like serpents, sprawling in all directions, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. Without hesitation, Luo Yan raised his rifle and took a precise shot at the beast's forehead. With the aid of his computer, the bullet struck true, causing the creature's massive head to recoil and blood to spurt forth. Zhuanru staggered back a few steps, and as Luo Yan anticipated, it charged forward with remarkable speed, utilizing all its limbs. True to its swift characteristic, the beast left behind a blur of afterimages, rendering it difficult to track. Yet, Luo Yan was prepared. As Zhuanru lunged, he maneuvered the mech to the side and, almost intuitively, swept the gun's barrel in a horizontal arc, firing at the previous location of the mech. In the blink of an eye, Zhuanru landed where the mech had been. The bullet struck, but regrettably, it was deflected by the resilient vines adorning the beast, which absorbed much of the impact. The bullet merely dented the muscle beneath its fur without breaking the skin. Having failed to land a direct hit, Zhuanru turned its gaze toward the mech, its eyes igniting with green flames. The atmosphere grew tense, and Luo Yan felt an oppressive weight upon his chest, as if a great mountain bore down upon him. This terrifying pressure nearly brought him to his knees. Pressure. Zhuanru unleashed its ability, mentally subjugating its opponent. Leaning forward, the vines on its horns surged toward the mech with astonishing speed, creating a green waterfall in midair. At that moment, the armor of the white dragon manifested a texture akin to rock. A brilliant yellow light surged forth, conjuring the illusion of towering mountains around the mech, imbuing it with an essence of grandeur. Luo Yan invoked gaze of the mountain sea, utilizing its profound essence to withstand the mental onslaught. As the verdant vines approached menacingly, he chose not to confront them directly, but but instead controlled the mech to retreat, weaving in a serpentine manner. From the footage he'd reviewed, Luo Yan deduced that if Zhuan-Ru were to control the vines on its body, they could only reach approximately 1,000 meters. The entire fighting arena had a diameter of 2,000 meters, meaning the vines could only attack within a radius of the arena. Therefore, he maneuvered the white dragon to a distance of 1,200 meters. Indeed, the waterfall formed by the vines could not touch the mech and receded. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yan pivoted and raised his rifle. With the computer's assistance, he unleashed a barrage of fire toward the beast's head. Though Zhuan-Ru's vines could not reach the white dragon, the range of the divine might rifle easily encompassed that distance. The resounding gunfire echoed across the arena, bullets tearing through the air with a fierce velocity, their surfaces glowing red as they traced crimson arcs in the combat zone. After 4 or 5 shots struck home, the retreating vines wove together to form a barrier in front of Zhuan-Ru, which thickened and solidified until the bullets could scarcely penetrate. In the Battle Academy, the large screen in the lecture hall broadcasted the unfolding battle. He Hao, a third-year student, stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the display. His partner, Su Jiao, remarked, "I've reviewed the footage of Zhuan-Ru's battles. Unless equipped with a flamethrower, it is quite challenging to breach its defenses from a distance with rifles or missiles. Even armor-piercing rounds yield limited results. Beam weapons would be necessary, yet such armaments are clearly beyond the capabilities of a novice mech." At that moment, He Hao interjected, "That's nonsense. Just charge in and take it down. Don't be deceived by its earlier aggression. It's not adept at close combat. Its charge is merely a ruse to mislead us and create pressure, compelling opponents to keep their distance." Su Jiao chuckled softly. "Your intuition is remarkable. Unfortunately, it only proves useful in battle. At other times, you're often a step behind." She nodded slightly. "You're right. To slay Zhuan-Ru, one must risk being ensnared or entangled by its vines and engage in close-quarters combat." Additionally, Su Jiao's bright, clear eyes narrowed slightly. "The state and reactions of that beast seem somewhat different from what I observed in the recordings." In the Jianhao Club, within the VIP room, onlookers sighed and shook their heads as they watched the projection wall, where the white dragon seemed unable to contend with the colossal beast. Huang Yuanheng laughed heartily. Accepting a glass of red wine from a server, he turned to Luo Nanxing. "I hope you bet on the beast to win." Luo Nanxing did not respond directly, merely smiling as he continued to watch the projection. Luo Tianyi picked up a scented cigar, chuckling softly. "The battle has only just begun. Who will slay the deer remains uncertain. What do you think, Mr. Huang?" Huang Yuanheng maintained his smile, narrowing his eyes slightly to mask the coldness that flickered within. He declared loudly, "Mr. Luo speaks wisely." Just then, an exclamation erupted. "Look, the pilot seems to have lost his mind. Is he really charging in to meet his demise?" Indeed, in the arena, the mech white dragon was maintaining firepower suppression while advancing toward the colossal beast. Luo Nanxing closed his eyes momentarily. Is he attempting to increase the bullet's penetrative power by closing the distance? Chapter 114. The intense intent to kill in the surface combat arena. As White Dragon fired its rifle, Luo Yan activated the Eye of True Suchness. His crimson gaze revealed a silver cross star. When it locked onto the colossal beast Zhuan-Ru, it was akin to the day when Luo Yan observed the passengers in the carriage. Above the beast's bioluminescent gray aura, a light emerged, but unlike the vibrant hues of the past, this light swirled in deep crimson against the inky darkness. As Luo Yan gazed at the black-red light, it suddenly expanded into an unsettling curtain of shadowy crimson. The deep red flowed slowly, reminiscent of blood splattered against a black wall. Under Luo Yan's scrutiny, fragments of information emerged: pressure, swift movement, wood control, stasis. These were the characteristics of the beast Zhuan-Ru. The Eye of True Suchness enabled a direct observation of the beast's abilities. Although Luo Yan was already familiar with these capabilities, having accessed the data from the Beast Strategy Bureau, should he encounter a beast without a record, this ability would prove invaluable. Unlike others who must observe and repeatedly verify to comprehend a beast's powers, he could perceive them directly, allowing for quicker understanding and response. Luo Yan continued to focus on the black-red curtain above the beast, attempting to retrieve its brainwave information. After a second or two, he indeed discerned several pieces of information. Kill. Annihilate. Humanity. Blood. Evolution. Previously, Wei Fenghua had mentioned that beasts of mid-tier and above possessed intelligence. This intelligence implied they could have thoughts and ideas. Now, in practice, it proved true. However, the beast's thoughts were rather crude, and the conveyed messages were exceedingly simple. Yet, it was this simplicity that left Luo Yan profoundly shaken. The beast's murderous intent towards humanity was stark and palpable. The single word kill seemed to resonate with an echo of bloodshed, emanating a bloody aura from that mere utterance. Moreover, humanity, why not humans? Wait. Luo Yan's pupils dilated slightly. Humanity. Human. Why did the beast possess the concept of human? Could it distinguish between humans and itself? Did it recognize the difference between humans and other creatures? The murderous intent it exuded was exclusively aimed at humans, not at all living beings. Luo Yan felt a chill run down his spine. The beast's understanding of human was far more eerie than the mech controlled by Wang Lei. His gaze returned to the colossal beast, observing that the blood energy of the great deer had hardly diminished. Suddenly, within Jia Ru's bioluminescent gray light, Luo Yan caught sight of a green flame that outlined the silhouette of a moose. This moose, formed from the gathered green flame, appeared to bleat at White Dragon before nimbly leaping and vanishing into the bioluminescent gray. Luo Yan's expression remained largely unchanged. Yet his intuition warned him that the moose conjured from the green flame was anything but ordinary. This was the first time he had witnessed another entity within the bioluminescent gray. Was this a unique trait of Jia Ru or a specific ability of the Eye of True Suchness? Luo Yan was uncertain. In any case, he had to uncover the truth himself. Having reviewed the combat footage featuring Jia Ru, he understood that utilizing the Divine Might rifle would have minimal impact on it. At most, it could only serve to annoy. Beyond that, not only was it challenging to eliminate the great deer, but even to diminish its blood energy was quite difficult. Luo Yan suddenly leaned forward, and White Dragon surged into action. The heavy footfalls caused the ground to tremble. As the mech charged towards the beast, the bullets previously halted by the wood wall began to penetrate it, albeit with limited effect. Nevertheless, this was within Luo Yan's expectations. While running, he channeled his energy, striking his acupoints. As he approached the wooden barrier, he unleashed a powerful burst. Boom! The energy surged upward. Open origin wheel. Upon invoking the secret technique, the mech's performance was significantly enhanced. Under Luo Yan's control, White Dragon swiftly executed a lateral shift before lunging at the beast concealed behind the wood wall. Jia Ru immediately dispelled the barrier, and the vines, writhing like serpents, rapidly coiled around and oppose White Dragon and oppose. Suddenly, they halted midair as if striking an invisible barrier. 5th level mystical art, Void Barrier. It turned out that while shifting, Luo Yan had ceased firing. Following the plan, he formed seals to release the mystical technique, obstructing the vine's interference. Immediately after, the chain sword was unleashed. The mech stepped forward with a force that shattered the ground beneath, sending a cascade of stones flying. As White Dragon raised the chain sword to strike down, Jia Ru turned its gaze toward Luo Yan, its eyes ablaze with green fire. An invisible yet oppressive force descended upon Luo Yan once more. Pressure. However, this time he was mentally prepared, and in the state of open origin wheel, his energy erupted, scattering Jia Ru's pressure in disarray. Simultaneously, the chain sword transformed into a streak of electric fury, imbued with tremendous force, as if to cleave the heavens and earth, slashing towards the beast. At that moment, a hint of green emerged within the silver cross star in Luo Yan's eyes. From the depths of Jia Ru's bioluminescent gray light, the moose crafted from green flames reappeared, resembling a fish surfacing occasionally in a river. As this moose emerged, a frenzied intent shot from the beast's eyes, disregarding the descending chain sword. It raised its massive head. Its 4 sharp, horn-like antlers aimed directly at White Dragon's chest. Luo Yan remained composed. Thunderclap descended with unyielding force. The chainsword cleaved into the beast's neck, bursting forth from beneath, causing it to spew forth torrents of blood that splattered upon White Dragon's exterior, staining half of its silver-white chassis a dark crimson. However, due to the angle, the strike did not penetrate deeply enough to sever Jia Ru's head completely. The beast's long antlers struck fiercely against White Dragon's chest. Luo Yan felt a sharp pain in his chest. Suppressing a groan, the mech was lifted off the ground, the sharp tips shredding the energy layer that enveloped its armor. Creating a shower of sparks as it scraped against the mech, White Dragon crashed to the ground. Luo Yan quickly executed a roll and scrambled to his feet, but at that moment, tendrils of vines ensnared White Dragon's arms and neck, pulling the mech's arms outward and constricting around its neck. Instantly, in the cockpit, Luo Yan felt as if his arms were about to be ripped apart. Simultaneously, his neck tightened, making it difficult to breathe. Chapter 115. The Annihilation of the Source at the Academy of 100 Battles. Alas, student Luo Yan is in peril. The control of wood by Zhuan Ru has manifested. In an instant, it seized control of Luo Yan's mech. The host indeed put Luo Yan in a state of anxious suspense. It remains uncertain whether he can extricate himself from this predicament. On the large screen, the host's voice resonated, sending waves of tension through the students watching the live broadcast. In the second year, Yang Lixia clutched the railing, nearly leaning over the barrier, seemingly yearning to pilot the mech himself. Come on, Luo. You must not lose. I have wagered 1,000,000 on you. If you fail, I will be left with nothing. Beside him, Zhang Hao and his two companions exchanged glances. Boss, didn't you say you only bet 100,000? Yang Lixia gritted his teeth. I didn't just bet on Luo, I felt he had a chance. So I added 900,000 later. That's all my pocket money. If I lose it, I might as well shut down my herbal business. The two companions looked at each other in astonishment. At that moment, the host's voice rang out again. Everyone look. Zhuan Ru is rising. It has stood up. Based on previous records, Zhuan Ru rising indicated its intention to unleash a full-scale assault. Yang Lixia quickly turned his gaze to the screen. There, the colossal beast stood upright, exuding an astonishing aura of dominance. Its massive form loomed like a human, with vines swirling around it like serpentine appendages, enhancing its menacing presence. Zhuan Ru lifted its two human-like arms, and the surrounding vines twisted and coiled, forming elongated arms. In the next moment, the giant's arms swung in a punching motion. The vine-formed arms unleashed a barrage of fists upon the mech's head and chest. Bang! 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 The White Dragon mech trembled violently, its outer armor shimmering with energy. Inside the cockpit, Luo Yan felt as though he were being besieged. Countless fists rained down upon him every second. Were it not for his training in observing the mountains and seas, and having reached the 4th level, making his body remarkably resilient, he feared he might have already lost consciousness. I cannot lose. Luo Yan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. Although Zhuan Ru's performance exceeded all expectations and diverged entirely from the combat recordings, Luo Yan had no intention of yielding. As he withstood the onslaught, he clenched his hands tightly. The mech mirrored his actions, grasping the vines that ensnared its arms. Then, an outburst of energy opened the Yuan wheel. Within Luo Yan's perception, his energy rapidly drained, yielding tremendous power, enabling him to draw his arms together and pull the vines closer to him. His eyes glowed crimson, resembling two flames igniting. He let out a low growl, pulling his arms in unison. The vines binding the mech's hands stirred, compelling the giant beast to sway to the side. What is Luo Yan up to? He is turning. The mech is spinning. I understand now. He is using the vines tied to his hands to affect the giant beast in return. Amidst the host's excited shouts, the White Dragon spun faster and faster, dragging the vines, causing Zhuan Ru to whirl uncontrollably. Uncertain how many circles had passed, the mech suddenly raised its arms. Utilizing inertia, it hurled the colossal beast into the air. Then, the White Dragon crouched and leaped, soaring above the beast. With a powerful swing, it flung the giant down onto the ground. Boom! Like a small meteor crashing to Earth, the entire fighting arena erupted in a wave of dust and stone. The violent tremors and shockwaves reverberated outward, even causing ripples on the distant lake, stirring up waves. In midair, within the cockpit, Luo Yan's eyes, filled with star-like determination, pierced through the swirling dust below, locking onto Zhuan Ru's biological gray light. As the mech descended, the chain sword pointed at the beast's head. This time, he aimed to pierce the great deer's skull. But suddenly, he noticed the biological gray light below. From within Zhuan Ru emerged a moose formed of green flames. A thought flickered in Luo Yan's mind. What would happen if he attacked that little moose? In an instant, the mech, propelled by surging energy, descended rapidly. As the nearly 2,000-ton mech collided with the ground, the already sunken earth caved in once more. The giant beast, Zhuan Ru, was thrust upward by the recoil, meeting the mech head-on, facing the chain sword. This time, the green moose within Zhuan Ru became vividly clear before Luo Yan's eyes. Break! The chain sword whistled as it pierced forward, trailing a streak of silver light. Akin to lightning and thunder, in a split second, it penetrated the green moose. The moose froze momentarily before erupting into countless streams of data and symbols, scattering in all directions. Subsequently, in Luo Yan's view, those pieces of information coalesced into 4 grand characters: annihilation of the source. A wave of bewilderment washed over Luo Yan. In the next moment, the vines ensnaring the mech began to wither, losing their color, rapidly decaying. In the blink of an eye, from the vines to the beast itself, everything crumbled into wisps, dissolving into the air. Only a few essential organs, bones, long horns, and claws remained. The entire fighting arena fell silent. The host struggled to find words. This was not only due to Luo Yan's stunning victory over the beast, but also because of the bizarre and extraordinary manner of the beast's demise. Typically, when a giant beast dies, its body decomposes like that of an ordinary creature, a process that can take months, and the higher the beast's rank, the slower the decomposition. A dominant-level beast might still have remnants after a year. Yet now, this Zhuan Ru had disintegrated into wisps in the blink of an eye. After a moment, the host regained composure and seized the microphone, exclaiming, "He has won. Luo Yan has triumphed, turning the tide. A miraculous comeback. This is the most thrilling and exhilarating battle I have ever witnessed. I firmly believe Luo Yan is an exceptional mech pilot. Our city of Guangling desperately needs talents like Luo Yan. He has passed the trial." Shortly thereafter, in Guangling City, cheers, shouts, and screams erupted in a cacophony, especially from those who had placed their bets on Luo Yan, now ecstatic beyond measure. Chapter 116. The focus of attention at Juanhao Club. An unfinished cigar fell to the ground. Huang Yuanhang stared at the large screen, dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the white dragon mech was under pressure. In the next instant, the colossal beast, Juru, seemed to dissolve into floating ash. The change occurred too swiftly, too suddenly. Huang Yuanhang's heart was still immersed in the joy of Luo Yan's impending defeat when the situation took an unexpected turn, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Luo Tianyi bent down, a faint smile gracing his face as he picked up the cigar that Huang Yuanhang had dropped. "Mr. Huang, wealth is but an external possession. Losing is merely part of the game. Do not dwell on it," he remarked. Huang Yuanhang finally regained his composure and chuckled, "A mere 100 million. I am not so easily shaken." Yet, he couldn't help but be surprised by Luo Yan's unexpected prowess. He was not lamenting the million wagered on the beast, but rather regretting the missed opportunity to strike a blow against Dijong. Casually glancing around, he turned to Luo Nanxing to change the subject. "Your luck this time is impressive. You backed the right horse. I wonder how much you wagered?" Luo Nanxing humbly replied, Just a little, just a little." "How much is a little?" Huang Yuanhang inquired. With a smile, Luo Nanxing extended 5 fingers. 5 million. Huang Yuanhang exclaimed, taken aback. 50 million. "Every last bit of my fortune is on the line," Luo Nanxing chuckled lightly. Huang Yuanhang paused for a moment, then coughed lightly. "Young man, truly, truly." He laughed. "When we entered the underground city, our assets were converted at a 1-to-1 ratio into work credits. Your fortune is no small matter." Luo Nanxing smiled. "Before entering the underground city, I made a bit in the stock market. Forgive me for showing off, Uncle Huang." Huang Yuanhang murmured, "At your age." I had far less skill. He stood, gazing at Luo Tianyi. I find myself increasingly envious of you, Mr. Luo, he added, leaving behind a remark that was uncertain in its sincerity. Luo Tianyi observed the skeletal remains of the colossal beast on the screen and remarked, Huang Yuanhang has indeed been fortunate. The beast's demise leaves no trace for extracting the drug's components, so no one will suspect any foul play. A pity. He then frowned, casting a glance at his eldest son. Have you ever seen a beast perish in such a manner? Luo Nanxing shook his head honestly. Strange. What kind of battle technique is this? I shall inquire with Mr. Gao Lin tonight. Luo Tianyi turned back, resuming his conversation with his business partners. On the school bus, Luo Yan was still pondering the matter of root annihilation. Was that green deer the root of the beast? He had researched related materials and understood that root also referred to essence or foundation. In other words, the green flame coalescing into the deer constituted the basis of the beast Ju Ru. Destroying this foundation could lead to the collapse and annihilation of the beast. Moreover, could one perceive the roots of higher-tier beasts? If their roots were destroyed, would they also meet the same fate as Ju Ru? If the answer were affirmative, then the ability of the true I to perceive the essence of life would indeed be terrifying. The Qi observation I can detect the life essence emanating from living beings. While the barrier-breaking I provides more detailed information, the true I glimpses the essence of all things. What follows? Unfortunately, the records in the Divine Repository Encyclopedia cease at the true I without further elaboration. You will receive your special driver's license by tomorrow at the latest after your trials. At that point, you may consider upgrading the White Dragon. Wei Fenghua's voice brought Luo Yan back to reality. He looked at his mentor, who coughed a couple of times, and added with a smile, Tomorrow, seek out teacher Xie Guangyao. He will guide you on how to upgrade your mech. Since you ranked first in the Forbidden Zone tests, the Academy will install the Super Core Matrix for free. Beyond that, any further upgrades will be at your discretion. Luo Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, the Academy arrived, and the bus came to a halt. A throng of students gathered around. Luo Yan is here. Everyone look. I'm live streaming from the Academy. Please like, follow, and comment. Hey, you're blocking my shot. Move your head. Wow, Luo Yan is so handsome. Look at his eyes, red like a rabbit. So cute. Luo Yan, shall we meet tonight? I'm a junior. My dorm is. Luo Yan, have you considered switching mentors? Not that Director Wei is lacking, but my health is better. I can offer you one-on-one instruction whenever you like. As the bus door opened, a cacophony of voices bombarded Luo Yan's ears. He had not anticipated that a single trial would elicit such fervent enthusiasm from the faculty and students alike, causing him to frown slightly. He disliked being the center of attention and felt increasingly agitated by the spotlight. Unconsciously activating his true I, he sought an escape from the crowd. As Luo Yan surveyed his surroundings, he perceived the glaring gray essences of humanoid beings. Above each essence, vibrant lines of information danced. The hues of humanity's lines dazzlingly different from the oppressive black-red lines of the beasts. At that moment, Luo Yan noticed that within some of the gray essences, tiny figures of varying colors emerged. Some donned armor, reminiscent of ancient warriors. Others lounged lazily, fanning themselves with paper fans. Some were clad in sportswear, running incessantly, while others sported ever-changing outfits. Are these the roots? Luo Yan squinted slightly. As he gazed at the roots, several individuals in the crowd, possessing considerable mastery of visualization techniques, simultaneously felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast, with death lurking at every corner. This sensation doused them with cold water, prompting instinctive retreat towards the rear of the crowd, creating a gap in the throng. Luo Yan shoved his hands into his pockets, trying to resist the urge to throttle the necks that continually swayed before him. So handsome, so cool. I can't take it. I'm going to be smitten. Some daring female students even whistled at Luo Yan. Unfortunately, he paid them no heed, slipping through the crowd and striding away. That evening, in the school cafeteria, Luo Yan donned a mask. Though many students recognized him, he was finally left in peace without harassment. Just as he settled down, his phone buzzed. His personal account had swelled by 2 million work credits. Chapter 117. Path of advancement upon glancing at the text message. Luo Yan understood that it was the winnings from his recent wager. With odds of 3 to 1, and after deducting his initial investment of 1 million, he had netted 2 million. Coupled with the funds already in his account, Luo Yan now possessed a total of 51 million. This sum should suffice for upgrading the White Dragon. With that thought, a slight smile graced Luo Yan's lips. At that moment, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. How amusing, wearing a mask as if one were a celebrity. As if that were something rare. It's merely the slaying of a domesticated behemoth. I heard from the teacher that the beast has long lost its ferocity and is practically powerless. If I were to face it, I could vanquish it too. What a windfall for this freshman, only 3 months into the semester, and already holding a special driving license. Just wait, there will come a time when he stumbles. Clearly, not everyone was pleased to see Luo Yan succeed in his trials. Many, having failed to achieve similar success, took offense at the prospect of others thriving. Whispers filled the air, laden with malice, as pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows, watching Luo Yan like venomous serpents. Just as Luo Yan was about to retort, a voice rang out. Who dares? If you possess the ability, step forward and speak openly. Hiding in the corners to cast aspersions is no true skill. Luo Yan looked up to see Yang Lixia, his visage glowing with confidence, akin to a proud rooster. He gestured dramatically, declaring, I tell you, Luo is my brother. To offend him is to offend me, Yang Li Kai. To offend me is to challenge the director of the construction bureau, my father. Luo Yan, having momentarily lifted his head, let it drop again, contemplating whether to return to his dormitory for a meal. Yang Lixia continued unabashedly, to offend my father is to challenge the entire construction bureau. You would do well to tread carefully. The homes you currently occupy, the streets you traverse, may soon be subject to renovation. They may be rebuilt. Then, I shall see where you reside. With that, Yang Lixia strode towards Luo Yan, exclaiming, Luo, I truly adore you. His spirits soared. For Luo Yan's successful trial had earned Yang Lixia 20 million, solidifying his allegiance. Clinging to Luo Yan's coattails, he envisioned a future of indulgence and wealth. Luo Yan merely brushed past Yang Lixia's exuberance, unperturbed, and proceeded to the dining area. Yang Lixia waved his hand, sending 2 lackeys to fetch food while he lingered beside Luo Yan. Now that you can retain the mecha, what do you think about our collaboration? Luo Yan took a seat, his expression impassive. 70-30. I take 70, you take 30. Yang Lixia paused, then forced a smile. Luo, that seems rather harsh. Surely I deserve at least a taste of the spoils. After all, I am the company owner and have numerous expenses to manage, including a substantial deposit. What about 60-40? I take 60, you take 40? Luo Yan remained silent, focused on his meal. 50-50. Yang Lixia spread his fingers wide. It cannot be more than that. Otherwise, I might truly go hungry. Luo Yan raised his gaze. Agreed. This arrangement fell within his acceptable parameters. His earlier demands had merely been a tactic to negotiate a more favorable outcome. Just then, Zhang Hao and the chubby fellow approached, prompting Luo Yan to furrow his brows. Yang Lixia promptly stood, ushering his lackeys to another corner to dine. Finally, tranquility returned to the world. The following day, Luo Yan indeed received his special driving license. Although referred to as a license, it was essentially a card. With this card, Luo Yan could access numerous benefits, such as redeeming training materials at the academy with discounts. He could also apply for an interest-free loan of 1 million from Guangling City. Furthermore, starting today, Luo Yan would enjoy a third-tier status, earning 8,000 work points monthly, along with housing and transportation provisions. Of course, with benefits came obligations. One such duty was the unavoidable acceptance of tasks assigned by the expeditionary force. Additionally, he was required to stand by as a backup driver at the strike point during giant beast attacks in Guangling City, ready to respond to threats. Failing to fulfill either obligation would result in the confiscation of his license, revocation of all benefits, and a permanent ban from re-employment. Stowing the cart away, Wei Fenghua patted Luo Yan's arm. Come with me. We're heading to the Mecha Upgrade Facility. The Mecha Upgrade Warehouse, adjacent to the docking area, stood nearly 100 meters high, currently housing a model mecha. Students were practicing on this model, learning to install new components, replace armor, adjust structures, and integrate matrices. A teacher was stationed on the aerial bridge, providing real-time guidance to the students. That teacher was Xie Guangyao. Upon receiving notification from the students on the ground, Xie Guangyao descended from the aerial bridge via the lift and found Wei Fenghua and Luo Yan in the office. Teacher Xie, I leave Luo Yan in your capable hands. Wei Fenghua greeted before departing. Xie Guangyao, his balding head adorned with a few stubborn strands of hair, smiled broadly. Luo, you can have a supercore matrix installed free of charge. You already possess a giant beast core, and with the Forbidden Zone test, you can currently access 2 cores. However, I suggest starting with the basic matrix. Even if you add another core of the same type, it won't significantly enhance the matrix's performance. Our calculations indicate that a notable improvement in matrix efficiency occurs only when the number of cores reaches multiples of 3, specifically 3, 6, or 9 cores of the same type. Luo Yan nodded in agreement, signaling his compliance with Xie Guangyao's advice. The teacher, pleased with Luo Yan's receptiveness, inquired further, which beast core do you intend to install? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yan replied, I wish to enhance the mecha's defensive capabilities. When upgrading the armor, this will be my primary consideration. Next, I will focus on power and strength. Xie Guangyao appeared taken aback. Most mecha engineers prioritize defensive power during upgrades, believing that offense is the best defense. However, considering that Luo Yan practiced observing mountains and seas, Xie Guangyao began to understand. What he did not realize was that Luo Yan's reasoning stemmed from his ability to perceive and obliterate the source. In essence, he possessed formidable means to threaten the giant beasts, thus lacking in offensive power. Instead, he required the robust capabilities to withstand the attacks of these beasts before dismantling their source. This is why, at this stage of advancement, he prioritized fortifying his defenses. Chapter 118, Upgrade Plan. The pursuit of defense. Xie Guangyao nodded, refraining from belittling or underestimating Luo Yan's individuality. Thus, the core of the supercore matrix would utilize the spinning tortoise. The spinning tortoise boasts characteristics such as thick armor, soil burrowing, water manipulation, and toxic mist. Even if the first characteristic of the supercore matrix is not thick armor, acquiring other traits of colossal beasts would still be advantageous. Next comes the enhancement of the outer armor. Since high defense is the goal, armor crafted from the spinning tortoise shell is the most fitting choice. Moreover, the strength, rigidity, and sealing properties of the spinning tortoise armor are remarkably excellent. After replacing the outer armor, your machine can operate and engage in combat in deep waters. Should the supercore matrix gain the water manipulation trait, your machine could even venture into the oceanic trenches. Xie Guangyao retrieved a tablet, employing the upgrade template within to simulate the enhancements. Additionally, given that the armor has been augmented, the weight of the mech would inevitably increase, since your secondary requirement is to pursue kinetic energy and power for the mech. The energy furnace and engine would also need to be replaced, otherwise, it would not meet the demands. By the way, what is your budget? Luo Yan pondered for a moment and replied, in terms of labor points, I can allocate 7 million. As for credits, I can invest 3,000. Xie Guangyao, whose hair was thinning, was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Well, that simplifies things. He picked up the tablet and began typing. How about replacing the energy furnace with the dragon's heart? No, let's take it a step further and upgrade to the Mad Dragon's Heart Max. This energy furnace provides stable output and immense power, capable of sustained use up to the Guardian level. As for the engine, let's go with the White Aurora enhanced version. This entire setup can also be utilized up to the Guardian level. Weapons. With increased power, it would be rather lacking not to upgrade some weaponry as well. The Shinwei rifle can remain a standard configuration. However, adding a main cannon would do justice to the new energy furnace. Let us see. How about the Haberlong heavy mortar? It can launch long-range ballistic missiles. While its effectiveness against high-tier colossal beasts is limited, it can injure or incapacitate mid to low-tier beasts with just a few shots. It's not overly expensive, thus offering good value for money. In terms of cold weapons, let us replace it with the heavy grade breaking army sword. Crafted from the horn of Az, it Its armor-piercing capabilities are exceptional. Calculating the costs, it exceeds 7 million, and with the credits, just barely manageable. Fortunately, the super core matrix is free, although it's cutting it close. By the way, Xie Guangyao turned to Luo Yan. You have another colossal beast core from the exploration core. Could it be sold? Without hesitation, Luo Yan nodded. Yes. Xie Guangyao slapped his thigh in excitement. Then we have no problem. He handed the tablet to Luo Yan. Take a look. This is the upgrade plan I've designed for you. It includes the spinning tortoise core and matrix, paired with the Mad Dragon's Heart Max Energy Furnace and the White Aurora Enhanced Version engine. The outer armor will be entirely replaced with spinning tortoise armor, and we will add a Haberlong heavy mortar, while substituting the original chain sword with the heavy-grade breaking Army one-handed sword. The core and matrix are free. The total cost will be considerable, but since you are willing to sell the exploration core, apart from the 7 million labor points, you will only need to deduct an additional 1,800 credits. After reviewing the plan, Luo Yan felt a pang of regret over the expenses, but ultimately consented. Please proceed with the upgrade. Deduct the labor points and credits from my account. Xie Guangyao stood. All right. Once completed, your machine will be upgraded to advanced mech, and further upgrades will lead to guardian status. However, I must caution you, as the level of the mech increases, so do the maintenance and operational costs. You must be mentally prepared for that. If you lack profitable avenues, consider seeking sponsorship. There should be many eager to support you, and they will likely approach you in the next few days. Luo Yan did not respond, but inquired, when will the upgrade be completed? Xie Guangyao chuckled. Replacing the energy furnace is straightforward. The main issue lies with the outer armor. All things considered, the upgrade and debugging will take about 10 days. I will notify you once it is complete. Luo Yan stood and bowed earnestly. Thank you, Teacher Xie. After exiting the mech upgrade facility, Luo Yan felt a gradual smile emerge. Finally, he would possess a mech of his own, and in merely 10 days, he would upgrade to an advanced chassis, skipping the intermediate stage entirely. The thought was exhilarating. However, the prospect of maintenance and various costs soon made him acutely aware of the financial burden. Had he known the upgrade would be so expensive, he would have seized more mechs during the exploration in the Forbidden Zone. Now, that opportunity was lost, leaving him to rely on Yang Lixia's medicinal herb collection company. By afternoon, having just concluded his training, Luo Yan was intercepted by Wei Fenghua as he exited the training hall. Wei Fenghua cleared his throat and handed Luo Yan a collection of invitation letters and name cards. These were from various companies and individuals in the city, seeking to utilize mechs for diverse purposes. However, lacking the authority to purchase mechs, they resorted to sponsoring students who possessed mechs but were of modest economic means. If you agree to the sponsorship, a portion of the mech expenses will be covered during your studies. After graduation, you would be required to prioritize service to these enterprises and individuals, albeit within a specified time frame. In essence, they can help resolve some initial challenges faced by aspiring mech engineers. You may decide whether to accept sponsorship based on your circumstances. Luo Yan nodded. Although he did not intend to accept sponsorship, he took the documents. Wei Fenghua then inquired about Luo Yan's training progress before taking his leave. Guangling City. At Wu Changqing's residence. Several days had passed, yet the investigation into the deaths of Wu Changqing and his spouse continued. Wu Changqing's elder brother, Minister of Security Wu Shimo, believed the situation was far from simple and ordered a thorough investigation by the district's Land Protection Bureau. Consequently, investigators had essentially taken up residence at the Wu household for several days. In the evening, several investigators were still diligently working within the Wu residence. Suddenly, a vehicle from the Ministry of Security arrived at the front gate. The door opened, and a man emerged. His hair was disheveled like tangled seaweed. His eyes glowed a chilling crimson, and he wore a tattered robe. Beneath the robe, numerous bottles and jars clinked together as he walked, creating a cacophony of sound. Chapter 119. Every step leaves a trace if it weren't for the sight of that man emerging from the security department's vehicle. Several law enforcement officers from the local security bureau would have attempted to expel him. This individual was clad in tattered clothing, resembling a vagabond from the surface world. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly suffering from a parasitic infection, making him utterly incongruous in the urban environment. "Who are you?" one of the officers inquired. But the man pushed past him and entered the villa. "Hey, you can't just go in like that." A few officers attempted to block his path. Someone from behind interjected. "He can. This is Chief Zhao Xingsong, the head of our security department's Special Operations Division. He has been ordered by Minister Wu to investigate the deaths of the Wu couple." An assistant-like man approached, displaying his credentials as he spoke. "From now on, this matter falls under our jurisdiction." The law enforcement officers exchanged glances, hesitant to object. The assistant caught up with Zhao Xingsong and whispered, "These incompetent fools at the bureau have spent days without uncovering a usable lead. It seems only you, Chief Zhao, can handle this." The officers, overhearing this, displayed their displeasure but dared not voice it. After all, he was a significant figure, despite their unfamiliarity with any special operations division within the security department. Zhao Xingsong, with a stern demeanor, silently made his way to the basement. A few investigators attempted to stop him upon seeing his imposing presence, but they were dismissed by the assistant. Once inside, Zhao glanced around and asked, "What have you discovered?" The investigators reported in turn, but none presented any substantial clues. One investigator murmured, "Perhaps this matter is not as complex as Minister Wu believes." Suddenly, Zhao's cold, crimson gaze fell upon him, quickening the investigator's heartbeat. Then, in a grim tone, Zhao stated, "Since Minister Wu suspects foul play, we must treat this as a homicide investigation. If this is indeed murder, then the parasite is the murder weapon. You should not have killed the parasite at the time, nor destroyed the body. Foolish. You are assisting the murderer in obliterating the weapon." The investigators exchanged glances, remaining silent, though internally skeptical. Given the circumstances at the time, capturing the parasite alive was impractical. Even if it were the murder weapon, how could one expect to identify the perpetrator through a mere insect? Zhao Xingsong paid them no mind, clasping his hands behind his back as he circled the basement. "If I were the killer, employing the parasite to commit the murder, how would I ensure it accurately targeted the victim? Training? Impossible. The parasite belonged to the victims. Therefore, there must be a pathway established to guarantee the parasite reaches the desired location, the victim's bedroom." Zhao narrowed his eyes, contemplating. "Food. Have you investigated the food sources for the parasite?" The murderer likely used food as bait to lure the parasite to the victim's bedroom. The investigators shook their heads. They had not considered such an angle. Zhao gestured decisively. "Immediately conduct that inquiry." He then ascended to the ground floor, surveying the surroundings. The idea of using a parasite for murder was indeed ingenious. However, murder must inherently possess a motive. In cases of random killings, the perpetrator typically acts impulsively, leaving numerous traces due to a lack of preparation or concealment. Conversely, if it were a premeditated act, the murderer would certainly have monitored the Wu couple to ensure their demise by the parasite. In other words, they would require a vantage point to observe the victims. There, Zhao pointed to a building, exactly where Luo Yan had taken refuge that day. Moments later, Zhao entered a room, standing by the window that overlooked the Wu couple's bedroom. He wiped the window frame, his fingers collecting dust. Upon inspecting another window, he found a thicker layer of dust accumulated. The disparity in dust thickness between the two windows was evident. Indeed, Zhao murmured, "Every step leaves a trace." Minister Wu's instincts were correct. The deaths of the Wu couple were not accidental, but rather murder. He directed his assistant, "Go and inform Weasel to retrieve all communications records, bank transaction histories, and details of people Wu has met or places he has visited over the past 6 months." The assistant promptly complied. Zhao gazed at the Wu villa, quietly murmuring, "Hide away, little mouse. But I shall find you." That night, at the 100 Battles Academy, after dining with Xing Shan, Luo Yan exited the restaurant only to be intercepted. Standing before him was Lu Han, clad in a delicate lavender gown that accentuated her slender figure and striking beauty. Despite her attire, she exuded an air of strength, for those who possessed a special driver's license were anything but delicate. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes, pondering her intentions. Yang Lixia shared that sentiment. His spirits lifted after earning 20 million through Luo Yan's assistance. Just stepping out of the restaurant, he noticed his idol blocking Luo Yan's path. Yang Lixia was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. What does she want? My goddess. No. My goddess. Are you about to confess to Luo? Could it be true what they say about women being drawn to those who have bested them? Nearby, Yang Lixia's two lackeys, Zhang Hao and Fatty, whispered, Have you noticed that whenever Lu and Luo are together, the boss's expressions are always so vivid? Just look at him. I can envision a grand drama unfolding. At that moment, Lu Ruhan's voice rang out. Luo, do you have a moment? Luo Yan sidestepped her, intent on avoiding complications. Beautiful women were a hassle, and young, attractive, wealthy women were a calamity. He wished to steer clear of trouble, unless Lu Ruhan intended to bestow upon him monetary gifts. Seeing Luo Yan's silence and evasion, Yang Lixia felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his expression filled with gratitude. Luo, you are truly a man of honor. As long as you disregard my goddess, you shall be my brother from another mother. P.S. Who claims the extras? Moreover, votes. I beseech you for votes. Chapter 120. Emotionless regarding Lu Ruhan's attitude towards Luo Yan, she was not surprised. She had gained some understanding of him during their trip to the forbidden area. Without hesitation, she turned to him and asked, Luo Yan, would you like to earn some extra money? Luo Yan paused, closed his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he articulated clearly, What kind of earning are you referring to? In the distance, Yang Lixia appeared as if immobilized, standing still. Extra money? My goddess. How do you know that Luo classmate is fond of this? Lu Ruhan smiled lightly. I would like you to be my sparring partner. Every day, no, every week would suffice. Just 1 or 2 hours weekly to help me practice my combat skills. Luo Yan shook his head. I don't understand. Shouldn't you seek your mentor for such matters? Lu Ruhan, lifting a strand of hair with a smile, replied, It's different. Whether it's a teacher or other classmates, they all fear injuring me and would never go all out. But you, Luo classmate, are different. When you seized my mech last time, I sensed this. In your eyes, there is no distinction between classmates or gender, only enemies and allies. I have obtained the special driving license. And soon the Exploration Corps will assign me tasks. I must face colossal beasts and numerous life and death battles. I do not wish to confront these challenges unprepared. Hence, I hope to glean some sense of life and death combat through our training. Of course, Lu Ruhan continued with a smile, I want to occupy your time for free. I will compensate you with 100,000 contribution points for each training session. What do you think? However, you must not truly harm me, nor can you inflict severe injuries. Light injuries are acceptable, but they must not interfere with my studies or life. Luo Yan pondered seriously. Weekly training, no killing, no severe injuries. Only light ones. This presented a challenge. Just as he was about to agree, a voice interjected, I don't agree. Yang Lixia hurried over, addressing Lu Ruhan, Lu classmate. This is not permissible. Luo classmate is unlike others. You could get hurt. Besides, why pursue becoming a mech pilot? Lu classmate. Lu Ruhan's expression turned frosty. Her previous smile vanished, as if Yang Lixia had struck a nerve. She retorted, My life does not require your guidance. She decisively turned to Luo Yan. What do you say? Is it acceptable? When shall we begin? Luo Yan nodded. Someone is willing to pay for a beating. Where could such a fortuitous opportunity be found? Moreover, Luo Yan was in need of money. Though it was merely 100,000, it was still money. Once his mech upgraded, he would have plenty of expenses. He would gladly accept even 10,000. Lu Ruhan's expression softened slightly. Tomorrow afternoon then. I will come to find you. With that, she departed. Yang Lixia felt heartbroken, watching Luo Yan with a wry smile. Brother, don't go too hard on her. I fear she might feel pain. Luo Yan nearly raised an eyebrow in confusion. He had not intended to engage with him, but considering their future collaboration, he nodded and departed. The next afternoon, Yang Lixia arrived early at Luo Yan's training facility, but was met with a closed door. After all, at 100,000 per session, Lu Ruhan wished to avoid any disturbances. Disappointed, Yang Lixia squatted at the entrance. Zhang Hao whispered, Boss, there are plenty of good women in this world. Shall we find another? Lu classmate, doesn't he seem interested in you? Yang Lixia shot him a glare. You don't understand. The more difficult it is to pursue, the more challenging it becomes. Moreover, Lu's classmates' looks and background are a perfect match for me. Finding another like her would be difficult. The stout friend coughed. But at this rate, I fear Lu's classmate will likely end up in Luo classmate's arms. Boss, it doesn't seem worth it. How long have you been pursuing her? Each time you see Lu's classmate, you inquire about her well-being, yet she merely responds with an mm. Yang Lixia replied without hesitation. A response is sufficient. Besides, don't you think that since returning from the forbidden area, my relationship with Lu's classmate has considerably improved? I believe that if I persist, one day she will be moved by me. Zhang Hao and the stout friend exchanged glances, both feeling their boss was in over his head. Inside the training facility, Luo Yan donned a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her beautiful curves. She noticed Luo Yan first glance at her chest, then at her abdomen, tracing down to her navel, and finally back to her neck. Luo Yan felt a quickening of her breath and a flush on her cheeks under his intense gaze. As for Luo Yan, he assessed her physique. Her ample chest meant that unless he struck with lethal intent, the injury would be minimal, albeit still improper. The abdomen was manageable unless he employed penetrating attacks, while the lower body was off-limits. The neck was even more so. Earning 100,000 contribution points was indeed no easy endeavor. Let us begin, Luo Yan declared. Given that this was training and her primary objective was to experience the fleeting moments of life and death, neither used their elemental power. However, as soon as Luo Yan signaled the start, Luo Yan lunged forward. His crimson eyes concealed an icy demeanor, and his expression was devoid of emotion, akin to an unfeeling machine of destruction. He closed in on Luo Yan, who immediately felt a chill run down her spine, a wave of coldness penetrating her core. The murderous intent emanating from Luo Yan was overwhelmingly intense. Caught off guard, she was a beat slow in her reaction. By the time she noticed Luo Yan's shoulder moving, it was already too late. Bang! Luo Yan's fist struck her abdomen, causing her face to drain of color. Her body arced through the air, landing like a sack of flour. Only then did she let out a pained cry, but it was abruptly cut short as she expelled the contents of her lunch. Luo Yan remained motionless. After a moment, Luo Yan wiped away the tears from her eyes and, clutching her abdomen, rose again. Again, Luo Yan's expression shifted slightly. His gaze towards Luo Yan now tinged with respect. Outside the training facility, Yang Lixia pressed his ear against the door, listening to the cacophony within. Bang. Again. Bang. Bang. Continue. Bang. 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 Ugh. I can't go on. I'm unable to move. Let us call it a day. Hearing these sounds, Yang Lixia's heart ached. Luo classmate, didn't I tell you to go easy? Why are you exerting such force? Look at how you are exhausting Luo classmate. Are you truly a machine devoid of compassion? Have a little mercy. Chapter 121. White Dragon. A week had swiftly passed. During this time, Luo Yan had once again bested Luo Yan, accumulating a total of 200,000 merit points when combined with their previous encounter. In the interim, Dijong visited the school and imparted to Luo Yan a new combat technique known as Shattered Bones, 7 kills. Moreover, Luo Yan also studied the 10th level of the mystic techniques from Wei Fenghua, whether in his duels against Wu Taijun or in battles with Luo Yan. This technique left a profound impression on him. The illusionary wolf possessed autonomous offensive capabilities, serving to harass, conceal, entangle, and divert attention. At critical moments, it could also act as a shield against gunfire. Among the mystic techniques ranked below 10, its practicality was formidable, and its efficacy would enhance in accordance with the advancement of his visualization skills. Although Luo Yan did not intend to delve deeply into mystic techniques, he could not resist acquiring this particular one. By the end of the week, he had successfully tempered 50 bone fragments, progressing to the 4th layer of observing mountains and seized to about a quarter of completion. Now, Luo Yan's yuan power reached 221, and his vitality surged to 639. With over 200 yuan power, he was capable of employing approximately 10 combat techniques or mystic techniques in a single battle, allowing him to unleash opening yuan wheel consecutively at least twice. Coupled with the information support from True Eye of Suchness, it was unlikely anyone at the same level could rival him, even those at the initial stage of great perfection. On this day, after completing his theoretical class, Luo Yan received a text from Xie Guangyao. The upgrade of White Dragon was complete. He immediately rushed to the Mech upgrade warehouse. Within the vast expanse of the warehouse, Xie Guangyao wielded a megaphone, directing the students to conduct final checks. Where's the data for the foot armor? Hurry up with the omnidirectional gyroscope test results. What's the status of the exterior self-check? Final adjustments on the synesthetic system. Zhang Shan accompanied Luo Yan, and upon witnessing the upgrade warehouse, he couldn't help but exclaim, I wish I could become a mech engineer soon and bring my diamond here for an upgrade. Luo Yan cast him a glance before making his way toward the aerial bridge. Upon noticing him, Xie Guangyao waved him over, inviting him to ascend. The two arrived at the aerial bridge, where Xie Guangyao reviewed the progress on his tablet. All right, everyone clear out. Turn on all the lights. Instantly, the warehouse was illuminated as bright as day. Under the brilliant lights, Luo Yan beheld White Dragon, despite his preparations. The sight of the newly reborn Mech left him utterly awestruck. The overall design of White Dragon remained unchanged, yet with the replacement of the rotating turtle armor, the Mech's body felt significantly more robust. It still bore a white paint job, but now the exterior was adorned with scale-like patterns, resembling dragon scales enveloping its form. On the left side of the body, a heavy mortar was affixed to the shoulder, its formidable barrel instilling a sense of dread. The armor on the chest had transformed, subtly resembling a dragon's head, gaping wide with the main engine nestled within. Additionally, the Mech's head sported an extra layer of helmet-like armor, featuring a dark green diamond crystal embedded at its center, with patterns extending upward and laterally. Finally, the Mech's hands gripped a long sword, the blade a deep blackish green, showcasing natural patterns formed by the forging process. The blade itself exceeded 40 meters in length, appearing exceedingly sharp and formidable. Xie Guangyao approached, pointing at the upgraded White Dragon. As you can see, the exterior armor has been entirely replaced with rotating turtle armor, fulfilling your desire for robust defense. Notice the crystal and patterns on the head. That is the super core matrix, powered by the rotating turtle core. You are fortunate. The matrix's fundamental trait is thick armor, which, when activated, forms a protective barrier on the surface of the exterior armor. Coupled with your own cultivation of observing mountains and seas, I believe that even high-tier behemoths would struggle to breach your defenses in a short time. However, do not grow complacent. If you encounter high-tier behemoths, my advice is to flee swiftly. They are not foes you can face head-on, and some possess abilities to bypass defenses and directly affect mech engineers. Do not presume yourself invincible. Even low and mid-tier behemoths can topple a mech engineer unexpectedly. With that, Xie Guangyao gestured towards the heavy artillery mounted on the Mech's shoulder. The Hyperlong heavy mortar fires ballistic missiles with a payload of 4 rounds. Once expended, you must replenish them. The Breaking Army Sword is a heavy-grade weapon, possessing armor-piercing attributes, and is inherently sharp, yet incredibly sturdy, resistant to extreme temperatures, and unlikely to suffer damage. While it lacks any special mechanisms, the simplicity often signifies purity. Soon you will discover it is more effective than those ornate heavy weapons. Finally, the internal energy furnace max heart of the Wild Dragon boasts immense energy output, fully capable of powering the current White Dragon. Its full power output mode allows the Mech to enter a rampage state, amplifying its capabilities threefold for a duration of 15 seconds, after which energy will be entirely depleted. How you utilize it is entirely up to you. Luo Yan found himself momentarily speechless. After being upgraded to advanced status, White Dragon had undergone significant enhancements. This was the combat prowess derived from the investment of millions in merit points and nearly 2,000 academic credits. Reflecting on this, Luo Yan felt a renewed fervor for earning money. Money, indeed, was a splendid thing. Zhang Shan could hardly contain his amazement. The performance of the upgraded Mech far surpassed that of the initial models. Even his own defensive Mech, Diamond, would likely falter against the current White Dragon in mere moments. As for lightweight mechs like Li Bohong's, if Luo Yan seized the opportunity, a single strike could easily obliterate them. Incredible! Zheng Shan remarked with admiration. Hearing this makes me want to upgrade Diamond as well. Xie Guangyao chuckled. You are most welcome. If you possess millions in merit points and 2,000 academic credits, I can also assist you in upgrading a mech of comparable performance. How much? Zheng Shan exclaimed, leaping up. Millions of merit points? 2,000 academic credits? Academic credits are manageable, but if I had millions in merit points, why would I bother being a mech engineer? I could return home and enjoy spending it leisurely. Chapter 122, Class 3, Team 4, The Transfer of Mechas. As soon as they left the warehouse, Luo Yan's phone began to ring. A call from Dijon. The conversation was brief. Has your mecha been upgraded? Come to the core headquarters in the afternoon. I will send Shaoli to pick you up. From now on, you are in the reserve force. When you receive a combat order, you must act immediately. Luo Yan nodded and replied, Okay. The call ended. Zhang Shan, standing nearby, whispered, That was team leader D. Luo Yan nodded while putting away his phone. Zhang Shan, with a look of envy, remarked, You must be reporting to the core headquarters, right? Your mecha has recently undergone upgrades, which is why you're only being notified now. I heard that Lu Ruhan and Chun Dingxing from the second year have already reported in. Old Luo, you are now a reservist enjoying third-tier benefits. If you perform excellently, you could be promoted to team leader and enjoy second-tier benefits. I hope I can keep up with your pace. Zheng Shan chuckled awkwardly. Luo Yan quickened his pace, intending to find Wei Fenghua. After a few steps, he turned back and said, Good luck. Zheng Shan was momentarily taken aback, then grinned and nodded emphatically. In the afternoon, at the Surface Exploration Corps headquarters, the car halted at the entrance. Luo Yan alighted to see a towering statue of a mecha in the plaza. At the base of the statue were tanks and soldiers, symbolizing the essence of the Exploration Corps. Over here, Shaoli reminded, glancing at Luo Yan with a touch of nostalgia. He had escorted Luo Yan to the academy, and now, 3 months later, he was bringing him to the Corps headquarters. Shaoli thought to himself, the commander's judgment was indeed astute. He felt genuinely pleased with Luo Yan's progress. However, not everyone shared Shaoli's sentiments. As they entered the main hall of the headquarters, Shaoli quietly cautioned, You are the youngest reserve mecha pilot in the Corps, and there will certainly be those who envy you and may speak ill of you. But with the commander watching over you, there is no need for excessive concern. Luo Yan nodded. Upon entering the hall, he noticed numerous individuals casting glances in his direction, their gazes imbued with varied meanings. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Luo Yan, causing his hair to stand on end and his breathing to grow labored. His body instinctively bent slightly, as if ready to spring into action. Yet, the sensation was fleeting. Then he heard Shaoli say, Look, even the chief of staff is paying attention to you. Just as Luo Yan intended to glance over, Shaoli warned, Don't look, move quickly. As they walked, Shaoli elaborated, though the chief of staff appears stern. He is quite amiable. He may oppose the commander's excessive exploration of the surface, but when called upon for assistance, he is never negligent. Many in the city hold similar neutral views. Taking the elevator, they ascended to the 5th floor. Luo Yan had anticipated that Shaoli would introduce him to Dijon or at least to Liang Jian. Instead, Shaoli led him to the office of the 3rd class leader. Enter. The commander has assigned you to the 3rd class. Your 2 classmates are in the 2nd and 1st classes respectively. You may be assigned missions together in the future. Luo Yan nodded and took a deep breath before pushing open the door. Upon seeing the office, he questioned whether Shaoli had taken a wrong turn. The office contained minimal office supplies, merely a desk and a computer. The rest of the space was filled with a treadmill, stationary bike, dumbbells, grip strength trainers, parallel bars, and a comprehensive training machine. At that moment, a man was doing pull-ups on the parallel bars, though a simple exercise. It was evident that performing it with weight strapped to his waist and limbs was no easy feat. Hearing the door open, the man called out, Hold on a moment. After completing a set, he jumped down and turned around, hands on his hips, showcasing his well-defined muscular physique, along with a plethora of scars. The man, sporting a buzz cut with thick eyebrows and striking eyes, examined Luo Yan before bellowing, I am Zhong Zhong, the leader of Class 3, and your direct superior. Tell me your name, rookie. Luo Yan introduced himself, but Zhong Zhong raised his voice further, louder. I can't hear you. Luo Yan had no choice but to shout. I am Luo Yan, sir. Good. Remember this volume. In the future, respond loudly. Also, don't call me sir, just call me leader. Luo Yan nodded. But Zhong insisted, you cannot nod. You must respond loudly. Luo Yan sighed internally, then replied in a raised voice. Yes, leader. This elicited a smile from Zhong, who then inquired, Rookie, do you enjoy working out? Luo Yan's lips twitched slightly as he replied loudly, Leader. I have classes daily and need to train and practice combat techniques. I have no time for fitness. Zhong patted his head. Is that so? What a pity. It seems we have no common ground. He then turned to pick up a report, glanced at it, and continued, Go report to the team leader of Team 4. Yin Wenba, you are now part of their squad. Hurry, act quickly. They have a mission this afternoon, and you will join them. Your mecha has already been transported here. Unless you decide to go out, your mecha will remain parked at the core base. Luo Yan nodded and forced himself to raise his voice. May I ask where Team Leader Yin Wenba's office is? Zhong replied robustly. The team leader has no office, only a team lounge. As for its location, you'll have to find it yourself. This is also a way to quickly integrate into the squad and the core. With no other option, Luo Yan nodded and exited the office. He initially glanced at the wall for a directional map, but found none. He had to stop passers-by to ask for directions. After 10 minutes, he finally located the lounge of Team 4. Pushing the door open, he entered a room reminiscent of a player's lounge, where 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, were either seated or standing. A quiet young man with golden-rimmed glasses was seated on a bench, engrossed in a book. Another man stood by the window, his striking silver hair a rare sight. Turning around, his black eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lastly, the woman, who appeared somewhat older, had short hair and a sharp gaze that could rival that of a man. However, her ample bosom and long legs conveyed a robust rather than delicate physique. Luo Yan cleared his throat and said, I'm looking for team leader Yin Wenba. The woman was the first to turn her head away, opening a cabinet and swiftly removing her outer garment. Beneath her coat, she wore no other clothing, only an undergarment. Without a hint of hesitation, she stripped down to her underwear and quickly donned her combat uniform, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the 3 men. Chapter 123. To accompany until the end, the gentleman seated on the bench, adorned with a gentle smile, rose and said, You must be student Luo. Come in quickly. You are quite impressive. We witnessed that trial. It's hard to believe you are merely a first-year student without having seen it with our own eyes. He adjusted his glasses and continued, I am Kong Shun. This is Du Gu Chongxin. He gestured towards the silver-haired man, turning to the woman donning her combat attire. He added, The lady behind is Lu Yan, the most senior member of our team. Sister Yan, perhaps you should change in the locker room next time. Lu Yan, fastening her outfit, accentuated her notable figure and glanced at Kong Shun, saying, What's there to fear? Am I going to eat you up? Rest assured, I have no interest in you skinny fellows. If it feels like work, I wouldn't bother. Kong Shun coughed awkwardly and said to Luo Yan, Sister Yan speaks quite directly. You'll get used to it. The silver-haired man, with a peculiar name, scoffed, Better not get used to it. Those who take the back door keep cramming into our Team 4. What does the class leader think we are, a garbage collection station? His tone was heavy with frustration as he brushed past Luo Yan, deliberately colliding with him. Luo Yan's eyes narrowed as he stood still, unyielding. Bang! The two collided, with Du Gu Chongxin neither retreating nor managing to knock Luo Yan down. Step aside. Don't just stand like a wooden post in the doorway. Luo Yan lifted his gaze and glanced at the man's neck. Du Gu Chongxin's pupils constricted instantly. What are you doing? Looking for a fight? Luo Yan met his gaze and succinctly replied, Next time, for sure. The implication was clear. Should Du Gu Chongxin provoke him again, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Unspoken was the grim possibility of bloodshed, perhaps even death. He understood he was a newcomer, yet who decreed that newcomers must endure the bullying of veterans? If one is unwilling, one must fight back. There was nothing more to discuss. In the lounge, Lu Yan snorted, licking her lips. This kid has a bit of flavor, albeit too young. I don't fancy tender grass. Kong Shun quickly interjected. We'll all be on the same team from now on. Let us communicate amicably and not spoil the atmosphere. Du Gu Chongxin shot him a disdainful glare, muttering hypocrite, before striding past the door and departing. Kang Shun chuckled helplessly. That's just how he is. I can understand him. He achieved his position through sheer effort, while I had family connections, and you were designated by Captain D. It's natural for Changxin to feel uncomfortable. Luo, don't take it to heart. The captain should be back soon. Suddenly, he stood upright. Captain. Luo Yan turned to find a man, approximately 30 years old, handsome yet pale, with dark circles around his eyes and a frail physique, standing behind him. You must be the new recruit assigned to our team. Quite bold of you to confront Changxin on your first day. I have high hopes for you. Yin Wenba patted Luo Yan's arm. Have you donned your combat gear? If not, change quickly. We're setting off. The specifics of the mission will be discussed en route. As Luo Yan was about to respond, Yin Wenba's expression shifted. You all head to the deployment area and await orders. I'll be in the restroom for a moment. With that, he hurried away. In the lounge, the statuesque Luo Yan emerged. I truly feel sorry for that guy's wife. She probably hasn't experienced true satisfaction. She shook her head as she left. Luo Yan remained expressionless while Kang Shun chuckled nervously. Don't mind Sister Yan's words. The captain has prostate issues, not anything else. Luo Yan shot him a glance, thinking the explanation was quite unnecessary. On their way to the deployment area, Kang Shun briefly explained the structure of the Exploration Corps. The Corps is divided into several major departments: Mecha Division, Strategic Division, Logistics Division, and Maintenance Division. Luo Yan and the others, positioned at the front line, naturally belong to the Mecha Division, which consists of 3 squads, each with 5 to 6 smaller teams, totaling around 70 mecha operators. However, currently, only 58 mechas were operational, excluding Luo Yan and the other reserves due to their unpredictability. Today's mission appeared to be routine. I've reviewed the task list. It's merely a level 6 mission. Kang Shun patiently explained. The mission level corresponds to the reward level. Level 6 is the lowest, typically involving escorting supplies or protecting maintenance crews, low-risk work. However, if we encounter a colossal beast during the operation, the mission difficulty assessment will increase accordingly, and compensation will be calculated based on performance afterwards. Luo Yan took note of this information and inquired, what is the highest level of mission? Is it level 1? Kang Shun laughed. No. There are special levels above level 1, and above that, apocalyptic levels. Generally, a mission concerning the safety of a city is level 1, while those affecting multiple cities are special levels. As for the apocalyptic level, I trust you can guess its implications. Luo Yan's expression turned grave. He certainly understood. An apocalyptic level mission meant certain death, a one-way trip with stakes involving humanity's survival. Kang Shun reassured him with a smile. Rest assured. Our city has yet to issue a level 1 mission. Even the recent threat of a high-level colossal beast was only assessed as a level 3 mission. You need not worry too much. As they arrived at the deployment area, they found Du Gu Changxin with his eyes closed in a feigned slumber, while Luo Yan toyed with a dagger. Upon Captain Yin Wenba's arrival, he announced, Exploration Corps, Squad 3, Team 4, move out. As it was not an urgent mission, Luo Yan and the others did not utilize the deployment hangar. Instead, they boarded a mecha transport vehicle to reach the surface. During the journey, Yin Wenba outlined the mission details. A security task where Squad 3, Team 4, was to ensure the safety of the staff adjusting the light-gathering device in the Great Lake area. Upon hearing this, Du Gu Changxin voiced his dissatisfaction. These escort tasks could be handled by academy students. Why must they be assigned to us with these trivial missions? After glancing at Luo Yan, he added, It seems the captain is quite fond of someone. Luo Yan, gazing ahead, feigned ignorance. Du Gu Changxin smirked, thinking the boy had quite the patience. Yet at that moment, Luo Yan spoke. I said, next time, for sure. So choose between mecha combat or a duel. I am ready for either. I shall accompany you until the end. The temperature in the vehicle plummeted to freezing. Chapter 124. Shattering Mountains and Rivers. Luo Yan is a person of integrity, particularly when it comes to his own words. He is remarkably responsible, having previously declared, next time, for sure. He finds no reason for restraint when Du Gu Changxin taunts him once more. Furthermore, he has already confirmed with the true eye that Du Gu Changxin's vital energy is slightly superior to his own, but not by much. Their blood vitality levels are comparable. Thus, he deduces that the opponent's visualization technique is likely of intermediate level, making him a conquerable adversary. Luo Yan can find no justification for enduring any longer. Inside the carriage, Duga Chongxin's expression darkens to the extreme. This rookie, Luo Yan, dares to confront him head-on, which genuinely surprises him. Simultaneously, he becomes increasingly convinced that Luo Yan's audacity stems from the backing of someone influential. He reflects on his own arduous journey at the academy, enduring countless hardships to become a mecha engineer. Yet, this Luo, simply because he caught the captain's eye, joins the team with the same ease as Kong Shan. It is intolerable. He cannot accept it. Duga Chongxin stands and coldly states, "Very well, the task is concluded. Let us spar using our mechas." Kong Shan rises to mediate. While the pale-faced Yin Wenba tugs at him and smiles, "It's fine. Men often understand each other through their fists. It's quite normal." Luo Yan, with her short hair, gazes at the ceiling of the carriage and remarks, "Childish." Today's mission progresses smoothly, with no monstrous beasts appearing until the light-gathering device is calibrated. As evening falls, the setting sun stretches shadows into solitary shapes. Dugu Chongxin pilots his mecha, Fadian, standing majestically upon the earth. Fadian boasts a formidable design, its head resembling a helmet adorned with sharp spikes and red tassels, reminiscent of ancient warriors. Dugu Chongxin wields a long spear. In his grasp is a silver lance, its tip radiating a fierce white light, engraved with dragon motifs, aptly named Longdan. The mecha, holding the spear aloft, exudes an aura of invincibility. On the opposing side, Bailong emerges from the mecha transport vehicle. The upgraded Bailong possesses an imposing presence, enhanced by the rotating turtle armor, imparting an aura of substantial weight. Upon witnessing the heavy mortar mounted on its back and the Pujuan long sword in hand, Yin Wenba takes a sip from a flask of medicinal liquor and cheerfully exclaims, "Goodness, a first-year student has managed to upgrade their mecha to this extent. It has reached the level of a captain's mecha. What a fortune!" Kong Shan whispers, "Could it be sponsored by the captain?" Yin Wenba scoffs, "The captain would never do such a thing, nor does he have the funds." With a resounding thud, Bailong lands firmly, positioning itself directly opposite Fadian. The two mechas stand 1,800 meters apart, staring each other down. Yin Wenba picks up a megaphone and declares, "A fight is a fight, but let us keep it controlled. We cannot afford any fatalities. If there are no objections, let us begin." With a simple command, "Begin," Fadian launches the first assault. The energy furnace operates at full power, and the main engine emits a blinding radiance. The mecha strides forth, appearing like a streak of lightning under the sunset's glow, swiftly arriving before Bailong. At that moment, the dark green crystal on Bailong's forehead lights up, illuminating the intricate patterns of the supercore matrix. Fadian thrusts its long spear, Longdan, unleashing a flurry of lance-like shadows that envelop Bailong's head and chest. This is the signature technique of Duga Chongxin, Meteor Spear. Meanwhile, a layer of diamond-shaped light spots forms a barrier around Bailong. This shield is astonishingly thick, rendering the mecha within somewhat indistinct. When Fadian's assault strikes this formidable barrier, it merely creates ripples without penetrating it. This is the distinctive trait of the rotating turtle, thick armor. Yin Wenba's lips twitch, followed by a chuckle. Chongxin is finished. It seems young Luo's mecha is designed for high defense. The fundamental characteristic of this supercore matrix is thick armor. I suspect the armor is heavily focused on defense. I've heard young Luo practices Guanshan High, which also emphasizes foundational strength, growing slowly but capable of both offense and endurance. The external armor and matrix lean towards defense. Although Chongxin's Longdan possesses armor-piercing attributes, it will struggle to breach 3 layers of defense. As if affirming the captain's conclusion, the exterior of Bailong reveals a texture resembling mountain rock. The mecha emanates a bright yellow vital energy, forming a vague illusion of towering mountains. Consequently, Bailong's defensive capabilities surge to astonishing heights. Duga Chongxin seems to realize that without employing his trump card, standard combat techniques would merely tickle Luo Yan. Hence, Fadian abruptly retreats, increasing the distance. Suddenly, the mecha radiates its own vital energy, morphing into a spectral image of a blue dragon. This ethereal dragon entwines around the spear Luo Yan, and Fade Yan's aura sharpens ominously. Kong Shun gasps, glancing at the captain. Captain, aren't you going to stop him? That is the opening move of Feishing, and it is no jest. Yan Wenbo chuckles. Fear not. Changxin is confident. Observe how his blue dragon merely coils around the spear shaft, not converging at the spear tip, indicating he is not unleashing his full power. At that moment, Fade Yan spreads its legs, bends its right arm, and prepares to launch the spear skyward. The lance soars, the blue dragon's image roaring silently, as if undergoing a tribulation to transform into a dragon. Upon reaching its apex, the Luo Yan plummets, its tip aimed directly at Bailong, descending with the ferocity of a meteor. In an instant, it collides with Bailong's outer energy barrier. The energy shield suddenly clarifies, the substantial energy layer rapidly concaving under the force of Luo Yan, which pierces through. After several heartbeats, the energy layer shatters explosively, erupting into a tumultuous blaze before vanishing. However, the blue dragon's image entwined around Luo Yan dissipates as well. The spear then strikes the illusion of 1,000 mountains, causing the layered spectral mountains to sway, teetering on the brink of dispersal, yet ultimately holding firm. In the end, Luo Yan, having exhausted its force, fails to touch even the outer armor of the mecha, crashing to the ground and creating a deep indentation, fracturing the earth beneath. Inside the cockpit, Duge Changxin's mind goes blank. He unleashed his trump card. Although he did not exert his full strength, he remarkably failed to even graze his opponent's mecha. This is absurd. Simultaneously, the vital energy emanating from Bailong erupts explosively, resembling a volcanic eruption of light. Yan Wenbo softly murmurs, opening the Yuan wheel. Indeed, Luo Yan channels his vital energy, utilizing a secret technique to summon explosive power. The mecha's engine exhales heated vapor as it lunges forward, charging towards Fade Yan with a force capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Chapter 125. Fierce competition under the setting sun. The mechas resembled giants in pursuit of the sun, swiftly approaching the Fade Yan. Inside the cockpit, Duge Changxin regained his composure, only to see the enemy's mecha infiltrating his defensive perimeter through the panoramic window. A chill ran through him as he pondered how Luo Yan's movements could be so swift. Logically, a heavily armored mecha like Bailong should not be capable of such speed, capable of breaching the opponent's defenses in the blink of an eye. Besides the Kaiyuan wheel enhancing its explosiveness, the recent upgrades to Bailong's energy furnace and engine contributed significantly. If it activated the Mad Dragon Heart MAX Rampage mode, its speed would increase even further. Yet, Duge Changxin was unaware of these details. All he knew was that Bailong was now perilously close, while his own Luo Yan lay far behind. He immediately retreated, striving to distance himself and circle around Bailong to retrieve his weapon and regroup. However, Luo Yan had no intention of allowing him to escape. In that instant, the long sword Pajuan swept through the air, crackling with electric energy, as if to cleave Duge Changxin's mecha in two. Yet, just as it was about to strike, Luo Yan pivoted the sword, slamming the blade against the Fade Yan structure, forcing it to stagger backward, taking 7 or 8 steps before halting. Subsequently, a piece of armor from the chest area shattered, crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater. Duge Changxin sat in the cockpit, stunned, and after a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and uttered 3 words, "I lost." On the ground, Yan Wenbo rose, clapping his hands, exclaiming, "Finally, we can head back. Hurry up. My wife is waiting for me to come home for dinner." Upon returning to the troop headquarters, Luo Yan departed first. Duge Changxin, deeply affected by his defeat, slumped on a bench in the lounge, his head bowed low. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw his captain, Yan Wenbo, who appeared pale and unwell, chuckling softly. "Do not be disheartened. Your loss this time was not due to lack of experience, strength, or technique, but rather the performance of your mecha. Xiao Luo's machine has evidently undergone upgrades. It is clear that it is equipped with a supercore matrix. Furthermore, the armor of that mecha is extraordinary. Judging by its texture, it likely incorporates materials from colossal beasts. Such heavy armor can still move swiftly, indicating tremendous power. The energy furnace and engine are probably top tier as well. In simple terms, that is a high-grade mecha, on par with my Xiaohua. Your Fadian is at best a mid-grade mecha. It is not merely the upgrades and functionality, but also the use of the heavy weapon Longdanan, the installation of a super core matrix, which renders it fundamentally incapable of competing with Bailong. Upon hearing his captain's analysis, Dugu Changxin's spirits lifted somewhat. Yan Wenba glanced at him again and added, however, if you believe that Xiao Luo's mecha has reached its current level solely due to the captain's influence, then you have truly lost, and will remain forever at a standstill. The silver-haired young man shuddered at those words, then began to slap his own cheeks, standing tall as he declared, I am fine now, Captain. His gaze transformed into one of tranquility, devoid of turmoil. Yan Wenba nodded in acknowledgement, but then his expression shifted. I want to say more. I need to visit the restroom. With that, he hurried away. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Luo Yan and Yang Lixie departed from school together. Luo Yan, as a shareholder, had joined Yang Lixie's company, enabling Yang Lixie to finally gather the qualifications for medicinal herb collection in the Forbidden Zone. After completing a series of procedures, they were finally ready to embark today. Because Luo Yan had obtained a special driving license, he was not required to attend classes daily, only needing to pass the end-of-term assessments. He had requested a 2-week leave from Wei Fenghua to set off with Yang Lixie. In the vehicle, Yang Lixie casually inquired, Luo, to what level have you cultivated? Haha. I broke through yesterday. I am now at the initial 5th level. Luo Yan did not respond, but he found it astonishing. Yang Lixie, already a 2nd-year student, had only just broken through to the 5th level yesterday. It was truly incredible, as he had claimed, he was indeed just coasting along. As for Luo Yan, over the past month, he had already refined over 100 bones. With another month or two, he anticipated a breakthrough. Their destination in the Forbidden Zone was the Mist Canyon. Luo Yan planned to seize the opportunity to cultivate in the cave where Juan flowers grew. As the density of elemental energy there was remarkable, likely expediting his training. After departing from the city, the two met up with the convoy. 2 armored vehicles led the way, followed by a transport vehicle carrying Bailong for off-road escort vehicles, and a logistics truck. Yang Lixie and Luo Yan transferred to the mecha transport vehicle, ensuring that in case of any sudden incidents on the road, Luo Yan could immediately engage. Inside the vehicle, Yang Lixie handed a tablet to Luo Yan. We will first head to Longchuan base for a rest. This base is overseen by Huanglong Company. Aside from our Guangling City, there are also personnel and companies from Qingyang City and Chongping City. As Mist Canyon produces Jiyuan flowers and other medicinal materials, the competition for herb collection is incredibly fierce. It took me considerable effort to secure the mining rights here, and managing all the details has cost me quite a bit. While speaking, Yang Lixie glanced at Luo Yan, hoping to see a hint of sympathy on his face. However, Luo Yan remained indifferent, showing no interest in such matters. 2 days later, the convoy arrived near Mist Canyon. As they approached the base along the highway, a line of battle vehicles suddenly appeared ahead. Their cannons and guns aimed directly at Yang Lixie's convoy. Yang Lixie frowned, picked up the communicator, and instructed the convoy to halt. He then broadcasted his name and the access code. At that moment, a robust man accompanied by a dozen soldiers approached from the opposing convoy. Yang Lixie huffed. Standing up, Luo, wait here. I'll handle this. He opened the vehicle door and stepped forward, defiantly placing his hands on his hips. Addressing the approaching men, are your ears malfunctioning? I said we are from Hanli Pharmaceutical Company. We have secured the pass for Longchuan base. Move your vehicles aside quickly. Do not waste my time. Chapter 126. No survivors if this were in Guangling City. Upon seeing the armored vehicles and mecha transporters trailing behind Yang Lixie, one would have expected the crowd to disperse immediately due to his status. Yet, here on the surface, these men not only remained but wore expressions of disdain. The burly leader pointed to the ground beneath them and declared, Young master, you may not be aware, but this road was recently ravaged by a colossal beast. It was our brothers from Heitao Company who toiled day and night to restore it. So, are you planning to use it for free? Yang Lixia grasped the situation. They were demanding a toll. Adopting an air of affluence, he retorted, "All right, how much do you want? Speak quickly, do not delay my work." The muscular man extended 5 fingers, 5 million labor credits. "We have bank accounts in Guangling, Xinjiang, and Chongping. We support electronic transfers. Alternatively, you may hand over half of your medicinal materials upon departure." Yang Lixia thought he had misheard. "What? 5 million labor credits? Or half of the raw materials? Why don't you just rob us?" He recalled how he had to pay 500 million labor credits to retrieve the mecha that Luo Yan had stolen in the forbidden area. Now, for merely passing through, they demanded 5 million. Was this not extortion? The burly man bellowed, "Either pay or get lost. There is no need for so much chatter." Yang Lixia scoffed. "I see you are blind. Do you believe I want to crush you with my mecha?" The man dismissed him. "We have mechas too, 5 of them. To be honest, even Huanglong Company wouldn't dare to interfere with us. I advise you to be sensible. Moreover, you have already angered me. Even if you wish to turn back now, you want to leave without 5 million. His voice boomed, and with the windows of the vehicle rolled down, every word reached Luo Yan clearly. However, he remained still. As Yang Lixia had asserted, he would handle it. Luo Yan was attempting to integrate himself into the group, and to do so, he needed to trust his companions. Outside the vehicle, Yang Lixia grew anxious. He had not anticipated that these men possessed 5 mechas. No wonder they dared to block the road for a toll. He glanced back at Luo Yan, hoping for some sign of support, only to find Luo Yan sitting upright, nodding slightly, conveying his confidence in handling the situation. Suddenly, Yang Lixia felt an urge to slap himself. What was he thinking, showing off? He should have brought Luo Yan down with him. Left with no choice, he blurted, "Do you know who I am? The director of the construction bureau in Guangling City is my father. If you dare lay a finger on me, watch your heads." The burly man laughed heartily. "If your father were a legion commander, we might consider it. What can a construction bureau director do? Build bridges and roads for us?" He abruptly yanked Yang Lixia close, wrapping an arm around his neck and pressing a handgun to his head. With a breath tainted by smoke, he said, "Young master, hand over your bank card. We only want your money, not your life. Once the funds are transferred, you can hurry home and cry to your father. Remember, the surface is no playground for young masters like you. Don't think that possessing a mecha grants you freedom to roam." Seeing their employer in peril, Yang Lixia's bodyguards swiftly raised their weapons, demanding the release of their boss. The Heitao personnel showed no fear, their guns drawn in a standoff. Yang Lixia, in a cold sweat, noticed Luo Yan still seated in the driver's seat. He forced a bitter smile and signaled Luo Yan for help. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yan linked with the mecha and then leaped from the transport vehicle towards the burly man. The man shouted, "Don't move." Luo Yan observed the gun aimed at Yang Lixia's head, halting his advance. With his hands clasped behind him, he advised Yang Lixia, "Give him the card." Yang Lixia hesitated. The burly man chuckled, "Your friend is reasonable. Quickly, take out your bank card." Reluctantly, Yang Lixia produced a black bank card. The burly man called out, "Bring over the card reader. Make sure it's from Guangling City." At that moment, as he turned, Luo Yan lunged forward. The man thundered, "You dare?" and was about to fire. Suddenly, his hand disobeyed him, pointing to the ground instead. Boom! The bullet struck the earth at Yang Lixia's feet, creating a small crater. It was then the man noticed a black, ethereal rope had ensnared his arm, pulling it downward. This rope extended back to Luo Yan. Using the 3rd level of his mystical art, black rope, Luo Yan had stealthily prepared while his hands were behind his back. With the gun now diverted, Yang Lixia shouted as his energy surged, toppling the burly man to the ground. Having practiced visualization techniques, Yang Lixia's physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary soldier. Despite the man's imposing stature, he could not withstand Yang Lixia's throw. Dazed, the man looked up just as a blade adorned with ethereal blue patterns pierced through his face, emerging from the back of his head. Luo Yan had slain the man with a single thrust of his sword, Li Xing. He then pivoted, sweeping the sword toward the dozen or so Heitao soldiers. The sword fragmented into countless shards, slicing through their rifles, sending torrents of blood from their necks, and cleaving through their skulls. Meteor whistled past. and the soldiers fell almost simultaneously. Only then did those inside the remaining armored vehicles react, cursing and preparing to fire, intent on turning Luo Yan and Yang Lixia into mere fragments. Suddenly, from the rear of the mecha transport, an enormous figure rose, and the air was filled with penetrating gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous gunfire shook the very ground as Heitao Company's vehicles were launched into the air, shattering and exploding. The occupants were either blown apart or set ablaze, falling to the ground, lifeless. Bailong swept his rifle, its firepower akin to that of naval artillery, effortlessly reducing the dozen vehicles to scrap metal. After scanning the area with the true eye, confirming no life signs remained, Luo Yan allowed the mecha to recline back into the transport, severing their connection, before returning to the vehicle without a backward glance, closing his eyes, awaiting the convoy's departure. Yang Lixia stood transfixed, taking in the chaotic scene before him. In less than 10 seconds, Luo Yan had single-handedly annihilated the Heitao soldiers and their vehicles, leaving no survivors. Yang Lixia felt a lump in his throat. It was his first true encounter with Luo Yan's ruthless efficiency. Chapter 127. Inciting trouble upon returning to the vehicle, Yang Lixia had just settled into his seat when he heard Luo Yan say, "Prepare your people." Yang Lixia cast a puzzled glance at Luo Yan. Calmly, Luo Yan continued, "The Heitao Company surely has accomplices within the base. To avoid complications in this forbidden area, we have no choice." He made a gesture akin to a beheading. Yang Lixia's heart sank. This was entirely divergent from the scenario he had envisioned before setting out. He had not anticipated encountering the Heitao Company here, nor did he foresee the situation escalating to this extent. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and nodded resolutely. Nevertheless, Yang Lixia remarked, "I fear we cannot take action within the base. We may do as we wish outside, but committing murder within the base will invite intervention from the authorities. Moreover, this time we are not operating under the guise of being students from the academy. If a conflict arises, they will not afford us any leniency." Luo Yan furrowed his brow, realizing the significance of their background. In Guangling City and at the Falcon Base, he enjoyed the protection of Di Zheng and the academy, which made their actions more convenient. Now stripped of such support and on the surface, they could rely only on themselves. Clearly, their current strength was somewhat lacking. They were certainly not in a position to confront the entire base. Luo Yan glanced at his hands, silently resolving to elevate his abilities before returning to the academy. At that moment, the convoy set off. Yang Lixia added, "While we may be powerless against Heitao within the base, I believe many harbor deep resentment towards them. The Longchuan base cannot remain indifferent to this matter. Once we arrive, I will circulate among the people, inciting public opinion, pressuring the base to expel Heitao. As long as they leave, everything will be manageable." Luo Yan regarded Yang Lixia with approval, nodding in agreement. Before long, the convoy arrived at Longchuan base. Perhaps due to the abundance of medicinal resources in Mist Canyon, Longquan Base appeared far more prosperous than Falcon Base, although there were numerous shanties and iron houses. Many tall buildings also stood in evidence. Furthermore, the area where Longchuan Base was situated had once been a small town, with most of the urban area now desolate or reduced to ruins. However, the sector housing the base retained many facilities, allowing several buildings to remain intact. The streets and roads were maintained, bustling with various vehicles moving freely. After presenting their passes, the convoy entered the base. Luo Yan's eyes shimmered with silver stars as he activated the true eye of reality, casually gazing out the window. At a glance, he noticed vibrant, multicolored lines of information floating through the streets. He randomly accessed some of these lines. Zhang Shuai, 27 years old, procurement officer at Belan Pharmaceutical Company. Lu Cixi, 29 years old, inspector at Blue Sky Biotechnology Company. Chen Zun, 38 years old, member of the Fenglei Guard team. Yugu, 26 years old, specially invited mecha engineer at Levine Drug Synthesis Company. Indeed, as Yang Lixia had stated, Longquan Base was home to numerous pharmaceutical companies. It seemed not only Guangling, Qingyang, and Chongping cities frequented this place, but companies from other cities likely favored it as well. This suggested that the Heitao Company had some form of backing, Otherwise, how could they dare to charge a toll in such a location? Upon reaching the designated docking point within the base, Luo Yan seized the opportunity to cultivate, while Yang Lixia ventured out to mingle. As evening approached, the security management office of Longquan Base found its head, a middle-aged man, yawning in boredom. He had served as the office head for 3 years, and while the security within the base was relatively good, minor conflicts occurred daily without escalating into significant incidents. With mealtime approaching, the middle-aged man was planning his evening entertainment, considering a visit to the High Rome Club, which had reportedly hosted some well-mannered young ladies. At that moment, the clamorous voices of the crowd outside caught his attention, followed by a knock on the office door. "Come in," he called out. A security officer rushed in, drenched in sweat. "Chief, it's bad. You need to come see this." The middle-aged man frowned. "What is all the fuss about?" The security officer pointed outside, exclaiming, "Representatives from over 20 pharmaceutical companies, including Lianxing, Dongjiao, Taiping, Lizhu, and Vanguard, have come together to demand we expel the Heitao company from the base. Their reason is that Heitao has been charging tolls outside the base, severely harming their interests." The middle-aged man scratched his head in exasperation. "Damn it. This isn't the first time Heitao has pulled such a stunt. Why are they kicking up a fuss now? Even if they complain, what can be done? Heitao has a close relationship with Supervisor Xiao. With 10 lives, I wouldn't dare to take on this matter." He pointed at the security officer. "You go find Supervisor Xiao immediately and inform him of the situation here. I'll step out for a moment." The security officer nodded hastily. "Remember to use the back door. Don't let anyone block you," the middle-aged man instructed. Moments later, he stepped into the bustling hall, where a crowd had gathered, pushing the few security personnel into a corner. Upon seeing the middle-aged man emerge, someone shouted, "The head of the security office is here. We demand justice. Heitao has been charging tolls outside the base for years. I refuse to believe the base is unaware of this. We demand the expulsion of Heitao." Another voice chimed in. "Exactly. The security department is merely a FAA of the base and holds no real authority. We want the base's leaders to come out. Someone who can actually make decisions." Yet another shouted, "I support that. Bring the leaders out. For the past few years, we have lost so much to Heitao. That money is our hard-earned income. We risk our lives to venture into the forbidden area, only to have to share our gains with Heitao. This is utterly unreasonable." The crowd erupted in heated discussions, voices overlapping and rising in intensity, creating a chaotic uproar. Chapter 128, The Wrath of the Many. The middle-aged man, Lin Yang, appeared pallid. His initial intention was to stall for time until Supervisor Xiao arrived. However, he now realized that inaction might result in him being brutally assaulted by the group. Lin Yang was acutely aware that Heitao Company was far from benevolent. Over the years, they had extorted toll fees outside the base, amassing an undisclosed fortune. A portion of these ill-gotten gains had been doled out as tribute to Supervisor Xiao, who in turn distributed some as layers of dividends. Even he benefited handsomely from the toll fees collected by Heitao Company each year. This complicity is why the base turned a blind eye to Heitao's misdeeds. Moreover, Heitao Company possessed formidable strength. They operated their own collection teams that frequently ventured into forbidden zones, boasting 5 mechs of considerable prowess. Their targets were predominantly small enterprises, often equipped with only a single mech, and in many instances, several companies would share one. Consequently, these smaller entities remained voiceless in the face of Heitao's tyrannical actions. Yet, inexplicably, today, they had united to exert substantial pressure. As Lin Yang found himself at a loss, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air. 7 or 8 off-road military vehicles had arrived, surrounding the management office, followed by dozens of base soldiers. A middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache entered, exuding a chilling aura. He surveyed the surroundings and demanded, "Who dares to cause trouble in the base?" Upon recognizing him, Lin Yang felt a weight lift from his shoulders and hastily introduced everyone. "This is our supervisor Xiao Yun, who also serves as the head of our law enforcement department. He is a figure of considerable authority within the base." He quickly shifted the burden of pressure onto Xiao Yun. The crowd turned their attention to Xiao Yun, their trepidation palpable upon witnessing the fully armed soldiers behind him. One voice broke through the tension, asserting, We are not here to cause chaos. We wish to lodge a complaint against Heitao Company. Xiao Yun coldly retorted. Has Heitao Company committed any crimes or slaughtered innocents within the base? Silence ensued. Lin Yang quickly interjected. No. Heitao's personnel abide by the regulations and uphold the law within the base. Xiao Yun raised his voice. Then what is the basis of your complaint? I have no jurisdiction over what Heitao does outside the base. If you have the capability, seek your own revenge. Now, disperse immediately. Should I catch any of you causing a ruckus, I will take action. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd at the base's unexpectedly harsh stance, leaving many disillusioned. Someone shouted, although Heitao collects tolls outside the base, would they dare to do so without the base's tacit approval? Xiao Yun unleashed a wave of energy, commanding silence. Who can provide evidence of the base's approval? If not, it's mere slander. A man stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, I stand here. What? Do you plan to silence me? Heitao Company's actions outside the base are not a one-off occurrence. They have persisted for years. If and Oppos, Longquan Base and Oppos, had and Oppos, T benefited from them, who would believe it? We are not children. Is it amusing to lie with our eyes wide open? The crowd echoed his sentiments. We lack evidence, but are you resolutely protecting Heitao Company? Do not forget who has contributed to the base's prosperity. Is it Heitao? No, it is us. The man raised his voice, rallying the crowd. Without us, could Longquan Base have achieved such development? Now the base prefers to shield Heitao instead of us. What are we still doing here? I declare that if the base does not expel Heitao Company, I will never return to this cursed place. There are other bases where I can gather herbs. As his words fell, others chimed in. I, from Dongyuan Company, echo that sentiment. So too does our QO Company. Soon, voices from outside joined in. We from Yinhua Pharmaceuticals agree. Ling Jihal stands with you. Xiao Yun turned around and was taken aback to see a new wave of pharmaceutical companies outside, brandishing banners demanding the expulsion of Heitao Company. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, nor the extent of the collaboration among so many companies. Lin Yang squeezed through the throng and whispered, Supervisor Xiao, the wrath of the many is not to be trifled with. Xiao Yun felt a sinking sensation. He had intended to handle the matter discreetly without reporting it. But now the repercussions of mishandling it could tarnish the reputation of Longquan Base. It was conceivable that Huanglong Company might soon be supplanted by other surface enterprises, incurring the wrath of the company's owner. The cost of protecting Heitao Company was becoming increasingly unjustifiable. With a slight cough to gather attention, Xiao Yun raised his hand, stating, Everyone, I acknowledge your grievances. Very well. We will issue an order for Heitao Company to vacate the base, never to return to Longquan Base again. Will this suffice? The crowd erupted with calls for a specific timeline. Yes, we demand a precise timeline. Xiao Yun thought, since they were already expelling Heitao, he might as well be candid. He declared, our law enforcement department will take immediate action. I assure you, by the end of today, Heitao Company will be removed from the base. At this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Someone shouted, let us go to Heitao Company's office and bid them farewell. This was clearly an effort to oversee the law enforcement department. Xiao Yun inwardly cursed, but maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Yes, let us all go. As the people began to disperse, Lin Yang exhaled in relief. Xiao Yun then instructed, have someone investigate who incited today's events. I would prefer not to discover it was someone I know. Otherwise, his eyes glinted with menace. Xiao Yun was not naive. In the past, Heitao Company had operated without complaint. If there were any, they were isolated incidents. Yet today, the sudden unity of numerous companies hinted at orchestration. Identifying the instigator would not only provide Heitao Company with an explanation, but also address the long-standing benefits they had accrued. After issuing his instructions, Xiao Yun climbed into a vehicle with the base soldiers, heading towards Heitao Company's office within the base. Chapter 129. Arrogance after Luo Yan completed his training. He met with Yang Lixia upon his return. It's done, Yang Lixia signaled with an okay gesture. I incited dozens of herbal companies in the city, all victims of Heitao over the past few years. Did you know? After collecting the first toll, Heitao offers the victims monthly, quarterly, and annual packages. The monthly fee demands 40 of their harvest. The quarterly 30, and the annual 20. Those suffering under their tyranny have no choice but to purchase these packages. It's utterly ridiculous. However, the good days for Heitao are over. Under my instigation, several herbal companies have forced the enforcement department to take action. They have agreed to expel Heitao from the base today. Luo Yan, unable to hide his curiosity, asked, "How did you incite them?" Yang Lixie replied proudly, "After all, I am the son of the city's construction bureau chief. When I take the lead, others naturally follow." Luo Yan frowned. "You might get caught." Yang Lixie laughed heartily. "That's a given. But it doesn't matter. Once they find out, at least the base won't dare to touch us. They might even ensure our safety here. Furthermore, even if I hadn't instigated those companies, they would have eventually discovered that we were behind the actions outside the base." Luo Yan nodded, feeling a renewed respect for Yang Lixie. As dusk approached, cars were heading out of the base. All personnel from Heitao's office were expelled. In one vehicle, Zhang Qing's expression twisted in anger. He was the head of Heitao's office. A man in his 40s, robust and broad-shouldered, he exuded an intimidating presence even while seated. He had recently advanced to the initial 3rd level of his cultivation. But now, as his emotions surged, waves of energy rippled through the vehicle. He never expected the enforcement department would personally escort him out of Longquan base, especially under the direct supervision of Minister Xiao Yun. Earlier that day, he had lost a batch of subordinates and vehicles, plotting his revenge. Yet, before he could act, he was forcibly expelled. That bastard Xiao Yun. He takes so many benefits from us each year and yet aids outsiders. Zhang Qing scoffed, instructing the driver, "Hurry. We must meet Mr. Li Mingyuan at the Forbidden Ground. Once we return, those bastards will pay." Suddenly, a sense of impending danger washed over him. In the next moment, a piercing whistle echoed as a vehicle ahead soared into the air, detonated by a shell exploding beneath it. Zhang Qing's vehicle shook violently, rolling and spinning. He was shocked. Someone dared to attack him the moment he left the base. Xiao Yun, who had personally led the operation to expel Zhang Qing, shared his disbelief. His team was still within sight when they came under attack. Xiao Yun's eyes twitched slightly, but he did nothing. He understood that if he intervened now, it would confirm rumors of collusion between the base and Heitao. He could only remain passive unless Zhang Qing sought refuge within the base. Amidst the chaos, Heitao's convoy suffered heavy casualties. Soon, a mysterious group emerged, relentlessly closing in and slaughtering the remaining Heitao personnel. This sight elicited not sympathy, but cheers from the onlookers, revealing the deep disdain for Heitao. Zhang Qing crawled out through the car window, coughing. Though alive, he was wounded, his left arm mangled and immobile. Taking cover behind a vehicle, he shouted, "Who did this?" "Unclear." A guard replied. Zhang Qing cursed, "Fools." Then he commanded, "Hold your ground." Afterward, he dashed towards the base, knowing that returning was his only chance for survival. In the distance, he spotted Xiao Yun at the entrance, who showed no intention of helping. Zhang Qing cursed him and ran even faster, the distance to the base steadily decreasing. But suddenly, an ominous feeling surged within him. He halted abruptly, bullets whizzing past his feet. Looking up, he saw a figure rushing towards him, gun drawn. It was Luo Yan. Using the true eye of suchness, Luo Yan could perceive Zhang Qing's every thought, understanding his desperate intention to seek sanctuary within the base. At the base entrance, Xiao Yun squinted, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue over the scene. In the crimson light, Luo Yan's expression was emotionless, his crimson eyes glinting ominously like a wolf in the wild, cold and ferocious. Xiao Yun let out a faint snort. Luo Yan's interception of Zhang Qing and his presence felt somewhat dismissive. Yet, he could not break the base's rules that dictated indifference to outside affairs. Zhang Qing unleashed his energy, sprinting towards the entrance with newfound speed. Luo Yan remained unfazed, his energy surging through his body as he executed a secret technique known as opening the Yuan wheel. Boom! Energy erupted and ascended, and with a sudden burst of speed, Luo Yan zipped past Zhang Qing, a flicker of azure sword light illuminating the air. Zhang Qing screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. His right leg severed at the knee, falling 2 steps behind. His cries only intensified Xiao Yun's irritation. Zhang Qing was now less than 3 meters from the base entrance. Yet those 3 meters felt insurmountable. He lifted his head, extending his functioning right hand in an attempt to crawl forward. In that moment, a glimmer of sword light pierced through, impaling his right palm, pinning him to the ground. Desperately, Zhangqing looked at Xiao Yun and shouted, "Save me." Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, slowly shifting his gaze towards Luo Yan. Luo Yan approached Zhangqing, then turned back to face the base entrance, locking eyes with Xiao Yun. Their gazes sparked with tension. Xiao Yun finally spoke, "Spare him if you can." Luo Yan nodded, then withdrew his sword. Xiao Yun sighed with relief, thinking that perhaps this young man still had some sense, showing a modicum of respect for him. But in the next moment, Xiao Yun's pupils dilated as he witnessed Luo Yan swiftly slice through Zhangqing's spine with his sword, then grasp his remaining left leg, dragging him away, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Xiao Yun could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a wave of energy. "You are far too arrogant." Chapter 130. Coercion to ascend to the position of base supervisor and oversee such an important department as the Law Enforcement Division. Xiao Yun was undoubtedly a formidable figure. The moment his aura surged, Luo Yan turned his gaze back, his eyes glimmering with a silver cross star as he activated the Eye of Truth. Xiao Yun's essence and vitality were laid bare before him. This man with a mustache possessed combat prowess comparable to that of Du Gu Changxin, with his visualization techniques reaching an intermediate level. Although it might appear unimpressive, one must remember that this was on the surface. Practitioners on the surface lacked the abundant resources available in the underground cities. To achieve an intermediate level of cultivation on the surface was already quite remarkable. Moreover, those eking out a living on the surface were far more ruthless than their underground counterparts. They resembled a pack of wolves, hungry wolves, ready to take a bite out of you at any opportunity. Thus, in the face of Xiao Yun, Luo Yan was more cautious than he would have been against Du Gu Changxin. While still gripping Zhangqing's leg, he lowered his center of gravity, refraining from concluding the opening of the origin wheel, and instead unleashed another surge of power. The essence from the 4th level erupted vigorously, coalescing into layers upon layers of illusory mountains. The Eye of Truth sought the opponent's source, preparing to obliterate it. In that moment, despite knowing Luo Yan was not his equal, a bead of sweat formed on Xiao Yun's forehead. He could not fathom why this young man exuded such an alarming sense of danger, as if delivering his full strength might yield no advantage and possibly cost him his life, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Xiao Yun would never have believed that one day he would be subdued by a stranger. At that moment, Luo Yan spoke, "This is outside the base." Xiao Yun paused momentarily, then comprehended. Luo Yan meant that he was not acting within the confines of the base, and according to the rules, Xiao Yun had no authority to intervene, just as he had refrained from questioning the actions of the Black Tide Corporation. This also provided a means of retreat for both parties. Xiao Yun considered this briefly and then conceded, "You make a valid point." He voluntarily tempered his imposing presence to avoid misunderstandings that could lead to irreparable consequences. Naturally, had he perished, the Yellow Dragon Corporation would seek justice on his behalf. Yet, what value did justice hold in death? In chaotic times, nothing was more precious than one's own life. Luo Yan nodded slightly, gradually reining in his essence, but hesitated to conclude the secret technique. Wary of Xiao Yun's potential for an underhanded attack, he turned, dragging Zhangqing backward. Poor Zhangqing, with his spine severed, felt no sensation in his lower body while the upper half remained aware. His face scraped against the ground, eliciting cries of agony. At the base entrance, Xiao Yun's eyelids twitched slightly, contemplating the youth's brutal yet cautious demeanor. Such individuals were the hardest to contend with. He resolved not to intervene on behalf of the Black Tide Corporation. It was not worth it. Others, hearing Zhangqing's cries as they retreated, felt their scalps tingle, imagining the extent of his suffering. Although they had grown accustomed to bloodshed and death on the surface, the sight still filled them with dread. They began to inquire about Luo Yan's true identity. "Disperse! Disperse!" Xiao Yun shouted loudly, gesturing to scatter the crowd. A subordinate whispered, "Supervisor Xiao, that young man was quite arrogant. Shall I investigate his background?" "We could." He mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, believing that by flattering his superior and seizing the opportunity to perform, he would earn Xiao Yun's favor. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yun suddenly seized his neck, lifting him off the ground. The subordinate struggled to breathe as he heard Xiao Yun coldly state, "Throughout history, how many prominent figures have met untimely ends? Their brilliance extinguished in inexplicable ways. Do you know why? It is because of fools like you, who think themselves clever but ultimately bring disaster upon their masters." With a sharp crack, he crushed the subordinate's neck, causing the faces of the law enforcement personnel to turn pale with fear. Xiao Yun cast a glance at them, matter-of-factly declaring, "Without my orders, no one is permitted to act independently." He discarded the body and jumped into an off-road vehicle, departing swiftly. In a grove outside the base, Zhang Qing was discarded like a dead dog. Here, all those who had survived from the Black Tide Corporation were present. Among them was a man with a fair complexion, repeatedly bowing to Yang Lixia. "Young master, please spare me. I will confess everything. I will reveal all." Hearing this, Zhang Qing struggled to lift his bloodied face. Gritting his teeth in rage, "Lu Gui, you worthless fool. If you dare utter a word, I swear I will kill you." Yang Lixia approached with a grin, squatting down to say, "Why not tell me where your people are hiding in the forbidden area? If you do, I might let you go." Zhang Qing, however, remained defiant, preparing to spit blood at Yang Lixia. Sensing the impending action, Yang Lixia deftly dodged, then forcefully pressed Zhang Qing's head to the ground, rubbing it against the dirt. Zhang Qing let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yang Lixia lifted his head, smiling. "Luo, leave the rest to me. You can take a break." Luo Yan nodded, having exhausted considerable essence and energy, and was indeed disinclined to waste time on interrogation. Besides, if he handled everything, what role would Yang Lixia have? After Luo Yan departed, Yang Lixia yanked Zhang Qing's head up, beaming as he inquired, "So, have you changed your mind?" Zhang Qing could no longer speak and resorted to making an obscene gesture at Yang Lixia. Yang Lixia nodded, standing up to pull out his pistol. Bang! Zhang Qing's finger exploded into fragments, and a wail echoed through the grove. The man named Lu Gui was so terrified that he wet himself, crying out, I know where Mr. Li Mingyuan is. They are in the 3rd district. They are in the forbidden area, 3rd district." Zhang Qing, unable to utter a word, could only cast a resentful glance at Lu Gui, which led Yang Lixia to believe Lu Gui was not lying. Thus, he ended Zhang Qing's life with a single shot. He then helped Lu Gui to his feet, brushing off the leaves clinging to him, smiling as he said, "So, Mr. Lu, you need not worry. I am a man of my word. Next, please accompany us to the forbidden area, as long as your so-called Mr. Li Mingyuan is in the 3rd district. I assure you, you will return in one piece, and then you shall be free." Lu Gui's expression faltered. No. If Mr. Li sees me, he will kill me." Yang Lixia remained silent, raising his hand to signal. A dozen company guards immediately executed the other captives. Only then did Yang Lixia inquire, "What did you just say?" Lu Gui, trembling, hastily revised his statement. "I said, I am willing to accompany you to the forbidden area." "Excellent. Then we are friends." Yang Lixia waved. "Bring Mr. Lu some water and food, as well as a clean set of clothes." He added, "Mr. Lu, after you have eaten and changed, we will discuss matters concerning your Black Tide Corporation." Chapter 131. Fishing in troubled waters. Luo Yan took a brief respite, his vital energy and spirit gradually restored. He then noticed Yang Lixia approaching, who plopped down beside him. With his back turned to Luo Yan, he unleashed a torrent of words. After venting, Yang Lixia's complexion turned ashen. He rinsed his mouth with water and wiped away the sweat with a handkerchief. With a bitter smile, he confessed, "I have taken a life. I have never even harmed a chicken, yet today I have killed a man. Although I have rehearsed this moment in my mind for quite some time. The instant I pulled the trigger and witnessed that man's skull burst open, I cannot fathom how I managed to suppress the urge to vomit." Luo Yan reassured him. "It's all right. You will grow accustomed to it." Yang Lixia nodded, "I hope so. However, I doubt I will find sleep tonight." He gulped down several more mouthfuls of water, wiped his lips, and stated earnestly, "Lu Gui has divulged nearly everything. The Heitao Company indeed possesses 5 mechs, but only 3 are currently here, all confined within the restricted area. The Heitao Company has long monopolized the 3rd district of the restricted area. a natural medicinal valley flourishing with rare flora. This area should have been designated for public extraction, but the Heitao Company wields immense power, compelling other companies to tacitly accept the situation. In truth, such scenarios are rather common in other restricted areas as well. Companies with strength and influence always reap the rewards, while others merely savor the scraps. However, the Heitao Company has overstepped its bounds, occupying the medicinal valley while simultaneously charging a toll outside the restricted area. All the profits flow into their coffers. Luo Yan pointedly inquired. What do they rely on? Yang Lixie took another large sip of water. They are based in Qingyang City, part of the Hongming Merchant Association. The owner of Heitao, Ding Yang, is married to the daughter of the association's president, thus securing substantial resources. The president's younger brother, Chu Mo, serves as the finance director of Qingyang City. Consequently, the Hongming Merchant Association wields considerable influence, making even the Heitao Company particularly domineering. Yet, they do possess the qualifications to be so. Yang Lixie continued, within the Heitao Company, there are two significant figures. One is the owner, Ding Yang, who, according to Lu Gui, possesses the strength of a mid-level second tier. The other is Li Mingyuan, currently overseeing operations in the restricted area. He has achieved the pinnacle of the initial realm of visualization and excels in the arcane arts. The Mech Jade Qilin is a mid-tier model, embedded with a super-core matrix, though Lu Gui was unaware of the specific core or its fundamental attributes. Additionally, there are two entry-level mechs equipped with standard firepower, with pilots at the initial second tier of the visualization realm. Furthermore, Li Mingyuan's divine repository belongs to the mysterious category, named Tongshan. It is said that this divine repository allows the release of arcane arts without the need for hand seals and reduces energy consumption. Luo Yan nodded, acknowledging Lu Gui's clear instructions. Yang Lixie chuckled. Would he dare to withhold information? His superior's corpse is right beside him. If he wasn't terrified, one could say his mental fortitude is commendable. Luo Yan pondered for a moment. Tomorrow, when we enter the restricted area, I will attempt to eliminate Li Mingyuan. I am unperturbed by his initial realm of perfection. The only complication is that Li Mingyuan clearly specializes in arcane techniques tailored to counter my divine repository. The Tongshan can release arcane arts without hand seals, thus minimizing consumption. Taking Wu Taijun as a reference, one can easily deduce that such an opponent, if given the opportunity to create distance, would employ A and Oppos, Kite and Oppos, tactic to suppress me. It is not difficult to envision that with the Tongshan at his disposal, Li Mingyuan could serve as an arcane artillery platform, swift strikes with low consumption. If he manages to establish a connection in his arcane formations, the longer the battle drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for me. To confront such an adversary, I must seek an opportunity to close the distance and strike decisively. At this moment, Yang Lixie interjected, Are you planning to act alone? Before Luo Yan could respond, he continued, Luo, there is no need for that. Consider this. Even if we manage to eliminate Li Mingyuan and drive the Heitao personnel from the medicinal valley, we possess only one mech and cannot hold the valley. In the end, we would find ourselves overburdened and have provoked the Heitao Company, leaving room for other companies to benefit. Such a losing venture is not one we should entertain. Luo Yan regarded him thoughtfully. Yang Lixie grinned. Today, while I was inciting other companies, I also gauged their strengths. I have a rough idea of which companies are on par with us, or perhaps slightly weaker. Once we return to the base, I will invite these companies to join us in stirring up trouble in the medicinal valley. If a conflict arises, these companies can share the burden with us. If the Heitao Company seeks revenge, they will have to distribute their wrath evenly, rather than targeting us alone. Wouldn't you agree? In any case, tomorrow we will stir the waters. And if an opportunity presents itself, we shall seize Li Mingyuan, the big fish. After listening, Luo Yan gently nodded, suddenly recalling Wei Fenghua's assessment of Yang Lixie. Finding it somewhat reasonable, the two then deliberated on additional details before returning to the base. The following day, in the Misty Gorge, within the medicinal valley of the 3rd District, in a tent at the camp's edge, Li Mingyuan awoke, content. This middle-aged man had a waxy complexion, deep-set eyes, and a gaunt frame. By all accounts, one who has cultivated visualization techniques, even at the initial level of perfection, should not appear so haggard. Yet, Li Mingyuan was a man of indulgence. Even while harvesting herbs in the restricted area, he required the company of women every night. As was the case now. 2 young women lay upon his bed, unremarkable in appearance, yet possessing ample bosoms, round hips, slender waists, and long legs. Their physiques were commendable, and they were well versed in pleasing Li Mingyuan, rendering his tent perpetually lively. However, this lifestyle had drained him of vitality. Despite claiming to be at the pinnacle, he could only muster strength equivalent to that of a 5th tier, and he found himself unable to break through to the next realm. Yet, Li Mingyuan remained unconcerned. Backed by his company, he had access to women and wealth, and worked within a safe zone. Unless he faced a dire misfortune, such as encountering a high-tier beast or the master of the restricted area, his strength was sufficient to navigate the medicinal valley and Longquan base with ease. After rising, Li Mingyuan sipped a medicinal broth infused with various tonics, then playfully pinched one of the woman's rear ends before awkwardly chuckling and stepping out of the tent. Suddenly, a clamor reached his ears from afar, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust, as if a great army were advancing toward the medicinal valley. Chapter 132. Negotiations yield no results. What on earth is happening? Li Mingyuan furrowed his brow and retrieved a communication device, stating, Zhonglei, Xiongwei, investigate the situation. Who among you is blind enough to intrude upon our medicinal valley? Moments later, 2 ordinary models of the mecha advanced towards the forest outside the medicinal valley. In addition, 5 black bear-armored vehicles, 3 war tiger tanks, and numerous off-road vehicles followed suit. The black bear-armored vehicles were painted a deep black and equipped with a 90mm cannon, a 40mm grenade launcher, and a 25mm machine gun. The war tiger tanks, classified as heavy tanks, weighed nearly 70 tons, making them one of the heaviest mobile units prior to the emergence of mechas. They were armed with an 88mm main gun and 3 7.92mm caliber machine guns. Alongside these vehicles, a formidable formation was established, flanking the 2 mechas. Li Mingyuan was not idle either. He returned to his mecha, the Jade Qilin. The Jade Qilin was of the Xuanji type, weighing 726 tons, with a sleek body design primarily adorned in silver white, accented by indigo patterns. Its most distinctive feature was the head armor, embellished with antler-like protrusions that concealed communication antennas. The center was accentuated by flame-like lines. When the mecha powered on, these lines shimmered with a soft blue glow, flickering like a mesmerizing blue and white flame from a distance. Due to his expertise in Xian arts, Li Mingyuan's Jade Qilin lacked heavy weaponry. Its standard armaments included a rifle and a dagger. As he often remarked, should he need to engage in close combat, it would signify his defeat. Hence, he opted for a lighter armament, reducing the mecha's weight and enhancing its speed. Seated in the cockpit of the Jade Qilin, Li Mingyuan gazed through the panoramic window and observed that the nameless convoy had come to a halt. Subsequently, several mecha transport vehicles opened, and one by one, from mechas emerged. Li Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, noting the antiquated models of mechas rising before him, which had not even been outfitted with the supercore matrix. They posed no threat. The mechas approached, and 2 black-tied units initiated a broadcast, declaring, to the mechas ahead, please halt. You have entered private territory. This is the medicinal collection base of Black Tide Corporation. We request your departure. The mechas indeed came to a stop, but soon a voice retorted through the broadcast, private territory? When did this restricted zone become the domain of your Black Tide Corporation? According to the Beast Strategic Bureau's regulations on restricted area development, all such zones are open to exploration, development, and resource recovery by various cities and bases. They do not belong to any one city or organization. Your Black Tide Corporation is quite domineering. Li Mingyuan scoffed, activating his own broadcast. Who is spewing such nonsense? You claim those are the regulations of the Strategic Bureau. I could just as easily say you are fabricating them on the spot. In any case, this is the territory of Black Tide Corporation. Anyone daring to trespass shall be regarded as a provocation, with consequences to bear. The voice responded with disdain. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Everyone, have you heard? They are indeed this overbearing. Not only do they disregard the regulations issued by the Strategic Bureau, but they also shamelessly monopolize the Medicinal Valley's resources. This voice belonged to Yang Lixia, seated within an armored vehicle. After speaking, he retrieved another communication device. Classmate Luo, negotiations have failed. Proceed with the original plan. On the other end, Luo Yan replied with a soft hum. Meanwhile, Li Mingyuan laughed heartily, saying, overbearing? In this world, the one with the strongest fist holds the power. You relics of the old era, utter another word, and today shall mark your doom. He commanded his mecha to raise its rifle and fired a shot towards the adversary's convoy. Bang! Amidst the resounding gunfire, an off-road vehicle was obliterated into fragments, and its occupants met a gruesome fate. Yang Lixia, nearby, broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that had the bullet deviated by several meters, it could have been his demise. Just then, a piercing whistle echoed through the sky. As Li Mingyuan and the mecha pilots of Black Tide Company looked up, they spotted two dark shapes trailing red flames, plummeting swiftly. In an instant, they struck two of the mechas. Excluding the Jade Qilin, Li Mingyuan's pupils dilated as he witnessed two ballistic missiles approaching. Upon impact, the missile bodies expanded, followed by a blinding white light that erupted amidst the thunderous explosion. The ensuing shockwave was terrifying. The two mechas that had been struck were reduced to wreckage, their cockpits targeted, the head armor shattered, taking the chest engines and energy cores with them in a catastrophic display of destruction, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal and uprooting trees in the vicinity. Li Mingyuan immediately scanned his surroundings, seeking the source of the missile launch. However, the four mechas had already commenced their assault. They spread out, unleashing a barrage of fire from their rifles, shoulder-mounted cannons, and missiles upon the Jade Qilin. The ferocity of the artillery rendered visibility nearly impossible. Fortunately, when the two mechas were attacked, Li Mingyuan instinctively unleashed his Xian technique, Void Barrier. Divine Concealment allowed him to release the technique without hand seals, conserving energy as he erected several invisible barriers to shield himself from the relentless fire. While maneuvering his mecha, he commanded, those still alive, rise and bombard the knee joints of those mechas to cripple their mobility. The warriors within the tanks and armored vehicles of Black Tide finally regained their senses and promptly followed Li Mingyuan's orders. The sound of cannon fire erupted as explosions tore through the legs of the enemy mechas. One of the mechas temporarily diverted its attention from Li Mingyuan, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon the tanks and armored vehicles to eliminate the pesky flies. Thus, the decisive battle returned to the stage of the mechas. Chapter 133. A war of attrition in the forest outside the Medicinal Valley. Explosions, artillery fire, and gunshots persisted relentlessly. Li Mingyuan maintained his aura barrier while scanning the enemy aircraft with his instruments. The Jade Qilin was under concentrated fire, its panoramic viewport obscured by flames and thick smoke, making visual target acquisition impossible. On the radar, Li Mingyuan observed 4 enemy aircraft signals in constant motion. He realized that his adversaries were intent on depleting his arcane energy with long-range attacks, prompting him to ponder how they knew of his affinity for arcane arts. Whether in the Forbidden Zone or at the base, Li Mingyuan rarely needed to fight. As for the giant beasts, the Medicinal Valley was in a secure area, with only occasional incursions by low-level creatures. Therefore, he had few opportunities to engage in combat. It was unlikely that many at Dragon Spring Base, aside from his inner circle, knew his specialty, unless there was a mole, but that seemed improbable. Zhang Qing had no reason to betray him. Li Mingyuan scoffed, focusing his mind. He would resolve the immediate situation before considering the other matter. You think your distance protects you? With a thought, 2 orbs of arcane energy materialized beside his mech, solidifying into lupin silhouettes, phantom wolves. Li Mingyuan commanded the 2 phantom wolves to breach the invisible barrier and charge 2 of the enemy aircraft. As he anticipated, the targeted mechs were forced to concentrate their fire on the spectral beasts, significantly reducing the pressure on Li Mingyuan. However, at that moment, the radar blared an alarm. A red dot rapidly approached, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. A ballistic missile. Li Mingyuan steered the Jade Qilin to face the incoming missile, hoping to spot the attacker. But the missile collided with the aura barrier, and the ensuing explosion engulfed his vision. He only glimpsed a massive, imposing silhouette before being consumed by flames. The missile easily shattered the aura barrier, and despite Li Mingyuan's rapid deployment of additional shields, they were all destroyed by the blast. The Jade Kirin staggered backward. Reeling from the impact, Li Mingyuan, disoriented in the cockpit, was struck again from behind. With the Jade Kirin's defenses breached, two Mech from other pharmaceutical companies seized the opportunity. Unleashing a barrage of weaponry, autocannons, rifles, and missiles, they spared no expense, subjecting the Jade Kirin to a relentless assault that strained its rear armor. Li Mingyuan grunted, regaining his composure. He erected the aura barrier to protect himself, then activated the hypercore matrix, using Rhino as its core, with Shockwave as its fundamental attribute. As the matrix engaged, Li Mingyuan turned and stomped forcefully toward the two Mechs. A visible, translucent shockwave surged outward, toppling the earth-toned and crimson Mechs, their hulls now battered. Li Mingyuan seized the moment to unleash the seventh arcane art, Wind Lance, repeatedly. The air filled with sharp shrieks as lances of rapidly rotating air hurtled toward the Mechs, striking them with the force of a storm. Armor buckled, cracked, and fell away. The two Mechs abandoned their counterattack, desperately rolling aside to avoid the onslaught. After the burst of attacks, Li Mingyuan exhaled, then frowned. Four Mechs were nearby, with another lurking in the distance. 1 against 5. The situation was precarious. Li Mingyuan muttered, "A strategic retreat is sometimes necessary. You can have the medicinal valley for now. We'll meet again." The Jade Kirin raised its rifle, firing a suppressive volley at the enemy Mechs before turning and fleeing, leaving the aura barrier's area of effect. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air as chains used to capture giant beasts were launched, their armor-piercing tips glinting with azure light. They struck the Jade Kirin's back, penetrating its outer armor and locking it in place. Inside the cockpit, Li Mingyuan was violently shaken. Glancing at the computer, he cursed, "You bastards. Give you an inch. And you take a mile. Fine. I'll slaughter you all today." He raised the aura barrier once more and unleashed Wind Lance, hoping to exploit the enemy's entanglement to destroy them. But then, another sharp sound echoed. The fourth ballistic missile descended, erupting in a blinding flash, shattering Li Mingyuan's aura barrier and disrupting his Wind Lance barrage. Li Mingyuan was nearly sick from the impact and frustrated by the repeated missile strikes, unable to even identify his attacker. Unbeknownst to him, as the ballistic missile struck, a colossal figure emerged from behind a distant peak, the White Dragon. Luo Yan had expended all 4 missiles and, as planned, depleted much of Li Mingyuan's arcane energy and mental strength. Now, he would breach the invisible barrier. Luo Yan controlled the Mech, sprinting at full speed. He had activated the secret art nether wheel to avoid detection. Now, he switched to the primal wheel for the attack. With both secret arts engaged, the White Dragon radiated arcane energy like an erupting volcano. The immense aura pressed down on Li Mingyuan's mind like a mountain. As the flames and smoke cleared, Li Mingyuan finally saw the White Dragon through the viewport. The Mech's aura pulsed with power, surrounded by layered illusions of mountains. Exuding a sense of imposing grandeur, Li Mingyuan did not hesitate. He poured out arcane energy, raising 3 aura barriers and conjuring a phantom wolf. Then, he unleashed a barrage of twisting, shifting orbs of light. His ultimate arcane art, Cloud Split. He unleashed 3 in quick succession. In Li Mingyuan's memory, no giant beast or Mech had ever withstood a Cloud Split triple blast. Chapter 134. Shattered to pieces, Yang Lixia climbed atop the armored vehicle and stood tall. After being shot at by Li Mingyuan earlier, he had ordered the convoy to retreat several kilometers. Even so, the fervent atmosphere of the battlefield was palpable. At that moment, he observed Jade Qilin in action, empty wall providing defense, illusory wolf engaging in diversion, and rending cloud launching a primary assault. The seamless execution of these 3 distinct arcane techniques left him marveling at how the divine concealment was a boon for enthusiasts of the mystic arts. The ability to unleash arcane techniques without hand seals, coupled with reduced energy expenditure, was indeed a remarkable skill. Li Mingyuan had certainly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune to awaken such a divine concealment. However, his good fortune was about to come to an end. A sudden light gasp arose. It was White Dragon in motion, lifting its rifle to fire 3 rounds of rending cloud prematurely. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions nearly shattered eardrums. Yang Lixie instinctively covered his ears and witnessed 3 luminous orbs erupting into a splendid blaze, waves of fire surging forth and transforming into a sea of flames. Streams of elemental energy splattered outward like a torrential downpour, cascading upon White Dragon. Despite the overwhelming spectacle, the true terror of rending cloud lay in its initial explosion. The subsequent streams were merely embellishments. Yang Lixie smirked slightly, lamenting that his classmate Luo had already suffered from rending cloud and was now well equipped to counter it. At that moment, a robust shield enveloped the Mech White Dragon. The barrier, composed of diamond-shaped light spots, rendered the Mech's form indistinct, showcasing its formidable thickness. Yang Lixie squinted. This was a characteristic of the supercore matrix. What core was employed? It must be spinning tortoise, clearly indicative of thick armor traits. Impressive. Luo was evidently pursuing a path of high defense and offense. If he was not mistaken, White Dragon's outer shell had also undergone a transformation, utilizing special armor crafted from colossal beast materials. No wonder he dared to charge headlong into the fray. Go forth, Luo. Strike him down from the front. White Dragon charged through the torrential streams of elemental energy. The streams struck the energy barrier, merely causing it to flicker and ripple without penetrating it. White Dragon plowed through the flames and emerged from the inferno, its upper body leaning forward, rifle discarded on the ground, and both hands gripping the formidable sword-broken army. The impressive length of broken army cleaved through countless trees, carving a distinct path through the forest. Aimed squarely at Li Mingyuan's Jade Qilin. Li Mingyuan's heart trembled, captivated by White Dragon's momentum, rendering him momentarily unresponsive until Illusory Wolf lunged at the enemy mech, only to be thwarted by the energy barrier. It was only after Jade Qilin was subjected to a renewed barrage of cannon fire that Li Mingyuan regained his senses. His eyes bloodshot, he immediately unleashed 2 consecutive rending clouds. Suddenly, his heart jolted with a heavy thud, an unfamiliar sense of weakness washing over him. Moments later, he realized it was a sign that his elemental energy was nearly depleted. Despite the energy-reducing abilities of his divine concealment, he had no idea how many arcane techniques he had employed since the battle began. Just moments ago, he had utilized Rending Cloud 5 times. This was a technique of the 15th order, significantly more taxing than those of the 10th order or below. Even with divine concealment mitigating expenses, he was at his limit. Boom, boom. This time, the 2 rending clouds struck White Dragon's energy barrier, igniting a magnificent crimson blaze. The ferocious explosion depleted a considerable portion of the energy barrier, leaving it incapable of preventing the streams of elemental energy from penetrating. Once through the energy barrier, the elemental streams also suffered losses, only managing to create ripples upon the ethereal image of 1,000 mountains surrounding White Dragon, akin to a tranquil ancient lake disturbed by a gentle spring rain, barely causing a stir. Meanwhile, Illusory Wolf seized the opportunity as the barrier dissipated, leaping onto the mech and biting and tearing at it. Illusory Wolf clung to the mech's chest, obscuring the panoramic viewport. If it were any other pilot, action would have been impossible under such conditions. Yet, Luo Yan's eyes glimmered with silver stars. Through his true eye, Li Mingyuan's biological glow was distinctly visible. Luo Yan paid no heed to Illusory Wolf. At that moment, White Dragon was impervious to Illusory Wolf's futile attempts to breach the ethereal mountain image. And even if it could, the special armor reinforced with spinning tortoise materials would prove indomitable. White Dragon surged forward, swiftly approaching Jade Qilin. Li Mingyuan bellowed, disregarding his state, and unleashed another rending cloud. This drained his last remnants of elemental energy, causing a sharp pain in his chest, and he spat blood within his helmet. The rending cloud soared like a cannonball, detonating alongside Illusory Wolf. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, obliterating Illusory Wolf into fragments. Yet White Dragon emerged from the inferno, the ethereal image of the 1,000 mountains dimming around it, while its exterior glowed red, evidently scorched by the intense heat. However, contrary to Li Mingyuan's hopes, White Dragon did not cease its advance. Instead, the engine at its chest blazed brightly, and its arms swung wide. Broken Army finally rose, the blade crackling with energy, slicing through the air as it swept horizontally toward Jade Qilin's head. Inside the cockpit, Li Mingyuan gasped, his expression one of horror. "Wait," he shouted, only to witness the left side of the cockpit shatter, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the debris, followed by a brilliant flash of electric light. Within that electric glow was a massive sword of deep black blue, its surface adorned with the natural patterns formed by the forging process. Then his vision shattered into fragments. From a distance in the forest, Yang Lixie gasped, witnessing White Dragon swing its sword in a sweeping arc, severing Jade Qilin's head along with the cockpit in a single stroke. Countless shards whistled through the air, flying several kilometers, passing over the convoy, ultimately scattering among the isolated peaks in the forest. Suddenly, Yang Lixie felt a chill on his forehead. He wiped it, only to find his palm stained crimson. Instinctively, he swallowed hard and murmured, "Well, this is perfect. No need for Li Mingyuan's body to be retrieved." With a single strike, White Dragon not only shattered the enemy mech's head, but also obliterated the cockpit, leaving the pilot within to meet a grim fate. Chapter 135. Rooting out the problem. Luo Yan sat upon a hillside, where the wind carried the fragrance of fresh grass. He relished this scent. Below the slope, the cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries mingled in a tumultuous din. Warriors from Donyuan, Huo, Yinhua Pharmaceuticals, and Lingji Hall, in conjunction with their mechas, were executing the final suppression of the Heitao Company's encampment. With Li Mingyuan's death, the morale of Heitao plummeted to its nadir, and their resistance was utterly futile. Before long, those within announced their surrender. Yet, the four companies seemed resolute in their intent to pursue a total annihilation. Luo Yan found no fault in such a ruthless approach to rooting out the problem. Were it his decision, he too would not permit a single soul to escape. A moment's mercy often begets unforeseen consequences. Thus, if one must act, it is imperative to ensure a thorough cleansing, leaving no room for future troubles. Boom, boom, boom. Under the barrage of heavy machine gun fire, blood splattered throughout the camp, and after a brief moment, silence fell over the area. Then, from within a tent, a woman cried out, "Do not shoot. We shall come out now." Granted permission, Li Mingyuan's two companions emerged, utterly unclothed, shielding their chests and crouching down. Though the men beheld nothing, the sight only fueled their primal instincts. The women implored, "We were captured by Mr. Li. We beg you, spare us." Observing these two women, some men found themselves wavering. At that moment, Yang Lixie approached with an impassive expression. With a pistol, he shot each woman without hesitation. Surveying the group, his countenance darkened as he spoke. "What? Do you wish to let them go, or hide them away for your own amusement? If we are to undertake significant endeavors, we must be resolute." The heads of several companies quickly denied any such intentions. Yet, truth be told, several had indeed entertained the notion of keeping them hidden away. On the hillside, witnessing Yang Lixie, Luo Yan reflected deeply on the multifaceted nature of humanity. One cannot judge a person solely by their exterior. Within the academy, Yang Lixie was an entirely different individual than he was outside of it. Though he still bore a hint of naivety, given time, he would undoubtedly undergo a complete transformation. Following this, the pharmaceutical warriors continued their purge of the camp, establishing fire breaks and utilizing flamethrowers to incinerate both corpses and debris. Yang Lixie hurried to Luo Yan's side. Squatting down with a grin, "We reached an agreement. This medicinal valley is vast, and Heitao and Oppo's company has only developed less than a third of it. Their greed prevented others from entering, squandering the valley's other herbs. We decided that, aside from taking over the area developed by Heitao, the remaining sections will be open to other companies. However, any company wishing to enter must pay a 10 fee on their profits. This revenue will be shared among our companies as we drove Heitao out. It would be unreasonable not to charge an entrance fee. As for profit distribution, our company will take 35, and the rest will be divided among the other 4 companies. However, having collected the entrance fee, we must provide certain services. Furthermore, to prevent other companies from monopolizing the valley, we need to ensure adequate military presence. Leaving several mechas behind, Yang Lixia gestured towards Li Mingyuan's mecha, which lay trapped beneath some trees. I intend to drag this back. It's virtually undamaged, save for its head, which can be replaced, making it operational again. This way, the mecha can remain stationed in the restricted area, saving you the trouble of coming here frequently. Luo Yan nodded, for he too wished to avoid unnecessary trips to the forbidden zone. Yang Lixia, chewing on a blade of grass, stood and declared, in any case, our journey here was not in vain. Once the payments arrive, I shall transfer your share. Luo Yan agreed and added, I need to go somewhere. Yang Lixia made no inquiry about his destination and simply replied, all right, I'll contact you if anything arises. Thus, Luo Yan piloted Bailong away, seeking the vicinity of the cave he had discovered earlier. Upon arriving, he commanded Bailong to kneel. Exiting the cockpit, he felt the wind from afar. Deep within the forbidden zone, the sound of a monstrous roar echoed faintly. Luo Yan blinked, the silver cross star shimmering in his eyes as he gazed below. When he departed, he had marked his path by a solitary peak, and now he found himself nearby. Yet, without the true eye of reality, locating that cave would prove quite a challenge, as the trees appeared uniformly dense from above. Utilizing the true eye of reality, Luo Yan could visualize the distribution of elemental energy, guiding him to an area of unusually concentrated force, where the gathering flowers bloomed within the cave. After some time, he reached the cave's entrance, parting the thick vines that covered the ground. Grasping one, he slid down into the depths below. The scene remained unchanged. The ground was carpeted with gathering flowers. Observing these extraordinary blooms elicited a sensation akin to gazing upon a bounty of currency. Before he even touched the ground, he first noticed a glimmering mass of biological ash. It was curled up near the previously discovered small scale. Sensing the presence of this unexpected guest, it emerged from the flowers. A bear, though larger than the average brown bear, its eyes fierce and pupils tinged with a faint red, clearly mutated under the influence of. With a thunderous roar, the bear lunged at Luo Yan. Unfazed, Luo Yan raised his rifle, unleashing a barrage directed at its head. The bear's skull exploded in a shower of fur, yet astonishingly, it did not succumb. Within Luo Yan's line of sight, he could see the bear's vitality still hovering around 481. After the onslaught, over 300 remained. With a ferocious roar, the bear stood upright, its massive paws swiping at Luo Yan. He released the vine and landed on the ground. The bear missed, exposing its belly to Luo Yan. His crimson gaze devoid of emotion, he drew Yishing. Instantly, the cave was illuminated by a ghostly azure glow. The gathering flowers soared into the air, their petals scattering gracefully. The bear emitted an earth-shattering roar as a gaping wound opened on its belly. Luo Yan's strike nearly bisected it. Despite this, blood and organs cascaded forth like a waterfall. The bear's vitality plummeted significantly, quickly diminishing thereafter. The creature swayed, seemingly intent on striking Luo Yan once more, but ultimately collapsed at his feet. Its eyes slowly closed, and it drew its last breath. Chapter 136. Breaking Through, Initial Level 5. For dinner, Luo Yan feasted upon a bear paw, a delicacy that had once been beyond his reach. Unfortunately, he lacked culinary skills, and without any cooking tools, he merely skinned, cleaned, and roasted it over a fire, resulting in a rather mediocre meal. After dining, Luo Yan retrieved the Starfire agent to commence his cultivation. He first relaxed his body and calmed his mind. Once he felt adequately prepared, he inhaled the Starfire agent and began to operate, observing mountains and seas. Suddenly, a sound akin to rushing wind enveloped him. The primal energy within the cave swirled like a tempest, departing from its stagnant state and transforming into streams of energy that surged towards Luo Yan, crashing into his body. The volume and magnitude of this energy vastly exceeded anything he had experienced before. The efficacy of the Starfire agent unleashed a tremendous force within him. With a resounding roar, A blazing inferno seemed to ignite within Luo Yan, purifying the incoming energy. At that moment, his body resembled a parched sponge, rapidly absorbing the refined energy. Guided by his consciousness, this energy was directed into specific bones, commencing a process of transformation and tempering. What typically required 2 hours or more to refine was accomplished in less than a quarter of an hour. Elated, Luo Yan decisively proceeded to temper another bone. Gradually, he became immersed in the realm of cultivation. In this cave, where the density of primal energy far surpassed that of other locations, the continuous influx of energy felt as though it was boundless. Even after purification, the quantity remained several times greater than what he usually encountered. As the energy continually flooded in, Luo Yan experienced a sensation of expansion, which swiftly dissipated as the energy infused into his bones. In the ebb and flow of this sensation, he felt indescribably comfortable, as if every sinew and cell in his body experienced a rejuvenating stretch. Unbeknownst to him, while he cultivated, the gathering flowers within the cave radiated light, their accumulated energy flowing towards Luo Yan, forming a vortex of primal energy around him. Thus, every day, Luo Yan dedicated time to the medicinal valley, with the remainder spent in the cave refining his skills. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, he completed the tempering of his final bone. Employing inner observation, he perceived that all 206 bones in his body exhibited a texture akin to stone. The density had multiplied several times, significantly increasing their weight. This was what was known as heavy bone. With this heavy bone, Luo Yan's physical strength surpassed that of any fellow cultivator of the same level. The refinement of heavy bone signified the successful completion of the initial 4th level of observing mountains and seas. At this juncture, Luo Yan sensed a familiar barrier, as if an invisible wall constrained the expansion of his primal energy. Undeterred, he propelled his energy against this barrier. However, the impact was fruitless, causing the energy to recede, accumulating within his dantian. With the continuous influx of energy and repeated impacts, the primal energy within his dantian grew increasingly abundant, resembling an ocean of energy that expanded relentlessly. As this ocean swelled, waves began to rise. Luo Yan consciously stirred this ocean of energy, coordinating it with the energy entering his body to unleash a formidable tidal wave. The wave collided fiercely with the barrier. With a thunderous crash, a resonating hum echoed within Luo Yan's consciousness as he felt the barrier fragmenting. Seizing the moment, he focused on absorbing energy to further enhance this ocean. When the ocean of energy had more than doubled in size, he summoned a tempest and charged once more. This time, the tidal wave struck the ethereal barrier with a resounding crack, spreading a multitude of fissures across its surface. In the next instant, a deafening explosion resounded as the vast primal energy within Luo Yan surged forth, breaking through the barrier and, guided by the principles of observing mountains and seas, flowed into his internal organs. This marked the essence of the initial 5th level of observing mountains and seas. Following the refinement of skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, the 5th layer focused on tempering the internal organs. Once he had refined the 11 organs, bestowing upon them a lustrous sheen akin to jade, he would have achieved significant progress. This was the hallmark of jadeware. At that point, Luo Yan could opt to break through and cultivate the intermediate techniques of observing mountains and Caesar temporarily restrain his advancement to solidify his foundation, transforming the original illusion of 1,000 mountains and peaks into 10,000 mountains standing tall, signifying the completion of the initial stage. As time gradually passed, when Luo Yan sensed that the primal energy within him had ceased to swell and the external energy had also diminished, he concluded his cultivation and opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he beheld the cave. Every single gathering flower had withered. Luo Yan could only smile wryly. It seemed his fervent cultivation had drained not only the energy from the cave, but also the reserves stored within the gathering flowers. In just a week, he had achieved a breakthrough, yet depleted these rare flora. Well, he mused softly, there are gains and losses. After all, they have contributed to my growth, so it is not entirely wasted. Furthermore, he glanced at a small piece of dark jade, recognizing its residual value even if shattered. Without hesitation, Luo Yan sees the Starbreaker Ran opening wheel, unleashing his primal energy. The eruption nearly sent him flying from the force of his own unleashed energy. He discovered that post-breakthrough, his primal energy had nearly doubled, reaching initial level 5. The characteristics of observing mountains and seas, accumulating strength over time, began to manifest. Moreover, under the radiance of his primal energy, his skin shimmered with a faint, rocky illusion, as if encased in armor of stone. The illusion of 1,000 mountains and peaks appeared markedly clearer, now imbued with wisps of ethereal cloudiness, adding a sense of lofty transcendence to its imposing presence. Luo Yan slowly drew forth his longsword, unleashing his combat technique. The Starbreaker erupted with blinding light as he struck, unleashing a silver lightning bolt upon the dark jade. The impact shattered the stone into countless fragments, scorching the ground and leaving deep cracks in its surface. Though it was the same thunderbolt, the magnitude of this power was worlds apart from when Luo Yan had first learned it. This palpable sense of growth and newfound strength filled him with joy. However, he soon realized that the small piece of dark jade contained no primordial stone fragments, leaving him with a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 137. Precious Items, You've Struck It Rich. The exuberant voice of Yang Lixia exploded in Luo Yan's ears, nearly rendering him deaf. At that moment, they were on their way back to the academy. Having concluded their affairs in the Forbidden Zone, the Black Tide Company had been uprooted entirely. Although they still had personnel in Xinjiang City, they had suffered significant losses and were unable to retaliate in the near term. The Medicinal Valley in the 3rd District of the Forbidden Zone was now open to the public, requiring only a 10 share of the profits for entry, devoid of any additional fees. In comparison to the Black Tide Company, this was undoubtedly far more generous, ensuring a steady stream of customers. Within just a few days, Yang Lixia had amassed considerable earnings. He arranged for some personnel to remain at the base as his representatives before returning to the academy with Luo Yan. Upon learning that Luo Yan had brought back a batch of the elusive Yuan fragments, Yang Lixia was even more exhilarated than Luo Yan himself, shouting with glee, "Yuan, do you understand, Luo? It can be exchanged for contribution points, and not just any contribution points, but those from the Beast Strategy Department. Contribution points from the Strategy Department can be redeemed for advanced techniques, secret arts, cultivation resources, various weapons, and even mechs. Among these, the most invaluable are the Divine General Class mechs and Primal Stone fragments. These treasures cannot be purchased with mere wealth. Once you return, you must immediately send the Yuan to the Exploration Corps and have Captain D submit it on your behalf. Oh, and you should notify Captain D beforehand to ensure that your merits are not claimed by someone else." Luo Yan nodded. Although he was aware that the underground city accepted Yuan, he had no idea it could be exchanged for such valuable items. If what Yang Lixia said was true, it was indeed prudent to give Captain D a heads up to avoid any potential mishaps. Thus, upon returning to Guangling City, Luo Yan called Di Zheng, only to have the call answered by Shaoli. It turned out that Di Zheng was away from the underground city for a few days and would not return for a while. Captain D is not in the underground city? In the car, Yang Lixia pondered. "Luo, you must trust me. Just store the Yuan fragments in my bank's private safe for the time being. When the captain returns, we can retrieve them together." Luo Yan glanced at Yang Lixia and, without hesitation, agreed. During their time together, he had developed a fresh perspective on this second-year student. Luo Yan believed Yang Lixia was not the type to betray his peers for short-term gains. Moreover, he found himself at a loss for a secure place to store the Yuan. Leaving it in his dormitory would only invite trouble. Thus, the decision was made. Upon arriving at the bank, Yang Lixia briskly summoned a supervisor. The supervisor, accompanied by a security team, cautiously transported the box containing the Yuan fragments to the private safe. Once everything was secured, Luo Yan and Yang Lixia departed. That evening, the bank supervisor arrived at Yang Lixia's private safe, dismissed the security team, and opened the safe to inspect the box containing the Yuan. "It should be fine if I just take a little. I probably won't get caught. I have no choice. If I don't repay my debts, the White Tide crew will have my hands." He opened the box labeled precious items, only to be taken aback. For inside were not the jewels or gold bars he had envisioned, but a collection of irregular, deep-hued objects resembling crystals. What are these? Crystals? Crystals aren't worth much. Young Master Yang even claimed they were precious items, leading me to believe they were jewelry or gold bars. Instead, I find these trinkets. The supervisor sighed. It seems I'm doomed this time. Just as he was about to close the box, he suddenly slapped his forehead with his gloved hand. Li Chunlai, you are truly a fool. What kind of man is young Master Yang to store worthless junk in a bank? This must be a rare treasure. Without hesitation, the supervisor picked up a fist-sized crystal for easy concealment and slipped it into his pocket. Just one piece missing, and these look distinct enough that no one will notice. Li Chunlai promptly closed the box and left the bank. Instead of returning home, he headed to a small alley where he frequented a pawn shop. He knocked vigorously on the door. The unmarked pawn shop had no operating license, but a slit opened in the door, revealing a pair of shifty eyes before it was fully opened. Ah, Supervisor Li. Long time no see. I thought you had been promoted. A dwarf greeted him with a sly tone. Li Chunlai chuckled awkwardly and produced the crystal wrapped in black cloth. Tong, I have something to sell. Could you appraise its worth? The dwarf climbed onto a high stool, accepted the item, and examined it with a magnifying glass. What is this? It doesn't look like crystal. Just then, the dwarf noticed some energy swirling within the crystal, vaguely forming the shape of a beast. Could it be? The dwarf set the crystal down and looked at Li Chunlai. Where did you acquire this? Li Chunlai, anxious, replied, Does it matter? Can it be sold for money? The dwarf chuckled, It can be sold, but I need to know its origins. Otherwise, you might as well find someone else. You can't be serious. Who else would dare take my items? With no other choice, Li Chunlai divulged the entire story. The item belongs to the son of the construction bureau chief, Yang Lixia. The dwarf nodded and gestured, Hand me the card. A moment later, Li Chunlai left the pawn shop, thoroughly satisfied. He had not anticipated that the inconspicuous crystal would net him 100,000 contribution points. Inside the pawn shop, the dwarf dialed a number. After a brief hello, he respectfully stated, Mr. Chinchio, I've just acquired an extraordinary item. Oh, what is it? Yuan, a fragment. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end. 2 days later. In the morning, Luo Yan and Yang Lixia returned to the bank. Once again, they were attended to by Li Chunlai. Upon hearing that Yang Lixia wished to retrieve the box stored 2 days prior, a muscle in Li Chunlai's face twitched. But he quickly instructed his subordinates to fetch the box. Yang Lixia opened it, and, finding everything intact, nodded at Luo Yan. The two then took the box and left. After their departure, Li Chunlai nearly collapsed into his chair, relieved that young Master Yang had not noticed any missing pieces. What on earth was that item, anyway? Tong seemed quite interested, and even paid me 100,000 contribution points. I need to remember to call him when young Master Yang comes for the item. With a slap to his forehead, Li Chunlai exclaimed, I almost forgot. He hastily pulled out his phone. Chapter 138. The Wicked First complains the wind today was particularly boisterous. Yang Lixia drove his convertible sports car, adorned with sunglasses and dressed in flamboyant attire, exuding a subtle scent of cologne. He possessed an understanding of fragrances, recognizing that it is the lingering notes that embody the essence. This spared Luo Yan, seated beside him, the discomfort of pinching his nose. Following them was a business car, with Yang's company assistant at the wheel, carrying a box filled with fragments of the elusive Yuan. Look at my sports car, Luo Yan, Yang Lixia exclaimed loudly. Luo Yan nodded perfunctorily. He had no knowledge of automobiles, let alone such a luxurious model. Coming from humble beginnings, his family's only means of transportation was an electric bike or a bicycle. To him, a sports car was undoubtedly magnificent. Yang Lixia tapped the steering wheel. After we finish with the military group, I'll take the car behind, and you can have this one. Luo Yan hesitated, shaking his head. He preferred not to draw attention. Moreover, he was concerned that Yang Lixia might use the car to offset his share of the profits. Yang Lixia reassured him, Rest assured. This car is a company perk. You will receive your rightful share. And don't think it's too ostentatious. Sometimes, one must be flamboyant to avoid trouble. When you drive this car, people will recognize your status. Those who might have sought to trouble you will think twice. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Yan paused, contemplating the wisdom in his words. He realized that perhaps there was some merit to his reasoning. Yang Lixia, seizing the opportunity, decided to push the car onto Luo Yan, thinking to himself that by showering Luo with benefits, he might earn some favor in the eyes of a certain goddess should she consider expressing her affections towards him. Just then, a line of black sedans sped past them. The first three surged ahead and came to a halt, forming a blockade. Yang Lixia's smile vanished, replaced by a frown. What is going on? He noticed the security department's insignia on the cars and had no choice but to reduce speed and pull over. Several security vehicles maneuvered nearby, encircling them. Luo Yan instinctively tightened his grip around the Liesheng weapon beside him. The doors of the security cars swung open, revealing men clad in black, wearing glasses and earpieces, who advanced toward Yang Lixia's sports car and the business vehicle. "Get out of the car," shouted a middle-aged man, seemingly the action team leader, his voice booming and intimidating. Yang Lixia stood up defiantly. "What is the meaning of this? I am Yang Lixia, son of Yang Zhen, the construction bureau chief." The leader scoffed. "Your father is the construction bureau chief? Well, I'm the mayor of Guangling City. Just because you say it, doesn't make it true. Enough chatter. Get out. We received reports that your vehicle harbors contraband. This is a search warrant. We are searching your car." He brandished a document, but withdrew it quickly, not allowing anyone a clear view. Yang Lixia's expression darkened. "You had better not slander us. We possess no contraband. Don't act recklessly, or I will sue you for violating my property rights." As he spoke, he reached for his phone, only to find that he was unable to make the call. The signal was jammed. "You've jammed the signal?" Yang Lixia exclaimed. "That is illegal. I have the right to verify your identities with the security department." The action team ignored him, barking orders. "Take them back to the station. Any resistance will result in one warning, followed by lethal force." At that moment, some operatives had already set up machine guns atop their vehicles, aiming at Luo Yan and the others. A few agents smashed the windows of the business car, forcibly opening the doors and extracting the box, which revealed the Yuan fragments to the open air. The action team leader's eyes gleamed with greed as he bellowed. "Do you dare to argue? This is Yuan. It is illegal for civilians to possess such items. Discovery of Yuan must be reported immediately to the underground city. And all Yuan belongs to the underground city. I suspect you of trafficking contraband. Behave yourself and come with us." Yang Lixia narrowed his eyes and removed his sunglasses. "I see now. You knew exactly what was in my car from the start. You knew who I was, which is why you prepared the signal jammer to prevent me from calling for help. So, the security department has turned into bandits, brazenly seizing others' property while framing me for a crime. This tactic of the wicked complaining first, you've truly perfected it. I'll say it again, I am Yang Lixia. Yang Zhen is my father. Let us see who dares to touch my belongings." Inside the car, Luo Yan silently acknowledged Yang Lixia and Apos, resolved to confront the situation rather than dissociate himself from it, which surprised him. However, the Yuan belonged to him, and there was no reason for Yang Lixia to bear the burden alone. Thus, Luo Yan stood up, crimson eyes fixated on the action team leader. The silver cross star manifested above the leader's head, revealing information. Shirley, 41 years old, leader of the Special Operations Group of the Security Department. Subsequently, Luo Yan tapped into his thoughts. This young kid is indeed troublesome. Fortunately, the higher-ups are adamant about acquiring that box of Yuan. Afterward, we can pin a wrongful death on him and find someone to take the fall. 2 kids and a driver. It won't take long to eliminate them. Luo Yan's gaze turned cold. This was the higher-ups of the security department had somehow learned of Yang Lixia possessing a box of Yuan. They planned to intercept it for themselves, even willing to resort to murder. Without warning, Luo Yan unleashed his waves of energy radiating outward. He initiated the Endapos, Kaiyuan Wheel and Apos, unleashing explosive and unabashed killing intent. Chapter 139. The dead are the safest, having foreseen the intent of those who sought his life. Luo Yan did not intend to wait for them to strike first. That would be an act of foolishness. As for any explanations that might follow, they were a concern for another day. For Luo Yan, survival was of paramount importance. In a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward, passing by Yang Lixia, and whispered a warning. Void barrier. Action team leader Shirley had not anticipated that a young man accompanying Yang Lixia would dare to take the initiative. Over the years, He had wielded his authority as the head of the security department to fabricate numerous wrongful cases. Those he encountered would cower in fear at his mere shout. Even those who managed to maintain their composure would never dare to confront someone of his official standing. Luo Yan's audacious action today was indeed a rarity. Shirley, capable in his own right to ascend to the position of action team leader, responded with a fierce shout, channeling his own energy. With a clap of his hands, he attempted to perform the technique of barehandedly catching a blade. His iron palms clashed against Starbreaker with a resounding thud. His hasty intervention allowed him to catch Luo Yan's sword, revealing his considerable skill. However, he remained oblivious to Luo Yan's true capabilities and the unique properties of Starbreaker. As his hands grasped the sword, Shirley felt a violent tremor reverberate through them. Suddenly, the exposed section of the sword erupted in a cascade of azure patterns, shattering into irregular fragments that glittered like blooming flowers, tracing bewildering trajectories through the air. Some shards grazed Shirley's face, while others pierced his eyes or slashed across his throat. Witnessing their leader tremble as blood gushed forth, the agents behind Shirley were left in shock. Moments later, he succumbed to his wounds. The road fell silent in the aftermath of such an unexpected outcome, one they had not foreseen when they set out. All they knew was that Shirley had ordered this mission to remain unrecorded in the field logs. Such operations often implied there was something to gain, and they had already planned their evening escapades at bars and clubs. But none could have imagined that their leader would be the first to perish in this endeavor. Their minds momentarily blank, one of them finally shouted, "Fire!" Gunfire erupted on the road, bullets whistling from all directions. Yet as they approached Luo Yan and his companions, they collided with an invisible barrier, creating ripples that never breached the shield. Yang Lixia had already summoned the void barrier, establishing several layers of protection. In a moment of desperation, as Starbreaker reformed, Luo Yan withdrew, joining Yang Lixia. "What now?" Yang Lixia queried. "Cleanse the area, eliminate all. Do you possess the Phantom Wolf technique?" Luo Yan replied, forming hand seals. Yang Lixia mirrored him, forming his own seals for the Phantom Wolf. "Are we truly leaving no survivors?" A flicker of realization crossed Luo Yan's eyes. Only the dead cannot accuse. Yang Lixia understood at once. If they showed mercy and left a few alive, those survivors could easily turn against them, implicating them in the robbery of the void. With this understanding, Yang Lixia's speed in forming seals quickened. Soon, two phantom wolves materialized, lunging at the agents, biting, tearing, and wrestling for their weapons, sowing chaos. Seeing the opportunity, Luo Yan prepared to act, but Yang Lixia called out, "Wait." Moments later, a faint glow enveloped Luo Yan, forming a spectral armor around him. This was the 9th mystical technique, Iron Armor, functioning as a mobile version of Void Barrier. Once the iron armor was in place, Luo Yan surged forward, propelled by the explosive force of Opening Wheel. He moved like a specter, crashing into the security personnel and splattering blood with each strike. Around him, ethereal shadows of mountains appeared, their solid essence rendering even automatic pistol rounds ineffective. Only the might of rifles compelled Luo Yan to evade. Before long, half of the third group's agents lay dead. In his wake, there were no survivors, only the lifeless. Each victim bore fatal wounds, their throats slit or hearts pierced. As Luo Yan passed among the fallen, his visage and attire were drenched in blood, resembling a fearsome deity emerging from a sea of corpses. Finally, a cry of fear erupted from one agent. "Don't kill me. I surrender." Starbreaker cleaved through the air, severing heads. "We were wrong. We should not have heeded our leader's orders to seize your possessions." A flash of cold light, and a throat was opened. "We are from the security department. Killing us will bring you trouble." A sword pierced through the chest, rapidly staining it crimson. Luo Yan's gaze remained icy, devoid of emotion, ignoring their pleas for mercy and threats. Yang Lixia unleashed another phantom wolf, diverting much of the pressure from Luo Yan. He cast a glance around, taking in the sight of scattered corpses. Soon, the two agents who had retrieved the void appeared, their faces pale as they abandoned their cargo and scrambled into a vehicle. Just as the door was about to close, a hand pressed against it, preventing it from budging. The slender fingers of that hand dripped with blood as the door was yanked open, and Luo Yan stepped inside. The battle had concluded. On the road lay 12 corpses, a harrowing sight compounded by the bodies within the vehicle. Luo Yan wiped the blood from his hands, though it remained stubbornly stained, and he cared little for it. Yang Lixia consoled his assistant, who, terrified by the scene, trembled in the back of the vehicle. After cleaning his hands, Luo Yan located a signal jamming device. Once it was destroyed, he retrieved his phone and called Dijong. Yang Lixia similarly contacted his father to explain the situation. Before long, police sirens wailed as vehicles from the security bureau surrounded the scene. Upon seeing the bodies strewn across the road, the bureau personnel nearly collapsed in shock. Even their hands trembled as they aimed their weapons at Luo Yan and Yang Lixia, who stood together, erecting the void barrier without offering any explanations, merely facing off against the security bureau. In a short while, more vehicles arrived, creating an unusual commotion on the road leading to the Exploration Corps headquarters. An agent approached, brandishing identification. "I am Lin Yu from the Minister's Office of the Security Department. You are suspected of the brutal murder of my department's team members. Please accompany me." As his words fell, a low voice interjected, "Who dares take the son of Yangjin away?" Chapter 140. A legacy unbroken amidst the crowd. Several figures pressed forward. The secretary of the Minister of Security furrowed his brow upon recognizing the foremost individual, a middle-aged man clad in a black long coat, collar raised, with a meticulously groomed beard. This was none other than Director Yang Zhan of the Construction Bureau. Beside him stood another middle-aged man, gray-haired and bespectacled, wearing an innocuous smile. He was Minister of Network Information, Fang Yao. Lin Yu recalled his initial days in office when Minister Wu Shimo had handed him a list of individuals the security department must not provoke, and Fang Yao's name was prominent among them. To this day, Lin Yu remained perplexed as to why an information minister held such sway that even his superior would hesitate to offend him. As for Yang Zhan, he was not included on that list. Upon spotting his father, Yang Lixia immediately rose and tugged at Luo Yan's sleeve, exclaiming, "My dad is here. Everything will be fine." "Oh, Uncle Fang is also here. What a rare guest." Luo Yan was uncertain of who Uncle Fang was, yet he easily recognized Yang Zhan. The resemblance between the father and son was striking. One could say that Yang Lixia, in middle age, mirrored his father's appearance. Yang Zhan wasted no time and confronted them. "On what grounds does your security department intend to take my son? How dare you say anything? Explain why your department obstructed my son and brandished weapons. Have you lost your senses? Does the security department think it can operate with impunity in Guangling City, even daring to point guns at my son? One can only imagine how you treat the common folk." Secretary Lin Yu hurriedly attempted to clarify the situation, but at that moment, the gray-haired Minister of Information approached, grinning as he addressed Yang Lixia. "So, they've taken to killing now. You've really made strides. I couldn't believe it when your father mentioned it." Yang Lixia waved his hands. No, Uncle Fang. You don't know me at all. How could I dare? It was Luo classmate who did it. I merely assisted him to a small extent." Fang Yao then turned his gaze to Luo Yan, who was covered in blood. The narrow slit of his squinting eyes widened slightly, and in that instant, Luo Yan felt a chill course through him, as if targeted by a formidable predator. The oppressive aura made his body tremble, and cold sweat broke out as his vision blurred. The voice of Yang Lixia seemed to echo from a distance. This sensation was entirely new to him. Fortunately, it was fleeting, and soon Luo Yan regained his composure. He then heard Yang Zhan's furious voice. "What of it if my son has killed someone? You are surrounded by so many guns, yet you do not act. If action is taken, there will surely be casualties. Blades and weapons know no mercy. Do you not understand? If you insist on taking him, you might as well take me along. But do not say I did not warn you. If you wish to take me, you ought to inquire about who my father is." Luo Yan suddenly grasped the source of Yang Lixia's penchant for elevating his father in conversation. It was indeed a legacy shared between them. Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. He had heard of Yang Zhan's fierce protection of his son and his penchant for creating chaos. Today's encounter confirmed the rumors. At that moment, another group arrived, and the personnel from the security department and the local defense bureau retreated as if facing a great enemy, allowing a contingent to enter. It was none other than the exploratory corps, led by Liang Jian, approximately 50 armed individuals striding in with purpose. Upon reaching Linyu, Liang Jin bellowed. Who dares to challenge the courage of the security department by seizing our core supplies and detaining our pilot? With this accusation, Linyu understood that the day's events had spiraled beyond control. He internally lamented that Shirley's group had no actionable records, leaving him in the dark about why they had intercepted Yang Zhan's son, resulting in such a commotion. Now, not only had the Construction Bureau been embroiled, but the Minister of Information had also arrived on the scene, and the exploratory corps was now present. Linyu felt a profound sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, the three parties engaged in a loud confrontation. On the other side, Fang Yao smiled at Luo Yan. "May I see your hand, classmate Luo?" Luo Yan, bewildered, could not comprehend why this man was interested in examining his hand. What purpose could it serve? Was he perhaps reading palms? Yang Lixia, seemingly aware of something, seized Luo Yan's hand, urging, "Uncle Fang, please take a look. Feel free." Fang Yao first grasped Luo Yan's palm, squeezing and pressing it, then raised it to apply pressure backward. After a brief moment, he released Luo Yan's hand, smiling yet saying nothing. Yang Lixia leaned in. "So, Uncle Fang, is this classmate Luo the person you were searching for?" Fang Yao did not respond, turning his gaze forward as Yang Zhan approached. At that moment, the situation appeared to be resolving, and Yang Zhan grasped Yang Lixia's ear, exclaiming, "You troublesome brat, come home with me." Yang Lixia protested loudly, "Dad, this is a public place. Show some respect. If you strike me, I will go." He then called out to Luo Yan, "Classmate Luo, I want to accompany you to the Corps headquarters. Remember to drive the car away." After the father and son departed, Liang Jin approached, casting a sidelong glance at the box of Yuan nearby, and quietly said, "Come back to headquarters with me." Along the way, Liang Jin informed him that the security department, pressured by the exploratory corps and Yang Zhan, had taken a step back and agreed to treat the incident as an accident. However, both Luo Yan and Yang Lixia were placed under house arrest for the time being and were required to cooperate with the investigation. Moreover, although they were deemed to have acted in justifiable defense, there were suspicions of excessive defense. Consequently, they would face a fine, the specifics of which would be known later. After relaying this information, Liang Jin reassured him, "Do not worry. There is something amiss with this matter. Someone high up in the security department must have been informed about your involvement with Yuan, which led to this farce. Moving forward, it should be handled discreetly, minimizing the issue. Otherwise, the security department might find itself in trouble. However, this will inevitably strain relations between the Corps and them. Not that our relationship was ever particularly amicable," Liang Jin added with a smile. "Given your situation, the Corps will step in to manage it. But when your Yuan is converted into contribution points for the strategic office, you will only receive 70%. The remaining 30% will be retained by the Corps to offset the expenses incurred on your behalf." Luo Yan nodded. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The Corps would not consistently intervene for him without compensation, especially since the Yuan in question was not Corps property. He found the arrangement entirely reasonable. Chapter 141. Suicide by Guilt. The Bankley Chunai hummed a cheerful tune in his office, his spirits soaring inexplicably high. In just 2 days, he had accumulated 120,000 work points, not only clearing Bai Tao's debts, but also enjoying several nights at the fragrant pavilion, attended by numerous beautiful women. Li Chunlai felt he had reached the zenith of his life. Who should he choose as his companion for the night? Meng Meng or Yao Yao? The mere thought of the girls from the fragrant pavilion ignited a desire within him. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted his reverie. Someone announced, "Manager, you have a guest." "Who is it?" Li Chunlai asked leisurely. "Mr. Tong," replied the voice. "Manager Tong." Li Chunlai quickly rose. "Please, come in." The door opened to reveal the dwarf manager of the unnamed pawnshop, accompanied by 2 men in black. Li Chunlai's eyes sparkled. This manager was indeed his lucky star. He hurriedly served them tea, and after 3 cups, Manager Tong grinned. "Mr. Li, have you been enjoying yourself these past days?" "Very much so," Li Chunlai replied softly. "I hope Manager Tong will continue to look after me." "Of course," Manager Tong chuckled, his eyes squinting with delight as he produced a small porcelain vial from his pocket and placed it on the table. "This is Longyang powder that I procured through a friend. After taking it, Engaging with 7 women in a night will be effortless. Li Chunlai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with interest. I know you have been in need lately, so I specially brought it for you. Manager Tong pushed the vial closer to him. Li Chunlai chuckled awkwardly. I can't possibly accept this. Don't be polite. We are old friends, Manager Tong insisted, lowering his voice. By the way, this should be taken immediately. The effects of such potency are best felt at this time. Is that so? Li Chunlai took the vial, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Then, shall I give it a try? He poured out the powder and mixed it with water. The taste was neither fragrant nor foul. After drinking, he wiped his mouth and asked, Manager Tong, what exactly is that treasure of young Master Yang? Manager Tong smiled and replied, Yuan, a precious item. Many prominent figures are vying for it. Today, I had to trouble you, Mr. Li, to give a heads up. Otherwise, how could the security department have intercepted young Master Yang in time? Unfortunately, their intention was to silence him and seize the treasure, but they ended up eliminating him instead. Li Chunlai's expression changed dramatically, realizing he was embroiled in such a terrifying affair. His legs weakened, and he feared that Yang Lixia would inevitably trace the matter back to him. He hurriedly stood up, seeking protection from Manager Tong. However, as he stood, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He looked at Manager Tong, feeling his eyelids grow heavier. You. Manager Tong leisurely sipped his tea. Indeed, that was not Longyang powder but rather death powder. Manager Li knows too much. The higher-ups are concerned about your loose lips. Regrettably, we must request that you commit suicide by guilt. Look, I've even prepared a farewell note for you. I dare say, Manager Tong is quite considerate, isn't he? Manager Tong donned gloves, retrieved a paper bag from his pocket, and handed a sealed letter to Li Chunlai, ensuring he held it to leave a fingerprint on the envelope before departing with his 2 subordinates. Throughout this ordeal, Li Chunlai could not utter a word. He was at his limit. With a final closing of his eyes, darkness enveloped him. At the headquarters of the Exploration Corps, Luo Yan met with Di Zheng. The stern-faced commander of the corps stated, Yuan holds immense value. Many in the city covet it. However, few are qualified to bring it back. This is why you were intercepted. Such incidents are not unprecedented. Yet, this is the first time someone has dared to target the family of an official from the underworld. In my view, the bank manager is highly suspicious. However, it might already be too late to confront him. Luo Yan nodded. Since they dared to move against Yang Lixia, they must possess considerable power. The bank manager has likely been silenced. Di Zheng replied coolly, better dead than alive. Otherwise, pursuing the matter could lead to complications. Luo Yan's gaze flickered slightly. Di Zheng did not press the topic further, instead stating, I will ensure that Yuan is delivered to the Strategic Bureau promptly. But the distribution of contributions will take some time. You must be patient. Luo Yan acknowledged with a nod. Just then, an alarm blared. Di Zheng's phone rang, and he answered, his expression turning serious as he activated the projection screen on the wall. The screen displayed an image from the surface. In the distance, behind the forests of the Great Lake area, a cloud of dust stirred. Di Zheng hung up and remarked, a colossal beast is approaching the underworld. All units must prepare for engagement. You should report back. Yes. Luo Yan dashed out of the office, rushing towards his team's point of attack amidst the alarm's blare. Di Zheng proceeded to the command center, his earpiece crackling with updates. The identity of the colossal beast has been confirmed. Codename, Mengji. Level, High Tier 2. Type, Caterpillar. Characteristics, steel skin, ice control, invisibility, corpse manipulation. Weakness, unknown. Meanwhile, at the attack point of Team 3, when Luo Yan arrived, Yin Wenbao and the others were momentarily taken aback, though no one spoke. The pale-faced captain simply instructed, sit down quickly. We are to proceed to the rapid attack platform. He then adopted an attentive posture, listening intently before adding, fortunately, our task is to guard the rear line. Today, Team 3 from the 2nd Squad will be the first to engage. Duga Changxin scoffed, good things never come our way. Kong Shun chuckled. Defending the rear line is also crucial. Yin Wenbao concurred. The beast this time is no ordinary creature. It is a high-tier beast, Mengji. Duga Changxin clapped his hands together. That's exactly what makes it exciting. Every day we deal with low-tier and mid-tier beasts. There's no challenge at all. Luo Yan murmured, childish. Surprisingly, Duga Chongxin did not retort. Soon, they arrived at the attack platform and boarded their respective mechas. In the team communication channel, Kong Shun remarked with a smile, Luo, this is your first time using the attack platform, right? From my personal experience, don't be nervous. Breathe through your mouth. Luo Yan nodded slightly, donning his helmet in acknowledgement. As they awaited their turn on the platform, he activated a holographic screen. The display showcased various battle vehicles, artillery, and missile launchers already deployed at the base. Finally, a grayish-white shadow appeared on the screen. Luo Yan magnified the image, revealing a beast resembling a leopard. It was entirely grayish-white, with emerald green eyes and black spots that continuously shifted. Upon closer inspection, those spots revealed themselves to be distorted human faces, all darkened and contorting into grotesque expressions. The beast exuded wisps of white smoke, freezing the earth and trees in its wake, and the ground heaved as if something beneath was about to emerge. Chapter 142, The White Dragon Strikes. The Shanhai Jing, volume of the Northern Mountains, describes a creature resembling a leopard, adorned with a white body and intricate patterns, known as Mingji. This beast is adept at lurking and calls out with a distinct cry. In the Shanhai Jing, Mengji is depicted as a wild animal that bears a striking resemblance to a leopard, its white coat marked with intricate designs, and is skilled in stealth. This resemblance to the colossal creature now observed by Luo Yan is indeed striking, thus justifying its name, Mengji. Among the giants, Mengji is relatively petite, classified as a level 2 beast. Nevertheless, it stands over 40 meters tall, comparable to the height of a sophisticated machine. Wherever it treads, the earth becomes encrusted with frost, creating a frigid white belt. Along this icy path, the ground buckles continuously, as if something were emerging from beneath. Luo Yan magnified a specific area of the screen and was taken aback to see a decaying wild bull carcass rising from the earth. It appeared to be summoned by an unseen force, returning from the underworld, shedding the soil and decaying leaves that enveloped its remains, exposing its white bones, partially decomposed hide, and desiccated organs to the open air. Numerous similar entities emerged as well: wild bulls, antelopes, wild boars, wolves, dogs, birds, and even humans. A myriad of skeletal remains crawled up from the depths of the earth, re-entering the realm of the living. As the camera zoomed out, it revealed that Mengji was surrounded by an overwhelming multitude of corpses, their numbers appalling. Thousands of lifeless bodies mechanically following the giant beast, marching toward an unknown destination. This exemplifies Mengji's corpse command ability, allowing it to summon the deceased and transform them into its soldiers. Captain Yin Wenba's voice resonated through the team channel, followed by a remark from team member Luo Yan. It's a relief not to have to engage Mengji directly. I suffer from a phobia of crowded spaces. Kong Shun chuckled softly and inquired, why not have everyone attack together? Wouldn't that be more efficient? Duga Chongxin scoffed, replying, you transfers really ought to return to the academy for a refresher. Didn't your instructor mention that the more mechs involved in an attack, the greater the chance of error? What good is having many people when there's only one giant beast? How many can strike it simultaneously? Moreover, what if a second or third giant emerges while everyone focuses on one target? Kong Shun smiled, but remained silent. After a moment, he added, on a higher note, if Captain D were to step in, it should be resolved swiftly, right? Yin Wenba replied softly, that may be so, but the entire city cannot rely solely on Captain D. Just a few days ago, when he was on a mission outside the city, even if danger arose, he couldn't return in time. Captain D only intervenes when the situation is dire. Otherwise, he commands from the base, allowing other mech pilots to hone their skills. Although this process may result in injuries or fatalities, everyone has traversed this path. There's a saying, if you fear death, don't become a mech pilot. As we face death daily. At that moment, a window popped up on Luo Yan's screen, indicating their team was preparing to enter the launch bay. A car halted at the bank entrance. Yang Lixia, with a stormy expression, stormed into the bank accompanied by a team. Where's Li Chunlai? Bring him out. He hadn't returned home. After explaining the situation to his father, He gathered a team to confront Li Chunlai at the bank. They intended to transport the precious yuan back to the city before sending it to the exploration corps. In this process, aside from himself and Luo Yan, only Li Chunlai had the opportunity to engage with Yuan. Yang Lixia had nearly lost his life that morning due to this matter and was now seething with rage. He had resolved that as soon as he confirmed Li Chunlai's betrayal, he would beat the living daylights out of him. The reason he refrained from killing him was twofold. Firstly, because this was the city, not the surface, and secondly, he needed to extract the mastermind behind the scenes through Li Chunlai. Moreover, to prevent a recurrence of such an incident, Yang Zhen had dispatched his ace bodyguard to provide close protection for his precious son. Due to the giant beast alarm, the bank had essentially ceased operations, but personnel remained. Upon hearing Yang Lixia was looking for Li Chunlai, the bank's security not only refrained from obstructing him, but also took the initiative to guide him to Li Chunlai's office. Yang Lixia kicked the door open with a forceful kick. "Li Chunlai, get out here," he bellowed as he strode in, only to find Li Chunlai lying on the ground. He paused momentarily, then gestured for someone to check on him. "Young master, he is dead." Yang Lixia retorted, "He is not dead. I'm fine." He squinted at the scene. "This guy is dead." A subordinate nodded in affirmation. "He has no breath left." He then picked up a letter that Li Chunlai had been holding. Upon opening it, Yang Lixia discovered a suicide note. In the note, Li Chunlai confessed to having been possessed by a misguided desire, stealing a piece of yuan, and fearing retribution from Yang Lixia. He had taken poison to end his life. "Nonsense," Yang Lixia exclaimed without hesitation. "When I arrived this morning, he was brimming with excitement. He hardly seemed like someone contemplating suicide. Damn it, we arrived too late. Li Chunlai killed himself? Oh, you think you can sever the trail? Not a chance." He pointed at the corpse. "Take the body to forensic expert Zhang at once. I want an autopsy immediately. Find out what kind of poison he ingested and trace its source. I refuse to believe we can't uncover any leads. Furthermore, have someone keep watch over Zhang. Prevent the security department from interfering. I'll make a call to the Bureau of Public Safety and make it clear, whoever dares to meddle will be considered an accomplice. I may not be able to eliminate them, but I'll take a piece of flesh from them." Just then, the city experienced a slight tremor. The lights flickered and then extinguished, plunging the entire city into darkness as power was temporarily halted to facilitate the launch bay's operation. In Launch Bay Number 7, the fixed support had docked, and the Mech was fully secured. The final self-check of the launch route for Number 7 had been completed, confirming that the lines were clear and power was sufficient. Amidst the various announcements, Luo Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his first time using the launch bay. In the team channel, Kong Shun chuckled, "Luo, relax a bit. Remember my previous advice?" Luo Yan managed to croak out 2 words. "I remember." The broadcast announced, Launch Bay Number 7 is ready for deployment. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Launch Bay Number 7, Mech White Dragon. Launch. The cacophony of metallic screeching assaulted Luo Yan's eardrums, a piercing sound akin to nails dragging across a chalkboard. Even through the Mech's soundproofing, he felt an immense force pressing him downwards, blurring his vision and stealing his breath. Recalling Kong Shun's advice, Luo Yan opened his mouth wide, gasping for air, which finally brought him some relief, though his stomach churned violently. The agonizing seconds stretched into an eternity before the launch pod decelerated and finally came to a halt. Through the panoramic viewport, he observed the pressure system activating, accompanied by the groaning of hydraulic machinery. The pod doors hissed open, and Luo Yan emerged into the light, momentarily squinting as he guided his Mech out. To his left stood Du Gu Changxin's flying lightning, while Captain Yan Wenba's embroidered tiger strode out from the right. The captain's Mech boasted a slender frame adorned with flamboyant red, gold, and silver paint, almost to the point of ostentation. Lu Yan's Viper and Kong Shun's Judge followed suit. The former was streaked with broad bands of umber, interspersed with delicate yellowish-white lines, providing effective camouflage. The latter was a study in stark black, its design evoking an ancient, grim-faced magistrate. Before Yan Wenba could speak, the horizon erupted in flames, and a concussive blast wave swept through, bending trees towards the Great Lake District. Rocks and uprooted trees became airborne projectiles, clattering against the mechs. The ground-based artillery, deployed to contain the behemoth, had commenced its barrage. Hundreds of tanks and cannons unleashed a torrent of fire upon the monstrous Meng. With measured indifference, the colossal beast commanded the surrounding corpses to coalesce into spiraling bone cyclones, deflecting much of the incoming ordnance. The earth trembled and the lake churned. Though explosions blossomed like macabre fireworks around the monster, its hide remained unscathed. Amidst the relentless bombardment, missiles streaked skyward, leaving trails of fire as they hurtled towards their target. Suddenly, a dozen tendrils of bone and sinew snaked through the barrage, ensnaring the missiles and flinging them back towards the vehicle formations and artillery emplacements. The hijacked missiles spiraled downwards, detonating in a cataclysmic chain reaction that engulfed the ground forces in a maelstrom of fire. The resulting shockwave buffeted even the mechs, forcing the lighter embroidered tiger to slide backwards. In the wake of the devastation, the skeletal tendrils intertwined, forming a grotesque giant of bone and flesh. Towering nearly 100 meters high, the macabre construct lurched towards the decimated vehicle formations, its lumbering gait carrying it swiftly to its prey. With a final, earth-shaking crash, the giant collapsed, its constituent corpses scattering into a grisly, undulating tide. The ashen wave washed over the human forces, countless bodies battering against fragile barricades and vehicle windows. Under the relentless pressure, defenses shattered and glass imploded. A cacophony of screams erupted from within the besieged vehicles as the dead swarmed over the living. Trapped within the writhing mass, soldiers succumbed to internal injuries as their organs ruptured and bones fractured. The great tide became a charnel grinder, pulping flesh and bone, staining the macabre flood with rivulets of fresh blood. Within the cockpit of White Dragon, Luo Yan's breathing grew shallow as he confronted the raw power of a high-level behemoth. The beast itself had not even moved, yet its manipulation of the dead had wrought such destruction. Suddenly, fiery lances cleaved through the ashen tide, searing the corpses and sending plumes of acrid smoke billowing into the air. Luo Yan observed several mechs advancing to the front lines, engaging the undead horde. On the left side of the command console, a holographic window materialized, displaying the roster of the 2nd Squad, 3rd Platoon, now entering the fray to eliminate the behemoth. The team was led by Wu Jin, with 3 other members and a reserve pilot, Chen Dingsheng, a second-year student whom Luo Yan barely knew. Within the 2nd Squad's comm channel, Wu Jin's voice was resolute. Dingsheng, you and Shishir stay back and clear the remaining corpses. The rest of you with me. Stay sharp. This is a high-level behemoth. Maintain constant movement to avoid being frozen. And keep those Shadowbreaker rounds ready. If it cloaks, light it up immediately. Be careful, but don't be afraid. Let's add another notch to the 3rd Platoon's belt. A chorus of affirmative responses filled the channel. At that moment, the behemoth's eyes flickered with an eerie luminescence. A dark, vaporous miasma emanated from the grotesque faces that adorned its body, coalescing into a shimmering barrier around the creature. Artillery fire impacting the barrier was instantly nullified. A voice crackled over the main comm channel. Attention! Behemoth has deployed its anti-membrane. Cease all artillery fire. In the squad channel, Kong Shun's side. The anti-membrane. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't need mechs at all. We could take these things down with conventional weapons. Luo Yan nodded imperceptibly. He recalled his behemoth studies, where he learned that high-level behemoths could deploy an anti-membrane, a field that blocked all non-spiritual energy attacks and could even reflect damage. This was the reason mech pilots were trained in spiritual disciplines. Only attacks fueled by spiritual energy could penetrate the anti-membrane and harm the behemoth. The higher the level of the behemoth, the thicker the anti-membrane, requiring a greater concentration of spiritual energy to breach. This, then, was the current state of humanity's struggle. Chapter 144, Utter Defeat Lu Hao. Zhongyu, follow my lead. The captain of Team 3, Wu Jin, commanded as he maneuvered the mech forward with purpose. The ground trembled beneath their feet. 3 mechs, akin to colossal deities, trampled the trees as they spread out to encircle the giant beast, Meng. 2 team members executed a formation, conjuring fire serpents with their mechs. Technique number 12, Fire Serpent. Flames, transformed by elemental energy, coalesced into form, radiating intense heat. The greater the number of fire serpents, the more formidable their power, a result of Lu Hao and Zhong Yu simultaneously harnessing this technique. 9 blazing serpents surged forth, their fiery essence igniting the vegetation in their path. While any corpses touched by a spark erupted into flames, turning to ash. Meanwhile, Captain Wu Jin also unleashed a technique. With the Mech's formation, the temperature in the surrounding air skyrocketed, causing moisture to evaporate and manifest as billowing white smoke. Within this cloud, orange flames appeared spontaneously, coalescing into a fire dragon that coiled around the Mech. Technique number 19, Flame Dragon. Given that Meng Ji possessed abilities of ice control and corpse manipulation, his overall attributes leaned towards the frigid side. Thus, both Wu Jin and his team members employed fire-based techniques, strategically targeting Meng Ji. Meng Ji was not idle. As the 3 mechs unleashed their techniques, it commanded its army of corpses to reform into a giant, staggering towards one of the mechs. Simultaneously, countless droplets of water appeared around Meng Ji, exuding a chilling aura. They twisted and merged, deforming and stretching into icy spikes. The 2 team members' fire serpents were the first to breach the anti-membrane, colliding with the icy spikes summoned by Meng Ji. At the moment of impact, the spikes violently expanded and exploded, emitting a series of thunderous booms. Although the icy spikes shattered, the frigid winds released caused several fire serpents to vanish in an instant. Yet Meng Ji retaliated with another wave of icy spikes, denying the remaining serpents any chance of approaching. However, with the fire serpents paving the way, Wu Jin's mech thrust both palms forward, and the orange-hued flame dragon immediately surged forth, piercing through the anti-membrane to charge at the colossal beast. Meng Ji let out a thunderous roar, summoning a gust of icy wind that coalesced into a massive claw, descending upon the flame dragon. It struck the fire dragon's head, forcing it to the ground. The radiant glow of the fire dragon flickered before it erupted violently, sending shockwaves that ruffled Meng Ji's fur and ignited sparks. In the aftermath, the anti-membrane was shrouded in smoke, yet the giant beast's form remained resolute. Don't lose heart. This is a promising start. As long as Wu Jin encouraged, but was abruptly interrupted. A shadow burst forth from the anti-membrane, arcing high above the 3 main battle mechs before crashing down behind the front line. As the thick smoke surrounding the shadow was dispersed by the wind, it revealed a sky-blue ice ball, plummeting like a cannonball. It struck a nearby mech beside Chen Dingxing, which was busy incinerating corpses with a flamethrower. The mech was unprepared and was hit by the ice ball. Upon impact, the ice ball shattered, and frost rapidly spread, enveloping the mech's outer shell. Inside the cockpit, a female pilot named Shir turned pale, reporting the internal temperature plummeting as the energy core ceased functioning. The cockpit temperature dropped to 0 degrees, then -10 degrees, and continued to fall. In the team channel, Wu Jin shouted, "Attempt emergency ejection." Shir frantically pressed a button on the control panel, but the instruments displayed a persistent malfunction. Just then, the armor behind her cockpit buckled dramatically, forming a protrusion before bursting apart like petals. From the flower's core, an icy spike shot forth, piercing through her seat and body, sending her crashing out through the mech's panoramic window, hanging precariously from the mech's exterior. Similar icy spikes erupted all over the mech, completely destroying its internal structure. Death loomed near. Chen Dingxing's mind went blank, and he screamed, instinctively maneuvering the mech toward the Great Lake region, seeking refuge in the underground city. "I do not want to die. Please, let me return." His voice echoed throughout the channel. At that moment, Meng Ji's eyes glimmered with amusement, and even its lips curled upward. Suddenly, a barrage of thin ice blades shot forth, slicing towards Chen Dingxing's mech. At the Great Lake defensive line, Luo Yan's pupils dilated as he witnessed Chen Dingxing's mech being shredded by the rapidly rotating ice blades. Head, arms, body, legs, each segment was cleaved into pieces and swiftly frozen, crashing down into the forest as solid ice blocks. On Team 3's screen, the life signatures of Chen Dingxing and Shir vanished, the mech flashing red to indicate severe damage. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 2 mechs and 2 pilots. Even though Luo Yan was accustomed to the cycle of life and death, the proximity of mortality weighed heavily on his chest. Sure, Lu Hao cried out recklessly, piloting his mech toward the giant beast within the anti-membrane. He and Sure were lovers, having planned to marry during the upcoming new year. Yet today, his beloved had perished on the battlefield. In his emotional turmoil, Lu Hao disregarded the principle of not acting alone against the giant beast. Captain Wu Jin's expression changed, and he roared through the team channel, "Lu Hao, calm down. Do not engage." At that moment, another team member, Zhongyu, exclaimed in alarm. The giant corpse Meng Ji had previously controlled had leapt onto the mech, with a swarm of bodies crawling over it like insects. They infiltrated the mech's crevices, severing wires and damaging components, causing the mech to spark and slow down considerably. At the command center of the Surface Exploration Corps in Guangling City, Dijong observed the battlefield on the large screen and gravely instructed, "Order Team 3 to retreat. Have Liang Jian's team take their place." Just then, an alarm blared from the radar. A radar operator shouted, "2 additional giant beast signals detected. They will enter the battlefield in 15 minutes. Chapter 145, The Enigma of the Void on the Battlefield Above Ground. A voice crackled through Wu Jin's earpiece. "Team 2, Squad 3, this is the command center. Please retreat immediately. The mission to eliminate the behemoth will now be the responsibility of Colonel Liang Jian's squad." The command was repeated incessantly. However, Wu Jin did not retreat at once. His comrade, Zhongyu, was under siege by the corpses, which were infiltrating the gaps of his mecha like maggots. If left unaddressed, not only would the mecha be rendered inoperable, but the pilot's life would also be in peril. "Zhongyu, hold on." Wu Jin maneuvered his mecha with urgency, forming seals with deft precision. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped around the besieged mecha, generating a powerful vortex. This was the 17th arcane technique, Wind King. The tornado produced a tremendous suction force, lifting the corpses clinging to the mecha into the air. Even those that had already crawled into the crevices of the mecha were extracted and sent soaring upwards. In the sky, a cloud formed from the corpses emerged, and as they were swept aloft, they were twisted and shredded by the gale, descending as mere fragments. Having cleared the mecha of the corpses, Wu Jin intended to command Lu Hao to withdraw when a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Turning around, he beheld Lu Hao's mecha pierced by several ice spears, one of which struck the energy core. The core detonated, obliterating the front section of the mecha. "Lu Hao, activate the emergency escape device," Wu Jin shouted. Moments later, the escape pod ejected violently from the rear of the mecha, ascending into the air. Wu Jin exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next instant, he spotted several glimmers of cold light. The escape pod was obliterated midair, cleaved by 3 frost blades unleashed by Meng Ji. "Damn it!" Wu Jin glared at the colossal creature in fury before rushing toward Zhongyu, assisting him in retreating from the battlefield. At this juncture, Colonel Liang Jian's squad had yet to arrive. The forepart of the beast Meng Ji lowered slightly, its hind legs coiling, claws scraping the ground as it prepared to charge. It appeared unwilling to let Wu Jin and Zhongyu escape. Suddenly, Meng Ji seemed to sense something, turning abruptly and emitting a series of low growls. Relaxing its body, it bolted toward the left side of the Great Lake. As it ran, its form rapidly became transparent, vanishing from sight. "What is happening?" The voice of Du Gu Changxin broke through the communication channel of Team Luo Yan. "Why did Meng Ji suddenly flee?" Luo Yan replied solemnly. "It seems to be afraid of something. As a high-tier behemoth, there are likely few things that could instill fear in it," Kang Shun pondered. Lu Yan added, "This is indeed peculiar. The 2 behemoths entering the battlefield are merely mid-tier. There was no reason for Meng Ji to fear them." At this moment, Captain Yin Wenba interjected. "Look at the behemoth movement map. Meng Ji and the 2 subsequent behemoths are all approaching from the same direction." Luo Yan glanced at the map and indeed confirmed that all 3 behemoths were advancing from the south. Curiosity piqued, he turned his gaze southward. What could be there? Soon, the 2 mid-tier behemoths entering the battlefield were eliminated by Colonel Liang Jian's squad and another team. The immediate threat to the city had been alleviated. Nonetheless, Team Luo Yan received a new directive from the command center before returning to the city: trace the behemoth's movement patterns and investigate the reason for their advance toward our city. Inside an armored command vehicle, Yin Wenbo raised the tablet in his hand, stating, "This is our task. The mission level is temporarily set at level 5 and will be adjusted based on the outcome. We will be away from the city for several days." He then turned to Luo Yan. "I heard about your situation. The Corps will vouch for you, so there's no need for concern. You may leave the city." Du Gu Chongxin and the others gazed at Luo Yan with curiosity, wondering what had transpired that required the Corps guarantee for his departure. Yet, Luo Yan offered no explanation. Upon returning to his mecha transport, he entered the mecha command room to begin his training. After several days of heading south, Luo Yan lifted his gaze to behold a series of black fissures in the sky. The branches of Yin Fu. They twisted and spread across the heavens, tearing open a rift to another realm, converging toward the south. The expressions of all present, including Luo Yan, turned grave. Clearly, something unusual was unfolding in that direction. After reporting this phenomenon to Guangling City, the city swiftly responded. The Corps Command instructed them to deploy drones for reconnaissance. 5 minutes later, a drone ascended into the air, piloted by Kong Shun as it flew southward. Within the armored command vehicle, Luo Yan and the others observed the footage captured by the drone through the screens. Initially, the view revealed an endless expanse of forest. Shortly thereafter, rolling mountains emerged on the horizon. Upon reaching this point, the branches in the sky thickened, coalescing behind the mountains and tearing open an astonishingly large gap. "My heavens," Kong Shun gasped. "Since the behemoth catastrophe, I have not witnessed such an abundance of Yin Fu fissures. They have amassed to form a Yin Fu void." Yin Wenbo, already pale, appeared even more ashen, forcing a bitter smile. "The Yin Fu void is not a good omen. Last year, there were reports of a Yin Fu void abroad that ended up swallowing an entire city." Lu Yan whispered, "Is it possible to close the void?" Kong Shun shook his head. "Currently, we lack the technology for that." Du Gu Chongxin scoffed, "So we can only watch helplessly?" Yin Wenbo ignored him, clapping Kong Shun on the shoulder. "Be cautious when flying over the mountains. The void possesses an unseen gravitational pull that could draw the drone in." Kong Shun nodded in acknowledgement. In the blink of an eye, the drone had traversed the mountains. Beyond them lay a plain, hinting at the remnants of a city. However, a colossal object lay sprawled within the urban remains. It was so immense that an entire city could not contain it. It resembled a newborn fetus, enveloped in a viscous, black amniotic sac. A portion of the sac connected with the overhead Yin Fu void, as if this gigantic fetus had just emerged from it. "What is that?" Kong Shun felt a chill run down his spine, cautiously maneuvering the drone to avoid crossing the mountains. For objects of various sizes were continually being drawn skyward from the city beyond, sucked into the Endopos, Yin Fu void, Endopos. Yin Wenbo gasped. "I wish I knew." He continued, "I have never seen anything like this, but I can assure you that whatever is gestating within is far from benign. Even for a behemoth, this is excessively large. Not even a Dominion-class behemoth could reach such proportions." Chapter 146. The Door of Death. Helicopters, carrier aircraft, drones. Various aerial vehicles flew from the direction of the underground city, landing on the relatively flat areas of the mountains. A plethora of supplies was swiftly unloaded from these vehicles, and soon, temporary camps began to emerge atop the mountain plateau. Luo Yan descended from one of the helicopters, arriving at camp number 4 on the summit. This was the main base of the 3rd Squad of their Surface Exploration Corps. After reporting their findings, the next day, the city of Guangling mobilized its forces extensively. Besides deploying a significant amount of manpower and resources, 2 of the 3 squads from the Surface Exploration Corps were dispatched, the 1st and the 3rd, while the 2nd Squad remained stationed in the underground city. As they disembarked from the helicopter, they noticed other teams already gathering in the open area. The fitness enthusiast, squad leader Zhongzhong of the 3rd Squad, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings. Yin Wenbo quickly assembled Luo Yan and the other team members. The wind howled, and various sounds clamored, yet none could overshadow Zhongzhong's voice, which resonated like a bell, ensuring every member could hear his commands. He announced that the mech squads from Qingyang and Chongping would soon arrive, indicating that a joint operation was forthcoming. The specifics of the situation and each team's responsibilities would be elaborated upon shortly by their respective captains. Zhongzhong raised a finger and declared, "I have but one requirement. However many people I see now, I expect to see the same number after the operation. Is that clear?" Everyone responded in unison, "Understood." Squad leader, dismissed. A moment later, the fourth team of the third squad entered their tent. Once seated, Yin Wenba produced a tablet, examining it as he spoke. "After we reported the events here yesterday, the underground city organized the information we sent back and immediately contacted the Beast Strategy Bureau. They responded swiftly. Guess what? We hit the jackpot. And it's a considerable one, though it's not entirely a cause for celebration." Yin Wenba passed the tablet to Kong Shun for distribution. The captain continued. The Bureau sifted through numerous records and ultimately found relevant content in an ancient tome discovered in the ruins titled The Three Calamities. What we are witnessing now should be the door of death from the Three Calamities. The tome opens with the lines, "The door of death, draped in mourning, invites the guest. When the Three Calamities manifest, it heralds the end of days," according to the translations from the Bureau's ancient literature team. The simultaneous appearance of the door of death, draped in mourning, and the guest will cause the realms of Yinfo and reality to overlap. In other words, our world will enter the Yinfo space, leading to the collapse and obliteration of reality. Kong Shun handed the tablet to Duga Chongxin, explaining, "It states that the door of death is the precursor to the Three Calamities. Once it fully manifests, it will summon the other two calamities, the mourning cloak and the guest. These calamities, upon descending from the Yinfo void, will undergo 3 phases: fetal spirit, cursed infant, and corpse immortal. Currently, we observe the door of death in the fetal spirit phase. At this stage, the door of death is unaware and thus most vulnerable to destruction." Yin Wenba nodded, affirming, "Exactly. Therefore, the elite forces from the 3 underground cities will penetrate the door of death from within to annihilate it. Our team's task is relatively simple. We will remain outside to guard." Dugu Chongxin expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "The door of death was our discovery, yet we are sidelined from the main action." Yin Wenba chuckled, replying, "Isn't that a good thing? We can effortlessly claim our military merit. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, the operation to destroy the door of death will be led by the elites from the 3 underground cities. We cannot claim to be elite. Additionally, the Bureau will dispatch a team of Heavenly Dragon Riders to assist. Thus, our underground city's elite will likely just support the Heavenly Dragon Riders." At this moment, Luo Yan received the tablet and, upon hearing the term Heavenly Dragon Riders, looked up in curiosity. Kong Shun smiled, saying, "Little Luo, you're not familiar with the Heavenly Dragon Riders, are you? They represent the pinnacle of human combat strength. There are a total of 36 members, and that number is eternally fixed. Each rider operates a mech of at least divine general grade. It is rumored that the Dragon Riders have a secret mission, but outsiders are unaware of the specifics. However, they always intervene in significant events on the surface, just as they will this time." Luo Yan's expression changed as he comprehended the gravity of the situation, then lowered his head to continue reading. The document noted that the first phase of combat would commence tomorrow, involving the insertion of 108 explosive stakes into designated locations of the Door of Death, as outlined by the Bureau. The goal of this phase was to detonate the Door of Death, separating the fetal membrane from its core, thereby allowing access for subsequent combat. The document elaborated that during the fetal spirit phase, the Door of Death would unconsciously attract colossal beasts, consuming them as nourishment for its growth, all while protected by a layer of fetal membrane. Thus, the first phase necessitated the destruction of this membrane to expose the core. Once the second phase commenced, the Heavenly Dragon Riders would lead the elite forces from each underground city into the core for annihilation operations. From Guangling, aside from Dijon, 2 squad leaders and several ace mech operators capable of taking on colossal beasts alone would deploy, while the remaining personnel would stand guard on the periphery as a precaution. Time passed steadily, and soon evening fell. A tremendous roar echoed through the air. Luo Yan emerged from the tent, looking up to see several massive vessels in the sky. These were specially designed airships for transporting mechs, resembling flying aircraft carriers. They slowly descended onto a prepared clearing. Moments later, mechs emerged from the open hatches, each uniquely designed, yet radiating an overwhelming sense of power. When the last mech exited, Luo Yan's eyes widened. This mech resembled the legendary Centaur, with a human upper body and a horse's lower half, adorned with brown stripes akin to a tiger's coat. It sported a pair of azure wings on its back, and its human portion was clad in armor, wearing a silver-white mask inscribed with arcane symbols. Beside him, Kong Shun whispered, "That is Ying Zhao, a divine machine. It belongs to Captain Bailuo of the Heavenly Coaching Squad." Chapter 147. The Divine Mechanism. At this moment, Luo Yan comprehended that besides the Xuanji and the Moji, the third type of mech was the Divine Mechanism. However, in class, the teacher had not elaborated on the Divine Mechanism clearly, only stating that it was the most exceptional model, with the most stringent requirements for its pilots. Moreover, each Divine Mechanism was named after a legendary deity. Much like the current model, Ying Zhao. The Shanhai Jing states, 320 miles to the west lies the mountain of Huai River, from which the waters flow north into the Piayu River. There are many treasures here, including mother of pearl and various minerals, abundant with gold and jade. And the land is rich in danzi and gold and silver deposits. It is indeed the tranquil garden of the emperor, presided over by the divine Ying Zhao, which resembles a horse's body with a human head, tiger-striped and winged, roaming the seas, its voice like the sound of pomegranates. Legend has it that 400 miles northeast of Kunlun Mountain lies a suspended garden in the heavenly emperor's realm, overseen by the deity Ying Zhao. This deity, with a horse's body and a human head, is covered in tiger stripes and possesses wings, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the seas. Ying Zhao has participated in countless battles against malevolent gods, serving as one of the righteous deities safeguarding generations of peace. Although Luo Yan had limited knowledge of the divine mechanism, the divine names bestowed upon these mechs indicated their extraordinary capabilities. Subsequently, the Tian Gang Dragon Riders received an enthusiastic reception. Naturally, individuals of such stature did not require the attention of mecha pilots like Luo Yan. With operations set for the following day, they returned to their camp. The team's quarters were devoid of gender distinctions, and Luo Yan was particularly one who did not regard herself as a woman. Upon entering the tent, she swiftly shed her flight suit, changed into undergarments, and proceeded to take a shower. Luo Yan, on the other hand, went to the logistics office to obtain a dose of Chitu Alleviator, a standard medication that was provided free of charge during such extraordinary times. Returning to the tent, he administered the injection under the watchful eyes of his comrades. Afterward, gazing at the now empty syringe, Luo Yan felt a pang of reflection. Had he not come to the underground city and regularly received the Alleviator, his Chitu would have surely manifested by now. Furthermore, the instructor had mentioned in class that unless one reached the Tongxin stage of visualization, an antidote would be necessary to completely dispel the threats posed by Chitu. This clearly illustrated the potency and ferocity of the toxin. Once the Alleviator was injected, Luo Yan's phone rang. This did not surprise him. To facilitate command, temporary communication bases had been established in the underground cities, allowing for battlefield communication and contact with the underground city at any time. Thus, they were able to receive signals from the underground city and answer calls. The call was from Yang Lixie. Upon answering, he was greeted by Yang Lixie's irate voice. "Luo, where have you been?" The matter of Singman was classified and not open to the public in the underground city. Hence Yang Lixie was unaware of Luo Yan's current location or mission. Luo Yan merely responded with an Yang Lixie continued, "I am currently investigating the security department's seizure of Yuan. After returning that day, I went to the bank to find Li Chunlai, but he committed suicide. However, I suspect he was silenced. I had his body sent to a familiar forensic expert for an autopsy. Some drug components were detected in his body, and we are now tracing the source of these substances, which should lead us to clues. Luo Yan recalled that day in Dijong and Appo's office when Dijong remarked that finding the perpetrator might not necessarily be a good thing. Thus, he cautioned, "Be careful. Whoever is behind the security department is unlikely to be a mere nobody." Yang Lixia chuckled, "Don't worry. Who am I? My father is Yang Zhen." He then added, "I just wanted to update you on the situation. We can discuss the rest when you return to the city. I'll hang up now." After ending the call, Luo Yan squinted slightly and took out a small notebook where he had jotted down various notes, including Appo's, Jiufeng and Appo's. Now, he inscribed Appo's, Security Department and Appo's, though he added a question mark afterward. This represented the current uncertain elements that posed a threat to him. The following day, Luo Yan rose early. Just after breakfast, he was greeted by the cacophony of drones. He observed numerous drones transporting explosive stakes towards the Sangmen Sha, which lay dormant in the city. In the sky, the yin floating void, formed by numerous branches, was contracting. The connection between the Sangmen Sha and the void was reduced to a thin black tether that resembled an umbilical cord. Team leader Yin Wenba remarked, "I'll be right back after using the restroom. We'll set off shortly. You all should board the Mechs and stand by." Upon reaching the cockpit, Luo Yan conducted a thorough inspection of the Mech, confirming that all indicators were functioning normally. Additionally, several fixed components had been added to the Mech. Soon, each Mech would be lifted by 16 specially designed helicopters, each capable of lifting over 100 tons to transport them across the mountains. However, due to the limited number of helicopters, it was impossible to move all Mech simultaneously. In fact, the helicopters known as Albatross were already lifting the elite team's Mechs off the ground and towards the battlefield. While waiting in the Mech, Luo Yan heard a tremendous roar. Through the panoramic window, he spotted one of the Tian Gang Dragon Riders' Mechs, the divine mechanism Ing Zhao, flapping its wings. This created a fierce wind, and around the Mech, countless delicate azure symbols danced like petals and fish. Soon after, Ing Zhao shot into the sky, soaring gracefully over the mountains. Truly, it was a divine mechanism, possessing flight capabilities that were not reliant on any known aviation system, resembling rather a supernatural force akin to mystical arts. The squad channel crackled with Kong Shun's voice, followed by Yin Wenba returning from the restroom. Moments later, Luo Yan felt a slight tremor in the Mech. It was their squad's turn to move. Before long, outside the panoramic window, Luo Yan beheld the mountains looming before him. 16 Albatross helicopters were lifting the White Dragon, crossing the mountains towards the designated location. At this juncture, the first phase of the operation reached a critical moment, as several drones were drawn into the Yin floating void due to exceeding altitude limits. The remaining drones had successfully embedded 108 explosive stakes into the outer layer of the Sangmen Sha. Consequently, Luo Yan heard the countdown for detonation echoing through the public channel. 3, 2, 1. All explosive stakes ignite. Chapter 148. The Wail of Infants Inside the Cockpit of the White Dragon. Luo Yan beheld the panoramic view outside, where a faint glimmer of white light flickered on the outer membrane of the Death's Door. Suddenly, a blinding brilliance erupted, and bursts of flames blossomed, coalescing into a powerful resonance. Accompanying this violent explosion was a terrifying shockwave. In midair, the Albatross helicopters swayed precariously, fortunate to be at the periphery of the blast. Had they been closer to the city, the shockwave alone would have obliterated them. The helicopters released their securing components, and one by one, the Mechs of the 4th Squad descended. Prior to their fall, Luo Yan activated all dampers. Through the panoramic window, the ground rapidly expanded in his view, ultimately resulting in the Mechs crashing heavily onto the surface, adopting a crouched stance. The earth shattered upon impact, sending an eruption of soil, rocks, and trees soaring into the air, propelled up to dozens of meters high, transformed into swirling smoke by the force of the shockwave. At that moment, Luo Yan turned his gaze towards the explosion site. Flames ascended, and the outer membrane of Death's Door was obliterated, sending fragments of varying sizes, reminiscent of soft gelatin, splattering in all directions. These strange remnants floated in midair, defying gravity, rolling and swirling about. Then, Luo Yan saw it, a colossal fetus lying within the city. It possessed a round head, pudgy limbs, and a rotund belly, curled up like a true fetus. Yet, this fetus stretched over 20 kilometers in length, dwarfing the mechs that stood before it like children in a land of giants. Moreover, the fetus was enveloped in pitch-black skin, coated with a viscous liquid resembling oil. Its surface displayed intricate and sinister patterns that subtly shifted, never remaining constant. Suddenly, the fetus emitted a piercing cry, a sound so sharp that it caused excruciating pain to all mech pilots, as if their heads were struck by a heavy hammer, inducing severe dizziness and discomfort. Luo Yan was no exception. Blood trickled from his eyes, nose, and ears as his vision blurred and warped. Simultaneously, the fragments of the outer membrane that were suspended in the air hurtled back towards the fetus, coalescing into a massive, enigmatic gateway crafted from the shattered remnants. This door swayed continuously, emanating an ethereal glow that receded inward, generating an immense, yet intangible gravitational pull. The mechs that had already entered the battlefield but had yet to engage were inexorably drawn into the doorway, including the divine machining Zhao. Soon after, the remaining team members, like Luo Yan, who had remained at the periphery, found themselves being pulled into the gateway as their dizziness subsided. Once all the mechs had been drawn inside, the door flattened rapidly, collapsing into a thick layer of membrane that enveloped the fetus below. Within the cockpit, Luo Yan felt a sensation of plummeting. He adjusted the mech's posture and activated the dampers. After a mild tremor, the mech landed firmly on the ground, yet everything around him was engulfed in darkness. He switched on the mech's lights, illuminating the surroundings. Through the panoramic window, he discovered himself in an extraordinary space devoid of any light source. The ground was composed of a peculiar, soft substrate that occasionally undulated, creating waves. Yet, amidst this bizarre terrain, roads, streetlights, green paths, vehicles, and buildings were visible, all obscured by layers of flesh and blood, resembling a city intertwined with the tissue of some colossal organism. Suddenly, Luo Yan recalled the enormous, dark fetus. The Death's Door. If the three calamities converged, would the realm of reality succumb to the abyss? Thus, did the location of Death's Door also lie within its corporeal form? At that moment, something flickered at the corner of his eye. He maneuvered the mech to the right, directing the light towards a building partially obscured by flesh. At a fourth-floor window, a shadowy figure appeared. Luo Yan activated a holographic screen, revealing the window. Enlarging the image, he saw a figure sprawled on a table within the room. Indeed, a person. This figure, lying sideways, appeared to be a woman, but devoid of moisture, her skin lacking the luster of humanity, presenting a pallid, mottled, and emaciated visage. While her arms seemed somewhat normal apart from their thinness, her legs had undergone severe distortion, resembling the hind limbs of a feline. At that moment, the woman turned her head. Beneath her tangled hair lay a ghastly face devoid of eyes, nose, ears, or mouth. Only a circular orifice filled with densely packed, tiny teeth, intermittently expelling a tongue reminiscent of that of a frog. Luo Yan furrowed his brow and attempted to contact the other squad members, only to find communications severely disrupted. Neither the squad channel nor the public channel functioned. Just then, the beast radar blared an alarm, signaling an approaching blue energy spectrum. Luo Yan immediately accessed the database for identification, but found no results. A creature absent from the database? Without hesitation, he maneuvered the mech, raising the Divine Might rifle and preparing the Hyperlong heavy mortar for combat. Moments later, the soft biological substrate beneath him trembled gently as a dark silhouette emerged within the mech's illumination. It was a beast resembling a wild boar, clearly a raccoon power. Though in an abnormal state, a thick, pink tentacle-like nerve protruded from its solitary eye, and its fur had nearly all fallen away, revealing skin marred by numerous blisters. As Luo Yan magnified the image, he was horrified to see that within those blisters lay emaciated, distorted humans. At that moment, the mutated raccoon power opened its mouth. But no sound emerged as it charged towards the white dragon. Seeing it was merely a raccoon power, Luo Yan refrained from expending ammunition, sheathing his rifle and drawing the long sword breaking army, intending to sever its head as it approached. However, at that instant, a barrage of gunfire whizzed through the air, sweeping across the beast's limbs. The mutated creature, seemingly fragile, had its legs shattered by the volley, crashing heavily to the ground, sliding uncontrollably forward. Chapter 149. The Shikigami, the dismembered body of the tanuki, was still sliding across the ground, and in the darkness, flickers of firelight danced. In the next moment, a series of small missiles whizzed through the air, striking the tanuki and erupting into dozens of fireballs. The creature was surprisingly fragile. As the missiles detonated, its body was obliterated, sending fiery shards scattering in every direction. Among them were numerous grotesque entities, their bodies distorted, howling in the flames as they slowly perished. The energy spectrum signal from the tanuki vanished. Next, Luo Yan heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Moments later, a mech emerged from behind a building to the left of the white dragon. This mech had a slender, feminine form, painted in a vivid crimson adorned with white patterns, and two wing-like armor plates resembling insect wings protruded from its back, their purpose unknown. After taking a few steps forward, a window popped up on Luo Yan's command console. The mech Red Moth invites you to join the communication group. Do you accept? Upon his confirmation, an image appeared in the window, revealing the pilot of the Red Moth, none other than his classmate, Lin Wei. Luo Yan was taken aback. What are you doing here? Your name isn't on the combat roster. Lin Wei replied calmly. I'm participating in this operation in the capacity of a scholar, hence my absence from the combat list. Scholar. Luo Yan recalled Lin Wei's extensive research on the hieroglyphs of Guishu. Not long ago, she had left the academy to assist in deciphering some inscriptions discovered in Guishu. Try to avoid getting too close to those colossal beasts, Lin Wei advised. Luo Yan cast her a questioning glance. In response, Lin Wei sent an image. Upon receiving it, another screen appeared beside the window, displaying the very entities Luo Yan had previously encountered. Humanoid yet devoid of moisture, their limbs grotesquely contorted. The Shikigami. You can understand them as the cells within the Sangman Sha. These entities parasitize the colossal beasts preyed upon by the Sangman Sha, yet not fully digested, and then manipulate these beasts to attack outsiders. If one recklessly engages the colossal beasts up close, there is a chance of being parasitized by the Shikigami. Thus, the safest method is to employ long-range attacks against the beasts. Lin Wei seemed remarkably knowledgeable about the Sangman Sha, possessing insights that surpassed Luo Yan's own understanding. Curiosity piqued. Luo Yan inquired, "How do you know so much?" After a brief silence, Lin Wei explained, "The one deciphering the 3 Sha book is Dr. Jiao Miao. She is my mentor in the study of Guishu's texts, and I assisted her during the deciphering of the 3 Sha book." Realization dawned on Luo Yan. Surveying their surroundings, he asked, "So, are we currently inside the Sangman Sha? What exactly is it? Is it a living organism?" Lin Wei's expression turned grave. "It is not entirely a living organism. One could say it possesses certain biological characteristics. Our understanding of Isha is limited to the 3 Sha book. According to its descriptions, Isha is a phenomenon arising from the underlying rules of Yinfu space. They exhibit some biological traits, yet they are distinct from the colossal beasts. In the 3 Sha book, Isha and other entities are referred to as monsters." Monsters? Luo Yan murmured. Who defined this? He pondered the authorship of the 3 Sha book and the various inscriptions within Guishu. Lin Wei did not respond directly, instead stating, "What matters most now is to destroy the Sangman Sha and prevent its further growth. The original plan was to rupture the amniotic sac, enter the Sangman Sha, locate its Smingman, and annihilate it, thereby allowing the Sangman Sha to disintegrate on its own. However, we did not anticipate that rupturing the amniotic sac would provoke the Sangman Sha to capture all designated threats within itself. This underscores the importance of experience," Luo Yan remarked. "What is the Mingmen?" "It is the convergence point of malevolent energy, as mentioned in the 3 Sha book," Lin Wei replied candidly. "The 3 malevolent entities, Sangmen, Pima, and Jiaoka, each have their Mingmen. If the Mingmen is breached, the malevolence dissipates. I believe it might be akin to the core of a colossal beast." Luo Yan pressed, "How do we find the Mingmen?" Lin Wei explained, "Though the 3 malevolent entities are classified as monsters, they all manifest in human form. The Mingmen resides behind them, situated between the second and third lumbar vertebrae. It would be easier to locate from the outside, but now we find ourselves within its interior. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from outside the mech. Luo Yan turned to look, and through the panoramic viewport, he saw Shikigami crawling out from the fleshy structures surrounding them. Though devoid of moisture, their bodies contorted. Each bore a single orifice in place of a face. They varied in appearance, some male, some female, young and old alike, dressed in a multitude of styles. They poured out en masse, resembling a horde of ants or a tide of insects, sending shivers down Luo Yan's spine. Let us move quickly. The number of Shikigami is overwhelming, and they regenerate shortly after being slain. Engaging them is not worth the effort. Beside the white dragon, the red moth had already turned and was sprinting away. This mech appeared considerably lighter than the white dragon, yet even a single step sent tremors through the soft ground beneath. Luo Yan, unwilling to take unnecessary risks, maneuvered the white dragon to follow closely behind the red moth. Before long, a xiangxiang burst forth from the darkness ahead. This beast, resembling a gigantic gorilla, was in a state of decay, with signs of rot evident, and in some areas, its white bones were exposed. It bore similar blister-like formations, each housing a Shikigami. Recalling his prior experience, Luo Yan raised his Shunwei rifle without needing a reminder from Lin Wei and fired at the creature's head. The sound of gunfire resonated through the space. Bullets slicing through the air, their surfaces glowing red as they traced fiery lines within the Sangmen Sha, striking the Xiangxiang's head. Since these colossal beasts had already been corroded by the Sangmen Sha, their bodies were weak, allowing even the Shunwei rifle to pierce through them with ease. The beast charged midway, its head riddled with bullets until it exploded, collapsing to the ground. The white dragon and red moth maneuvered around the carcass and continued onward. Moments later, countless Shikigami surged forth like a tidal wave, marching over the colossal beast's remains. When they departed, nothing but a skeletal frame remained of the once mighty creature. Chapter 150, Mother within the confines of the ominous figure known as Death's Gate, chains forged from elemental power ensnared a grotesque beast. A gluttonous entity whose pallid skin bore the marks of decay. Its once formidable horns had been shattered, and its body was marred by an array of blisters, each containing emaciated figures clad in various garbs, devoid of moisture and grotesquely contorted. In this moment, the control over the beast was held by Luo Yan, piloting the belly serpent. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Dugu Chongxin's mech, flying electric, hastened toward the fray, its spear, dragon gallbladder, aimed forward, transforming into a streak of lightning that pierced the beast's underbelly. Emerging from its back, the colossal creature, alarmingly frail, succumbed instantly. Yet, from its carcass, thick tendrils resembling nerves, akin to writhing appendages, lashed out toward flying electric. At that juncture, Belly Serpent rushed in, wielding a black combat knife, severing those appendages with swift precision. As the noxious green fluid sprayed forth, the severed tendrils continued to writhe upon the soft substrate below. A chill crept over Luo Yan, compelling her to retreat a couple of steps. Her gaze fixated on the interior of the beast. It was devoid of organs, filled instead with those thick nerves, the apparent puppeteers of the creature's movements. Yet now, they were gradually losing their vitality. What on earth are these? Luo Yan pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. Unbeknownst to her, a portion of the beast Endopos' carcass nearby began to rupture, releasing a murky yellow liquid. From this viscous substance, spectral figures crawled forth silently, advancing toward the mech and climbing up its legs. Dugu Chongxin, within the cockpit, witnessed this unsettling scene and urgently warned, "There's something by your feet." Luo Yan glanced down to discover the spectral figures, akin to ants, scuttling about. Cursing under her breath, she maneuvered the mech to stamp down, crushing them beneath her feet. After several strikes, Belly Serpent retreated, leaving behind a puddle of sanguine muck. The spectral figures, though rendered into a pulpy mass, continued to twitch mindlessly, causing Luo Yan to step back in horror. "We must leave at once," she urged, surveying their surroundings. "What is this place? It resembles a city, yet is littered with flesh and organs. It feels as though we are within the belly of some colossal beast." Duga Changshin echoed her concerns. We've lost contact with the captain. Were it not for our chance encounter, who knows when we would have encountered another living soul. As they conversed, Luo Yan remained unaware that several spectral figures had infiltrated the mech's crevices. With long-range communications rendered inoperative, their only means of contact lay in proximity. Dugu Changshin attempted various communication methods, all meeting with failure. Suddenly, Belly's serpent signaled. Flying Electric halted and assumed a defensive stance. What is it? Dugu Changshin inquired, scanning the vicinity but detecting nothing amiss. Luo Yan, straining to listen, remarked, Do you hear crying? Crying? What crying? Dugu Changshin responded, bewildered. He focused intently, but heard nothing. Abruptly, a flicker caught his eye in the panoramic display. Something darted behind a nearby office building. There's something back there, he exclaimed, raising his spear to point at the location. Without hesitation, Belly's serpent unleashed a barrage of gunfire at that area. Bullets penetrated the building, causing the viscera that clung to it to splatter. Amidst the debris, a dark mass lunged toward Belly's serpent. Luo Yan swiftly maneuvered the mech aside, illuminating the shadowy figure that landed upon the soft substrate, causing nearby structures to tremble. Dugu Changshin peered into the cockpit, and in the glow of their mechs, they beheld a child squatting in that spot. This child, entirely ebony, oozed a viscous black fluid, its skin adorned with intricate, malevolent patterns. Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback, recognizing a resemblance to the Death's Gate she had encountered previously. The evil entity, upon bursting forth from its maternal confines, had taken the form of a black infant. Yet this infant was curled upon the ground, measuring a staggering 20 kilometers in length. In stark contrast, this figure, upon standing, appeared to be no more than 20 meters tall. Though a giant infant, it was undeniably diminutive compared to the Death's Gate. What on earth is this? Dugu Changshin furrowed his brow, hesitant to act. Clearly, this giant infant was not merely a beast, and its presence in such a haunted locale boded ill. In that moment, the giant infant raised its head, unleashing a chilling wail that froze the very blood in their veins. Wah wah wah. The piercing cries reverberated throughout the space. Within the cockpit, both Luo Yan and Dugu Changshin shrieked in terror, their eyes bloodshot, veins bulging ominously as blood flowed from their noses and ears. As they succumbed to dizziness and blood loss, the giant infant finally turned to face them. Its visage bore no discernible features, lacking even a face. Instead, it presented a hollow cavity, layered with flesh, within which myriad black and white eyeballs resided. This entity resembled a newborn emerging from the womb, its navel still tethered by a long umbilical cord. Seizing the moment when Luo Yan and Dugu Changshin were immobilized, it leaped with the agility of a frog, lunging at Belly's serpent. Within the cockpit, Luo Yan struggled to open her eyes, witnessing the giant infant's face pressed against the panoramic display. The sight of its sunken visage, surrounded by a multitude of eyes, was enough to send her into a panic. In a desperate attempt to breathe, she clasped her hands around her throat, the pressure nearly causing her eyes to bulge. Just as she teetered on the brink of suffocation, Flying Electric arrived at last. Dugu Changshin shouted, Dragon Gallbladder, thrusting it toward the giant infant, dislodging it from Luo Yan's mech. As the terrifying visage withdrew from the panoramic display, Luo Yan gasped for air, her hands releasing their grip. Her voice, now hoarse, warned, Do not look at its face. Especially those eyes. They seem to possess an enchanting power over us. At that moment, the giant infant, still weeping, turned away, the wounds inflicted by Dragon Gallbladder healing rapidly, leaving no trace behind. Like a true infant, it crawled across the ground with remarkable speed, once again approaching Luo Yan, uttering 2 words from its ghastly mouth. Mama. Chapter 151. Surviving the utterance of Mama sent a shiver down the spines of Luo Yan and Dugu Changshin. They understood its meaning. The giant infant was employing the very language of humanity. Their minds spiraled into chaos, yet instinct compelled them to assault the giant infant. Fushin raised his rifle, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the creature. The air crackled with the scent of scorched matter as bullets pounded the ground beneath the giant infant, sending it tumbling. In a heartbeat, the magazine was empty. Luo Yan did not glance back at the aftermath. Instead, she commanded the armor on Fushin's chest to open, launching 2 Hellfire missiles from within. They struck the giant infant with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, boom. The thunderous explosions erupted, sending flames soaring into the heavens and unleashing a tempest that spread in every direction. When the chaos subsided, a thick plume of smoke billowed from the epicenter of the blast, yet amidst the flames, cries of anguish pierced the air. Emerging from the inferno, a shadowy figure scrambled toward Fuxian, enveloped in smoke. The giant infant had indeed survived the onslaught, though its hair and body were charred, skin sloughing off to reveal bone beneath. The injuries healed almost instantaneously, as if it possessed an immortal essence. "Mama, Mama," it wailed incessantly, reminiscent of an abandoned child lamenting its plight to its birth mother. Sweat beaded on Luo Yan's forehead as she whispered within her helmet, "Do not approach. Please, do not come any closer." Fuxian, having reloaded, aimed once more at the giant infant. However, the creature's body expanded suddenly, and from beneath its dark skin, tendrils resembling intestines burst forth, weaving together to form a grotesque shield of flesh. Bullets ricocheted off this seemingly pliable barrier, failing to penetrate as they fell harmlessly to the ground. At that moment, Feijian charged in, while Long Yan unleashed a flurry of gunfire, akin to meteors cascading toward the giant infant. This was Duge Chongxin's signature technique, meteor gunplay. As the blood-flesh shield disintegrated, it reverted to numerous tendrils that ensnared Long Yan, violently flinging Feijian and his weapon into a distant corner. In that same motion, the giant infant propelled itself, landing upon Fuxian's left leg. Its face split open grotesquely, resembling a carnivorous flower, and it bit down ferociously on the mech's knee. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as the mech's exterior deformed, countless circuits severed, and components dislodged from within. Alarms blared within the cockpit as Luo Yan cursed under her breath. The knee of the mech had sustained irreparable damage. Yet, Fuxian activated multiple exhaust vents, emitting a dark yellow mist. Its secret weapon, biological dissolution spray, capable of swiftly corroding any creature enveloped within. The giant infant, being a living entity, immediately began to bubble and rot, emitting a wretched scream as it fell, writhing outside the mist's reach. However, its regenerative abilities were astonishing. The decaying flesh and skin rapidly reformed. At that moment, Feijian returned, witnessing this spectacle. Duge Chongxin exclaimed, "This monster is relentless. We must retreat." Feijian helped Fuxian to his feet, intent on fleeing. Suddenly, Fuxian lifted his rifle, colliding with Feijian's chest, causing the cockpit to jolt. Duge Chongxin shouted, "What are you doing?" Luo Yan shook her head. "It wasn't me." She then noticed the alarm blaring from the command console. An intruder had breached the mech's interior. Within the confines of the cockpit, thick, sinewy nerves writhed, releasing bioelectric currents that stimulated the mech, forcing Fuxian into uncontrollable movements. The parasitic entities that had infiltrated the mech seams had begun to assert control over it. To make matters worse, the giant infant had fully recovered. Its face, now adorned with a multitude of eyes, suddenly fixed its gaze upon Feijian, and from its mouth, it spat a single word, "Die." Feijian was hurled away by an unseen force, crashing into a building cloaked in flesh, which collapsed under the impact, burying him beneath a cascade of rubble. The giant infant then lunged toward Fuxian, landing on the mech's chest, its horrifying, elated visage pressed against the panoramic viewport, crying out, "Mama." A wave of dark bruises spread across Luo Yan's body. In that instant, numerous blood vessels ruptured within her, and solid clots formed in her arteries, pushing her to the brink of death. Even more terrifying, the giant infant's face split open again, sinking its teeth into the mech's head. Under the influence of the empathic system, Luo Yan felt her skull being crushed, despite her intellect insisting it was not an objective reality. The neural connection to the mech rendered her sensations overwhelmingly vivid. She cradled her head, releasing a scream of despair she had never known she could produce. Cracks spiderwebbed across the panoramic viewport, the armor on either side of the cockpit bulging and warping. Ultimately, the mech systems faltered, the empathic interface shutting down, severing the connection. Luo Yan's head ceased its agonizing throbbing, yet her vision blurred, focusing solely on a minuscule area in the center of her sight, where the deformed viewport revealed the giant infant's face, its enormous eyes observing her with insatiable curiosity. Through the communication channel, Duge Chongxin's voice reached her, Luo Yan. Luo Yan, get out. Get out. Luo Yan chuckled bitterly. She had lost all sensation of her body. Damn it, what a waste. Had I known today would be my last, I would have savored the taste of youth. Unwilling to accept her fate, she coughed up blood, straining to call out, Ashin, run. At that moment, Fadian lay trapped beneath the collapsed building, unable to move. Inside the cockpit, Duga Changshin heard Luo Yan's voice. Run. Survive. Duga Changshin's body trembled, and then he saw through the panoramic viewport the monstrous infinitop Fushin, its mouth closing around the mech's head, crushing it completely. Chapter 152. The primordial Een. In an instant, the eyes of Duga Changshin were bloodshot, his fury reaching a boiling point. The surge of primordial energy erupted explosively, allowing the flying electric to push aside the colossal boulder that had pinned him down. The grotesque infant that had been lying on the chest of the abdominal serpent glanced at flying electric with a chilling giggle, before effortlessly dragging the nearly 2,000-ton mech into the darkness. When flying electric finally extricated itself from the boulder and regained its footing, the figure of the abdominal serpent was nowhere to be seen. Inside the cockpit, Dugu Changshin stared blankly at the dimly lit street and the eerie buildings beyond the panoramic viewport. After a brief moment, he let out a howl of extreme restraint and repression within his helmet. He bit his lip, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, mingling with the scent of rust. Gasping for breath, he gazed into the depths of the darkness, and after a moment of contemplation, he maneuvered flying electric to venture into another shadowy expanse. In the obscurity, the monstrous infant dragged the abdominal serpent into a residential area, from which it began to extrude a series of grayish-blue tendrils resembling intestines. These appendages wormed their way into the gaps of the mech. As these intestines detached from its body, the grotesque infant gradually lost moisture, shrinking until only a layer of skin remained. Moments later, the abdomen of the abdominal serpent began to bulge slightly, its exterior armor swelling ominously. On another street, the Mech's white dragon and red moth stood side by side, vigilantly surveying the blood-soaked edifices around them. The Shikigami had not pursued them, allowing Luo Yan and his companion a brief respite. Yet, the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, particularly in the oppressive, silent, and desolate atmosphere surrounding them. Luo Yan, accustomed to solitude after 3 years on the surface, found the silence manageable. A day without conversation posed no challenge. Even a week would be bearable. However, Linwei was not as resilient. After a moment, her somewhat subdued voice broke the silence. While navigating within the Death Gate, we must remain mindful of one particular entity, the primordial Een. Luo Yan turned to the screen, where Linwei, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings, elaborated. The primordial Een is akin to the Yuan Ing found in novels, but it is a tangible entity, possessing certain biological characteristics. At the stage of the fetal spirit, the primordial Een of the Death Gate cannot be obliterated. Even if killed temporarily, it shall resurrect. Moreover, the Death Gate harbors numerous primordial Eens, totaling 108, resonating with the celestial and terrestrial numbers. Luo Yan furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. If this is the case, does encountering the primordial Een leave us with no choice but to flee? He inquired further, what does the primordial Een look like? Linwei shook her head. I am uncertain. The Three Evils book does not specify. It merely mentions that the primordial Een evolves in response to stimuli, and this evolution accelerates the growth of the fetal spirit. Pondering her words, Luo Yan remarked, if the Death Gate proves so formidable at the fetal spirit stage, how insurmountable will it be once it evolves to the corpse immortal stage? Linwei replied softly, not necessarily. Consider the names of these 3 stages: fetal spirit, misfortune infant, corpse immortal. The first stage is termed spirit, while the third is called immortal. Normally, one would expect a spirit to surpass an immortal. So why is the first stage named fetal spirit rather than fetal immortal? My teacher speculated that during the first stage, the Death Gate lacks substantial means of self-preservation, rendering it nearly immortal. At this stage, only by destroying the Life Gate can one dispel the curse. However, by the third stage, it possesses the ability to act and various means of attack, thus becoming vulnerable to death. In terms of state, the first stage is more unresolved than the third. Hence, it is entitled with the name of spirit. She paused before continuing. This represents a form of balance. Even within the realms of Yanfa space, there exists a semblance of balance, a cornerstone for the persistence of all things. As Lin Wei spoke, an alarm suddenly blared in the control room. Luo Yan cast a glance at the screen, realizing that the external temperature was escalating at an alarming rate. 40 degrees Celsius, 45, 50. The rapidly rising temperature made the exterior armor of the mech unbearably hot. Simultaneously, the buildings around them began to emit openings, from which hot smoke billowed forth. "This is dire," Lin Wei declared gravely. "The Death Gate is attempting to expel us intruders. Much like the human immune system generates internal heat to raise body temperature in response to bacterial or viral infection. The Death Gate, possessing some biological traits, seems capable of producing a similar immune reaction to eliminate us intruders." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan activated the true Eye of Suchness, causing a silver cross to appear within his pupils. Through the panoramic viewport, he beheld a space transformed into a simplistic illustration where red spots proliferated. These red spots were evidently the internal heat sources of the Death Gate, rapidly escalating the temperature within this malevolent entity to staggering levels. Surveying the area for a place to hide, Luo Yan noticed that the ground was relatively free of heat sources, with a discernible pattern. Areas devoid of heat sources appeared at regular intervals. "Follow me," White Dragon strode forward, arriving at a zone without heat sources. Luo Yan raised his weapon and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding gunfire shredded the ground, causing flesh and debris to scatter. Soon, a section of the soft foundation collapsed, revealing a patch of ashen-white bones beneath. Whether these were the vertebrae of the Death Gate or other skeletal remains, they did not register any heat response in Luo Yan's true Eye of Suchness. Continuing his assault on the bones, Luo Yan discovered them surprisingly fragile. In no time, he pried open a gap. Peering into the opening revealed an empty cavity within. Observing this, Lin Wei instructed Red Moth to join in the firing. Together, they quickly breached an opening wide enough for the mech to enter. White Dragon leaped down first, discovering that the hollow space was a mere 40 to 50 meters deep, insufficient to fully accommodate the mech. However, crouching down allowed them to conceal themselves. After a brief moment, both mechs nestled within the skeletal cavity. Subsequently, they utilized Void Barrier to layer protective measures, sealing the breach. Just as they concluded their preparations, a crimson glow began to emanate from the ground, followed by waves of heat that surged and roared around them. In the wake of these heat waves, patches of greenery along the streets ignited spontaneously, as did the blood-soaked structures, vehicles, and streetlights. The outer walls began to show signs of melting. Minutes passed, and the mech's systems detected a decline in surface temperature. Once it reached a safe level, Luo Yan and his companion cautiously returned to the surface. What they beheld was akin to the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Not only had the underlying material melted, but entire buildings were bent and collapsing like wax candles. Chapter 153. The Dark River. Observing the apocalyptic scene before her, Lin Wei couldn't help but feel relieved that she and Luo Yan had managed to hide away. Otherwise, even if they could have escaped by virtue of their mechs, the performance of the machines would have been significantly compromised. This thought piqued Lin Wei's curiosity about how Luo Yan had achieved their current safety. However, she refrained from asking. Everyone harbors secrets, and she, too, possessed her own. Maintaining distance, suppressing her inquisitiveness, and respecting the privacy of others were principles Lin Wei staunchly upheld. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of the White Dragon, Luo Yan observed the crimson hue in the surrounding space beginning to dissipate. Yet, he also noticed another phenomenon in the air around him: dark, gaseous entities coalescing like a quietly flowing dark river, drifting towards an unknown destination. Luo Yan pondered this. The bright yellow light signified elemental energy. The grayish-white light represented living beings, and the crimson light indicated thermal currents. But what did these dark, gaseous lights symbolize? Where were they headed? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yan decided that since he had no clear direction at present, it would be prudent to follow these dark rivers. Without further hesitation, trusting his instincts, he maneuvered the White Dragon forward. As for whether Lin Wei would follow, he felt indifferent. She had imparted some information to him, and he had saved her once. Their accounts were settled, thus. Whether she chose to accompany him was entirely her prerogative. Lin Wei, seeing the white dragon in motion, promptly pursued. She understood the inherent dangers of acting alone in this perilous environment. The two Mechs gradually distanced themselves, arriving at a park in the city center. In the distance, they spotted a Mech under siege by two colossal beasts. The Mech was barely functional, with only one arm remaining and its exterior marred by signs of melting. Though it still emitted sparks and billowed smoke, it was evidently damaged and in dire straits. The pilot of the beleaguered Mech, recognizing the white dragon and red moth, urgently activated the external speakers, pleading for assistance. "Please, you too, help me. I am from the Qingyang Ground Brigade, and my name is Yang. I implore you to lend me a hand." Considering the current predicament, Luo Yan concluded that having an additional Mech would bolster their chances. He steered the white dragon toward the fray, causing the soft ground beneath to tremble. Within moments, they had entered the park, where the two beasts, one a Gu Jiao and the other a Zhua Ru, were entangled with the Qingyang Mech. The more troublesome of the two was the Zhua Ru, a beast Luo Yan had previously faced, now manipulating various plants to harass and ensnare the Qingyang Mech. The Gu Jiao circled above, periodically flapping its wings and raining down a volley of feathered arrows. Upon entering the fray, Luo Yan swiftly performed hand seals to release the 10th arcane technique, summoning an illusory wolf that charged toward the Zhua Ru, biting down on its forelimb, which resembled a human arm, drawing its attention. Simultaneously, Luo Yan unleashed a barrage of bullets, severing the numerous vines and foliage under the Zhua Ru's control. In the sky, the Gu Jiao folded its wings and dove toward Luo Yan, intending to strike him with its horn. Unexpectedly, a flurry of fireballs erupted, and dozens of small missiles struck the airborne creature. In a conflagration of fireballs, Gu Jiao's feathers ignited and fell, crashing down into the park and crushing countless trees and statues. The red moth soon joined the battle. Under Lin Wei's command, the crimson Mech moved swiftly, circling to the left of the Zhua Ru. It raised its arms, releasing two torrents of fire from its palms, revealing built-in flamethrowers. The Zhua Ru, entangled in vines and adorned with flora, ignited upon contact with the flames. This mutated beast, also a host to a parasitic entity, initially charged recklessly but soon succumbed, collapsing into a massive fireball. Witnessing this, Luo Yan redirected his aim toward the Gu Jiao, advancing steadily. His weapon discharged lines of fire, striking the creature's head until it shattered under the onslaught. The battle concluded, and the red moth incinerated the Gu Jiao's remains to prevent any malevolent spirits from arising. At that moment, the Qingyang Mech knelt on one knee, activating its internal extinguishing protocols, releasing a cooling mist from various seams to quell the flames, dispelling the smoke. A middle-aged man emerged from the cockpit, bespectacled and possessing a scholarly appearance. "My name is Yang Guang," he said, glancing at Luo Yan and Lin Wei, who had also exited their cockpits for a brief respite. "Since I am a few years your senior, you may refer to me as Brother Yang." Luo Yan remained silent, removing his helmet to take a breath and retrieving his canteen for hydration. Lin Wei, too, chose not to respond, as she was not naturally inclined toward exuberance. Following Luo Yan's example, she removed her helmet and began to consume a nutrient stick. Noticing the two younger individuals' lack of acknowledgement, Yang Guang felt some irritation but maintained a smile. "We owe much to both of you. Let's work together from here on out. It is beneficial to have mutual support, even if we are from different cities, as we are all part of this mission. Wouldn't you agree?" Once again, he received no response. Yang Guang's eyelids twitched slightly before he chuckled and said, "Since we will be operating as a unit, it is prudent to organize ourselves into a team. Although I'm not the squad leader, I do have some experience piloting a Mech after several years in numerous battles. Therefore, I will take the lead, and you two will temporarily follow my command. Is that acceptable?" Wiping his mouth, Luo Yan stood up and climbed back into the cockpit, disregarding Yang Guang entirely. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he rose, exclaiming, "What is this attitude? Do you even understand the meaning of obedience? This is not a game, it is a battlefield. Given your youth, You must be mere team members, right? It is only natural for me, as the leader, to command you. Seated in his chair, Luo Yan donned his helmet, indifferent to Yang Guang's ramblings, disinterested in following his directives. His sole aim was to enhance their combat capability, not to seek a leader. They were not part of the same system. Why should he submit to Yang Guang? Moreover, it was Yang who they had rescued. So what right did he have to assume a leadership role? Just as Luo Yan was about to depart, the radar emitted an alarm, detecting several approaching beast signals. Seeing both Luo Yan and Lin Wei retreat into their cockpits, Yang Guang muttered curses under his breath before returning to his mech. He, too, recognized the signals of the approaching beasts. Donning his helmet, he connected his neural interface, achieving a shared perception. Soon, the panoramic display revealed several colossal shadows. Chapter 154, Collusion with the Behemoths. 4 colossal creatures emerged, all mutated varieties parasitized by the Shikigami. After replacing its magazine, White Dragon launched an offensive. Bullets sliced through the air, generating heat as they created bright trails in the dim space. Heading straight for the head of a tanuki-like beast, Red Moth raised both hands, unleashing flames from his palms to assist White Dragon in restraining the movements of the monstrous entities. Yang Guang, in the cockpit, observed the battle between Luo Yan and his companion through the panoramic window. He muttered, "Those who do not share the same path cannot collaborate. Since you refuse to heed my commands, let us part ways here." The mech from Qingyang silently retreated. Moments later, it exited the park and turned back towards the direction from which Luo Yan and his companion had come. In a quarter of an hour, Luo Yan and his partner had dispatched the mutated beasts. In truth, these creatures were not overly challenging to combat, although they retained their original abilities. Their physical structures were relatively fragile, targeting their joints often incapacitated their mobility. A subsequent assault on their vital areas would lead to their demise. Thus, as long as their numbers were not overwhelming, they were manageable. As Red Moth incinerated the corpses, Luo Yan noticed that Yang Guang had vanished without a trace. This behavior did not surprise him. He had witnessed far too much. Once the remains of the beasts were cleared, the two mechs resumed their journey. Luo Yan activated the True Eye, perceiving dark rivers flowing through the space around him. These black, gas-like luminescences all streamed toward a singular direction, their destination unknown. After proceeding for a while, gunfire erupted from behind. Luo Yan and his companion halted and turned around. Illuminated by the mech's lights, they saw Yang Guang racing towards them, having just departed. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He dared to return. At that moment, the Qingyang mech broadcasted Yang Guang's voice. "Wait for me. I wish to accompany you." As his words faded, alarms blared in the cockpit. The radar detected numerous beast signals emerging behind Yang Guang, their numbers vastly exceeding those they had just faced. Luo Yan understood instantly. Yang Guang must have encountered a horde of beasts, compelling him to retreat. Suddenly, a beast charged forward, emitting a brilliant glow as a red beam shot from its singular eye, sweeping horizontally and striking the left leg of Yang Guang's mech. The explosion sent the leg flying, scattering debris across the ground. Yang Guang's mech lost balance and toppled. He glanced back, then raised his hand towards White Dragon, pleading, "Please, as fellow mech pilots, save me. I realize my folly in abandoning you. Be magnanimous." Yang Guang's cries echoed in vain. Luo Yan ignored him, while White Dragon turned and bolted away, showing no intention of providing assistance. Betrayal, it seems, is marked by the absence of trust. Once Yang Guang had stealthily departed, Luo Yan had resolved never to trust him again. Lin Wei did not linger either, and Appos, Red Moth and Appos, followed closely behind Luo Yan, and in less than a moment, the two mechs vanished into the darkness. In the cockpit, Yang Guang raged. "You treacherous pair, abandoning me in my time of need. May you meet a dreadful fate." As he cursed, he anxiously turned around, raising the last remaining arm of his mech to fire wildly. Beasts surged forth, and a tanuki-like creature collided violently with the mech. Yang Guang screamed in agony, feeling as if his insides were being crushed. The mech soared into the air, only to be seized by a gored eagle, which carried it aloft before crashing it into a nearby building. Inside the cockpit, Yang Guang's body swayed violently. Dizziness overtook him. As he struggled to catch his breath, he glimpsed a goat-like visage through the panoramic window. It was a Taotai. The creature's face was marred by sores, from which shikigami were clearly visible. Suddenly, the Taotai slammed its fist against the panoramic window, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. With a frenzy of blows, Yang Guang gasped for air as his heart raced, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Instinctively, he unbuckled his seatbelt, removed his helmet, and tore away the neural connections from his suit, staggering towards the exit. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded from behind. The Taoi's fist shattered the panoramic window, sending a shockwave of debris into the cockpit. Fragments of glass struck Yang Guang's back, propelling him outwards, causing him to spit blood. He lifted his head, refusing to surrender, crawling toward the door. Suddenly, the cockpit plunged into darkness. Yang Guang turned to see the Taotai and Apos, S hand reaching in towards him. No, stay back. He drew an automatic pistol and fired at the colossal hand repeatedly, but it persistently descended. The impact deformed the cockpit. When the Taotai withdrew its hand, Yang Guang was nowhere to be seen in the distorted confines of the cockpit. Or rather, he was everywhere. As White Dragon came to a halt, Lin Wei also ceased her movements. The surrounding area was devoid of urban structures. However, an intricate web of neural networks sprawled throughout the space. Their surfaces were viscous and varied in thickness, some exposing dark, veinous structures, while others bore eyes or teeth. The ground was no longer soft, but instead was a grotesque mass of blood vessels and nerves. Amidst this fleshy terrain lay numerous shikigami, yet these figures appeared lifeless, calcified in their crawling postures, their bodies adhering to the ground. One detail stood out. All the shikigami faced Luo Yan and Lin Wei, seemingly emerging from a singular origin. Through Luo Yan's true eye, he discerned the dark rivers converging here, transforming into a colossal black waterfall that cascaded into a chasm ahead. Be cautious, Luo Yan warned, guiding White Dragon forward. As the mech traversed, countless shikigami were crushed into powder beneath its feet. Red Moth followed closely, reaching the edge of the abyss. Luo Yan blinked, deactivating his true eye. With the aid of the mech's illumination, he realized they stood before a vast void. Peering down into the darkness revealed an unknown depth. Illuminated within the light's reach were the calcified shikigami, all climbing upwards. Was it possible that the gate of life lay below? Lin Wei, too, discerned the phenomena below and gasped softly. If that were the case, how could so many shikigami ascend from the depths? The gate of life is the core of the Death Gate's malevolence, the origin, the beginning and end of all things in this realm. Perhaps we ought to descend and investigate, Luo Yan concurred. At that moment, a shadow flitted past behind several shikigami in the depths of the abyss. Chapter 155, The Awakening of the Monster Eye of Truth. With the emergence of Luo Yan's dual silver cross-shaped pupils, the world transformed into a simplistic sketch. Beneath the vast chasm, he beheld a multitude of human-like shadows ascending. These dark silhouettes were composed of an inky essence, devoid of light. Akin to the nature of the dark river, the chasm's fleshy walls did not descend perpendicularly, but sloped downward, creating an incline. At this moment, those human-like shadows were climbing up the fleshy slope. Retreat, Luo Yan commanded decisively. Something was approaching. Lin Wei immediately fell back, cautiously raising the void wall and materializing the phantom wolf. Luo Yan lifted his rifle, preparing the Heberlong heavy mortar mounted on the mech. Moments later, a dark, pudgy hand emerged from the edge of the chasm, followed by a giant infant crawling out. This infant measured approximately 10 meters in length, not particularly colossal, especially compared to the mech, but its appearance was enough to instill fear in Luo Yan. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Death Door demon, its body entirely black, skin oozing a viscous liquid, adorned with intricate and sinister patterns. Unlike the Death Door demon, this infant's patterns remained unchanged, and its face was devoid of features, instead revealing a hollow space filled with layers of flesh, from which distinctly black and white eyeballs protruded. Be careful, this could be Yuan Yin, Lin Wei warned. Although the Book of Three Demons did not document such a creature, its likeness to the Death Door demon suggested it stemmed from the unconscious projection of the evil demon. Following the 10-meter-tall Yuan Yin, more of these entities began to crawl out. The shortest among them stood 7 to 8 meters tall, while the tallest exceeded 40 meters. Some were chubby like little portly figures. Others were emaciated like slender reeds. Some laughed boisterously. Others wept inconsolably, while others roared or screamed in terror. Chaos, horror, and malevolence enveloped the scene, as these bizarre Yuan Yin rendered the atmosphere eerie and terrifying. Their actions were unpredictable. After 4 or 5 dozen Yuan Yin had emerged from the chasm. Some rolled on the ground, while others hurled the calcified spirits into the gaping holes in their faces. Some shrieked at the white dragon and red moth mechs, while others attacked their kin with punches and kicks. Monsters. Utterly monstrous. Luo Yan felt that these creatures surpassed the most bizarre beasts he had ever encountered by 100-fold. Perhaps we should leave this place, Lin Wei suggested softly, a bead of sweat trickling down her nose. Luo Yan nodded slightly. He would rather face an equal number of colossal beasts than confront such a horde of monsters, especially since these creatures seemed nearly impossible to slay. Apart from retreating, he could think of no better strategy. Yet, was it truly that simple? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yan proposed. We'll use the phantom wolf to create a distraction and seize the opportunity to escape. If they pursue us, we'll split up and run. Whether we manage to evade them, we can only leave to fate. Just as Lin Wei was about to agree, a pudgy Yuan Yin of about 20 meters suddenly leaped high into the air and crashed down, shattering Lin Wei's void wall to pieces. It lunged directly at the red moth. Lin Wei, unwilling to take risks, maneuvered the mech to deftly roll aside while commanding the phantom wolf to pounce. The wolf, formed from concentrated essence, collided with the airborne Yuan Yin, and they tumbled to the ground, crushing countless calcified spirits in their wake. However, as soon as that Yuan Yin moved, others joined in the fray. Some crawled on the ground, others leaped into the air, and some stood up to run. In response, Luo Yan formed a seal to summon another phantom wolf, which charged towards the swarm of monsters. Yet, it was quickly overwhelmed by 3 or 4 Yuan Yin, who viciously tore at it, their heads blooming open like petals as they savagely bit down. In mere seconds, the phantom wolf was vanquished. Seeing this, Luo Yan refrained from wasting any more essence on summoning additional wolves. It was futile. Instead, he resorted to using the mortar. The heavy mortar mounted on White Dragon shuddered violently, its barrel recoiling slightly as a burst of flames erupted from the muzzle. A missile shot forth, whistling through the air, striking a Yuan Yin with a thunderous explosion. A colossal fireball rapidly expanded, engulfing several Yuan Yin in its fiery embrace. Luo Yan did not linger to observe the aftermath. White Dragon pivoted and dashed away, with Red Moth following suit. The mech's back, adorned with wing-like armor, unfurled, releasing a torrent of crimson flames that propelled and amp, oppos, Red Moth and amp, oppos, skyward, swiftly overtaking and amp, oppos, White Dragon and amp, oppos, in a brief glide through the air. However, due to the omnipresent web, it was forced to descend. At that moment, a howling wind echoed above Luo Yan's head. He looked up to see a Yuan Yin soaring over the mech, landing on a patch of web. It then lunged toward White Dragon, baring its claws and revealing its hollow face adorned with numerous glowing eyeballs. Luo Yan felt a freeze in his blood, his body stiffening as if mercury coursed through his joints. He was rendered immobile. In the panoramic display, that Yuan Yin pressed against the exterior, its multitude of eyes swirling chaotically before it raised its fist, ready to strike down. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted from the side of the Yuan Yin as dozens of fireballs erupted, courtesy of Red Moth's missile barrage. The creature was blown off the panoramic display, freeing Luo Yan from its gaze. He quickly regained his composure and took strides forward, but after just 2 steps, he halted. He and Lin Wei had been surrounded. One by one, Yuan Yin had formed a circle, trapping the White Dragon and Red Moth within. Some Yuan Yin lay on the ground, propping their chins in an innocent manner, while others rolled about, their eyes perpetually fixated on the 2 mechs. Some pointed and laughed, while others sprouted appendages reminiscent of tendrils. White Dragon and Red Moth retreated step by step, ultimately positioning themselves back to back. Just as Luo Yan and Lin Wei prepared for a desperate stand, a colossal, thunderous roar resonated from above. A fierce wind swept through, causing the nerve network suspended in the air and connected to the ground to tremble violently. All the Yuan Yin seemed to sense something, their expressions shifting from carefree to tense as they looked upward. In the next moment, a mass of light and shadow descended from above, landing before the White Dragon and Red Moth. It was a half-human, half-horse mech, adorned in tiger stripes with azure wings unfurled. The divine mechanism, Heroic Charge. Upon landing, Heroic Charge raised a blue spear skyward. Suddenly, the winds surged, and a blue tornado spiraled upward. All the Yuan Yin screamed as they were caught in the whirlwind, only to be shattered amidst the myriad of azure flashes that danced like fish within the tempest. Chapter 156. Separate actions inside the cockpit of the White Dragon. Luo Yan's eyes widened, and his emotions remained tumultuous for an extended period. The troublesome Yuan Yin had been utterly shattered in a single strike by Ying Zhao. What kind of power was this? It was an incomprehensible force far beyond Luo Yan's understanding. Was this the reason it was revered as divine? Its capabilities surpassed all other mechas. No, there was more to it than that. The true strength lay within the mecha pilot, Tian Gang Longqi. Beluo. Both the mecha and the pilot transcended the mundane, resulting in the spectacle before him. Suddenly, Luo Yan spotted another target worth pursuing, and this goal was positioned above Dijong. Bathed in brilliant light, it appeared unattainably lofty, yet invigoratingly inspiring. Just then, another mecha approached with haste. This one was predominantly black, its armor edged in crimson, and even its surface patterns glowed a deep scarlet. The mecha's head bore a terrifying mask, reminiscent of a fearsome demon, and its overall design echoed that of an ancient warrior. As it neared, it finally caught up. The mecha's external speakers announced, "Greetings. I am Jiang Yan from the Reserve Corps of Chongping City. I noticed Mr. Beluo heading this way, so I followed. How wonderful, I'm no longer alone." This man, Jiang Yan, was quite talkative. Upon their first meeting, he shared his situation in great detail. His circumstances resembled those of Luo Yan. As a reserve, he was initially tasked with perimeter security but was drawn into the Death Gate along with the others. Since entering this dreadful entity, Jiang Yan had managed to evade danger and had survived until now. At that moment, Lin Wei also utilized the external communication to speak. "Mr. Beluo, I am Lin Wei, and my mentor is Dr. Zhao Miao." A deep voice resonated from within Ying Zhao's mecha. "So you are Lin Wei. I heard Dr. Zhao mention you when you arrived." Lin Wei acknowledged, continuing, "Ahead of us lies a hollow. I suspect it leads directly to the Mingmen. Mr. Beluo, let us seize the opportunity to destroy the Mingmen." After a brief silence, Beluo responded, "This task is entrusted to you. I will hold them off." The half-human, half-horse mecha turned, its azure spear inverted, its tip directed towards the distant ground, the Yuan Yin are reviving. Luo Yan followed the direction of the azure spear and beheld numerous Yuan Yin crawling on the ground. Each was no larger than a typical infant, dwarfed by the mecha. Had Beluo not pointed them out, Luo Yan would have overlooked their presence. He observed as these Yuan Yin rapidly coalesced into a massive, writhing mass of flesh. In an instant, this mass transformed into a colossal Yuan Yin, far surpassing the earlier creatures in size. Now comparable to a mecha, this formidable Yuan Yin boasted 5 arms of varying lengths and girths, while its neck bore no head but instead waved several tentacle-like, grayish appendages, each adorned with rows of teeth. Embedded in its chest was a face that, rather than being sunken, appeared plump and somewhat cherubic, resembling that of an infant. However, the eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs. Instead, they protruded 2 long tongues. Strangely, its mouth lacked a tongue but bore a distinct black and white eye. Countless sinister patterns radiated from this face, covering the entire Yuan Yin. The creature emitted a cacophony of laughter and cries, akin to the sounds of 1,000 infants, creating a dissonant wave that threatened to drive one mad. Luo Yan made a swift decision and turned to flee towards the hollow. The previous Yuan Yin had already proven too formidable for him, And now this Super Yuan Yin left him utterly helpless. Rather than remain a burden, he resolved to undertake something within his capabilities, such as destroying the Mingmen. As the white dragon moved, Lin Wei and Jiang Yin followed closely behind. Casting a glance back, Luo Yan saw the Super Yuan Yin suddenly explode into thousands of smaller Yuan Yin, attempting to circumvent Ing Zhao's blockade and pursue him and his companions. However, Ing Zhao pivoted, and the azure spear whirled, conjuring a blue whirlwind. This whirlwind, adorned with symbols like swimming fish, created a tremendous suction that drew each small Yuan Yin back into its embrace. The small Yuan Yin squeaked and chattered, some propelled into the air while others scurried across the ground. Yet all were inevitably drawn back into Ing Zhao's whirlwind. One small Yuan Yin at the forefront attempted to evade capture, but suddenly, its feet left the ground. It screamed while clutching the earth. But after a brief struggle, it was sucked into the whirlwind. The Yuan Yin spun helplessly in midair before colliding with the vortex, as though caught in a meat grinder, and was instantaneously ground to a pulp. The fate of the others mirrored this disaster. They too were shredded into a cloud of blood mist. This blood mist swirled violently, reforming in midair into the shape of the Super Yuan Yin. The monstrous entity descended from above, lunging towards Ing Zhao. The half-human, half-horse mecha suddenly slid back, allowing the beast to crash into thin air. Before charging forward, the long spear tracing azure shadows as it engaged the creature in fierce combat. In a dim corner of this blood-stained realm, intermittent flashes of crimson light illuminated the outline of a mecha, the abdominal serpent. At this moment, the mecha's abdomen had swollen considerably, resembling a woman in the late stages of pregnancy. Suddenly, the outer shell burst apart, scattering to unknown corners. Subsequently, internal components, wires, tubes, and lubricants erupted from within. Amidst this chaos, several white, bony ribs extended outward from the mecha's body. Among these ribs, a hand emerged, followed by the crawling form of a Yuan Yin. This entity had evolved beyond the appearance of an infant. It had sprouted hair and stood upright. If not for its towering height of 2 to 3 meters, it could easily be mistaken for a child of 5 or 6. This child was still attached to a fragment of umbilical cord, which it grasped and yanked with a fierce tug, severing it. It then emerged from the mecha's abdomen and landed on the ground. Lifting its head, the features were no longer sunken. Instead, 5 distinct facial features had formed. Strikingly, these features bore a resemblance to Luo Yan, as if she had birthed this Yuan Yin. The Yuan Yin turned around, raising its hands to inspect its form. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it swiftly melded its feet with the ground. Its body began to dissolve like melting wax, rapidly losing its shape as it transformed into a puddle of flesh, merging into the soft substrate of the earth, and vanished without a trace. Chapter 157. The Vital Gate with Heavy Footfalls. The white dragon crushed the calcified spirits on the hollow slope, one after another. While running, Luo Yan suddenly felt the ground tremble, not from the footsteps of the Mechs, but from the spontaneous quivering of the flesh and blood substrate beneath. Look, Jiang Yin and Appo's voice rang out. Is the hollow closing? Luo Yan glanced around, confirming Jiang Yin and Appo's assertion. The immense hollow was indeed tightening from all sides, drawing in the calcified spirits that were being engulfed and crushed within layers of tissue. If they did not retreat or accelerate into the vital gate, it was likely that the 3 Mechs would meet a fate similar to those spirits. Without hesitation, Luo Yan increased his speed, the white dragon racing down the slope. Outside the hollow lurked the Super Yuan Yin, an entity that could not truly kill. Exiting would only complicate matters for Luo. It was better to charge into the vital gate. Destroying it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement and should be easier than confronting the Yuan Yin. Lin Wei and Jiang Yin shared a similar mindset, and the 3 Mechs hastened forward. Suddenly, a wave erupted ahead. The flesh and blood tissue surged, rolling in like ocean waves, continuously engulfing the calcified spirits. Red Moth leaped forward, palms together, unleashing flames that shifted from orange-red to deep blue, transforming into a plasma state. This blue light struck the wave, instantly carbonizing large masses of tissue and creating a breach. The 3 Mechs seized the opportunity to pass through. Moments later, they reached the bottom, but the hollow had nearly closed, leaving only a tiny gap, clearly impassable for a mech. As they raced onward, the white dragon's mortar fired explosively, flames erupting from the muzzle as a missile shot forth, piercing the narrow opening. With a tremendous explosion, the tissue at the edge of the gap was obliterated, tearing it open wide enough for the mechs to pass through. However, the tissue at the opening began to grow rapidly, threatening to close once more. The wings of Red Moth rose, spewing deep crimson flames from beneath. The mech took to the air, swiftly entering through the gap. Once inside, Red Moth pivoted and unleashed a barrage of small missiles, igniting several fireballs that further devastated the newly formed tissue. Following suit, Jiang Yan's mech darted through the opening, leaving only the heaviest white dragon behind. Seeing the gap begin to close again, this time at a faster pace, Luo Yan acted without hesitation. Channeling his energy, he activated Kaiyuan Wheel. The mech erupted with a surge of energy, the white dragon accelerating towards the gap. With a powerful leap, it shot through just as the opening shrank, landing and rolling before finally coming to a stop. Luo Yan released the spell, and White Dragon stood upright. The lights of the three mechs illuminated the area, revealing a mass of biological tissue, bones, nerves, blood vessels, and muscles. As Luo Yan turned, he suddenly spotted a door made of flesh. This door resembled the one that had drawn their mechs in before. Could this be the vital gate of the corpse door evil? Just then, Jiang Yan exclaimed, "Look, the vital gate is there." Following his mech's pointing direction, Luo Yan indeed saw another door, constructed entirely of bones, pale gray and eerily ominous. Lin Wei remarked softly, "There are quite a few doors here. Look." The light from Red Moth illuminated another door composed of skinless human bodies, gory, terrifying, and grotesque. Around them, various other doors appeared. Some were built from skulls. Others gave off a surreal quality, while some took the form of massive, gaping mouths. Countless doors, each distinct, were scattered throughout the space. The vital gate of the corpse door, evil, must be among these. As Lin Wei observed, she noted, the presence of so many doors is likely intended to confuse enemies and protect oneself. Jiang Yan added, in that case, we must destroy all these doors. We will surely find the true vital gate. Lin Wei pondered briefly, finding no better solution, and nodded in agreement. The black-red mech lunged towards the bone-constructed door, drawing its long sword and striking with force, shattering the barrier. Red Moth raised its hands, unleashing a fire dragon that swept across a door formed of flesh, melting the structure under the intense flames. Luo Yan did not rush to attack. Instead, he activated True Eye. A silver cross appeared in his gaze. Looking up, he saw a torrent of dark energy pouring down from above. Yet within this space, the energy dwindled, flowing toward a corner. There, nestled between several oddly shaped doors, stood a calcified spirit. The dark energy, like mist, seeped into the unassuming spirit. Something was amiss. Luo Yan locked onto the spirit. The heavy mortar unleashed another thunderous blast, sending a third missile into the fray. In the next moment, amidst the cacophony of explosions, multiple doors around the corner were shattered. Yet, within the swirling flames and rising smoke, a black membrane, dark and seemingly devoid of light, expanded rapidly. The membrane spread outward, unfurling. Lin Wei exclaimed softly, "Luo, have you found the true vital gate?" Luo Yan remained silent, fixated on the membrane. Inside, the calcified spirit remained, utterly unharmed. Lin Wei's pupils dilated slightly. We have been misled. The vital gate does not necessarily take the form of a door. That spirit is the true vital gate. The membrane will isolate attacks except for energy-based ones. Now, let us combine our mystical arts to strike the vital gate. Before Lin Wei finished speaking, Jiang Yan had already charged forward. The black mech radiated energy, and a viscous, blood-red flame ignited atop his longsword. As the flames rose, they rapidly evaporated the moisture in the air. Simultaneously, Jiang Yan and Appo's voice rang out, "No need to bother. I'll break the gate." Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy wants to steal the glory? Chapter 158. The struggle. It was Luo Yan who tore open the breach. It was also Luo Yan who discovered the vital gate. Even Lin Wei lent her support to maintain the opening. What had Jiang Yin done? Nothing at all. Now that the vital gate had appeared, he rushed to take action, carelessly declaring, "I'll handle it." Did he think he could claim the credit so easily? Such a thing was simply unacceptable. Luo Yan's gaze turned icy as the mortar locked onto Jiang Yan's mech, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from the sky, landing atop Jiang Yan's mech. Before Shang Yimou could discern what it was, Luo Yan was assailed by a piercing scream, akin to countless nails scraping against a chalkboard. Blood vessels erupted in his eyes, and beneath his pilot's suit, his skin bulged with engorged veins. Instinctively, Luo Yan initiated gazing at the mountains and seas. Majestic peaks materialized around his mech, layered and shrouded in swirling mists. As this illusory landscape of towering mountains emerged, the life-threatening wail diminished, as if it were emanating from a distant realm. The veins on Luo Yan's body settled, though the bloodshot in his eyes remained. Upon looking again, he noticed that the blood-red flames on Jiang Yan's mech's sword had extinguished, likely interrupted by that cacophony, rendering him incapable of employing a specific combat technique or his innate divine concealment. Soon, he saw Yuan Yin crouched on the chest of the mech, hands cradling its head, face pressed tightly against the panoramic viewport. This Yuan Yin stood merely 2 or 3 dozen meters tall, its appearance markedly different from the previous one. It even had hair. Its face was no longer sunken, resembling a child of 4 or 5 years old. Yet, the visage of the Yuan Yin struck Luo Yan as oddly familiar. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Yan. Though only slightly similar, there was an unmistakable essence in its features that echoed Liu Yan. An unsettling premonition gripped Luo Yan. At that moment, Red Moth passed before him, and in the communication group, Lin Wei's voice rang out. "Classmate Luo, I'll assist Jiang Yan. We must entangle that Yuan Yin. You go destroy the vital gate." Luo Yan was taken aback. Lin Wei displayed remarkable awareness. This arrangement not only prevented Jiang Yan from being eliminated, but also allowed collaboration against the Yuan Yin. Moreover, it granted Luo Yan the opportunity to dismantle the vital gate. Clearly, Lin Wei had not forgotten who had discovered the vital gate. Had it not been for the recent attack on the vital gate, provoking the counteraction of Death's Gate, it would have already been obliterated. The credit would have undoubtedly belonged to Luo Yan. Lin Wei's current actions merely ensured that events unfolded as originally intended. White Dragon immediately surged toward the vital gate. However, Luo Yan doubted Jiang Yan would comply so readily. Secretly, he remained vigilant. Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Jiang Yan stared transfixed at the face resembling that of a little girl, locking eyes with its distinct black and white pupils. He seemed entranced, immobile, his heartbeat slowing to a crawl, nearly unable to breathe. At that moment, a burst of blue flames surged forth, crashing into the creature outside the panoramic viewport. The plasma-like fire incinerated the creature upon contact, turning its hair to ash. Its skin charred, flesh disintegrating to reveal seared bones. It shrieked in agony, leaping from the black mech to the ground. Red Moth continued to pursue, palms together, unleashing plasma flames in relentless pursuit. The blue flames scorched the earth, causing explosions as they swept through the area. After a wide sweep, Lin Wei was compelled to halt her assault. Her palm-mounted jet was overheated and showing signs of melting. Should she continue, an explosion would be inevitable. In that instant, the creature took refuge behind a large door. Its burnt hair rapidly regenerated, the carbonized tissues swiftly growing back. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its former state, then darted out from behind the door, glaring viciously at Red Moth and uttering a single word, "Die." A sudden pain pierced Lin Wei's chest, prompting her to clutch her heart and cough up blood within her helmet. Though she was not dead, her body felt weak and powerless. She could only call out through her external device, "Jiang Yan, stop it." Unbeknownst to her, while she was wounded, the Yuan Yin had already pounced toward White Dragon, yet Jiang Yan had no intention of intercepting it. Casting a glance at the vital gate, he declared, "I'll destroy the vital gate. Once it's gone, the Death's Gate and that monster will vanish." The black mech charged towards the vital gate within the counteraction membrane, simultaneously shouting, "Brothers from Guangling City, hold that creature for a moment." Luo Yan scoffed in the cockpit, momentarily halting his advance, seemingly abandoning his assault on the vital gate. The Yuan Yin, with a shift of its gaze, turned toward Jiang Yin and suddenly veered off course, darting toward him like a wisp of smoke. Jiang Yin cried out, "Brother, is this really worth it? Even if I destroy the vital gate, are you still afraid I'll seize the credit? I assure you, I'll share it with you all." At that moment, the Yuan Yin's form became translucent, vanishing into thin air. The next second, it reappeared behind the black mech, ensnaring it, its face fracturing into grotesque segments like a carnivorous flower unfurling its petals. Beneath the gaping maw lay rows of razor-sharp fangs, which snapped shut with a deafening crunch, biting into the mech's head, sending sparks flying. "Ah!" Jiang Yin screamed in agony within the cockpit. Through the empathic system, he felt every jolt as if his skull were being crushed. Seeing the Yuan Yin ensnare Jiang Yin, Luo Yan finally charged toward the counteraction membrane. Raising breaking army, he swung his sword through the air, unleashing a bolt of lightning that cleaved through the membrane. The combat technique, Thunderous Shock. Now, wielded by Luo Yan at the foundational level of 5, this technique's power surged. With one slash, the membrane dimmed and lost its color, shattering like glass into countless fragments that danced like butterflies. The Yuan Yin on Jiang Yan's mech, with its face now open and its eyes fixed on White Dragon, leaped away from the mech, shifting its target. But Luo Yan was already prepared. As soon as the Yuan Yin leapt, White Dragon pivoted sharply. The final missile erupted from its chamber, striking the Yuan Yin squarely in the face. Boom! A fireball expanded and detonated, unleashing a chaotic shockwave that swept through the vicinity. Amidst the swirling smoke and flames, the Yuan Yin was sent tumbling to the ground, its head obliterated, and its chest shattered. Its arms were blown away, leaving only its lower half relatively intact. At that moment, the black mech surged forth from the flames and smoke. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Yan's eyes burned red beneath his helmet, blood dripping from his nose as he fixated on the vital gate now devoid of protective barriers. "It is mine," Jiang Yan whispered to himself within the confines of his helmet. Chapter 159, A Sword's Triumph. Boom. The long sword of the black mech ignited once more with that blood-red flame. This was Jiang Yan's divine vault ability. While the flames appeared to burn with moderate intensity, their temperature was exceedingly high and carried a ferocious explosive force. Jiang Yan had resolutely decided that no matter who obstructed his path, he would cleave through them with a single strike. Even if it was the mech of Guangling City, he would proceed without hesitation. At worst, he would admit to having faltered afterward, even if it meant facing punishment. However, such consequences paled in comparison to the glory of shattering the vital gate. At that moment, Jiang Yan suddenly froze. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that a tendril had inexplicably coiled around his mech's right leg. Turning his head, he was astonished to see that the Yuan Yin had risen once more. Remarkably, after having its head and arms obliterated, it had somehow regenerated. This time, its entire body was enveloped in scales reminiscent of fish, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Clearly, this was a newly evolved form in response to the missile assault. The tendrils entwining Jiang Yan's mech emerged from the palm of the Yuan Yin. More tendrils extended outward, ensnaring the mech's limbs and neck, tightening their grip with an alarming force. The surface of these tendrils also bore scales, their strength formidable. As they constricted, the mech seemed to be immobilized, and with the constriction around its neck, Jiang Yan found it increasingly difficult to breathe due to the sensory feedback system. The Yuan Yin cackled, using these tendrils to pull itself forward. It leaped over Jiang Yan's mech and swung its other arm with great force. The 5 fingers of that arm shattered with explosive force, launching toward the White Dragon akin to 5 miniature missiles. In response, the White Dragon swiftly activated its thick armor barrier, generating an equivalent number of blue fireballs. The barrier held firm against the explosion, though the shockwave still caused the White Dragon to shudder. Following this, the Yuan Yin released the tendrils from its palm, which did not fall away but rather seemed to possess their own will, tightly binding Jiang Yan. Seizing the opportunity, the Yuan Yin lunged toward the White Dragon. Just then, a flurry of crimson shadows swept past from behind. It was the Red Moth. Under Lin Wei's command, this mech darted past the Yuan Yin, its wing armor unfurling with a halo of red light. As it passed the Yuan, one of its wings flickered, and the Yuan was instantly severed in two. The red moth quickly turned around, and beneath its wings, a great swarm of miniature mechanical moths erupted. These tiny mechanical moths flew toward the bisected Yuan with reckless abandon, resulting in an intensely concentrated explosion, akin to a magnificent display of fireworks. Amidst the flames and thick smoke, the Andapos, Yuan and Apos, fell to the ground, yet its two halves began to move independently, one crawling toward the Andapos, red moth Andapos, while the other charged toward the Andapos, white dragon Andapos. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan finally severed the tendril constricting his neck with his blood-flame sword. With several decisive strikes, he cleared away the remaining tendrils, and regardless of the red moth's predicament, he surged toward the vital gate. In that instant, brilliant arcs of lightning cascaded from the heavens, resembling silver spears forming a fan-shaped array, enveloping both the severed Yuan and the vital gate disguised as a Shikigami. The flickering lightning, imbued with an aura of destruction and fury, echoed the wrath of a thunder god, shattering the fan-shaped area into fragments. Within the blinding white arcs, the Yuan was first charred black, then engulfed in flames, ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. As for the vital gate, it was obliterated in a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to mere ashes. Jiang Yan and Apos' pupils dilated in disbelief as he screamed in anguish from the cockpit. No, it was mine. He cast a furious glance at the source of the lightning, towards the white dragon, which had just executed the devastating strike. In a last-ditch effort, Luo Yan had unleashed Thunderstrike. 10,000 genes, targeting both the Yuan and the vital gate in a single blow. This technique could only be executed with the support of the Kaiyuan Wheel secret art, wielding immense power. In one fell swoop, it turned a vast area of several hundred meters into mere cinders. Had Jiang Yan not halted in time, his mech would have suffered grievous damage. Yet, the prize he sought had slipped away, leaving him seething with frustration. However, glancing at the red moth beside him, he forced a smile and activated the mech's external communication, stating, "Wonderful. With this, we should be able to deal with the Death Gate now." Through the panoramic viewport, Luo Yan observed the black mech. The silver cross star materialized, revealing Jiang Yan as a silhouette of ash. He noted a multicolored information thread above Jiang Yan's head. Focusing his mind on that thread, he suddenly gleaned some details. Jiang Yan, 23 years old, reserve member of the Surface Corps from Chongping City. Luo Yan continued to probe deeper into his thoughts. Damn it. My credit has gone up in smoke. This bastard will pay for this. No, I cannot confront him now. He has companions with him. 2 against 1. I have no chance of winning. It is so frustrating. If this credit were mine, it should be enough for me to exchange for a divine general class mech from the Strategic Bureau. Right? Bastard. Damn it. I better not find out who he is. Otherwise, I will kill him. These thoughts presented themselves clearly in text form within Luo Yan's view, darkening his expression. He despised being the focus of such attention. Immediately, he retracted the breaking army and sought to strike first. Meanwhile, outside the Death Gate, the military camps of various cities were in utter chaos. Is communication still down? We still cannot reach Captain Bei Luo. What are you all doing? If you cannot restore contact soon, you're all fired. Just then, a piercing wail of an infant echoed through the city. Everyone turned to look at the Death Gate, witnessing the outer layer of the pitch-black membrane bulging with bubbles, which soon burst, releasing a liquid that cascaded downward, revealing the colossal black fetus within. The fetus curled into a tight ball, emitting an earth-shattering cry. Yet, midway through its wail, its body began to decompose into bubbles, much like the membrane, dissolving into clear water that flowed downward, exposing its internal organs and skeletal structure. Communication. Communication has been restored. My goodness, numerous mech signals have vanished. What on earth transpired within? The sudden decomposition of the Death Gate left Luo Yan unable to react in time. The world around him spun chaotically. During that brief moment, he felt multiple collisions as the white dragon, protected by its thick armor barrier and constructed from specialized materials, endured the impacts that only left him slightly dizzy but unharmed. Once everything stabilized, Luo Yan gazed at the panoramic viewport. Outside, a colossal rib, resembling a heavenly pillar, shot skyward before curving inward. Chapter 160. The emergence of the dragon tiger aura. Luo Yan surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of Red Moth and Jiang Yan's mecha nearby. He pondered where they might have been swept away during the disintegration of Sangmin Sha. White Dragon stood tall, and through the panoramic viewport, Luo Yan scanned the area. The remnants of Sangmin Sha now resembled nothing more than a stark white skeleton, adorned with irregular crystalline objects embedded within the bones. Surrounding the skeleton lay the ruins of a once thriving city, buildings toppled, roads fractured. Only the outskirts remained unscathed, with structures still standing tall. In the northwest, Luo Yan noticed a dazzling light spilling forth behind several buildings. He could not resist the urge to maneuver White Dragon towards that direction. The mecha's strides were immense, and before long, he found himself in close proximity. Upon approaching, he realized the brilliance of the light was extraordinarily intense, almost gushing forth, creating a mist of luminosity due to its dense concentration. In the distance, the sound of rotating drone blades could be heard. The base had dispatched drones for an on-site investigation, and the anomalies would soon be uncovered. Luo Yan wasted no time in exploring the space. White Dragon navigated around several buildings, and through the expansive viewport, he observed a vibrant clearing teeming with flowers and grass behind those structures. Above this area, the lights swirled and danced, vaguely forming the semblance of a dragon and a tiger. Within the colorful mist, the dragon coiled and the tiger crouched, intermittently revealing themselves as if guarding something. Yet, from his elevated vantage point, Luo Yan could discern nothing. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he activated the true eye. A silver cross pattern manifested in his pupils, reducing the world to simple lines. On that patch of grass, he beheld vividly drawn dragons and tigers, animatedly mimicking their roars and growls, though no sound emerged. This ethereal dragon-tiger manifestation revolved around a sphere of golden light. With each rotation, wisps of energy flowed towards the golden orb, merging into it. White Dragon bent low, kneeling on one knee. Luo Yan, wielding Starbreaker, exited the mecha while maintaining his connection with White Dragon. He stepped onto the grass, delving deeper into the dragon-tiger spectacle, approaching the brilliant golden light. Concurrently, a mecha emerged from the remnants of and Amp, Oppos, Isha and Amp, Oppos, revealing Jiang Yan. Disoriented from the earlier upheaval, he found himself on the ground and, upon regaining his composure, noticed the curious light emanating from the city's northwest. Could it be an extraordinary encounter akin to tales in novels? This could lead to my fortune. Though I may not claim credit for destroying Mingmen, a stroke of luck would not be unwarranted, Jiang Yan mused. Suddenly, through the panoramic viewport, he spotted White Dragon half kneeling behind several buildings. Is that the brat? Jiang Yan's expression turned icy. Stealing my credit and now vying for fortune as well. I must see just how fortunate you truly are. The mecha quietly drew its long sword, igniting a viscous flame of blood. Jiang Yan cautiously maneuvered his mecha, slinking into White Dragon's blind spot while activating his jamming device to evade detection. After a brief interval, Jiang Yan caught sight of the clearing, the resplendent light, and the dragon-tiger aura. Soon, he spotted Luo Yan. That fellow has exited his mecha? What has he discovered? Indeed, he must have found something to abandon his machine. Jiang Yan promptly accessed the surface visuals, magnifying the image. However, aside from the floral expanse and Luo Yan, nothing particularly stood out. Strange. There's nothing here? Jiang Yan frowned. No, it's impossible for him to leave the mecha without cause. A malicious thought surged forth. Why should I concern myself with what he has found? Regardless of what it is, I can simply seize it once he has it in hand. He has left his mecha. He cannot possibly pose a threat to me. The more Jiang Yan contemplated, the more reasonable it seemed. Or perhaps, why not eliminate him altogether? Yes, eliminate him. That way, there would be no witnesses. I can fabricate any excuse later. After all, accidents abound on the surface. Malice flickered in his eyes, yet he refrained from immediate action. He was not foolish. He would wait to see what Luo Yan uncovered. On the other side, Luo Yan, with true eye activated, finally approached the sphere of golden light. This orb resembled a seed, floating in midair. At that moment, the seed began to swell, sprouting tender shoots. The embryonic growth rapidly expanded, breaking through its outer shell, developing roots and stems. The roots extended downward, gradually fading into the air, while the shoot ascended, swiftly transforming into a seedling. The golden seedling soon sprouted leaves, which widened and thickened. Before long, the leaves resembled delicate umbrellas, with the stems standing upright, elegantly poised. It was evident now that the golden seed had blossomed into a lotus flower. As the leaves rose, the flowering phase commenced. The golden petals gradually unfurled, the flower bud blossoming, and ultimately, a golden lotus emerged in midair. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the entire lotus, from bud to petals to stem, was composed of minuscule, indescribable golden symbols. It swayed gently in the air, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Astonished, Luo Yan reached out to touch the golden lotus. However, as his fingertip brushed the bud, the lotus suddenly disintegrated into countless golden symbols, spreading rapidly from his fingertip. As these symbols touched his skin, they instantly vanished. In that moment, Luo Yan felt as though something was nurturing his body. He was now entirely enveloped in golden symbols. The symbols flickered briefly before sequentially merging into his being. Luo Yan raised his hands, gazing at his palms. He sensed that his body and even his elemental force were undergoing a transformation, albeit imperceptible from the outside. Not even a ripple of energy was evident. To Jiang Yan's eyes, this scene was utterly perplexing. To him, Luo Yan seemed to be extending a finger into the air, then inspecting his hands. Entirely unaware of his actions. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's eyes flickered. Could it be that only he could perceive that object? Has he acquired some treasure? With this thought, a wave of malevolence surged within Jiang Yan. He glanced around. Aside from himself and Luo Yan, there were no other witnesses present. Thus, gritting his teeth, Jiang Yan's dark mecha lunged forward, swiftly arriving at the patch of grass, trampling the foliage beneath. The long sword, ablaze with crimson flames, was raised high above, locking onto Luo Yan, poised to strike down. Chapter 161. Confrontation. After Luo Yan absorbed the lotus flower, the surrounding luminescence and the aura of dragons and tigers gradually faded away. When Jiang Yan suddenly attacked, the mecha charged into the open space, causing the light mist to dissipate nearly entirely. Amidst the tremors of the earth, Luo Yan turned to gaze at the imposing black mecha behind him, which resembled a celestial being, its long sword raised high, ablaze with crimson flames. His expression remained unchanged. Luo Yan maintained a shared perception with the mecha. Jiang Yan's arrival could not escape his notice. At that moment, he looked up at the mecha overhead, and his lips suddenly moved. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Yan deciphered Luo Yan's words through his lip movements. Idiot. Ha ha. Even at death's door, you still refuse to yield. As his words faded, Jiang Yan was abruptly startled by the sound of metal warping from behind the cockpit. Just as he turned to look, his body violently shook, and then he lost consciousness. Reflected in Jiang Yan's helmet visor was a shadow of dark green and black. On the grass, Luo Yan stood motionless. He witnessed the head of the black mecha being cleaved open by a dark green blade, causing countless fragments, components, and even human remains to rain down. The sound of debris falling surrounded Luo Yan, including shards from panoramic windows and severed limbs, bones, and a drop of blood that landed on his face before sliding down, leaving a streak of crimson. At that moment, a drone flew overhead, capturing the image of the white dragon piercing the head of the black mecha from behind with a single stroke. Soon after, the area on the northwestern outskirts of the city was densely populated with mechas, as personnel from the exploration corps of both Chongping City and Guangling City arrived. Luo Yan was under investigation in a makeshift tent when suddenly, the tent was lifted and several individuals rushed in. Who killed my squad member? The leader, a middle-aged man with a cold gaze and a murderous aura, shouted. Inside the tent, Colonel Liang Jian, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide and rose to his full height, emanating a fierce presence that spread throughout the space. This is the Guangling core territory. Gentlemen, we did not invite you in, did we? Liang Jian stated without any hint of politeness. The cold-eyed middle-aged man felt a weight on his chest from Liang Jian's aura, but refused to back down. Jiang Yan was my squad member, and now he has inexplicably died. Am I not entitled to inquire as the captain? Liang Jian smiled slightly. Isn't this matter currently under investigation? Investigation? That should be conducted by us from Chongping City. The middle-aged man retorted loudly. Liang Jian's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Are you implying we would fabricate the evidence? The middle-aged man scoffed. This concerns the reputation of a city. It is hard to ensure you wouldn't resort to such actions. Liang Jian nodded and asked, May I ask your name, Captain? Su Qing. The middle-aged man replied loudly. Very well, Liang Jian said solemnly. Captain Su Qing, we initially intended to inform your city about this matter. Since you do not trust us, we will request the intervention of the Tiangang Dragon Knights to publicize the results. I trust you have no objections? Su Qing's heart sank. He had received news of a reserve member from his team being killed, igniting his fury, especially since the perpetrator was under investigation within his own corps, which he found to be unjust. Thus, he had impulsively confronted them. Now seeing Liang Jian's intent to involve the Tiangang Dragon Knights, he felt the tide turning against him. Clearly, the reasoning was not on Jiang Yan's side. Yet, trapped in a corner, he could only grit his teeth in agreement. Moments later, a member of the Tiangang Dragon Knights arrived. Liang Jian gestured, and a large screen that had long been prepared displayed the footage. In the video, Luo Yan walked across the grass, the surrounding mist swirling violently, occasionally forming the semblance of dragons and tigers. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's black mecha appeared on the screen, striding forward with a clear target, directly aimed at Luo Yan. The mecha raised its long sword, flames of blood roaring atop it, poised to strike. At that moment, the camera shifted to the rear of Jiang Yan's mecha, and a dark green long sword thrust forward, penetrating through the back of the black mecha's head. The footage froze at that moment. After viewing the recording, beads of sweat appeared on Su Qing's forehead. Liang Jian then declared loudly, Have you all seen clearly? This is footage captured by our mecha white dragon. It is evident from this footage that Jiang Yan from Chongping City harbored ill intentions, initiating the attack against our mecha operator, which led to his demise in retaliation. Thus, I assert that the responsibility for this incident does not lie with us. Following this, Lin Wei stepped forward and stated, While we were in the death's door, Luo Yan discovered the location of the life gate. At that time, Yuan Yin was interfering with us. I had originally hoped that Jiang Yan would cooperate to intercept the Yuan Yin, allowing Luo Yan the opportunity to destroy the life gate. However, Jiang Yan was more intent on claiming the credit for destroying it himself. Ultimately, it was still Luo Yan who dismantled the life gate. She did not elaborate further, but her brief remarks pointed out that Luo Yan had discovered the life gate. While Jiang Yan disregarded the bigger picture in pursuit of personal glory, culminating in the life gate still being destroyed by Luo Yan, establishing Jiang Yan's motive for attacking him. The Chongping contingent felt a wave of embarrassment, Su Qing included. At that moment, one of his subordinates spoke out, even if Jiang Yan acted first. You could have restrained him. After all, he is one of our own from Chongping City. Even if punishment is due, it should be determined by us from the Chongping Corps. You cannot arbitrarily kill him. Yin Wenbao, pale-faced with dark circles under his eyes, laughed incredulously. Brother, are you suggesting that if someone attempts to kill me, I should refrain from killing them? Instead, I should risk being killed myself to disarm them first, and then capture them alive before handing them over to you for processing? Is that your point? The Chongping mecha operator stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. His intention was indeed as Yin Wenbao had interpreted, yet articulated in such a way. It came off as foolish. At that moment, another operator from the Chongping Corps shouted, Wait, is it possible that the footage has been manipulated? When your mecha was on the grass, who was controlling it? Was there a third party present during this incident? You all noticed Jiang Yan's actions, but did not stop him. You deliberately lured him into action only to turn around and kill him. You are despicable. This accusation stirred a tumult among the two city corps, each side pointing fingers at the other. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged, silencing the crowd. A member of the Tian Gang Dragon Knights raised his hand, restoring order as he spoke. I have retrieved some footage captured by drones. From this footage, it is clear that after the Yi Sha was neutralized, the Guangling mecha departed alone without any additional personnel. Therefore, the presence of a third party is unfounded. As for why the mecha continued to function after the operator exited, the explanation is quite simple. The Dragon Rider cast a glance at Luo Yan. A subtle smile gracing his lips. He is a born resonator.